Chopping throne. Zhuangchu stretched out his hand and directly swallowed and absorbed the blood spirit, and the blood-red body solidified once again. Just like a solid entity, this pure saint-slaying body was a Confucian secret holy science that could not be used as a last resort. And once it was used, the consequences were unimaginable. The body of a saint kills to stop the way. If one does not kill, then one will be consumed by the killing intent. The original Zhuangchu is dead. The current Zhuangchu is a saintly slayer. After Zhuangchu devoured the blood spirit of the horned ghost throne, his eyes slowly regained a trace of lucidity and turned around, carrying rolling killing intent to Wang Lu. It seemed hard to restrain himself, but he braced himself and saluted. Thank you, mister. Wang Lu looked at the collapsed ruler, sighed softly, and raised his hand to touch Zhuangchu. A saint killing his body is ultimately a sin. Child, the days ahead will be bitter for you. If one day, unable to support yourself, just look away. Zhuangchu silently bowed his head, feeling the powerful strength in his body, but in the heavy armor was an inhuman, blood-red body. He knew what he looked like, was no longer human, or even more frightening than the Fae. Most importantly, inside the body, all the time, it was undergoing a literal baptism, like a bone-scraping pain. However, his eyes gradually became dark, and after throwing himself into the state of judgment and shielding his senses, his thoughts became much clearer all of a sudden. Nothing could be seen, but the killing intent became even more raging, as if it was going to drown him. Wang Lu shook his head and said, "Don't resist. You can only adapt. The killing intent will become more and more raging until it devours you. If you can't control it, you will become a devil." First, sir, how much time do I have left? Zhuangchu was silent for a long time before asking. He could sense that even if he kept devouring blood spirits, there would be a day when the tipping point would come. Until you completely forget those words, that's the moment when the saint-killing body disappears. Wang Lu explained. Maybe it's a month, maybe it's a year, maybe it's a lifetime. It's up to you, and you should read a lot of books in general, and try to make the process, as much as possible, slower to forget. Team, Captain? Lin Feng walked over at this time and couldn't help but ask. Even Lin Feng, who was about to graduate from the top academy, was somewhat unable to understand Zhuangchu's current state. He had seen Zhuangchu killed with his own eyes, and he had also seen him walk out of the blood mist and explode with great battle power, even killing the horned ghost throne. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Zhuangchu turned her head. "I'm fine." Hearing Zhuangchu's words, Lin Feng became more and more somewhat uneasy. "Captain, there's no need to tell anyone in the team. You just need to know that I'm alive and not dead," Zhuangchu said indifferently. It seemed that the more words that were spoken, the more Zhuangchu could not control his killing intent. But what's done is done, and there's no choice. Seemingly remembering something, Zhuangchu picked up the communicator from the ground, dialed the address book of the Heavenly King, Luo Zhuan. Luo Zhuan immediately picked up when he saw this, and looked at Zhuangchu on the screen, and couldn't help but be stunned. He could tell right away that Zhuangchu was not in the right state. "What's wrong with you?" After a moment of silence, Zhuangchu opened his mouth and said, "Captain, I am now quitting the Ace Chopper team. What's the matter with you now? You're about to get into the system. Don't you know that?" Zhuangchu raised his head and opened the visor of his heavy armor. A face full of blood-red unreadable features was revealed. "Captain, look at me now. Am I still human?" Qing Yunzi, who was on the side, saw Zhuangchu's appearance in the screen and instantly recognized it. His pupils shrinking. Confucian saints kill their bodies. Wang Lu got up and walked over at this time. "I've done my best. This child, alas." Qing Yunzi looked at Luo Zhuan and said, "Once a Confucian saint's killing body appears, it's all blood sins. More than just evil, it turns evil." Qing Yunzi's gaze fell on Wang Lu, and he guessed his identity at once. Confucianism? Wang Lu nodded. Confucianism of the heart. Poor Taoist Jinwu Guan Qing Yunzi. Wang Lu opened his mouth and said, "Zhuangchu is now a saint-killing body. Only the Confucian's vast righteousness can keep him awake at all times, but it can only reduce the amount of time that he forgets about the saint's studies. Whether he can control it or not, ultimately, it still depends on him. This child is very good. If he can go to Confucianism early, in the future there is a chance to become a gentleman profession, but it is a pity." Wang Lu sighed. Luo Zhuan was silent for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "I also hope that senior can take care of Zhuangchu." Zhuangchu didn't care about that. Instead he said calmly, "Captain, I beheaded the horned ghost throne." Luo Zhuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "What? Very proud? You were still wearing open pants when Laozi slaughtered the two-headed throne." Zhuangchu grinned an ugly but incredibly happy smile. To be able to personally kill a throne had always been his lifelong dream, and even if he died, he was already satisfied. Zhuang Chu reattached his mask and connected to every member of the chopping team, all of whom were all wired up at the first opportunity. The crowd still didn't know what had happened. Feng Yuan looked at Zhuang Chu suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" "I'm still bragging with the sister of the Vermilion Bird Troop." Mo Xiu lowered his head and organized his spirit gun. Everyone was basically doing their own thing, not delaying what Zhuang Chu was going to say, and listening attentively. Only Yi wanted to keenly feel that something was wrong, but could not say where Zhuang Chu was wrong. Something must have happened earlier. Otherwise Zhuang Chu wouldn't have told himself to retreat immediately. Zhuang Chu looked at the crowd in the screen, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I've already told the captain that as of today, I'm officially retiring from the choppers. The new lieutenant, with Moxiu as the new lieutenant." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but stare. Feng Yuan raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chu, you're kidding. Are you really willing to leave us here and run to the big back area to enjoy your own happiness?" He Yuedi had a face of reluctance. "Team Chu, don't leave." "Okay." Zhuang Chu shook his head. "The application has been passed. Don't worry, it's not like I won't be able to see it in the future. I'm just withdrawing from the chopping team establishment. It doesn't mean that I'm going back now. It's just according to the stipulated process." You wanted to be silent and did not say anything, although the time he spent with Zhuang Chu's was not long, but for this vice squad, he also had great admiration. Even if you don't trust yourself, you can trust Zhuang Chu. Zhuang Chu did not say anything more. This one is a human savant. Saying too much is easy to reveal the cracks. After a simple nod, he hung up the communication. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng and said, "I still hope that you can keep what happened today a secret. I don't need them to worry about me." Lin Feng nodded silently. Aha! Zhuang Chu felt his own power, and although his body had become solid after devouring the 100 levels blood spirit, the 11 words in his mind began to blur. One could clearly feel that the body's saintly power was gradually weakening. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Chu dialed his wife's communication. A moving and playful face appeared in the screen. Su Rong looked at Zhuang Chu suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Apparently she was still in the middle of the battle, and she kept coalescing an aura of magic in her hands, locking it towards the horde below. Zhuang Chu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "It's fine. Wait until you're done." With that, he hung up the communication. Even now he was not ready to face his wife how he should, which knew that as soon as he hung up his communication, Su Rong immediately dialed back. He said in a bad mood, "If you have a fart, let it go. It's not easy for you to finish your work and make a phone call. You don't say anything, do you?" Hearing his wife's familiar tone, Zhuang Chu couldn't help but grin. "Wife, when I die you'll remarry." Upon hearing these words, Su Rong was first stunned. The magic spell in his hand steeply disappeared into thin air, and he stared at Zhuang Chu with a deadly stare. Say that again for labor. Her temperament was the opposite of Zhuang Chu's, who was more sullen and quiet, and her temper was just more fiery from before, which was also the reason why Su Rong didn't have many people chasing after her even though she was the school flower of the trial academy. Hearing Su Rong's obviously angry tone, even Lin Feng who was on the side couldn't help but tremble a little, completely not expecting this legendary sister-in-law Chu to be so fierce. Zhuang Chu sighed slightly, hesitating for a moment before removing his mask. "I'm already the one who died once." The creepy blood-red face of Zhuang Chu on the screen appeared in front of Su Rong. The approximate features could be discerned in the blur, and the eyes were hollow and bloodshot. Seeing Zhuang Chu's current appearance, Su Rong's heart felt as if pins and needles were stabbing her. Incomparably painful. "You." Su Rong held back her tears and covered her mouth. Zhuang Chu smiled faintly. "Hey, it's fine. Your husband, I'm a hero now, slaughtered a throne, and now I'm still alive. I'm still lucky." The throne of the horned ghost Fei was gone before Bahan, who was on the sidelines, even chose to go on the offensive. Huaxia now just needs to take Jingzhou as soon as possible, and then turn around and take Ba County. And perhaps it's now perfectly possible to attack on both fronts together as well. Su Rong wouldn't doubt what Zhuang Chu said. He couldn't lie at all. He was just heartbroken by the way he looked right now. "Well, where are you now? I'll be right over." "No, when I'm done with this bout of work, I'm in such good shape now that I might even be able to kill another throne. Then be safe, or even if you die, I'll have to find a necromancer to summon you back. You'll have to stay with my mom even if you have bones left." After hanging up the communication, Zhuang Chu rubbed his nose and still sent the coordinate location to Su Rong. Wang Lu smiled at the scene. Young people these days are indeed different from before. "Old sir, please teach me in the future," Zhuang Chu said as he looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu nodded. "Understand the original heart. Even if you forget the sage's 11 words of Confucianism in the future, as long as the original heart remains the same, you will always be yourself." Zhuang Chu silently memorized it and turned his head to Lin Feng and said, You go back now. Cultivate well. It's very important for you to grow up just like Ying Zai. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lin Feng nodded his head to show that he understood. His mind had already adjusted. At this time, you wanted to not rush into the third front. If he encountered the level 70 prison pupil king again, he would really rest. At that moment, not far away, only the old gentleman from earlier was seen returning with Lin Feng. Against the horned ghost throne, Wang Lu had consumed a lot, especially since the last saint's item was also gone. Where's the lieutenant? He didn't come back? You wanted to look at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. He went deep into the southwest. Zhuangchu was now trying to kill another throne while he still had the strength to do so. The body of a saint, filled with the terrifying power of killing intent. Not using it was a complete waste. Yi Xiang frowned slightly, his eyes looking towards the old gentleman on the side, raising his hand in salute. Many thanks to Senior for making a move. He knew that once this old gentleman was out on the mountain, he was in the mindset that he would never return. Wang Lu couldn't help but smile. What is there to be thankful for? The price you Taoist sect paid far exceeds that of our Confucianism, but it's a pity that your Taoist sect was really too radical back then, choosing to fight against the foreign races alone. You wanted to listen silently. He had heard Qing Yunzi talk about what happened 100 years ago. The Taoist sect had failed greatly in 2 rebellions, and even ended up with their inheritance broken before the foreigners completely invaded the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Taoist sect, as a hidden inheritance, instead, from beginning to end as if it did not contribute. After the universal transfer, the Taoist profession seems even weaker, completely unaware that the Taoist sect had long ago counted on the foreigners invading the world, and had given all they had to stop them. Let's go back, Lin Feng said with a sigh. As the captain had said, the old Zhuangchu was dead, and the current one was in such a precarious condition that it was no longer appropriate to stay on the team. We all probably thought about this day, we just didn't think it would be so soon. You wanted to notice that Lin Feng's face didn't look good, so he couldn't help but ask, what exactly did you encounter? Lin Feng was a bit hesitant. Wang Luda felt that there was no need to hide it from Yi Xiang. After all, as the Taoist heavenly master of this generation, the responsibility on Yi Xiang was not light. Just revitalizing the Tao sect was enough to keep him busy. That child was killed by the horned ghost throne, and I used the secret method of Confucianism and the saint's object to fuse the saint's learning with a touch of the child's spirituality, molding a saint's killing body and decapitating the throne, Wang Lu said. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang's pupils shrunk, completely not expecting that a few people had met the horned ghost throne. To the southwest, the two who were deep in the realm of the heavenly palace waited until Zhuangchu, although he was a saint slayer, comparable to a throne, Zhuangchu did not know how to fly and could only hurry on foot. All the way from Jingzhou, he killed the heavenly mansion and continued to go deeper, encountering the pupil nightmare Fey tribe or the horned ghost Fey tribe, decapitating all of them and then devouring the blood spirit. The blood-red killing body coalesced more and more, with a terrifying aura that was very creepy from afar. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at Zhuangchu's change and was incomparably helpless. Qing Yunzi also sighed. It was a pity that such a good seedling was lost. Saints kill the body. This road is not good. The ancient books recorded that the ultimate end of killing the body are to become a devil. 4 of them were even causing monstrous killings, namely, Win Hook, Ho Cheng, Drought Demon, and General Chen, each of which, when placed in the present time, was also completely not weaker than any throne existence. If placed in a peaceful world, Zhuangchu's path would be destined for heavenly calamity, but placed in the present, he would become the most feared killing weapon of the foreign races. Captain, go, go. Zhuangchu came to the heavenly King Luozhuan and said with a trembling voice, beneath the heavily armored visor, the blood-red, featureless face was quivering with excitement. Zhuangchu was trying his best to adapt to the killing intent that engulfed him like a wave, thoroughly mastering this power so that he wouldn't lose control. Aha, don't worry, I'll kill you if you can't control it. Heavenly King Luozhuan looked at Zhuangchu in front of him and said softly, thank you, Captain. Zhuangchu vigorously stood upright and saluted. This time, his voice no longer trembled, and he shouted with incomparable firmness, my life, loyal to China. Yi Xiang and Lin Feng returned to the base and found everyone there. In the face of Zhuangchu's sudden retirement, the crowd was a bit puzzled. Feng Yuan got up and looked at Lin Feng and asked, what's going on? There's no reason for the captain to suddenly retire. Even if he's in a hurry, isn't there still 2 months left? Lin Feng forced himself to hold back his emotions and said directly, you ask the captain. What's the point of asking me? Feng Yuan froze. Good guy, why are you so fierce? Yi wanted to not speak. Zhuangchu's state. It is better not to tell them. Wait for one day naturally know. Now no is just worrying for nothing. A saint-killing body that can control its killing intent is like a killing saint existence. If it can't control it, it is a devil. If Chuang-Chu really became a demon, as a member of the chopping team, what should happen in the future? Hands-on? He wanted to rub his eyebrows. In the Tao collection, there are records of Confucian saints killing their bodies. This kind of existence, any external help is useless. Not to mention purification incantations and the like. You can only rely on the captain himself. At this point the second area of the front opened up far more smoothly than the first front, which had previously taken a full 4 or 5 days. The second front, on the other hand, took just a little over a day to complete the occupation. However, according to the last news from Linfeng Zhuangchu, the pupil nightmare Fei had already gathered tens of thousands of numbers on the third front, ready to counterattack at any time. The battle on this third front was the real encounter between the human race and the pupil nightmare Fei. So now as long as the wood method, the earth method are in the front line to hastily establish a fortress stationed, even as a member of the decapitation team Zhang Shi was also pulled over to help, has been busy until midnight, was drained generally disheveled walk back. He alone had directly established a dozen fortress garrisons. At this time, on the screen of the command room, all the red dots tribes in the second line area, all of them turned into green stationary dots, especially close to the front line of the third region. Almost every 10 kilometers, there is a garrison. It would be death to fight back an inch of ground, and it would be impossible to retreat. In the chief's office, Zhou silently looked at the screen, with a serious expression. After a long period of contemplation, he slowly got up and dialed Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's communication. Ro. On the screen, Luo Zhuan nodded slightly. Chief, don't go for things you're not sure of. The pupil nightmare throne is also extremely difficult to deal with amongst the 9 thrones now. Chief, don't worry. I won't force myself if I can't fight. Luo Zhuan nodded. Chowan sighed slowly. It's hard for you. Luo respectfully saluted and said nothing more. Nodding and hanging up the communication. The camera is filled with mountains of Hitomi nightmare alien corpses. Qin Yunzi, Luo Zhuan, and a Zhuangchu who had already gone crazy from killing. The next day, the pupil nightmare alien race began to counterattack. Tens of thousands of them. Countless curses like dark clouds enveloping the entire front line. Curse spells had always been extremely difficult to deal with, which was why the Huaxia human race had lost their great rear so quickly in the first place. Without a large rear supply, it even became a cause of death for the people at one point. Not by foreigners, but by not enough food, causing tens of millions of people to starve to death. In any case, the southwest must be taken. The fighters, under the mage-assisted Gain Aura, bravely rushed to the front line. For some reason, not many horned ghost fae were seen today, and these pupil nightmare fae were leaning very close in order to target their curses for use. The blood-filled warriors roared and charged straight on. Even if the curse fell on his body, he couldn't die for a while, but if he cut down one, he wouldn't lose, and if he cut down two, he would earn. After you feel you can't carry it, pull back immediately. Countless dispel spells fell on them, and the ones that were saved would come back, and the darkened faces would slowly recover. Just a little pale. If you can't be saved, your body will rot in a very short time, and even your bones will turn black and rotten, becoming a source of plague. Soldiers can only endure the pain immediately cremated. Even the ashes cannot be brought back, buried several meters deep. In the main rear, the commanders calmly stared at the data as the warriors' brazen charge directly overwhelmed the pupil nightmare phase formation. More warriors had been covered in cursed auras and were still hissing and snarling from the weapons they wielded, losing the shelter of the previous horned ghost fae. Once the pupil nightmare fae were approached by the warriors, they chopped off their heads with a single slash, and then pierced and stabbed the large eyeballs in their chests, hating the death by 1,000 cuts. When the formation was all smashed, on the front line, a silver titanium steel armored puppet appeared. 10,000 in number. All level 30. Behind the armored puppets, there is an iron-blooded warrior, who is more trained and more willful than those military training students at the beginning. All the scientific researchers in China, who have devoted decades of their lives to developing the mechanical puppets, were meant to deal with these pupil nightmare aliens. Curses work great on living creatures, but for a mech puppet, unless it's a level 50 plus curse nightmare king, then the mech puppet titanium and steel body, plus the specialized exorcism tattoos attached to the surface. Although it was not as good as Yi Xiang's golden light curse that could directly immunize against curses, it could be said that it was specifically tailored for the pupil nightmare fae. A mechanical puppet all warriors, linking ports, hundreds of kilometers away. Wounded warriors on the first front. The pupil nightmare fae all froze for a moment as they looked at the silver-colored mech puppet army that had appeared for the first time in the human race. However, it was only soon after a powerful Do-Chi energy erupted from the bodies of these mechanical puppets that they reacted violently. At the same time, the The Tang snake troopers who had circled around the back of the pupil nightmare Fae at an unknown time revealed themselves, roaming the shadows and killing the monsters invisibly. The silver wave soon collided with the black curse, and in just a moment, the mech puppets rushed out of the cursed black fog. The enchantment lines on their bodies flickered with light, and the different colors of curses falling on their bodies were as if they were adding an aura, and they were not affected by it in any way at all. The mech puppets drew their standardized weapons and instantly rushed in front of the Hitomi nightmare Fae. Like silver locusts in transit, the pupil nightmare Fae were swiftly decimated like straw, piece after piece. Even though they knew that the mech puppets were capable of amazing performances, the commanders couldn't help but be a little shocked to see the scene in front of them. Mech puppets deal with these pupil nightmare foreigners. The same level completely do crush. Even if 10 levels higher, it is only a matter of time. Easily surrounded and killed them. Only a level 50 or higher spell Nightmare King releasing a large swath of insect plague could devour a dozen or so armored puppets into scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the petite and agile figure instantly arrived behind this cursed Nightmare King. The sharp dagger instantly decapitated his head. The moment the head flew high in the air, the eyes of that triangular head saw a lightning flash. A purple-robed, long-haired teenager appeared in front of his torso, his hands condensed palm lightning, not caring at all about the consumption of spiritual energy, and fiercely bombarded the large eyeball on the pupil nightmare alien's chest. Tyrannical thunder ons blossomed instantly, and with a boom, the upper half of the cursed Nightmare King's body thumped and exploded. Yi Xiang and Li Qin intervened, one relying on the speed of thunder law possession and the other relying on stealth. Yi think, 9 o'clock, cooperate with Zheng Shi to decapitate the target. In Yi Xiang's earphone, Imo Shou's voice came. After becoming the vice team of the choppers, Imo Shou was obviously much busier than before. On a giant tree, he carried a heavy sniper and quietly watched the entire battlefield, his mind rapidly analyzing each member's position and target. Imo Shou had always felt that he and Zhuang Chu were two extremes. All he needed to do was stand in front and his teammates believed in him unconditionally. And himself, always at the end of the line, watching his teammates. Jiang Wan, there are 3 spell nightmare dynasties coming your way, Imo Shou said again. On the battlefield, Jiang Wan, who was manipulating the puppets like dancers frantically harvesting the foreigners, stopped, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Team Mo, help me deal with one head? Could be. As soon as the words fell, he only saw the 3-headed spell Nightmare King that surrounded towards Jiang Wan. With a bang, the head of one of the heads directly exploded. Thanks. Jiang Wan nodded, and the puppet jumped steeply. Stiff body, smooth short blade, instantly rushed to the head of the exploding spell Nightmare King. The blade slashed through, directly cut all of its body and eyeballs into several pieces. The remaining 2 cursed Nightmare Kings had already arrived in front of Jiang Guan by now, and were just about to lock onto him to recite a curse incantation. Jiang Guan snapped his fingers and said softly, "Shift." In the next moment, his figure strangely switched places with the puppet and then ran fast. In his hands, the invisible threads were incredibly sharp. Special energy turned into thousands of strands of restretched sharp threads, several times sharper than ordinary standard weapons. Before the 2 spell Nightmare Kings could react, the silk threads swirled around them. The corner of Jiang Guan's mouth curled up. See, guessing wrong can kill you. He pulled hard in his hand, and all the silk threads swooshed instantly taut. In an instant, the bodies of the 2 spell Nightmare Kings were instantly cut into several pieces by the thin threads. The puppet mannequin rushed forward, the sharp twin blades slicing its head and eyes even more to pieces. The 2 spell Nightmare King blood spirits surfaced, but they were not devoured by Jiang Guan, but the puppet mannequins absorbed them. On the battlefield, whenever any level 50 or above alien appeared, all of them were handed over to the members of the chopping team to be resolved. That stunning scene gave a lot of fighters confidence. Worthy of the ace choppers? It's just too powerful. The battle lasted for 2 whole days, and even if the mech puppets restrained the pupil Nightmare Fae, they were almost lost by the end. Of the tens of thousands of armored puppets, only 400 or 500 were left, scattered and still controllable. The rest had long since been corrupted by the curse and were completely unrecoverable, but the results that came from it were tremendous. Armed puppets are expensive, but the number of sacrifices is greatly reduced. Alas, these tens of thousands of armored puppets have sort of used up all the resources accumulated over the years. Some researchers sigh helplessly. As long as we take down Jingzhou, not to mention 10,000 sets, even if it's 100,000 sets, we'll have enough resources to make them. And I've heard from people up there that the commander has already begun to develop a battle plan for Bajuan. False. Even if the results of the Jingzhou battle were good, where would we have any spare strength to deal with the horned ghost Fae? On Dragon Field, the chopper's garrison base shifted to this location. The dozen or so men were almost more or less wounded from the days of fighting. Even Yi Xiang was no exception. One arm along with the entire hand was pitch black. These days when fighting, spiritual energy would always be exhausted at one point. There are blood spirit blue bottles are often not enough. Can only use the human immortal body with the fighters to kill level 30 pupil nightmare alien, slowly devour the blood spirit to recover. After losing the golden light curse once again today, a level 51 curse landed on Yi Xiang and seeped into his body. The curse was nothing more than a frightening look to him, and the golden light within him quickly began to dispel the curse. After almost there, he wanted to casually pick up a small knife and cut open the palm of his hand. A stream of black blood gushed out directly, and only then did the arm slowly return to its normal skin color. Among the crowd, the one with the most serious injuries was still Feng Yuan. As a berserker, the more negative the combat status, the stronger the battle. So every time, it was almost a life-threatening fight. Others relied on aids and energy to resist the curse. This guy was instead addicted to the curse, and the whole person was completely bursting with blood. Half of his body cursed and half of his blood carried. The more they fought, the tougher the level 54 berserker became, and the latter even decapitated a level 59 curse nightmare king. Completely kill crazy. If not, Mo Shou coldly give him a shot to sedate the needle. Hurriedly let Lu Yan's subdimensional space ability bring back this wave of unbounded guy. Otherwise this guy may kill on the head and pupil nightmare alien with the same death. Ing Zai and the rest of the auxiliary staff tried their best to save him for a long time. And finally you wanted to draw a talisman to drive away evil spirits and give it to him to drink. And only then did his condition improve a little. Now the whole thing was like a demoralized god, lying in the bed in darkness, staring numbly at the ceiling like an African. Li Qin silently glanced at him, turned her head to Mo Shou and asked, "Should we bleed him? It's the same as Yi wanted, so maybe he can get better faster." Mo Shou shook his head with a calm face. He won't die for a while the curse corrodes his body. His blood chi explodes and his adrenaline and recovery abilities are boosted. But if you think it's slow to get better, you can consider stabbing him a few times. The word is out, and it's impossible not to stab it. Li Qin directly got up and walked towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, who was still pretending to be half dead, immediately sat up with strong support. No, wake up, I'm awake. Mo Shou didn't even look at him, as if he had already guessed that this guy was pretending. While adjusting the sights of the spirit gun in his hand, he said, "Our mission has mostly been accomplished. The foreigners in the third front area have suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and the Qinglong troops arrived yesterday, so it is estimated that they will take the third area completely in one night tonight. Ye think Lin Feng, you guys can actually go back to school tonight." Speaking here, Mo Shou raised his head and looked at the two of them. Yi Xiang, Lin Feng. Yi Xiang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Can I stay for a few more days? I want to pick some more herbs." He was actually a bit puzzled. Before he could see herbs everywhere, but lately he had seen very little instead. As soon as Yi wanted to finish speaking, the auxiliary intelligence spoke. "Comrade Yi wanted, all the medicinal herbs you need will be given as a directive, and the battle merit exchange for medicinal herbs will be reduced by 3 times. Yi Xiang froze, then his eyes lit up. "It means that if I exchange herbs, it's 3 times cheaper than before?" "Yes, nice guy." But he quickly realized something and his expression became strange. "So the reason it feels like there's a lot less herbs lately is because you guys are picking them?" "Yes." Leaf think, helplessly holding his forehead. "No wonder. You wanted to check the battle credits." In the past few days, he had accumulated 120,000 battle credits. A level 50 Curse Nightmare King was worth 5,000 battle credits. Although he hadn't killed a few of them, he had shared a lot of battle credits with the group. This 120,000 battle merit was enough to support his alchemy and cultivation for a while. The elixir resources for 10 days of cultivation originally required 50,000 battle merit, but now it only required 16,000, and 120,000 battle merit could almost support 2 months of cultivation. The progress of the human immortal body did not need to be rushed for the time being, and the dozen or so level 40 or 50 blood spirits within the Violet Mansion swirled around the Violet Gul'dan, which also needed quite a bit of time to be absorbed. After stretching, he sighed softly. All right. It was true that he needed to settle down for a while and cultivate. His rank had progressed very quickly, but for the choppers, it's still mostly just a play-by-play support. Mo Shou opened the weapon space and put the weapon in, then got up and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "We're expected to go back to Kyoto in a few days. There's nothing to be busy with now, so continuing to stay in the battlefield will delay your cultivation time instead. Elementary school brother. I'll see you next time. I can help you collect herbs and make pills properly." Hidoi looked at Yi Xiang and laughed. Yi Xiang nodded. Thank you, senior sister. The next time we meet. He'll do his best to be a mainstay of the choppers. Soon, a white tiger fighter landed in front of the choppers station. There was nothing for the two to clean up, and they temporarily left the team to go back to school to continue practicing. After all, that's how every member of the reserve team came to be. Yi Xiang and Lin Feng boarded the fighter jet, and after saying a brief goodbye to the crowd, they flew directly towards Kyoto. Completely forgotten, the tusked boar that was still huffing and puffing in his dorm room. High in the sky at night, a faint light emanates from the greater part of Jingzhou, and the construction of electrical infrastructure, highways and the like has begun, beneficial to the back of the material transportation. No matter what time of the year, China's infrastructure is very powerful, especially after the transfer. The Earth Mage is obviously a combat profession, but in the usual time, often do the auxiliary work, roads, bases, underground power transportation, etc. After almost 100 years, the Chinese human race once again stepped into Jingzhou. It's just that this land is still tripped out with the blood of the human race. Although the mech puppets had greatly reduced the number of warriors sacrificed, 10,000 in number alone was certainly not enough. You wanted to silently look down below, rarely rushing to meditate and cultivate. Lin Feng spoke, Jingzhou will establish urban areas next so that it can be considered to have a firm foothold. It will take about 6 or 7 years, but most importantly, it's the pupil nightmare throne. Yi wanted to nod, but he was still vaguely uneasy. Logically speaking, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan plus Senior Qin Yunzi, 2 actual 9 revolutions, both of whom had decimated throne, as well as Sage Slayer Zhuang Chu, should not have any accidents. But Yi wanted to frown at the scene he saw in the interview. Will the pupil nightmare throne die or not? Is it hard to believe that it will really take a turn for the worse? But it was useless to think about that much now. His level was still too low, and the only thing he could do was to raise his strength as soon as possible. When you go back to school, change your green shirt, there are blood stains everywhere. Lin Feng looked at Yi Xiang and reminded him. Aha! Yi wanted to nod his head. At this time, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuang Chu Qinjianzi and his 3 men had already killed through the Heavenly Palace and entered Tubo. The killing intent on Zhuang Chu's body was getting more and more terrifying. Even the heavy armor on his body had unconsciously turned dark red, and at a fierce glance, it was as if he had truly become a devil. Qin Yunzi had tried reciting the clear heart mantra to Zhuang Chu, but it did nothing to slow down his condition. Luo Zhuan saw all the changes in Zhuang Chu, but he believed in Zhuang Chu. After all, he was the subordinate that he had brought out with his own hands. Even if it really came to that, as he said, he would do it with his own hands. The 3 of them made no secret of their kills, and the moment night fell, the pupil nightmare throne appeared in front of them. Having personally hit the door, it was naturally impossible for the pupil nightmare throne not to notice. He was almost the same height as the horned ghost throne, with an ugly, hideous, triangular, thin-pointed head, and massive, purple-red, vertical pupilized eyes on his chest, narrowed slightly. Zhuang Chu, who once again saw a head of throne, could not help but grin and say in a trembling tone of excitement, "It's coming, finally, here." However, Qin Yunzi snapped his head up, his gaze dead set on a delicate figure in the distance. Royalty? Aya, old thing, your perception is too good too. This was all discovered by you. A delicate figure stepped out from beside a large tree, and Nail looked at Zhuang Chu with interest. Seems like a fun find, huh? Whoa, killing saints? So scary. As soon as the words fell, Zhuang Chu violently condensed a blood-colored giant sword in his hand and steeply disappeared in place, instantly arriving in front of Nail and chopping down with a sword. But just like a mirror, Nail's figure reappeared in another place, as if her heart was thumping in panic. That's awesome. But have you ever wondered what it's like for a guy who's not quite in his right mind to face a fallen phantom? Nail said softly. The words, it was as if they carried magic. In just an instant, Zhuang Chu felt the killing intent in his heart skyrocket crazily. The powerful killing intent was like a scarlet devil bursting out of his body. And those 11 saintly words in his mind, he found that he actually didn't recognize a single one of them. Ah! Team! Captain! Kill me now! Zhuang Chu struggled to get up, about to face total loss of control. The pupil nightmare throne looked at the 3 with a sardonic smile. None of you will be able to leave. However, right at this moment, Zhuang Chu's communication steeply rang, and it was Su Rong who called. Zhuang Chu, who was still in a frenzy, subconsciously quieted down and without pausing for a second, directly picked up. Wife. With this sudden scene, even Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Nail couldn't help but freeze. It could still be like this? Do you guys love your wives or are you afraid of them? Instant victory over murderous intent? The communication was just connected, and Su Rong spread out curses. Old Zhuang, you've got it made. How many days has it been? Is it true that if I don't call you, you won't call me? Do you even have time to pee and make a phone call even if you're on a mission? Zhuangchu listened in silence, and for some reason, the more he listened, the calmer he became. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan helplessly held his forehead, but a smile spread across his face, and the terrifying aura of being a heavenly king swept up steeply. Qin Yunzi also smiled helplessly as the Taiji Bagua diagram slowly appeared on his body. The two of them locked onto the auras of the pupil nightmare Fei and the fallen phantom respectively. However, at this moment, the entire forest seemed incredibly quiet. So quiet that one could clearly hear every word of Su Rong's angry curses. After not being able to spread her anger out, Su Rong blinked back to normal and looked at him and said, "Okay, I'm done scolding. Are you busy? I'll hang up if I'm not done." For his wife's shocking Zhuangchu, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Silently, he nodded. "Well, still busy. Che, the King of Heaven is just treating you like a cow." Cough. "Su Rong, I'm here." Heavenly King Luo Zhuan couldn't help but remind him. He valued Zhuangchu. "What do you mean? He used me as an ox? Is that how you two couples mutter about me behind my back?" In normal times, Luo Zhuan might have blamed Zhuangchu for the ill-timed call. But now, he couldn't wait for the call to keep going. Hearing Luo Zhuan's voice, Su Rong on the opposite side of the communication was quiet for several seconds at once. "Ah, sir, you're here too, ah." Su Rong's voice became sweet and friendly all of a sudden. "Not only am I here, but there's also a pupil nightmare throne, and the fallen phantom royal family. Do you want to take a look?" Heavenly King Luo Zhuan joked. Zhuangchu sniffed and silently shot the surroundings around him, seeing that it was actually the pupil nightmare throne and the fallen phantom royal family. Even as the captain of the Ace Vermilion bird troop, Su Rong had never seen this kind of scene before. "Am I disturbing you guys?" Su Rong was instantly apprehensive. Zhuangchu smiled faintly, his hoarse voice but incomparably gentle. "It's fine. Thank you, wife." Su Rong's eyes instantly turned red. She had also been very worried and frightened during these days. "Don't talk like you're dying. Just remember to call me." "Okay, I'll leave you guys alone. Hurry up and hang up." After the communication hung up, Zhuangchu slowly looked up. At this moment, he had unconsciously gained perfect control over the uncontrolled killing intent. The mind was even more determined than ever before. He looked at Luo Zhuan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Captain. Alright, let's talk about your wife's matter later. Let's slaughter these two guys in front of us first." Luo Zhuan looked at the Hitomi Nightmare Throne and Nail and said with a smile. The three of them charged directly towards the Pupil Nightmare Throne and the fallen Phantom Royal family. Nail sighed slightly. What a shame. She thought she would get a nice plaything. If her sister was here she would be scolding her for being so stupid again. It's so pointless. She slowly raised her hand, and in the sky above the night, a purple moon steeply emerged, shining down hazily. A layer of purple mist surged in, and the entire person then disappeared. The Pupil Nightmare Throne chest eyes directly open wide. Pitch black lifeless realm open. The surrounding trees and flowers in an instant, all withered into a white flowery piece. The entire field was filled with the aura of death and despair. A cold smile spread across the corners of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's mouth as he swallowed the 3 turns heart-protecting pill given by Yi Xiang and directly used the forbidden technique, raising his war halberd. A force so powerful that it was unrivaled erupted out. The battle at the top is imminent. It starts slow and ends fast. Jingyan Zi Zhuang Chu Luo Zhuan, as if they had discussed it, struck out at the same time. The Pupil Nightmare Throne's face changed, and his body quickly spread into black mist in an attempt to escape. However, Qin Yunzi, who had prepared for this, raised his hand, and a Taiji Bagua Yin-Yang diagram quickly flew over, trapping its black mist within it and suppressing it. The black mist recondensed into the Pupil Nightmare Throne, and 10 terrifying and incomparable cursed auras burst out steeply. It slammed hard into the Taiji Bagua diagram with a roar, and with a bang, the formation diagram shattered. But a war halberd immediately following it instantly penetrated the eye on the chest of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had already arrived in front of him, followed closely by Zhuangchu, who also arrived behind the Hitomi Nightmare Throne, and the blood-red giant sword in his hand directly chopped off the head without the slightest hesitation. But as a bizarre and unknown cursed Pupil Nightmare Throne which is so easy to be killed, the head and body once again collapsed into a black mist, to itself as a curse, instantly climbed on the Heavenly King Zhuangchu Kinjianzi 3 people, wanting to eat them. However, the true martial emperor behind Qin Yunzi's brow steeply opened his divine eye and a beam of evil breaking light shone down. Miserable screams immediately rang out from the 3. As if the Pupil Nightmare Fey had encountered its nemesis, it quickly dodged the light of the god's eye and regrouped its body, looking at Qin Yunzi with an expression of incomparable hatred. You Taoist sect, deserve to be destroyed. Qin Yunzi looked at the purple moon in the night sky with a calm expression. If it weren't for the heavenly change, what would you? The Fey, the true martial emperor's giant sword, directly chopped towards the purple moon in the night sky. This purple moon which was not outside the sky, was the divine skill of the fallen phantom imperial clan. A sword chopped down, the purple moon shattered, but it was like chopping at a mirror, penetrating through, and the powerful sword chi made the mountains crumble. Qing Yunzi frowned slightly, and after raising his hand to count with his fingers, he fiercely dropped his gaze on the lake not far away. The purple moon on the night is fake. Really, the purple moon reflected in that lake. Without saying a word, he pinched up his spell and his body rose up, fusing with the true martial emperor. The demon-slaying sword was steeply deflected, and the sword did not enter the lake. Boom boom! The lake was split in two by this sword, directly chopping out the riverbed. Nail's face was so pale that she showed her figure. No wonder the royal family preferred to pay a heavy price in the beginning, but also wanted the heavenly change to completely wear out the inheritance of the Dao sect. These guys are just plain tough. She realized something was definitely going to happen if she stayed any longer. She had thought she could control the same killing body, but unfortunately it was that close. My sister would be so jealous if she mastered that guy herself. A slight sigh, but a small smile spread across the corners of her mouth. But it was okay, she had a dark move ahead of her. It's no fun to not fight you, old man. Nail glanced at the Hitomi nightmare throne, which was being pressed in the distance, and sighed helplessly, looking at Qing Yunzi with bemused eyes, and said, "In fact, you Huaxia human race are thinking too much. Our imperial race has no intention of slaughtering you all. We just want to keep you in captivity. A steady stream of evolution for us to go on. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity if we killed all of you? Except for you Huaxia, all the human races in the whole world we have kept in captivity. None of them have been killed." Nail said absently. However, with such a simple sentence, Qing Yunzi's expression grew colder and colder. Was this treating the human race as if they were worse than animals? He controlled true martial emperor's last sword and chopped down towards her without hesitation. Without hesitation, Nail took out a purple bead and instantly crushed it. In an instant, a powerful force collapsed the space, and the strong suction directly made her entire body disappear. A sword fell, but it once again cut empty. The true martial emperor talisman on Qing Yunzi's body quickly dissipated, and his figure fell down from mid-air with a slight frown. Once again, pinch your fingers and count the directions. On the other side, under the siege of the two, the pupil nightmare throne soon couldn't hold on, and its head and eyeballs were destroyed by Luo Zhuangchuangchu respectively. However, right at this moment, Qing Yunzi immediately flew over towards them, his hands surging with majestic samadhi flame, sweeping upwards and covering the body of the pupil nightmare throne in flames. As expected, the moment 100-level throne blood spirit surfaced, a slender, snow-white hand directly pulled out the blood spirit. Nail endured the pain of being burned by the samsara fire and immediately pinched and broke a purple bead again. The moment Luo Zhuan's war halberd fell, that hand had disappeared. Zhuangchu frowned. This is the power of the imperial throne? Can it still be used like this? This woman's identity is not simple. It's likely that she's a descendant of the fallen phantom throne. Qing Yunzi came over and said. Luo Zhuan's eyes were deep as he spoke. Based on what happened to that teenager last time, it's possible that she took away the blood spirit because she wanted a throne that was in her grasp. So she's using us to decapitate the Hitomi nightmare throne? At this moment, Zhuangchu, who had regained his composure, had his mind as clear as usual and associated quite a few things at once. It's very likely. Luo Zhuan nodded. Just how powerful was the imperial clan that they intended to play the rest of the Fey throne at will? But I did learn some news that the rest of the human race is still alive, but in a bad situation. Qing Yunzi said what Nail had said earlier. Luo Zhuan's eyes glowed with essence. The foreign races possess the ability to devour the human race. It's possible that they did so. After all, the higher the rank of the foreign races, once they evolve once, their battle power can be increased by a lot. So the imperial clan is treating us like animals, Zhuangchu said in a cold voice, the killing intent on his body suddenly skyrocketing a bit. It's no wonder they could find a means to turn the human race into a foreign race. How many people died behind the scenes when they researched this? This matter is to be considered in the long run. Huaxia doesn't have the spare capacity to be able to help the rest of the human race for the time being. Luo Zhuan shook his head. In the past, a team would be sent out of Huaxia every year, and they were all equally the elite of the Huaxia human race, but they never came back, which already spoke volumes. In any case, losing the threat of the pupil nightmare throne and the horned ghost throne, there's not much of a problem in taking the three places of Jingzhou, Ba County, and Tianfu. To the southwest was the pupil nightmare Fei, to the northwest was the horned ghost Fei, beyond the Qinling mountains was the blood beast Fei, and beyond the desert city in the north was the ice demon Fei. The meat and potatoes of the Chinese human race was clearly something that many foreign races wanted to obtain. But unlike other human races, the depth of Huaxia is very deep. Always at the critical moment, the rise of a top pillar, directly come up to behead the throne. Kill the foreign races chilled beyond measure. The deaths of the Horned Ghost Throne and the Pupil Nightmare Throne represented that China had no worries for a decade or two, and that the land was fertile and full of resources. Whether it's food or minerals, it's like fresh blood, allowing China to burst into life again. After Yi wanted to return to the dormitory, he did not disturb Feng Miaochuan and the others, and after exchanging 10 copies of the medicinal ingredients for refining the condensed ice powder, he swallowed the pills and started practicing, beginning the second human immortal pattern branding. Still starting from the heart, the difficulty of the branding was unsurprisingly strengthened by a factor of 2. The violet gold Dan kept devouring the blood spirit's energy to convert it into spiritual energy to precipitate, and it would take roughly a week to break through to the second transformation violet gold Dan. Half an hour later, the herbs were delivered. Obviously, just the greater half of Jingzhou had made the treasury more than 10 times more abundant with medicinal herbs than it had been before. This is not counting the rest of the rare minerals and so on. According to the previous historical information, which place has sufficient minerals can be easily found. 100 years, the mountains and rivers did not change much. He wanted his hands to burn up the samadhi flame. The azure-colored flame quickly refined the herbs to condense the ice scatter, and after the equal portions were divided into 10 portions, it was done in 10 minutes. This second turn elixir was completely stress-free for him. Just when he was planning to use the condensed ice scatter, Yi Xiang suddenly fell silent. It seemed like he had forgotten that pig on the front line. Never mind. It stays in the chopper's base. It should be fine. It shouldn't be so bad that it's killed as food. Time passed little by little. In the base, the tusked boar that was sleeping comfortably finally woke up and looked around blankly, realizing that he did not see Yi Xiang, and somewhat used to it, he shook his fat stomach and got up and walked out of the dormitory, intending to go to the playful and cute young lady to ask for food. However, when it walked to the base, the crowd couldn't help but stare when they saw the tusked boar. Yeah, want to forget to bring the pig back. He couldn't help but hold his forehead. The tusked boar sniffed in confusion. What? Going back? Its eyes widened. Then it fell to the ground, crying and wailing in pain. It wanted to go back too. It missed its mistress. Alright, I'll take you out to exercise and lose some weight. You're getting fat. It just so happens that there's been a bit of an infestation of alien beasts lately that needs to be cleaned up. Hiyueru raised his hand, and an invisible wind directly dragged the tusked boar up so that it could follow him out on a mission. As a member of the choppers, how can you be lazy? Yi Xiang hardly went out after returning to the holy chime. Perhaps it was the season. These days were rainy and cloudy, but with the help of the blood spirit, the progress of the inner Dan did not stop. After a week of consecutive nights, Yi Xiang's body steeply erupted with a brilliant purple gold light. The inner Dan shook, and the majestic spiritual energy came out through the body, and then slowly closed in again. But the very moment he broke through the second transformation violet gold Dan, it was as if he had rattled some kind of opportunity. A beam of transparent light descended from the sky and landed directly on Yi Xiang. At this moment, Yi Xiang's body exuded human immortal ripples and golden aura, and his golden pupils were majestic. Yi wanted to clearly feel something, and without time to stabilize his realm, he directly got up and jumped out of the window, and came to the rooftop with great ease. As he lifted his head and gazed into the depths of the night, his golden eyes reflected into a huge golden ancient text innate Tao formation that topped the firmament. The Chi at the center of the Tao formation pulled down a golden beam of light that spanned 90,000 miles and landed on Yi Xiang. I don't know if it was because of the system, but this scene was invisible to anyone except Yi Xiang. But Qing Yunzi, who had long since returned to Kyoto to silently protect Yi Xiang, slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on the silent and incomparable night, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. It's such great weather. It scares the hell out of people. He was able to sense it because throughout Kyoto, the Tao intent was violently thicker by a dozen times, which was simply more exaggerated than a cavernous paradise. Yi thought at this time as staring blankly at the dome of the sky above the golden pattern of the Tao array, although cannot understand, but seems to want to guide their own up, but their own this level. Pressure cannot fly, not to mention also fly so high. Moreover, this beam of golden light was exactly the same as when he had successfully transferred to the Heavenly Master, but this time, the golden light clearly lasted longer. However, Yi Xiang did not feel any changes in himself at all, and the spirit power he had just broken through was still surging. However, just then, the system's voice appeared in his head. Detecting the host's level has reached 35. Is it possible to extract a skill? Yi Xiang almost didn't react. It couldn't be that this golden light was related to his celestial master system? Yes. No hesitation. Successful extraction. Acquired Tao skill, Geomantic 72 changes. In an instant, Yi Xiang felt a steep pain in his brow as 72 spell incantations flooded into his mind. At this moment, his body was wrapped in golden spells. passing through the ghost, driving away the gods, forbidding water, borrowing the wind, laying a mist, entering the water, sitting in the fire, keeping the wind at bay, and splitting. Yi Xiang's feet slowly left the ground, and the 72 divine spells of the earth's fiend rapidly melted in his mind, as if they were engraved in his bones and would never be forgotten. In the darkness, he seemed to see dozens of Taoist elders' silhouettes on the top of the dome. 7 of them got up and performed the Ziwuji salute at Yi Xiang. Little friend, heavenly change broken Tao sect. Despite the rampage, all the karma has long since fallen on me. As soon as the words fell, the huge Tao formation in the sky dissipated, and the Tao Master's shadows all went up in smoke, as if it was a backhand left for today by the Taoist sect 100 years ago. Everything has long since passed away, but the Taoist legacy, after all, is unbroken. The last heavenly master of the human race has appeared. By the time he wanted to come back to his senses, for some reason, tears had fallen down his face, the chest filled with the injustice of heaven and earth. Since the heavens have changed, what do you care about cause and effect? The yin and yang are hazy, and the circumference is muddy. You wanted to clearly cognizant of the fact that once the Taoist sect had gone against the heavens for 2 times, and the burden of this last time had fallen on himself. He wanted to raise his hand and pinch up the spell, and his airborne figure suddenly fell down slowly. This earthbending Taoist avatar, surprisingly, was able to allow himself to use the wind at the second turn, and it didn't even consume much spiritual energy. But soon he wanted to steeply frown and narrow his eyes slightly. Because of the heavenly change, this earthly 72 changes, most of the Tao techniques in it were no longer usable at all. For example, praying for rain, invoking clouds, carrying mountains, praying for clear skies, covering the sun, and so on. As long as they need to borrow the power of the heavens and the earth or the stars of the circumference of the sky, they can't be used at all. Yi Xia was not surprised by this situation. After all, old senior Qin Yunzi had said that if it wasn't for the heavenly changes, the Taoist sect wouldn't have lost to the point of having their inheritance cut off in the first place. You wanted to suddenly remember one thing. This Earth Fury Taoism, it seems that there is not much restriction on the spiritual power requirement. As long as it is a Taoist priest can use it, then one could simply organize all the Tao laws one could use, hand them over to the state, and distribute them to those Taoist professions. Although there are not many Tao spells that can be used, but for today's Taoist profession that has no inherited skills, it is considered to be very good. The Taoist profession's advantage comes from just the spell of being able to catch the wind at level 30, not to mention the other skills. However, compared to their own direct inheritance of the fusion, the rest of the Taoist profession can only learn a little bit. There is no other good way in this regard for the time being. However, the 3 inherited professions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are all day-to-day comprehension and cultivation, and the rest of the professions directly comprehend the skills can be used or some difference. The threshold is high in the early stages, and later will be as the deeper one comprehends one's own Tao, then the more powerful the spells will be. Yi Xiang raised his hand and pinched the spell. Taoism, the royal wind. In the next moment, his figure leapt up and floated directly down from the rooftop in a very relaxed and dashing manner. When you land, you feel comfortable and cozy in your own state. Not by playing Taijiquan. The cloud hand starts. The Taiji void slowly appeared on him. Without using aura, an invisible ball of qi had been pulled up between his hands. This round ball of qi rolled bigger and bigger, and at the end of the fight, the hands slowly withdrew their momentum and pressed down. The invisible air mass surged into the ground, and the airwaves in the playground rolled and scattered. At this late hour of the night, no one expects anyone to be boxing in the playground. After playing a set of Taijiquan, Yi Xiang did not stop. His feet stepped on the bagua pile, his fists transformed into palm gestures, and his shoulders and back were straight. The swimming dragon bagua palm has thousands of variations, and the pace is calm but with spirit. A palm and a stance. After being baptized by the battlefield, already possessed power. Unconsciously, Yi Xiang completely failed to notice that Qin Yunzi had already come not far from his side and quietly watched him boxing, his heart filled with gratifying satisfaction. This natural talent had to be described as demonic. Just past half a month less than, this bagua palm has mastered the essence. Taijiquan is stepping into the realm of Zongshi Qigong. It was only after the past few minutes that Yi wanted to finish the bagua palm and was just about to go back to the dormitory when he happened to see Qin Yunzi, who was wearing a plain robe in front of him. Almost startled, he couldn't help but say with some helplessness, "Old-timer, it's easy to scare people all the time." There was no way around it. Qin Yunzi comprehended the naturalness of the Tao, and he couldn't perceive a single bit of qi at all. This bit of guts of a heavenly master, is it so easy to scare? Qin Yunzi teased rhetorically. Just broke through? Yi wanted to nod his head. Suddenly his eyes lit up and looked at Qin Yunzi. I have comprehended the earthly fury Tao. Senior, I'll teach it to you. After you learn it, will you be able to organize the Tao book? Earth-bending avatar? A trace of surprise could not help but cross Qin Yunzi's eyes. The Big Dipper, the divine power, was a divine ability organized from the essence of almost all of the Taoist teachings of the Taoist sect. It could totally be taken as a complete Tao inheritance. Can they all learn? It can be. You wanted to be very sure. Qin Yunzi nodded slightly. Alright, but this matter is not urgent first. Earlier when you were on the rooftop, was it something you saw? I have comprehended the Tao law of nature, and I only felt the heavenly phenomenon of the majestic Tao Qi. You wanted to touch the back of his head, and after hesitating for a moment, he still said, I seem to have seen the sight of dozens of highly accomplished Taoist masters of the Taoist sect raising the innate Taoist formation 100 years ago. Qin Yunzi froze and became a bit emotional. Really? Well, that array of Qi pulled me and seemed to want to bring me up, but I couldn't get up there either. Yi Xiang said truthfully. He was still very relieved about this senior of the Tao sect. However, Qin Yunzi understood something at once, his excitement turning into endless helplessness. When the innate Tao formation was first raised, it was at the time of the heavenly change, as if it was isolated from time, and that wisp of weather was pulled out by your breakthrough, rather than the weather pulling you. You wanted to understand a little bit, just a little bit. Do not understand why he would pull that kind of weather that is like heaven and earth, but quickly reacted to the celestial master system. As for the weather, it was recorded in the Tao collection as a vision of heaven and earth comprehended by oneself. It was the same as the Tao intent state of mind, but much more so, because the heaven and earth vision was a comprehensive strengthening of all of itself, not just one aspect. That whether if you can comprehend and master it, you may be able to recreate the power of the innate Tao formation in the future. Qin Yunzi said as he looked at Yi Xiang with high hopes. Senior, then have you comprehended the weather of heaven and earth? Yi Xiang could not help but ask. It's reasonable that they've all turned 9. So they must have comprehended it. Want to see? Qin Yunzi couldn't help but smile. You wanted his eyes to light up. There really was, and he quickly nodded his head. Okay. Generally the weather of heaven and earth is related to one's own comprehension of the Tao intent state of mind. So you should be able to guess my weather. You wanted to think for only a moment and instantly understood. Looking at the old-timer tentatively asked, is it the true martial emperor? Qin Yunzi nodded. Exactly. As soon as the words fell, the true martial emperor's visage steeply emerged behind him. The image was incomparably clear. Its body was 100 feet long, with long hair, golden locks of armor, and 5 colored spirit turtles under its feet, and it stood by its sword, its eyes like electric light. Yi Xiang couldn't help but look dumbfounded. No wonder the old senior could easily transform a true martial emperor with a talisman, and cut the throne with 3 swords. This. What's the difference between this and the real true martial emperor coming down to earth? Actually, I can only use the demon-slaying sword with a limited amount of strength that I can utilize to bring out the vision. Qin Yunzi got up and said, then waved his hand to put away the Qi image. Yi thought that he couldn't help but marvel, but this old senior in front of him was the demon Ah. He could chop 100-level throne at the 9th turn. It already belonged to the battle of crossing the level, and this was still in the era when the Tao law was cut off from the inheritance. It is important to realize that there is no so-called forbidden skill in the Taoist profession. Only the overdraft of life to enhance the power of the Tao. After Yi Xiang then spoke about all the earthly fury Tao techniques that could be used, Qin Yunzi's eyes moved slightly. This earth furies method contains the art of recluse, stealth, wall penetration, and earth disappearance. It is indeed quite practical. Having memorized the 3,000 Tao collections, Yi Xiang naturally knew why the Taoist professions were all balanced ways to improve. If all the Tao techniques could be learned, then it would actually be omnipotent. I'll go back and organize it. Write it into a Tao book and then hand it over to the state before distributing it to people in the Taoist profession. Qin Yunzi nodded and said, but ye think, while leveling up, don't forget to cultivate the Tao of enlightenment. For example, Confucianism cultivates righteousness, a vast and upright spirit, where heaven and earth endure and the creation of the world, while cultivating it as an evil means that the living will be devastated. Taoism used to be about cultivating the atmosphere, nurturing the clear Qi, supreme and limitless. Heaven and earth have the same root as me, and all things are one with me, but after the heavenly change, you still have to come up with your own idea of how this path should be taken. After all, you're a heavenly master. You wanted to listen attentively and suddenly became a little curious. What about the Buddhists? Qin Yunzi responded with a slight sigh. The Buddhist sect resolves grievances and nourishes harmony, focusing on healing the mind, clarifying the mind and believing in cause and effect, ferrying people to ferry themselves, breaking their worries and resolving their lives and deaths, and resolving the world's cause and effect. So after the foreigners invaded the world, the Buddhist sect, although there are senior monks to take action, but it's rarely just that, After all, in their view, everything in the world is cause and effect. Yi wanted to nod his head to show that he understood, but these things were still a bit far for him, or perhaps Qing Yunzi's expectations of himself were too high, really to the realm of enlightenment cultivation, put 100 years ago that at least her Hai Gong Taoist master. Well, practice hard. Qing Yunzi didn't say anything more as he pinched up his wind control spell and rose up with a dashing figure to control the wind. The 9 revolutions could do so by flying through the air, but it was completely different from the Taoist wind. You wanted to watch the old-timer fly into mid-air before changing the spell in his hand, and his figure steeply disappeared into thin air again. Stealth spells, coupled with the old-timer's Taoist nature. This was simply more than an assassin who couldn't perceive the slightest bit. Yuanto eyes are very envious. Old senior's realm high is not the same. Even if there is no inheritance, these Dao magic aptitude, but also instantly mastered. Moving his body slightly, he felt the change in his strength. After the purple gold Dan broke through the second turn, it was obviously another circle larger, and the spiritual energy it contained once again became twice as much and much purer. However, after the second turn, the absorbed spiritual energy obviously became much more, and the blood spirits that surrounded the area were quickly devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye to convert the energy into pure spiritual energy. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiang continued his meditation and cultivation. Before dawn, get up and come to the window. After several days of rainy weather, the sunrise finally broke through today. Yi Xiang didn't hesitate. His lungs flashed with the human immortal patterns. He took a deep breath, and the purple chi came in droves and fell into the purple mansion. The purple gold Dan instantly spun up quickly, coming to the rescue and prioritizing the absorption of purple chi. After all, the purple chi didn't need to be refined and purified. It could be directly absorbed. Although the energy of the blood spirit was sufficient, but it had to be refined and purified again. The speed of absorption would be much slower, and the advantage of the blood spirit was that it could continue to accumulate spiritual energy. Soon, a large mouthful of violet chi was absorbed cleanly by the violet gold Dan, devouring it at a speed far greater than before. Yi wanted to open his mouth. His abdominal cavity resonated, and he operated the breathing method, once again taking a deep breath of violet gas. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes, and by the end of the morning practice, the purple chi had become much thinner. After opening my eyes and looking at the clear sky, it was finally a good day. At this time, Feng Miaochuan's sleepy eyes walked out of the room intending to go to the restroom, and when he saw the familiar figure on the balcony, he almost didn't react, but his eyes quickly glared. Crap, Yi, when did you come back? Yi Xiang turned his head at the sound and looked at Feng Miaochuan, who had an incredulous face in front of him and could not help but smile. It's been a few days since I returned. I'm just in seclusion, so I haven't gone out. Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan also rushed to get up when they heard the commotion and were not a little surprised when they saw Yi Xiang. Shit, why don't you say it when you come back? Feng Miaochuan looked at Yi Xiang somewhat speechlessly. How about the southwest front? How many heads of foreigners have been killed this time? Chen Wanyan couldn't help but ask. Most people in the country now guess that the country is making a big move. After all, there are airplanes and military vehicles delivering supplies every day. They just don't know exactly what they are doing. Jingzhou is recovered. You wanted to be a member of the decapitation team after all, although he was no longer on the front line, but the frontline data on his communicator was still able to be seen. Now that the Chinese warriors had fully defeated the fourth frontline area, and in the greater part of a month, Jingzhou had been fully taken. I guess it won't be long before this news will all be publicized by Hua Xia. The three of them couldn't help but feel some excitement in their eyes when they heard Yi Xiang's words. Knowing that the bone skeleton alien race attacked Huaxia, almost all the students were holding their breath, and they didn't expect that it was only a month ago that the human race had recovered Jingzhou. But can it be defended? Chen Wanyan frowned slightly. The Chen family had a background in the military, so they were still aware of the situation in the Great Backlands of China. The pupil Nightmare Fae and the Horned Ghost Fae were united together, and with these two great thralls joining forces, even if they recovered at Jingzhou, they might not really be able to hold on to it. Even if Huaxia took out all the generals and schools from its reserves, it was still destined to die and suffer heavy casualties. You wanted to not say too much, just nodded. It's guarded. The two great thrones were already dead, and under normal circumstances, there would be no thrones for the Hitomi Nightmare Fae and the Horned Ghost Fae in 20 years, and the pressure on the great rear would be linearly reduced. This is the opportunity of the Chinese human race. Jingzhou is only the first step. Quickly the Ba County Tianfu all recovered back. The worries are really no longer. Okay, pack up for class. You wanted to stretch his back, close the door for a week, relax a little, and go to class. Then remembered to send a note to Song Xinrui. I'm back. The tusked boar forgot to bring it back. It's still on the front lines, in the chopping block. It'll be fine. Aha, it's fine, Song Shinrui replied. Yi Xiao was just about to close the communication when Imo Xiao sent a message over. We're back. Come by the base. New mission orders are coming down. At the same time, Lin Feng on the other side received an identical message. There was no hesitation to walk straight out of the student council office. After the baptism of the frontline battlefield, Lin Feng's changes were the greatest, and many teachers and classmates couldn't help but be surprised by the changes in Lin Feng's body when they saw him. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, seemed as if nothing had changed, and after relaxing and tying up her long hair, she still looked lazy, only in the temperament. There was more unfathomable and subdued. The bloodstains on the green shirt had already been cleaned, only to be washed a little white, and he had planned to go to the classroom with Feng Miaochuan and the others. When the message from the chopping team was sent, Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly said, I'll go to the base and come back later. Ha, another mission? Feng Miaochuan was confused. Not quite sure. Why ask so much? Yi Xiang said as he looked at Feng Miaochuan with interest. Not to mention, this guy's skills were actually very suitable for the decapitation mission of the decapitation team. But unfortunately, it was just that his level was too low. Upgrade early and get to level 40. I can introduce you into the chopper reserve team, but whether you can stay or not, you still have to rely on yourself. Not being strong enough to enter the chopper team is an easy way to die. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the three of them brightened up. Really? Feng Miaochuan asked excitedly. If he makes the choppers, he'll go home for New Year's Eve and he'll be on the headlining joystick. I'd say it's an honor for the family. Well, members of the decapitation team can introduce candidates, as long as they pass the examination. Yi Xiang nodded his head. Without saying anything more, he waved his hand and directly pinched up his spell, not hiding his flight in the wind in the slightest. Looking at that dashing departure figure, the three had long been dumbstruck. Crap, Yi can fly too. The speed of the wind was not as fast as Thunderbolt possession, but it was still much faster than walking, and it didn't consume much spiritual energy. Yi thought of course, he chose to use the wind-protecting Dao method to catch up, but this scene was very eye-catching. While there are professions that don't need to reach the 9th turn to fly, they are all in the minority, and they either rely on equipment or wing skills and the like. In addition to the wind law profession, can be like flying up in the air, but also you want a person. But soon, in the past soon, the Daoist profession will be a long-time top and the favorite. Qin Yunzi, who had spent the night putting together the earth-bending Dao, had arrived at the chief office by now. Zhouan looked at Qin Yunzi with interest. What a rare guest. It's been over 40 years since we last met, hasn't it? Qin Yunzi smiled, placing the collated earthly fate Dao books on the table. These are all the Dao spells of the Daoist profession. Protect Yi Xiang. The hope of the Daoist sect lies in him. I'm about to leave for a trip to the Qinling Mountains. There can't be no one there to guard it. It's been a lifetime of keeping it. Zhouan shook his head slightly and sighed. Qin Yunzi's expression remained unchanged, his eyes deep. The purpose of the alien invasion is there in 9 cases out of 10, and it cannot be guarded without it. You've been researching for your entire life and you haven't even researched anything. What can a foreign race research? Zhouan was not amused. He picked up the Dao book on the table, and his eyes glazed over when he saw the Dao aptitude recorded on it. Is it all true up here? Qin Yunzi frowned slightly. Or else, there are actually a lot of Dao methods that are no longer usable that I didn't write on. Zhouan took a deep breath. This Daoist profession of yours, it's a bit overly strong. This Taoist book was given to those in the Taoist profession, and the divine Taoism on it could directly allow the Taoist profession to advance from a waste profession to a top tier, even comparable to a hidden profession. Qin Yunzi didn't say anything. The Dao sect's inheritance is thousands of years old. How can it be weak? If the inheritance is not broken and the transfer skills are not available, how can it be obscure? His gaze landed on Zhouan and he seemed to see something, and without being shy, he directly said, You don't have much time left. The end is near. Zhouan smiled slightly. I know. It's okay. I can be relieved to see the dolmen up again. Qin Yunzi hesitated for a moment before taking out a pill bottle from his pocket and handing it to Zhouan. This is the life extension pill I made. Try it. You might live 2 more years. Zhouan looked at him with a suspicious face. It's not like it's the first day I've known you. When did you know how to make pills? Wouldn't that be something? Zhouan picked up the elixir, opened the bottle, and indeed smelled a refreshing elixir flavor, and poured the bottle down. When he saw the pills with uneven rules and all different colors, Zhouan froze for a while, then looked at Qin Yunzi with a look of contempt. Although I don't know anything about elixirs, but at least I know that elixirs are all the same. Can't it be that this isn't a kind of elixir for you? Ahem. The appearance is different, but the potency is the same. Qin Yunzi pretended to be calm and forced an explanation. Zhouan disliked in a bad mood. 60 years ago when I first met you, you were refining pills. refining a bunch of paste and rubbing it into pills to trick me into eating it to be able to be aphrodisiac. And as a result, it caused me to run to the toilet for a whole day. Do you think that I've forgotten about it? But having said that, he still took the elixir down. And let's just believe it one more time. It's not like it's been 60 years and there's been no growth at all. Shin Yunzi nodded his head when he saw Joan accept the elixir and got up to leave. This time was naturally different from before. He was looking for Yi Xiang to take a 6-turn Dan formula to try to refine it. Most likely there wouldn't be any problems, just that the color was a little different because the fire control wasn't very precise. Of course, at the end of the day, it's still a bit substandard, or how else could it have been given away? As if joking, Shin Yunzi looked back at Joan with a smile as he walked out the door and said, "Don't worry, as early as 60 years ago, I had calculated a good feng shui place for you to be buried. But still, don't die too soon." After saying that, Shin Yunzi's figure disappeared. Joan looked at the elixir in his hand and after hesitating for a moment, he still took a pill. Just after swallowing it, Joan's face changed. He had really fallen for it after all. It smells like Dan flavor, but it is hard to eat, and everything tastes like it, so how in the world did this guy make Dan? Soon, Joan's stomach steeply grumbled, and his body began to sweat, and he immediately ran towards the toilet in a hurry, and in his panic, he forgot to take his walking stick, originally a head full of white hair. A few strands of black hair also vaguely appeared. On the other side, he wanted to land in front of the cafe with the wind, and the front desk lady's gaze was full of surprise when she saw this scene. This little brother seems to have gotten so much stronger again. He wanted to walk into the back of the cafe, pull open the wooden door, and after swiping his ID on the door, the heavy titanium steel door opened. He wanted to step in, but saw that there were only a few people present in a scattered manner. As usual, Imo Shio seemed to set up the drawings of the spirit gun whenever he had time. Not far away, Lin Jun was also holding a photo magazine book in his hand and looking at it with great interest. Ning Yuanmei was sitting peacefully on a sofa not far away, flipping through a magic book in her hand, constantly reciting incantations, sealing spells and magical power on one of the pages, so that when she used it, she could just send it out instantly without having to recite the incantation. It's even possible to send out several spells at once, just by taking the time to seal the spells in your spellbook during the week. Ying Zai walked out of the room, gray gauze covering her eyes, but she was the first to sense that she wanted to come and turned her head towards him with a slight nod. Yi Xiang nodded in response and came to sit down next to Imo Shio, laziness still present. Imo Shio pushed up his glasses, looked up at Yi Xiang and said, "It's still comfortable to go to school, isn't it?" Yi wanted to shake his head. Fighting every day on the frontline battlefield and practicing every day in school. It would be good if we could synthesize it. It's pretty to think about. At this time, Lin Feng also walked in, and after glancing at Yi Xiang, he asked with some curiosity, "You can fly? On my way here quite a few people said that you can fly." Yi wanted to nod his head. "Well, when I upgraded to level 35, I comprehended the Tao." Mo Shou couldn't help but nod his head. In the early stages, having the skill of being able to fly was not a small advantage against the Fae. The stronger Yi wanted to be, the more helpful the choppers would be. Team Mo. What is the mission this time? Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked. This month, his level had come to level 49 with the help of his hard work and the blood spirit, and it wouldn't be long before he broke through to level 50. The decimation team had also improved by 1 or 2 levels on average, especially Mo Shio, who had also upgraded to level 60 after becoming the decimation team's vice team, and his long-range sniping ability had become even more terrifying after breaking through the 6th turn. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the level 50 spell Nightmare King was killed by 2 shots, and the level 60 Prison Pupil King was seriously injured by 1 shot, and most importantly, the support was extremely fast. As long as the fight was within range, Moziu was able to provide instant support, and a cold shot often turned the tide. It wasn't without reason that Zhuang Chu chose to make Mo Shio the vice team. Although it was a vice team position, it was actually not much different from the captain. After all, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan usually wasn't always in the decapitation team, and would only lead them when there was a major mission. Mo Shio spoke up. The next instruction mission is not on the front line, but to purge the country. Lin Feng froze, but Yi Xiang understood at once, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked softly, "Is it a foreign race hidden among the humans?" Yi wanted to experience it once, so he could quickly realize it. After all, it was the first time this had happened when a living human suddenly turned into a skeletal alien, which was a perfect indication that the alien had infiltrated. But how do you find them? They look just like humans on the outside, right? Lin Feng asked. There will be a department of the Inspection Bureau to hand over to us later. This mission should try to complete the verification of the whole city in a short period of time to avoid panic, so we need to separate and act alone. Mo Shou said. Have the others not returned yet? Yi wanted to ask. The choppers he thought had returned brought the tusked boar back with them, seemingly guessing what Yi wanted to think about. Lin Jun raised his head and couldn't help but laugh. That pig you brought with you. Cleaning up the foreign beasts in the deep mountains of Jingzhou can be a great achievement. Mo Shou is thinking about whether or not to really give him a rank. Ha! Lin Jun opened his address book and directly sent a video to Yi Xiang. When Yi wanted to click on it, he saw the tusked boar wearing a customized chopper outfit, walking towards the forest. Over a dozen meters above it was Yi Daiko, who was worried that it would go in and have an accident. But soon, in just a few minutes, and I don't know how the tusked boar managed to do it, but it attracted a large group of alien beasts to rush out. Of all breeds, the tusked boar spat out its large tongue and ran as fast as its 4 hooves could carry it, obviously exerting its milky life. The warriors, who had already been ambushed, saw the scene and their eyes went wide. You can still play like this? It is important to realize that the beasts in the jungle are not easy to deal with, and it is impossible to burn the mountains as this mountain is full of forests, but as long as they're drawn out of the forest, they're easy to deal with. And the tusked boar was fragrant pork in the eyes of these beasts. Which beast could resist this? Just the moment they entered the ambush circle, countless magic instantly ran up to them, but everyone had the sense to avoid the tusked boar. That customized chopper's costume is still working, and I don't know what kind of big guy raises an exotic animal that actually raises a pig. But let's not talk about it. The pig works pretty well. Fey that used to take a lot of effort and time were quickly cleaned up. The tusked boar walked in towards the next forest with a confident stride, feeling the adoring anticipation of the humans. From now on, it's a pig with status too. You wanted to watch the video with interest before nodding. Alright, seeing as it's so happy at the front line, it's fine to stay at the front line. How about a first-class junior officer? Mo Shou flirted. Let's forget about it. If we really give it, won't the newcomers have to call out to Officer Pig when they come in from now on? Lin Jun teased. Makes sense. Mo Shou nodded. Still had a bad taste in my mouth. Would love to give the tusked boar an officer. It would be fun to see the newcomers come in later dumbfounded and call for an officer. It will take some time for the others to come back, and in the next few days, a universal blood draw will be organized, and the military and schools are no exception. They are even strictly checked. Mo Shou said. The auxiliary intelligence will give instructions on how to act when the time comes. Just be prepared. You wanted to understand and nodded. What if the alien race is really detected? Mo Shou's expression became cold all of a sudden. If you dare to infiltrate the human race, then be prepared for a life worse than death. It's best if you can stay alive. There is definitely a connection between the foreign races, and by following the vine to find out the melons, I feel that the inner layers of the human races system is definitely hiding a very deep character. You wanted to understand and nodded. After briefly talking about some things, he returned to the school with Lin Feng. As he walked to the door, Lin Feng said in silence, "Remember that warrior I told you earlier about saving me? Remember. I've been to see his family, and there's only one person in the family, an only son, and only one mother." After you wanted to freeze for a moment, he slowly stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I told her mother everything, and although the military would take care of it, I still wanted to give money or improve the family's situation, and she just asked me, "Oh comrade, may I ask, my child if he is brave?" Both Yi Xiang and Lin Feng fell into a long silence and sighed slightly. He knew that that young warrior would be Lin Feng's regret for the rest of his life. The two walked onto campus and then separated. After all, Lin Feng was still the president of the student union now, and there were usually quite a few things to do, and going to the front line for half a month had piled up a lot of things. It didn't take long. After 2 p.m., heavily armed military and medical professionals began to appear in the major white squares throughout the city. Everyone in the country receives a message to travel to the area at some point or another to receive a blood draw, nominally defining the test to select a suitable genetic warrior. But when you wanted to see this message, he instantly realized it. Wasi is beginning to verify the foreigners hidden among the human race. As expected, the auxiliary intelligence flew in front of Yi Xiang. Comrade Yi think, the command mission has been issued. Please proceed to the complex area. If the target is confirmed, please do so immediately. At the same time, all the students in the whole school received a message to go to the complex in order of class for physical examination. Although they felt a bit puzzled, they were all a bit excited. Genetic warrior. It sounded very powerful. If they were chosen, wouldn't they take off? He wanted to quickly come to this side of the complex, and just as he approached, he saw several heavily armed warriors approaching, signaling not to approach at will. However, after the other party's auxiliary intelligence scanned out Yi Wana's identity, he immediately looked surprised. This teenager was actually a reserve member of the choppers? A few warriors immediately stopped. saluted, and looked at Yi Xiang with a stunning face and said, "Sir," facing the members of the decapitation team. It was natural to have immense respect and aspiration. That was a sharp spear-pointed knife in the army. Each of these members had a lot of fans in the army, and although you wanted to join the decimation team, because the front line was still closed information, the scenes and videos of his battles had not been leaked in the slightest, nor were they allowed to be leaked. So there were not many members of the rear army who recognized you wanted for the time being. Yi Xiang nodded and spoke, "I'm here to carry out the mission." Hearing Yi Xiang's words, several warriors instantly understood and nodded their heads. When they came, it was said from above that there would be a special officer in charge of this place, and they completely did not expect that it would be a teenager. When Yi wanted to walk in, he found a dozen paraprofessional doctors and a white machine. Soon, in order, the students from the first year's main law class walked in, and one by one, guided by the warrior, blood was drawn to record their names. The female students all looked on with curious faces, then their gazes all coincidentally landed on Yi Xiang with admiration and envy in their eyes. Soon, all of the students in the first class of main law finished their experience, and all of the blood test tubes were fed into that white machine to start scanning and testing. You wanted to walk to the white machine with a calm expression. 3 minutes later, a white sheet of paper came into view. More than 50 people. No red dots were displayed. All of them passed the green mark. No targets have been detected, the auxiliary intelligence said. You wanted to nod his head and looked up at the group of girls and said, "All right, go back and continue your lessons." A group of girls were instantly filled with curiosity and asked, "Yi think? No. Yi sir, are we alone? No. Is the threshold for that genetic warrior thing so high? Is it the same nature as the Chopper's? The Chopper's uniform is so cool. I've never seen you wear it. What's a genetic warrior?" Facing this group of girls, Yi Xiang was a bit headstrong. "All right, go back to class. Don't delay the physical examination test for the people behind you." The girls in this class quieted down and nodded knowingly. You wanted to helplessly hold his forehead. Not finding out is the best. If the top colleges and universities are mixed in so much, that would be worrying. Soon after, the students of the second class of the freshman main law department walked in for their medical checkups and blood draws in turn. In all, the freshman department is divided into main law classes and auxiliary law classes, 12 classes for main law and 8 classes for auxiliary law, with almost 50 or so people in each class. The blood test was quick. After filling out a little basic information, a tube of blood was drawn straight away, put in a row of boxes, fed into that white machine, and the results were soon available. Almost every time the results came out, the warriors looked a little tense. After all, they were all worried that a Fae might actually appear among the students. An hour later, the freshman main law department came to the last class. Just as soon as the report card came out of the instrument, a scarlet anomaly was clearly revealed. Class 12, main law department, Wang Lei. Yi Xiang picked up the report card with a calm expression, and his gaze fell on an inconspicuous girl in the crowd for a split second. Standing about 6 feet tall, with a bit of freckling on his face, he seemed a bit social. In the corner, silently bowing his head. From the outside, there is absolutely nothing to see, yet the results of the medical examination clearly indicated that the other party was of a different race. Gently slowing down his breathing, Yi wanted to speak. Wang Lei stays, the rest leave. As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately dropped their gazes on the somewhat socially terrified girl, and her classmates were immensely envious, thinking that she had been chosen. That's still number one. After being confused for a moment, Wang Lei walked out of the crowd in a daze. Soon, numerous students left. Yi Xiang took a step towards Wang Lei and nodded. "Come with me." In his senses, he couldn't feel any danger or hostility from Wang Lei, and he was a little skeptical that the instrumental machines had gotten it wrong. If the other party was really a foreigner, how could they not be hostile to themselves? When that level 40 bone Fae was there, the clear hostility was incomparably obvious when it hadn't yet revealed its target. After leading Wang Lei into a makeshift classroom, he wanted to signal the several warriors not to approach and wait at the door. Then walking into the empty classroom one after the other with Wang Lei, he wanted to take a deep breath before looking at Wang Lei and said, "Sit down first and ask you a few questions." "Well," Wang Lei nodded gently. "Have you noticed anything wrong with you normally?" He wanted to open his mouth and asked. At this point the assistive intelligence has begun taking recorded video. Wang Lei was a bit puzzled by what she heard and looked at Yi Xiang curiously. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she didn't look like she was pretending at all, Yi Xiang instantly frowned. He steeply realized one point, that is, these foreigners lurking in the human race, it is hard to not subjectively realize that they do not feel that they are the ones who are foreigners. Yi Xiang's pupils snapped, and that involved two issues. He had thought it was a Fae disguised as a human lurking amongst the humans, But on second thought, it was very easy to expose instead, because no matter how much a Fae disguises himself, he can't be flawless. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Wang Lei didn't realize that she had been invaded by a foreign race right now. Thinking of this, Yi wanted to narrow his eyes slightly. How in the world did the alien race do it? He slowly pinched up the spell. His body was flooded with golden light, and his golden eyes looked straight at Wang Lei and said, "Do you believe in me?" "Well, of course I believe you." Wang Lei nodded as she lowered her hands. Yi wanted to raise his hand, and his golden light finger lightly tapped her brow, instantly penetrating it. In just an instant, the tiny golden light spread out and took over the young girl's entire body. However, strangely enough, no clues about the foreign race were found, and just as Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled, the golden light seemed to sense something, and all of it converged and surged into the young girl's dantian. The moment he went in, Yi wanted to see a blood spirit through his golden light inner vision. According to the size of this blood spirit, it was at least level 40 or above. With the sudden appearance of the golden light, this blood spirit was startled and subconsciously was about to explode when the golden light quickly rushed up and wrapped it. The blood spirit was frantically expanding, and the golden light did its best to contract. He wanted to realize that if he let this blood spirit burst open, then Wang Lei would be completely transformed into a foreigner, with almost no possibility of recovery. After taking a deep breath, his hand emanated purple gold spiritual energy and slapped his palm on the young girl's abdomen. Spiritual energy penetrated straight to her dantian, pulling the crazed blood spirit out with force. In a flash, a blood-red blood spirit was reflected in front of the two. As soon as this blood spirit was exposed to the air, it began to expand wildly, and a figure was vaguely sealed inside the blood spirit. In the next moment, that internal shadow directly absorbed the blood spirit, and an ugly blood beast alien came into view. It was hunched over, covered in blood-red smoothness, with sharp claws on its limbs and bone spurs protruding from its backbone cervical vertebrae. And the moment it came out, it did not have any hesitation and directly launched an attack towards Yi Xiang. Countless blood threads wrapped up frantically towards Yi Xiang. It was clear that a blood spirit was something that only appeared after killing a Fae. Yet it was surprising that it could go from a blood spirit to a Fae in the blink of an eye. Level 42 Blood Beast Fae. Yi wanted to raise his hand, and the golden light transformed into a long pillar, instantly penetrating through the blood beast alien's body and ruthlessly nailing it to the wall. The blood beast was still struggling, but Yi Xiang did not give it half a chance. The golden light directly exploded with a boom, pulverizing his body. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the puddle of meat on the ground, raised his hand, and a ball of samadhi flame quickly spread out. It was quickly burned cleanly, and then a blood spirit that was obviously quite a bit purer emerged once again. A closer look would reveal that there was a clear difference between the current blood spirit and the previous one. Bright and translucent, while inside Wang Lei, it was more like a blood-red embryo, dim and shadowy. After Yi wanted to raise his hand and swallow the blood spirit into his body, the violet gold Dan emitted spiritual power to wrap it up and slowly devoured and digested it. Wang Lei stared blankly at this scene, completely unaware that there was a blood beast Fae inside of her. He was unable to stop himself from trembling and was unable to speak. And at this time Yi wanted to raise his head and look at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "The foreign race is lurking in the human body in the form of blood spirit parasitism. As long as it doesn't explode, then there is still a chance." The auxiliary intelligence spoke. "Comrade Yi, think. Besides you, there is currently no medical treatment that can perfectly strip out the parasitic blood spirit." Yi Xiang could not help but be stunned. "Then what are you going to do if you find the target?" "Immediately subdue the captive, and if it has transformed into a Fae, simply kill it if necessary," the auxiliary intelligence responded. Hearing this conversation, Wang Lei realized how lucky she was. So just for a moment, had she already gone back and forth from the Ghost Gate? "Well, you're going to get another physical test." He wanted to look at Wang Lei and said. Wang Lei then came back to her senses and walked out of the classroom with some apprehension. The door to the room opened, and the heavily armed warriors, their gazes were all icy cold as they gazed at Wang Lei, treating him completely as a dangerous enemy. After all, the military was the first within the military to have all of its medical tests verified, and several alien lurking targets were found, even at the expense of a number of people. Soon after, Wang Lei once again walked to the doctor, and after redrawing a tube of blood, she put it into the white machine instrument to start testing. Soon, what had been an abnormal red dot became a green normal report. After making sure there were no problems, Yi wanted to nod his head, but according to the program, it still can't let Wang Lei go back directly. It needs to be observed for a period of time. The two warriors walked straight over. Wang Lei was a little afraid to resist. He wanted to look at her and said, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Wang Lei only settled down a little. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Leaf wing. Aha. The physical examination continued, and Lin Feng had rushed over by then. Found one? Well, it's been resolved. How's the situation on your side? Yi wanted to ask. Lin Feng was arranged to be in charge of inspections at the trial academy, and Yi wanted to stay at our school. Not found yet. This side received one from your side. I rushed over when I found one. Lin Feng said. That doesn't seem to be much actually. Yi Xiang nodded his head. If we don't realize it until there are more words, it's definitely already too late. Lin Feng frowned and said. Any details found? It's mainly in the form of blood spirit parasitism, but this technique is very skillful, and it also has to be parasitized without the person being aware of it. A parasitized blood spirit can't possibly appear in the human realm for no reason. Yi Xiang said. Lin Feng sniffed and pondered, shaking his head. The number of people found is still too small. There will definitely be traces. Okay, I'll go back if there's nothing else. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng turned around and left. He wanted to start arranging for blood draws and physical examinations again on his side as well. And the familiar auxiliary law department's first class came over and greeted Yi wanting one after another. Even in the same class, people rarely saw him. Feng Miaochuan walked over without hesitation and inquired in a low voice. Brother Yi, is this genetic warrior real? What will happen if I get selected? Yi wanted to give him a strange look. I think you should not want to be chosen. Ha, Feng Miaochuan was confused. Isn't it better to be elected? At this time, Yi wanted his gaze to fall on Shen Yue and nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye it was close to another month of not seeing each other. Shen Yue smiled shallowly, clearly feeling the changes in Brother Ye's body. Although the laziness remained, a pair of eyes became much deeper, and it was no longer possible to see what Brother Yi was thinking. After everyone's blood has been drawn, the vascular reagent is placed in the machine. When I thought there was nothing wrong, a name in red displaying an exception came into view. Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at Feng Miaochuan with a strange expression. You stay, the rest of you go back. Ha, I've really been chosen? Brother Yi, you're not going to give me a back door, are you? Feng Miaochuan froze in place. However, when he saw several heavily armed warriors approaching him, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but think of what Yi Xiang had just said, and his entire body suddenly panicked a bit. No Yi, you weren't kidding me earlier, were you? Yi Xiang did not explain. He just smiled and looked at Feng Miaochuan and said, don't worry, it's a good thing. Don't you want to get stronger? Feng Miaochuan vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and after a moment of silence, she still nodded. Well, Brother Yi, I trust you. Chen Wanyan silently looked at Feng Miaochuan's back as he left, and he realized something. It had long been clear to him that this wasn't a selection of genetic warriors at all, but rather an exclusionary race. But he still found it hard to imagine that Feng Miaochuan, who he had gotten along with as in the past, would be a foreigner. Still in the same classroom, after Yi wanted Feng Miaochuan to sit down, without any hesitation, he raised his hand and drew a talisman. It was prudent to draw two more. Feng Miaochuan's heart jumped and she cried, Brother Yi, I don't want to be some genetic warrior. You still think it's some kind of genetic warrior? Yi wanted to roll his eyes. Have you forgotten what my identity is? Chopping up reserve team members. Thinking of this, Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yi, you're not going to behead me, are you? Well, cut the crap. Relax all over and don't resist. Yi Xiang raised his hand. His spiritual energy matched the talisman, and directly slapped hard on Feng Miaochuan's stomach. The spirit lock was instantly stimulated, penetrating into Feng Miaochuan's body by way of spiritual penetration, and the moment it penetrated the dantian, it was no surprise to see an identical parasitic blood spirit. It was like a heart, beating weakly, trying to hide its breath as much as possible. However, the spirit chain penetrated in and directly wrapped around it without saying a word, and the spirit power of the violet gold Dan covered it, not giving half a chance to struggle. Raising his hand, he yanked it out of Feng Miaochuan's dantian. The evil and terrifying aura spread out. Feng Miaochuan stared at this scene with wide eyes, and then stared at her stomach in bewilderment. How she could not believe it a little. When did you have a blood spirit in your body? As soon as the battle broke out, the blood spirit immediately swelled and twisted, transforming into a familiar skeletal alien in the blink of an eye. Rank 41. Crap, I gave birth to a skeleton alien? Feng Miaochuan felt that his worldview collapsed, and was very skeptical of life. What the hell was going on? At this moment, this bone skeleton alien in front of him was staring at Yi Xiang and Feng Miaochuan dead on, already realizing that the lurking had failed, and without saying a word, he erupted countless bone spikes to attack towards the two. Yi Xiang emitted human immortal ripples from his body and raised his hand to draw two talismans. 1,000 Jundun talisman and a divine walking talisman landed on the arms and legs respectively, and the moment the bone spurs burst out, the lightning light possessed his body, and he disappeared from the spot. By the time Yi wanted to reappear, he had already arrived in front of the bone skeleton alien, and his fist landed hard on its abdomen, sending its body flying in the air and smashing it hard on the ceiling. Berserk thunderons erupted recklessly on this bone skeleton alien, electrifying it and making it tremble, unable to move. Without waiting for a reaction, he wanted to raise his hand to release the golden light spell, turning it into a rope to bind him, then yank it down with a hard tug. Bam! The table was smashed to pieces all at once by the skeletal alien, and it struggled to get up. Yi Xiang's hand carried a thunderous light and directly grabbed his head. Lightning flashed madly, and in just a moment, this level 41 bone skeleton alien lost all resistance and collapsed to the ground. Feng Miaochuan stared at Yi Xiang's back in a daze and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ye's strength had risen again, and this level 41 bone alien was simply like a chicken in his hands, crushing it recklessly. He wanted to release his hand and looked at the bone skeleton alien and questioned, "Tell me, what is your purpose of lurking among the humans and how did you sneak in?" The bone skeleton Fei had already been electrocuted by the lightning method, and in his scarlet eyes, the soul fire was dying. He opened his mouth for a long moment before mocking. "I was born from death, so do you think I would fear death?" Yi Xiang's eyes were cold, and he subconsciously wanted to obliterate the other party, but stopped it, looked up at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "Let the rest of them in." The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and then gave the command. Soon, a dozen or so warriors rushed in from outside, their gazes dead set on the bone Fei. He wanted to raise his hand. A ray of golden light was released outwardly, after confining the bone skeleton alien's whole body. Just in case, a ray of golden light seeped into its brow. Once there was any situation, the golden light could directly explode. "Alive, take it back and toss it slowly." He wanted to clap his hands and said, "Interrogation doesn't seem to be one's forte, just leave it to the military." The warriors nodded silently, their hearts filled with awe. Not bad for a decimation team, just so easily controlling a level 41 bone Fei. A few people walked up and still put a power cuff on the skeletal alien just in case. This handcuff can restrain bone Fei below level 50, and as long as it's worn, it can erupt with powerful electricity at any time, instantly subduing them. One of the warriors then walked up and raised his hand to Gush Ratan, wrapping his body inside and out. One of the warriors picked him up directly on his shoulder and turned to walk out of the room. After the rest of the people left, he wanted to turn around and look at Feng Miaochuan, who was still stagnant, and couldn't help but snicker. "What's it like to be a father for the first time?" Feng Miaochuan covered her heart. "Wait a moment, my heart can't take it a bit. Let me slow down first." "Slow down my ass. Did you go anywhere these days?" He wanted to ask. After Feng Miaochuan seriously recalled it, he wanted to cry. "From the beginning of the school year until now, I haven't gone out much at all. It's all in the school. Where else can I go?" Yi Xiang frowned slightly. "Then it seems that this parasitic blood spirit appeared a long time ago?" Also, the fact that he himself had been assassinated by the Fei when he was about to start school meant that there had been parasitic blood spirits back then. The more time that passes, the harder it is to eliminate clues. Without finding the source, even if all the parasitic aliens were verified, it would not help. Never mind. These things weren't on his mind for the moment. The country had plenty of smart people to deal with these things. Walking over to Feng Miaochuan, according to the regulations, you have to go for observation for a period of time before you can return to school. "All right." Feng Miaochuan nodded. He touched his stomach and was incredibly grateful that he was fortunate to have a solid batch. The thought that he was harboring a skeleton alien inside of him gave him the creeps. He wanted to continue to verify the experience and realized that parasitism was ultimately in the minority. In the entire freshman department of about 1,000 people, there were only 2 people, Wang Lei and Feng Miaochuan. From this, it was clear that trying to parasitize a blood spirit was not an easy task either. After verifying from morning until nightfall, and after all the teachers and students in the whole school had been verified, a total of 5 people appeared to have parasitic blood spirits, including 1 teacher. But fortunately, you wanted to both strip the parasitic blood spirits. If you can bind them, bind them. If you can't bind them, cut them down without mercy. As for other places, they are verified and then secretly taken away in the name of genetic warrior training. No overreaching behavior was taken, and once the parasitic alien inside it was allowed to realize something was wrong, it would instantly explode. From the way you wanted to look at it, as long as the parasitic blood spirit was stripped out as the parasitic body, nothing would happen and there would still be a chance to save it. At this time, you wanted to once again come to the secret base in the original military training, and in 1 day's time, more than 200 people were verified to be parasitizing blood spirits all over the country. Yi Xiang came to the base and was responsible for stripping out all these parasitic blood spirits. So far, Even the top researchers and top medical professionals have not been able to come up with a good way to strip out the parasitic blood spirits. This is the kind of thing that will just explode with the slightest irritation. And it's not something you dare to try at all. Once it breaks out, it's a life. Many soldiers were sacrificed because of this during the internal verification of the army. But seeing that Yi Xiang could peel off the parasitic blood spirits, he instantly saw hope. He wanted to walk into the medical room at this time, and his eyes quickly fell on the operating table. An ordinary middle-aged woman. Comrade Yi, think. This stripping maneuver will be recorded holographically. Would you mind? An old man from a top medical profession looked at Yi Xiang and asked. No problem. Yi Xiang nodded, not caring about this. He recognized the old man in front of him as one of the top ones in the physician profession. Then start. Yi Xiang said directly. He walked over to the operating table and looked at the middle-aged woman who was already in a coma. Raising his hand, a talisman floated in front of him in the air. It was already very light and familiar. Directly tapping on the stomach, the spirit locks matched with the spirit power instantly penetrating the stomach dantian, instantly locking the location of the parasitic blood spirit. Spiritual power rushed forward to wrap the parasitic blood spirit's entire body, and the spiritual chain followed closely behind, flying to wrap it around. With a tug of the spirit chain in Yi Xiang's hand, a parasitic blood spirit was instantly pulled out of the woman's body. All the physician professions looked at this operation on the screen and were a bit dumbfounded. It was that simple and violent? The parasitic blood spirit had obviously been startled and began to struggle frantically. However, Yi Xiang simply did not intend to give the other party a chance. After seeing that it was a blood beast Fei, Samadhi flame surged out of his hand, and with a cry, he immediately swept up. Within the parasitic blood spirit, a mournful hissing sound resounded, but under the Samadhi flame, within a short while, it completely lost its movement. A level 40 blood spirit flew out, and he wanted to directly absorb it without any hesitation. After the purple gold Dan broke through the second turn, it required quite a bit of spiritual energy. After a set of flowing processes, he wanted to look up to a few doctors. That's good. Several physicians looked at him with bewilderment. What kind of medical treatment was this? It's completely impossible to replicate the study. The old physician at the head of the group sighed helplessly. It seems that for the time being, there is no other way but to rely on you. Yi Xiang nodded. It's fine. There are so many blood spirits. It just so happens that they are more in short supply lately. Still, the Golden Light Mantra in conjunction with the Tongtian Talisman Spirit Locking Talisman is just that. It won't take much time. It's just that the battle will be a bit more consuming after pulling the parasitic blood spirit out. But he's definitely not the only one here. How many people have been parasitized in total? 216. One of the physicians replied. Yi wanted to nod. That's okay. Not as much as imagined. But not a few. After all, these parasitic aliens, at least 40 levels, which if a unified action breaks out, the consequences are also unimaginable. It's just that at the moment, we don't know what purpose these parasitic aliens lurking in have, and there's no way to communicate or force anything out. Once it's out of the way, it's a mad dash for destruction. At this time, in the base, the figures of Feng Yuan, Li Qin and Ing Zio appeared. Feng Yuan looked at Yi Xiang and said, out of the limelight again. Ah, we are here to escort you this time. Li Qin didn't say anything, as icy as ever. Her eyes moved slightly as her gaze fell on those 200 or so people who were being held separately. Ing Zio, still wearing her eye veil and carrying her own mysterious aura, said softly, it's not obvious when these people are separated, but when they're gathered together, they still vaguely have the aura of a foreign race. Everyone's here, so let's get to work. Not far away, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Chief Zhouan walked out of the elevator together and looked at Yi Xiang several people and said, when Feng Yuan's few people saw the chief, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zhouan smiled and nodded his head in satisfaction. These children taught by Luo Zhuan were all excellent and outstanding. His gaze fell on Yi Xiang and he couldn't help but smile. Looks like you'll be busy again in the next few days? Yi Xiang nodded as a trace of surprise crossed his eyes. How did he feel that the chief was going to be quite a bit younger than the last time they met? And as expected, he noticed that on Zhouan's head, there were a few strands of black hair, and on his body there was a familiar scent of Dan, and instantly guessed what was going on. Mostly the Qing Yunzi senior to the chief alchemy to take. Some time ago that knight happened to be in his place to ask for a can prolong the life of the Dan formula. So it is so. Alright, get busy first. Pay attention to safety. Don't be careless. Zhouan admonished. I know. You wanted to nod his head. You wanted to come into the first isolation room, opened the iron door, and what came into his eyes was a middle-aged man who was a bit scared. At first, they thought it was a genetic warrior, but after hearing some mournful screams before, everyone was instantly fearful. Later, The military directly told them that they all had a foreign blood spirit parasitized in their bodies, which was very dangerous, and that was why they were secretly protected and isolated. Hearing that you have a parasitic alien inside you is like a nightmare to imagine. Yi Xiang walked in at this moment, with Feng Yuan, Li Qining Zai and the three of them following closely behind. Yi wanted to speak. Don't worry too much. It's fine. We are members of the chopping team. Hearing these words, hope erupted in the middle-aged man's eyes. Thanks. Save me. Just relax. Yi wanted to comfort. Feng Yuan watched with interest. After all, even the top physicians did not have a solution. There was some curiosity as to what Yi Xiang planned to do. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xiang with some apprehension and nodded his head. Although he looked young, this calm aura still couldn't help but make people believe him. Yi wanted to raise his hand, and 3 talismans instantly surfaced in front of him, and the brilliant golden light flashed steeply. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be shaken and stung, and his eyes couldn't help but close for a moment. However, in just such a moment, Yi Xiang had already struck, and the middle-aged man only felt his stomach being slapped, and when the golden light disappeared and his sight was restored, he saw a twisted mass of parasitic blood spirit yanked out of his stomach. The middle-aged man immediately stared at the scene with wide eyes. Shocked, Yi Xiang's hand steeply erupted with brilliant lightning, instantly decapitating the parasitic bone alien. He probably guessed what was going on. The only 2 varieties of Fae that had been parasitized were either the blood beast Fae or the bone Fae. There is no remaining alien parasitism, which invariably has narrowed the conditions. The pure blood spirit reappeared. The middle-aged man subconsciously stepped back apart, but Yi wanted to eat this blood spirit directly, then looked at him and said, "It's already fine. Just redraw the blood experience and you'll know." After saying that, without waiting for a response, Yi Xiang directly got up and walked out of this isolation room, heading towards the next one. Feng Yuan could not help but tsk. It seems that there is nothing that needs help, which knew that when Yi wanted to walk to the door, he suddenly said, "It's too troublesome to come one by one. Just go straight to a group of 24. Upon hearing this, several people froze for a moment. Are you sure it's okay? 24 if you fail. It's the price of all 24 people dying. Zhouan couldn't help but ask with a serious expression. No problem. Yi wanted to shake his head and turned his head to look at the 2 of them, Feng Yuan and Li Qin. With these 2 in the room, the 24 level 40 alien beasts were all chopped up as well. Seeing how confident he was, Zhouan also chose to believe Yi Xiang. 24 isolation chambers were opened at the same time, and 24 people came out bewildered, looking around suspiciously. Look at me here. No need to be nervous. Just close your eyes, Yi Xiang said as he looked at them. When they saw that the 2 big names, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and the Chief, were there, their hearts settled down a little, and they all nodded their heads and closed their eyes. Yi Xiang raised his hand and simultaneously drew 24 talismans in the air. After the purple gold Dan broke through the second turn, his use of the Tong Tian talisman rose into the sky once again by quite a bit. 24 spirit locks burst out, spirit power attached to them, instantly penetrating the abdomens of those people in front of them, blocking the parasitic blood spirit with pinpoint accuracy. He raised his hand and pulled hard. In an instant, all 24 parasitic blood spirits were pulled out by Yi Xiang. These parasitic blood spirits were in the center of the square, and immediately grew hideously long and open, revealing bloodthirsty and horrible faces, all bone Fae and blood beast Fae. A cold smile spread across the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth as he drew out his twin swords in his hands and charged straight up. Li Qin even long ago disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already come behind a few blood beasts and foreigners, and several heads flew up high. Ing Zio silently observed the scene without making any moves. She came over to divine the source behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them killed all 24 foreigners. Feng Yuan calmly put away his sword, but his eyes were flushed with blood red. Obviously he had turned on the state of berserk battle. He turned his head to look at Yi Xiang and said, "More. Just this point is not enough to kill all." Yi wanted to nod. Those people earlier looked at the alien corpses all over the ground. They were a bit weak in fear, and left the square with the help of the warriors. Soon another 24 people walked out from the isolation room. Without hesitation, Yi Xiang raised his hand and another 24 talismans surrounded his body. Eyes transformed into golden pupils. His hand was swift and decisive. The spirit locks burst out, and without any surprise, another 24 heads of foreigners were pulled out. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile at the sight. Hey, working again. A new round of killing begins again. After an hour of going on like this, 216 people had their parasitic xenomorphs, all of which were pulled out perfectly and didn't hurt anyone. Although Yi Xiang's level was still low, every ounce of spiritual energy was perfectly controlled. Coupled with the violet gold Dan's ability to suppress these blood spirits, It didn't give the opponent a single chance at all. After more than 200 people had their blood redrawn for physical examination, without exception, all of them showed that they had returned to normal, but for the time being, they couldn't leave and needed to be observed for another 7 days. After all, there was no investigation yet to find out exactly how these people had been parasitized with blood spirits. Next was Ing Zai's performance. She took out a row of tarot cards and a mysterious divination spell formation emerged from her, the gray color with a starburst glow enveloping her surroundings. The next moment, one of the tarot cards brightened steeply and Ing Zio raised her hand to turn it over. And what caught her eye was a reversed magician tarot card. Ing Zai's brows immediately furrowed slightly. The identity that this card represented was the person behind that curtain. Failure, negative attitude, low value 1, weak willpower, going in the wrong direction, being used and deceived. Who is being used and deceived? Ing Zio inquired in his mind. The tarot cards in front of him once again spun rapidly, and the 6 maned array followed along with them. However, just at that moment, it was as if there was a mysterious and powerful force that directly interfered with the divination results. The next moment, all the tarot cards were scattered all over the place. It was more like Ing Zai was being revolted, only to see a pair of cold and merciless violet eyes gazing at her. That kind of towering power was simply not something an ordinary person could possess, not just any foreigner either. It's royalty. Ing Zai had an answer in her heart. Violet-eyed eyes. Undoubtedly the fallen phantom imperial clan. But with this interference, there was no way for her to locate the traitor hidden among the people. Seeing Ing Zio spit out blood, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan frowned slightly. Ing Zio's level was now 58, and the divination that could cause her to have a backlash was at the very least in existence that was more than 20 levels higher. That's a level 80-ish being? The only human beings who could go up to level 80 were the 3 presidents of the top colleges and universities, and that was only the bottom feeders who had entered the system. Ing Zai raised her head at this time, looked at Yi Xiang and asked, "There are high-level fallen phantom imperials interfering. It's impossible to divine on. Can we enter that inner landscape to break the truth?" Yi wanted to freeze for a moment, then nodded. "It's okay. Together?" he inquired. After all, the fact that even Ing Zai hadn't divined it meant that it certainly wasn't easy to know the answer to this, and it wasn't necessarily possible for him alone to break the light orb of the inner landscape. Aha! Ing Zio nodded. She raised her hand and, as she did last time, began to set up the direction of the stars, and although you wanted to memorize it, it had been somewhat deviated over the past few months, and it would also affect the effect of entering the inner landscape. It doesn't matter if one person goes into the inner view deviating a bit, but 2 people going into the inner view at the same time should definitely be counted more accurately. After determining the orientation, you wanted to raise his hand and the Bagua Zhou Tian graphic quickly appeared under his feet, spreading out rapidly. Both of them entered the inner landscape at the same time. Ing Zio trusted Yi Xiang, and when both of them opened their eyes, their spiritual auras had already merged together, coming to a deep and mysterious world at the same time. Ing Zai looked around, and all of a sudden felt that it was a bit different from the previous inner landscape. This showed that Yi Xiang's strength had risen and advanced a lot in the past 2 months. It's still the same as before. Just think about the questions you want to know? Ing Zio asked as she looked at Yi Xiang. Yi wanted to nod. Well, nothing has changed. Ing Zio didn't hesitate, and after closing her eyes for a moment, a ball of light that required 2 people's arms to hold it steeply surfaced in front of her, far bigger than last time. The more people involved in this issue, the more it equates to being revealed, and this ball of light, obviously, will change the fate of quite a few people. Can be opened? Seeing such a large ball of light in front of her, Ing Zio was also a bit hesitant. Yi Xiang sighed. Try it. You always have to try anyway. The big deal is just paying some of your lifespan. You can't die. Ing Zio nodded without hesitation as she heard this. If it was just the lifespan, it would still be acceptable. After all, this means of parasitic blood spirits had to be investigated to find out the source. Otherwise this crisis could never be solved. Both of them reached out their hands at the same time and began to try to break open this ball of light. In an instant, the 2 of them in reality, Yi Xiang's body bloomed with surging golden light, and Ing Zai's body also surfaced with a gray misty starburst. It was as if he was in a violent battle. His aura was in full swing, climbing up to the peak little by little, without leaving a single bit of strength left. Luo Zhuan was still seeing this scene for the first time and was a bit curious. The crowd all gazed at the 2 without making a sound to disturb them. As a little bit of time passed by, the energy in the 2 men's bodies was still erupting, and this kind of prolonged and high eruption was simply mind-boggling. Soon it was obvious that the 2 were beginning to struggle. Yi Xiang frowned tightly, and Ing Zio also began to sweat all over. In the inner scene, Yi Xiang should have been unable to hold on a long time ago, but dozens of blood spirits in his dantian were frantically being devoured by the purple gold dan to transform their spiritual power, which made him hold on. As for Ingzai, her own level wasn't low, and although she was an auxiliary profession diviner, her energy was very sufficient, but at this point, she was gradually reaching the tipping point. Looking at the ball of light that still showed no signs of breaking, Ingzai raised her hand and a tarot card flew between the two of them. Orthogonal Grail. In an instant, it was like a desert meeting an oasis, and the sweet spiritual aura shook one's heart and soothed one quite a bit. He wanted to bite his teeth. Simply put up a fight. The golden light on his body was suppressed to the extreme, and he directly blossomed into a piercing thunder aura. The berserk thunder law immediately covered all surfaces of the ball of light, and the powerful force ceaselessly began to attack. Just at the moment when they were about to be unable to hold on, there was a snap, and the ball of light in front of them finally shattered apart, respectively turning into two channels of spiritual light that surged into the two people's eyebrows. A figure came out in his mind at once, a middle-aged downtrodden man in a white coat, looking to be in his 40s, with a bearded beard and crazy eyes. The look was tinged with paranoid fanaticism. The direction of my research is not wrong. It is possible for a foreign race to combine with a human race. It can definitely bring about great power. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. This is the way out for the human race. The next moment, the inner view lifted. Yi Xiang and Ing Zio opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes full of disbelief and shock. I can't believe it's really one of our own who did all this. A combination of foreigners and humans. Is this guy crazy? Found the target. Ing Zai raised her head and raised her hand to quickly recreate the image of the man she saw in her memory. The auxiliary intelligence scanned it and immediately found out its corresponding identity information. Chen Xin, 46 years old, a 68th grade physician by profession. He was expelled from the physician system and sentenced to 8 years in prison 3 years ago for unauthorized human experimentation that caused irreversible injuries to more than a dozen people. But 2 years ago, Chen Xin steeply and violently died in prison. Identity information file clearly shows death. Seeing this scene, even Luo Zhuan couldn't help but frown. Fake death? Where is Chen Xin buried? Heavenly King Luo Zhuan directly opened his mouth and inquired. The auxiliary intelligence quickly gave the exact coordinates. Soon, the inspection bureau side immediately rushed towards Chen Xin's grave after receiving the command mission. On the screen, the course of their actions appears. At the base, the crowd saw that after the inspection rushed to the coordinates of Chen Xin's grave, the grave still existed. One of the Earth Mage inspectors walked up, raised his hand, and chanted a spell. The ground of the grave tumbled and pushed away at once, and what came into view was an empty coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. Chen Xin didn't die, but used his fake death to run away from prison, and even, without knowing when, became linked to the fallen Phantom Royal clan, with a level 68 physician profession. It's really not that hard to make yourself fake your own death to fool all the instruments and people of the same profession. Some medications can alter their state, causing a pseudo-death phenomenon that will return after a certain amount of time. So where is he now? You wanted to pinch and quickly had a vague answer. The other side is still in Kyoto. In the southeast direction, there is a water and wood trigram phase. It should be in the location of the water stream and trees. You wanted to directly speak out the projected location, and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan nodded and directly opened the virtual map of Kyoto. To the southeast, the trees and water streams conformed to the area, and soon 7 or 8 area locations were locked in. Ing Zio lifted the tarot card, matching Yi Xiang's projection and then precisely confirming the location. A wise man's orthostatic tarot card shimmered with a hazy light, corresponding one by one to several regional coordinates. Upon landing on the penultimate coordinate, the hazy glow of the tarot card flickered away, finally confirming the location. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan nodded without any hesitation and directly notified the inspection to go over and check it out first. They didn't wait where they were either, as Heavenly King Luo Zhuan personally led the team, and Feng Yuan Li Qin Ing Zi wanted to set off together. Although the opponent was a support profession, he was also a high-level healer. Saving lives and killing people is really a matter of thought. It was often simpler for the physician profession to try to harm people than to save them, so there could be no room for half-heartedness, not to mention the fact that the other party might even have ties to the royal family. After locking onto the location, the helicopter flew directly in that direction. 10 minutes later, it quickly came to the location of the judgment, and, as expected, a plain, dilapidated green-tiled house was there. After a few people landed, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked at the front, his gaze cold as he walked straight towards the green-tiled room. Just then, however, the door to the room opened. A middle-aged man in a shabby white coat walked out. He looked up at the people in front of him and couldn't help but smile to himself. I never thought that I would one day have the Heavenly King himself lead a decimation team to find him. He'd kept backstabs on all the parasitic blood spirits, and knew it was all over when he realized he'd suddenly lost contact with them all. Chen Xin, do you have any objections to me arresting you for endangering society with colluding with the royal family? Luo Zhuan looked at him and asked. Chen Xin, however, suddenly laughed loudly. Heavenly King, you don't understand either? How come you won't understand either? None of you understand. I did the right thing. The combination of human and alien races can create a whole new kind of warrior. Which is the perfect evolution? Transformation? Mutation? Technology? Nope, none of it. You're all a bunch of idiots. Incorrigible fools. The people want to win. And I'm the one who's right. The human race is not even as generous as the imperial race. She fully supports me, sealing the foreigners into the state of blood spirits to give me experiments at will, while the human race dies so many people every day. What's wrong with me using some of them for experiments? If it succeeds, which one of them in the history of the human race is not a meritorious official? The crowd looked at each other silently. No matter what the other party's philosophy was, but experimenting with human lives had violated the bottom line. Chen Xion's spirit obviously had problems as well, as he flung countless information files in his hands all over the place. The moment he saw Heavenly King Luo Zhuan appear, he knew that it was all over. Clearly one step away. According to the arithmetic, there was a chance that the human and the Fae could combine to create the perfect warrior. Transmigration of professions, the devouring evolution of the Fae, the perfect warrior. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at the other party indifferently. Perhaps it really is a genius. But if the human race really goes this way, then the human race is destroying itself. He was certain that such a warrior created this force would only end up destroying himself. He walked over to Chen Xian and spoke. I will give you a chance to interrogate you. How did you contact the royal family? Since when? And what is the purpose of the royal family? That the imperial clan would support a human race in this kind of experimentation clearly had some purpose. The imperial clan's idea was already provable, which was to captivate the human race and devour the transfer skills to keep their evolution going. Chen Xian smiled, his disheveled and maniacal face full of the last of his obsessions, and he raised his head to look at Luo Zhuan. Heavenly King, I have nothing to say. Don't you all know that already? Everything I did, just like you, was for the sake of the human race, and as the leader of the Chinese nation, then it's up to you to judge whether what I did was wrong or not. After saying that, he directly stuffed a red blood pill into his mouth. Obviously a specially treated parasitic blood spirit, and based on the scent, it was at the very least a level 80 parasitic alien. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's face changed and he immediately walked up to try to stop it, but he was still a step too slow. After that blood pill was consumed by Chen Xian, in an instant, an evil and terrifying aura erupted from his body. His level directly began to climb crazily from level 68, and his body began to twist and turn hideously. A single bone spur grows out of the body and surrounds the vital parts of the torso. Chen Xian's sanity began to gradually collapse, but he still forced himself to restrain himself and opened his mouth. I've been studying this for 20 whole years, and of the 9 alien races, the one that most closely matches the human race is actually the bone skeleton alien race, followed by the blood beast alien race. Their body structure and power system, which can be combined with the human race, are not very conflicting. The evolutionary system of the bone human race is something that can exist. Sky King, do you understand? As soon as the words fell, Chen Xian slowly raised his head, and the pair of eyes under his glasses had turned into the eyes of the soul, a powerful aura spreading out. Hiss! Chen Xian couldn't control himself from roaring up to the sky as his body became powerful with the extension of his bones, a powerful and terrifying aura unfolding from him. The level 68 physician profession turned into a level 90 bone skeleton human in the blink of an eye. Even the Feng Yuanyi thinking few were surprised to see this scene. This guy, did he really make it? However, soon, as if Chen Xian was completely out of control, he raised his hand and steeply penetrated his brain, and the moment blood burst out, he slowly pulled his brain out. The maniacal look on Chen Xian's face abruptly disappeared, and his expression became cold and cruel. He looked at the heavenly King Luo Zhuan with an expressionless face as he ate his brain down in one bite. At this moment, everyone realized that the original Chen Xian was dead. The experiment continues to fail, going so far as to allow itself to be completely taken over by the bone fae. The skeletal alien in front of him shook his body and said with some emotion, "Is this the body of a human? How interesting. So this is in line with our evolutionary direction." Hearing these words, everyone present understood the purpose of the imperial clan. It turned out that the other party was using Chen Xian, not to help him find a way for the human race to become stronger, but to make the alien race stronger. Poor guy, but not dead enough. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan raised his hand, and a battle halberd telescoped out. directly chopping towards this level 90 bone alien. He thought that he could deal with it easily, but he didn't know that this bone skeleton alien's hands transformed into bone blades and easily blocked the Heavenly King's strike. Luo Zhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Same level 90, but this bone skeleton alien in front of him was significantly harder to deal with than the rest of the level 90 White Jedi Bone Kings. Turned into an elite monster after evolving to have a human body? Luo Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Even if it evolved, he didn't look at it. Brilliant fighting chi violently erupted from the pointed blade of the halberd as it slashed down. This slash clearly had the shadow of the old god of war, and the houses and forest behind him cut out long slashes. Bone spikes erupted from the bone skeleton human's body, wrapping themselves into a ball and perfectly deflecting this blade. The moment the sword dangles disappeared, its back steeply unfolded a pair of bone wings. But perhaps because of evolution, the bone wings unexpectedly grew blood membranes, blood vessels and other connections together. The speed was much steeper. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan apparently didn't realize it either, and reacted slightly slower, being knocked out by the bone wrecker human, but soon stuttering and lying down. The halberd slashed across the body, breaking the two bone spikes that were on top of it, and then kicked it out of the way. Without waiting to land, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's body steeply erupted with blood aura. Military methods of warfare. Luo Zhuan figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had already come to the bone skeleton alien above. The halberd poofed through the skeleton of the chest, directly through its torso. Boom thud, ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The whole earth shook violently for a moment. However, this White Jedi Bone King was clearly not fatal, and immediately rushed out from the pit, erupting into a sky of blood-red bone spikes that covered the sky. White bone silhouettes also appeared densely on the ground, and transparent blue soul power emerged from the ground and surged into this White Jedi Bone King. As a level 90 bone fey, it can strip the dead from the ground, constantly restoring and enhancing its strength. It was the first time that you wanted to see the fight of a level 90 bone fiend, and he completely didn't expect it to be so strong that even his eyes were a little unable to catch up. The moment Heavenly King Luo Zhuan fought, Li Qin's figure disappeared into thin air, and Feng Yuan had the good sense to know that he couldn't help, so he just stepped back. After all, they were only level 50 or so, and had the heart to face this level 90 monster. Ying Zai flipped over a tarot card, and a series of aura aids such as warrior, wise man, sword, scepter, knight, and so on fell on the Heavenly King, which was the only thing that could help a little. Yi Xiang's gaze then fell on these white bone silhouettes on the ground, and his expression suddenly moved. These seem to be the grievances or yin chi of the dead, right? This level 90 bone phase skill is to extract these things to increase itself? The corners of his mouth could not help but spread a smile. Good guy, professional counterpart. Without hesitation, he directly closed his eyes and pinched the spell, reciting it softly. The way of man is small, the way of immortality is vast, and the way of ghosts is joyful. When people are born, the immortal way is expensive to live, and the ghost way is expensive to die. The way of the immortals is always auspicious, and the way of the ghosts is always evil. High on the clear spirit of beauty, sad song of the lang space, but I wish the way of heaven to be accomplished, and I do not want the way of man to be impoverished. Hearing Yi miss this strange Taoist scripture again, Feng Yuan was a bit puzzled. What is the point of reciting this? There is no dead person. Soon, however, he snapped his eyes wide open. No way? Only the light blue energy revealed by those white bone silhouettes on the ground gradually coalesced and converged into silhouettes under the effect of Yi Xiang's scriptures. This was a scene that Feng Yuan had simply never seen before. Li Qin also looked at this scene curiously. Wasn't this the White Jedi Bone King's domain skill? You wanted to do something that could affect the use of a level 90 skill. Ying Zai, however, instantly understood and her eyes slightly lit up. Is it a Taoist sutra for overcoming the dead? No wonder the foreigners must target the Taoist sect back then, and even cut off its inheritance at any cost. This Taoist scripture of overcoming the dead can be said to have directly cut off the ability of the foreigners with bones above level 60 to recover themselves through the chi of death. Where is the breath of death when the dead are directly transcended? Along with Yi Xiang's last sentence, the heavens are swirling with air, and my Tao is prospering day by day fell. The dense and transparent figures in front of him bowed towards Yi Xiang, and then dissipated out of thin air. In the sky, the White Jedi Bone King, who was fighting with the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, suddenly looked down below with a face full of doubt. How come the death chi was gone? The result was a scene that almost made him vomit blood. The boy had actually overtaken the dead. Losing his death chi, he immediately fell behind when he fought Luo Zhuan again. Luo Zhuan would definitely have to waste quite a bit of effort if he wanted to decapitate the evolved level 90 White Jedi Bone King in front of him without using forbidden techniques. But the situation was suddenly different after losing the death chi enchantment. Luo Zhuan's halberd crazily pierced through the White Jade Bone King's body. Under the outbreak of powerful Do Chi, his eyes turned white gold, and his halberd bloomed with blinding light at the same time. God-killing chop. The halberd chopped through the White Jedi Bone King's body and fell from above. For an instant, the White Jedi Bone King did not move. A line of blood loomed up, and in the next moment, all of the internal organs and bones were sliced in half, and a level 90 blood spirit emerged. The White Jedi Bone King's body crashed down as two halves of a corpse, and Luo Zhuan raised his hand to grab the blood spirit and ate it in one bite. The aura on his body steeply erupted, and his level returned to level 91. Yes, recovery. Luo Zhuan had killed at one point to level 96 at first, only to then use the forbidden art cost to keep overdrawing his body, and he had been dropping in level over the years. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's heart-protecting pill, after that last fight, Luo Zhuan would have steadily fallen down to the 9th revolutions even if he wasn't seriously injured. After resolving the mission, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked down and walked to the two halves of the corpse with a cold expression. Compared to that royal family, they must have already known that the next evolutionary direction for the Bone Fae and Blood Beast Fae was to utilize the bodies of the human race. Even if the other party didn't go after the Chinese human race, they would do it through the rest of the human race. This body in front of me, it will become extremely precious, although once as the human race Chen Xin, but become this way, ultimately is to blame, the so-called for the future of the human race, in the end, or in pursuit of strong power. He had investigated Chen Xin's information when he arrived, and this person had always been dissatisfied with his profession, believing that the physician profession could also be used as a combat profession. Then, for some unknown reason, after coming into contact with Fey research, the idea of borrowing Fey power to change the strength of the transfer was born. If the future Bone Fey or Blood Beast Fey would really evolve into this kind of appearance, this corpse that was already in two halves might be able to be studied to find out some weaknesses. Soon, the people from the inspection bureau rushed over to block the scene, and after a brief exchange with the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, the things before and after were understood at once. But the national medical examination check cannot be cancelled yet. The appearance of a Chen Xin does not mean that there is no second. After all, the real culprits behind the scenes were the royal family, and the other party wouldn't necessarily stop even if they achieved their goal. It could be said that every time there was a movement in the royal family, it represented instability. The fact is also true, now cannot be taken lightly. China to this day has been like walking a tightrope. If you take a wrong step, may be the end of the world. It wasn't until these years that it got a little better. The system of generals and schools has accumulated no small amount of substance and strength. If the trumpet troops are the top of the human race's midstream, then the generals and school officers, each and every one of them, is the bottom of the human race. When the old war god grew old, Luo Zhuan came out of the general school system. Of course he was one of the strongest in the general school system at that time, but from this we can see the true depth of the Chinese human race. After this operation came to an end, the national medical examination did not end there, and to make sure that nothing was left to chance, for 2 consecutive days, everyone had to do it again, just in case there were any leaks. You wanted to stay in the base and continue to strip the parasitic alien, although Feng Yuan and Li Qin were also beside him, but they did not make any more moves. You wanted was still comfortable even if he was facing more than 20 aliens now, and it was only a matter of time before he killed them all. And at this time most people in China still do not know, just under the calm medical examination routine, just how rough waves. If the general public were to learn that Fae can parasitize, no small amount of harm or public opinion would occur, either from those who have been parasitized or from those who suspect it. It is often these things that are more likely to cause great casualties. 2 days down, you wanted the blood spirit within the Dantian to be stuffed again, almost invisible to the shadow of the purple gold Dan, but basically are about 40 level blood spirit, devouring up quickly. Basically a day can devour a few, refining and transforming into pure spiritual energy. For the purple gold Dan, just a slight accumulation of a trace, but also catch up with the cultivation of several days. Even though he knew that cultivating the violet gold Dan needed to accumulate over time, but if he purely had to rely on absorbing the violet chi early in the morning to cultivate, Yi Xiang felt that even if he cultivated for 8 or 9 decades, he wouldn't necessarily be able to reach the realm of the 9 turns violet gold Dan. Look at the Qing Yunzi old-timer will know. In the blessed true martial arts view of the old site of diving cultivation for 100 years, only will be 9 turns. Can imagine the cultivation path of the inner Dan exactly how much grinding people. At the first turn, it was about a month to break through a minor realm, and after the second turn, it would take between 3 months and half a year at the very least to break through a minor realm. If it weren't for the blood spirit devouring and keeping the breakthrough speed at half a month to a month. It's just that the requirements for spiritual energy are getting higher and higher. Unlike purple chi, which can be directly absorbed and transformed, After a level 40 blood spirit was compressed into spiritual energy, it was merely equivalent to only a dozen strands of purple chi, and for the purple gold Dan, it could be devoured in a moment, but instead, it was delayed quite a bit when it came to refining and transforming it. However, except for the early morning sunrise, usually the inner Dan had no way to cultivate, and having enough blood spirits was considered to speed up the cultivation process. Now the level 40 foreigners could no longer give Yi Xiang pressure, but as long as they were fighting, the progress of branding the human immortal patterns didn't fall much. 2 days down the line, the heart area had completed the second branding, and started branding the lungs. The air of the 5 elements operated between the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and in conjunction with the human immortal patterns that continuously strengthened the organs. The power of both the thunder method and the samadhi true flame rose steadily as time passed. After 2 days, no new parasites appeared in the base, and a total of 392 people were parasitized in the country. All of them parasitized xenomorphs below level 45. Perhaps the parasitic xenomorphs can't achieve a state of complete concealment if they're too strong? After all, at that time, Chen Xian devouring a level 80 parasitic blood spirit was still fresh in his mind, suggesting that as long as he mastered this evolution method, either the bone fey or the blood beast fey might be able to manage to evolve to the upper limit of around level 10. This data is very scary. To know that the alien throne each race only one, but the existence of 90 level can be quite a lot. Each race at least a dozen of this level of foreigners. If they are raised by about 10 levels, will not they all be able to arrive at level 100? Even if it couldn't reach the throne level, it still belonged to the level of a level 100 elite, and as long as it could evolve to that level, it wouldn't be too different from a throne for the human race. Upon realizing this, the entire top echelon of Huaxia couldn't help but fall silent. All the other countries' human races were kept in captivity, and the imperial race would certainly not refrain from using this type of evolution when they got hold of it. You can't get too many human bodies from the Chinese people here, but it's perfectly adequate elsewhere. The entire top office was somber at the thought. It was completely conceivable that a dozen or so level 100 elite foreigners would kill their way into Huaxia, and with this kind of peak combat power, even if the human general and school system had all its reserves, it wouldn't necessarily be able to stop them. It is impossible for this evolutionary system to be without a breakthrough. The medical side will make a breakthrough as soon as possible to open the gap in this area, Zhou said calmly. However, the top physician from earlier shook his head helplessly. We can only try our best. It's hard to find a breakthrough just by relying on a corpse, bone skeleton human race. This kind of statement is simply unheard of. Is this a foreign race? Or is it a human race? Using the Fey mind as a dominant force, mastering the potential of the human race and their own Fey abilities. This aspect is indeed a perfect evolution for the Bone Fey. If the entirety of the Bone Rec Fey race evolves towards this aspect, there is a good chance that it will have the potential to become a top Fey race, or even an imperial race. Old war god Hong Qing's eyes were icy cold, and our human race is willing to be captive to the other side, or even become a victim of the other side's evolution? Even if the other human races have a slave mindset, they can't be half as defiant. Speaking of which, he opened the ancient world map from 100 years ago. The location of the Bone Rec Fey is on the lower border of the Ice Demon Fey in the north. If there is a human race there that is still alive and being held captive, it is the once high-tech Li Rin race. And before the heavenly king Luo Zhuan led the mechanical puppet squad, you wanted to go here once. There were white bones all over the place. Not a single figure to be seen, perhaps already slaughtered. Beyond that is the Sunflower People, where a volcano erupted once 100 years ago, shaping a very deep and long volcanic abyss between Land Island and High Tech. And there, the present-day home base of the Bone Fey, the Bone Abyss. War god Hong Qing raised his hand and pointed at the island land behind the Bone Abyss and spoke. If the Bone Rec foreign race has also captured the human race, then it is definitely here. No matter what the cost. If you can save them, save them. If you can't, then kill them. The enslaved human race. No matter what. You can't let them become enemies. The executives were stunned by these words from war god Hong Qing. Kill if you can't save? Really? Really want to do this? A senior couldn't help but frown and said. Or what? Wait for the bone skeleton Fey to become completely powerful? War god Hong Chang asked rhetorically. Since recovering 30% of his strength, Hong Qing's violent temper had also returned once again, and he did not look at his previous Twilight appearance at all. If you guys are wimps, I'll personally lead the team deeper into the Bone Fey. It's not like we're entering the Bone Abyss, so what's there to be afraid of? That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is if we can't save them, do we really have to behead them all? After all, the same human race. Hong Qing couldn't help but give a mocking smile. Do you know why we've only explored the 3 places of the North American realm? the Oro realm and the Ganges realm all these years, but we don't care at all about the bone wreck alien realm that is the closest to us and still borders it? 200 years ago, the Sunflower people, like the Fae, had invaded us, and it is unlikely that we, Huaxia, would seek their help even if we were to exterminate our clan. If they can be saved, they can be saved, but if the other party is completely captive and unresisting, then kill them all, and don't let them become a source of evolution for the Bone Fae. After pondering for a moment, Heavenly King Luo Jun raised his hand in agreement with this opinion. 15 years had passed since the last exploration, and although there was still no news, this time was different, and it was necessary to stop the evolution of the entire Bone Fae race. The Blood Beast alien race is on the opposite side of the Qinling. The terrain is dangerous. Even if the other side completes its evolution, it will not be easy for the other side to press in with a large army. The naturally superior terrain is very useful even now. What's more, the Qinling Mountains had become a paradise for foreign beasts within it, and there was no shortage of high-grade powerful foreign beasts, so even if a Blood Beast Fae wanted to cross the Qinling Mountains, it wouldn't be that easy. The biggest threat to the Chinese human race had been the Ice Demon Fae in the north, the Pupil Nightmare Fae and Horned Ghost Fae in the rear, and the Bone Skeleton Fae in the east. However, after taking Jingzhou down, the Snake Sha Fae in the south also came into view, but they didn't have much movement. Being of the same cursed lineage, the Snake Sha Fae and the Pupil Nightmare Fae had always belonged to a state of enmity. After all, the Serpent Sha Fae can devour the eyes of the Pupil Nightmare Fae to evolve their cursed abilities. The two top pillars of the human race chose to take a stand, so there was nothing more to say. Organizing their manpower and preparing to go deeper into the realm of the Bone Fae. Now that the Bone Fae throne has been decimated, the overall strength is like a plate of scattered sand, and as long as it doesn't evolve, it basically won't put too much pressure on Huaxia. Soon enough, the top brass settled on a candidate, and this time, the Ace Choppers would lead the team, with the full cooperation of the White Tiger mobile force into the Bone Wreck alien race, as it was more than 20 years ago. Only this time, instead of going deep into the Bone Abyss to behead the throne, he bypassed the Bone Abyss and traveled to the land of Sunflower Island to see if there were still any human races left to survive. If humanoids still existed, the White Tiger unit was responsible for transportation and the Decimators were responsible for holding them back. It was the first time that War God Hong Cheng and Heavenly King Luo Jun traveled with a team at the same time. After all, this mission, even if it fails, the entire army is not allowed to be wiped out. 3 days later, while Yi Xiang was cultivating the human immortal pattern in the gravity room, the auxiliary intelligence suddenly flew over and said, "Comrade Yi Xiang, new mission orders have been issued. Please go to the base of the decapitation team to gather." Yi wanted to open his eyes. The human immortal patterns on his body gradually dimmed, and after adjusting the 4 times gravity down, he got up and took off the protective suit while receiving the 2 bottles of nutritional potion handed over by the auxiliary intelligence and finished it in one gulp. Walking into the washroom and rinsing his entire body, he breathed a sigh of relief. After this period of time, it had taken perfect control of its own strength. After putting on his clothes, Mo Xiu's communication popped up in front of him, and he wanted to lift his hand to pick it up. Mo Xiu's face appeared in the screen. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, "This time we have to go deeper into the Bone Fiend realm. Be prepared for a long mission. Bring some things with you. Gather at 12 o'clock noon." Yi Think's eyes crossed a glint of essence and nodded. Okay. When he returned to his quarters, he directly used his war credit to order a single large pile of herbs. "I'm almost out of potions lately and need to replenish them." An hour later, all the required medicinal materials were quickly transported over through the unmanned aircraft, and Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly started alchemy. The Samadhi flame familiarly refined the herbs into pills, and within a few moments, 10 marrow cleansing pills fell into his hands. After casually handing it over to the auxiliary intelligence, he continued to refine the condensed ice scatter. The assistive intelligence may not look like much, but it has a space enchantment inside that can hold up to 3 cubic meters of items, and can also be meticulously categorized. Can become a warrior's essential companion? Naturally not just a technological product, housing some medicinal items, equipment, etc., is completely sufficient. After the pills for daily cultivation were refined, Yi Xiang did not stop and continued to refine the pills. The third turning heart-protecting pill was what Heavenly King Luo Jun needed. 3 days ago he said he needed another one. Of course the herbs exchanged were all free of charge. After taking Jingzhou down, it greatly enriched the treasury's medicinal and mineral resources, and the medicinal materials Yi wanted to refine pills would basically not be lacking as long as they weren't too precious. 10 minutes later, 3 heart-protecting pills dripped into his hand. The pills were fragrant and without any defects. One was definitely not enough. After all, if you used it up, it would be gone. So why not just refine 3? The problem of the heart of the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. There is no way to recover from the elixir below the 6th turn, and he can only use the heart protection elixir to protect it. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi wanted to start refining the last precious medicinal herb. The 4 Revolutions 9 Yang return pill was still prepared for Elder Hang. Now that he had broken through the 2nd transformation violet gold pill, he could once again attempt to refine a 4th transformation pill. After adjusting his state, without a moment's hesitation, the azure-colored samadhi flame once again surged in his hands, and with a roll of his raised hand, he dropped all of those precious medicinal herbs into his hands, quickly refining them into an essence liquid form. Time passed little by little, and after each of the herbs were refined to the most suitable state, Yi wanted to start intermingling the essences. The temperature of the samadhi true flame was once again raised. A powerful spiritual pressure emanated from his body. The spiritual power of the 2nd transformation violet gold pill was in full force, and in his brow, he was emanating a Taoist intent. Refining this elixir is the same as fighting, with the full strength of the realm. In the flames, 4 Dan lines emerged on the liquid surface that gradually condensed into a circle, and as the scorching yang qi flickered, Yi wanted to seize the opportunity. Raising his hand, he pinched the Dan concentration technique and formed it into a Dan with a single breath. The moment the samadhi flame disappeared, only a perfect 4 Revolutions 9 Yangs returning Dan was seen falling down from the air. Yi wanted to take it in his hand and gazed at the 4-turn elixir. Although he was tossing and sweating profusely, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. It really worked. The first time he concocted a 4th-turn elixir, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This 9-yang rejuvenation pill could completely cure all of Elder Hang's dark illnesses and injuries, allowing him to recover to his peak state. After finishing the alchemy, Yi wanted to take a deep breath, and after thinking for a moment, he once again named a brand new precious medicinal material. The 4th-turning purple jade pill, like the marrow cleansing pill, was likewise in conjunction with the cultivation of the human immortal pattern. The marrow cleansing pill was to stimulate the acupoints and meridians of the entire body and was suitable for the cultivation of the 1st and 2nd layers of the human immortal body, but the 3rd layer was to brand the human immortal patterns of the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs. And although the marrow cleansing pill was useful, its effect was significantly weakened by a lot. The 4-turn purple jade Dan is aimed at the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, can greatly improve the 3rd layer of the human immortal pattern of cultivation speed, and a purple jade Dan potency can last half a month time. However, refining the herbs for 1 violet jade pill, even if it was 3 times cheaper, still required 10,000 battle points. After the auxiliary intelligence transmitted the command up, it quickly received a confirmation response and was delivered in an hour. Yi wanted to take this time to recover his spiritual energy and adjust his state of essence. After having the experience of concocting a 4-turn elixir once, Yi Xiang's grasp on concocting the purple jade pill had also improved quite a bit. An hour later, he opened his eyes. His status had been restored to full, and the auxiliary intelligence had received the herbs back just in time. Outside the door just returned Feng Miaochuan Wang Jun Shen Wanyan. 3 people saw this scene. Cannot help but some curiosity. You want to toss what again? Half an hour later, Yi wanted to look at a purple pill in his hand. The 4 turns of the Dan pattern on the top of the vivid, like white clouds, did not hesitate. Anyway, there are half a month of medicinal effect time. Directly eat it. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth. The medicinal power melted away. A layer of lavender water flowed in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the human immortal patterns that were branded in them were instantly aroused, and began to slowly brand on their own. You want to start meditating on branding the human immortal pattern without saying anything, and immediately felt no resistance in general, completely free of the second time of the raw and difficult, and even more silky and comfortable than the first time a lot. The speed was obviously more than twice as fast, and in a short while, the human immortal pattern in the lungs finished branding for the second time, and started branding the spleen. But he didn't cultivate any further. He opened his eyes, took off his holy Chine uniform, changed into a green shirt and walked out. Wang Jun and the 3 of them were still talking about something in the living room when they happened to see Yi Xiang walking out. They couldn't help but greet and shout, "Brother Yi." Even if they were in the same dormitory, unconsciously, they felt a sense of distance towards Yi Xiaoyan. It's the kind of gap that you can only look at the back of. Yi Xiang was really progressing too fast. This freshman year hadn't even ended yet, and he was already at level 35, which was already catching up with the seniors of the junior year. Not to mention the strength, the college competition against the War God College, directly winning 3 games in a row, the youngest member ever to join the Chopper Reserve. Many people were now speculating just how strong Yi Xiang was nowadays, and at this time, Yi Xiang's rank was also promoted to 3rd class special officer after gaining 120,000 battle merits, and most likely would also become the youngest captain officer ever. It should be known that even Luo Zhuan, the Heavenly King who was the top pillar of the human race, was 19 years old back then before he was promoted to the rank of captain officer, while Yi Xiang was only 16 years old today. Yi wanted to nod. He glanced at Feng Miaochuan, who had been confined for a few days before, and seemed to have lost some weight. After thinking about it, he took out the 5 marrow cleansing pills he had previously refined and threw them to Feng Miaochuan. 1 capsule for each person. In conjunction with exercise to strengthen the body, the medicine is only effective for a few hours. The remaining 2 are passed on to Yu Wei and Songya. After having the purple jade pill, the first turn marrow cleansing pill was no longer very useful to him, and taking it to them to use would also strengthen their bodies. Hearing Yi Xiang's statement, Chen Wanyan immediately realized the importance of this elixir. Being able to strengthen and exercise the body, this kind of elixir was simply unheard of. Wasn't this raising the upper limit of one's potential? If it was placed in the War God Academy, this one marrow cleansing elixir could drive them crazy. Brother Yi, aren't you taking it to the squad leader yourself? Wang Jun was a bit puzzled. I'm going out on another mission and won't be going to class. Yi Xiang shook his head and explained. The 3 understood and were curious, but they didn't ask more questions. Yi wanted to pinch up the royal wind Dao technique, and his body directly flew down from the balcony. In order not to draw attention to himself, he pinched up his invisibility spell again, so that as long as his level was lower than his, it was basically impossible to see him. After arriving at the cafe all the way on the royal wind, Yi Xiang only revealed his figure and took a step directly into the base. After authenticating your identity, the gate opens. As soon as Yi wanted to go in, he saw the tusked boar throwing a frisbee that he was playing with. He died. Seeing Yi Xiang appear, the tusked boar immediately came up with a cheeky face, full of anticipation and happiness. Yi wanted to roll his eyes and kicked it away without a good reason. Play aside. This guy's level was the same as Song Xinrui's, and more than a month had passed, and although his level had only increased by 2 levels, the fat on his body had obviously become less, and his overall appearance was much leaner and stronger. So it seemed that he was indeed working seriously. In the past, the tusked boar would definitely be eager to hide far away from itself, and the reason why it had become so obedient was solely because it had given it a marrow cleansing pill. Although the level hadn't changed, the tusked boar was on top of it as if a new world had opened up. Moreover, the elixir was also useful to it, and there was a vague feeling of bloodline evolution. Of course it was a waste to give it the marrow cleansing pill, so you wanted to sometimes try to refine some pills that were of little use. After all, Jingzhou was full of medicinal herbs at that time, like a smorgasbord, and refined quite a few white pills that didn't know their specific function, just like dog food, feeding it one from time to time. Anyway, the guy ate vigorously and became a hard worker instead of being lazy. Yi Xiang glanced around and realized that everyone was there. Lin Feng had also come over long ago and smiled faintly at Yi Xiang. Imo Xiu put away the spirit lance drawings at this time, raised his head and said, "This mission can be described as an exploration and rescue mission. Together with the Ace White Tiger Force, the War God Oldtimer and the Captain will also act together, and we will set off tonight, directly entering the Bone Wreck alien realm." Hearing that Elder Han was also there, a trace of surprise crossed Yi Xiang's eyes, but then he became somewhat clearer and rubbed his brow. When he was dragging his crippled old body, he would sneak up to the north to decimate the level 59 Ice Demon King, and now that he has recovered 3 levels, he definitely can't hold back his loneliness even more. After all, the title of God of War was all about fighting. When young, Hong Cheng, almost always in the battlefield to kill, old, even more reluctant to watch from the rear of the body of their own day-to-day not work. He wanted to remember the words that Elder Hong had said, "I'd rather die in battle than in a hospital bed." It was also these words that you wanted to switch to Dan Dao without hesitation when he turned 3 in the first place. Of course he knew that switching to Formation Dao and learning Chi Men Dun Jia would make him stronger, but if he was any stronger, could he still be stronger than the God of War who had recovered from his peak? After Mo Shou briefly said a few words about the mission's itinerary, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and War God Hong Chang walked in from the doorway. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Luo Zhuan nodded. According to the rules, this time, when we go deeper into the alien realm, everyone will leave a suicide note. The crowd looked solemn, knowing that the words were not a joke. After thinking for a while, he wanted to open his address book and quickly wrote a letter. If he sacrifices himself, this epistle will be sent to Yu Wei and Shen's father and mother. After watching the crowd get ready, Luo Zhuan nodded and turned his head to Yi Xiang and asked, "How are the pills being refined? If it's not ready, it can wait for you. After all, we won't start leaving until the evening, so we can delay some things." Yi Xiang sniffed and directly took out 3 heart-protecting pills and handed them to Luo Zhuan. Speaking, "Captain, the heart-protecting pills can't be taken consecutively. They need to be spaced at least 1 day apart, and if they are taken consecutively, the worse the efficacy of the medicine will be. When Luo Zhuan saw that it was 3 heart-protecting pills, he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Alright, no problem. War God Hong Qing couldn't help but smile. You wanted to rely on alchemy alone. It was enough to rank among the top auxiliary professions, or the most fundamental healing targeting. Its potential was unimaginable. However, right at this moment, Yi Xiang handed over a 4 revolutions 9 Yang's return pill towards him. Elder Hung, this elixir can restore the dark disease meridians in your entire body, but the medicinal effect can be 10 times more violent than at the 3rd turn, and it will be a bit painful. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room thought they had heard wrong. It can restore War God Hong Qing's entire body's darkly diseased meridians? Even the top physicians couldn't do it. Could this tiny elixir really do it? At this time, even Hong Qing himself, looking at a small fiery red elixir in front of him, could not help but breathe a little. He was already very happy to be able to recover 30% of his strength, and he completely didn't expect that only how long had passed. Yi Xiang had really refined this elixir perfectly. Hong Qing slowly raised his hand not to receive the elixir. Only Yi Xiang could see that the large handful of calluses and folds was actually trembling slightly. One must know that back then, that blade had chopped down the ice peaks, that long tang horizontal sword. The blade but did not tremble the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xiang's mouth spread into a smile. It was precisely this that he wouldn't regret choosing the Dan Dao. The big deal was that it was only a delay of 10 levels. However, right at this moment, without the slightest hesitation, War God Hong Qing swallowed the 9 Yang return pill. What's wrong with pain? He's been fighting all his life and he's still afraid of pain? But soon, Hong Qing's body was covered in veins. That 9 suns returned to erupt with terrifying medicinal power, rapidly spreading throughout the body, restoring all the dark diseases and meridians in the entire body. But the prerequisite for the restoration was that all the broken meridians were destroyed and remodeled. In an instant, most of the meridians in his entire body were destroyed. And this kind of pain almost didn't make him scream out in pain. But with so many juniors on the scene, Hong Qing forced himself to endure the pain in his body, and forced himself to walk towards the retreat room with a calm demeanor. Yi Xiang's eyebrows jumped as he watched. Worthy of being the god of war? He had refined the 9 Yang Hui Dan, so he naturally knew clearly the medicinal effects of this pill. That is to treat a serious disease with a serious medicine, like a fire dragon roaming rampantly in the body, without breaking it. With such a powerful drug, it was actually possible to restrain it from making a sound, which he couldn't do anyway. Once the door to the retreat room was closed and all soundproofed, it was only after Elder Hong Qing tore his heart out in pain. You call that a little pain? This brat said that on purpose. The pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow lasted for half an hour before all the dark diseases and meridians in the whole body were destroyed cleanly, and the real effect of the medicine began to take effect, and a miraculous scene took place. Far stronger than before, the meridians began to remodel. Like spring rain, revival swept through the whole body. Dark diseases smoothed out. Erosion of the location of the skeleton. The black old disease will be removed, revealing more than young people crystal clear bones. Hong Qing slowly raised his head like a lion. The god of war once again ascending to the top. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a joyful fluidity in his body that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Tang Hangdao on the side seemed to resonate as well, trembling slightly. With a clang, it automatically fell into Hong Qing's hands, strongly resisting the urge to painfully swing out a blade. But Hong Qing still endured it. If this blade were to really chop out, this base would definitely be gone. Continuing to build up his momentum, he stayed into the bone fei to chop out this suppressed up aura again. It was also for this reason that the aura on Hong Qing's body became extremely horrifyingly oppressive, with white hair hanging down, deep eyes, and a strong body that was no longer hunched over. The crowd at the door were waiting for the war god elder to come out, while Yi Xiang was helplessly taking out the rune paper to draw spirit talismans. Li Qin asked for 3 divine walking talismans. Feng Yuan asked for 1,000 June talisman and a divine walking talisman. Mo Xiu asked for a calm and cool talisman. And Zhang Shi, Jiang Jun, Ning Yuan Mei, and Lu Yan all asked for a protecting talisman. After all of them were mage professions. Jiang Guan asked for a puppet talisman and didn't know what it was going to be used for. Lin Jun, on the other hand, asked for a misty messy shadow talisman, which was quite useful in conjunction with the sword technique. But they were all human-ranked talismans. Not much of a delay. After the violet gold Dan broke through the second turn, it was already possible to draw some simple earth-ranked talismans, but there certainly wasn't that much time to draw earth talismans out right now. After all, this kind of talisman, ordinary talisman paper cannot carry. Need to use more than 100 years of Tsueju-made talisman paper can use to carry. If it was a heavenly talisman, the talisman paper required was even more precious. However, Fortunately you wanted to know the Tong Tian talisman, and only needed the spirit spell seal to draw it in the air. Otherwise even if he could draw it, he couldn't use these talismans without the right talisman paper. Just then, the closet opened. A powerful and terrifying aura swept out, and there was no doubt that those present were not elite geniuses of the human race, but they felt suppressed and constrained in an instant. Hastily turning his head to look, he saw Hong Qing, who was clad in a military coat and robe, slowly walking out with a Tang horizontal sword in his hand. No one of their generation had ever seen Hong Qing's domineering appearance when he was truly young, and feel it at this point. That skyrocketing battle intent made everyone's hair stand on end, and the person just standing there could make one's blood boil. Yi Xiang couldn't even help but take a deep breath. Just by a mere glance, he was pulled in by Elder Heng's aura. This hasn't been done yet. If it is, just how strong is Elder Hong? Was this the battle power of a peak human powerhouse? God of War Hong Qing could not help but show a smile as he looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Kid, the old man's meticulous body is getting back on its feet because of you." War God Hong Qing had to lament, because of the injuries and illnesses, day after day, he watched his body become more and more incapable. If it was an ordinary person is okay, but he is the war god Hong Qing. There are no words for this sense of despair. Yi Xiang, however, shook his head, not daring to acknowledge the god of war to say thank you. War god Hong Qing had done enough for the human race. This matter of pills was just a lift of his hand to him. Teacher, have you returned to your peak state? Heavenly King Luo Zhuan also couldn't help but say with some shock. Hong Qing, however, sighed slightly. After all, the years have not spared us. We are still old. Even if we recovered from our injuries, we actually only have 80% of the strength we had back then. Luo Zhuan heard this, but he couldn't help but get excited. Enough is enough. Totally enough. A war god who had regained 80% of his strength would also be enough to deal with the throne. The old-timer Qin Yunzi, the Confucian mindfulness Wang Lu, the body-killing Zhuang Chu, together with him and his teacher. Even if the Buddhist sect didn't make a move, these people were enough to support a piece of the sky in China. But as if remembering something, Luo Zhuan sighed slightly. Zhuangchu is too complicated to have to kill, but not all the time. Kill too much, and the killing intent becomes more raging and difficult to control. But if you don't kill, your strength will decline daily until it dissipates. Well, get ready to go first. The crowd nodded and the group left the cafe to an open area. Soon, several white tiger fighters flew over quickly from a distance and landed in front of the crowd. On the fighter, the captain of the white tiger unit came to Luo Zhuan and said, "The troops have been assembled and are ready to depart at any time." Luo Zhuan nodded. "Then let's go first." None of the chopper's members hesitated and walked up. The fighters all took off and quickly headed towards the southern edge. Through the window, he wanted to look at the St. Chime High School gradually becoming smaller and smaller. Withdrawing his sight, his gaze calm, although the last time he went deeper into the Bone Fei was the body of an armored puppet. After all, he had already been there once and he didn't feel any danger. Half an hour later, the entire group arrived at the border of the Bone Fei. A little further ahead, there was once a high-tech Liren race, but now it has become a white bone deadland. Not feeling the slightest bit of life, dozens of armed fighters were neatly arrayed in order, and among them were several transport planes that could be loaded to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The gazes of the personnel of the Ace White Tiger unit all fell on the members of the decimation team, with admiration and envy in their eyes. This time, going deeper into the Bone Fiends, although it sounded dangerous, there was an honor to be able to act with the Heavenly King's decimation team. It was still early. After all, it was a sneak, so naturally it was better to act at night. The only pity is that the bone skeleton alien race does not exist. The concept of time, daytime and black sky to them is no difference. Only at night is not so easy to be exposed. Captain White Tiger, on his side, noticed the chopper team's personnel movement and couldn't help but look at Emoshio with some curiosity and ask, "Has Zhuang Chu retired?" Mozio nodded. Aha! He didn't know much about Zhuang Chu's current situation. The captain hadn't said anything, and Lin Feng and Yi Xiang had kept their mouths shut, but he vaguely guessed that something had most likely happened to Zhuang Chu. In fact, during these days, Zhuang Chu had been studying Confucianism of mind with Wang Lu in the Longchang Valley. It doesn't do much, but it does strengthen the saint's learning a bit so that he doesn't forget it too quickly. But if there was a mission, he would naturally get up and come over. Sure enough, not a moment later, a majestic killing aura came steeply. Everyone's bodies couldn't help but stiffen as they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure in dark red heavy armor slowly walk over from the jungle. Even the members of the decimation team couldn't help but take a deep breath. Brother Chu? Feng Yuan was a bit shocked. Why does it feel like Zhuang Chu has changed so much in just a month's time? Zhuang Chu looked at the members of the decimation team and nodded slightly, with no intention of removing his helmet. Luo Zhuan looked at Zhuang Chu and raised his hand to pat his shoulder without saying anything. With 3 top human combatants, there was no need to be too scrupulous even if the throne of the bone skeleton alien race still existed. Yi Xiang walked over at this time and handed Zhuang Chu a golden light spell enhanced purification talisman. He wasn't sure if it could be useful to Zhuang Chu, but he always had to try. Zhuang Chu took the talisman and spoke. "Thank you." Everyone could hear Zhuang Chu's hoarse voice, coupled with the killing aura that could almost scare people to death. Even a fool could sense that something must have happened to him. Team Chu looks so scary right now. He died couldn't help but whisper. The crowd nodded in unison. It was indeed scary. Zhuang Chu popped a small stone straight out of his hand, snapping it to hit He Dai's forehead. "Oh hoo, that hurts." He held his forehead and spat out his tongue, but in his heart, he was relieved. Whether Cheng Chu retires or not, it will always be their Chu team too. It doesn't leave until the evening, and there's still most of the day left. You wanted to waste no time. Taking advantage of the effect of the purple jade, Dan stayed on the plane to meditate on branding the human immortal patterns. The first few times the progress of the human immortal patterns is undoubtedly the fastest increase in their own strength, and they can fully utilize this opportunity to upgrade to the 40th level of the 4th turn. Time passed little by little, and the crowd was used to seeing Yi Xiang's hard work and cultivation. After all, when he was at the Jingzhou battlefield, Yi Xiang was either traveling on a mission or cultivating, and was seldom seen in silhouette. But on the battlefield, whenever he was needed, that Thunder Law figure, always following like a shadow, never appeared to be unable to keep up. A rare moment of free time before delving into the realm of the Bone Fae, especially since the War God Elder was also there, and didn't mince words in the slightest in teaching this group of the most elite youngsters. As a fellow weapon user, Hong Qing was also very satisfied with Lin Jun. At a young grade, he stepped out on his own path. Extreme sword and his domineering sword, not similar. If the level is a little higher, the heart. And then, I was just about to compliment him when I saw the kid holding a photo album. Elder Hung instantly frowned and walked towards him with a serious expression. Oops, someone's going to get scolded. He Dai warned carefully. Lu Yan watched the scene with interest. What are you doing reading such books at such a young age? Confiscated. Elder Hong directly took away the photo book from Lin Jun's hand. Lin Jun a dumbfounded. A small age. Senpai. I'm 25 and a normal mature man. But soon, Lin Jun suddenly reacted and rummaged through his pockets for several more photo books. Elder's teachings are correct. I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Ahem. Children. Evergreen nodded in satisfaction. Crowd. I don't know why, but I always feel that the image of this senior has gone down the drain. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan could not help but smile. In fact, Lin Jun has always had the shadow of his teacher. The love of reading photo albums. Exactly the same. Only few people know. As night fell, the White Tiger troopers finally saw the legendary pig teammates in the decimation team. Tusked boar. The guy had been sleeping in the fighter, woke up hungry from his sleep, and knew to come out for food. Yueru's eyes lit up and she opened her mouth to look at Mo Xiaodao. I'll take Piggy to hunt wild game. How about that? Mo Xiao frowned slightly and shook his head. This is the border. It's not that safe. Just drink a nutritional potion to replenish it. Yeah. What's not safe? Hong Chang laughed cheerfully and confidently as he looked at the tusked boar and said, Let's go. Let me see its ability to attract monsters. Is it really as exaggerated as the rumors? The War God seniors all gave their word. He Dai was instantly happy and directly grabbed Piggy's big ears and flew up in one leap. The tusked boar is also used to it. A thick skin and flesh. Pulling no pain. And it looked like it was pulled up. But in fact, he had cast a wind spell on the tusked boar, and his weight became a dozen times lighter. Hong Qing followed behind He Dai, high in the sky, his gaze looking towards a snow-white bone domain in the distance, his eyes icy cold. Soon, the tusked boar attracted a whole bunch of foreign beasts rushing towards the gathering place. The four hooves stomped fast, and those who were attentive realized that the pig was running really fast. Obviously only level 20 or so. His speed was quite a bit faster than that of a level 30 warrior profession. Time passes little by little. When the night completely descended, you want to slowly open his eyes, as if the heart has a sense of the general, for no reason to count a fortune. The 8 trigrams heavenly stems and earthly branches void appeared in his hand, and he fiddled with it slightly. The look changed. Fierce? Don't believe it. Senior Qing Yunzi said that fortune-telling is not very accurate after the change of the sky, so don't trust fortune-telling too blindly. You wanted to think about it, and then recalculated, and as expected, the trigrams immediately changed for the better. It's a mixed bag. Recount. At that moment, Luo Zhuan ordered to prepare for departure, and all of them boarded the plane at once, without a doubt. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, God of War Hong Chang, and Zhuang Chu all walked into the machine compartment where Yi Xiang was and saw the trigrams in his hand. Hong Cheng instantly knew that Yi wanted to count the trigrams, and did not move to watch. Luo Zhuan also understood and said on the communicator channel, "Wait a moment." Everyone couldn't help but stare. Waiting for what? Zhuang Chu watched with interest as Yi wanted to count the trigrams, and when the trigrams stabilized, he couldn't help but ask, "How was it?" "Fierce," Yi Xiang said without lifting his head. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had a black line and was just about to inquire when he realized that this guy had recalculated again. Elder Hang couldn't help but look happy, sort of understanding that Yi wanted to count out an upper auspicious trigram out. You want to restart the trigrams. After several consecutive times, just after 10 o'clock in the evening, the trigrams are finally no longer evil or mixed fortunes and misfortunes, but directly appeared a large auspicious trigrams. Eyes couldn't help but light up. "There. Depart," Heavenly King Luo Zhuan immediately said. At once, a dozen fighters and transports rose up at the same time. Having fought a lifetime of war, both the Heavenly King and the God of War do not believe in such things as fate and trigrams. And the reason why they are like this is that they are also considered to be pampering Yi think. A dozen or so fighters flew directly into the Bone Fiend's domain, and at a height of several hundred meters, there was no way for ordinary Bone Fiends to attack them. It's fast, and it doesn't go off without a bang. The crowd soon flew hundreds of kilometers into the field of bones, and just then, a terrifying bone spike cut through the night and hurled itself straight at one of the fighters. However, Luo Zhuan, who had prepared for this, flew out directly, and his halberd directly cut off that bone spur. He then lowered his head towards the bottom, only to see a level 82 white Jedi Bone King staring deathly into the sky above. An order was instantly transmitted to the entire Bone Fey race, and in an instant, as long as the Bone Fey race below his rank were informed that the human race had penetrated deeper into the territory. This was the special, strange existence of the Bone Fey, and communication was as if a single thought could be passed out and united in action regardless of distance. This white Jedi Bone King's body steeply became huge, and a single thick bone spur erupted from his body, turning into a bone skeleton giant in the blink of an eye. However, compared to the original Bone Throne, it appeared to be much more petite, and the bones were not as hideous, only 80 meters tall. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan flew swiftly with his war halberd and landed in front of him. The terrifying blood aura that erupted from his body caused the soul fire of this white Jedi Bone King to tremble. Human Heavenly King. The war halberd fell. The huge head broke and fell. Luo Zhuan stepped on the body like a titanic mountain, roaring and vibrating. With a click, all the bones in his body broke and he stomped to the ground. A great 82 blood spirit flew straight out, and Luo Zhuan casually grabbed it and ate it. Getting up, he quickly flew up and chased after them towards the fighters, calmly saying, "Prepare for battle. We've been exposed." All the white tiger drivers nodded in understanding. In the night, a white bone rain falls. Countless bone spikes were thrown up, all of which were dodged by the brilliant white tiger driver. After all, this wasn't the Bone Abyss, and there weren't many powerful Bone Fey in the press. But when he was about to approach the Bone Abyss, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at the map. Nemo lifted his chin, and pondered for a long time before reaching out his hand to draw a large semicircle on the map and said, "Bypass the Bone Abyss, and fly directly in from behind the land of Rihua Island." 10-0. "That won't be enough fuel for the return trip," the captain of the White Tiger unit responded. "I know. When the time comes to walk back, all the remaining oil will be given to the transporter," Luo Zhuan said with calm confidence. On military operations, although most of them were directed by rear commanders, on the real battlefield, the orders of the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan took precedence. Soon, all the planes went straight around the Bone Abyss, a big half-circle later, to the island land that was only seen on maps from 100 years ago. Everyone couldn't help but look downwards, but unfortunately it was nighttime, so they could only see a deep sea with dark shadows in the shape of island landings. The entire island land was pitch black, without a single light, lifeless, not like there were people surviving. "Prepare for action." In the headset, Mo Shou spoke. All the members of the chopping team got up, including Zhuang Chu, and jumped down en masse when they were still tens of meters above the ground. You wanted to pinch up the Tao and fall in the wind. Dashing in light, a green-shirt figure stood and landed steadily on the tree canopy. He Daiyu, who was still a bit worried that Yi Xiang would not be too tall, saw this scene and his eyes lit up, flying over in a flash and asking curiously, "Elementary brother, do you know wind techniques as well?" Yi Xiang shook his head. "It's just a small spell to control the wind." "Not a wind spell." "Okay." He understood. Mo Shou glanced at the coordinates of the people's locations and said, "All of you gather towards me. Don't travel freely." Halfway through speaking, Mo Shou looked puzzled. "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" In the coordinates of the decapitation squad. At this point, just Feng Yuan was moving fast. "Crap, stop it." There's no one else's luck for me. I jumped right into the snake's nest. Just earlier, after Feng Yuan jumped down from above, he ended up planting his foot directly into the black hole, although he didn't fall out of things at the height of a few meters, but when he came back to his senses, he sensed that something was wrong, and then a strip of scarlet ice slowly surfaced in his pitch-black vision. Feng Yuan subconsciously asked the auxiliary intelligence to turn on the light, and the scene in front of him, even he could not help but take a deep breath. A dozen black and red pythons, surrounding him, were spitting their letters. All of them were level 50-something near level 60 python fey, belly red poison pythons. Feng Yuan was really startled, and his eyes turned blood red as his epinephrine rose. The moment the double knives were drawn from his waist, a cross chop was cut out, and then without looking, he directly jumped up and rushed out of the black hole in a hurry to turn around and run. The dozen or so belly red poison pythons hissed and all rushed out of the snake caves, chasing after him, not slowing down at all. That's what led to the scene where Emoshio saw him moving fast earlier. As soon as Feng Yuan's words fell, Hidui immediately flew over in his direction. However, a figure was faster than her, and between the flashes of lightning, Yi Xiang had already disappeared in her eyes. Human immortal body came to the third layer. After the second turn of Violet Gold Dan, Yi Xiang's Thunder Law attachment was obviously another notch faster, and it could be said that based on speed alone, no one in the chopping team, except for the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, could be faster than him. The positions where the people landed were not very far apart, and he wanted to quickly see Feng Yuan, who was running fast. At the same time, Feng Yuan also saw the thunder light, and immediately put on a brake, turned around with his sword, and looked at the dozen or so belly red poison pythons, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. My brother Yi is here, prepare to die. Yi wanted to have a black line on his head, but he also knew that Feng Yuan's character was like this, a bit big-headed. After coming to Feng Yuan's side, he raised his hand and cast the Tong Tian talisman. 24 talismans appeared in front of him at the same time, transforming into 24 long swords. Thunder Law surged into it, instantly transforming into 24 thunder swords. All the thunder swords were like lightning, instantly splashing out. The hard snake scales were also unable to withstand the thunder sword's furious attack, and in just a moment, they were pierced through by the thunder sword, piercing through the flesh and blood, and the furious thunder method exploded. A few level 50 out belly red poisonous pythons were suddenly trembling in pain. Feng Yuan seized the opportunity and charged straight up, his long blade covered with a layer of blood qi, and the corners of his mouth cracked under his hardened face. This blood qi immediately surged up, like the suction of a small tornado, directly sucking several uncontrolled poison pythons to its heels. In an instant, the blood-red blade qi whistled. Several belly red poison pythons were directly cut into several pieces, scattering blood and flesh all over the place. Feng Yuan took a deep breath and pressed his body down, directly dodging the bloody mouth of a poisonous python. Right in the middle of dodging, Feng Yuan adjusted his posture and the whole person suddenly flipped over. The long knife in his hand chopped horizontally, directly cutting a long slit in the lower jaw of this grade 58 poison python. The other long knife stabbed directly into that bloody opening and ran hard up through it. The long knife ran through the head from the lower jaw, instantly seriously injuring this poison python. You wanted to look at Feng Yuan's playful fighting style, but also had to be staggered. Fighting without skill. All rely on reaction to fight for their lives. Feng Yuan still seemed to feel that the belly red poisonous python did not die fast enough. Lifting his foot and stomping hard, he directly cut it from the head downwards, slicing half of its body, and lifting his hand to directly dig out the snake's bile. This giant poisonous python had Feng Yuan covered in fishy blood from its internal organs and blood alone. You wanted to know that Feng Yuan was about to go berserk, and as expected, an even more berserk blood qi surfaced. You wanted to raise his hand and draw 24 talismans in the air, and the spirit chain immediately flung out along with the golden light, yanking the remaining 8 belly red poison pythons. However, after only holding back for a moment, all the spirit chain golden light collapsed and broke. The difference in grade was still too great. Even if Feng Yuan entered a berserk state and multiplied his strength, it was impossible for him to face so many python attacks at the same time. Yi Xiang's eyes narrowed and transformed into golden eyes. A purple robe with demonic clothing emerged, and the Dao Yi emerged from his eyebrows. A hand of palm lightning solidified and rose. His body instantly disappeared as lightning, arriving behind Feng Yuan, and a palm fell down fiercely. Boom! Palm lightning exploded, and the lightning method covered this python's entire body, electrifying the other party's body and making them tremble. Just as he was about to capitalize on his victory, he wanted to suddenly feel the harsh blade chopping from behind, and hastily bent down to dodge, only to see the blade cut through a few strands of long hair, cutting through the neck by a hair's breadth. Seeing this scene, you wanted to look at Feng Yuan in the midst of his rampage without any good breath. this guy really was. Is it hostile when it enters a berserk state? It seems to be true. Yi Xiang threw out a golden light in his hand, yanked up Feng Yuan's waist, and without waiting for him to react, he directly threw himself out of the poisonous python's encirclement. The moment they had just flung Feng Yuan away, these several poisonous pythons simultaneously spewed out poisonous mist, and the weeds all over the ground instantly withered and died, carrying a terrifying corrosive aura. The poisonous fog quickly spread out. You wanted to retreat just to see Feng Yuan. This stupid big naive open berserk directly rushed into the poisonous fog. Yi thought inside helplessly. This guy can survive until now. I don't know if it's a big life or resistance to beatings. Just then, a gust of wind blew in, dispersing all the poisonous fog. Hiyueru's figure appeared in midair and recited an incantation. And moments later, a dozen wind elves appeared beside her, flying down towards the poison pythons with joyful abandon. Yi wanted to breathe a slight sigh of relief and raised his hand. The Samadhi True Flame fused with the Thunder method. A Thunder Dragon True Flame swept up and charged with a whistling sound. With the help of Derek, the situation was immediately transformed. This was followed by another sudden gunshot, and the level 60 belly red poison python that was chasing Feng Yuan the most fiercely was instantly shot in the head. The fishy blood splattered Feng Yuan again, causing him to become even more berserk, his twin swords waving wildly, his eyes scarlet. He was simply more like a body-slaying devil than Zhuang Chu. Seeing that he was still going crazy after all the poison pythons had been cut down, as usual, Feng Yuan would definitely stop as well. However, it was obvious that the poisonous python's toxicity was still affecting him, and the whole person was still going crazy. This guy, sooner or later becomes really crazy. He sighed as he held his forehead. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiang raised his hand and drew a talisman in the air. This talisman was obviously drawn very slowly, even slower than the speed of the Samadhi True Flame integrating into the Scorched Yang talisman, because it was an earth-rank talisman. Eyes filled with divinity, incomparably calm, not allowing a single distraction. Edict, soul suppression. In a flash, this talisman was instantly affixed to Feng Yuan's forehead. The talisman's effect was stimulated as if it was sealing the divine soul, causing Feng Yuan to directly freeze in place. The blood-red frenzy in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his entire body then came to its senses, looking around blankly. I'm here. Hiyueru looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression and controlled the wind sprite to poke Feng Yuan. What for? Feng Yuan didn't have the heart to kick the wind elf away. The wind elves were suddenly furious and swarmed to beat them violently. Mo Shou watched all this scene with amazement in his eyes, not expecting Yi Xiang to be able to pull back Feng Yuan in his berserk state. Alright, if it's alright, clean up according to your respective areas, leaving a minimum of 5 kilometers of safe area. Mo Shou spoke. The crowd nodded in clarity. Hiyueru raised his hand, summoning all the wind elves back, and turned away directly in anger. Soon, the 5-kilometer area was cleared, and the choppers, as the advance team, had completed their mission. After receiving the order, all of the dozen or so planes in the sky above landed down, and the White Tiger troops quickly built a defense base in place, and with Zhang Shi's help, a layer of titanium steel structure was also covered on the surface of the fortress to reinforce the defense base. More than 100 people methodically carried out various orders, and it wasn't the first time they had built a base in the alien realm anyway, only this time there was no backup. All auxiliary intelligences cover the exploration, 10 kilometers to a node. In the command room at the large rear, Zhou Jing issued an order. Soon, along with the auxiliary intelligence rapidly spreading and flying away, the large half of the island's land surface gradually emerged. Throughout the Bone Rec Fei realm, 100 years ago, the Sunflower people and the High-Tech Li people together had a population in the hundreds of millions. If it was a way of captive breeding the human race according to what that royal family had said earlier, then there was a good chance that there were still survivors. But Gao Xian Li's entire domain had long been white bone. But on the island land behind this bone domain, it was all volcanic rock. After all, to be able to mold a bone abyss out alive, one could imagine just how terrifying this volcanic eruption was in the first place. This kind of natural disaster is nothing less than the devastating blow of a foreign invasion. The auxiliary intelligence flew farther and farther away, finally seeing human-like figures, flickering through the cracks in the rocks and mountains. Upon spotting the target, that auxiliary intelligence quickly approached closer. The human figure seemed to notice the strange thing as well, and stopped in his tracks, thinking it was some strange bird. At this moment, the attention of both the White Tiger choppers and the commanders in the big rear were all dead on the screen. It was the first time in 100 years since the Fae invaded the world that other races had been observed. The man subconsciously took several steps back as the auxiliary intelligence got closer and closer, but after making sure there was no danger, he couldn't help but walk up in curiosity. Soon, as if a savage-like human being, appeared in the screen. With night vision mode turned on, the camera was clear of the human race. Long, disheveled hair, thin body very malnourished, skinny and short, all skin and bones, with what looked like a muttering mouth. He reached out his hand to try to touch the auxiliary intelligence, a level 22 transmuter, but it seems to have low intelligence and does not use transmutation skills, the auxiliary intelligence judged. And although he hadn't seen another race in 100 years, the auxiliary intelligence came with a translation function and instantly understood what the guy was underestimating. Is this a bird? Can I eat it? A somewhat awkward Hinakana human accent that wasn't very pure anymore. Seeing that he reached out his hand to touch it, the auxiliary intelligence naturally could not let him touch it and quickly flew high. This savage glanced around at the situation, then directly picked up a volcanic rock from the ground and threw it with force after aiming at auxiliary intelligence. Auxiliary intelligence dodges it easily, then sends out an electromagnetic gun attack that lands with unerring accuracy on the savage. The savage fell straight to the ground, trembling after being hit, but it seemed to be naturally resistant, and in no time at all it even climbed up and flew away towards the back, full of fear. Follow it. Zhou Jing immediately gave the order. Instead of striking out again, he wanted to look through this savage and see just how far the sunflower people had come nowadays. After all, 100 years ago, although the population of the sunflower people was inferior to that of China, but in terms of technology, it was not more backward than that of China, and was even much more advanced in many areas above. But seeing this savage in front of him, it was hard to imagine how the sunflower people had actually developed over the past 100 years. Was it completely degraded to a primitive tribe or not? The auxiliary intelligence flew high, and the savage, totally unaware that the thing had been following him, knew only fear, and darted toward home. I don't know how long I ran, but I finally arrived at the house. What comes into view is the rows of staggered log cabins. The man went back to his hands and yelled about the time he had just experienced. Soon quite a few people similar to him came out of the cabin and looked at him curiously. After assistive intelligence filmed all of this, everyone fell silent when they saw the scene on the screen. Is this what happens when the human race is captive to the alien race? It's unimaginable to set civilization back, even if one has the ability to transfer, but is completely incapable of using it. Despite knowing that the sunflower human race had once invaded China 200 years ago, committing unforgivable sins, being of the same human race, the sight of the scene was like an alarm bell, ringing in everyone's heart. The secondary intelligence scanned the data quickly after scanning it. The entire tribe consisted of 2,327 people, whose levels were generally lower than 25, with only one of them being an old man with a level 52 mage-like profession, and a stronger middle-aged combat profession with a level 45. When these two heard the commotion outside, they couldn't help but walk out and looked at the shouting man and inquired. And right at that moment, that old man of the great sacrifice suddenly raised his head and his gaze fell on the auxiliary intelligence high in the sky. Though old, his gaze was wise and alert, and he raised his head. A white yin and yang talisman was pinched in his hand, transforming into a strange bird-style god half a man tall and flying directly towards that auxiliary intelligence. Sensing the danger, the auxiliary intelligence quickly withdrew. But the strange bird god clearly wasn't going to give up and flew after him. The assistive intelligence itself didn't have a very high combat power, but just then, a sharp dagger instantly landed on the monstrous bird-style god and pierced through it with a poof. With a snap, the monstrous bird-style god transformed into a tattered yin-yang talisman and crashed down, landing in Yi Xiang's hand and curiously surveying it. A trace of surprise crossed his eyes. This yin-yang talisman had a bit of a Taoist talisman feel to it. It was a bit interesting. That aged old man with a long white coat, could it be that he was a yin-yang master by profession? Yuan eyes crossed a trace of surprise, when he turned Taoist monk to check the information, found that the Japanese flower people have a line of yin and yang master inheritance. In fact, it is to steal some of the inheritance of the Taoism, go back, create their own line of yin and yang masters. In the end, the root is still the Taoism, and learn a little bit of unorthodox. The dozen or so members of the decimation team had been following auxiliary intelligence over this way long after they had spotted their target. After investigating the other party clearly, the people did not hesitate for a second and directly revealed their figures and appeared in the eyes of these people. After all, apart from Lin Feng and Yi Xiang, the rest of the chopping team were all over level 50, and the entire tribe was completely unthreatening to them. That auxiliary intelligence flew to Mo Xiu's side. He pushed up his glasses and took a step towards the sunflower people. The other party obviously noticed them as well, and seeing the well-equipped and powerful aura, as well as the unfamiliar faces that belonged to the same human race, most of these people were both fearful and curious. That old man stared at these people in a daze, his eyes full of unbelief and shock. He took a step forward, and the strong warrior beside him subconsciously frowned at the sight to stop him. Patriarch. They are strong and must not be. The old man shook his head. His hands trembled. He was the last batch of educated survivors, so for the whole worldview was not unfamiliar, and it was because of his leadership that the sunflower human race didn't come to the step of real extinction. The same human face and still so powerful. It instantly reminded him of that powerful ancient country in the east. Huaxia. The old man opened his mouth and slowly spoke raw Chinese. My name is Miyazato Morishikibu. I implore Huaxia to save the Habana human race. Seemingly worried that his sincerity was not enough, in the shocked gazes of the more than 2,000 people behind him, the incomparably respected patriarchal lord actually knelt down. Mo Xiu looked at the kneeling human elder in front of him, and then glanced at the more than 2,000 people of the sunflower human race in the distance, and after a few moments of silence, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's voice came from his earpiece. Mo Xiu nodded. I can promise you guys, but all professions above level 30 need to be inducted, including you. We have a mission and need help. Miyazato Morishiki raised his head with a happy face at the words and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Your Excellency may speak up if you need anything. Yi Xiang quietly looked at the old man with a calm gaze. At that moment, that warrior of the samurai profession came up and silently watched the scene, and after a moment of silence, he also lowered his long sword and knelt down together behind Miyazato Morishikibu. Behind them were more than 2,000 people, all of whom also knelt down at the sight. They didn't understand why it had to be done. But the matriarch's choices were never wrong, otherwise they would still be in that circle, suffering inhuman abuse and torture. What's your name? Seeing that this fellow was using two ancient swords, Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, coming to some interest as he looked at the middle-aged warrior and asked. After the man understood Feng Yuan's meaning through the auxiliary intelligence's translation, he raised his head and calmly said, Taishikura Musashi, the second heavenly school. It could be seen that even though this guy was kneeling, the inherited heritage underneath his bones still gave him confidence. The corner of Feng Yuan's mouth rose up with a smile. What a coincidence! You and I can be regarded as enemies in our ancestry. My Feng family created the Zhanyu saber method, which is specially made for you in this school. Free time to compete with each other. Taikura Musashi fell silent and slowly bowed his head. I apologize to Huaxia for the stupidity of my ancestors at one time. After all, the inheritance is in the body, just like the palace guard plant, or know some history. But in fact, these things were not important to the Hinakana human race today. The important thing was to live. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and God of War Hung Qing and the members of the White Tiger Troopers didn't rush out. The front was all taken care of by the chopping team scouts, who sat in the rear and established a base. Even though this base was most likely only temporary. After all, this was the big backyard of the Bone Fei. Plus it had been exposed earlier, and it was likely that there would be a large army on its way. Mo Xiu began to learn about the entire island land situation from Miyazato Morishikibu, and a comprehensive strategy gradually emerged in Zhou Jing's mind. His eyes slowly narrowed. Relative to the entire Chinese map, if he wanted to take down Jioxinli and Bone Abyss, then this big back island land would be crucial. Sandwiched in front of the bone skeleton alien domain, with enough substance and strength, sooner or later, this vein of the alien race could be decimated to death one day. If it was before, Zhou Jing definitely wouldn't dare to think about it. But now that the god of war had recovered, and Zhuangqiu had the strength to match the throne, coupled with the entire Huaxia's underpinnings, it didn't seem to be impossible to eat a bone skeleton alien race. Only this idea is too appalling, and need more delicate arrangement. After all, Huaxia persisted for so many years, if because the raid bone skeleton alien race and failed, resulting in all the heritage lost, as more than 30 years ago, Huaxia all of a sudden fell into a low period, can only huddle as much as possible to maintain the strength. But on the island land side, it seems feasible. Cut off the Bone Abyss's back roads and organize the local sunflower human race to resist the bone skeleton Fey, so that it can be completely out of control. Seeing these more than 2,000 people, I thought that there were not many left of the sunflower human race, but I didn't know that the sunflower human race that had been captured by the bone skeleton alien race actually had close to 100,000 people. Hearing this amount, even Mo Xiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment, more or less shocked. So many people are willing to be like pigs and sheep to be kept in captivity by the Bone Fey? A bitter smile spread across Miyazato Morishikibu's face. After 100 years, what difference is there between the human race whose beliefs and inheritance have been severed, and animals in fact? Back then, when I led a revolt, only 1,000 people were willing to escape out with me, the rest were not unable to be saved, but they were no longer willing to revolt, and they recognized that there was no hope left for them. I had also wanted to travel to Huaxia by sea to seek support, but the foreign beasts in the sea are too terrifying to pass through to get there. Yi Want and other people just as listening to the story in general stood aside, quietly watching the palace guard plant in the distance that long kneeling more than 2,000 with people. Miyazato Morishiki didn't let them get up, just a sentence to ask for forgiveness from the Chinese human race in place of their forefathers. He knew the history well, and even though not much of the current Hinakana people remembered these things, it didn't mean that the Wasia people didn't mind these moves. Emoshio saw in his eyes, and could see that the palace guard plant indeed could not hold out. He feared that once he died, then the entire sunflower human race was headed for extinction, completely falling into the captive species of the Bone Fae. No longer human, but animal. Miyazato Morishikibu sends people to observe the captivity almost every once in a while, and it's safe to say that the people there are devoid of any rules of human order, and there have even been new generations that don't know how to speak the language. Not to mention transferring, the Bone Fiends wouldn't give them a chance to upgrade at all, and if they didn't fight back, they were doomed to be hopeless for the rest of their lives. Their line of people, who were still fighting back, were barely keeping the tribe running. There are also several hiding spots to prevent being rounded up by the Bone Fae. These sites are secret bomb shelters built a century ago, big enough to hold more than 2,000 people. After understanding the situation clearly, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan began to think. Originally, their purpose was to explore if there were still the rest of the human race, and if there were, to save them if they could, and to kill them if they couldn't. But it's clear that far more is going on than expected. It's surprisingly close to having 100,000 people in captivity. So how can you kill them all and save them all? Soon, the Great Rear gave a strategic approach to create fortress bases on the island land if possible, but there are no large numbers of soldier warriors and not enough resources. However, the lack of people can be supplemented by the Nihua human race. These resources, the White Tiger Force members are each and every one of the Morrow excellent science students. 100 years ago the eruption of the volcano has been found quite a lot of rare minerals can be utilized. 2 hours later, Moshe gave his answer. Looking at Miyazato Morishikibu, he said, "We, the Chinese, have agreed to help you, the Neon Hana human race, but there is one thing you need to understand. From now on, this place will be controlled by us, the Chinese." Miyazato Morishige couldn't help but smile to himself. Do we, Hinakana, still have the right to talk about such things as territories? It's already a time of extinction. Mo Shio shook his head, his gaze calmly looking at Miyazato Shoji and said, "Just as you have never given up, Huaxia has never given up, and what will happen in the future is anyone's guess." Miyazato Morishige was a smart man. He nodded his head, understanding the deeper meaning. But for now, just survive. He slowly got up and walked out of the room, looking at the distant clansmen who were still on their knees, stepped forward and shouted loudly in an agitated tone, "We have the help of Huaxia, who will lead us in a counterattack against the Bone Skeleton Fae and liberate our fellow clansmen." Hearing these words, all the clansmen couldn't help but raise their heads with shocked faces. They looked at the figures of the members of the decimation team, still a bit incredulous. Just these people, could they really do a counterattack against the foreigners? Just then, the auxiliary intelligence sounded an alarm. There are 200 Bone Skeleton Fae approaching, with an average level of 45. After getting the news, Emoshio's eyes crossed a trace of surprise. An average of 45 levels of foreigners can be regarded as the elite of the foreigners, usually in the border but rarely seen. Did not think that this big backyard, there are actually so many. Emoshio opened the map and soon saw a number of Bone Fae groping their way over. Seeing this scene on the virtual screen, Miyazato Shoji couldn't help but change his face. It was too late to be surprised at how far the technology of Huaxia has developed nowadays, so he hurriedly said, "These are those foreigners who have been captivating their fellow clansmen, and they've been trying to catch us." Mo Shio nodded his head. 200 alien elites were just 200 heads. There was no pressure. Raising his head, he looked at Li Qin and said, "Stay safe and scout for the highest rank leader. There is a possibility that there is a Black Bone King behind these 200 level 45 elites." The Black Bone King, at the very least, was above level 60, with a very strong defense and recovery, not easy to deal with. And after transforming into Blackbone, the spell defense resistance was very high, of which Thunder Law was no exception. Li Qin nodded her head, and her figure ghostly disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, Taitsong Musashi's pupils shrunk, and surprisingly, he couldn't feel half a bit of chi. What a horrible woman, especially being so young. Mo Shio didn't care about exposing the strength of himself and the others. He just wanted to show them the strength of the topmost geniuses in Huaxia today. "The rest of you prepare to fight." Mo Shio opened his mouth after quickly making a plan. The crowd nodded with a calm look on their faces. The numbers were high and still averaged 45 levels. but it wasn't too much pressure for the crowd fighting at the tip of the sword. Hearing that the Bone Fae attacked again, those sunflower human race instantly looked terrified and subconsciously fled from the rear air defense holes. However, this time Miyazato Morishige gritted his teeth, raised his hand and said, "This time, there is no need to run. You won't be able to run for the rest of your life. Take a good look at how the warriors of Huaxia fight. Anyone who dares to run will be expelled from the pack." Soon, Li Qin transmitted a response. There was no other party's leader found. Mo Xiu frowned slightly, but it wasn't too surprising. A level 60 or so Fae possessed an intelligence that was already no weaker than that of a human, and a little bit of heart was normal. Mo Xiu nodded and said, "Be careful. After the Bone Fae upgrades to level 60 evolutionary Black Bone King, there will be 3 evolutionary directions. One is a power-type powerful Bone King. The size can become very large, depending on the level. Above level 60, the minimum height is 60 meters. The second legal system, the Black Bone King, will constantly use various bone spells and should not be underestimated in battle. The third is the stealth system Bone King. This type of Bone King is the most tricky. His bones are like black water. He can attach himself to any bone skeleton alien race, and at the critical moment, he will steeply rise up and assassinate. For the choppers, the first 2 were good to deal with, but the third was the trickiest. But Moziu was already on the defensive, giving orders to be careful when taking on the enemy. No one is stupid and nods their heads to show that they are clear. Soon, 200 level 45 bone skeleton alien races came into view, along with them getting closer and closer. Even Miyazato Shoji couldn't help but tense up, not to mention the rest of the Neon Hana human race, who had long been scared to the point of having a terrified face and 2 weak feet. The fear of the Bone Fae has gone to the bone. Feng Yuan glanced at Taitsong Musashi on the side, and the corner of his mouth suddenly smiled. "Want to compare who killed more? I'll suppress my strength until it's the same as yours." After hesitating for a moment, Taitsong Musashi shook his head and said earnestly, "I would also like to ask your excellency to kill more Bone Wreck Fae. I am grateful." After hearing the auxiliary intelligence's translation, Feng Yuan rolled his eyes. It was so meaningless. However, he didn't bully Taizong Musashi, although their ancestors were enemies. There was now a considerable gap between the two in terms of rank and age. He's so low level. Will he be okay? Taitsong Musashi suddenly looked at Yi Xiang and asked. Feng Yuan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yi Xiang and said, "That's my brother Yi. Don't worry, even if all of us die, this guy will still be alive and well." With that lightning possession tactic, even if he couldn't fight, he could easily run away. Hearing this, Taishang Musashi nodded without saying much. Soon, just as the bone wreck foreigner was about to approach, Zheng Shi took the lead, and the hard volcanic rock crumbled apart like an earth dragon tumbling, instantly submerging a dozen or so bone wreck foreigners. Then he saw a young man with glasses who looked very gentle and pushed his glasses up before taking out a psychic Gatling directly from space. Seeing this thing, Miyazato Morishige's eyes almost stared out, and thought he had returned to 100 years ago. But didn't thermal weapons have no effect on foreigners? But when he saw the crazy spinning sending out densely packed spiritual energy bullets, he instantly understood. A level 45 bone skeleton alien only lasted for a few seconds before it was beaten into a sieve. Its bones shattered, and in the blink of an eye it was pieces of bone skeleton aliens that fell. After directly draining most of his energy in one breath, Imo Shio put the Gatling away and raised his hand to directly take out two psychic energy sandhawks. With two thuds, two powerful psychic energy bullets directly blew off the heads of two bone skeleton alien races. Ning Yuanmei raised the magic book in his hand and directly turned over several pages, releasing the fire magic on those pages directly. Terrifying magical power tumbled, and in an instant, three 5-turn magic formations simultaneously surfaced in the sky above. Between whistles, three meteorite fireballs were summoned from the magic array, and with a rumble, the three meteorite fireballs landed quickly, instantly wearing down a dozen or so bone skeleton aliens. At this time, Hiyueruo also finished reading the incantation. Out of thin air appeared a wind law tornado, swept up. In the battlefield wantonly vertical and horizontal, non-stop there are skeleton foreigners were rolled in, and then be flung flying don't know where. But as long as the skeleton foreigners who can't fly, this height flung down, will certainly be flung bone-crunching, pulverized bones. Lu Yen licked her lips. She actually seldom made a move. A subdimensional space surfaced in front of her body, and a corresponding subdimensional space similarly appeared behind a bone-breaking alien race in the distance. A hand reached out, and in an instant, the bony alien's head disappeared. This bizarre and incomparable scene made the back of Taitsong Musashi's heart go cold. What kind of transfer skill is this? These guys are ridiculously strong. After a few mages finished their performances, Lin Jun Feng Yuan Jiangguan and the three of them entered the battlefield directly. Taitsung Musashi gritted his teeth at the sight and charged up as well, which knew that the next moment, a thunder light instantly surpassed the four figures. Feng Yuan's trio was used to seeing it, but Taitsung Musashi was shocked. This is the teenager just now, so fast. Is it the legendary thunder method? Yi Xiang's figure was as fast as a flash of light with the thunder method and divine walking talisman in his hand. He had long since condensed a ball of palm thunder, implicitly not releasing it, and together with the Bagua palm, he directly sent a level 45 bone alien flying with a slap. After that, bone skeleton alien body flew backward into midair. Its body abruptly exploded and a blood spirit emerged. He wanted to lift his hand and roll it, drop the blood spirit into his hand and swallow it. While Feng Yuan and Taitsung Musashi had just arrived, Yi Xiang had already resolved one head. Yi Xiang, conserve your spiritual energy first. There's a possibility that there will be a battle to follow. Mo Xiu reminded. Lei Fa as Yi Xiang's skill is indeed very powerful, but the same consumption is also fast, even if it is already level 35. Under the consumption of Lei Fa, just can only support the consumption of a battle, but this time it is on the field of the Bone Fiend. At any time to maintain a certain amount of combat power to be able to do so. Aha! Yi Xiang sniffed and then let the thunder light on his body hide. A piercing thunder sword then appeared in his hand as he performed the clear wind sword technique. Lin Feng, take advantage of this battle to upgrade to level 50. All blood spirits are prioritized for swallowing. Lin Jun, cooperate with Lin Feng. Mo Xiu continued. Lin Feng nodded at his words, and Lin Jun also raised his hand to indicate that there was no problem. With the full force of the chopping team's outburst, 200 bone reculates, averaging level 45, were being massacred in rapid succession. This terrifying battle power directly caused the crowd of sunflower human race behind them to look dumbfounded. And even Miyazato Morishikibu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He saw more, realizing that these were still just a bunch of kids to him. So how powerful is China today? Really? As the number of bone skeleton aliens became smaller and smaller, Mo Xiu, however, became more and more alert, raising his sniper rifle and carefully observing the corners of the entire field. The only remaining 48 bone skeleton Fei had realized that something was wrong and wanted to retreat. Li Qin had long been at their rear, so naturally he wouldn't let them retreat. However, just as he was about to make a move, Mo Xiu stopped it. Don't make a move. That chief hasn't appeared yet. It's mostly the direction of the assassin's evolution. Just watch them leave? Feng Yuan couldn't help but frown. It's hard to have a chance for the whole team to play together, and that's how it's going to end? Mo Xiu didn't respond for the time being. An assassin-type Black Bone King of level 60 or above was incomparably deadly to them all. Zio. Ingzai slowly removed her eye veil at her words, and in an instant, the most beautiful and mysterious pair of starry eyes in the world slowly opened. Although you wanted to see it once, but when he saw it again, he couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. However, just at this moment, Yi Xiang fiercely felt an extremely dangerous aura. Ingzai also saw the future scene on Yi Xiang's body at this time, as a pitch-black bone spike directly penetrated his heart. Yi think, boom! On the eve of Ing Zio's words, surging golden light had long swept up, instantly wrapping Yi Xiang's entire body. However, the black bone was incomparably sharp and sliced through the golden light without the slightest effort. This powerful black bone was far too much tougher than an ordinary Bone King's bone blade. With a tearing sound, the golden light shattered. A level 60 Black Bone King's bone spikes easily cut through the golden light and was about to pierce into Yi Xiang's body. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan frowned and quickly recited an incantation, and a dimensional space floated in front of him. But at the same time, a talisman silently shattered in Yi Xiang's hand. Edict. Misty messy shadow. In an instant, Yi Xiang's figure split into three. But this time the split is different. Is no longer the talisman that purely blindfolded illusion? Is with the Earth's fiendish Taoist split art? Several split instantly become animated and real, not as rigid as before. Wasia Taoism. The moment he saw that talisman and the method of splitting, Miyazato Shoji could see Yi Xiang's roots. After all, as a yin-yang master legacy, he knew very well that his lineage originated from the Chinese Taoist sect. Not that 100 years ago, it was rumored that the Chinese Taoist legacy had been severed. A bone splinter instantly pierced through Yi Xiang's body, and a doppelganger instantly shattered apart. And this scene was exactly what Ingzai had seen in her earlier divination. At this moment, the remaining two Yi thinkers were one covered in golden light, and the other had splendid thunder spells in their hands. The golden light turned into a long rope to bind the Black Bone King, and the palm lightning instantly roared out. A hideous smile spread across the corners of the Black Bone King's mouth, and like a hedgehog, he erupted into countless black bones wrapped around his entire body. When the palm lightning bombarded it, it was as if the energy had been absorbed, and its power was directly weakened by half. Seeing this, Yi Xiang directly pinched up the spell, and one person and one doppelganger disappeared in place at the same time. The Tao is hidden, but there was no fighting and a quick withdrawal. Yi thought and did not expect that he would be targeted by this Black Bone King. Was it because the persimmon picks the soft pinch? Right at this moment, a purple dimensional space appeared out of nowhere, instantly blocking the Black Bone King in place. Lu Yan's eyes were incomparably cold. This guy even almost killed his cute elementary school brother. It was hard to hide his killing intent. Raising his hand, he fully executed the 5th turn skill, Spatial Dimension Kill. Boo! That purple space instantly shattered and dinged. But the Black Bone King who was blocked in it turned his body into black water, dodging the attack of the Spatial Dimension Kill. But right at this moment, Lin Feng, who had just broken through to the 5th turn, had his eyes radiating grey time power. Raising his hand and pointing, a time spell quickly landed on the puddle of black water. The speed of casting spells and reciting incantations was several times faster than before, and the effect was more than twice as powerful. Time frozen. The puddle of black water was obviously affected by Lin Feng's time spell and coalesced much more slowly. The Black Bone King in the black water state was almost immune to physical attacks, but its resistance to spells was directly weakened by several times. Yi think, Lei Fa, Mo Xiu immediately spoke. As soon as the words fell, with a piercing sound, Yi Xiang directly slapped the palm lightning into the ground. Thunder Law Ground Binding. The thunder spell was suddenly like a spider's web, rapidly spreading forward, covering the puddle of black water on the ground in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a mournful scream was emitted from the black water. This puddle of black water was like magnetic water, exploding into countless sharp bone spines, seemingly trying to coalesce itself against the lightning spells. But as Lin Feng dropped a time spell, the process became very slow. Yi Xiang's main body opened his golden eyes of pure divinity. His purple robe flipped, and his Tao intent was present. The other doppelganger, on the other hand, had calm eyes and a united mind, like a saint. In the hands of the doppelganger, the samadhi flame of essence and spirit unity raged, and the hands of the main body also simultaneously condensed 2 gorgeous balls of palm thunder. After the 2 masses of thunder light fused together, the white aura became even more furious. Yang Thunder Technique and Samadhi True Flame. Yi Xiang blasted out with all his might under the Taoist intense state of mind enhancement. In an instant, the puddle of black water was blown into countless black waters, scattering all over the sky. But each of these drops of black water was stained with Samadhi fire, burning it out little by little, not giving the slightest chance of resurrection. Around the long-haired teenager, it was like a sky full of azure starfire, drifting away. The earthine Tao doppelganger dissipated without a sound after casting the Samadhi flame. Controlling a Tao doppelganger, the rate of spiritual energy consumption was more than double the usual. Yi Xiang's current limit was 2 doppelgangers to cooperate with the main body to fight. If it was just a simple doppelganger barricade, naturally, it would be impossible to do this. Soon, a little bit of bloodlight fused from all sides to form a massive level 60 blood spirit. Yi wanted to press no politeness, raised his hand to catch a bite to eat it. The remaining dozens of bone skeleton alien elites were also decimated by the Lin Junfeng Yuan Jiangguan trio at this time. Taitsang Musashi put away his twin swords and silently imprinted the young man's figure in his heart. Is this the strength of an ancient Chinese genius? Obviously. He was only level 35, but he was able to respond so calmly in the face of the assassination of the level 60 Black Bone King. This was impossible even for him. As for Gongli Shoji, he also finally thought of something, and his eyes were suddenly incomparably shocked as he looked at Yi Xiang. This teenager is actually a Taoist heavenly master. Although he was in the yin-yang master profession, he was also considered a branch of the Taoist lineage. Yin and Yang talismans, the use of the 9 characters of truth, exorcism of evil spirits and prayers for blessings, all these can be done. But Gongli Shoji knows that the strongest Taoist magical powers of the Taoist sect are the rumored 8 divine incantations, the Thunder Law and the Qi Men Taoist Law, an yin-yang master's inheritance of thousands of years. Researched Qi Men arts and techniques for so many years, still only studied a little bit of skin, cannot completely penetrate. However, this young man in front of him, all the magical abilities he learned, was not the Chinese Taoism recorded in the inheritance. That purple robe thunderbolt was directed at the leader of the Taoist sect, the heavenly master. It was because of this that Miyazato Morishikibu was shocked. Wasn't the Taoist legacy broken when the foreigners invaded the world? It was for this reason that the Yin and Yang masters of the lineage of Miyazato Morishikibu even wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to enter China and take over the Taoist orthodoxy back then. However, the horror of the alien race infesting the world had caused all the inherited forces to far underestimate it. In front of such terrifying strength, the sunflower human race simply couldn't hold out for long before completely falling. The Undertaker's legacy is now also limited to him and his granddaughter. You wanted to pinch up the spell with one hand, collect his breath, and the purple-robed enchanted clothes on his body slowly dissipated. Feng Yuan. Several people looked at Yi Xiang and could not help but nod their heads as well. Yi Xiang's progress was obvious to all, and it could be seen that even after returning to school, his strength had still refined quite a bit. I guess it won't take 4 years, maybe 2 to catch up with them in rank. Level 50 at 18? Gee, that's even more demonic than the captain. Cleaning up the battlefield. A large pile of blood spirits the crowd absorbed evenly, but unfortunately they were all level 45 blood spirits. For the crowd of more than 50 levels, it could not rise much energy. However, the only thing worth saying was that Lin Feng had upgraded to level 50 and had officially entered the Chopper team directly from the Chopper reserve team. Although there wasn't much of a difference between the two, Lin Feng's talent and potential was gradually revealed after he adapted to the rhythm of the Choppers as the student council president of Holy Chime. It was only because of the presence of Yi Xian that the sense of presence became much lower, and at this moment, the gazes of the sunflower human race, when they saw these dozen or so people, had become incomparably awe-inspiring and yearning. The kind of character in his bones that fears the strong has never changed. If at first they were still a bit unconvinced as to why the patriarch had to listen to these people, but after this battle, no one would have that thought again. 200 bone skeleton Fae were enough to slaughter them all cleanly, and every siege, at least dozens of people would have to die. Mo Shou put away his spirit gun and looked at Miyazato Shoji and said flatly, "Organize your people, and tomorrow morning, head to the land of the captive sunflower human race." Good. Miyazato Morishige nodded slowly. He agreed to it, and it was a big gamble. If all of the combatants died, then there would be no future for the Hinakana people forever. The whole team rests. Mo Shou spoke. Behind the big back, the base continued to be built, surrounding the fortress base, with layers of fences spreading out to the perimeter. Garrisons, outposts, traps, and so on. The base system was set up in one night. There is enough rare mineral matter on the island's land, and true to its name, it is a volcano-frequented area with considerable underground mineral resources. However, wanting to rely on the fortress base was definitely not possible to cut off the large rear of the bone skeleton alien race, and it was mainly necessary for top human powerhouses to sit here. Luo Zhuan looked at Zhuang Chu, who had been silent, and sighed helplessly. "Alright, you go to the front line as well. I'm really afraid you'll suffocate." In just the majority of the day, the killing intent on Zhuang Chu's body had already doubled in intensity. Zhuang Chu sniffed and shook his head. "I can control it." "Oh, all because of your daughter-in-law? Alright, go ahead and kill. Didn't the old Confucian gentleman say, the more restrained you are the more counterproductive it is? What you need is to completely master this killing body." For Zhuang Chu, the two had always been both teachers and friends, and it was not known whether he had become like this, whether it was due to a blessing or a blessing and a curse, but it was already like this, and there was no other way. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Chu stood up, nodded, and got up to walk out of the base. Only after Zhuang Chu walked away did Hong Qing take back his sight and helplessly shook his head. The Confucian saint killing bodies are really overbearing, and the ones known as the Four Corpse Ancestors thousands of years ago have wreaked havoc on the four directions, and the people are not happy. After Zhuang Chu became a slayer, I've looked up the information. Sporadic records. Rumor has it that it was the Taoist family that suppressed the Corpse Ancestor Slayer. Although it was evil, I think that they actually took control of the Slayer, and if Zhuang Chu had them to teach him, he might be able to do the same. Luo Zhuan opened his mouth. "Don't get that idea. Really release the Corpse Ancestor. Aren't you busy enough?" Hong Qing didn't have the good sense to say. The terrifying killing intent wherever Zhuang Chu passed, other than the members of the decimation team and the heavenly kings and war gods, the rest of the people did not dare to approach him at all. It was as if people would go crazy if they were around him for too long. As Zhuang Chu walked, he closed his eyes and stored the saint's words in his mind, despite the feeling that the words were becoming stranger and stranger. As if he had become an illiterate, he would not have a major problem as long as they did not disappear. If he really couldn't control himself one day, Zhuang Chu had long since figured out what to do. That's going deep into alien territory and making a killing. The sea lapped against the reefs, and the dark island land was completely devoid of the thriving cities of 100 years ago. Everything submerged in the disaster of volcanic eruptions and alien invasions. The fortress base was still under busy construction, spreading out little by little, and the members of the White Tiger Force had perfectly learned to utilize the tusked boar to attract the foreign beasts, and the speed of the expansion had become a lot faster. After all, many alien beasts were extremely good at camouflage, and it was difficult for auxiliary intelligence to detect it, let alone the naked eye. But with the fragrant fellow, the tusked boar, in front of them, no Fae could restrain their instincts, and as soon as they saw it, they couldn't help but rush out to get a full meal. It was as if the tusked boar had evolved his taunt skill, and as long as he appeared in a 100-meter radius, No foreign beast would ignore him. Time passed little by little. The moment the sunrise appeared from the seashore, Yi Xiang had already gotten up and run the ancient breathing method to absorb the purple qi. Miyazato Shoji walked over and saw the scene, and immediately stopped, not daring to disturb Yi Xiang's cultivation. Behind him, there stood a shrine maiden who was about the same age as Yi Xian, with a witch's white robe, her hair tied with a red show belt, and her gaze curiously looking at Yi Xian who was practicing. Along with the moment the sunburst golden aura landed on Yi Xiang, a hazy purple intent emanated from him. Purple and gold air mist enveloped his body, and his green robe was windless. At this moment, Yi Xiang, like an exiled immortal out of the dust, was full of immortal energy. Miyazato Linghua gazed at this mysterious and powerful, talented young man from the ancient country of Huaxia. With just one glance, the young girl's heart could never forget this figure. The two stood silently right behind Yi Xiang, and the more the palace shoji looked at them, the more he was alarmed. One's guess was correct. This teenager was not only a Dao sect heavenly master, but he had also comprehended Dao intent, and based on the performance of the previous battle, he had clearly comprehended two kinds of Dao intent. What kind of genius is this? Putting it 100 years ago, it was only the age of the weak crown. Even at the peak of the Chinese Taoist sect, there had never been such a heavenly talent. Dongli Shoji looked at his granddaughter, his favorite granddaughter. The qualifications are not bad, the appearance is better. If you can tie the knot with the Taoist heavenly master, the Yin and Yang master lineage takes this opportunity to return to the Taoist China. It is also regarded as letting the sunflower human race have the bottom line support. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he thought about it. Living to a lifetime, one still thinks about these thoughts. No wonder once the master said that it would be difficult for him to realize the way in this lifetime. Indeed, he had already reached the end of his years and entered the earth, and after practicing all his life, he had only barely touched the meaning of the Tao. But in the end, he was not allowed to have the true meaning. This step alone was a world of difference, and he could not raise his level any further. There will be a hurdle from level 50 to 60, and those who can't get past this hurdle will have absolutely no possibility of upgrading any further. Dongli Shoji looked at his own granddaughter. People old into a fine, where he is not clear, his granddaughter is already heart. 10 minutes later, he wanted to end his cultivation, and the purple energy in his eyes slowly hid and dissipated, returning to normal. Then he turned his head to look at Miyazato Morishikibu and the witch girl on the side with some confusion. Yes? Miyazato Shoji arched his hand and bent his back in a very pure Taoist Zi Wuji salute. He wanted to narrow his eyes slightly. It seems that this sunflower yin-yang master stole a lot of things combined with Taoism, Zen, and got a yin-yang master pulse, or a little something. The pretty witch maiden on the side also bent and bowed. He thought that he was just about to raise his hand to return the salute, but then Shoji in the palace opened his mouth. 72nd generation yin-yang master, pay respects to the heavenly master. The young girl on the side also hurriedly said, 74th generation shrine witch, pay respects to the heavenly master. Hearing these words, Yuan's eyes crossed a trace of essence, and his raised hand slowly lowered, calmly looking at the two people in front of him. This gift, he did not really want to receive. The master is famous. The yin-yang master lineage is no longer long. That is not part of the Taoist inheritance. Stealing the master is after all stealing the master. Seeing that Yi Xiang did not respond, Dongli Shoji slowly knelt down. Yi wanted to frown. Raising his hand a soft chi directly made him unable to kneel down. Your yin and yang master of the sunflower human race is not of my Taoist lineage. There is no need to honor me as a heavenly master, much less kneel down and worship. Yi wanted to open his mouth. Hearing these words, the witch's body tightened slightly, feeling the coldness that separated them by 1,000 miles. After a moment of silence, Miyazato Morishikibu raised his head and looked at Yi Xiang and said, I am willing to hand over all of my yin-yang master inheritance to you, and I only want to ask you for one thing. I'm not half interested in the yin-yang master's legacy. You wanted to reject it outright. It was supposed to be stealing from the Taoist sect, so he's rare as hell. After saying that, without waiting for a response, he directly turned around and left. He did not like to follow the old man to deal with. Full of hard eyes, yin-yang masters are also considered practitioners. Why toss yourself? Miyazato Shoji looked at Yi Xiang's back as he left, and also realized that he was not well received by him. After a moment's hesitation, Miyazato Morishikibu took out from his sleeve an incomparably precious old book that contained the essence of all the spells that had been handed down by yin-yang masters for thousands of years. He handed the books to his granddaughter and opened his mouth to exhort. The cultural roots of our Nihua have actually been broken. The yin-yang master lineage started because of Huaxia, and it should be returned to Huaxia, with 1,000 years of inheritance. Even if I am blamed by my forefathers after my death, I cannot watch the yin-yang master lineage break off. Be sure to hand this inheritance to that teenage heavenly master. The last heavenly master of the Taoist sect after the heavenly change. That teenage future. The duties are beyond our imagination. Grandpa, I am a little afraid of him. Gongli Linghua was a little hesitant. Miyazato Mushikari smiled faintly and didn't point out her thoughts, but only raised her head to look at the early sun on the sea and sighed softly. I've practiced all my life, and I've been wrong all my life, and all I can do is to live on with some people. But I'm counting on you Linghua for the future of the Yin-Yang Masters. Miyazato Linghua nodded silently as she received this inherited book that her grandfather regarded as more precious than her life. For Yi Xiang, what just happened was just an ordinary hiccup. New mission orders have been issued. Comrade Yi think. Please head deeper into the island land and explore the captive sunflower human race. In the decapitation team, currently only Li Qin and Yi Xiang had the lurking concealment skill, and after seeing the mission command, he directly got up and left according to the coordinate position given by the auxiliary intelligence. At this time, Li Qin's communication popped up in front of her, and looked at Yi Xiang and said, I'll wait for you in the front. Don't use thunder possession. Yi wanted to raise his hand, indicating that it was okay. On the map, it showed Li Qin's location, apparently having already departed. Yi wanted to pinch up the magic spell and directly ride the wind. Then his body steeply concealed and disappeared in the air, flying in the direction of the target. According to the coordinates given by the system, it would take at least 100 kilometers, a distance that wasn't exactly close. But under the royal wind Dharma, it was fairly easy to catch up. It was just that there was no way to do what Sister Hiyueru did, controlling the wind spells at will to fly as fast and as high as one wanted. And the current height of 3 or 4 meters was already the limit of one's spiritual power. The scenery along the way was quite nice, a beautiful combination of volcanic rocks and mountains and islands. Soon, Yi Xia saw the forest. Li Qin figure flickered away, apparently deliberately revealing her figure to tell Yi Xia where she was. Yi thought about it and quickly flew over in her direction. After an hour or so of rushing, the two finally came upon a town that resembled a slum. At the entrance stood 2 teams of skeletal fae, and the enclosure was made up of all white bones. The auxiliary intelligence flew high and scanned around the entire town before quickly coming up with an accurate figure to pass on to the rear. The 2 men's mission is kind of done. Let's go. Li Qin glanced at those skeletal foreigners in the distance and said softly. Yi Xiang nodded and was just about to get up and leave. A level 50 bone skeleton humanoid was seen walking out of it, and in the next moment, his entire body steeply transformed into the appearance of an ordinary male, an evil smile spreading out from the corners of his mouth, and then he directly left. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes instantly flared with icy coldness and killing intent. Obviously, the bone alien had gotten the way to evolve, and it even seemed to be more perfect than what Chen Xin had researched, surprisingly being able to switch between the bone alien form and the human form perfectly. Li Qin obviously saw this scene as well and didn't say anything. After continuing to wait for a few moments, about 10 minutes later, another level 46 bone human came out from inside. This bone skeleton human seemed to have evolved not perfectly. The bones and flesh kept grinding together, but after a few steps, the bones fused and overlapped perfectly, and the entire bone skeleton human had turned into a woman with a decent posture. Seeing this scene, not only Yi Xiang and Li Qin, Luo Zhuan and Hong Qing couldn't hold back their heavenly killing intent when they saw this scene. Goddamn Chen Xin. Just how much sin has he created? Sister Li Qin, do it. Yi Xiang opened his mouth and said. Li Qin nodded after a moment of silence. Aha. These guys who had evolved into the bone skeleton humanoids were much more obviously camouflaged than they had been when they had parasitized the blood spirits, and the class and aura on their bodies made it obvious that they weren't human. But this perfect transformation into the likeness of a human being is absolutely not allowed. Without making an immediate move, after waiting for this bone skeleton humanoid to walk away, Yi Xiang and Li Qin looked at each other and directly chased after them. Splitting up their hands, Li Qin was in charge of the level 50 bone wreckers, and Yi Xiang was in charge of the level 46 bone wreckers. Both of them concealed their figures, and when they got close, Li Qin took the lead, striking out with a Jedi skill, and the 2 black blades instantly pierced through the bone wrecker human's chest. Yi Xiang's figure also surfaced steeply, his hand emitting a piercing light of thunder, and before the skeletal female in front of him could react, he pressed down on her face, and the lightning method penetrated her body. Pust! The bone skeleton human let out a miserable scream, trembling all over, and was heavily collapsed on the ground. Looking at Yi Xiang with a face full of horror, he still wanted to resist, but his body was paralyzed by the lightning spell and he couldn't move at all. Yi Xiang's eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at the hideous bones revealed under the female's face, and pinched up the sword technique in his hand, a long sword of golden light, directly cutting off her head. In an instant, blood splattered. strongly enduring the feeling of nausea that was like killing someone. Yi Xiang did not stop, despite knowing that the owner of this woman's body was already dead. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and drew a talisman. Using the samadhi flame as the root, the scorched sun talisman erupted into a large fireball of samadhi fire, covering and drowning the body in its entirety. After the bones and flesh burned out, he wanted to look up at the head of the skeletal alien not far away, and a palm thunderbolt directly blasted out. Snap! With a loud bang, the lightning directly blew that head to smithereens, and then a level 46 blood spirit emerged. After Yi wanted to absorb the blood spirit. At this time, Li Qin had long since resolved the target and walked over. Still want to kill? Li Qin looked at Yi Xiang and asked. Yi thought contemplatively, the sunflower human race here must have been parasitized. The parasitism must be lifted for this to work. Otherwise all of these tens of thousands of people are hopeless. If these tens of thousands of people were all parasitized, you could save them? Li Qin couldn't help but ask. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly King came from the communicator. Alright, you two stop acting casually. Wait for us to come over. The rest of the decapitation team will cooperate with Yi want to strip the parasitic alien. Yes, the crowd nodded. As soon as the words fell, Yi wanted to raise his head, and as expected, two fighters were flying over this way. Just as he was about to respond, he saw the dark red heavily armored figure, walking out from the distance, striding directly into this town that was like a slum, completely disregarding the two teams of bone skeleton aliens in his eyes. Seeing this terrifying killing aura, the hearts of the rest of the bone skeleton foreigners trembled, but they still subconsciously stepped forward to stop it. A giant blood-red sword emerged in Zhuang Chu's hand, and before the battle, he didn't forget to give his wife a call. He looked at the skeletal alien approaching him and the phone dialed. A sleepy Su Rong opened her eyes and said in a bad mood, "If you don't hit it early or late, you hit it over when my old lady is sleeping." "Wife, I'm going to fight," Zhuang Chu said softly. As his camera panned, Su Rong saw a dozen or so bone skeleton aliens charging over. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. "It's not like it's a throne, so feel free to kill it." What kind of town is this? Why does it look so run down? Due to this operation, which was a secret trip between the decimation team and the White Tiger unit, even Captain Vermilion Bird, who was also an ace unit, was unaware of it. The Sunflower people, the island land behind the Great Bone Abyss, Zhuang Chu said. As he spoke, he raised his giant sword. In an instant, the heads of several bone skeleton alien races suddenly flew up high. He turned his head to Yi Xiang and Li Qin, who were not far away, and said, "I'll attract attention here, and you guys save as many as you can first." The two of them nodded at the words and directly concealed their figures and disappeared. After lurking into the town, all that could be felt was the dead silence. As expected, after obtaining a way to parasitize on humans for perfect evolution, the entire elite of the bone skeleton alien race, all parasitized on these people. It could be said that if it wasn't for this sudden action, it was very likely that the Nichibana people would have disappeared from history forever and ceased to exist. And a brand new extra alien race, one that can look 100% similar to a human race, mastering both human transmutation abilities and its own. The potential even exceeded that of the top foreign races, and had the tendency to become an imperial race. And all of this, surprisingly, is Chen Xin one person to do out? The royal family is as early as do not know when. On him to lay down chess pieces. He wanted to push open the door of a room, and the putrid odor swept in. What came into view was the body of a child who had been dead for who knows how long. Inside the house, a man and a woman fell to the floor. He wanted to just walk in. The man's body steeply convulsed, and the bones of his body violently twisted to make a crunching sound. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang immediately realized that the other party had been completely possessed. The man's eyes snapped open, torn apart by the pain. But when he saw Yi Xiang, hope erupted in his eyes. He turned his head to his wife, his mouth wide open, wailing for something to say. After analyzing it for a moment, the auxiliary intelligence said, "The language degradation is so severe that it can only analyze 30% of the meaning. Kill, save." Yet you wanted to understand what he meant at once, and after a moment of silence, the golden light in his hand transformed into a long sword, and he said softly, "Blessed life infinite heavenly Father." The blade instantly cut through the man's neck, resolving his pain. He then stretched out his hand, ignoring the blood, and directly pulled out the semi-parasitic bone alien in his body. As if it was off the bone, the semi-parasitic state of the bone skeleton alien looked at Yi Xiang with a face full of grimace. He was about to evolve successfully in front of him, and the feeling of being disturbed made him incomparably angry. However, in the next moment, there was nothing but panic in his eyes. Ray-Ban outlet, only to see Yi Xiang's heart in his hand. A piercing thunder spell abruptly erupted, instantly drowning the skeletal alien. Level 40 blood spirit floated in front of him. After Yi wanted to eat it in one bite, his eyes fell on the woman on the side, raised his hand and drew a talisman. The spirit chain with the golden light instantly penetrated the woman's abdomen. In the next moment, a parasitic blood spirit was pulled out by him with familiarity. The moment the parasitic blood spirit appeared, Yi wanted to raise his hand to deliver a palm thunderbolt, not giving her opponent the slightest chance to transform at all. Li Qin stood in the doorway and quietly watched Yi Xiang perform. After making sure that the woman was fine, Yi wanted to turn around. The talisman fell from his hand, and his expression fell on the two corpses on the ground in silence. After the scorched sun talisman fell, the flames raged and burned the corpse. If the body that had been parasitized was not dealt with, the death scent on it would probably give birth to a new bone fey. And as for that child's body, it was most likely killed by the bone fey. When he wanted to walk out of the dilapidated house, he saw two fighter jets flying overhead, and the members of the chopper team jumped down directly from them. "Little brother, how can I help you?" Lu Yan said as she looked at Yi Xiang flirtatiously. He wanted to raise his head to look at the killing Zhuang Chu in the distance. All the bone fey were now attacking him, but they were being decimated very quickly. As if they had been ordered by something, all of the bone skeleton humanoids who had completed their evolution in the entire townhouses walked out. Their appearance was exactly the same as the human race, except that their faces were expressionless and indifferent. Step by step, they came towards them surrounded by different looks. These parasitic blood spirits themselves were all around level 40, and after completing their evolution, all of them were level 45 or even close to level 50. But it could be seen that some of the evolution wasn't perfect, and there would always be some joint corners that would have bone parts, but there were a lot of them, a whole 1,000 of them. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the chopper team's crowd became frozen for a moment, but she wanted to know that as time passed, the number of foreigners who turned into skeletal humanoids would increase. There was no doubt that the bone skeleton alien race, after mastering perfect evolution, as long as the elite all chose to evolve, these were the first to complete the evolution of the level 40 batch of bone skeleton alien race. Perhaps there were also level 50, level 60 or even level 90 existed. "Prepare to fight," Emoshio spoke directly. "Retreat if you can't hold out." "No, I'm here." At this time, Zhuang Chu slowly coagulated a heavy dark red giant shield in his hand and walked over. As before, blocking the forefront of the crowd, his tone of voice morose. "Ye want, how many can be saved? Warrior profession cooperate with ye want to move out the people in the house who are being parasitized. Mage profession output behind me." Emoshio long-range sniper observation. Don't ignore the existence of high level. At this moment, Zhuang Chu once again became the vice team of the chopping team, and the crowd subconsciously nodded their heads. Emoshio didn't have any comments either. Lifting his leg and making an easy leap, he jumped directly onto the roof of a side room, holding a heavy sniper and observing the front. Thousands of bone skeleton human race instantly erupted into combat form, their bodies blooming with bone spikes as they madly rushed up. Under the heavy armor, Zhuang Chu advances instead of retreating. Although his strength had fallen a lot these days, a molehill was still a molehill even if there were more molehills. Boom! A bloodlight rushed up in the sky on his body, and the dense killing intent was felt by even the crowd of the decapitation team standing behind him, who felt palpitating fear. Zhuang Chu calmly said, 10 minutes time. You guys prepare to fight. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red world instantly enveloped him and these thousands of bone skeleton humanoids in front of him. The trial is final. The blood-red world seemed to reek of blood in the sunlight. The people of the chopper team were not fools. They all guessed the changes in Zhuang Chu. That's why they chose to retire and leave the team. Otherwise there was no way to explain this powerful strength. It was simply terrifying. It felt like the oppression on Zhuang Chu was even more terrifying than Captain Luo Zhuan. Moreover, when Team Chu said 10 minutes, it was 100% 10 minutes, and no one doubted it. Even if the target was thousands of bone skeleton humanoids, the blood-red world, like the endless darkness at the beginning, could not see what was happening inside, but could feel the blood-red world becoming deeper and deeper red. Don't daze, hurry up and carry all the people out. Emoshio spoke at this time. The people then reacted, and hurriedly turned and walked into different houses, carrying out the unconscious sunflower human, no doubt with a strong foreign aura about them. Just like before in the base, he wanted to raise his hand and use the Tongtian talisman to draw the spirit-locking talisman in conjunction with the golden light mantra. A spirit chain flew through the stomachs of these parasitized blood spirits, clattering and yanking out the parasitized blood spirits in their bodies violently. Li Qin Feng Yuan, who had already prepared for this, directly rushed forward without saying a word to zap these parasitic blood spirits. He directly lifted up a dilapidated wooden hut with a wind method in order to be a bit faster. All of a sudden, hundreds of bodies floated up, all coming in front of Yi Xiang. Looking at the scene in front of him, he wanted to feel a little bit of a headache for the first time. But there was no way. How much could be saved was how much. Tens of thousands of people all saved. It was almost impossible. Along with a head of parasitic blood spirit being stripped out by Yi Xiang, more and more people gradually came to their senses. These Rihua humanoids, who had lost their culture, were suddenly filled with horror as they looked at these people in front of them. The auxiliary intelligence flew directly in front of them and guided them away in pure Japanese flower language. Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar accent of the auxiliary intelligence, these people, who were still somewhat fearful, instantly quieted down and obediently followed the auxiliary intelligence away. Almost as soon as Yi Xiang had just peeled off the parasitic blood spirits, Li Qin Feng Yuan Zhangguan and Imo Xiu, several people, slaughtered these parasitic blood spirits in the blink of an eye. Their speed was ridiculously efficient, and their powerful battle prowess was on full display. Li Qin's figure was like a ghost, and her sharp dagger pierced through several of them in a flash. Feng Yuan was instead quite a bit slower, but after all, it was a double blade, one for each blade. Zhang Guan's speed was the fastest. The transparent silk threads in his hands flung out, easily landing on a dozen parasitic blood spirits, cutting them into pieces the moment the other party was still struggling. He wanted to condense talisman after talisman in front of his body, but there were more and more people hovering in front of him, and Dai was also busy sweating profusely in the sky, constantly using the wind method to lift off the houses while protecting the people inside from being harmed. Soon, Yi Xiang had already lost track of how many parasitic blood spirits he had stripped off, only knowing that he was densely surrounded by decapitated blood spirits, and there was no time to devour them. Even if one only used the spirit lock talisman, the consumption of spiritual energy was great. The 10 minutes ended quickly, and the blood-red world slowly dissipated. The scene that was revealed immediately caused several people to stifle a breath of cool air. The corpses were piled up into small mountains, and blood flowed all over the ground. After the bone human evolved into a human-like form and was killed, it was almost no different from how a human was killed, except that there were a lot of bones, which made it look even more hideous and gruesome. And Zhuang Chu was standing on the mountain of corpses. The killing intent on his body was incomparably thick, and his heavy armor had become even more bright red, and his giant sword was dripping with blood, and he was panting slightly. Lifting his head, his gaze was silent as he looked at the skeletal humanoids, half of whom were still left. Raising his sword and approaching directly towards them, a horrifying killing intent gradually surfaced behind Zhuang Chu like a hellish scene. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's pupils slightly shrunk. It's a vision of heaven and earth. Those bone skeleton humanoids were somewhat frightened and subconsciously wanted to retreat. They're scared of being killed. Earlier in that blood-red world, one could not see anything, but one could feel one's partners falling one by one, and this feeling was simply incomparably torturous. Zhang Shi, who had already been ready for a long time, raised his hand to cast magic, and a wall of earth rose up from the ground, surrounding all of these skeletal humanoids with no way to escape. Zhang Shi's spell strength was the most powerful of the choppers, although he was usually similar to a normal earth mage profession. As a hidden profession earth mage, as long as he stood on the ground, he was a humanoid fortress. In the past, after Zhuang Chu couldn't top it, it was Zheng Zi who was in the front, casting War Fortress Giant, which could attack and shelter, and was completely invincible in the same rank. When Zhuang Chu chose to retire, he did consider letting Zhang Shi become the vice team. Strength-wise it was not on par with Imo Xiu, but for the whole battlefield awareness change, Imo Xiu did an excellent job, often the first to notice the situation. If he had been the vice squad, Zhao Jie probably wouldn't have sacrificed himself in the first place. Zhuang Chu thought about these things while walking towards the bone skeleton human race in the urn. He really couldn't learn the Confucian holy science, but if he thought about his teammates and his wife, he could calm down quite a bit instead. But as the killing intent grew stronger, he did have some difficulty restraining himself. Wife, Zhuang Chu subconsciously shouted, if you have something to say it and fart it. In the communication that hadn't been hung up, Su Rong said in a good-natured manner. Inside, however, she was worried, but she knew she couldn't show it. It's fine, just a little craving for scrambled eggs. Eat shit. There was a moment of silence before Su Rong continued. Wait for you to come back. Aha. Zhuang Chu took a deep breath and once again brought his killing intent under control. Sure enough, the old man wasn't quite right when he said that control by way of sacred learning. Otherwise those body-killing corpse ancestors wouldn't have lost control in the first place. There were still a few hundred numbers of skeleton humanoids left. Naturally it was impossible to let one go. If these guys were to mix into the Chinese humanoids, the consequences would be unimaginable. With such an existence, Zhuang Chu even associated it with the idea that if these things were really combined with the human race, what exactly would the children born be considered? This kind of scenario, even thinking about it a little, Zhuangchu felt a little creeped out. On the other side, Yi Xiang was still constantly stripping the parasitic blood spirits with his spirit chain. Feng Yuan was a little numb from all the killing. He raised his hand and grabbed a blood spirit and devoured it. Right at this moment, Yi Xiang's eyes crossed a glimmer of essence, and his use of the spirit lock steeply broke through with an idea. Lifting his head, he looked toward Hiyuchi and shouted, "Senior sister, you stick these people together 2 by 2. Hiyuaru sniffed with some doubt and nodded, utilizing the wind method to stick some people together 2 by 2. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang raised his hand and drew 24 talismans, and the spirit chains rustled and flew out, poofing, each one directly penetrating the 2 men's bodies. Yi Xiang had now completely controlled the spirit lock as finely and subtly as his fingers. There is no other, but a skilled hand. He himself couldn't even remember how many times he had used the spirit locking talisman these days. It felt as if his mind was filled with them as soon as he closed his eyes. The spirit lock wrapped around the parasitic blood spirit in that stomach in a half envelope directly as it penetrated the first person's torso, and then instantly penetrated through the back and entered the abdomen of the second person behind him, wrapping around both parasitic blood spirits at the same time. Yi Xiang's eyebrows emanated the Tao heart intent, and his eyes were filled with divinity, not allowing a single mistake. The control of the spirit chain reached the peak of its wonderful skill, and in an instant, 48 parasitic blood spirits were stripped out. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan's eyes immediately widened. I can't believe it can be played like this. After you wanted to yank out these parasitic blood spirits, the tawdry operation didn't stop. A spirit chain bound and pulled into one piece. Seeing this scene, several people immediately understood, and without hesitation, they directly used their skills to attack. Yi Xiang raised his hand and also directly blasted out a round of palm lightning. Before the 48 parasitic blood spirits could struggle out of their original forms, they were all blown away, and at that moment, the third and fourth fighters landed. None other than the White Tiger Force and Miyazato Morishikibu. Seeing the corpses and blood spirits all over the ground in front of them, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How many heads did this kill? But when they saw the mountains of corpses piled up in the distance, they were even more terrified to the point of speechlessness. The carnage continues. The battle is not over. Seeing this scene, the White Tiger troop leader immediately said, "Cooperate with the decapitation team. All actions are on command." Yes. Although the White Tiger troop only came with 36 people and the rest stayed behind to man the fortress base, these were all elites, one after another. They opened the iron boxes they carried with them, and in an instant, a set of mechanical armor unfolded to cover their entire body. Seeing this scene, Miyazato Morishikibu became more and more shocked in his heart. Technological weapons have long been useless, but the Chinese human race surprisingly did not give up this road, and even professional spiritual energy combined together opened up a completely new direction of science and technology. At this moment, Miyazato Shoji felt a kind of silence. How he wished he didn't have this educational knowledge if he could. The Hinakana people had morphed over the centuries to the point where they had almost forgotten all about writing, and had been reduced to captive beasts of the foreigners. Compared to the Huaxia human race, it was unbearable. The White Tiger troops directly rushed up to help Yi Xiang decapitate those parasitic foreigners. Feng Yuan, Zhang Guan and the others, who had their hands free, directly turned around and rushed in the direction of Zhuangchu. After finally clearing out the last few hundred skeletal humanoids, the earth wall crumbled and disintegrated at that point. What came into view was more bone skeleton humanoids that had perfectly evolved and succeeded, densely packed and far more numerous than before. After a little scanning by the auxiliary intelligence, the number increased directly to 3,000. And there's always the perfectly evolved skeletal humanoids reappearing at any time. But the rescue couldn't be stopped. Yi thought that as long as one parasitic blood spirit was peeled off now, it would mean one more person would live. But as time goes on, the skeletal humanoids will only grow in number. The members of the decimation squad soon began to show injuries. These perfectly evolved bone humanoids were extremely difficult to deal with, requiring full strength to quickly decimate them. The exertion was terrifying. Ying Zai's aura of assistance fell on everyone, stacking or restoring some status. Lin Feng was also trying to match their movements as much as possible, and while they were exchanging blows, a time spell fell down. The bone skeleton human's speed steeply slowed down, and it would be easy to cut the other party down. Time spells, but as the topmost support spell skill, often the stronger the teammates were, the more they could appreciate Lin Feng's role. This was why even though Lin Feng's natural talent was inferior and his melee combat strength wasn't enough, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan still considered letting Lin Feng join the team. There's no shortage of hidden professions for the choppers, but as long as it's a huge boost to the team as a whole, then it's just what's needed. At this point, the spellbook in Ning Yuanmei's hand was getting thinner and thinner, and a large portion of the spells that were usually stored had already been consumed. In just a moment, hundreds of magic skills were densely cast. Feng Yuan also killed madly once again, his body boiling with blood qi, getting braver and braver as he fought. Li Qin still maintained his physical strength and stealth, appearing every now and then with a fatal blow to bring up a head high in the air. But despite the fact that the decapitation team had killed more, in the face of these thousands of bone skeleton humanoids that were still increasing, there were still some hidden signs of not being able to support them. At this time, Zheng Shi finally finished his incantation, and a huge war fortress giant rose up from the ground. After the war fortress appeared, several people stepped inside and began to regain their abilities. All the bone skeleton humanoids piled over, a bone spike trying to pierce the defense of the war fortress. The White Tiger troop members were not qualified to help even if they wanted to. All of these were level 40 or 50 bone skeleton humanoids, just a little bit lower than their level. This number of people charging up would soon be in danger, dragging down the chopping team's back leg. The injuries on Feng Yuan's body were also increasing. Several parts of his body were pierced through by bone spikes. His eyes were bloodshot, but his body was boiling with blood qi, and the dual swords in his hands were swinging faster and faster. Seeing this scene, Miyazato Morishikibu appeared in his hand and threw out a yin and yang talisman directly. A small piece of cool and penetrating ice rain fell down over Feng Yuan, and the cold and bone-chilling icy cold soon made Feng Yuan gradually wake up. With a confused look, he looked up at the yin and yang talisman above him. "What are you waiting for? Come up." Emosho watched Feng Yuan come to his senses and spoke. "Oh." Feng Yuan hurriedly responded. One got up and jumped straight onto the war fortress, instantly hissing in pain as he tore his wound. Ingzai raised his hand, and a sacrificial goddess tarot card appeared above him, dropping dots of green light to restore the injuries on Feng Yuan's body. Several people stepped up their time to regain their strength and energy, all of them exhausted. Lin Jun raised his head to look at Zhuang Chu. That powerful strength that killed the bone skeleton humanoids didn't dare to approach him at all. They were hiding. Zhuang Chu's speed had always been hard, and was better at defense as opposed to killing. After seeing the people of Team Decimator enter a recovery state, Zhuang Chu walked back with his giant sword, easily killing another bloody path out. He came to the war fortress. His voice became a bit hoarse and said, "Recover as soon as possible. There's no need to rush." As soon as the words fell, a powerful defensive aura spread out. Immovable Hades. Under the heavy armor, a smile spread across Zhuang Chu's face as he looked at the thousands of bone skeleton humanoids in front of him, his eyes hollow and deep. These bone skeleton humanoids subconsciously stopped their steps, somewhat afraid to go forward. Behind him, he wanted to peel off the parasitic blood spirit while looking at the battlefield in front of him. Frowning a little, is there a stalemate? Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and rolled it, and the blood spirits around him immediately surged over, grabbing a handful and eating them directly. The purple gold Dan in his body was spinning rapidly, constantly devouring the energy of the blood spirit to convert it into spiritual power. And although the consumption of using the Tong Tian talisman was not great, it couldn't hold up to being used all the time. Take a deep breath. Have to think of something else to do. There must be other ways to force these parasitic blood spirits out. One spirit chain was still too slow in efficiency. Under the pure divinity, countless Tao scrolls flew through Yi Xian's mind, suddenly finding a Tao scripture. After seeing the content on it, Yi Xian's eyes moved slightly. Then he raised his head and looked at Hiyuchi and said, "Senior sister, take a rest first." He Dai thought that Yi Xian's mana was not enough and nodded his head as he flew down. He wanted to turn his head to look at Gong Li Linghua, who was not far away, and spoke, "Go find some fresh water. The more the better." Gong Li Linghua saw you wanted to talk to her, and after slightly freezing, she hurriedly nodded her head. "Okay, right away." On the island's landmass, fresh water resources are very scarce, so they are usually used very sparingly. Miyazato Linghua pinched up his spell and summoned a large bird-style god before tugging her and flying straight away. Seeing this scene, he wanted to cross a trace of surprise in his eyes. This yin-yang master inheritance looks good too. In the next moment, densely packed talismans emerged in front of him, all of which were the most basic purification talismans. Then golden light surged from his hands, and strands of it poured into these talismans. In the Taoist scrolls, there is a runic water technique that happens to belong to the earthbending Tao. The talisman can be perfectly integrated into the water, and the spells are taken into the body with the water to ward off evil spirits. After the talismanic water was drunk, he wanted to be able to control the golden light spells in the water and strip out its parasitic blood spirits, which would definitely consume much less than before, and was much easier and less laborious. It wasn't long before Gong Li Linghua flew back with 2 wooden buckets filled with spring water, not forgetting the wooden spoon. "Is this enough?" Miyazato Linghua asked softly. Although as a shrine witch, I don't know why, but when facing Yi Xiang, there was always a feeling of the avenue pressing for victory. But Dunli Linghua didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, but instead became more and more curious about Yi Xiang. Remembering what her grandfather had said, her pretty face blushed slightly, but she quickly hid it. After Yi wanted to see the 2 buckets of spring water, he nodded and dropped all the talismans covering the golden light spell into them. In a few moments, the spring water became golden and sparkling, emitting a faint aura. Yi wanted to scoop up a spoonful of talismanic water and walk to an unconscious man. After pointing an acupoint, the man directly opened his mouth and Yi wanted to feed it down with a spoonful without saying a word. The talismanic water gushed down his throat into the abdomen, and silently, it came to the parasitic blood spirit. Suddenly at first glance, the golden light shone brightly. He wanted to control the talismanic water to expel the parasitic blood spirit directly from his body. In the blink of an eye, a parasitic blood spirit surfaced in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect it to really work. Thunder light emerged in his hand. Lifting his hand, he slapped and blew up the parasitic blood spirit. Turning his head to Gong Li Linghua, he said, "Disperse this talismanic water and feed it to these unconscious people. There isn't enough to fetch water again." Aha! He wanted to free up his hands at once, and after the golden light was manipulated with a single thought to drive out the parasitic blood spirit, he cooperated with the White Tiger members on the side and directly decapitated them. Then seeming to think of a better method, Yi Xiang took a deep breath and looked at He Yueru and said, "Senior sister, gather all the unconscious people together as much as possible. The more the better." Yi Xiang didn't say why he was doing it, but He Daiwei trusted him unconditionally. Just resting for a moment, she got up and flew overhead. Recite the mantra. In an instant, all the wooden houses in a circle of hundreds of meters swept up, and close to thousands of unconscious people levitated up and came in front of Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang looked at these people with a deep gaze and flew up into the air with the wind. A talisman coalesced in front of his body, and under the heaven and earth unkindness Tao intent, between the heavens and the earth, abundant water spiritual power surged over. In ancient times, Taoist priests prayed for rain and manna, and after the change of the sky, the rules of heaven and earth also changed, so there was naturally no way to use these spells. Doesn't mean, however, that it can't do rainfall. Spiritual energy surged out of Yi Xiang's body, and he kept drawing 24 talismans, flying towards the sky. The most basic water talisman, absorbing enough power of water mist. More and more talismans flew up into the sky, neatly arranged, but soon enough, on the dome of the sky, it was surprising that talismans were used to form an 8 trigrams formation that was hundreds of meters in circumference. Miyazato Morishiki's pupils shrunk slightly as he watched the scene. He realized what Yi wanted to do, to create rain clouds with human power. This kind of forced change of the heavenly situation, the caster of the spell, invariably will suffer from the heaven and earth backlash. If it's light, you'll be seriously injured, and if it's heavy, heavenly thunder will land. Yi Xiang also did feel a kind of rejection at this time, as if what he was doing was invariably not allowed. The spiritual power technique was even vaguely showing signs of being out of control and unstable. After feeling this, Yi Xiang could not help but grin and laugh. Raising his head, his eyes looked at the 8 trigrams formation diagram in the sky. He was naturally imitating the innate Tao formation he had seen back then, and with his current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to imitate it, or even understand it in the slightest. However, he wanted to have his own understanding and work with the heavenly stems and earthly branches formation to change a certain pattern on his own. But at this moment, feeling the rejection between heaven and earth, Yi Xiang couldn't help but feel very angry in his heart. What's wrong with this heaven and earth? Heaven and earth are unforgiving and all things are equal, but why do they suppress the Taoist teachings? Just as he was about to continue regardless, a powerful heaven and earth Tao intent steeply erupted from his body, and the system, which had not moved for a long time, pulled out a chi in the depths of Yi Xiang's divine soul. At the top of the sky dome, the familiar innate great Tao formation emerged once again. Despite your rampage, heaven and earth's karma, the Taoist sect will resist it all. In an instant, all the heaven and earth rejection suppression on Yi Xiang's body disappeared. Boom! A burst of thunder on a clear day. The originally clear sky was all of a sudden windy, and the water vapor from the body of a talisman accumulated a rain cloud. Thousands of talismanic numbers formed the 8 trigrams formation diagram, transforming into a sheet of dark clouds enveloping the entire sky above. Seeing this scene, Miyazato Morishige almost didn't pull his beard off. Surprisingly, he really forcefully changed the heavenly situation of a place without the slightest heaven and earth backlash. He did have some trouble understanding. Taoism is all about following the nature of heaven and earth, and even praying for rain is also about utilizing the clouds in the right direction. Even as a celestial master, it is impossible to reverse heaven and earth and go against nature. But this teenage heavenly master in front of him even wanted to override the will of heaven and earth. Miyazato Morishige stared blankly at the rain clouds above him. He had practiced Taoism for his entire life, and he did not understand the scene before him at all. Is the Chinese Taoist legacy turning out to be the same? What choice did the Chinese Taoist sect make this century ago? Miyazato Shoji suddenly associated with the end of the Taoist sect's inheritance being cut off, and his expression suddenly changed as he raised his head to stare shockingly at the sky above. The Taoist sect, which has always been the most dedicated to the Taoist law of nature, once intended to raise the world against the sky to start the array. Did you lose or win? The fact that the heavenly transformation had not recovered meant that the Tao sect had clearly lost. But how can it be explained that this young celestial master forcibly changed the heavenly situation without being subjected to the heavenly wrath of karmic repercussions? Miyazato Mosher frowned tightly. He still couldn't figure this out, but the deeper he thought about it, the more unbelievable he felt. Could it be that the Chinese Taoist sect was not only fighting against the alien invasion of the world 100 years ago, but also against the heavenly Tao at the same time? The rain had become a reality, and Yi Xiang's body steeply erupted with a bright golden light. Has already played the golden light divine mantra to the extreme. The originally gloomy weather steeply added many brilliant Taoist intentions. All the golden light fused with the Bagua formation diagram, and a talisman emitted golden light, coloring the rain clouds into a light golden color as well. You wanted to leave no stone unturned. Little by little, after filling the formation patterns of the thousands of talismans with the golden light divine incantation, his entire body also lost all its spiritual power and steeply detached itself from falling down. The entire purple gold dam was empty, and not a trace of spiritual energy was left. He looked at the golden clouds in the sky that were 100 meters in circumference. The corners of his mouth spread into a smile, and he said softly, "Scatter." The words fall into place. The golden cloud dispersed and covered the entire town. Raindrop. As soon as the words fell, a downpour of light golden rain descended from the clouds and rain. The talismanic water fell on everyone's body, directly penetrating the body, layer by layer. The parasitic blood spirits were all entangled and sealed, making it impossible for them to evolve and move. As Yi Xiang was about to hit the ground, He Yuaru and Gongli Linghua were the first to react and flew towards him. Just as He Dai was planning to use the wind method, a sharp bone spur was steeply and sinisterly thrown from the corner below. Mo Xiu was the first to react, and with no time to warn, he raised his hand and exploded out with a shot. Bang! That bone splinter was instantly broken into two by the spirit gun bullets. And then his gaze fell below the piece of wooden house, only to see a level 68 bone human, who had woken up at some unknown time, looking at him with a sinister and cunning gaze. Poof! You wanted to be caught by Miyazato Linghua, but after all, she was not a combat profession. Her strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and she was completely unable to withstand the momentum of Ye's fall. The two of them were knocked out a long way, and Gongli Linghua forced herself to endure the pain without saying a word. After landing, the first thing he did was to climb up and check Yi Xiang's injuries. At this moment, Yi Xiang had directly passed out due to his exhaustion, never having depleted his spiritual energy to such an extent. Gongli Linghua looked at the golden raindrops in the sky, and for the first time, felt the hope of the human race, as if it was in the young man beside him. Diffuse golden rain seamlessly, a layer of golden light into the body. Death will parasitic blood spirit suppression seal. Gossip golden pattern on its surface. All suppression erosion. The golden light penetrated the parasitic blood spirit like an invisible golden net, trapping the alien inside alive. Parasitic aliens of low rank were directly transformed into a puddle of sewage purified by the golden light, and the blood spirit surged out of the body. Those alien races that had perfectly evolved into skeleton humans, when they were dipped into the golden rain, it was as if it was boiling hot boiling water, making poofing sounds and boiling up white mist all over their bodies. Incomparably painful. The skin on his body began to fester and his bones began to turn pitch black. As if knocked back, he slumped to the ground and wailed. They struggled to raise their heads and saw the golden clouds in the sky, filled with hideous despair. Some of the smart ones hurriedly tried to hide in the wooden house, but the White Tiger members and the choppers would not let them hide. Without saying anything directly, all the wooden houses that can shelter from the rain are all dismantled, and all the bone skeletons of the human race in the town full of screams and screams, just like a hell on earth. The golden rain, however, showed no signs of stopping, as if it was getting heavier and heavier. The talismanic waters washed away the smell of blood throughout the town, and the world seemed to become quiet for a moment. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. The level 68 bone skeleton human that had sneaked up on He Yuadai earlier turned into a puddle of black water and hid in a corner, and was hit by a powerful spirit bullet. The black water erupted and splashed all over the place, and just as it was about to recover up, it was covered by golden talismanic water, and every drop of black water was sealed in the blink of an eye. not allowing it to recover at all. Emoshio saw the scene through the scope and couldn't help but smile. This golden rain effect is awesome. The black bone water can't be restrained from recovering. But Yi wanted to be unconscious. This golden rain surely won't keep raining. Start moving. First look for the bone wrecker humanoids that are over the level 50 rank to decimate. And leave the level 41s alone for now. Aha! The crowd nodded. Lin Jun directly executed the true intent of the sword Dao without saying a word. A sword extreme Dao broke through that piece of black water. The sword chi streaked across and twisted and crushed it. After resting for a while, the crowd had also recovered quite a bit of strength. After all, there were blood spirits everywhere. And energy mana was recovered quickly. On the other side, along with waking up more and more of the sunflower human race, they looked around in bewilderment, not knowing what was happening. On Yi Xiang's side, Gongli Linghua knelt down beside him and softly sang an ancient ritual song. White light surfaced on Yi Xiang's body, helping him recover his mental and physical strength. At this time, Yi Xiang also felt the cool and gentle energy roaming around his body, very comfortable, and his tightly frowning brows slowly loosened. Lin Jun walked over at this time and brought over the level 68 blood spirit, handing it to Gongli Linghua and said, "Give it to him and he'll be fine soon." Gongli Linghua was a bit hesitant. Won't something happen if this blood spirit is eaten? How could such a level 68 blood spirit for Yi Xiang to eat be able to withstand it? Lin Jun couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, this kid is different from the others. He'll be fine." Gongli Linghua sniffed this before she took the blood spirit. She could see that these very powerful people cared about Yi Xiang. So he attempted to feed the blood spirit to Yi Xiang, and after the level 68 blood spirit surged into his mouth, it fell directly into his abdomen. The blood spirit was just about to explode, when the violet gold Dan emitted a hazy purple aura, immediately wrapping this powerful blood spirit and slowly devouring the other party like a cocoon. There was absolutely no need for Yi Xiang to control it. The violet gold Dan itself could do all of this, recovering its spiritual power little by little through the energy of the blood spirit. The higher the rank, the faster the blood spirit transformed its spiritual energy, and this was also because the higher the rank of the blood spirit itself, the purer the energy would be. The previous sacrificial song had restored all the injuries in spirit in Yi Xiang's body. It was only when he was touched that Miyabi Linghua realized just how hard he was trying. Not the slightest bit of energy could be felt in his body, as if he had turned into an ordinary person. Looking at the sleeping Yi think, that clear brow with some determination, Gongli Linghua couldn't help but reach out his hand and carefully touch it. But just for a moment, he hastily shrunk his hand and dared not touch it. He was the heavenly master of the Taoist sect, and she herself was just a small sacrificial witch, and although she had listened to what her grandfather had said, she didn't dare to think this way. Facing Yi wanted to, as if he was satisfied with himself as long as he could see him. In the distance, Feng Yuan had just decapitated a level 52 bone human and looked up just in time to see the scene, unable to help but sigh helplessly. "Is your little brother in grade school pretending to be asleep? Can't wake up in the arms of a young girl?" As soon as the words fell, Lu Yen couldn't help but look back. A smile spread across the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. Primary school kids have to grow up sometime. Rune water and gold rained down. As if invisibly it had been restoring the physical strength of the crowd, and almost all the time they could not feel tired. Even the state was getting better and better, as if it was like entering a berserk increased state of Feng Yuan, but the person was incomparably awake. Under Golden Rain's suppression, the bone skeleton Fae were incapable of resisting at all, but it could be clearly felt that the talismanic water, which had been pouring down, had been transformed into light rain, and time was running out. Emoshio cooperated with Chuangchu as he searched for high-level bone fiends, almost all of which existed at level 70 or above. The higher the level, the longer it takes to evolve. Currently only a few level 70 bone skeleton humanoids were seen. The rest that hadn't been parasitized yet had obviously been sealed to death by the rune water and had no chance to come out again. Everyone's auxiliary intelligences scanned individually, not sparing a single high-ranking skeletal humanoid. Just then, a huge human giant erupted from a wooden house. With a loud boom, the powerful aura directly lifted the nearest Feng Yuan out. Not being able to care about Feng Yuan who flew out, all the gazes were dead set on that 100-meter-tall humanoid giant. Let a person cannot help but feel shocked. Is a human being enlarged dozens of times? Naked, muscles coiled across, a bone is like armor, sheltering the whole body. Level 100 perfectly evolved skeleton humanoid. Normal bone Fae only topped out at level 90. Yet the evolutionary approach allowed the other party to gain power close to the throne level. The skeletal human giant slowly lifted his leg, and with a loud thud, the earth cracked open. When Heavenly King Luo Jun saw this scene, he didn't hesitate and directly got up and flew towards this side in a hurry. Hong Qing shook his head helplessly, truly concerned. even if it was a throne. It wasn't like Zhuang Chu couldn't handle it, not to mention that it was just ahead of 100 elites. He was rather worried about Yi Xiang's condition. Using human power to change the heavenly momentum, this kind of Tao was simply unimaginable. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the heavenly changes, the Taoist sect might have actually won back then. A distance of 100 kilometers would take about a few minutes for Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. A long rainbow rose, like a halberd breaking through the sky. On the other hand, the battle that was nearly close to the throne broke out directly. Without any hesitation, the two of them, Ying Ziyou and Lin Feng, directly cast negative skills to land on this bone skeleton giant. They're all very basic negative skills that don't backfire on themselves. They just don't do very much. However, Ying Zai's increased skill also had no effect on Zhuang Chu nowadays, and instead, it might feel counterproductive. It was because of this feeling that Ying Zai did not add status skills to Zhuang Chu. Facing this 100-meter-tall, brand new giant image of the alien race, was this the perfect evolution of the bone skeleton alien race combined with the human race? Seeing this scene, there was no one present who didn't hate it. Even if the ability to devour was not enough, it was even possible to use a human body to complete its own evolution. There was no longer any room for maneuver. Either the bone skeleton alien race would perish, or the human race would perish. Zhuang Chu stood in front of the bone skeleton giant, as small as a blood-red ant, but his aura was not weak at all, carrying his giant sword and slashing directly at the giant's leg. With a click, the bone armor on the joints crumbled, revealing flesh and blood, and the blade chopped up viciously. Zhuang Chu shouted angrily, and his giant sword swooped around the bloody flesh and chopped it. A left leg was directly cut off. The bone skeleton giant's stance was unsteady, seeing that it was about to fall down, but it was known that the severed left leg steeply grew bones out, and the flesh and blood, skin and nails were reborn in a split second. Seeing this scene, the crowd frowned. What a powerful recovery. After the bone skeleton giant recovered well, it directly raised a palm and slapped it towards Zhuang Chu. Zhuang Chu couldn't dodge in time. A giant shield emerged in his hand to block in front of him, and immediately used the immovable underworld skill. Bam! A terrifying force directly knocked him out. After collapsing dozens of wooden huts in a row, Zhuang Chu stopped, and some cracks appeared in his heavy armor. Craning his neck, Zhuang Chu glanced at the smashed communicator and was silent for a moment before saying, "Wife, I didn't hang up on purpose. I'll call you after a while." As soon as the words fell, the terrifying killing intent was finally no longer suppressed, and pillars of rushing blood shot up into the sky. The terrifying hellish vision surfaced again, like countless evil spirits struggling and hissing in that hell. Even Feng Yuan and the others felt their undershirts go cold when they saw this scene. Zhuang Chu displayed the horrible strength of the saint-killing body. The blood knife was like a blood spring surging non-stop, as if opening some kind of shackles. His figure disappeared abruptly, and when he reappeared, he had already come to the front of the bone skeleton giant. The tenfold gravity field crushed in, out of reach. The skeletal giant snapped to his knees. Underneath the armor, Zhuang Chu grinned a cruel smile and leapt up, a bloody blade chopping down towards his head. However, countless blood bones erupted from the bone skeleton giant's body, sheltering itself while at the same time acting like a hedgehog instantly penetrating Zhuang Chu's body. However, it was as if Zhuang Chu could not feel the pain as the huge sword flew down. This scene was deeply reflected in the eyes of the Chopper Team's crowd. Team Chu, it's really not the same as before. Click. The blood sword chopped down the neck of the bone giant. There was a poof, and blood rushed to the sky. That huge head was directly chopped off by a third. The bone skeleton giant flung its bone spikes and directly threw Zhuang Chu out. After Zhuang Chu flung flying more than 10 meters, the blood holes in his body torso were rapidly healing and recovering. Only the killing intent on his body weakened by a few points. Stopped, stomped hard, and decisively charged up again. The bone skeleton giant slowly stood up, seeing that blood shadow charging up again. A hint of fear crossed his eyes. What kind of human was this? And why did it give him a feeling of palpitating fear? The bone skeleton giant's right hand steeply grew countless bones, and in the blink of an eye, he turned his arm into a giant bone axe and chopped down towards the blood shadow. Zhuang Chu easily dodged it, and with his full power burst, speed was no longer his shortcoming. The bone axe hacked into the earth, like an earthquake cracking open a long gap in the earth, almost chopping the entire town in half. If it wasn't for Zhang Shi's quick reaction, controlling the war fortress towards one side and jumping away in a hurry, or else they would all be affected. After Zhuang Chu dodged the giant bone axe, without the slightest hesitation, the blood light flashed. The figure had arrived behind the bone giant, and this time, both legs were chopped off at the same time, and the bone giant was still trying to turn around. Zhuang Chu raised his hand, and behind him, the vision of hell became clearer and clearer as 10,000 ghosts roared and hissed. Hell's pontoon! In a flash of vision, Countless ghosts and monsters unexpectedly rushed out, crawling all over the bone skeleton giant's body, crazily devouring and gnawing. This horrifying and terrifying scene made the members of the chopping team. All of them couldn't help but have their scalps numb. What the hell is wrong with Team Chu? The bone skeleton giant was still struggling, but his ability to recover could not catch up with the speed of the 10,000 ghosts devouring him. And in an instant, he was pulled into the sea of blood by Zhuang Chu's hellish vision. More ghosts and monsters engulfed and covered it, and countless blood spikes were still struggling to penetrate. But in the end, they were all powerless to struggle. In front of the saint-killing body, Zhuang Chu even dared to behead a throne, not to mention that it was just a level 100 elite alien. However, along with devouring the bone skeleton giant in its entirety, the killing intent on Zhuang Chu's body once again skyrocketed. The blood light rose up to the sky, and even had a twisted sense of terror. He turned around and took a step towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's pupils shrank, forcibly holding back his fear and not backing away, standing still and waiting for Zhuang Chu to come in front of him. His tone was a little trembling as he said, Chu brother, don't. Me. I promise not to dye my hair in the future. Zhuang Chu's aura at this moment and the hellish visions behind him were simply more like thrones than alien thrones. It looked so scary, but habitually trusting Zhuang Chu, Feng Yuan stood stiffly in place, feeling the rich killing intent on Zhuang Chu's body. Just standing in front of him for a few moments was very difficult. Even breathing was a bit out of breath. Zhuang Chu came to his body and was silent for a long time before he said hoarsely, "Lend me the communicator." Oh, Feng Yuan hurriedly took off his communicator and handed it to Zhuang Chu. Zhuang Chu received the communicator, and after a long period of silence, suddenly his body was covered in veins, and the saintly words engraved in his bones became increasingly dim, leaving only the word loyalty faintly flickering with a vast and righteous light. But soon a set of 11-digit phone numbers came to mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuang Chu followed the phone number and dialed it quickly. The moment the call was connected, Su Rong's face with slightly reddened eyes appeared on the screen. Then, Feng Yuan was dumbfounded as he watched Team Chu gather and suppress the sky-charging killing intent all at once. Instantly back to normal. The whole thing looked dumbfounded. Is wifey so horrible? Sure enough, it's better to be single. At this time, the talismanic water in the sky also stopped, and the thousands of talismans slowly dissipated as the sky regained its clearness. A talisman dissipated as it fell, but the war didn't end. Some of the perfectly evolved skeletal humanoids had been giganticized, the least of which was dozens of meters tall, and the entire town was instantly trampled into flat ground. Picking up the unconscious sunflower humanoids on the ground and gnawing on them with their mouths open, the members of the chopping team took a deep breath, and although they were all exhausted, they still had to continue fighting. However, right at this moment, a halberd broke through the sky, and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan violently threw out his war halberd, instantly penetrating through the brow of a level 72 bone giant. The war halberd pierced through and took away another level 50 bone giant. The appearance is extremely domineering. A black suicidal military uniform. Cold. Deng Li Shouji looked at Zhuang Chu and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, his heart already full of shock and powerlessness. Is this the top fighting force in China today? It would be great if the sunflower people had such a person, but the environment is just too harsh, and even if a good seedling appears, it doesn't even get a chance to grow up before it's already dead. A fighter jet flew over again. The entirety of the White Tiger Force members, only the god of war, Hong Cheng, was left sitting in the fortress base. In his words, "If I can't even hold it, what's the point of you staying here?" The location where the construction base was stationed happened to be stuck at the key junction between the Bone Abyss and the island land. If the Bone Abyss had a bone skeleton alien race attacking towards the island land, the first to bear the brunt would be the fortress base. According to the construction plan of the Great Rear, the fortress base was used as the center, and the city wall was built to divide the war zone and the living area of the residents, develop the entire island land with war. But this point in time, it must be in terms of years. Even if the bone skeleton alien race lost its throne and wanted to exterminate the other side, the human race didn't have this strength and heritage yet, let alone this island land. In the Bone Alien Tribe territory, full of death gas, Bone Alien Tribe is as if it comes with auxiliary aura. Recovery is very fast, especially more than 60 levels, more like the body of immortality. If you want to solve the Bone Alien race from the root, you have to find a way to solve the Bone Realm's death chi. Otherwise you simply can't kill them all. Every day there are thousands of Bone Alien race being born, and it has been maintained at millions. No matter how many you kill, it's as if you can't finish killing them all. The town was in shambles. The Ace Decimator team and the Ace White Tiger unit, as the top elites of China, their combat power was undoubted. In front of the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and the Body Slayer Zhuang Chu, the high-level bone aliens were all cleaned up by the two of them. On the side of the Hinakana human race, the few hundred remaining combat professionals were all fighting in blood even under Miyazato Morishikibu's orders. To them, beheading these skeletal humanoids was as if they were killing their own kind. Everyone was killing like crazy. Blood spirits were surfacing everywhere, devouring them when they didn't have enough energy, and their levels were insanely skyrocketing. Especially Taitsung Musashi. His dual swords were powerful and swift, and after a whole day of fighting, his level had unexpectedly broken through to level 50, not knowing how many blood spirits he had eaten. After years of fighting, what Taitsung Musashi lacked was enough blood spirits to upgrade himself, and with successive breakthroughs and upgrades without a trace of aftereffects, he quickly adapted to the battle power after the 5 turns of upgrading. Coming to level 50, Taitsung Musashi's Air Tian E-School dual blade technique was no longer much inferior to Feng Yuan's killing power, and was even more steady and decisive. It was a pity that he was already in his 40s. If he could have been 20 years younger and grabbed the opportunity he had today, he might have been able to impact the 9 revolutions. However, the potential had been exhausted, and in this life he would go up to 8 revolutions at most, and 7 revolutions would be tough. However, it did not hinder the killing technique of those ancient twin swords, the Great Rear. Seeing this ancient inherited sword technique, even Hong Qing could not help but nod his head. It seems that this Sunflower People's clan, there is still a bit of heritage stuff around. In a simple wooden house in the small town, Gongli Linghua guarded the sleeping Yi Xiang on the side, with some worry on her pretty face. Why doesn't he wake up when he's obviously done everything? At this time, the purple gold Dan in Yi Xiang's body was eating away at the level 68 blood spirit little by little, and in half an hour, the spiritual power had been restored, and coupled with these days of hard training and fighting, the purple gold Dan finally ushered in the intention of consummation. Yi Xiang's body slowly levitated up, half a foot off the ground. In a flash, the violet gold Dan within the Dantian shook abruptly. Water to the general. The inner Dan finally broke through. The spiritual power crazy increase, and then spread to the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs. Meridian points these parts. Feeding nourishment. The violet gold air then flowed all over the body, penetrating the skin and spreading the surface. Internal alchemy cultivation is like water dripping over a stone and spiritual streams converging into the sea. It is better to be slow than to be in a hurry. The more stable the foundation, the more spiritual energy it would contain in the future. After the pre-second turn broke through to the middle stage, the spiritual energy once again multiplied by nearly half, emitting a rich purple aura that was powerful and pure, forcing that level 68 blood spirit to not dare to approach at all. It trembled in the corner. He wanted to slam open his eyes, has come to his senses, feeling the body indescribably comfortable, cannot help but look inward at the Dantian. As expected, the purple gold Dan has broken through to the middle stage, and the level has come to 36 levels. Raising his hand to squeeze up the royal wind, he rose before noticing Gong Li Linghua off to the side. Frowning slightly, but knowing that she was the one guarding her, he nodded. Thanks. After thinking about it, he took out a marrow cleansing elixir and handed it to Gong Li Linghua as a token of appreciation. Without waiting for a response, he directly walked out of the humble wooden house, performed the wind's sentinel Dao, and flew into the battlefield. Purple robes of enchanted clothing manifested, reflecting golden light all over. However, it only lasted for a few moments, and the lightning method appeared all over his body, and his golden eyes turned into white pupils. Combining the wind and thunder law possession, Yi Xiang was like a thunderbolt in midair, instantly penetrating through a level 45 bone human, unable to see his movements at all. That level 45 bone skeleton humanoid directly turned into a charred corpse and slowly fell to the ground. The power of the lightning method on Yi Xiang's body was obviously a little more powerful and more rapid, only to see the flashes of lightning. A head of charred corpses fell to the ground. Seeing that Yi Xiang's strength had improved quite a bit again, Imo Shou pondered for a moment before letting it go and letting him play on his own. This lightning method was a second kill against bone alien races below level 50, casually wreaking havoc and weaving in and out of the bone human elites. Scorched rocks everywhere it passed. Before the blood spirit could surface, he had already decapitated the second bone skeleton human. There is not the slightest because the other party is a human appearance the slightest mercy, but more incomparably angry. Killing aura. Although these people were all of the Nihua human race, being of the same race, this type of evolution was absolutely unacceptable. You are buried in the mud under the spring. He wanted to raise his hands to cast the Tong Tian talisman, and 30 talismans instantly appeared in front of him. The talisman then transformed into a Dharma sword suspended around his body, and after the radiant thunder law covered it, in an instant, 30 thunder swords flew out vertically and horizontally. 30 heads of the bone skeleton human race were directly chopped off, and the scene was once shocking. With this hand of imperial sword, both Taitsung Musashi and Miyazato Morishikibu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a powerful skill. And Miyazato Shoji saw more. He saw that you wanted these thunder swords to be talisman changes. If it is condensed thousands of talismans or even tens of thousands of talismans. What is the scene? A magic sword falls and tens of thousands of foreigners are put to death? At this time you wanted to suddenly have a kind of enlightenment. If he knew the formation, with the thunder sword to start the formation, the killing power will not be greater? It seemed feasible, but it was a pity that he hadn't turned for yet, and the formation path was entirely his own to figure out. When he first saw the innate Taoist formation that dozens of highly accomplished Taoist leaders had started at the top of that dome, he wanted to realize the power of the formation Shimen. However, he was already level 36, and it shouldn't take long to level up to 40. After transferring to the Tao of formation, there is about the Tao sect formation is the same as the Tao of Dan alchemy, the inheritance into the divine soul, and it is directly fused together. You wanted to be distracted while maneuvering the thunder sword to quickly kill the surrounding bone skeleton foreigners, being invincible at the same level, not to mention these bone skeleton aliens that were themselves restrained by the lightning method. It was quite easy to slaughter them. After the violet gold Dan had broken through to the middle stage of the second turn, its spiritual power had once again increased quite a bit. Before, just by using the Imperial Thunder Sword for a while, the spiritual power would be consumed by most, but now it could completely support it. Not to mention that the violet gold Dan could absorb the energy of the blood spirit at any time to replenish its spiritual power. You wanted to execute the Taiji Cloud Hand, directly converging a bunch of blood spirits in front of him. I don't know if it was because I had just broken through, but the thoughts were very permeable, and another idea appeared. The hand steeply lit up with samadhi flame. According to reason, everything in heaven and earth can be refined. Then this blood spirit should be the same. Wouldn't it be easier to swallow and absorb the blood spirit after refining it pure? The blue-colored samadhi flame quickly refined a dozen or so blood spirit parcels around level 40. The blood impurities were quickly refined out, and finally melted into a puddle of white spirit liquid, while all of the original blood impurities were refined cleanly. The people from the White Tiger Force noticed Yi Xiang's dashing and powerful scene of killing the enemy with his sword while refining his spirit. It was too enviable. Soon, after feeling almost the same, you wanted to pinch up the Dan condensation technique, only to see these white spiritual liquids in front of him directly condense into a fist-sized white bead. Feeling the clean and pure energy inside, it made even Yi thinking stare. A dozen or so blood spirits were refined into a white spirit bead, and the level fell to level 40 instead. And he wanted to eat it directly in one bite without hesitation. After the spirit bead fell into the violet dantian, it was quiet and motionless. It would not riot like the blood spirit once it was in the body, and the violet gold Dan easily absorbed its energy and converted it into spiritual power, not wasting it at all. As long as the blood spirit was sufficient, this refined spirit bead could be absorbed and instead accelerate the speed of cultivation. Standing in the distance, Gong Li Linghua cupped the pill given by Yi Xiang in his hand and looked at the teenager's purple-robed figure from afar. At first sight, I was happy, but for a long time I was still thumping. God of War Hong Chang watched Yi Xiang's performance in the screen with interest and nodded his head in satisfaction. This kid looks like he has improved a lot again. The level breakthrough to 36 is not rushed, and it's rare that you've been practicing to polish your base. However, just at that moment, a piercing alarm sounded steeply from the fortress base. The auxiliary intelligence quickly flew to Hong Chang and said, "There are 3 level 100 bone humanoids approaching." Upon hearing this news, War God Hong Chang nodded his head, his expression unchanged, only slowly getting up and picking up the Tang horizontal blade beside him. At this moment, outside the base's main gate, there stood 3 skeletal aliens whose appearance was identical to that of humans. There were 2 men and 1 woman, but the evil and terrifying aura and energy level on their bodies completely exposed their own identities. All 3 of them were level 100 bone wrecker humanoids. On the left was a muscular, lanky man, 3 times the size of an ordinary man, with a neutral country face, but when he opened his mouth, he revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth and bone spurs. In the center was a thin, tall, scrawny man, head bowed, unable to see his face, trembling and seemingly agitated. On the right is a woman with a very hot and sexy body. It took her quite a while to choose a parasite before picking her torso to evolve. At that moment, the tall, thin man in the center slowly raised his head and looked at the monitor on the gate, revealing a face with a cruel, sardonic smile. Old War God, it's really been a long time. At the same time, the people on the other side, who were still in the middle of the battle, simultaneously received an alert that the fortress base had been attacked by 3 level 100 bone skeleton humanoids. All of them froze unanimously, and without any hesitation, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan directly turned around and left after decapitating a level 70 bone skeleton human. At this time, the teacher was the only one in the fortress base. He Yueru gritted his teeth. and without the slightest hesitation, he flew up in the air, transforming into a clear wind to follow Luo Zhuan's form. Although Zhuang Chu possessed the strength of a ninth turn or even a throne, he did not know how to fly and could only watch the two leave. Yi Xiang also immediately reacted at this time. Everyone was here, so only Elder Hong was in the base, and the 3 100-level bone skeleton humanoids attacked. Yi Xiang's heart immediately thumped, raised his hand and directly drew a talisman. The divine walking talisman was pasted on his leg. His body erupted with thunderous light, and his body immediately transformed into thunderous light and rushed towards the fortress base. Seeing the three of them leave one after another, Miyazato Morishikibu frowned slightly as the crowd's expression became so tense all of a sudden. Immediately realizing that something must have happened to the Huaxia human race, thinking about the future of the sunflower human race, he was silent for a moment before directly pulling out a yin-yang talisman and pinching the spell. The yin-yang talisman directly transformed into a strange bird-style god, yanking up his shoulders and waving his wings to chase towards Yi Xiang's thunderbolt. Nothing can happen to the Huaxia human race, otherwise the Nihua human race will have no way back. On this side of the base fortress, the gate that could withstand the onslaught of alien races below level 50 was blasted through by the most powerful and lanky skeleton humanoid, who easily crashed through the gate and walked in. Filled with disdain, the gates of the human race are self-deluded into thinking they are safe. The three of them walked straight in, naturally aiming straight at war god Hong Chang. The human race had decimated their bone throne, then they had slaughtered the god of war. As soon as he entered his eyes, he saw an old human man in the distance in a long military coat and robe. The tall and thin man in the center sized up Hong Chang, a cold smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. So it's already so old, are you? The Chinese human race is still so wasted after so many years? You're still on the battlefield at your age. High-grade alien races. Their intelligence is not worse than human races. Even each of them kills like a human. They don't know how many human races they have eaten. These bone skeleton alien races. They know the Chinese human races very well. Hong Chang looked at the three unfamiliar faces in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were only a dozen level 90 bone fae, and when he was young, he had decapitated 4 or 5 of them. But for the bone fae, it basically only takes a few years for several level 90 beings to appear. What? Don't recognize me? The thin and slender man in the center couldn't help but smile. You human race? Ah, you really can't do anything once you get old. Your memory has become so bad. The human skin on his face slowly unraveled, revealing a bony fae face with a long, pointed jaw and sharp eyes that were uncomfortable and somber at first glance. And this familiar face, Hong Chang instantly recognized it and smiled disdainfully. So it's you, kid. More than 20 years ago, a level 80-odd assassin-type bone skeleton fae came to assassinate him, and was almost killed by him with a single slash, scaring the other party into fleeing straight away. So after boosting to level 100, you think you're good again, right? Hong Chang looked at him and mocked. The thin and slender man slowly lowered his head, a vertebrae steeply tearing and growing out from the back of his body, climbing onto the back arms and legs of his torso as he raised his head, a pair of eyes cold and greedy as he gazed at Hong Chang. He knew that the god of war had long since aged, appearing on the northern battlefield some time ago, although he had only cut out a single slash, displaying the demeanor of the god of war. But anyone familiar with his opponents could see that the god of war was old. Pust, on the thin and slender man's hands. For long, sharp bone blades extended steeply. The figure violently disappeared into thin air before charging towards the war god Hong Chang at a speed that could not be captured with the naked eye. The two level 100 bone skeleton humanoids on the side were in no hurry to strike, wanting to see how their companions abused this human war god. In the face of the threat, war god Hong Chang closed his eyes instead. The opponent was a level 100 bone skeleton assassin, so the naked eye naturally couldn't capture the opponent's figure. The thin and slender man looked at the war god who looked like an ordinary person and frowned slightly. It was hard to believe that he was really overthinking things. This old guy, where is there still half of the war god's spirit from back then? After finding a break, he charged straight up, fast. However, just when they were only 3 meters away from Hong Chang, the thin and thin-boned human race steeply sensed a dangerous aura. His pupils shrank, only to see that the air around him was covered in imperceptible blade fluctuations. This was equal to the fact that he had already exposed his position as soon as he approached Hong Chang. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly tried to withdraw and retreat. But where would Hong Chang give him a chance? Just like back then, the war god's aura violently erupted out, and he was not even seen how he made his sword. The overwhelming blade light of the bastard sword had already slashed through the neck of the thin and thin bony humanoid. If you don't make a move, it's a sure thing. Hong Chang lifted the Tang horizontal sword and looked at him with calm eyes. After all those years, you don't remember a thing, do you? The words clicked. The thin, slender man's head fell off, blood spurting wildly. But the next moment, The head that fell to the ground spread a wry smile. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the god of war? So it's a pretense. You can really pretend. Your strength has not diminished? Hung Ching furrowed his brows and immediately struck out his sword again without saying a word. He had already realized that what he had chopped was just an ordinary human body. And this guy's true essence was the black water outer bone vertebrae in his back. The thin-boned humanoid picked up his head directly on the ground, and his body twisted to avoid the long blade, then burst back violently, returning to the two who were watching the show. Raising his hand, he took the decapitated head, pressed it back onto his neck and aligned it before the decapitation line blinked back into integrity. He looked up at war god Hung Chang and smiled. Do it together, and send this human war god on his last journey. The two beside him nodded their heads and coincidentally directly exploded all their strength. The burly man steeply transformed into a 100-meter-tall bone-armored giant, and the sexy woman beside him also bloomed 2 bone flowers out of her eyes. Lush and bizarre, her mouth recited an incantation, and in the next moment, she even directly summoned a ferocious bone dragon to run up towards Hung Ching, and the thin, bony human race once again disappeared into thin air. The bone dragon roared ferociously, more than 10 meters long, with sharp claws and a hideous aura. However, just as it was about to swallow battle god Hung Chang in one bite, the tang horizontal blade in its hand lifted up once again, and the domineering and overwhelming blade asters roared out. Nothing can stop it. The bone dragon was instantly sliced in half, scattering bones all over the place. Hung Ching's eyes were deep, and his powerful blade chi spanned across his body, skyrocketing from a range of 3 meters to 10 meters. At this moment, the 3 level 100 bone skeleton human race elites were all a bit shocked. This old war god of the human race, he actually still maintained his peak battle power? How is that possible? Hung Ching gazed at the woman of the bone magic system, and on the battlefield, the priority was to kill the magic system. As soon as he threw off the military coat on his body, his figure stomped forward, bursting and flashing to come in front of the bone skeleton woman, and the tang horizontal sword in his hand chopped horizontally. The bone skeleton woman's face changed as she raised her hand, and a layer of bone shields instantly coalesced in front of her body, while her feet quickly retreated, which knew that Hung Ching was simply bluffing, and with a wrong footstep, he directly came to the side of the bone skeleton woman and dropped a knife. Clean and sharp, nothing fancy. The bone skeleton woman's face was blossoming with fear. Had she known that this old man was so powerful, she shouldn't have gotten so close at all. When he saw that he was about to be decapitated, the thin and slender man reappeared, his bone blade double knives aimed at Hung Ching's back heart. The objective is clear, either a life for a life, or stop. A cold smile spread across the corners of Hung Ching's mouth. This kind of trick? He stopped playing when he was 17 or 18. Iron rope across the river, only to see Elder Hang's 10-meter range of blade awnings around his body contracting crazily, coalescing a materialized blade astral deity within half a foot of his circumference, directly fending off the sharp bone blades. Seeing this scene, the thin and slender man's eyes went wide. His own bone blade didn't even break defense? But with that slight delay, the woman in front of her had finished reciting the spell in her mouth. The figure steeply disappeared in place, and in its place was a skeletal knight. She, on the other hand, appeared 100 meters away at a high altitude, beating her to death. She wouldn't dare to approach this old man easily. Hung Ching decapitated the skeleton knight with a single slash and raised his head to look at the skeletal woman high in the sky. Eyes narrowed slightly. Do you really think that if you hide in the sky, you'll be fine? It seemed that after decades had passed, both the young people and the bone fae looked down on an old man like himself, with a glance at the thin, slender man behind him who had once again disappeared. Tang Hengdao once again fell into a sheath, but the aura on his body began to build up. However, upon seeing this scene, the faces of the three of them blushed at the same time, and a palpitating danger surged to their hearts. This was the human war god's famous technique, the bastard blade. Once a knife cut down the throne. White savage, the thin, slender man couldn't care less about exposure and roared directly. The bone-armored giant lifted his leg directly at his words and stomped down towards Hung Chang. No matter what, he should not be given the chance to cut out this blade. Hung Chang, however, easily withdrew his steps and dodged. His chi was still frantically building up, and his rushing sword intent caused the clouds in the sky to appear to change apart. These 3 level 100 bone skeleton humanoids were still quite a distance away from the throne. In a flash, Hung Chang's tang horizontal sword was sheathed. At this moment, the terrifying sword dipper tore through space, still aiming straight at the bone skeleton woman. The bone skeleton woman hissed and also erupted her most powerful bone defense skill. 2 bone flowers bloomed madly in both eyes. One bone flower was like a shield in front of her body, and one bone flower wrapped her whole body. The bone flower in front of his body transformed into the hardest black bone. However, The moment the domineering blade light arrived, time seemed to freeze, and the black bone flower was instantly sliced in half. Boom! The blade light swept through, and the mountain range hundreds of meters away behind him exploded with a roar. Surprisingly, a small volcano was activated and magma gushed out furiously. Rolling black smoke obscured the sky, leaving a clear slash that would not heal. In the sky, the bone flower faded piece by piece. The body that was chopped in half fell straight down from the air, and blood spirits gushed out. Seeing this scene, the bone skeleton giant roared and clasped his hands together, ruthlessly slamming down towards Hong Cheng. However, despite his strength and size, as a top-tier war giant, he was actually more suited to attacking and fighting, and in terms of solo combat, who could he hit with this slow-as-shit speed? A truly powerful strength was necessarily a combination of strength and speed only. For example, the Bone Throne, the same level 100, long-range melee speed is not weak, but these guys, just raised the attributes to level 100. Although look raised a lot, only one step away from the throne, but it never reached that top tier, and in Hong Cheng's eyes, these guys were nothing more than higher-ranked blood spirits. This was also the reason why Heavenly King Luozhuan chose the members of the decimation team, no matter what their occupation was, to try to require no shortcomings. The truly strong have no shortcomings. Tang Hengdao once again sheathed his sword and resumed building up his momentum. The figure kept flipping and jumping, directly rushing out of the fortress base. If this bone-armored giant was allowed to run amok, the entire base would soon be razed to the ground. Well, at least it took the White Tiger members close to 2 days to build it. At that moment, the communication popped up with Luo Zhuan's screen. Teacher, hold on. I'll be right there. Hong Cheng didn't even return his head as his figure leapt up, dodging a sharp bone blade attack. The bone-armored giant took the opportunity to raise his hand to try to grab Hong Cheng, but it was still easily dodged by his stance. It was always as if he was unpredictable. The big guy could know the other party's movements as soon as he moved. Another hidden assassin lineage, the White Jedi Bone King, was always predicted by the god of war, Hong Cheng, and had even intentionally sold out several times to attract the other party to take the initiative. Fought a lifetime of battles, from young to late. In terms of combat awareness, in the entire China, there was no one who could compare to this experienced god of war. The blade was once again stored and complete, and Hong Cheng's calloused right hand gently landed on the hilt of the blade. The creased face, the deep narrowed eyes. Behind it, a heaven and earth vision slowly emerged. There was no majestic heavenly Dao formation, not a horrifying and hideous hell float, and not a true Lord Emperor. When he was young, he just learned the sword and encountered a great change in heaven and earth. With an ancestral Tang horizontal sword, he led the Chinese race out of the darkest era. Throughout his life, the only thing that accompanied him was this knife. War god Hong Cheng's heaven and earth vision was naturally just a sword. At this moment, all the black clouds in the sky collapsed and a tsunami surged against the cliff wall. Both the bone-armored giant and the thin and slender man felt fear in their hearts. How is this human war god still so strong? It's even stronger than it was a few decades ago. What they didn't know was that although Hong Cheng was old, after his body recovered, in these days, the true essence of his blade intent had unconsciously broken through the shackles once again. At this moment, even if the throne appeared in front of him again, Hong Cheng was confident that he could cut him down. Because of this cut, he raised it for a full 20 years. Men do not show the wind and clouds ambition. Empty burden born 8 feet body. Seeing this scene, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan slowly stopped and looked up at the heaven and earth vision tens of kilometers away. Sure enough, I was worrying too much. The teacher is still better than him. As this blade fell, the bones of the bone skeleton giant were shattered, and the sea surface was chopped out into a gully 1,000 feet long. Boom boom! That huge giant's body slowly fell to the ground, blood spurting out all over his body, coloring this piece of black volcanic rock into blood red. In just a few moments, the two swords had decapitated 2 level 100 bone skeleton humanoids. There was no way to resist. At this time, the god of war Hong Cheng will accumulate more than 20 years of sword intent all outbreak. No one can block. The thrown down will also be killed. The thin and slender man's scalp tingled as he watched, already realizing that something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to run. However, Hong Cheng seemed to have guessed his intentions. The blade astral deity on his body violently shattered, turning into countless thousands of blade chi bursting out in all directions. Unless the opponent was still able to hide from the ground, he would not be able to avoid it at all. Soon, not far away, the sound of bone blades clashing resounded steeply. Hong Cheng flung out his hand and dislodged the Tang horizontal blade, turning his eyes, and with a poof, an arm was chopped off. The thin bone skeleton human race screamed miserably, but endured the pain and fled once again in hiding. Although his recovery ability was far inferior to that of a bone-armored giant, as long as he lived, It wouldn't take long for this bit of broken arm to recover. The will to fight was now completely lost and all they could think about was running. The strength of the human war god hadn't regressed at all, and had even advanced 100 feet. When Hong Cheng walked up, he had already lost track of this bone skeleton humanoid, picked up the broken hand on the ground and the Tang horizontal sword, and then looked at the communication with a calm face and said, "If you let him get away, I'm going to have you punished after 30 years. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan instantly had a black line. What the hell is the penalty for standing when you are this age? Flying directly from the distance, he looked down from above. Close your eyes and feel any hint of movement in the square. Tick-tock. Like the sound of dripping water, very slight movement reflected in the mind. The heavenly King Luo Zhuan opened his eyes directly toward the coastline to catch up. When the god of war didn't decapitate him, the thin fine bones human race was still a bit lucky. But when he saw the heavenly king appear, he became a bit desperate and didn't dare to move at all. Anyone who was familiar with the heavenly king knew that this one was simply the natural enemy of the assassin lineage. But under the tension, he forgot to recover his arm injury. And just that one drop of blood dripping down, as far as a dozen kilometers away, was discovered. Seeing that he was exposed, the thin fine bone skeleton human race immediately rushed in the direction of the bone abyss. As long as they left this place, they would be able to recover. But the closer he got to the coast, the more desperate he became. Already, he could clearly feel the powerful sense of oppression behind him, as well as the kind of aura that was locked in place. With nowhere to run, the thin bone skeleton human race turned his head to look at the heavenly King Luo Zhuan, and no longer hiding his figure, he opened his mouth and said, "You Chinese human race will eventually be conquered by our bone skeleton alien race. The way of perfect evolution has been engraved into the souls of the entire bone skeleton alien race. Even if you can't kill your Chinese race, there are other captive human races. What are you going to resist with?" Luo Zhuan didn't respond. Only the war halberd in his hand erupted with blinding light. The god exorcisting thorn. The war halberd whistled, instantly penetrating through the chest of the thin bone skeleton human race, and with a boom, the terrifying energy exploded, directly blowing the other party's corpse into oblivion. The heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked forward and picked up and devoured the level 100 blood spirit, and after it fell into his stomach, the berserk power directly erupted. The level brushed to break through to level 92, and when it was about to break through level 93, it was hard to be suppressed by Luo Zhuan, in the same way as Yi wanted to do it. Suppressing the realm and grinding it a little bit. Picking up the halberd on the ground, he looked at the bone abyss across the coastline, his eyes calm. The bone skeleton Fae want to exterminate the Chinese race? Then we'll see who destroys who. He wanted to travel all the way with thunder and lightning, consuming most of his spiritual energy, and arrived at the fortress base, only to find that the battle had already ended. Just in time to see Elder Han with a smiling face surveying the two level 100 blood spirits in front of him. Although they were far less pure than the throne blood spirits, they were still considered precious. "Boy, are we there yet?" Hong Cheng had been paying attention to Yi Xiang and naturally knew that he had come over as well. Yi wanted to nod his head, and after carefully observing the war god Hong Cheng, he still couldn't help but cross a trace of shock in his eyes. Elder Han, who had recovered his peak state, was actually this strong? Far more than predicted. Seemingly guessing what Yi wanted to think, God of War Hong Cheng smiled, in a good mood. "I have comprehended another true meaning. Isn't it normal for you to have comprehended two true meanings at your young age, and for me to have only comprehended two at my age?" With that, he handed two level 100 blood spirits to Yi Xiang and asked, "Can you refine them?" Yi wanted to receive the blood spirit, and after carefully looking at it, he shook his head. Just like alchemy, the energy contained in this level 100 blood spirit is too powerful. I can't control the power in it. Currently I can only refine blood spirits around level 40. "What about eating it directly?" Evergreen asked again. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan shook his head helplessly. "I'm afraid that level 68 blood spirit in his body hasn't even been digested. Teacher, you'd better use it yourself. It's good to break through 100 levels early." You wanted to also nod. Blood spirit in this regard he indeed enough. More is useless. Anyway, there are foreigners everywhere. Not enough to directly into the field of bones to kill is. Hong Cheng looked at the level 100 blood spirit in his hand. It was true that he hadn't seen it for a long time, and there was just some emotion. It was just a pity that it wasn't a throne. Opening his mouth, he directly swallowed the two blood spirits directly. Powerful energy erupted in the old man's body. Two red circles came out through his body, but they were quickly suppressed by him, and at this time, Yi Xiang also finally knew Elder Hang's rank. Surprisingly, it's level 95, but in the blink of an eye it broke through to level 96. Two level 100 blood spirits were only enough for Elder Hong to break through one level. One could imagine how difficult it was to raise the level in the later stages, and even if the foundation was damaged, he would still fall down a level. The human body was different from that of the foreigners. It was obviously the most suitable for cultivation, yet it was very fragile. At this time, Hidai and Miyazato Morishikibu also arrived. 100 kilometers and 10 minutes. The speed is already not slow, only that the battle is already over. Luo Zhuan opened his screen to view the battle in the Sunflower captive town, which was winding down with the help of Zhuang Chu, but casualties were still appearing. Ace White Tiger troop members counted casualties that had reached 6, and the crowd of choppers were also more or less wounded, and Feng Yuan's serious injuries had become a habit. Miyazato Shoji brought more than 100 people directly casualties, half of the heavy losses. There was no fine equipment, no superior fighting skills, but after all, they were saving their own people, and they were willing to give their lives. You've got a lot of work ahead of you, so recover first. After Luo Zhuan understood the situation clearly, he raised his head and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "You wanted to nod." With the help of the golden light talismanic water, the low-grade parasitic aliens were directly dead in the womb, but the slightly higher-grade ones were still in a sealed state and needed to take time to be resolved, or else after the talismanic water's effect wore off, they would break through the seal and start parasitizing the human race again. Counting the number of sunflower people, 35,000 survived, reaching the number of people to establish a defense base on island land. Team Luo, do we need the army side to send warriors over? After all, with so many people, it definitely needs strict management and training. On the screen, Zhou Jing analyzed. Luo Zhuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, you prepare the personnel. I'll come back tomorrow to escort them. This side needs a large number of officer personnel. If Jingzhou manpower can't be drawn out, why not just let the senior year students of the War God Academy come here in advance for internship training? War God Academy training our officers genius. Every year 10,000 students, at least 80% of the people have chosen to enter the military system. The remaining 20% of the people, basically also join the hunter organization or mercenary organization and so on. After all, many of the missions that were too busy for the military would be sent down to hunters or mercenary groups, perhaps with battle credits exchanged for resources or money. Some military personnel also choose to join hunter organizations and mercenary groups after retiring from the military. After all, this line of work earns a lot of money, only there are dangers. But the moment they became soldiers, they were destined for this life. They became the vanguard of the human race. The human race cannot live without heroes, and naturally, it cannot live without pioneers. Zhou Sighting nodded his head in understanding and immediately gave the order. All of the fourth-year students of the War God Academy received a message at the same time to gather at the playground tonight. The internship directive is issued for a period of 1 year. After hanging up the communication on the other side, Hong Qing couldn't help but ask, "This is, after all, Sunflower Island land. Would it be too aggressive to let those dolls come over?" Hearing these words, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan couldn't help but raise his head to look at Yi Xiang, who had entered meditation to recover on the side. Hong Chang understood at once and nodded his head, having no more comments. 10 minutes later, Yi wanted to be restored to wholeness. He saw that not far away, He Wadai was teaching Gongli Linghua about some spells. Gongli Linghua is a witch profession. It is also considered to be related to the Yin and Yang masters, and the spells are related to the 5 elements. Under the tutelage of Miyazato Morishikibu and Teisho Musashi, he learned martial arts, swordplay, style rituals, and more. It can be said that even though the culture was cut off, Miyazato Morishichi had always been very serious about teaching his granddaughters cultivation without a single moment of laxity. Miyazato Shoji was brought into the office by Luo Zhuan to talk about things. After all, now the nominal clan leader chief of the Nichibana people is him. The next construction and cooperation, just tell him directly. Hearing that Huaxia intended to make Rihua Island land a base to blockade the Bone Fiends, he instantly guessed Huaxia's purpose and couldn't help a trace of shock crossing his eyes. Can we really wipe out the Bone Fae? Miyazato Mushikari couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling a bit. As one of the last educated people in Habana, he naturally knew exactly how difficult it was. This idea, he never dared to think about. Yet Heavenly King Luo Zhuan revealed this intention with every word. Hearing his question, Luo Zhuan raised his head and looked at the old man in front of him who was about the same age as his teacher. Like Taitsong Musashi, if the circumstances were sufficient, it might not be impossible to go to the 8th turn. But there weren't that many ifs in this world. He raised his head and said with a calm demeanor, if this was not the intention, why would our Huaxia need to spend so many resources and manpower? The warriors who are still fighting bloodily on the front line, no matter which one of them is the most elite and outstanding warrior of our Huaxia, but the sacrifice of any one of them is incomparably painful. You have to understand one thing, although we, Huaxia, are helping you, the Sunflower people, for the sake of a late-stage strategy, you are actually being benefited. Miyazato Morishige nodded after a moment of silence. He knew this. Seeing the way those skeletal humanoids parasitized and evolved, he actually knew that if it wasn't for Wasia's timely arrival, the sunflower humanoids would have already gone to extinction. The Chinese side can feel free to mention whatever conditions they have. Miyazato Morishige spoke up. Just let our commander talk to you in that regard, Tenno Lo said as he opened the screen of his office. In the screen, Zhou Jing's face appeared again. Zhou Jing looked at the old man in the screen and nodded. Hello, my name is Zhou Jing. I'm the commander-in-chief of the Chinese front. Hearing those words, Miyazato Mushikari couldn't help but be a little surprised as she looked at the young face on the screen. The commander-in-chief of the Chinese front is surprisingly young. From this point this can be seen that after so many years, China is still thriving and talented. Miyazato Morishige stood up, straightened his somewhat soiled yin-yang master's robe, and said earnestly, Greetings, I am Miyazato Morishige. Zhou Jing picked up a piece of paper and opened the door. 3 conditions. The first one. Given that the cultural inheritance of the Rihua human race has been broken, from now on, all the people of Rihua Island land will use Chinese culture, and we will have a specialized teacher to teach you. When he said that, he raised his head to look at Miyazato Morishikibu, his eyes flat. This is the first and most important one. The saying if it's not me, it's me is useful in any era. But the Chinese civilization for thousands of years, the best thing is tolerance. As long as the use of Chinese culture, this kind of problem, solved, after all, are all the same human race. After taking a deep breath, Miyazato Muki slowly nodded. No problem. Article 2. The sunflower human race, whether it is a combat profession or an auxiliary profession, as long as it is related to the strategic plan, all need to unconditionally cooperate with the command. Of course, all have the benefits and human rights of an ordinary warrior, and there is no exploitation of any kind of oppression. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan watched for a while before turning around and walking out of the office without disturbing the two. At this moment, you wanted to have a chat with Elder Hung about cultivation, bragging, and the details of the previous battle, but basically it was Elder Hung who was talking, and you wanted to casually respond, like a comic. Well, ooh, that's awesome. The old man's words were really a lot. You wanted to basically go in the left ear and out the right ear. You kid is actually a bit too serious. Although I don't practice monasticism and don't really understand it, I don't think you should be like this at your age. You're still a teenager after all. The two sat in the courtyard and watched the sun set over the ocean in the distance, rarely free to chatter. Hung Cheng is a little pity that there is no wine and no food here. By the way, that Sunflower Clan's young girl I looked at is not bad. Gifted and intelligent, gentle and considerate character. About the same age as you on level 30. TSK. In 2 more years, it can also be in the chopping reserve team. Hearing Hong Qing suddenly shift the topic to this aspect, Yi Xiang didn't think much about it and just nodded his head. Well, excellent indeed. After all, it was the inherited profession of the Sunflower People's clan, and it was indeed rare for tens of thousands of people to have just one. How about being your daughter-in-law? Seeing Yi Xiang nodding, Hong Qing could not help but laugh. You want to immediately ahead of Blackline. He is really convinced that this old man, how to say anything can be pulled on this aspect. I'm going to practice. You thought that he would not think about these things, nor did he have the heart to think about these things. His eyes fell on the distant Gong Li Linghua, and he turned to leave. Soon after, he received orders to return to the rear and completely remove the hosted blood spirits. After a white tiger fighter returned the injured chopper team members, Feng Yuan's familiar stretcher reappeared. Yi Xiang pinched up the spell in his hand and drew a protective amulet in the air, which landed on Feng Yuan. Thanks. Feng Yuan, covered in blood, laughed. He wanted to shake his head. He wanted to keep up with everyone, but it was still a bit short. That was all he could do. He wanted to walk onto the airplane, and after waving at everyone, the fighter jet took off directly. The White Tiger member, who was the driver, looked at Yi Xiang enviously and said, "Your chopper team is really too good. You guys are great too." Yi Xiang nodded his head. As opposed to the decimators, the White Tigers also have many tasks: transportation, support, base construction, and also building mechanical armor for combat, diversity, even self-contained. Ha, I think so. After a brief chat or two, the distance of over 100 kilometers was quickly covered by the flight of the fighter jets. You wanted to walk off the plane and saw a field full of corpses and a town that was already completely unrecognizable as half inhabitable. This was the second time you wanted to experience this feeling. Tens of thousands of people died, blood flowed all over the place, and the bones piled up into a small mountain were burning. The first time, on the other hand, was when he was a child. When the ice demon Fei had stepped through the gates of the city and his parents had died in that battle. At that time, he was still young and could do very little. There are really very few memories of his parents. The clearest, only his mother, before she died, shouting for him to run. The sun was setting and it was getting dark, with flames lit everywhere for illumination. It was natural that the town here could not be rebuilt, and it was necessary to establish a settlement in another place as soon as possible. The location chosen was what Miyazato Morishige said was a bomb shelter, although it was already old. In the White Tiger Force, which was full of scientific research professions, it quickly improved all the facilities and even saved a lot of time, enough to hold tens of thousands of people. The island and land were large, and there were not a lot of foreign beasts, so there was no shortage of food in the short term. After Yi wanted to get off the airplane, he did not peel off those parasitic blood spirits at the first time. The fighters had just finished fighting and were already tired. He came to the many corpses piled up into a mountain of corpses and looked at the ghastly dead skeletal human faces with deep eyes. In his senses, he could feel the thick aura of resentment and death in it, and if he didn't leave it alone, one or even several high-grade bone skeleton foreign races might be born here. He wanted to gently recite the scripture of deity, his voice calm and ethereal. In this quiet moment, Yi Xiang's voice, with the help of spiritual power, spread throughout the town. Zhuang Chu carried his blood-red giant sword and sat on the ground, quietly watching the scene. Invisibly, the entire town's resentment and death aura slowly dissipated, and the light blue points of light coalesced to take on a humanoid appearance, bowing to Yi Xiang before slowly dissipating. After reciting the sutra for the dead, Yi wanted to raise his head, and 30 talismans sprang up in front of his body, and flew to each of these mountains of corpses. The raging searing sun talisman burst into flames, crimson flames that dyed the entire town red. After doing this, Yi wanted to walk towards those sunflower human race. According to the blood sampling test, the body parasitic blood spirit has died, has shown recovery, just need to pull the stomach for several days. However, belonging to the parasitic blood spirits sealed by the golden light talismanic water, the registration was invariably at least level 50 or above. Zhuang Chu walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "No problem?" Yi wanted to shake his head. "It's good for you to rest, Team Chu. The parasitic blood spirits sealed by the golden light are not much of a threat. Otherwise they would have completed their evolution long ago." Zhuang Chu nodded. Okay. Nonetheless, he didn't intend to leave and just watched Yi Xiang operate from the side. As for the rest of them, they didn't dare to approach him at all. One couldn't stand the terrifying killing intent. Even the choppers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle, not to mention the members of the White Tiger unit with the others. Zhuang Chu was alive in their eyes, a god-killing level human powerhouse, and it was impossible to imagine what kind of person he was under that dark red heavy armor. He wanted to walk up to these sunflower clansmen. After the parasitic blood spirits were sealed, they all woke up, but they were fearful and scared of everything around them. After all, in their eyes, it was more terrifying to change what had been. Instead of being numb and calm when being captive by the Bone Wreck Fae, they have long been accustomed to it. He wanted to look at this scene and did not say anything, but he knew that it was probably impossible to change this generation of the sunflower human race. The slavery branded too serious. Perhaps a lifetime cannot be changed. Want to change? The fastest way is to start from the children to cultivate, but also need at least a dozen years to see the results. He was only thinking about these things, and there must be a way on the Chinese side. Raising his hand, pure golden light surged from his fingertips, and his eyes turned golden at the same time. The golden light transformed into a silk thread and directly penetrated into the abdomen of the sunflower human in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, a parasitic blood spirit whose body was sealed by dull golden light rune water was pulled out from the other party's abdomen. The man in front of him was a little horrified at the sight, unable to believe that this thing was in his stomach. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, surveyed the parasitic blood spirit, level 51, and although it was motionless, he could clearly feel that the other party was still alive, only sealed by the talismanic water. The golden light in his hand transformed into a long sword and directly stabbed into the parasitic blood spirit. With a poof, the seal broke, and the blood-red parasitic blood spirit struggled up madly, just revealing its hideous bony head. Countless bone spikes penetrated out and attacked towards Yi Xiang. At this time, the golden light longsword had already pierced through the other party's body, and with a crackling sound, the golden light transformed into thunder, instantly penetrating his entire body. Bone spurs exploded and all the bones quickly transformed into black bone in an attempt to immunize themselves from the paralysis of the lightning spell. You wanted to calmly pinch the instrument spell. Inside, there are thunderbolts, and the god of thunder is anonymous. Boom! The young thunder exploded and the black bones crumbled to the ground. A level 50 bone fae transformed into black bone was indeed immune to the paralysis of lightning spells, but that didn't mean it could withstand the attacks of berserk lightning spells. A level 50 blood spirit emerged, and you wanted to swallow it in one gulp, saving it in his dantian first. and then heading towards the next one. Zhuang Chu watched from the sidelines and nodded slightly. Almost every time he saw Yi Xiang, the kid had improved quite a bit. Seemingly noticing that this was too slow, he wanted to directly raise his hand, and the Tongtian talisman instantly drew 30 talismans floating in front of his body, and together with the golden light divine incantation, it instantly penetrated through the abdomens of the 30 people, then turned his head to look at Zhuang Chu, although they were all in a sealed state, but after all, their levels were all more than 50 or even more than 60, and if they wanted to cut each other down they would have to break the seal, and with 30 heads, they certainly couldn't cope with it. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Chu slowly stood up and nodded. It's fine. Just yank it out. These tens of thousands of high-grade bone skeleton elites, all of them stayed here. The bone skeleton alien race wanted to recover. It could take quite a bit of time. Yi Xiang nodded, and with a tug of the golden light spirit chain in his hand, 30 high-grade parasitic blood spirits were pulled out at the same time. All of these parasitic blood spirits were stable. They were in a sealed state after all, and when they were all pulled out, they hovered motionless in the air. Zhuang Chu's eyes were calm as he simply thrust his giant sword into the ground, and the blood-red world steeply began to envelop the surroundings. When he was about to submerge his figure, Zhuang Chu looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Just pull these things in though. I can deal with them." Yi wanted to understand and nodded. Good. In the next moment, the final judgment falls. After Zhuang Chu narrowed down the scope of the judgment end, the domain time could last for at least a day or more. After all, it was just a domain skill that could be maintained all the time as long as there was enough energy. Seeing this, Yi Xiang raised his hand and another 30 talismans surfaced in front of him, lining up to peel off the parasitic foreign beasts one by one. Although these sunflower people didn't know why there was such a terrible thing in their bodies, they could see that Yi Xiang was helping them and came up one after another. Those who were stripped of their parasitic blood spirits all knelt on the ground, incomparably grateful to Yi Xiang, and he wanted to work on this for a whole night. Almost tens of thousands of high-grade parasitic blood spirits were all pulled into Zhuang Chu's blood-red world before it was all over. Yi Xiang couldn't help but turn his head to look at the blood-red to palpitating world behind him, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his eyes. The more saints kill their bodies, the more powerful they become, but also the more difficult it is to control themselves. It was truly rare for Team Chu to last this long, and the only ones who could surpass him were the 4 corpse ancestors. However, speaking of the corpse ancestor, Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly. In the Taoist scrolls, there is a record about a corpse ancestor suppression place, in the once Taoist lineage immortal land, Wudong Mountain. But unfortunately, after the heavenly change, the Taoist inheritance was severed. The original site of Wudong Mountain as if it had lost its original aura in general, and became a mediocre peak. The original site was only about 300 kilometers away from Ningxuan, and he wanted to go there once in order to search for the Taoist inheritance, and didn't find anything. At this moment when he thought of this, Yi Xiang's mind could not help but move. Perhaps if he went there again, he might be able to discover something. It seems that after being busy with all this, I have to visit Wudong Mountain when I have time, and in the meantime, I have to visit Shen's father and mother. The 9 Yang Hui Dan could completely cure the nerve problem in Shen father's right hand, and although the herbs were expensive, the battle merit accumulated this time around should be able to be exchanged for a single serving of the 9 Yang Hui Dan's herbs. Shen's father used to be a genius of the Sanluo High School as well. It was only when he injured his right hand during that Ice Demon Fey attack and landed with irreparable nerve and meridian problems that he didn't make any progress for so many years, and even fell in rank. After all, for something like machinery, the finer it is, the more it requires a keen sense of touch and hands-on ability, but not being able to control it with your right hand is tantamount to losing your future on this path. Nowadays, he can only be in charge of mechanical lathe processing in an ordinary company, but in fact, as Shen's father said, if his right hand had not been injured, for more than 10 years, he might have been in the state-level machinery department, as evidenced by being Shen's father's good buddy. Zhong Liyang is likewise an excellent person. Right at this moment, the blood-red field disappeared, and Zhuang Chu, whose murderous aura was so dense that it seemed as if he could conjure up a vision of hell at any time, slowly walked down from the mountain of skeletons and corpses. At its feet were all the skeletal corpses of parasitic blood spirits. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang genuinely couldn't help but be shocked. Confucianism kills the body and is truly horrifying. Zhuang Chu seemed to be restraining his killing intent. His eyes were bloodshot as he walked up to Yi Xiang and said, "I won't go back." Then where to? Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled. The majority of the bone wreck foreign races elites were all lost here, and there should still be a batch of them in the depths of the bone abyss. So I'm going to go and clear them out. Zhuang Chu lifted the huge sword that was inserted into the ground and said. Yi Xiang frowned slightly. Is it really alright? Zhuang Chu raised his head, and under the mask, A smile appeared on his blood-red face as he raised his hand and gently tapped Yi Xian's forehead. I'm not so worried about you, kid. Take good care of the chopping team crowd. The Heavenly King is usually too busy. When fighting, I can only ask you to be more serious. I know your nature. Although you seem lethargic, but in reality you are a lot more hardworking than anyone else. You wanted to rank now although only 36 levels, but Zhuang Chu was clear about his potential and strength. It would not take long, maybe 2 years, or maybe a year. He could definitely be the strongest of the choppers. No doubt about it. Hearing Zhuang Chu's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that he would be looked upon so favorably by Team Chu. After all, he had only joined the chopper team for about 2 months. Hesitating for a moment, he nodded his head. Aha! Zhuang Chu lifted the communicator on his wrist and said, Tell Feng Yuan that I won't return the communicator to him and ask him to buy a new one. After saying that, Zhuang Chu didn't say anything more and directly turned around and left, heading in the direction of the bone abyss on the coastline. The dark red heavily armored back, carrying a huge sword, stepped over white bones into the distance. After becoming a kill, he had gone down the road to hell. Either he would be swallowed and drowned by the killing intent, or he would take control of the killing intent and become an existence like the 4 great corpse ancestors thousands of years ago. If you are in hell, why would you fear the bone abyss? Just his heart is full of apologies to his wife Su Rong. He has violated the contract again. The mission is not over. He can't go back now. He wanted to look at Zhuang Chu's back, and in the distance, the sunrise of 10,000 sunsets floated out of the coastline. For the first time, Yi Xian didn't rush to cultivate. He was just a bit silent. Among the human race, in fact, not only was the Dao sect paying, there were many people like Team Chu, quietly running on the front lines, killing the enemy and shedding blood. Zhuang Chu traveled to the bone abyss, also to find out whether the bone wreck face still had high-end combat power, which was crucial to Huaxia's next strategic move. After Jingzhou was occupied, it needed to be solidly constructed. Tens of thousands of warriors were setting up garrisons to prevent the pupil nightmare foreigners from counterattacking, and a large amount of resources were being mined and utilized. The news of the recovery of Jingzhou. When you wanted to wait for people to go to Rihua Island land, the military informed the whole country, calling for a large number of residents to go to Jingzhou to develop. But in the near future, it is also necessary to pay attention to the forest wilderness and so on. After all, in a short period of time, the beasts are impossible to clean up. And this news from the military directly shocked everyone in the country. Jingzhou, surprisingly recovered. At that moment, many old people who once belonged to Jingzhou could not help but weep in pain. I never thought that there would be a day when I could return to my old home. After the shock, there was revelry. Has China finally risen to power? But soon, the names of all the fallen warriors, all of them, were published, and monuments were erected in Jingzhou to permanently memorialize them. A total of 17,526 men were sacrificed in the battle to recover Jingzhou. Chief Chaoan's hand trembled slightly as he looked at the shocking numbers. Although the recapture of Jingzhou would allow the 300 million human race to breathe, it was still incredibly heartbreaking. The old man covered his heart and slowly stood up, looking at the screen and the countless young heroic faces. Salute STH. Warlord Academy. Close to tens of thousands of juniors rode the green bus in an orderly fashion, many of them staying up all night in excitement after being notified last night. Upon arriving at the airport, they saw the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, who had been waiting for them for a long time. Looking at these future pillars of the human race in front of him, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan didn't say anything more than a simple salute. The students immediately returned the salute without further ado. From the first day of enrollment, they understood the goal of entering the War God Academy. More than a battle without remorse. A pioneer in his own right. Several transport planes transported these 10,000 people directly to the land of Nikana Island, which would take at least a year after graduation to return, or maybe, never come back. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan escorted the whole process. Now the bone skeleton alien race has no throne. Still according to the original flight route, from the original high-tech Li over the sky, arriving at the bone abyss around a big circle to land in the Dayflower Island land. When Miyazato Shik saw tens of thousands of youths who were all level 30 or 40, the entire crowd froze. He was initially a bit complacent that he was able to train a level 30 witch girl, but at this point, he could only be shocked at the depths of Huaxia. These children, without exception, were almost exclusively viable in his eyes. After having enough manpower, the land of Rihua Island began to build hot. And just like Jingzhou, roads were built before trees were cut down. There was no doubt that the bone skeleton Fae must have known that the rear of the captive sunflower people's land had been captured by the Huaxia people. After all, this race could learn about it with a single command. And yet, after all this time with no movement, It was clear that something was wrong. The choppers crowd was idle for a moment, and they wouldn't be able to go back until the Habana Island land base was almost built. The students of the War God Academy were incomparably yearning for the choppers, and even when they saw Yi Xiang, who was even younger than them, they were all respectful. After all, this is a battlefield, and without looking at age, Yi Xiang's rank is higher than theirs, so there is no doubt that he is called Sir. However, Wang Cheng, Lu Chenghua and the others couldn't help but have black lines on their heads when they saw Lin Feng and Yi Xiang. Well, at first I said I would wait for these two guys on the battlefield, but in the end, they have already gone to the battlefield. The decapitation team had killed countless high-grade pupil nightmare foreigners in Jingzhou, and everyone's battle merit was published. Being the youngest Yi Xiang, even if he hid most of his battle achievements, it was still incredibly shocking. The number of level 40 foreign races that had been decimated unexpectedly exceeded hundreds of heads. If the people knew that Yi Xiang still had a dozen or so battle merits hidden in his body for killing a level 50 pupil nightmare Fey alone, as well as a battle merit that was judged to be killing the main force of a level 70 prison pupil king, it was estimated that many people would have to go crazy. And that's just announcing the Jingzhou side of the score. Just like hiding the front line of Jingzhou, the frontline strategy of Hinakana Island land at this time was carried out very stealthily. During the days of idleness, Yi Xiang was in the base, continuing to cultivate the human immortal pattern. The medicinal effect of the violet jade Dan was still there. It couldn't be wasted, although he didn't cultivate much these days. But during the battle, the human immortal patterns were also branding themselves. In conjunction with the effect of the violet jade Dan, unconsciously, he had already branded the human immortal patterns of the spleen part for the second time, and the human immortal patterns of the liver part were now coming to an end. Outside the base, Miyazato Linghua carried a backpack full of herbs and silently looked at the gate of the fortress base. There are now rules that the sunflower people are not allowed to enter the main base without permission. Even as the matriarch of the Hinakana human clan, Miyazato Shurji could not enter at will. The rest of the nearby base garrisons were pretty much constructed, but the main base, as the core of Sunflower Island land, naturally could not be entered or exited at will. After all, the bone skeleton alien race had already mastered parasitic evolution, and had to be guarded against. These days, when Miyazato Morishiki noticed the auxiliary intelligence's behavior of picking herbs everywhere, he guessed that there was a great shortage of herbs in Huaxia, especially after Gongli Linghua handed over the marrow-cleansing Dan given to her by Yi Xiang to her grandfather. Gongli Shoji's entire body was shocked once again when she saw the Dao Dan in her hand. Surprisingly, it's a Dao Dan. At one time the Yin-Yang master lineage most wanted to learn the Dan Dao of the Chinese Taoist sect, but never entered its door, simply because the three marginal fire techniques required for the threshold were completely impossible to steal from the master. He himself didn't even know how many things exceeded his own perception in these days. Especially Yi Xiang brought him the most shock. He, who was old and sophisticated, could tell from this Dao Dan that Yi Xiang definitely needed to use medicinal herbs as well, so he asked Ling Hua to pick some precious medicinal herbs to give to him. And as for the marrow-cleansing Dan, he didn't ask for it, and re-gave it back to Ling Hua, telling her to cherish this Dao Dan. At that moment, Zheng Shi walked back from outside. Upon seeing Gongli Linghua, he couldn't help but smile. Come to find Yi Xiang? Gongli Linghua couldn't help but feel a little nervous after seeing Zheng Shi, biting her lip and still nodding. Aha! Zheng Shi took a look at the herbs that were full of herbs in the back wicker basket behind her, and it looked like it took quite a while to pick so many. For this young girl, whether it was her talent or personality, the members of the chopping team were actually quite satisfied. At the age of 16, level 30, or inheritance profession which, placed in the top colleges and universities, also belongs to the top category. Even the heavenly king Luo Zhuan and the god of war Heng Qing all noticed this little girl. Talented, but not arrogant. At the same time is now one of the few auxiliary professions that can be healed. Just to heal the warrior, every day is busy from morning to night. Many warriors are secretly like this pure and beautiful young girl. However, Yi thought that this guy was either in cultivation or on the way to prepare for cultivation. Not to mention not going out for a whole day. Not going out for a few days is normal, if not for the fact that this guy consumes a lot of nutritional potions every day. Are quick to suspect that this guy is not lazing around and sleeping. Zheng Shi thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, come in with me and I'll take you to see Yi Xiang." He shook off his somewhat sore shoulders. Every time he built the early stages of the construction he was more tired than fighting the war. It was not good to awaken anything. Awakening a civil engineering profession. Zheng Shi led Miyazato Linghua into the main base and came straight to the chopper team's resting area. Zheng Shi was just about to raise his hand to knock on the door of the room when Miyazato Linghua suddenly said with some nervousness, "There's actually no need to disturb him if he's in cultivation. Can you help me give him the medicinal herbs?" Zhang Shi nodded helplessly. Okay. Gong Li Linghua put down the herbs and then silently turned to leave. Zhang Shi looked at the young girls departing back and rubbed his temples. Was he getting old? Isn't there a veil between a woman and a man? What's the point of making it so complicated? Zhang Shi glanced at the entire backpack of herbs in front of him. Although he didn't know if these herbs were precious or not, the place where the herbs were picked was either a jungle or a craggy cliff, and it was definitely not that easy to pick that many herbs. Zhang Shi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Yi think. As soon as the words fell, the door to the room opened, and Yi Xiang sat cross-legged on the bed, the human immortal patterns on his body slowly hiding. Although he was cultivating, his perception was still there, and he heard the conversation between the two at the door. Looking at the back basket full of rare medicinal herbs, Yi Xiang frowned slightly. He gave a marrow-cleansing elixir, just to thank her in passing for taking care of herself after her coma. Wasn't it too clear? However, Gong Li Linghua subconsciously felt that it was too precious after she learned of her grandfather's words about the importance of that Dao Dan. After all, she didn't think she had done anything. Zhang Shi looked at Yi Want, cannot help but a smile. Line. Do not with Lin Jun a virtue. That little girl is quite good. Do not like also do not hurt people too much know it. Leaf wanted to nod. Well, I know. Taking a look at the back of the mountain herbs, you can see that none of them are the usual ones that can be picked, and they are very fresh, and there is a very skillful way of picking them, and although the yin and yang practitioner profession won't be able to alchemize pills, it will also have some practitioner inheritance. After a moment of silence, he let the auxiliary intelligence put these herbs away. Among them, there were some herbs that he did need recently. There were a few of the main medicines for refining the 9 Yang Hui Dan and the Purple Jade Dan. If he exchanged them with battle merits, these few herbs alone would require tens of thousands. He then walked out of the room and chased after him in the direction that Manhwae Linghua had left. As he walked out, he happened to see the figure of the white-robed girl in the distance walk out of the gate. He wanted to eventually catch up. Wait a minute. Gong Li Linghua subconsciously stopped in his tracks when he heard Yi Xiang's voice. She turned to the radiant green-shirted boy. You wanted to come in front of her. After thinking for a moment, he still said directly, thank you for the herb. It does help me. I don't know how to thank you. You can just say it. I will help if I can. Not far away, a few heads stuck out of the gate, eating melons with interest. It was a few people from the choppers. Lin Jun shook his head slightly. Too straight. How can you say that to a girl who adores you? Ning Yuanmei instantly gave him a disgusted look. You scum. Yi Xiang is actually very smart. His words are already a sign of rejection. Actually, I think this little girl is quite good. It looks like the two are a good match. He Yu said with some disbelief. A shrine witch and a green-shirted Taoist priest. Both of them stood together, and both of them had a dusty and ethereal aura about them. Lu Yan didn't say anything and just quietly watched the scene, wanting to see what Yi Xiang planned to do. Gong Li Linghua heard Yi Xiang say this and quickly shook her head. I don't need help. It's that Dao Dan that's really too precious. The sea breeze blew the hair from her forehead, and the red band fluttered slightly. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the delicate face, and you could tell her body was trembling slightly from nervousness. Yi Xiang, however, did not take another glance, only turning his head to look at the bone abyss across the coastline, his eyes narrowing slightly. In that case, let me teach you a Dao technique that would still be helpful if you were to fight on the seas. A basket of precious herbs, in exchange for a more practical small Dao method. Yi Xiang felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Without waiting for Gong Li Linghua to speak, Yi Xiang pinched up his spell and flew directly over the sea with the royal wind. After the violet gold Dan broke through the middle stage of the second turn, the height of the royal wind was already close to 4 or 5 meters. With a change in the Dao in his hand, the entire person suddenly fell straight into the sea. Seeing this scene, Gong Li Linghua was a bit anxious and hurriedly walked forward. However, as he wanted to fall down, he stood firmly on the seawater. Ripples rippled on the calm sea. Yi Xiang stepped on the seawater as if he were walking on a flat surface, and looked at Gong Li Linghua. This Dao is called crawling water. It's not very difficult, but it's very practical. After all, Yin-Yang masters came from the lineage of Taoism and shared spiritual power, so it was not impossible to learn this simple Taoist method. Gong Li Linghua stared blankly at Yi Xiang, who was standing on the surface of the sea. His heart trembled slightly, as if he liked it even more. After Yi wanted to teach the crawling waterway method to Manhwae Linghua, he opened the door and said, now that the Chinese conquest has not ended, the Sunflower Clan also needs your Yin-Yang master line to lead it properly, and put your heart into cultivation, and as opposed to such things as feelings, it is more desirable for us to meet at the top in the future. Upon hearing these words, Gong Li Linghua spread a smile, without a trace of loss on his face, because that's what she liked about Yi Xiang, liked, and never possessed. Well, I know that. Yi think Kuan. Seemingly remembering something, Miyazato Linghua once again took out the book of the Yin-Yang Master's inheritance. Grandpa said that it doesn't matter if the Yin-Yang Master's legacy can be recognized by the Taoist sect or not, but you taught me the true Taoist teachings, and I would like to teach you one as well. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang had a bit of a headache and held his forehead. How come it feels like the more you do, the more you're doing nothing? Glancing at the Yin-Yang Master's legacy in front of him, he was a bit helpless. If he had read it, what else would he need to teach? Regarding the books of the Taoist sect, the ability to forget directly memorized the entire Yin-Yang Master's legacy. Must you learn? Yi Xiang asked as he looked at Gong Li Linghua. Miyazato Linghua nodded. Well, I'll always be overjoyed if you don't learn. Yi Wana Kuan. Okay. If you don't learn it for nothing, then let's see how this lineage of Yin and Yang masters, who stole Taoist techniques and developed it themselves for thousands of years, is really doing. He wanted to take the old book and slowly turned it over. As expected, with just one glance, it was like going back to the days of reading the Tao collection every day in high school. All the words were all reflected in his mind and he memorized them directly. He was truly surprised that this Yin-Yang master's inheritance, like Dao Zhang, used ancient Chinese characters, and did not need to be assisted with intelligent translation at all. The first sentence of the opening paragraph is casting light on the Xian Palace, shining on the evils of the world. Astronomy, Shinto rituals, Yin and Yang paths, spells, gods. Gongli Linghua quietly watched Yi Xiang flip through it without interrupting. Half an hour later, he wanted to go through the entire Yin-Yang master's inheritance and return it to Miyazato Linghua. Opening his mouth, he said, "Indeed, there are quite a few innovations, but the root of the Dharma you are practicing on this looks like it is practiced with the 9 characters of truth, isn't it?" Miyazato Linghua nodded. Aha. He wanted to be silent for a moment before shaking his head. The last few words are wrong. Although the meaning is understood to be on the similar side, it's not really the 9 true words. It is written in the Yin-Yang master's inheritance that those who are in the presence of soldiers, fighting, are all in formation, arrayed, in front of, 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 divided into 9 realms of cultivation. This inheritance can directly refer to the 9 revolutions. I have to say that when this sunflower human race stole the master, it really stole the essence. The heart technique, the hand technique, and the true intent of the Tao were all complete. However, there is still some discrepancy in the understood meaning from the real Taoist 9 true words. Yi Xiang raised his hand and cupped the 9 characters of truth spell. The true 9 words of the Taoist sect are pro, soldier, fighter, all, formation, formation, front, march. As the last word fell, Yi Xiang's body was steeply energized by layers of Tao light. The speed of spiritual energy operation was increased. The speed of spell casting was increased, and his mind was penetrated. The 9 characters of truth were suspended around his body, and his eyes radiated an ethereal intent. For a moment, Yi Xiang actually had a vague feeling of almost becoming enlightened again. Seeing this scene, the crowd of the chopping team held their foreheads. This guy, how did the chatting turn into practicing? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire Rihua Island land was under full construction with all the military bases stationed all established. The entire Rihana Island land now only had a total of close to 50,000 people, all of whom were organized into different jobs based on their occupations. But it would take at least 10 years or more to complete the formation of a city system, waiting for a new batch of children to grow up. In the past half a month, the bone skeleton alien race still hadn't moved, and there wasn't even a single bone skeleton alien race in sight. Zhuang Chu sent a simple message back every day. Having gone deep into the bone abyss and killed several more level 90 white Jedi bone kings, it could be said that the entire bone fiend race had now fallen into a period of absolute vulnerability. With the throne decimated, tens of thousands of elites failing to evolve perfectly, and a dozen or so top-level 90 fiends left behind, Hong Chang and Luo Zhuan, however, did not choose to act rashly, because there was no hurry at all. With the passage of time, when the deployment was complete, one step would directly take down Cao Xianli. Then the bone skeleton alien race would only be left with bone abyss, as if catching a turtle in a jar, so that it would lose the ability to struggle. Even if the opponent's throne reappeared, it was nipped in the bud. At this time in the room, you wanted to this half a month of hard cultivation. The human immortal pattern finally branded the 6 internal organs. The human immortal body once again strengthened. The human immortal pattern all over the body blossomed with arcane and complex patterns. It was like an immortal body, sitting on the bed with a strong Taoist aura. The self level is then raised to level 37. The rest of the members of the chopping team were all practicing hard even though they were all idle without tasks as well. Among them, Feng Yuan and Taitsong Musashi, almost every day, went to the back of the mountain not far away to spar with their swords. Both of them had double swords, and the fight was back and forth. Although Taitsong Musashi's level was a few levels lower than Feng Yuan's, his sword technique was harsh and old-fashioned, and although Feng Yuan's mastery of the Feng family's sword technique was not weak, he suffered from experience. Based on the blade alone, it was a tiny bit weaker, but when it went berserk and didn't fear life and death, the situation was instantly reversed. But after all, it was a cut, so it was naturally impossible to play dead. After Yi wanted to break through the human immortal pattern for the second time, he didn't continue to cultivate, but got up and walked out of the room to first adapt to his body's current strength. The medicinal effect of the purple jade dan in the body had already ended, and it needed to be re-refined. After writing up the herbs that needed to be replenished, and then preparing a copy of the medicinal herbs for refining the 9 yang hui dan, the auxiliary intelligence showed that the base medicinal storehouse had them all, and that they could be sent over in a few minutes. Although Sunflower Island land was not big, it had accumulated quite a few medicinal herbs over the past 100 years. Auxiliary smart harvesting is also all about keeping the rhizomes and waiting for them to grow back again soon in the coming year. You wanted to take a look at the base hall and realized that he didn't see a single person, and was a bit puzzled. What kind of mission couldn't there be today? At that moment, a drone flew in front of it, and the herbs that had been requested earlier were delivered at that moment. You wanted to receive the herbs, and after letting the auxiliary intelligence take out the rest of the herbs, the samadhi flame surged in his hand to start alchemy. After the inner Dan realm breakthrough, the pressure of refining a fourth turn elixir was significantly less. After 10 minutes or so, all the medicinal essence liquids condensed into a ball and a hazy purple light flashed. A purple jade pill was directly refined successfully, and after Yi Xiang put away the pills, he began to refine the 9 yang return pill. After all, one could be cultivated for half a month, and there was no hurry to refine a few more. It was the same fourth turn elixir, but after all, one was a cultivation elixir and one was a healing elixir. The difficulty of refining the 9 yang hui dan was much higher than the violet jade dan, but it didn't use the Dao intent, and when it was close to 30 minutes, a fiery red pill that emitted a hint of scorching breath was successfully refined. The purple jade dan was swallowed directly, and the 9 yang returning dan was placed close to the body, all of which were placed on the assistive intelligence, which was more or less unstable. After consecutively refining 2 pills and depleting his spiritual energy, Yi Xiang sat down on the ground to recover. At this time, the people of the chopping team came out from the office, and everyone could not help but stare when they saw Yi Xiang. Feng Yuan smiled. This kid has finally come out of the gate. It's level 37. You can progress so fast all by cultivation. A trace of surprise also crossed Zhang Guan's eyes. Everyone knew Yi Xiang's cultivation method. Although he could absorb blood spirits over the level, he didn't use them directly to level up, but rather slowly devoured them in a cultivation manner. In less than a month, raising 2 levels one after another was quite fast for cultivation. Everyone was in the hall, waiting for Yi Xiang to recover, and Mo Xiu and Luo Zhuan walked out last. After Yi Xiang recovered almost, he opened his eyes and looked at the crowd, his gaze somewhat puzzled. Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang and said, 1 week later, the entirety of the chopping team will enter the bone abyss to explore whether a new throne has been born, and this will be considered our first time to fully explore the bone abyss landscape. Has Team Chu not returned yet? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhuan was silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, Zhuangchu lost contact 2 days ago, and part of this mission is to find him as well. Luo Zhuan wasn't worried about Zhuangchu. The Saint Slayer body wasn't weaker than the alien throne if he kept killing, but he was worried that he would be lost in the bone abyss forever, sinking for eternity. It's possible that the communicator is damaged, Feng Yuan said helplessly. My communicator was then taken by Team Chu. Luo Zhuan did not say anything more. Now that the situation has stabilized on the Jingzhou side, after determining that there is no problem with Rihua Island Lu, Elder Hong will remain here to sit on the fence. After all, without a strong person to sit in the town, once the level 100 bone skeleton human race appeared again, then the Sunflower Island land would fall again. In the Qinling Mountains, there is the Taoist sect Cheng Yunzi, and in Jingzhou, there is Confucianism's Mr. Wang Lao. The command has made a good strategic proposal for Ba County, and within 2 years' time, it is going to recapture Ba County and Tianfu in one fell swoop, but facing the horned ghost Fei. Even if the other party lost their throne, it was still destined to be a hard battle. Specializing in close combat fighting and endless layers of blood ghost techniques, the biggest sacrifice on the Jingzhou campaign, apart from the final duel, was the horned ghost Fei sneak attack on a base station, allowing close to 1,000 warriors to be sacrificed. Meanwhile, the bone abyss, which was littered with morose white bones, was a dark world where only a glimpse of the sky could be seen. A dark red armored figure slowly opened his blood-red eyes, and he subconsciously tapped on his communicator, only to find that the screen had shattered and blacked out. Zhuangchu picked up the nearly completely broken sword body on the ground and gazed dead at the phantom standing not far away. Fallen phantom royalty. There was some similarity in appearance to the nail that had appeared before, but it was clearly not the same one, and the other party had two pairs of feathered wings behind her, and her formidable power was not at all weak to any throne. Nafer quietly sized up Zhuangchu, not at all surprised by the rushing killing intent. Instead, she even said carelessly, "Your Chinese human race, it's really surprising, always bursting out with unimaginable power when there's no turn of events. 100 years ago your human Dao sect did the same thing. Who would have thought that they would be able to struggle a second time, causing our imperial clan to suffer heavy losses?" A familiar throne blood spirit appeared in the hands of the fallen phantom emperor. Zhuangchu's eyes narrowed slightly at once. It's the blood spirit of the bone throne. Violet patterns climbed up on Nafer's face as she looked at Zhuangchu. Have you ever thought that you really consider yourself a human being with this appearance? Do you think anyone will really accept you if the human race wins in the future? Zhuangchu didn't speak, but these sentences were like words that were carved into his heart. He lifted his giant sword and stepped forward to slash directly at her. However, it was like a mirror, penetrating through, obviously not an entity standing in front of him, including the blood spirit, just a very real projection. What? I got you right. So you're a little annoyed, are you? You're in a situation where you're more like the Fae than the undead aggregates of the Bone Fae, and all of your instincts are to kill, inside and out, and it's clear to yourself that you're not human anymore. Ha ha ha. Feeling that powerful force affecting his mind, Zhuangchu smiled. He looked around, no longer suppressing his rushing killing intent. I, Zhuangchu, have never had any regrets. Want to use me as a pawn to betray China? So what if I turn into a demon? Do you dare to try? In the end of the voice, Zhuangchu took the initiative to plunge himself into the madness of killing intent, letting it drown him and completely transform him into a devil. Boom! A bloody light rushed up from Zhuangchu, as if it was going to run through the sky from the depths of the bone abyss. How long can you hold on to something like will? Her true body was in the depths of the bone abyss, looking at the red light in the distance, her eyes endlessly cold under her seductive appearance. How strong would it be to mold a bone throne out of a saint's killing body? Sister, you're playing with fire. Oh, you're letting him get the energy of the bone throne. What if you can't control it? At that moment, another silhouette appeared beside the woman and asked with interest. Nail had only thought of controlling Zhuangchu in the first place, not even daring to think of fusing the throne's blood spirit with the other party, definitely reaching the level of royalty. Nafer glanced at her sister and asked rhetorically, "Do you know what the greatest potential of the human race is?" "What is it?" Nail was a little puzzled. "Creativity. They're always trying to find a different way out, and we, both the Imperials and the Fae, haven't actually changed much in countless years, but with the mere help of a tiny, downtrodden human, I've allowed the Bone Fae, who hadn't changed in tens of thousands of years, to discover the perfect way to evolve. That's their potential. How do you know you can't control it unless you try?" Jingzhou Dragon Field. Wang Lu, who was teaching the children to read, suddenly changed his face as he looked in the direction of the bone abyss. That kid couldn't hold out after all? He took a deep breath and walked out of the classroom before raising his hand to write a row of hoary ancient characters out of thin air. When he had no choice but to let Zhuangchu transform into a saint-killing body, Wang Lu naturally left a backhand. And when the other party completely transformed into a demon, it was the time to unravel the demon. A radiant mass of vast chi coalesced and unfolded, and a slaying demon came into view. Wang Lu steeply frowned, immediately realizing that Zhuangchu was actively turning into a demon. What enemy forced him to actually take the initiative to turn into a demon? Just in the next moment, he saw a purple moon violently and instantly realized, royalty again. After Wang Lu was silent for a moment, he ended up not using the demon solving Ru Fa. Since it was an active demon, there might be a slight chance. Mistakenly, this child had finally gone the way of the corpse ancestor. Shaking his head helplessly and sighing, he then took out from his sleeve the auxiliary intelligence given to him by the heavenly king Luo Zhuan, who had said at the time that if there was anything, he could speak directly to this iron ball. Assistive intelligence is automatically activated and suspended in the air. Wan Lu was still a bit uncomfortable and looked at it as he raised his hand and said, "Please, Your Excellency, contact the heavenly king Luo Zhuan for me. I have something important to say to him." "Contact in progress? Please wait," responded the auxiliary intelligence. On the other side, Luo Zhuan received a communication from Elder Wang and couldn't help but be stunned, then hurriedly picked it up. "Old sir." Looking at the image in the screen, Wang Lu couldn't help but feel some emotion. So this iron ball is so convenient. Heavenly King, Zhuang Chu has taken the initiative to become a demon, and the bone abyss is infested with royalty. Hearing these words, Luo Zhuan's face changed. The hand clenched slightly. Thank you, old man. I know. Wang Lu nodded. Heaven is determined to win over people. People are determined to win over heaven. This child is the one I've seen who was so heartfelt and perfectly in line with the conditions of a Confucian gentleman. The saints and saints' saintly studies fit. Perhaps there is still a ray of hope. Thank you for everything, old sir. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan said. Wang Lu shook his head. If one can survive this calamity, killing the body is a saintly path that is envisioned. It's just that no one has ever gone that far since the beginning of time. Saints. Even the heavenly King Luo Zhuan didn't dare to think that China could produce another saint. After hanging up the communication, Luo Zhuan lifted his head and looked at the crowd of choppers and said, all gather. At this time, you wanted to still be on a cliff, casting the royal wind to pick herbs. Even if the battle merit can be 3 times cheaper to exchange herbs, it is still not enough. Just then, the auxiliary intelligence flew over and said, Comrade Yi Think, please return to the main base. The decimation team is about to head to the bone abyss. Yi wanted to be a bit surprised. Wasn't there still a few days left? After throwing the herbs to the auxiliary intelligence, his body suddenly transformed into a ray of lightning and flashed in the air. A few minutes later, he arrived at the main base. A fighter jet was seen docked at the gate, and the crowd was already ready to depart. Yi wanted to get down on the wind and also walked straight up. Where did you kid go in the past 2 days? Lin Jun said with some confusion. Collecting medicine and refining pills. Yi Xiang said. Luo Zhuan also walked up at this time, looked at Yi Xiang and said, Zhuang Chu has a clue, but out of the same kill, into the devil, there is a method? Yi wanted to frown a little. Team Chu had obviously been initially able to control the killing intent. How could they suddenly become demonic? If you really enter the devil, there is no way. Heavenly King, are you going to kill Team Chu? Yi Wan couldn't help but ask. No wonder he thought so. After entering the devil, with Zhuang Chu's strength, he would definitely be even more terrifying than the Fae. Maybe it will become an existence like the Four Corpse ancestors. And at this moment, the rest of the chopping team couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Although they guessed that something had gone wrong with Team Chu. After all, everyone had seen the scene at that time when that hell-like heaven and earth vision had swallowed up the bone-armored giant. Add to that the heavy armor that turned from pitch black to blood red and never came off. And the changes were there for everyone to see. But who would have thought that it would come to the point of beheading Zhuang Chu? Yu clenched his palms, wanting to say something, but as a soldier, all he could do was carry out orders. Luo Zhuan calmly said. Traces of the fallen phantom imperial race appeared in the bone abyss. First mission, find Zhuang Chu. Second mission, kill the fallen phantom imperial race. On the seashore, the white-robed, red-silked silhouette watched the distant fighters leave. She knew that it might be a long time before she saw them again. Hope for the things that can be hoped for, and treat the people that can be treated. An hour later, the white tiger fighter hovered over the bone abyss. The white tiger member was also a bit excited. It was his first time to come over the bone abyss and get a glimpse of the darkness below it. There was no landing position, and after maintaining a certain altitude, the heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at the pilot and said, just go straight back, and wait for the notification to come back. Yes, the white tiger members nodded. Collective landing. Luo Zhuan then said. Yueru recited an incantation, and in an instant, a dozen wind elves appeared in front of her, each landing behind the group and transforming into a pair of wind wings. He admonished. It can only fly for 10 minutes before it dissipates. The crowd nodded, and without any hesitation, they directly leapt down from the fighters and landed straight towards the bone abyss. He wanted to look at the dark and deep bone abyss below, and his body couldn't help but tremble. But it wasn't fear, it was hot-blooded excitement. Once upon a time, he had grown to the point where he could enter the bone abyss, and around them, all the top Chinese ace elites, the members of the chopping team. Right at this moment, Lin Jun very tartly stepped on his longsword and flew to his side, looked at Yi Xiang and laughed. Yi Xiang, as a Taoist priest, you can't not know how to fly with a sword. Yi Xiang was speechless, taking a look at the longsword under his feet. It was simply tied to the soles of his shoes. What kind of imperial sword flight? Feng Yuan also flew over, very excited. It's going to be full of little trashy skeleton aliens down there later. I've already thought of the line. You're all being ed by me. The wind whistled, and although Feng Yuan shouted loudly, it was still somewhat inaudible. The crowd was bewildered, not knowing what he was talking about. The bone abyss is so deep that when the volcano erupted, it changed the entire landscape canyon, which is tens of thousands of feet deep. The flight was only 10 minutes long, and the dozen or so landed very quickly. But even faster, it couldn't be faster than the heavenly King Luo Zhuan. It was like a long rainbow, instantly running through and falling, not like flying at all, but accelerating and falling, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Every time the chopper team acted with the captain, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was at the forefront. Seeing this scene, he wanted to cast the Tong Tian talisman, and spiritual power floated into his hands. In an instant, more than a dozen talismans were drawn in the air and landed on each of the people. The divine walking talisman effect was activated, and the speed was once again increased by a lot. Then the next moment, surging golden light erupted from Yi Xiang's body, but only for a moment. The golden light suppressed to the extreme and disappeared. Jabla, splendid and berserk thunder law possessed, and a thunder light that Yi Xiang directly transformed into instantly penetrated through the bone abyss and roared down. The wind wings on his back were completely unable to keep up with the speed, and he was directly thrown out. The wind elf looked around with a dumbfounded and bewildered face, somewhat aggravated. Be good, don't cry, don't help him from now on. He Wadao caught the wind elf and reached out his hand to comfort him. This guy's thunder law possession is simply playing out. Feng Yuan couldn't help but lament. Lin Jun glanced at the longsword at his feet and suddenly felt a little unsavory. At that moment, Jiang Jun, who was in the team and hardly spoke much, suddenly said, "The environment here suits me. As a hell summoner, Jiang Jun has a somewhat withdrawn and gloomy personality, especially after the death of his best friend Zhao Jie, who was either on a mission or meditating and practicing." After he finished speaking, he directly recited the spell. In front of him, a huge blood-red summoning magic formation appeared steeply. As expected, the surrounding automatically swept over the rich dead chi, allowing the summoning magic to get a bonus. This bonus directly rose by more than 30%. In the next moment, a level 62 hellish evil dragon was summoned from the magic formation. It flapped its wings and was actually hideous. Jiang Jun stepped on the hellish evil dragon, raised his hand, and without words, the hellish evil dragon directly whistled and flew towards the bottom of the bone abyss. With a thud, the heavenly King Luo rigorously long halberd, cold and unmatched, looked around. The surrounding bone face slowly stood up from the ground, and without saying a word, they directly rushed up towards this intruder. With a wave of Luo Zhuan's war halberd, the bone skeleton alien in front of him instantly shattered into countless bone fragments, scattering all over the sky. In the distance, a thunderbolt also crashed down. The moment he landed on the ground, Yi Xian realized the skeletal aliens that were everywhere around him. A ball of palm lightning had long since coalesced in his hand and slapped heavily into the ground. Thunder law ground binding. The blinding lightning was like a spider's web, spreading swiftly in all directions. Those bone skeleton foreigners didn't even have time to react before they were paralyzed and the thunder snake wrapped around their entire body. Yi Xiang's eyes had white pupils and he pinched up his spell. All of the skeletal aliens within the range of the earth bondage instantly exploded, and a blood spirit tumbled and surged forth. The levels were all 20 or 30, so there was no pressure at all to solve them. It was just that there were many of them. Raising his hand, Taiji Chi rolled all the surrounding blood spirits to his body, and samadhi flame surged steeply in his hand, refining these blood spirits into pure white spirit beads in the blink of an eye and eating them in one bite. Seeing another batch of bone skeleton foreigners rushing up without any knowledge of death, the human immortal pattern emerged after the thunder light on Yi Xiang's body disappeared. Raising his hand, the Yulong Bagua palm had not yet thoroughly grasped the essence, so it was just the right time to practice with these bone skeleton aliens. His feet stepped on the Bagua pile position, and his body shape was like a swimming dragon actively rushing up. With his current physical strength, these level 20 or 30 bone aliens would fall apart with a light touch, and when the bone blade stabbed, you wanted to press and not resist. The human immortal ripple covered his body, directly crumbling the opponent's bone blade. Yi Xiang's human immortal body was much more powerful than any level 40 warrior profession. The more he fought, the more he got into it, and the Bagua pile slowly floated an aura out from under his feet. Right at this moment, a level 50 Bone King steeply rushed in front of Yi Xiang, killing intent penetrating his body. Countless bone blades were like white lotus flowers blooming with sharp edges. Although Yi Xiang was completely invested in the 8 trigrams palm's intention, his powerful perception had long since detected this level 50 Bone King's murderous sneak attack. A simple sidestep, perfectly dodging all the bone blades. Raising his hand, 3 talismans surfaced in front of him, turning into spirit locks that quickly wrapped around all the bone blades. Yi Xiang yanked on the end of the spirit chain with one hand and pulled hard. This level 50 Bone King was instantly pulled in front of Yi Xiang, and his fist, which was covered with human immortal patterns, directly smashed his bony head with a hard punch. Boo! This heavy punch smashed the opponent's teeth, and the soul flames in his pupils danced madly. He completely did not expect that this level 37 human teenager in front of him would have such a powerful strength. The Bone King roared and his body erupted with bone armor covering his entire body. Only he was not yet over level 60 and could not transform into a bone armor giant. And these bone armors could also strengthen his defense and strength. His hands transformed into 2 sharp bone blades, and as soon as he did, he chopped off all the spirit chains. The spirit chain strips crumbled and all collapsed before they hit the ground. The Bone King took a step and rushed up sharply, slashing down towards Yuana with extreme speed. He wanted to pinch up his sword technique, and the 3-foot golden blade bounced off the 2 bone blades and directly pierced into the bone armor. Then he pinched up the royal wind Dao technique and his body flew towards the back. The spell changed. The golden sword that pierced into the Bone King's body steeply emitted a bright golden light, and with a bang, it exploded with a roar. The Bone King's body crumbled into 2 halves and fell to the ground without moving. But if it was on the rest of the battlefield, such a situation would at least result in serious injuries. However, the chi of death surged forth, and the skeletal body that had crumbled into 2 halves, all of a sudden restored to wholeness, quiet just a matter of moments. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes moved slightly. Killing these bone skeleton foreigners in this bone abyss was really a bit troublesome. The center of his eyebrows emanated the Dao intent heart realm, and his eyes were as deep as stars. Knowledge and action are united, and the way is a thought. There is no need to pinch and meditate on the mind and raise your hands. 1 hand for thunder law, 1 hand for samsara fire. The palms of both hands were joined. Hiss! In an instant, a green-colored dragon thunder true flame whistled up, and after circling around Yi Xiang's body, it directly rushed towards the level 50 Bone King. The Bone King's face changed when he saw this more than 10-meter-long green dragon, and he wanted to run, but he simply couldn't run away from the thunder dragon true flame. Instantly submerged in it, green lightning spread all over his body, and samsara fire burned his soul. Within a few moments, when the green-colored dragon thunder true flame dissipated, the Bone King, who had already been burned to a crisp, collapsed on the ground. However, he wanted to keenly notice that the surrounding diffusion shrouded the aura of death, trying to restore it. Seeing this scene, he wanted to frown. What did it mean? Was it so hard to destroy a rank above Bone King as long as they kept devouring the death breath? You won't die even if you're like this. With a piercing sound, Yi Xiang's hand erupted with radiant thunder light, and palm lightning surged furiously. In terms of both size and power, Thunder Law was more than several times farther than it had been at level 20. With a forceful stomp of his feet, he came directly in front of the Bone King, and his palm thunderbolt directly bombarded his head, exploding with a roar. And sure enough, just for a moment, new bone grew beneath the surface of that char. Boom! The ground blasted out a deep pit, and the Bone King's head along with his body exploded with a roar. A blood spirit finally emerged, but not waiting for Yi Xiang to extend his hand. A wisp of black death chi visible to the naked eye surged up again, and in the blink of an eye, with the blood spirit as the core, a blurry skeleton alien figure emerged. Seeing this scene, you wanted to finally realize how difficult these high-grade bone alien races were in this bone abyss. The problem wasn't with the bone fae, but the entire bone abyss environment. After realizing this, all of the Dao laws on Yi Xiang's body dissipated. In his mind, a page containing the Dao Sect Divine Incantation Heart Technique slowly turned over. Knowing and acting with the Taoist mind, this divine mantra is available. Yi Xiang's eyes were lowered. His voice spread to dozens of miles around with his spiritual power. Even Luo Zhuan in the distance heard him. Heaven and earth are natural, and filth is dispersed. The cave is mysterious. Shaking the Lang Tai Yuan, the mighty gods of the 8 directions make me natural, and the spiritual treasure talisman commands that the 9 heavens be universally informed. There was no movement in the surroundings when he missed these 2 words, obviously affected by the heavenly change. The effect of the divine incantation was greatly reduced. After Yi wanted to be silent for a moment, his body was flooded with surging golden light, illuminating the pitch-black bone abyss with a brilliant brightness that prevented all evils from invading. The crowd that hadn't fallen yet recognized the figure in the golden light at a glance, which was none other than Yi Xiang, and as if pointing out the direction, they collectively landed in his direction. Yi Xian did not stop and continued to read. If heaven and earth do not respond, then use one's own Dao spiritual power as a guide to purify heaven and earth. Qianla Dana, Cave Dipper Taixian, beheading demons and binding evil, ferrying thousands of people. According to the line of the 5 mountains, the 8 seas know the news. The Devil King binds his head and serves my Xian. Edict. The evil filth dissipates, and the Taoist air endures. As soon as the words fell, Yi Think raised his head to gaze downwards, his golden eyes majestic. The golden light divine incantation on his body was like a circle of ripples centered on him, spreading out rapidly. Wherever it passed, the aura of death all dissipated. The first of which is still trying to recover the Bone King blood spirit. Directly by the purification of the golden light washed away the figure. Even the blood spirit invisible also in the dissipation of some of the blood obscene impurity energy. The golden light ripples spread in a whole circle close to 400 meters. The death chi and all the white bones within the range was collapsing rapidly. Even those bone skeleton aliens were in great pain. Curled up on the ground, the level on his body was dropping a little. On average, they fell one level in a minute. And in just 10 minutes time, the bone fey in a 400-meter radius collectively fell 10 levels. However, all the spiritual energy in Yi Xiang's body was also exhausted, and he was about to fall down from mid-air when he died and the others finally landed. A wind spell stabilized Yi Xiang's figure. Boom boom! A hellish evil dragon rushed down, spewing hellish flames furiously in all directions. Lin Jun and Feng Yuan also simultaneously erupted their sword chi and blade diameters, decapitating all the bone skeleton aliens around Yi Xiang. When it landed, all of the white bones that filled the ground became dust, and all of the aura of death that had been accumulated for many years dissipated. The entire bottom of the bone abyss seemed to have appeared as if there was a vacuum 400 meters in circumference. Is everything alright, elementary school brother? He came up and asked. It's fine. You wanted to shake his head. Although the spiritual power was depleted, the human immortal body power was still there, so as long as it wasn't overdrawn there wasn't much of a problem. The last time he cast the praying for raincloth talisman and passed out, not only was his spiritual energy exhausted, but his divine soul was consumed as well, the same as using the samsara fire. You wanted to pick up that level 50 blood spirit, no spiritual power to refine it with samadhi flame, and directly swallowed it in one bite. Not far away, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked over with his war halberd, and in his hands, he was carrying a level 70 Black Bone King. He was already in a half-crippled body, only that there had been the chi of death to help it recover. When Luo Zhuan dragged him into the circle where Yi Xiang had cast the spell, the aura of death suddenly disappeared. The Black Bone King was instantly confused and filled with horror. How could it be possible? The next moment, the war halberd directly chopped off its head, and a blood spirit surged out, which Luo Zhuan grabbed with one hand to absorb it. He had come to the bone abyss, so he naturally knew that in this place, it was very difficult to completely kill a bone fey that was over level 50. There was death aura everywhere, and even if he was hit with a blood spirit, he could still recover. If one were to forcefully devour the blood spirit, it would instead be even more dangerous. The blood spirit would be the chi of death that coalesced within the body, and the body would rot with the naked eye, dying an extremely painful death. All the death chi in this area of land has been dispersed. Yi Xiang, you're really good. Lin Jun couldn't help but boast. They had all come to the bone abyss before, but they had all suffered heavy losses, and this time, they went down to the bone abyss once again with the idea of a grueling battle. That Tao scripture from earlier, can it still be used? Luo Zhuan asked, looking around at the white bones that dissipated into ash at the slightest touch. His eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation. With troops in place, you can try to station a base here and limit the bone abyss a little bit. Yi Xiang nodded. Yes, I'll recover first. Okay. Yi Xiang sat down on the ground and began to recover his spiritual energy and purify the evil filth. Completely professionally counterpart. There were no undead here after all, only the aura of death. And the deity scripture wasn't very effective. Using the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth could dispel the aura of death perfectly and permanently. While Yi Xiang was recovering, Luo Zhuan looked at Ying Zio and said, "Can you divine the location of Zhuang Chu?" "It's fine. I left a night tarot card on Team Chu when he left." Ying Zio nodded slightly. The gauze covered her eyes and raised her hand, and a six-maned astrological formation floated in front of her. With a tap of his finger, the six-maned star formation was erected at once, and a little starburst flickered with light in the star formation. It was the knight's bearing, only the light carried a blood-red aura that looked terrifying. Ying Zio raised her head and said softly, "Southeast, around 300 kilometers." Heavenly King Luo Zhuan nodded at his words. It was good to be able to find Zhuang Chu's location. Jiang Jun, summon the blood bat and go over to explore. Luo Zhuan turned his head to Jiang Jun and said. Jiang Jun raised his hand, and several hell blood bats quickly flew up and towards the distance. A distance of several hundred kilometers can be reached in almost half an hour or so, but after all, this was the Bone Abyss, the place where the Bone Fae were bred, and the Bone Fae that were born here. The weakest of them all started at level 20, and there were countless high-level ones. Ying Zai raised her hand and cast the Hermit Tarot card effect, and the figures of the crowd became dim and invisible all of a sudden. Half an hour later, Jiang Jun suddenly frowned. He looked up and said, "The summoner is lost." "What did you see in the last clip?" Luo Zhuan asked. Several bone-armored giants of more than 80 levels were decapitated, and the chi of death coalesced around him to recover. In front of the bone-armored giants, a powerful figure covered in hideous red armor was also seen. "It seems to be Team Chu, but it has changed a lot," Jiang Jun said truthfully. He wanted to open his eyes at this time. The inner Dan spirit power had been restored. Only the white spirit beads had been consumed. Seeing Yi Xiang waking up, Luo Zhuan calmly said, "Didn't you see the royal family?" "No." Jiang Jun shook his head. Luo Zhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Mr. Wang Lu had mentioned the royal family, and it definitely had nothing to do with Zhuang Chu's sudden loss of control over his demons. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the ancient fortress built with bones, Nail suddenly laughed. "Yeah, that little brother is here too. It's been so long since I've seen him. I'm really missing him." Neifer's eyes were still gazing at the blood mist projection. Zhuang Chu's figure. In this endless bone abyss, she would like to see how long this guy can go crazy with demons. There will always be a limit. Although the bone-armored giant couldn't beat him, the powerful death breath could revive him infinitely and kill him at will. Hearing her sister's words, Neifer said without lifting her head, "What's the point of always learning from me? Although the human race has high potential, the juvenile mind isn't working. There's no need to spend so much time. Aya's sister. This teenager I chose is much better than the one you chose in the first place," Nail said confidently. "Whatever. Don't you have a Hitomi Nightmare Throne blood spirit in your hand anyway?" Neifer said casually. "I'm not that stupid. This little brother has more potential than the throne." Nail had a small smug look on her face. Then he reminded, "That very annoying human heavenly king is also here." Neifer looked at the blood mist projection with a flat expression. "Spice it up then." As soon as the words left her mouth, her entire body abruptly changed into a different appearance. The image of a capable and beautiful woman in a fiery red jubilee uniform. The feathers behind her slowly retracted. Neifer turned her head and glanced at Nail again. "Don't mess around. Be careful of being killed by the heavenly king." "I'm not that stupid." Nail smiled flirtatiously. Really some envy sister's ability to read memories to take advantage of weaknesses raiders. Their own will be a heart confusion. So envious. Neifer raised her hand and snapped her fingers before disappearing in an instant. Zhuang Chu at this time has been completely into the devil. Same text all dusty cannot see. Eyes blood red. See everything is to kill. But these bone-armored giants in front of him seemed like they couldn't be killed no matter how, making him more and more furious. Just then, a familiar voice came steeply behind him. "Zhuang Chu." Zhuang Chu's immediately subconsciously froze in place. "Boo!" The huge bone fist slammed into him hard. Zhuang Chu raised his hand and blocked it easily. Lifting the huge sword again, blood light appeared. That massive arm was directly chopped off and fell to the ground, and Zhuang Chu gasped for air before he slowly turned around. When he saw the figure he had dreamed of dreaming about, his entire body froze in place. The voice was incomparably hoarse and trembling. "Old wife." A smile spread across Neifer's lips. "It's me. You're finally back. Did I go home?" Zhuang Chu shook his head, and a powerful and terrifying killing intent swept madly over reason. The few skeleton giants in the distance took the opportunity to make a move, but they abruptly half-kneeled on the ground, not daring to move. The bone-thrown blood spirit in Neifer's hand flickered and disappeared. "I'll count to 3. Come here quickly." Neifer didn't have the good sense to say. The purple moon floated high in the sky, and an incomparably real illusion surfaced before his eyes. All of this was extended from the memories in Zhuang Chu's mind, and it was impossible to tell the difference even in the waking state. Hearing this familiar tone, Zhuang Chu slowly raised his head and took a step towards her. Wait, aha. My head hurts. Come on." Zhuang Chu took a step in front of Neifer. Even if he was already possessed, he was able to forcibly restrain himself when he saw this face. What is it?" The bone-thrown blood spirit that Neifer had turned her back on re-emerged and said softly, "It's the 2nd anniversary of our wedding today, and I've got you a treat." "Is the wedding anniversary today?" "Today?" Zhuang Chu stumbled. In the back of his mind, it was like there was a crazy and terrifying killing demon trying to rush out. "Humph. You can't even remember your wedding anniversary? You want to die?" "Yeah. Sorry, wife." Zhuang Chu lowered his head. "Humph. I'm not going to talk about you. This is a cake I've been making for a long time. So taste it." "Good." Zhuang Chu nodded and opened his mouth. Neifer pulled out the bone-thrown blood spirit, which had apparently long since turned into a strawberry drenched in vanilla cream. Just as the strawberry was about to fall into Zhuang Chu's mouth, one of the amulets that he had been carrying around steeped in his heart. The amulet turned into a ball of golden light that instantly surged into Zhuang Chu's body and came to his mind, dispersing all the murderous demonic aura that had been shrouded over his saintly words with ease. When he wanted to draw this amulet initially, it was based on the Heavenly Master's protective mantra in the Taoist collection to start the amulet, and wasted a lot of energy. At this moment, this voice was like a Dao sound booming in Zhuang Chu's mind under the holy learning words enchantment. He yang yang, sunrise in the east. I now wish to curse, sweep away all the unknown. Meet the curse to perish, meet the curse to die. The Heavenly Master Edict. Protect your body. Cut off the evil and destroy the essence. The body has a spiritual light. Hasten as the law commands. Pure Hao Ran Zhang Qi and the Edict of the Heavenly Master completely erupted. Suddenly, Zhuangqiu raised his giant sword to directly slash down Neifer's neck. He lifted the long-haired head with a cold expression and said with incomparable indifference, "You should never, ever, have taken the form of my wife." Boo! The long-haired head in his hand thumped into purple mist and dissipated. Neifer's figure appeared about a dozen meters away, quite incomparably angry, and a thorny black whip appeared steeply in her hand, no longer able to restrain her temper. What's wrong with this man? Killing intent can be suppressed. Demonization can be suppressed. What else can't be suppressed? But soon, something even more surprising happened to her, only to see the red armor on Zhuangqiu's body crumble and collapse, transforming into a red robe caging his body, and the dusty saint's words in his mind steeply blossomed into a radiant and righteous aura. A blood-red ugly face gradually grew skin in 5 senses, and the giant sword absorbed all the killing intent demonic chi from his body to become a blood-fronted demonic sword. His occupation, from this moment, also changed jobs to become a Confucian gentleman. A red robe sword in the body, eyes light shooting extreme sky remote. Demons dare to be a scourge of man. The blood of the blue blade vowed not to forgive, kill the body and become a king, to right the heart, to cultivate the body, to unify the family, to rule the country, and to pacify the world. Zhuangqiu is dressed in a red robe Confucian clothing. The appearance has been restored to normal, although the eyes are blood red, but it is a vast and righteous. After many years, the Confucian gentleman has finally reappeared. Although Zhuangqiu had become a monarch by entering the devil, and his red robe was creepy, but that vast aura was devoid of any evil and demonic aura. All the killing intent was sealed in the magic sword, and the long sword looked murderous. Zhuangqiu did not have a word of conversation with this fallen phantom royalty in front of him. His figure took a step forward, shrinking like an inch, and even came directly in front of Neifer, and the blood blade in his hand fell with a sword. Keep it simple. The path is simple. Neifer threw the thorned black whip with force, snapping it and wrapping it around the bloody sword. Zhuangqiu, however, directly let go of his long sword and raised his hand to radiate a vast and righteous chi. Like the words in a scroll, all surged out and fell on Neifer. A single word carries a suppressive seal that locks her firmly in place, breaking the fixed stream. Neifer, however, unfurled black feathered wings behind her, and with a forceful flap, she directly broke through the text seal, and her figure leapt up. A purple moon, a stunning shadow. It transformed into hundreds of different seductive women all over the sky. Zhuangqiu silently watched the scene as his powerful chi and his own will steeply formed a space independent of heaven and earth. In the square circle of heaven and earth, all the seductive women were like white bone skeletons, all of them dissipated. It was the gentleman's skill, 3 feet of heaven and earth, which was stripped of the judgment end's domain skill. All those who are not righteous are like rotten bones withering away in mirrors. Zhuangqiu calmly said, with a golden mouth. The mouth contains the heavenly constitution, pulling one's own vast chi to form one's own rules, thus achieving incredible effects. With a buzz, the purple moon shook. It shattered with a snap, and Neifer's figure was forced out again. This time, she was truly flustered. It's amazing how this guy's profession turned out to be the most restraining of his rules-oriented. Illusion meets domain with no advantage. But Neifer wasn't happy about it. It was clearly a step away. Damn it! Zhuangqiu's figure steeply soared, echoing with heaven and earth with the chi fortune he carried, transforming heaven and earth into a vision. And the Confucian vision of heaven and earth is itself a huge phallic figure, like picking stars and holding the moon, directly grabbed towards Neifer. Neifer flapped her feathered wings and retreated, while a circle of black magic formations frantically coalesced in front of her body. The light of extreme blackness, black dragon scroll, breaking the black flame, darkness critical. In an instant, a dozen powerful dark magic skills all attacked towards the Zhuangqiu phantasm. The Zhuangqiu Dharma phase said flatly, the earth's momentum is koan, and a gentleman carries things in a generous manner. As soon as the words fell, all the dark magic in front of him froze in mid-air. All of them fell 3 feet deep within the rules of heaven and earth and gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Neifer no longer hesitated. The blood-red and gold patterns that bloomed from the black wings behind her. Her figure was like a meteor, quickly breaking through the field and cutting across the sky. Her hands flew up into a magic formation, causing the countless escaping death auras throughout the bone domain to rapidly converge towards her. When she dropped the blood spirit of the bone throne into the magic formation, in an instant, a huge shadow of the throne steeply materialized. The white bones of the bone throne coalesce and the fire of the soul is rekindled. Zhuangqiu frowned slightly. This throne could even be resurrected. Although he had transmuted into a gentleman and realized the true meaning of Confucianism, after losing his kill, his level directly dropped to level 70. and all of his previous prowess had all relied on the only remaining power of sacred learning. Seeing that the Bone Wreck Throne was about to reanimate, a halberd and thunderbolt whistled at the same time. Heavenly King Luozhuan halberd heavy through the white bone body. The figure disappeared into it. The expression of coldness raised his hand and dragged the Bone Throne Blood Spirit, a hand toward the back to fling. The Bone Throne Blood Spirit had been resurrected and was entwined with a dense death aura. There was no way to swallow it directly. That thunderous like was none other than Yi Xiang. As he tugged on the Throne Blood Spirit, he felt the terrifying energy contained within it, causing his heart to palpitate a little. Without the slightest hesitation, the royal wind fell straight down, and the knowledge of the unity of the Taoist intent surged from his brow. The divine mantra of pure heaven and earth was recited once again. Edict. The evil filth dissipates, and the Taoist air endures. In an instant, with him as the center, a circle of golden light ripples spread rapidly, forcibly dispersing all of the death chi that was entangled in the blood spirit of the Bone Throne, directly interrupting the resurrection of the Bone Throne. In the sky, Nefer had exploded with anger. Repeatedly, events exceeded her expectations. Diffuse violet petals covered the sky. Strong flower pattern power covered her entire body, and her aura changed radically. Her eyes glowed with violet pupils, and the 90-level imperial pressure spread thousands of miles away. Nail, who had been watching the show, saw the scene and her eyes suddenly curved up into a crescent shape. Yay! Sis is angry. Facing the outburst of this mysterious royal family in front of him, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked grave. At the same time, a purple moon actually did emerge from the dark night in the sky, and stars that were simply invisible in the past also appeared. But it's all weird stars that have never been seen before, and it's beyond grotesque. He wanted to raise his head just in time for this scene, and immediately felt incomparably suffocated. The days change. It became originally the days of the Fae. No wonder the Dao sect failed miserably, and no wonder the human race's chances were getting smaller and smaller. The Dao sect could not use the natural power of heaven and earth, but the imperial clan could. The violet petals carried with them a fierce killing intent, and the heavenly King Luo Zhuan had to retreat, unfolding a field of battle magic on his body to isolate all the petals. That fallen phantom imperial clan's phantom shadow steeply disappeared in place, and when it appeared again, it unexpectedly arrived in front of Yi Xiang, its purple eyes cold. A ripple of golden light had no effect on her. Zhuangchu directly blocked in front of Yi Xiang, lifting his blood sword, killing intent released, his eyes blood red, entering the state of demon slayer. He slashed his sword down towards Nefer. He wanted to not even have time to react. The bloodlight had already chopped through his body, and Nefer's figure disappeared into thin air. After dispelling all the death aura from the Bone Throne Blood Spirit, he wanted to bite his teeth and take a gamble. Without saying a word, he just opened his mouth and swallowed it straight away. Yikes! Seeing this scene, Nail in the distance had a surprised look on her face. The Throne Blood Spirit entered the stomach, and the terrifyingly berserk energy was immediately about to explode. Within the Violet Mansion Dantian, the second transformation Violet Gold Pill immediately emitted a purple aura that enveloped this Bone Throne Blood Spirit. But it seems to be somewhat unable to suppress the Bone Throne Blood Spirit. The energy is still surging and erupting, and Tian Ku can't even. In the next instant, radiant purple thunder erupted steeply from the Violet Gold Dan's body, densely covering the entire Violet Mansion Dantian. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes went wide. Zijin Dan can still be played like this? As expected, the moment he saw Violet Thunder, the Bone Throne Blood Spirit instantly quieted down and was incomparably well behaved. The scene where Yi wanted to eat the Bone Throne Blood Spirit, Luo Zhuan and Zhuangchu were both startled, but after seeing that nothing happened to him at all, he was relieved, truly afraid that he would be directly propped up by the Throne Blood Spirit. Nefer appeared at a distance of 10 meters, looking at Yi Xiang with incomparable anger. This teenager, he had actually swallowed the Bone Wreck Throne Blood Spirit. The heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Zhuangchu were already protecting Yi Xiang's body, looking at the fallen phantom imperial clan with flirtatious eyes. Luo Zhuan and Yi Xiang both noticed Zhuangchu's change. His appearance was restored and his aura changed. Not only did he have the oppressive feeling of being a demon, but he also had a righteous aura. The two auras, surprisingly, blended together perfectly. Nefer looked at the three in front of her, knowing that it was too far gone to change. Except when had she ever been so angry? As the violet petals crashed into the bone abyss, Nefer looked at heavenly King Luo Zhuan and said, "You want to take over the bone abyss? Then let's see if you can chop off the bone abyss's chi." In the next moment, all the death chi of the entire bone abyss boiled up in general. Countless bone skeleton alien races kneeled up to the sky, and the ranks of all the bone skeleton alien races of the entire bone abyss unexpectedly began to rise at an extremely bizarre speed. And deep within the bone abyss, a brand new Bone Throne origin began to be born in the depths of the bone abyss right after you wanted to eat the Bone Throne's blood spirit. The time that originally took 35 years was accelerated rapidly by Nafer's mobilization of the bone skeleton alien race's chi. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Chu slashed his sword down towards Nafer. The blood light cut through, but chopped down countless violet flowers, and Nafer had long since disappeared from the spot at an unknown time. High above the sky, she unfolded her two pairs of black wings, powerful magical energy channeling the aura of death, and an eerie magical eye opened in the sky. Boom! A terrifying pillar of death light rushed down to the sky. However, it was not directed at Luo Zhuang Chu. Yi wanted the three of them, but landed on the brand new throne origin that had just been born out in the depths of the bone abyss. Luo Zhuan immediately realized the other party's intentions, and after swallowing a heart-protecting pill, he directly used a forbidden technique, his powerful aura rising to the sky as he turned his head towards Zhuang Chu and Yi Xiang and said, "I'm going to deal with her, and you guys are going to go look for the freshly born bone throne." Zhuang Chu nodded, and Luo Zhuan then chased directly towards Nafer. While Zhuang Chu instantly locked onto the location where the pillar of deathlight fell, Yi Xiang raised his hand and drew two talismans that landed on the two. The speed skyrocketed after the divine walking talisman was affixed. Under the pillar of deathlight, Nail glanced helplessly at the throne origin not far away and sighed slightly. "Sister is treating me like a laborer again." She took out a black orb from her pocket and directly wrapped that throne origin. In an instant, even the aura of the pillar of deathlight was hidden and concealed. The two who were still running over in the distance saw the scene and stopped in their tracks. "How come it's gone?" Yi Xiang frowned slightly and spoke. "That fallen phantom imperial clan just now is different from the one that appeared before. It should be two imperial clans." Zhuang Chu's eyes were deep. He already understood the purpose of this fallen phantom imperial clan, which was to use the throne blood spirit to get a throne that could be controlled. But what is the purpose of the other royal family? The two of them accelerated their steps. Yet the pillar of deathlight that descended from the sky had previously seemed close, but after the detailed bearings came out, it was close to thousands of miles in its entirety. When the two finally arrived, there was nothing around them. It was empty, and they didn't see any throne origin at all. Zhuang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Without finding the throne origin, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before a brand new bone throne would appear. After all, it wasn't a natural growth, but a royal intervention, and it certainly wouldn't follow the pattern of the previous 30-odd years of time before it appeared. After Yi wanted to take a look around, he suddenly noticed a very conspicuous red petunia flower not far away. It's hard not to see it on a pile of white bones. Zhuang Chu obviously also noticed this pishy flower and walked up, the blood sword in his hand directly cutting it off. A familiar soft laugh appeared in both of their ears as the other side of the flower dissipated. "Little brother refueling growth. Oh, this throne origin will be you cannot imagine the way to appear. Oh, this is my sister from there have found a very good inspiration it." After saying this, the voice ended abruptly. Yi Xiang, however, had a creepy feeling that his previous guess was correct. He was really being targeted by the royal family. However, he had used the golden light divine spell to detect his entire body, including his divine soul, and hadn't found anything wrong at all. And with the purple gold Dan sitting in his violet mansion Dantian, even the throne blood spirit wouldn't be able to turn over the sky. Zhuang Chu turned his head towards Yi Guan and said with a serious expression, "When did you come into contact with the royal family?" "The first time was during military training, when manipulating the mechanical puppets on the northern front," Yi Xiang said. Zhuang Chu frowned slightly. He knew the tactics of the fallen phantom imperial clan, and was most adept at moving on the mind. But Yi Xiang had now realized the two true meanings, and it was impossible for his mind to be compelled. After all, it wasn't the same teenager who had been sentenced to life imprisonment in the first place. At this time, the crowd of the beheading team finally rushed over, and after seeing Zhuang Chu, who had returned to normal, they were all surprised. Feng Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Scared the hell out of me. I thought you had become a demon and Team Luo had brought us to behead you." He Dewey wiped her tears and nodded her head. However, Zhuang Chu nodded his head and explained, "I have indeed become a demon, but because of some coincidental accidents and transmigrated into a Confucian gentleman. My current situation is still somewhat complicated." "Crap, you're level 70? It was only then that Feng Yuan noticed the Zhuang Chu rank and was shocked. 25 years old, level 70. What's that? Isn't this the level of the god of war and the heavenly king? However, remembering that when Zhuang Chu killed his body before, he was able to kill level 100 bone skeleton human elites, and his strength was alongside that of the throne, so counting it down, it was still considered a reduction in strength. However, you wanted to know that it was simple for Zhuang Chu to want to recover his saint-killing body, as long as he unsealed the blood sword and the two fused into one again. But after there is no saintly learning, it is very difficult to separate again, and you have to rely on yourself to do so. However, after transferring to become a Confucian gentleman, Zhuangchu can completely follow old Mr. Wang Lu to learn Confucian's sacred science. And in the future, he may be able to take a step to kill his body and become a saint in one step. At this time, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan also flew down from the sky above, his face looking terrible. Even after using a forbidden technique, it still didn't leave that fallen Phantom Imperial behind. But after seeing that Zhuangchu was fine, the purpose of this trip was also considered to be accomplished. What's next? Retiring into the system? Luo Zhuan looked at Zhuangchu and asked. Zhuangchu shook his head. Entering the system to dive into the system will not be of much use to me now. I intend to return to the Dragon Field to specialize in Confucianism, and if I can comprehend the true meaning of the Heart School, I will return. The people of the Chopper team were a bit lost at the words, and it always felt like something was missing when Team Chu was not there. Zhuangchu looked at Zhengshi Mo Xiao and the others and said with a smile, "It's not like I can't see them. I'm in a much better place now. I'm going to make a trip back to Kyoto first." Speaking of this matter, Mo Xiao's face turned strange. "I think you'd better not rush back." What's wrong? Zhuangchu froze. "After you lost contact a while ago, Su Rong called me countless times, and if it wasn't for the force's rigid requirement to keep her out of action, she would probably have found her by now." Saying that, Mo Xiao tapped on his address book. Looking at the densely packed communication calls on it, even Zhuangchu, who had already been transformed into a gentleman, could not help but tremble in his heart. Go back and be damned. The crowd of the decimation team did not rush to leave the bone abyss. You wanted to have the ability to purify the death chi, and without a doubt, began to hunt the high-grade bone alien. After all, the bone abyss didn't just come, and it was naturally impossible for the crowd to go back without killing enough. Moreover, in this place, there were foreigners everywhere, and although for the decimation team, foreigners below level 40 or below would not be counted as battle credits, as long as they appeared in the line of sight, a head would not be spared. You wanted to start with a wide range of purification of death chi, and as long as the bone skeleton alien below his level will be downgraded over time, there is also a certain effect on level 40, but it is just not as obvious. Level 50 and above there is no effect of downgrading, but there are also negative impacts that appear. It was a complete ranged kill, a ripple of golden light that was impossible to avoid. A skull skeleton alien fell to the ground and emerged as a blood spirit to be devoured by the crowd. Almost everyone had leveled up, and only Yi Xian leveled up still unchanged. However, in the non-stop fighting, together with the medicinal effect of the violet jade dan, the speed of the human immortal pattern branding accelerated a lot, and in a few days' time, the human immortal pattern had already finished branding the third human immortal pattern portion of the heart and lungs. The progress of the purple gold dan remained the same, and it would take another week or so before it was estimated that it would break through to the middle of the second turn. The battles of the choppers at the bone abyss were recorded by the auxiliary intelligence, and the entire bone abyss landscape was also completely recorded. The previous few times when he went deep into the bone alien territory, the auxiliary intelligence basically suffered severe losses and didn't record too much useful information. But now, the entire bone abyss terrain is scanned out in its entirety 1-to-1. The depth is 16,000 feet. The width is 100 kilometers at its narrowest and 300 kilometers at its widest. But the length is more than 1,000 kilometers. These white bones at the very bottom of the bone abyss depths were basically the once dead humans of the High-Tech Li and Sunflower clan, numbering close to hundreds of millions of people, and the dense death chi was a natural place of choice for the bone alien clan. A day later, the White Tiger members who were maneuvering the fighters landed at the bottom of the bone abyss for the first time, looking at everything around them in shock. Aside from the decimation team, he was the only one who had gone deeper into the bone abyss, but I was sure that there would be more people down the road. Luo Zhuan intended to build the 400 meters in the square that you wanted to purify out as a permanent base. Even though it was dangerous to establish a base in this bone abyss, and it might even be a waste of resources, but this would be to contain and monitor the overall development of the bone fei, and the entire bone abyss would be exposed to the eyes of the human race. A strategic significance that was completely different. As for the danger, it wasn't really too serious, and if you defended your station here with an armored puppet and encountered an attack by a skeleton alien, you could always call for support from the Sunflower Island land personnel in the rear, saying that he would do it. Zhengshi directly used earth spells to construct the beginnings of the fortress base. A fighter jet transporting members of the White Tigers landed and quickly finished off the base facilities. You wanted to purify a total of 3 areas, none of which were very far in range, forming exactly a triangle. The decapitation team was responsible for clearing out all the skeletal aliens in the middle of the triangle, and if they couldn't kill them, they would drag them to the purification zone and then decapitate them, which was indeed a delay. There was no way out. You wanted to use the divine spell of pure heaven and earth once again, and the core part was purified out of an area once again. if it wasn't for the fact that there was a thrown blood spirit within the dantian. These days I'm afraid that it would have been hard enough to even recover my spiritual energy, let alone still maintain my cultivation progress. When the 4 fortress bases were like 4 nails stuck into the bone abyss, the crowd of the chopping team couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. When they looked at each other, they couldn't help but smile at each other. From now on, the bone skeleton alien race, the threat to the human race, would not be as great. It is even completely possible to take down Jay Oxenley a little bit and expand the Chinese territory. With a unit of 2,000 armored puppets coming online to man the Bone Abyss base, the construction of the place is complete. You wanted to look at these level 30 armored puppets, and suddenly felt some emotion of how fast time passed. When he first used the armored puppets, he was only level 20 to come. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked over, looked at the crowd and said, "Alright, take a break and prepare to return to Kyoto, China later." Seemingly remembering something, Luo Zhuan turned his head to look at Yi Xiang. "Do you need to go back to say goodbye?" Yi thinking froze, a little puzzled. "Farewell to what?" Lin Jun shook his head helplessly. It's really true that falling flowers have intentions, but flowing water has no mercy. Feng Yuan walked over and patted Yi Xiang's shoulder. "That little girl must be very sad." Yi Xiang wasn't stupid and understood at once. Shaking his head, Team Mo is still single. "I'm in no hurry." Mo Xiu, who was concentrating on conceptualizing the drawings of a brand new spirit gun, raised his head, looked at Yi Xiang with a calm face, and was silent for a long time before he said, "My heart is dead." The eyes of the crowd suddenly lit up. Mo Xiu's ex-girlfriend gossip. That could be really curious to all, but Team Mo's mouth is really too tight. Only know that he has fallen out of love. The other party is still a very ordinary girl. Mo Xiu, it's been 3 years since you joined the team, and you still haven't walked out? Zhuangqiu seemed to know something and raised his head, unable to help but ask. He was a bit emotional. 3 years ago, when Mo Xiu first joined the team, he was just as green as Lin Feng. The crowd at this time is quite curious to know that Mo Xiu is the vice team of the decapitation team. 25 years old, 60 level, handsome and high cool appearance. Family seems to be good. Undoubtedly is the top of the most outstanding young people in Huaxia. I can actually fall out of love too? Team Mo, say something. It's been bottled up for 3 years. Saying it out loud might make you feel better. Lu Yen flirted. Lin Jun nodded. Yeah, don't keep pretending to conceptualize spirit gun drawings to peek at the photos. That sexy photo. TSK. Ahem. Mo Xiu pushed up his glasses awkwardly, and ammo was then dropped directly afterward. With a bang, the white smoke dispersed. But that routine might work against ordinary people. And which one of you here is not a human being? Lu Yen directly a space blockade. Lin Feng saw this and quickly threw out a time slowdown spell. Yueru even raised his hand a wind scroll to disperse the smoke. Zhang Guan was a mannequin, blocking Mo Xiu's back road without a sound. Mo Xiu had a black line on his face and was a bit exasperated. There has to be a limit to how much you guys can gossip. Team Mo, you're breaking the trust between teammates by not saying it. Feng Yuan said with a smile. You want also some curiosity up. Can let such a good Mo Xiu break up after 3 years of thinking about the woman? In the end, what kind of existence? Mo Xiu couldn't do anything about it, so he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, which knew that Luo Zhuan also nodded his head and said with a serious and earnest face, "Since it involves the issue of teammates' tacit understanding, I feel that you, Mo Xiu, are very much obliged to say it." Puff. Several of the women couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mo Xiu couldn't take it anymore, so he opened the assistive intelligence screen and flipped a photo directly from the album. A beautiful and sexy beauty came into everyone's eyes, and Lin Jun, as an old driver, immediately recognized it. Crap, your ex-girlfriend is Zhao Deer. The rest of them were at a loss. They didn't recognize each other at all. Lin Jun, on the other hand, familiarly took out a photo album from his pocket, and the sexy woman on the cover was, indeed, exactly the same as in the photo. Woohoo! The crowd of the chopping team exclaimed together at once. This melon of the Mo's team. It's huge. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Lin Jun was truly fucking envious. If I remember correctly, didn't she just debut 3 years ago? Barta. Mo Xiu lit a cigarette and nodded without saying anything more, but the crowd clearly noticed that Mo Xiu had lost some of his mood. Knowing that Team Mo never smoked in front of the crowd, I grew up with her as a childhood friend. What a dog-blooded plot. Ning Yuanmei couldn't help but spit out a sentence, suddenly uninterested in listening. The crowd nodded in unison and turned to leave. Lin Jun hesitated for a while, but still walked over with the portrait and asked, "Honestly, I'm Zhao Luer's loyal fan. I'm envious of you right now, enviously wanting to strangle you. Tell me honestly, is she a C+ or a D? This question has been bothering me for almost 3 years." You two broke up anyway. It's okay to talk about it. Imo Shou dropped the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out before sighing. It's G. After saying that, he directly turned around, leaving behind a petrified Lin Jun, who stared blankly at the photo album in his hand, heart full of jealousy. Shit. An hour later, the crowd of the Chopper team collectively boarded a fighter jet and departed back to Kyoto, China. The mission lasted 23 days and could be considered perfectly accomplished. The bone skeleton alien race had threatened Huaxia for nearly 100 years, and now a year and a half was not expected to be a problem. The throne blood spirits had all been swallowed by Yi Xiang, and even if the imperial clan had the means to do so, it would not be possible to make the brand new bone skeleton throne grow up in a short period of time. Ouch! He got a sudden look of shock. I think we forgot about Piggy again. He's still on the island. Lu Yen couldn't help but smile. It's fine. The White Tiger troops are withdrawing at the end of the month. Just have them help bring them back then. In the field of bones, a 6-year-old child, looking indifferent, raised his head to gaze at the fighter jets flying past above. The surrounding Bone Fae were eerily afraid to approach her. 2 hours later, the entire Chopper team returned to Kyoto, and it was dark enough that not many people knew about it. After the mission was over, both Yi Xiang and Lin Feng's ranks were raised once again. After the rank came to Special Grade Officer, usually even if there was enough battle merit, it would require at least 1 year of assessment period and rank restriction, even for the rest of the ace troops. But the decapitation team didn't need all this. These people, they carried out the most dangerous missions in Huaxia. With enough battle merit, they could be directly promoted. But only the decapitation team had such a privilege. Lin Feng and Yi Xiang came to the entrance of the Holy Chime School. Lin Feng suddenly said, "It seems like every time we come back, it's always in the middle of the night. Is it bad in the middle of the night?" Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's just some emotions. I didn't expect that I would become the person who used to carry the weight of what I thought I was. This semester will end in half a month. Where do you plan to go for the winter break?" Lin Feng suddenly said. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiang said, "If there is no mission, I'm going to make a trip back to Ningchuan. Then I intend to make a trip to Wudong Mountain. And if there's still time, I intend to go to the Dragon Field of Jingzhou to dive into cultivation." The Dragon's Field was indeed perfect for diving in cultivation, and the aura was plentiful. Wudong Mountain? A trace of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes. He had previously checked Yi Xiang's Taoist profession and knew that Wudong Mountain was of great significance to the Taoist sect, and thousands of years ago, it was even once known as the ancestral Immortal Mountain. Of course, at the time, he saw the quote and thought to himself that it was just a former tout. But now that he saw Yi Xiang's strength, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't think that way. Thinking about this, he pondered for a moment before saying, "I haven't gone climbing for a long time either, so I wouldn't mind having an extra person by then, right?" Yi wanted to nod. "Yes, okay, make an appointment for the winter vacation. There's mostly no more missions in the near future, although it's possible that the above intends to recapture Ba County in one fell swoop. There's just too much fighting in the wars lately, and even if Jingzhou has a lot of resources to replenish, there's definitely still a need for a reprieve." Lin Feng guessed. After all, as the president of the student council, Lin Feng had a clearer view of the big picture. Li thought nothing of this and nodded. "Well, I know." After the two of them walked into the campus and separated, Yi wanted to pinch up his dao and rose up on the wind, directly flying in from the dormitory balcony. The house was peaceful and quiet, but with Yi Xiang's perception, even through the door of the room, he could clearly perceive that Feng Miaochuan Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan were all in the dormitory room, all meditating and cultivating. Yi wanted to change the green shirt on his body, so he sat on the bed and began to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. The night passed in the blink of an eye. As the tusked boar strutted into the main base in his chopper's uniform, he was told that he had been left behind again. There was a moment of stupefaction. At the beginning of dawn, Yi Xiang was already standing in front of the balcony, taking a deep breath. Hundreds of purple chi whistled. The lungs' human immortal patterns emitted a faint light. The lungs finished branding the human immortal patterns for the third time, and more purple chi was absorbed. When a strand of purple chi passed through the 5 viscera and entered the violet mansion, a strand of purple chi condensed into a ball, almost to be transformed into a purple liquid, and landed on the violet gold dan, spinning and absorbing rapidly. The throne blood spirit not far away, devouring for several days, did not see a trace of shrinkage, and was very full of energy, surrounded by a few more white spirit beads refined with samadhi fire swirling around. The cultivation of the purple gold dan had been an unhurried cultivation that gradually had a hint of consummation, apparently about to break through the middle of the second turn. After the morning cultivation was over, Feng Miaochuan's trio also walked out of the dormitory and started washing up. When he saw the teenage figure on the balcony, He was so stunned that he almost didn't react and thought it was a hallucination. Crap, when did you come back, Brother Yi? Feng Miaochuan said with some surprise. Last night, the mission ended. Yi wanted to laugh. He noticed that all three of them had increased their levels by 1 level. Chen Wanyan had directly progressed by 2 levels. Worthy of being the number 1 in Yuhang, the talent was still there. Go to class. Yi Xiang opened his mouth and said, "It's been a while since I've taken a class, and I kinda miss it." The 4 of them packed up and then walked towards the classroom together. Seemingly remembering something, Feng Miaochuan spoke up. This semester is about to have its final exam. It's with the same grade in Trial Academy for a match. Do you want to participate, Brother Yi? Wang Jun couldn't help but smile at his words. If Brother Yi participates, then there's no need for an examination. The test between the top academies was to find a venue to fight against each other, with both sides having a flag, and no matter what method was used, taking away the other side's flag was considered a win. The whole class is expected to participate and each person is graded based on their performance. If they win, 10 points will be added to everyone's cumulative credits, or 10 points will be deducted. And if they don't meet the graduation credit requirements after 4 years, they will be required to repeat the year. But you wanted to join the choppers nowadays and go to the battlefield to carry out missions. The confrontation test in the academy now felt a bit like a child's fight to Yi Xiang. After figuring out the final examination, Yi Xiang smiled and shook his head. He indeed would not participate. Alas, we are the auxiliary law department. If we really have to take the combat aspect test, it's really a bit of a disadvantage. After the crowd came to the classroom, the female classmates couldn't move away after their gazes fell on Yi Xiang. Haven't seen him in almost a month, and this guy seems to have gotten even more handsome. Everyone was very happy to greet Yi Xiang. Hello again, Mr. Yi. Is the mission over? Yi wanted to nod his head in response, and after sitting in his seat, he looked at Xin Yuwei and Songya on the side and smiled. Long time no see. The semester was almost over, and Yi Xia realized that he hadn't attended a few classes at all. Xin Yuwei looked at him with a smile on her brow. Well, it's good that Brother Yi is back. Going home for winter break? Mom called the day before yesterday to ask. Xin Yuwei asked. Well, go back. I have a way to cure Uncle's right hand. Yi Xiang said. Xin Yuwei froze, then looked happy. Yeah. At this time, Su Mengmeng walked into the classroom. After she looked around the classroom, she suddenly noticed Yi Xiang. No wonder she felt that the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit different today. So this guy came back. Alright, we'll pause the meditation course today and briefly talk about the final exam. Although we're an auxiliary law department, we also require a certain amount of combat ability, so it will be assessed in other areas, and students might want to guess where they will choose to be? The crowd sniffed and shook their heads, although the rules of the test were already out, and that was to obtain the other side's flag, and there was a very obvious gap between the auxiliary profession and the warrior profession. The gap between the two sides wasn't particularly obvious if they didn't use their professional skills. Yes, this final examination, you can't use any vocational skills. In fact, you guys are also familiar with it, that is, by way of a mechanical puppet. Su Mengmeng said mysteriously. Obviously some information has been learned, just not in too much detail. With such a rule, you wants to participate in the examination as a part of the auxiliary law department's class 1 as well. Oh, Yi Xiang was slightly stunned, and was really a bit surprised, but still nodded his head to show that he knew. Appraisal by means of an arm and a leg? It seems that after the country recovered Jingzhou, the resources have indeed been enriched quite a lot. Life on campus was completely different from life on the battlefield, but Yi Xiang didn't slack off and continued to cultivate all the time. Once again coming to the long-lost gravity room, you wanted to directly turn on 5 times gravity, and with the medicinal effect of the violet jade pill, the progress of the human immortal patterns branding wasn't much worse than that on the battlefield. At the same time as the branding, the inner elixir was also devouring the energy of the throne blood spirit and refining it into spiritual power to augment itself. The purple gold dan was steadily rotating in the dantian, and the flavor of consummation was becoming more and more obvious. Finally, in the morning after a week, Yi Xiang, who was standing on the balcony, had a purple gold-colored hazy spirit aura steeply emerge on his body. The sun shone on him like a man of God. The violet gold dan broke through once again, the contained spiritual energy whistling up, surging and increasing by nearly double, the realm breaking through to the late second turn. As the spiritual power increased, it also became more pure and powerful than before, and the power of both the golden light divine incantation and the thunder technique samadhi true flame would be much higher. Yi Xiang's own level came to level 38 with it. After waiting for the realm to stabilize, Yi Xiang opened his eyes and raised his hands to use the Tong Tian talisman. Both hands surged with talismans at the same time, and in just an instant, 36 talismans floated in front of his body. With a thought, the talisman transformed into a talismanic sword, suspended around the body. Attack and defense only in a thought fingertips. Go! Yi wanted to raise his hand and point. The talisman sword whistled out, and the range was raised a lot. It could be maintained within a range of up to 300 meters, and as long as there was enough spiritual energy, the talisman sword would not dissipate. One step further, the inner Dan would be 3 turns, a hurdle that was obviously not that easy. But fortunately, the human immortal body was also able to raise its strength, so a slower progress was no big deal. Just as he was planning to go to the gravity room to cultivate, Emo sent a communication. Yi Xiang, go up to the Void Mirror Realm to test the data. Everyone is online. If it was before, if Zhuangchu was still around, basically every other month, he would test everyone's strength progress. After Emo became the vice team, he didn't have the powerful melee combat strength like Zhuangchu, so he was relying on combat data to analyze the strength of the crowd. Yi Xiang nodded and got up to go back to his dorm room, putting on the Void Mirror Realm helmet before logging into the Void Mirror Realm. After automatically entering a room directly, Yi wanted to see that everyone was online. Emo looked at Yi and nodded. This half-year data-wise, Void Mirror Realm has recorded level 100 Bone Skeleton Human Race data, Bone Skeleton Throne data, Horned Ghost Throne data, and Pupil Nightmare Throne data, respectively. So try the teamwork challenge. The crowd's faces changed. Feng Yuan was a bit helpless, looking for abuse early in the morning. You're even more ruthless than Team Chu. At least let me have a meal. It's fine. It'll be killed in seconds soon. It won't take much time, Emo calmly said. The chopper's crowd was speechless for a moment. The auxiliary intelligence was also collecting data all the time while fighting. As long as the warrior had encountered the alien race, it would be recorded in detail in the database in the later stage, analyzing it without any dead angle. After Emo switched scenes, the room became vast all of a sudden. It turned out to be a very scenic place, with ancient buildings, wide platforms, cranes fluttering in the white clouds, and regular forested Taoist temples standing amidst the mountain peaks. He wanted to look around with some doubts in his eyes. Emo looked at Yi Xiang and smiled. The Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion from 100 years ago. I've looked up a lot of ancient information to reproduce such a scene, which was previously not available in the Void Mirror Realm. Okay, have you guys figured out what you're going to fight first? The crowd was silent, apparently casual. They couldn't fight anyway. Yi think, any ideas? Emo asked towards Yi Xiang. Yi wanted to shake his head. Whatever. Then try the Pupil Nightmare Throne? If your golden light works, maybe we can last longer, Emo said. Upon determining this, a pitch-black figure was immediately simulated in the middle of the crowd. In the next moment, a terrifying Pupil Nightmare Throne came into view, but did not start fighting, so the Pupil Nightmare Throne stood still, close to 3 meters tall, a black robe, triangular pointed head, its chest on the purple-red vertical pupil eyeballs. It is very horrible and appalling. Have 30 seconds to prepare for battle, Emo said. The crowd dispersed at once, and Zhang Shi directly chanted an incantation to summon the war fortress. Zhang Jun also began to summon different hell demons and gathered them in front of him. Emo had long since retreated hundreds of meters away and set up his heavy artillery spirit sniper. Ing Zai unfolded the tarot cards and attached an auxiliary status to each person individually. The 4 of them, Lin Jun, Feng Yuan, Jiang Guan, and Yi Xiang, surrounded the Pupil Nightmare Throne as Li Qin went into stealth. Then the crowd watched in silence as the 30 seconds counted down. In this way of fighting, even though the other party was the Pupil Nightmare Throne and there was a huge level difference, the crowd of the decimation team was considered to have the advantage. 30 seconds of time rolled around, and the terrifying pressure emanating from the Pupil Nightmare Throne in front of them swept through each of the decapitation teams. With this pressure alone, people with low levels would be fearful and lose their ability to fight, especially when looking at the vertical violet-red eyes, which were incomparably real. But the first to make an attack wasn't Emo nor was it Ning Yuanmei's instantaneous magic. Instead, it's the Lin army. Extreme swords came together, and in an instant, dozens of swordlights covered the circumference of the Pupil Nightmare Throne, chopping down towards him at the same time. Lin Jun's level had also come to level 59, only one step away from level 60. The 6th turn, mastering the extreme sword intent, a thought rose. Swordlight had arrived. However, the Pupil Nightmare Throne did not hesitate and directly unfolded the Lifeless Realm. A domain curse skill that can directly take away all lifeforms within its range is indefensible. The swordlight dissipated silently before it could fall. The closest Lin Jun's figure instantly became pale into white bones, and his blood bar bottomed out and disappeared. Bang! Powerful psychic sniper bullets instantly rushed over. apparently aiming at the violet-red vertical pupil eyes on the chest of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne. But just like the sword light, the psychic bullets were wiped out by the curse when they were only 3 meters away. Feng Yuan turned on berserk without saying a word. His eyes were scarlet as he raised his twin swords and charged. He wanted to raise his hand, a golden light attached to him. The result is not yet as Lin Jun just approached 2 steps, the golden light grinding out, the double knife decay, the whole person's life data is also instantly 0. The lifeless curse domain was spreading at a very fast speed, and Yi Xiang and Jiang Guan and Li Qin flew back, their eyes filled with helplessness. Even the skills couldn't touch the pupil nightmare throne before they were all devoured and consumed by the cursed field, let alone a person taking the initiative to rush up and attack. The difference in levels is just too great to fight at all. The pupil nightmare throne turned around, and the violet-red vertical pupil on his chest directly and instantly sent out 10 cursed auras, which were extremely fast and enveloped the crowd in the blink of an eye. He wanted to pinch up the spell. His body's golden light divine incantation exploded and shone, but it only lasted for a few moments before the cursed aura wiped it clean, and his blood level directly bottomed out. The crowd did the same, blinking their entire army, unable to defend themselves against the curse of the pupil nightmare throne. Mo Xiu, who was only a few hundred meters away, was spared, but he also immediately raised his hand to pause the test. The last aura of darkness had come to him, pausing as the curse dissipated with it. The figure of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne also disappeared. The crowd had reappeared, looking at Team Mo with helpless faces. There's no fight. A fight my ass, Feng Yuan said with some anger. Sort of a mistake on my part. It seems like it's indeed quite difficult for us to challenge the throne, Mo Xiu said. The corner of Lin Jun's mouth twitched. The pupil nightmare throne belongs to a very strong category in the 9 exotic races. Even Yi Xian's golden light can only withstand it for a second. How can you fight? The cursed realm can't even get close. Mo Xiu pushed his glasses. Then back off and try a level 100 bone human. This is always possible. There are 3 types: bone giant, lawful, and black bone thorn. Which one to fight? These 3 data, naturally, were the data collected by Hong Cheng against the 3 bone wreck human race elites, and now that they had been compiled, although they were certainly not very complete and detailed, they were still very informative. After all, the bone phase perfect way of evolving could not be tolerated. Law system, Feng Yuan immediately said. The crowd nodded. There was no doubt that no matter what the profession was, fully prepared, law was the best to kill. Okay, Mo Xiu switched the combat object to the bone human race, and in the next moment, a beautiful and mature female appeared in front of the crowd, covered only by bones to cover the key parts of her body, which made Feng Yuan's blood run hot as he watched. Worthy of being a god of war? To kill such a good-looking woman. Lin Jun couldn't help but say, she's a bone skeleton alien, just a skin, Mo Xiu calmly said. Prepare for battle. The crowd nodded and the 30-second countdown resumed. The moment the time ended, the crowd used their killing moves at the same time. However, the woman instantly disappeared from her spot, instantly ning into mid-air, her powerful bone spike magic directly locking onto everyone present, even Mo Xiu, who was several hundred meters away. He Yuaru, Ning Yuanmei, and Lin Feng were instantly penetrated by bone spikes through their bodies, all of which were fatal wounds. Yi Xiang's scalp tingled, and he dodged with thunderbolt the moment the bone spike magic surfaced. The rest of them, and the others, also dodged with all their might, but they were more or less injured. Just a meeting. 3 people died. Jiang Jun was seriously injured. Zhang Shi and Mo Xiu were lightly injured, and Jiang Guan, a mannequin, was scrapped, losing half of his fighting ability. The battle continued. He wanted to rise up on the wind, and although Lin Jun couldn't fly, he instantly ran through and up with the help of the speed of the pole sword. The bone skeleton woman looked at them with an expressionless face, her demeanor unmistakably cold. It was the void mirror realm of perfect data that was maneuvering the battle. A white bone magic appeared in front of his body out of thin air, and in a flash, he even summoned 3 level 100 bone dragons at the same time, and rushed out from the magic array with a whine. Shit! Lin Jun couldn't help but burst out, but the sword light didn't stop at all, instantly passing through the middle of the bone dragon and penetrating the woman's neck. But in the next moment, his body was chopped into 3 pieces, and sharp bone wings sliced through his body, disappearing into data in mid-air. 3 terrifying bone dragons swept down, and the first of them was Feng Yuan and Zhang Shi's war fortress. All defenses and struggles were useless in the face of powerful strength. The 3 bone dragons quickly swept across the field, and except for Yi Xiang, the rest of the people were quickly killed by the bone dragons in seconds, with all their magic and attack skills useless. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Xiang, Li Qin and Mo Xiu were left. The 3 bone dragons roared to encircle that thunder light, always coming close to catching up. However, the bone skeleton woman flew very high, more than 10 meters high, and there was no way for Yi Xiang to attack it, but only to attract the attention of the 3 bone dragons. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy bullets erupted and came in the twinkling of an eye. The bone shield in front of the skeleton woman's body pierced right through, hitting the head. The woman's head suddenly split in half and her form fell through the air. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Xiang and Li Qin quickly rushed up, one light and one dark. With one hand, palm lightning, and one hand, samadhi fire, he clapped his hands together. A raging dragon thunder true flame roared out from the palm of his hand. Li Qin's erupted speed in this instant, unexpectedly faster than Yi Guan, had already arrived behind the bone skeleton woman, and the 2 black blades pierced through her neck and the back of her heart with a poof. As long as they were lawful, they had a chance to decimate the opponent, no matter how high their level was, but the hard bones, the black blade couldn't cut through. The skeletal woman turned and lifted her hand to tug on the black blade as a bone flower bloomed on her body, while cutting Li Qin to pieces. It also fended off the thunder dragon true flame. The 3 bone dragons seized the opportunity and charged towards Yi Xiang. Thunder glowed on Yi Xiang's body, narrowly dodging one of the dragon's mouths, and before he could react, the other 2 pounced on him. With a bang, another psychic bullet went through the head of one of the bone dragons, and with a thud, the bone dragon crashed down. He wanted to raise his hand. 36 talismans hovered in front of him. The talismans transformed into long swords, and the lightning method coalesced. The last bone dragon had already arrived behind Yi Xiang, and its huge claws were about to slap down. In an instant, 36 thunder swords flew towards the bone skeleton woman at the same time, instantly bypassing the bone shield and penetrating through the bone skeleton woman's body from behind as the thunder swords roared and exploded. Before he could see the result, Yi Xiang had already had his head smashed by the dragon's claw and disappeared into data. The thunder sword exploded. The skeletal woman shuddered. However, his body bones turned steeply black, trying to resist the paralysis of the lightning spell, but the solid lightning blast damage still affects the action. Imo Shou once again locked onto his target, and the powerful psychic bullets erupted 3 times in a row, all of them locking onto the bone skeleton woman's head. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a portion of the skull is taken away. 3 shots down, the bone skeleton woman's face became incomparably hideous, like a stern ghost, and her flesh and bones were recovering at a rapid pace. She raised her head, her eyes staring at Imo Shou in death. Lift your hands. Densely packed bone spur spells surfaced around him. Pust. Dozens of bone spikes instantly penetrated Imo Shou's body and dissipated into data. Challenge failed. After the scene returned to normal, the figures of the crowd reappeared. Although the army was once again completely wiped out, everyone's battle spirit was getting more and more surging, and Feng Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Again!" The feeling of being killed was unpleasant, but after all, the other party was a level 100 bone skeleton human elite, so losing was fine as long as there was hope. Mo Shou, however, shook his head, opened the video of the battle just now, and said one by one, "He's got it. At the level disadvantage, none of us can fly. When preparing, prioritize using the wind elves to attach a wing to each person." He Dewey nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Jiang Jun, 30 seconds is enough time for you to summon the monster, then quickly exit the battlefield and improvise. Feng Yuan, think hard with that brain of yours, that's not a miscellaneous foreigner. Even if you go up there with berserk on, it's no different from looking for death. Lin Feng, time spells are very strong, but they didn't do anything in both battles. The problem is obvious. The ability to defend yourself is too low. You have to think about this problem. This is just a virtual battle. If it was in reality, how many times could you have a chance? Lin Feng rubbed his nose. He nodded his head even though he wanted to say that he had dozens of chances to turn back time. Lin Jun, as one of us, mastering the strongest attacking sword Dao killing moves, acting together with Li Qin, we might be able to kill that bone skeleton woman in one go. Don't be too solo. One by one, Mo Shou stated everyone's problems, having clearly recognized a very big problem with the choppers. That's the tie-in. When each one was taken out, they were all very good, but when paired with the decimation of high-level foreigners, it was found that each one's strengths had not been utilized. In the past, when Zhuangchu was still around, the front row could hold up, and they just needed to release their skills at the back and improvise. But now with the loss of the front row, it just feels like a mess to fight. Thinking of this, Mo Shou realized that he had to change the way he fought with the battle, or else the next time he really encountered a high-level alien race, the consequence would be death. Again, this time challenging the bone-armored giant. After figuring out the problem, Mo Shou raised his head and looked at the crowd and said, he couldn't do what Zhuangchu did, but he could definitely find the most suitable way for the crowd to fight together. Chuanchu can't be duplicated, and neither can he. Although Yi wanted to be very good, he hadn't completely kept pace with the choppers yet, and there was still a bit of a gap. However, Emoshio knew very well that if there were no surprises in the future, the chopper team would definitely be centered around Yi Xiang to fight with him. There is no doubt about his potential and strength. He just needs time to grow. Thinking of this, several battle plans quickly surfaced in Emoshio's mind, but they all needed to be tested and adjusted one by one. They thought it was just 1 or 2 fights, but it turned out that it took the whole day before the crowd exited the Void Mirror realm. After the battle was over, Emoshio went straight back into the room. He was going to start figuring out each person's battle rhythm to match based on their detailed stats. TSK, being abused is too much. No, I'm going to go to a less formal massage parlor to relax. Feng Yuan sighed. As soon as the words fell, he saw Li Qin's icy cold eyes looking over. Feng Yuan shut up at once. This whole day, the fight was close to 20 to 30. 3 level 100 bone human race elites, the pupil nightmare throne, the horned ghost throne, the bone skeleton throne, were tortured one by one. Without saying much, the crowd disbanded in place and continued to cultivate. All of them realized their serious shortcomings. Their strength was still not strong enough. As the top trump card troops of Huaxia, not to mention facing the throne, even facing the level 100 bone skeleton human race, they all lost miserably. The only time they won, it was the French bone woman. A disastrous victory and near total annihilation. Lin Jun found a chance to chop off her neck with a sword, and the data disappeared. The one who fought for the longest time was the bone-armored giant. You wanted to attract the opponent's attention by virtue of his lightning speed advantage, and the crowd could do as they pleased. Instead, it's a bit more comfortable to hit than a lawful bone woman, and just a bit unbreakable. Even Lin Jun and Mo Shou were somewhat helpless. Even if they didn't break the defense, the bone-armored giant's recovery ability was very powerful. You wanted to look at it very openly. After all, he was only level 38. Not dragging everyone down has been very good. After returning to the sacred chime with Lin Feng and the two of them, you wanted to head directly to the gravity room to start cultivating. After fighting for a whole day, the human immortal pattern wasn't too delayed, but it was necessary to re-refine the violet jade pill. You wanted to glance at the battle credits. There were still a total of 90,000 battle credits. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged all of them into the medicinal ingredients for refining the purple jade dan. Exactly 4 copies can be exchanged, requiring a deduction of 80,000 battle points. Now that the winter vacation was coming up, you wanted to plan to refine a few more purple jade pills for backup, or else going back to Ningchuan to exchange medicinal materials would definitely not be that convenient. Assistive intelligence conveys instructions and responds with a half-hour delivery. You wanted to turn on the 5 times gravity, began to brand the human immortal pattern. Half an hour later, the physical strength was just about consumed. Will be gravity back, received the auxiliary intelligence handed over the medicinal herbs. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 marsh true fire directly in the heart of the hand whistling. In 3 tries, he burned all the herbs and familiarly refined 4 violet jade pills at the same time. It was so straightforward after the purple gold dan broke through to the late second turn. 20 minutes later, all the medicinal herbs were refined into essence liquid form and divided into 4 portions. A trace of sweat flowed down Yi Xiang's forehead. Refining 4 purple jade pills at the same time was still difficult. Seeing that the time was ripe, without the slightest hesitation, he directly pinched the Dan condensation technique. In an instant, the 4 portions of the essence medicinal liquid coalesced at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 4 purple transparent pills suspended in midair, with the 4 revolutions of the pills patterns clearly visible, all of which were of top quality. The rich fragrance of Dan immediately filled the entire gravity room. Very medicinal. You wanted to raise his hand to catch the 4 violet jade pills and directly ate one of them. The soft medicinal effect of the purple jade pill swept through his organs and bowels, and the comfortable and gentle feeling made him breathe a long sigh of relief. And the previous exhaustion disappeared all of a sudden. Collecting the remaining 3 pills, he continued to cultivate. He had been practicing until the night was about to close, before Yi Xiang got up and left the gravity room, heading towards the dormitory building. Another 3 days had passed, and even Yi Xia felt the tense and exciting atmosphere in the Holy Chime campus. After all, after final exams, it's winter break. At that moment, Su Mengmeng sent a message in the class group. Everyone come to the virtual C classroom to gather and prepare to go online for the test. After Yi Xiang received the message, he got up and left the dormitory through the window with the royal wind. Unobtrusive. And by the way, using the stealth skill, Feng Naochuan knocked on the door of the Yi Want dormitory, pushed open the door, found that people are not there. Not a blank stare. It is difficult not to have passed. At this time, You wanted to indeed have come to the collection of virtual C classroom. After lifting the invisibility, the surrounding many students suddenly turned their heads, surprised to look over, almost did not jump. You wanted to instead focus on the familiar virtual glasses in front of him, the very device that linked the mech puppets. 10 minutes later, everyone in the class arrived. Su Mengmeng stepped in with high heels, looked at the crowd and said, "You have all used the arm puppet. Know that the level of the arm puppet is uniform, but this time the arm puppet is specifically for the assessment. You can't use the skills related to the occupation, according to the arm puppet's own skills and characteristics. To win the assessment, no? Got it." The crowd nodded, a little nervous. "Brother Yi, when did you come over?" Feng Miaochuan asked with some confusion. "The royal wind came. Too lazy to walk." Hearing Yi Xiang say this, Feng Miaochuan looked at his stomach and sighed. He didn't want to walk either. He really envied the ones that could fly. Su Mengming's gaze fell on Yi Xiang, a little worried. The rules of this examination. It has nothing to do with strength. She is really a little worried that Yi Xiang can't get a good ranking. After all, Yi Xiang was now a member of the chopping reserve team, and he didn't know how many people were watching him. Even after taking out an almost unbelievable amount of battle credits out, the age was always here, and there would still be people who would doubt whether Yi wanted to get these battle credits because the chopping squad personnel were helping out. After all, the level was here, and it was hard to believe that he could even perform the mission of the decimation team when he was clearly only 30 or so levels. Even though Yi wanted to be the first Holy Chime mainstay of the top colleges, many people still didn't believe it, and always felt that everything they looked at felt fake and fishy. You simply won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Su Mengmeng sighed slightly and walked over to Yi Xiang and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Yi Think couldn't help but stare at her with some confusion, but still nodded. "Well, I know." 10 minutes later, the time was punctual and the final exam began. Without the need for Su Mengmeng to remind them, everyone immediately put on their virtual glasses. Seeing the familiar link progress again, Yi Xiang had a calm face. His current level was already level 38, while in the class, the highest leveled Xin Yue and Shen Wanyan, the two were only level 29 and 28 respectively. Xin Yue had been practicing hard during this period of time, meditating during the day and absorbing the essence of the moon at night. Her rate of progress was nearly twice as fast as the rest of the people. Shen Wanyan, as the number one genius of Yu Hang, talent and resources, naturally, would not be lacking, and although his rank was one level lower than Xin Yue, as a dragon battle mage profession, he was not the slightest bit weaker. After the link progress is pulled full, the view becomes instantly clearer. He wanted to raise his head and look around, realizing that he was inside the White Castle base. The rest of the students also logged in online, but this time, there were no avatars, and to all, they looked the same, except that when they saw each other, their names were automatically scanned. After Yi wanted to walk out, he saw that above the White Fortress, there was a flag with the Holy Chime School emblem, and on the flag were the words Auxiliary Law Department Class 1. Not far away, about a kilometer away, the opposite side of the forest had the same blue castle with the flag of the trial school emblem. The rules of the examination. Each mechanical puppet basic attributes are the same. Protection for 100 points. Protection broken, then represents the elimination. The jungle has a variety of virtual props. Students can get up to 3 virtual props, can be replaced at will. The way to win is to capture the other side's flag. Brought back to their own assessment position is considered to be the winner. Examination time, 2 hours. After understanding the rules clearly, Yi Xiang did not have any hesitation and directly rushed into the jungle. "Crap, brother Yi, wait for me." Feng Miaochuan immediately rushed up. The mechanical puppets are all moving at the same speed. Feng Miaochuan and Shen Wanyan Wang Jun, 3 people immediately followed up. No matter what, mixing behind Yi Xiang absolutely will not be the first to be eliminated. After Yi wanted to enter the jungle, he saw quite a few virtual props at a glance, suspended in mid-air. There is nothing in the real forest, just virtual props in the virtual map combined with the real map, and the mechanical puppets will react when touched. The props are all different colors, mostly white, a few blue, and single-digit purple. But the first thing he wanted to do was to land on a golden longsword prop that was hundreds of meters away. Without stopping his feet, he charged straight up. Although the appraisal rules do not say that these props are graded, it is not necessary to think about it to know that there must be a difference. On the other side of the room, the trial cadets maneuvered their armored puppets and all rushed out, 50 on each side, and collectively rushed into the forest. One of them also noticed the golden long sword at the first glance. His eyes moved slightly, and just like Yi Xiang, he quickly rushed over at the first moment, hundreds of meters away. Even if the level of the mech puppet was limited to only level 10, the pace is still not slow, just a matter of 2 minutes. Just when the distance was only a few dozen meters left, you wanted to see a mech puppet charging up from the opposite side as well, and the distance between the two was not much different. Hubin couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he scanned out Yi Wanna's name. Yi Xiang, a name that there was no student who didn't recognize him since the college competition, was almost startled, but quickly reacted. Both are the same level of mech puppets, and they can't use skills, so what do they have to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Hubin suddenly couldn't help but get excited. If he defeated Yi Xiang, wouldn't he be famous? But he quickly forgot one thing: a person's strength didn't depend on skills or occupation. Combat awareness. That's what really matters. All Hubin could think about was getting the golden longsword prop first, and then defeating Yi Xiang, as the mechanical puppet had already calculated that his distance was going to be nearly half a meter. Dozens of meters came in the blink of an eye, and the two arrived at nearly the same time, but you wanted to clearly be half a step slower. As soon as Hubin grabbed the golden longsword prop, he was immediately surprised. Ha ha, Yi want you. Bang! He wanted to target the golden props at all, and knew he was too late, so he raised his hand and struck the Yulong Bagua Pum, landing heavily on Hubin and knocking him into a stagger. Not to give him a reaction, stepped on the gossip pile, winked and came behind Hubin, a picking star to find the moon. Hands into a claw clasped Hubin's shoulders, hard downward pressure. It wasn't a skill, it was completely utilizing stances and palms. Hubin was completely unable to react in time. The manipulated mechanical puppet fell directly to the ground, and the golden longsword prop in his hand that had not yet been equipped was snatched by Yi Xiang. After determining to equip the golden props, he raised his hand and sent a sword directly through Hubin's shield, instantly piercing through the chest of the mechanical puppet. With a poof, the mechanical puppet broke, and Hubin was eliminated without a word of crouching. Kill a trainee. Level 1 is unlocked, and the base attribute of the mech puppet is level 11, with a maximum of level 30. The simulated auxiliary intelligence explains. You wanted his eyes could not help but light up, so this is the case. The more you kill, the higher the level of the mechanical puppet, but kill to level 30. There are not many people on the trial side, right? What's the point of grabbing the flag then? Wouldn't it be better to just clean up the trial participants? Hubin, who was showing that he had been eliminated at this point, dumbfoundedly went into spectator mode and stared daggers at Yi Xian's figure. You can still play like that? At this time he wanted to survey the golden longsword props in his hands. The skill Broken Blade. The hit can directly pierce the protection, but there is a 15-second cooldown. But for the rest of the props, it is already considered top equipment. Now that the attack weapon is there, then the next requirement is speed. It's all about skill, and it's still a struggle. Yi wanted to look around. His eyes quickly landed on the props of a pair of purple running shoes not far away, carrying his longsword and running directly towards the pair of running shoes. But this time, the three targets on the opposite side grabbed with their side, and one of them held a blue bow and arrow prop in his hand. Seeing Yi wanted to rush over this way, the three of them were startled, and all of them were prompted to it when Hubin was eliminated earlier. The final examination surprisingly encountered the class of the Holy Chine Yi wanted, and at first learned that the other party was the auxiliary law department was still a little happy. Now, happy shit, meet such a pervert. Isn't this affecting the fairness of the test? At this moment, one of the trial cadets holding a bow and arrow prop reacted and quickly drew his bow at Yi Xiang. With a swoosh, sharp long arrows flew in, blink of an eye. However, Yi Xiang merely raised his sword and chopped horizontally, easily cutting off the long arrow. This handsome scene directly stunned the three people in the distance. Lean, it's not a skill. So what kind of operation is this? Unbelieving. That trial cadet once again shot 3 arrows in a row. However, Yi Xiang simply danced a sword flower, and all the long arrows shattered and chopped off, without slowing down at all. That's a hell of a shot. Hurry up. Seeing this scene, the trio's scalps went numb. There's no need to phase out for a pair of shoe props. However, one of them didn't believe it at all. What are you afraid of? With prop shoes on, how can he catch up? The man continued to charge towards the front, and the two behind him looked at each other before shaking their heads and turning directly away. If it were anyone else, it would indeed be a good bet. But the other party was Yi Xiang, and he was also holding a golden prop, so it was really unnecessary. Soon, the boy came to the purple running shoes props in front of, without saying a word reached out to equip on. Looking at the remaining dozens of meters of Yi want, cannot help but smiled smugly, turned around and intended to run. As expected, the speed had steeply increased by more than double, and with that base speed of the armored puppet, how could the other party catch up with them? However, just as he turned around, a golden longsword flew directly over, poofing through the shield and piercing through his body. Yi wanted to walk up, lifted the golden longsword, will burst out of the purple running shoes put on. Simply run a step or two, Satisfied nodded. Not bad. Speed bonus quite a lot. After the mech puppet authority was raised to level 12, the base attributes were also raised again. Glancing at the judgment flag in the distance, he opened the channel and said, Feng Miaochuan, Wang Jun, and Chen Wanyan, don't be in a hurry to find the props. Come directly to me and enter the judgment fortress base. I'll go. Yi, you're so fierce? After a few people froze for a moment, Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but ask, stop talking shit and get your ass over here. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Yi Xiang. Seeing him with a golden longsword in one hand, wearing purple running shoes, and topping out at level 12, all three of them couldn't help but stare. Go. After seeing that the people were all together, Yi wanted no explanation, directly taking the three of them over in the direction of the trial fortress base. The trial trainees encountered along the way could not help but be startled when they saw Yi Xiang's several people's aura. What the hell? This is a direct attack on the base camp? When the trial squad leader over here noticed this scene, his brows furrowed and he hurriedly said, everyone gather, Yi Xiang is coming over. When they heard the name Yi Xiang, several people's hearts trembled. What did this demon want to do? Dozens of people quickly rushed back, but the reaction was still a step too slow. Yi wanted to drive straight in, meet one and kill it in seconds, meet three, then beat it up in a group. Scattered props were dispersed, and Yi Xiang's mechanical puppet was unlocked to level 18. Not long after the trio rushed into the base of the Judgment Fortress, the first wave of Judgment trainees who had found all three props also rushed back, just in time to see the flag above the fortress base disappear. Shit, these guys have some nerve. So what if he wants to? Get him killed. The gate pushed the door open, but they happened to see Yi Xiang holding a golden longsword and looking at them calmly. Well, after waiting half a day, it's finally here. Do it. The squad leader on this side of the trial narrowed his eyes slightly and said immediately. He naturally saw that Yi Xiang had unlocked to level 18, but he couldn't use his skills. Could he really beat them all? The crowd took out their prop weapons and rushed towards Yi Xiang, but soon they realized how naive they were. Although he was restricted by his armored puppet body, Yi Xiang's battle sense was definitely not comparable to these freshman students. It was as if these people really looked like children playing house to him. Uncoordinated, simple-minded, and with obvious intentions. He wanted to easily dodge one attack after another. His longsword stored up its power and directly shattered the shield. A mech puppet head flying high. The teacher in charge of this test finally got a bit unable to hold back and borrowed the analog assist intelligence to say, Yi think, breaking the shield is considered elimination. There's no need to damage the mech puppet. It's quite expensive. Yi Xiang waded through the crowd with ease, his longsword blocking quite a few attacks while apologizing. Sorry teacher, I'm used to it on the battlefield. I'll try to pay attention. The surrounding trial trainees couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard these words. Nice guy. Get used to it. We're all freshmen. But how many Fey have you guys killed? The cooldown ended, and Yi Xiang's golden longsword once again pierced through and killed one person. Arms puppet unlock permission came to level 20. The basic attributes were raised again, and the speed and strength of the whole person was suddenly much stronger. Where is the style of the supplementary law system? It is simply more like a warrior than a warrior profession. The three people who came down from the upper floors couldn't help but look dumbfounded when they saw this scene. TSK, I told you that when Brother Yi is around, the mock examination is simply a family affair. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but lament a little. At this time, he wanted to feel that the more the long sword was used, the more smooth the hand. The sword light was severe, the cold light a little. There is a person protection shield broken, more or less the army of the woods. After all, I've watched it so many times. I've learned something. Along with Yi Xiang unlocking higher and higher levels and eliminating more and more people, the trial squad leader had realized that something was wrong. But there was nothing else to be done. He wanted this guy to be simply too much in his grade. Soon everyone was looking at each other helplessly, and the trial participants had to admit defeat. Yi Xiang sighed slightly and watched the golden longsword in his hand disappear. It was true that he still hadn't had some fun fighting. After exiting the armored puppet link glasses, he wanted to open his eyes, and suddenly there was a loud applause from the classroom. Everyone was still familiarizing themselves with the rules of the game, but as a result, they kept hearing the news that Yi wanted to kill the trial trainee, especially in the back, where it hardly ever stops. Yet the trial trainee was seen to concede defeat, completely unaware of what was happening. Su Mengmeng looked at Yi Xiang in a daze, completely not expecting that in just one semester he had progressed to this point, worthy of being a member of the chopping team. However, she also realized that going forward with the mock tests, there was mostly nothing for Yi to think about. It does seem a bit bullying, and a review has been filed on the side of the teachers at the trial academy. The reason is that just Yi wanted to eliminate more than 20 people alone. not at all reflecting the team cooperation and other assessment problems. Completely one person to bring the whole class to fly. However, the review was quickly rejected because everyone was at the same starting line, and Yi Xiang had not cheated, and the results were valid. Only these things, Yi Xiang didn't know. After the final examination was over, he got up and left his seat, intending to go to the gravity room to cultivate. However, at this time, Su Mengmeng walked up and called out to Yi Xiang, "Wait a minute, Yi think student." Yi wanted to turn around and look at her with some doubt. "What's wrong, teacher?" After thinking for a moment, Su Mengmeng still said, "Your current level is already 38. You should know that it's only about 42 levels that are common in the senior stage now. This side I can help you apply to jump to the junior stage. Do you need it?" Yi Xiang's situation was unique. No one had ever joined the chopper reserves in their freshman year, and their level had risen too quickly. But after all, he had been on the battlefield, and with the help of the blood spirit, it was considered normal for him to progress quickly. After Yi Tian wanted to think about it, in his line of sight, Young Wei Songya Feng Miaochuan and their figures suddenly appeared. A light smile spread across the corners of his mouth as he seemed to figure this out. "Teacher, no really, even if I jump to the junior stage now, what about next year? Do I have to jump again? I'm sure no one can catch up with me, so just go with the flow." Su Mengmeng understood Yi Xiang's meaning and nodded her head. It was indeed that she had thought too much. "Well, that's fine, classmate Yi Xiang. You still need to be careful when going into battle," Su Mengmeng admonished. No matter how strong Yi wanted to be, she was currently his teacher after all. Yi Xiang nodded and his gaze fell on Su Mengmeng's right eye. Remembering something, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, were your eyes blinded by the pupil nightmare throne curse?" Su Mengmeng shook her head. "If it's the curse of the throne, then what you're seeing right now isn't a teacher. It's the curse of a level 60 prison pupil king. It's actually okay to be missing an eye. I've gotten used to it in these half a year down the line." Aha! Yi wanted to nod. A few days later, the semester was completely over and almost half of the students had left the school. With winter vacation approaching a little over a month away, many people are discussing where to go after New Year's Eve. Yi Xiang and Xin Yue left the school together, and many people saw it and couldn't help but look amazed. A member of the Chopper Reserves and a schoolgirl from Holy Chime. The most important thing is that there are even Ace White Tiger Force fighters picking up and dropping off. This card. Simply. Yi think didn't expect this either. That White Tiger member looked at him and smiled. "Comrade Yi think, I received orders to escort you back to Ningxuan." Chen Wanyan, who was in the distance, looked at his own family's special vehicle transportation and glanced at the distant White Tiger fighter. His heart added a few more points of desire to join the Chopper Reserve. "You're still a long way off yourself." With the White Tiger fighters chauffeuring them, close to thousands of kilometers, they arrived at Ningxuan in just over half an hour. The roar of fighter jets draws the eyes of the surrounding residents. When they saw a teenager with long hair and a green shirt, and Xin Yue with a Holy Chime school uniform, the residents were filled with envy. "Xin family's luck is really good. Both children are so good. I did not expect that nowadays it is still the school special airplane transportation." The man who knew the Ace Force, his face was even more changed. The fighter of the Ace White Tiger Force picking up and dropping off. It seems that the news of Yi wanting to become a decapitated reserve team is actually true. It's almost too young. Comrade Yi think, I'm going back. That mascot of the chopping team will probably return to Huaxia with the troops this afternoon. The White Tiger member looked at Yi think and said. He was still at a bit of a loss as to what to say about that tusked boar. "Yeah, I got it. Thanks." Yi wanted to nod his head. "You're welcome." The White Tiger members saluted and then simply turned around and left. Shen's father and mother, who had long heard the commotion, walked out the door and saw the two children, both of whom were immensely relieved and happy. Especially Yi Xiang. In the past 6 months, this kid didn't know how many times he had been on the news and TV. "Mom, I want braised fish, spicy tofu, spicy chicken, and, as soon as Xin Yue came home, her childish nature surged up and she hurriedly shouted. Yi Xiang walked up and nodded. "Auntie and uncle." Xin mother looked at Yi Xiang, who was quite a bit more spirited than before, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, grown up." Shen Tianyang raised his hand and patted Yi Xiang's shoulder with force. "All right, come in and eat. Yesterday, Yue said that you guys are coming back today, and have long prepared a big table full of dishes." As soon as the two entered the house, they took a glance at the table full of delicacies. No matter how often you come back, the taste of home never changes. The two children were getting better and better, and Shin's father and mother couldn't help but smile at each other. The more they looked at each other, the more satisfied they became. But the attentive Shin mother seemed to have noticed something. Between the two children, although they seemed as cordial as ever, there seemed to be more of a disconnect. But with two kids that old, she couldn't be bothered with too much. After finishing lunch, Yi wanted to take out the Jiu Yang Hui Dan and handed it to Shen Tianyang's table and said, "Uncle, this pill can restore your right hand meridian problem." Shen Tianyang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't doubt what Yi wanted to say, so he looked at this elixir in front of him. His eyes were a little shocked. Really? He looked at his right hand. Even when he traveled to Kyoto in the beginning, many of the top physician professions said that they could not do anything about it. So Shen Tianyang had long since stopped reporting any hope after so many years, and it turned out to be so sudden that it could be restored? Well, it's fine. It just hurts a little. Yi wanted to admonish. Although he hadn't used the 9-yang return pill, but through the medicinal effect of destroying and then remodeling, he didn't need to think about it to know that it must have been very painful. Shen Tianyang looked at the fiery red elixir in front of him with some excitement. Having had several surgeries in the beginning, a little pain is nothing. Yi wanted to nod. Then it was nothing. The temperature has cooled down in the past 2 days. Yi wants you to wear thicker clothes. The green shirt is too thin. Mother Shen admonished. Since cultivating the human immortal body and inner Dan, Yi Xian's physical qualities were completely unaffected for the environment, but he still nodded his head to indicate that he knew. After having lunch, he wanted to go back to the house where he lived. Opening the door to the same small, 20-square-foot room, he put his backpack down, lay on the bed, and quietly stared at the ceiling. When I got home, I felt a lot lazier all of a sudden and kind of didn't want to practice. The auxiliary intelligence flew over at that moment and popped up Mozia's comm screen. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Just relax this winter vacation. There is no need to rush back to the team. There are no missions in the near future." Aha! Yi wanted to nod his head. Elementary school brother. Cultivate well. Vidui suddenly appeared in the screen as well and greeted. Mo Shou couldn't help but smile as the camera panned around to find everyone in the base behind the cafe. All looked this way one by one, nodding a little hello. Mo Shou briefly said a few words before hanging up the communication. Lifting his head, he looked at the crowd and said, "Alright, have you rested enough these days? Get ready to leave and head to Ba County to investigate what's going on with the Horned Ghost Phase Blood Ghost technique in. The Green Dragon troopers went over yesterday. Alas, elementary school brother is not here, still a little unaccustomed." Yuedi stretched his back and said in a bored manner, "After all, we're still in school, and let's move fast so we can make it home in time for New Year's." Zhang Shi laughed. Mo Xiu looked at several profiles on the side, all of which were outstanding youths from the 3 top colleges, and after going through the last test to match the data, Mo Xiu realized that the choppers were currently very short of front rows, which the Chu team used to be able to carry by themselves, but after losing the Chu team, the short board appeared all of a sudden. Although do not expect to be able to find a comparison to the Chu team, but at least is good at defense, or even pure defense, and has a not bad fighting ability. In fact, is still relatively rare. However, there was indeed one person in the profile who was very suitable, but unfortunately the level was still too low, only 27. Wang Jun, level 27 Boundary Master. By the looks of the stats, although it's pure defense, the junction skill is used innovatively and has a decent amount of damage. It was still a discovery made while focusing on Yi Xiang, and it did seem like a good career prospect, but unfortunately it hadn't grown up yet. It couldn't be helped, so Mo Xiu focused his attention on the other 2 profiles. Judgment of Colleges, level 42 Paladin, Li Chang, High Defense Professions, with a few supporting aura skills, did not show up at the college competition because of their professions. The other was a level 44, Rashomon Mage, Bai Yao Yao. It's a student of St. Chime High School, specializing in pure defense, with skills that are all related to Rashomon, though it can devour skills to strengthen its own abilities, which is a bit like Team Chu, except that it's a girl front row. Mo Xiu stroked his chin. It did make people a little worried. After all, the missions that the choppers carried out were all very dangerous. The database of the 3 top colleges is where the choppers are able to view information at will, and each student development direction is categorized. Now that the team lacked a profession like front row Chu team, it was natural to look towards professions categorized as defense. Send these 2 personal data to the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, whether to recruit into the reserve team, but also to see the captain to choose. After Yi wanted to stay at home for a few days, he picked up his backpack and said to Shen's parents, and then got up and took the car to go to Yunming's. Xin Yue wanted to follow. Yi Xiang tapped her brow and told her to cultivate properly, then gave a string of 12 white spirit beads. These white spirit beads were all around level 30, and he didn't have much use in absorbing them, but it was just right to give them to Xin Yue without too many side effects. It was refined from the low-grade blood spirits he wanted to collect on the battlefield before. Seeing this crystal-clear white spirit bead, Xin Yue liked it and was still a little reluctant to absorb it. After Yi Xian left, Shen Tianyang took out that 9-yang Hui Dan from time to time. his face full of joyful smiles. Shen's mother was mopping the floor. After seeing this scene, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's been a few days since I saw it. It's for you to eat, not for you to see. Aren't you looking forward to your right hand recovering every day? What else to look at? Shen Tianyang sighed slightly. Happiness came too suddenly. I have to be given time to prepare. And didn't Yi Xiang say it would hurt a bit? Hearing this, Mother Shen put down the mop and teased. I also don't know who said they weren't afraid of pain. After Shen Tianyang took a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the elixir. In the next moment, Shen Tianyang's body was covered in veins and his eyes were covered in blood. At first he tried to hold on, but soon he was torn apart by the pain that came from his arm that cut his flesh and scraped his bones. Bastard! It's called a little pain? But after 10 minutes or so, Shen Tianyang felt that his arm did not hurt anymore. His body was covered with white smoke. His body seemed to be 5 or 6 years younger, and the whole person was instantly quite comfortable. Seemingly realizing something, Shen Tianyang couldn't help but take off his shirt. Upon seeing his lean muscles, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The effect of a single elixir was like shedding his bones? Mother Shen also couldn't help but look a bit dumbfounded. The change was indeed a bit big. Shen Tianyang looked at his right hand. The appearance could not be seen to have changed much, but the whole hand, very stable, no longer the uncontrollable trembling that it used to have. A bright light exploded in his eyes, and his tone was very excited. Wife, I seem to have really recovered. Shen Tianyang hurriedly opened a virtual page, which was a simple test of hand speed accuracy in Sanluo High School. As a machinist, precise and detailed designs, you must need both hands to build the design. He hadn't tried for a long time. He used to reach a maximum peak hand speed of 298 and once he missed once it was counted as a failure. Ever since the nerve problems in his right hand he couldn't even get past 60 before he couldn't control his fingers and made a mistake. Shen Tianyang took a deep breath, raised his hands, and placed them on the virtual screen. Shen's mother watched from the sidelines and was also a little nervous. The next moment, star points appeared on the virtual screen. Shen Tianyang quickly reacted, and the fingers of both hands accurately clicked to touch the star point. Start scoring. Along with more and more star points appearing, his hand speed was getting faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed 60. Shen's mother also couldn't help but hold her breath. Time passed little by little. Looking at the score has broken through to 200 when the speed of the star point accelerated again. Shen Tianyang still appeared to be at ease. It lasted until 320 points before Shen Tianyang felt the strain rise, but was still able to hold on. 350, 370, 400, 439, 487. After many years, it was surprising to see another test break the record of his peak. Shen Tianyang looked at his hands in disbelief and couldn't help but shed tears. This means that one can once again delve into the mechanical career path. After more than a decade of delay, his rank had regressed to the point where he was not as good as a young man, but he was confident that he could catch back up. The rank was not enough, but over the years, for mechanical paths and ideas, he never stopped. He raised his head and excitedly hugged Shen's mother with a fierce kiss. Honey, I'm good. Shen's mother also couldn't help but cry with joy, but still didn't have the good sense to say. They are almost 40 years old. What can they do if they get well? Hurry up and go wash the dishes. Yunmeng's station entrance. You wanted to walk out of the station entrance with a backpack, a green shirt and dusty temperament. Attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially girls have attention. What a clean-cut and handsome youth. And it seems to be a Taoist profession. Some time ago, a number of Taoist professions were given a book of Tao skills that belonged solely to their heritage, and it also caused quite a stir. Concealment, wind control, water tracking, talismanic water, and other endless Tao techniques were simply very enviable. On the occupation list, in addition to the hidden occupations, the Taoist occupation, which was originally hanging in the balance, instantly jumped to the top 20, and even continued to climb. After this year, Yi Xiang would be 17 years old, and the cultivation of the human immortal body had made him shed a lot of his childishness. He stood at the entrance to the station, waiting for Lin Feng to come over. After all, he had promised earlier and Lin Feng had said that he would arrive soon. It didn't take long for Lin Feng, who was dressed in a casual gray suit, to walk towards him, and likewise attracted the attention of many people. Standard 1 meter 8.5 tall, well proportioned. As a time mage profession, his body has always carried a unique sense of mystery, which is easy for people to get addicted to. But the truth was that Lin Feng, as the president of the Holy Chime Student Association, often had access to many beautiful and outstanding girls, yet he had never heard of him having any scandals or objects. Lin Feng walked up to Yi Xiang and looked at the familiar green shirt with some doubts. It's all the way home, don't you even change? Yi Xiang glanced at his green shirt and shook his head. I'm used to wearing it. It actually feels quite comfortable. I guess I'll have to ask my schoolmate where the dress was ordered sometime. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. He just spoke. It's almost noon. Let's have lunch first before going to Wudong Mountain. There's not much to eat on the mountain. Okay. You wanted to have no opinion. The two of them casually found a restaurant to settle their lunch, and when they saw Yi Xiang hard drying a bucket of rice, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Good guy. No wonder you've been drinking nutritional potions. You're a bit strong. Yi Xiang was somewhat helpless. There's no way. My cultivation consumes too much food. In fact, there are two other ways. One is to refine a grain-repelling elixir. Eat one. And for normal people, it's fine if they don't eat for 3 months. However, the rescue pill was a fifth turn pill, which he could not yet refine by himself, and it consumed quite a lot of medicinal herbs. The second one was that after the purple gold pill broke through the fourth turn, it could absorb the aura between heaven and earth and replenish the physical strength, thus doing away with the grain. When checking out, the waitresses were stunned looking at the two handsome men in front of them. They couldn't believe it. A big bucket of rice was finished? After eating their fill, the two of them took a taxi and headed straight over toward Wudong Mountain. The reason why this place is Yunming's is also because of Dongting Lake. But thousands of years ago, Dongting Lake was far more expansive by several times than it is now, so it was known as the land of the Great Zay. Take a cab ride, weaving in and out of the bridge over the lake, looking out over the large lake that looks like a river, with excellent views. It was the first time he wanted to see such a beautiful scenery in the territory. Before that, he was in the realm of foreign beasts or in the realm of foreign races. Is this trip to Wudong Mountain intended to find the Taoist inheritance? Lin Feng sat on the sidelines, curious about the question. Yi wanted to nod. Sort of. The Jingzhou Dragon Field, which had been occupied by the pupil nightmare foreigners for decades, all still had the Confucian mind inheritance, which was why Yi Xiang realized that Wudong Mountain might still have the inheritance in place as well. I'd been here once before and didn't notice it maybe. The cab stopped at the bottom of the hill and there was no longer a road to go up. After paying the money, Yi Xiang and Lin Feng got off together and looked up at Wudong Mountain. In ancient times, there were many names such as Taiyue, but later there was a real person named Zhang Sanfeng who realized the way in this place. So this place became a holy place of Taoism, and rumor has it that it was also the place where many immortal scholars and Taoists stayed in ancient times. Wudong Mountain is located in the west of Utopia City and south of Shenangjia. The scenery is naturally undoubted. However, Yi Xiang frowned slightly. The aura here seemed to be very thin. It was impossible to cultivate. Lin Feng also felt uncomfortable here and shook his head slightly. It's strange. Logically speaking, in a place like this, how can you cultivate faster than in the city? But the energy aura here, it's simply low. Yi wanted to nod his head. He was a Taoist by profession, and after walking into Wudong Mountain, he felt a sense of being overwhelmed. Savoring the sensation, his eyes narrowed. He probably guessed what? The Taoist inheritance is broken. The heavenly Tao is like an invisible nail. The whole Wudong Mountain she nailed to death, not allowing the Taoist sect to develop. He wanted to raise his head and look at the sky, squeezing the palms of his hands hard. Is it a means for the royal family to utilize the heavenly changes? Walk up? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He wanted to shake his head. Fly up. With one hand tugging on Lin Feng's arm and one hand cupping up the royal wind Taoist method, he flew along the stone stairs directly towards the mountain. Over 1,000 meters, the two arrived at the top of the mountain in a few minutes. Lin Feng's long sigh of relief was lifted more or less some panic, raised his head and said, later down the mountain give me a god-traveling talisman. I walked down. Yi Think didn't pay attention to him, and his gaze fell on the dilapidated Taoist temple around him. Almost all of it had collapsed. None of it was inhabited, and it was as overgrown and windswept as it had been when it had been a few years ago. Bleak, lonely, although it was dilapidated. Yi wanted to walk in, with a pilgrimage heart, into this Wudong Mountain Taoist temple. Lin Feng followed behind Yi Xiang and walked into the main hall together. Full of weeds and broken roof tiles, it has long been unable to shelter from the wind and snow. Lifeless, without Taoism. Yi wanted to look up at the dusty portrait of Jin Wu hanging above the main hall. His expression couldn't help but be solemn as he stepped forward and said softly, Disciple Yi Think, pay respects to the ancestor. 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. There was no response, only a breeze from the doorway that swept the dead leaves up and down. Lin Feng stood by the side and watched silently, sighing slightly, because of Yi Xiang, and then later entered the chopping team. Quite a lot of information that had information about the Tao sect, he had also found out. It is indeed sad to see the state of Taoism today. 100 years ago, the Tao sect had actually stopped the invasion of the foreign races twice, a sight that he could hardly imagine and could hardly hide his shock. Yi remembered behind him, walking towards the side door and wandering along the dilapidated corridors to all the broken Taoist temples throughout Wudong Mountain. Although it was a Taoist temple, it couldn't feel the slightest bit of Taoist qi, and its spiritual energy was also extremely thin. The spiritual energy consumed earlier by casting the Tao Law of Royal Wind, here, was recovered very slowly. Looking at the ruins of the Taoist temple, he wanted to but meditatively felt as if there was something in front of him guiding him. The farther he walked, Lin Feng was after all a mage. Although he had been cooperating with the gravity room to exercise his physique during this period of time, but compared to Yi Xiang, that naturally wasn't half a star, and he was somewhat unable to keep up with his footsteps. After thinking about it, it would be nice to simply stop and wait outside until he returned. There should be no danger here. 10 minutes later, he wanted to come to a Taoist temple that was still fairly well preserved. Push open the long dusty door. For some reason, Yi Xiang steeply had an inexplicably familiar feeling floating in his heart. On the incense sandalwood, enshrined already dusty portrait of Taishan Laojun. The tablet is full of dust. The two sides neatly placed Taisher chairs. The table is placed on the teacups that have not yet been collected. As if there was some kind of emergency that year, he went out the door. The scene in front of him was as if he had seen it in a dream. Yi Xiang slightly frowned, somewhat puzzled. This is the first time I've ever felt this way. He looked toward the portrait of the Supreme Lord and bowed 3 times as he had done earlier. He wanted to know that he was different from the previous Taoist priests. There was no one to pass on the degrees, no master, no previous person to lead the way. Even old senior Qing Yunzi, who had been groping for cultivation on his own, cautioned that he did not need to imitate the cultivation of his predecessors, and that it was only right to walk out of his own path of the heavenly master. But whenever he thought about it, Yi Xian was a bit silent. Is he really on the right path? The Taoist state of mind he chose was the unkindness of heaven and earth, and it was the afterglow of the saints when the dragon field was enlightened that he sensed the trials and tribulations and state of mind of knowing and doing. Qing Yunzi had also said that the previous heavenly masters had never been like him, but it is such a heavy burden that falls on one's shoulders. Yi Xiang stood up at this time, and the feeling of meditation steeply became much clearer. A hint of surprise crossed his eyes, as if it was a touch of Dao Yi Chi pulling on his senses. This feeling, and the previous breakthrough of the second turn, see the innate Dao formation to pull themselves somewhat similar, only compared to the two, one is like a star, one is like a white moon. He got up and followed the direction of the tugging chakra, opened the offset door and you were greeted by a hallway. At the end of the corridor, you wanted to see at a glance a dragon's head in the distance with a small bronze tripod-style incense altar. This dragon's head incense is a stone beam overhanging close to 3 meters outward, and below it is a 10,000 foot cliff. In a trance, you wanted to see that on that bronze incense altar, 3 pillars of incense were lit, and it was that wisp of incense chi that pulled himself to arrive. But when he came closer, he noticed that there was no so-called incense in the small bronze tripod, and that the earlier scene had affected him as if it was an illusion. You wanted to look at the dragon head incense in front of him and was a bit puzzled, but still raised his hand to execute the Ziwu skill, which knew that just at this moment, in the haze, you wanted to seem to hear a good after a wisp of green smoke rose from the small bronze tripod and flew towards the side of the cliff face. It was only then that you wanted to see that there was an old mahogany sword on the cliff face. As soon as the green smoke rolled, the peachwood sword, which had been put away for an unknown number of years, actually shook a bit and fell steeply downwards towards the bottom. Yi Xian's face changed, and without saying a word, he leapt up and performed the Dao technique of wind, leaving the corridor and flying towards the cliff. When he was only 1 meter away from that mahogany sword, he immediately performed Taiji. The cloud chi swept, and the mahogany sword fell into his hand like a sword coming. The wisp of green smoke also surged from the body of the mahogany sword and climbed along the arm into the center of Yi Xiang's brow. For a moment, it was as if a white-robed, middle-aged Taoist with long, flowing hair appeared in his mind. This Taoist held an identical peachwood sword and performed a set of sword techniques. The wind blows the lotus, swaying from side to side, flying clouds and flowing water, wearing continuous, stepping and hanging feet. You wanted to realize that this set of swordsmanship seemed to be stripped of the principles of the Taoist 8 trigrams, which seemed to be floating and full of energy, yet step by step. Just then, the sword technique mindset appeared in his mind. Mixed one breath, pure yang initial movement, the immortals show the way, and the Quakers pen it. The day sky holds the moon, the rainbow goes around the sky. After comprehending and memorizing as much of the sword technique heart technique as he could, he wanted to open his eyes, only to find that surprisingly, only a split second had passed, and he was still in the mid-air of the cliff. Hurriedly, the royal wind re-entered the corridor before looking at the mahogany sword in his hand with some clarity. Pure yang sword technique. Then the figure that appeared in his mind earlier, was it not the Taoist's ex Lu Zhu? The dragon's head survives a green smoke. leaving the heart of the sword to continue pure yang. He wanted to look at the mahogany sword in his hand. It clearly looked very old, but when he looked closely, he realized that it was just an unimpressive appearance. But the whole sword was permeated with the Taoist meaning of containment, and there was no sense of dilapidation. Raising his hand, he executed the pure yang sword technique, and in an instant, a white Pylian sword dipper whistled up and chopped down the outside of the cliff. Yi Xiang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The power of this sword could be quite a bit higher than the power of his own sword talisman casting. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked to the front of the dragon head incense that had completely lost all of its Tao intent, earnestly raised his hand and said, "Disciple Yi Xiang, thank you, Ancestor Lu, for pointing out the pure yang sword." This sword skill could actually point directly to the pure yang sword intent. Although he had comprehended the sword skill, he obviously still had quite a distance to go if he wanted to comprehend the pure yang sword intent. For some reason, at this moment, you wanted to go to war a little bit. It's true that there's been some juggling enough in the meantime. After getting used to killing on the battlefield and going back to school again, he could do closed-door training on his own, but without killing the foreigners. He always felt that something was missing. Holding the mahogany sword tightly, his eyes were deep. This Wudong Mountain's last wisp of Taoist intent is in this pure yang wooden sword. He naturally wants to make this wisp of Taoist intent, so that the foreigners can take a good look at it, and the Taoist inheritance will not be broken. He couldn't do anything to restore the Dao sect's inheritance for the time being, but that didn't mean that nothing could be done. The only ones still fighting on the front line right now are Desert City in the north and Ba County and Jingzhou in the southwest. The northern ice demon Fei have been restless, skirmishing from time to time. On the southwestern side, since taking down Jingzhou, the union between the pupil nightmare Fei and the horned ghost Fei had become more and more obvious, amounting to a two-sided attack, so Ba County would definitely be taken down. Lin Feng had also said this before, so Yi Xiang was now a bit puzzled. According to reason, the Ba County side would either let the Ace Ting snake troops go over, or let the decapitation team go over. It's impossible that there's been no movement like this. In past years, if you wanted to spend the new year in peace and quiet, the foreigners never let the Chinese human race breathe. But after all, Yi Xiang is a person of the decapitation reserve team. Without instructions, he cannot act without authorization, and in a few days, he will still go to the Jingzhou Dragon Field to practice. You wanted to turn around and return the same way, and when he walked out of the main hall, he saw that Lin Feng had been waiting at the door. Standing at the top of the mountain, you have a view of the mountains, a view that is usually hard to see. Seemingly hearing the footsteps behind him, Lin Feng turned his head, and with a glance he noticed the peachwood sword in Yi Xiang's hand, and couldn't help but ask, "Finished shopping?" "Aha." Yi wanted to nod his head. "Where do you plan to go next?" "Cultivate over at the Dragon Field in Jingzhou," Yi Xiang said truthfully. Lin Feng nodded. "That's fine. It's indeed suitable for cultivation there. Are we going down now?" Yi wanted to look at the terrain of Wudong Mountain, and after pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "Wait a while. I want to confirm something. In the Taoist collection, there is a miscellany that roughly records a corpse ancestor is suppressed in this Wudong Mountain. The corpse ancestor himself was in existence after killing his body and becoming a demon, like a plague, and his strength wasn't even that much worse than the throne. If the record is true, then this Wudong Mountain inheritance is broken, and the suppression has lost its Dao Qi. This corpse ancestor will most likely come out." Thinking of this, Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the auxiliary intelligence to scan the entire topographical map of Wudong Mountain. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng also let his auxiliary intelligence go scanning. Soon, after a few minutes, the two auxiliary intelligences scanned the entire topographical map of Wudong Mountain, which appeared in front of the crowd in great detail. You wanted to keep a close eye on all the mountain peaks, corners and other locations. As a place of suppression, there must be something to be said, even after so many years had passed. Although Lin Feng was puzzled, he knew that now was not the time to disturb him. He wanted to reopen that page of records in his mind, and based on the topographical map, he quickly locked the approximate location. I don't know if it was a coincidence that it was the very bottom of the cliff where he had gotten the mahogany sword earlier. With a slight frown, he turned his head towards Lin Feng and said, "Under this Wudong Mountain, there's a possibility that a corpse ancestor has been suppressed. Should we go down and take a look?" Lin Feng's eyes glared. "You're not kidding, right? Why else would I come over?" Yi Xiang asked rhetorically. Lin Feng frowned, then said, "Go down and take a look first. If we're sure, the two of us shouldn't act rashly." Yi Xiang nodded. He wasn't that stupid. If it was really a corpse ancestor, the two of them alone definitely couldn't solve it. "Go." He wanted to yank Lin Feng, and without giving him a chance to react, he directly fell from the cliff with the wind. Lin Feng is really some panic, tightly grasped the hand. "You slow down. Fall down. I use the forbidden art. Time reversal are useless. Infinite be dropped to death. You wanted to look at him a little strangely. You're afraid of heights? Previously, on the Bone Skeleton Fey realm, their decapitation team had jumped from over the bone abyss, and they hadn't seen Lin Feng afraid. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to say, I just simply don't trust you very much. What kind of tugging flies directly? Okay then, I'll let go? Yi wanted to nod. There was nothing else he could do. He had to wait until after the third turn of the Violet Gold Dan before he could use the method of invoking the clouds of the earth-severing avatar, but he didn't know if he could use it. After all, this kind of belonged to borrowing momentum, so it's not really necessary to borrow the cloud over after the sky changes. The method of invoking the clouds allows one to stagnate in the air, and then using the royal wind can carry several people flying at once. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng was silent. Pretend he didn't. You go on. Flying all the way on the royal wind, thousands of meters high. In a few minutes, he flew down, exactly under the cliff where the mahogany sword was hanging, a location where almost no one could come over. After the two landed, Yi wants perception. There was an uncomfortable feeling, which was even more difficult than being on top of the Dao door pressing victory. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown as well, surveying the surroundings with a vague sense of foreboding. The jungle was all around, but not far away. Quite suddenly, there was a deep pool. This deep pool was 2 or 3 meters across, though not large. But the strange thing was, there was no waterfall up there. So how did a deep pool appear down here? He wanted to raise his hand and 6 talismans floated in front of him, then quickly flew towards the deep pool. All of them were pure talismans, but after approaching the deep pool, all of them dissipated silently. It's here. Yi Xiang raised his eyebrows and confirmed. The Dao collection records are correct. This below really suppresses what? Even if it is not the corpse ancestor, but also absolutely origin is not small. Otherwise the pure talisman cannot be a probe on so big reaction. He wanted to look at the auxiliary intelligence and said, Contact Team MO. The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and began to make contact, and the screen switched, and instead of switching videocoms, Team MO had voice. What's wrong? Wudong Mountain is suppressing a corpse ancestor, and there is a possibility that the seal will not be able to suppress it, and the reaction will be huge. Yi Xiang said directly. There was a long silence across the room for a moment. And Team MO quickly responded. I'll give Team Chu a heads up, and he'll come over. Yi Think couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Aren't you coming, Team MO? Just then, the communication seemed to be half affected, and there was a current sound that took a long time to come back. MO Shio returned. I'm testing on my side. Let's wait until I'm done. I've already notified Team Chu. It'll be at your place soon. Just locate it and turn it on. After MO Shio finished speaking, he simply hung up the communication. Seemingly busy. He wanted to frown slightly. He wasn't stupid and had already sensed that something was wrong. Turning his head to Lin Feng, who had also seen the scene just now, he stroked his chin and guessed. Is there a possibility that Team MO and the others left us behind and went on a mission by themselves? Yi Xiang instantly had a black line. It's really possible. After all, the choppers had begun to act 2 months ago, before Jingzhou was even fought. Mostly Bucks County, I think. Then should we wait for Team Chu to come over? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the deep pool. Both were wary of not getting closer. At a distance, there was no half-hearted feeling that he had drifted up after joining the decimation team. It would be no joke if there was really a corpse ancestor being suppressed down here. One can only wait. Yi Xiang sat down on the ground and meditated on branding the human immortal pattern. The aura was thin, but it didn't affect Cun's cultivation. Lin Feng glanced at the deep pool and nodded as well, and together they began to meditate and cultivate their spiritual power. This wait went from daylight to dark. When the sky was completely dark, the unresponsive deep pool steeply flooded a small bubble up. Silk magic gas from the deep pool diffused out. In just an instant, the deep, unseen pool turned blood red. This obvious change in aura was instantly perceived by Yi Xiang and Lin Feng, and both of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their gazes falling silently into that deep pool. Is there a problem with this seal? Nothing happened for so many years, but as soon as we came, something happened? Lin Feng frowned, feeling that it was a bit of a coincidence. However, Yi Xiang glanced at the Zhenguan peachwood sword in his hand and instantly realized, did Lu Zhu place a pure yang peachwood sword to reinforce the seal? There was also that dragon head incense most likely. Thinking of this, he wanted to directly lift his hand and fling the mahogany sword out. As expected, invisibly, it was as if there was a force that made the pure yang mahogany sword hover in the mid-air of the deep pool, and that remnant of the Taoist intent pervaded the surroundings. The bubbles on the deep pool immediately disappeared. Only the water of the deep pool still looked dark red and deep. He wanted to get up and looked at Lin Feng and said, I'll go up and light the dragon head incense. I'll be right back. Well, Don't worry, it won't die. Lin Feng nodded. He took his pocket watch out of his arms and gazed warily into the deep pool. No bubbles surfaced, so naturally he was less nervous. But why does it feel like Shamu is getting redder and redder? Lin Feng glanced at the mahogany sword that was in mid-air and settled down slightly. Yi Xiang was already flying towards the top with the wind, 1,000 meters high, and stepping on the edge of the cliffs while using the wind. His speed was not too slow. After coming to the corridor again, Yi wanted to raise his hand, and the 5 elements fire emerged in his hand, illuminating the surroundings, and soon found some descending incense on the ground. After lighting it with the 5 elements fire, his figure leapt and stood firmly on the stone beam of the dragon head incense. Then, holding the incense with both hands, he knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times before inserting the incense into the small bronze tripod. White smoke wafted up, and Sherlong's eyes seemed to light up abruptly, and for a moment it seemed as if he had come to life. However, this scene was not seen by Yi Xiang, who only felt that the surrounding Daoan tent was quite dense all of a sudden. In fact, Yi Xiang had already reacted at this time, that the mahogany sword was only for his own inheritance of the pure young sword skill, not for him to take away. This mahogany sword was left here, obviously with the intention of suppressing the corpse ancestor's seal. Thinking about all this, he wanted to raise his head to look at the auxiliary intelligence, the communication connected to Lin Feng, and opened his mouth to ask, "How's it going down there?" "It's really strange." Just now after a wisp of dragon-shaped white smoke fell into the deep pool from above. The pool water immediately returned to clarity. Lin Feng responded. Yi wanted to nod. "Then there's no problem. It seems that the seal still serves a purpose." Taking a step, the whole person directly fell sharply from above, and when he was still 7 or 8 meters from the ground, he pinched up the royal wind Taoist law, and the whole person suddenly floated down like a falling leaf. Obviously, Yi wanted to use the royal wind Taoist art more and more casually and naturally. Raising his hand, he gripped the pure young peachwood sword into his hand, then flung it with force, landing it on the crag just in time to catch it. He wanted to clap his hands and spoke. "There's no problem for now. Of course it's during the time of sandalwood, and after the incense breaks, what's down here is sure to fold again. That dragon head incense are not sure how many years broken. Conservatively more than half a century or so. This below the seal also do not know how long it can last. In case it was really a corpse ancestor. Once it came out, it would definitely be no small trouble. Although it could be suppressed for the time being, it was definitely better to get rid of this trouble." At this time, Yi Xiang's communication from Zhuangchu popped up in front of him. "Are you sure it's the corpse ancestor seal?" Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and asked. "As you can see by the background picture, he's on an airplane, heading this way." "Well, it is recorded as a corpse ancestor, and it matches the sealing location." Yi Xiang nodded his head. "Which one is it, little friend?" The camera panned and the face of old Mr. Wang Lu appeared on the screen. Yi Xiang froze for a moment, not expecting that the old Confucian gentleman had also come. "Sir, I'm not too sure. Guessing it's the corpse ancestor winning hook." Yi thought that it wasn't just a random guess, the previous demonic aura, and the scene of the deep pool turning into blood water. Of the 4 great corpse ancestors, only winning hook was the most suitable. Wang Lu understood and nodded. "I know." Yi wanted to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The corpse ancestor's predecessor was, after all, a Confucian after killing the body and entering the devil. And Wang Lu, as a Confucian 9 big brother, must know something. Perhaps back then, this place of suppression was sealed jointly by Confucianism and the Taoist sect. Time passes little by little. The sandalwood incense of the bronze small tripod is quickly burned out, and the naked eye can see that the pool water of this deep pool slowly begins to turn red again. Yi Xiang did not hesitate, got up and immediately flew towards the top of the mountain with the wind, and renewed the sandalwood incense. After he had gone back and forth 3 whole times, he saw a fighter jet fly over based on the coordinates Yi wanted Lin Feng to provide. Wang Lu and Zhuangchu fell down from the sky above. Both of them wore plain robes and long shirts, which in turn made Lin Feng feel as if he shouldn't go and get a long shirt as well. Zhuangchu couldn't help but nod his head after noticing that Yi Xiang's level had risen to 38. Steady and steady, the progress is considered fast. After Lin Feng pushed up 5 revolutions, he stopped using the blood spirit to continue ascending. Instead, just like the members of the decapitation team, he mainly used cultivation to accumulate and used the blood spirit to make breakthroughs, which was the most suitable. Wang Lu's gaze fell on the deep pool at once, and he seemed to sense something and looked upwards, his eyes landing on the peachwood sword before looking further away. Even in the dead of night, he still saw the stone beam dragon head at the very top. After receiving the answer, Wang Lu nodded. This is indeed the place to suppress the corpse ancestor recorded in the ancient books. Winning hook. He turned his head to Yi Xiang and continued. Corpse ancestors are killing bodies into demons. and cannot be eliminated unless they find the one who turned them into killing bodies in the first place, and obtain the demon unraveling text. Otherwise there is only the option of suppression and sealing. Can't you find the demon solving text? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Wang Lu shook his head. Unsurprisingly, these 4 corpse ancestors all separately killed the Confucian gentleman who turned himself into a murderer. And so many years have passed. The predecessors have long since passed away, and no one knows about the demon-solving scripts except the corpse ancestors themselves. But it's not a big problem, just reinforce the seal. The main thing is that the dragon's head incense on it can't be broken for the time being. Speaking of this, Wang Lu raised his hand and a brush fell into his hand, and after writing a string of ancient words in the air, it emitted pure vastness and fell into the surroundings of the deep pool. It was only then that you wanted to notice that there were surprisingly 6 very small tablets around the deep pool, and as the Haoreng Jinqi fell on the tablets, the nearly fuzzy text on them became quite clear all of a sudden. A, Tian, Jing, Shimo, Run, Shou, Shun. The whole deep pool churned up in a strange way. The gray shell on the surface of the inscription steeply cracked, revealing warm white jade, obviously the handwriting of the Confucian ancestors. Quite intentional. After reinforcing the vast qi in the ancient text jade tablet, Wang Lu took the opportunity to feel the entire deep pool seal in detail, and his brows were suddenly furrowed for a long time before he opened his eyes and sighed long and hard. The Taoist sect has indeed been more attentive, placing formations and true words in this deep pool, and also utilizing the terrain's dragon energy. Unfortunately, this place by the heaven change pressure victory, Dao array several broken. The true words do not show. The terrain of the dragon gas is incense broken. Wang Lu didn't continue. He just raised his head to look at Yi Xiang, the 9 revolutions heavenly master, in order to renew the inheritance of the Taoist sect. But how to pass this hurdle of heavenly change? A lot of things, often when thought about seriously, always give no clue. You wanted to hear and understand that as long as he ensured that the fragrance of the dragon head incense on the top would continue, and then allowed the formation in the deep pool to recover, and then allowed the true words to be revealed, this seal that suppressed the corpse ancestor could be perfectly restored. However, the formation itself needed at least 4 revolutions to be able to do so, and it wasn't certain that he would be able to repair this sealing formation once he had comprehended the Dao of formation. A Dao formation that could seal the corpse ancestor was definitely not a simple Dao formation. However, some time ago, borrowing the Yin-Yang clan's inheritance in Taoist scriptures, he had comprehended the 9 characters of truth, so perhaps he could restore the truth here. He wanted his gaze to fall into the deep pool, turned his head to look at old Mr. Wang Lu and asked, "Are the 9 true words of the Taoist sect down there?" "Well, when you enter the water you can see 9 heavy stone monuments underneath the water, linked together by chains." "Good." Yi Xiang nodded and directly pinched the Dao water avoidance technique. Only a thin layer of light blue water patterns emerged on his body, and after covering his entire body, without a hint of hesitation, the entire person walked directly into the deep pool. Once he entered the deep pool water, he immediately felt very cold. Even with the water avoidance skill overlay, still feel the cold bones. If it is not a human immortal body, ordinary people into this deep pool, not half a minute will lose consciousness. The water in the deep pool was still clear, but it was so deep that when you went down into it, it was pitch black and you couldn't see anything. You wanted to pinch up the spell in his hand, and a golden light spell sprang up on his body, trying to illuminate the surroundings more clearly. After his vision cleared, he immediately felt a trace of demonic energy welling up under the water and wandering around. Next to the deep pool, after Yi wanted to go into the water, Zhuang Chu and Wang Lu could not rest assured, also walked up together to enter the water. When Lin Feng was just about to follow him, Zhuang Chu turned his head to look at him and said, "You stay on the shore, and if we don't come up in an hour, leave immediately." Lin Feng's expression immediately became heavy, but he still nodded. Wang Lu and Zhuang Chu exuded vast and righteous qi from their bodies at the same time and jumped into the deep pool. As soon as the two of them entered the water, they saw a familiar golden light from afar, and it was none other than Yi Xiang. After going about 50 to 60 meters deep, you wanted to see one heavy boulder after another, linked together with thick chains, exactly 9 of them. Each stone was covered in thick moss, and a thick demonic aura coiled around it, clouding the 9 true words on it. You wanted to look down at the bottom, and could vaguely see something that looked like an ancient tomb at the bottom of the deep pool. He naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to go down there rashly, with the array pattern broken into the way it is now. That corpse ancestor was presumably severely lacking in strength and hadn't had the chance to recover before he was unable to come out. He had seen Zhuang Chu's appearance and knew that if the killing body remained unkilled, its strength would regress very quickly, but once it began to devour it, it would soon recover to its peak period, especially since it could not be killed. So it was no wonder that it could only be sealed and suppressed. He wanted to raise his hand, and the golden light transformed into a shovel, and with a click, he directly eradicated all the green moss and thick demonic chi from the boulder. Zhuang Chu and Wang Lu rushed over, and seeing this scene, they also cleared the rest of the boulders. The green moss was a good solution, but the thick demonic aura attached itself to the top of the boulder like an oil slick, shoveling it away and then diffusing it. There was no doubt that this was definitely something the corpse ancestor below had intended to do. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang levitated in the water, and the Tao mind realm appeared on his brow. When in doubt, recite the mantra of pure heaven and earth. In an instant, a circle of golden light spread, like ripples sweeping across the entire deep pool. The halo was bright and incomparable, and even Lin Feng, who was standing above the deep pool, could clearly see a circle of golden light wandering away. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng knew that it was Yi Xiang who was making a move. Even the death chi in the bone abyss could be purified. The demonic chi in this deep pool must not be much of a problem. As layers of golden light washed down, the thick demonic aura on the 9 boulders was rapidly disintegrating. It was cleared in the blink of an eye, restoring the 9 stone monuments to their original form. Under the moss, the script carved on it could already be faintly seen. It is the 9 true words of the Taoist sect. Yi Xiang opened his eyes and performed Taiji fist with both hands. The yin and yang forces condensed a ball of Taiji water in his hands. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu couldn't help but nod his head. Worthy of being the last heavenly master. At a young age, Tai Chi has already entered the realm of a grandmaster. Boo! The water mass rushed away and washed away all the moss on the 9 boulders cleanly. The chi power and water power were perfectly fused. It was not too convenient than cleaning it with a shovel earlier. However, the spiritual energy was consumed quite a bit, and he almost couldn't even stabilize the water avoidance technique Dao. Looking at the 9 clean and dry stone tablets, the fonts on them also appeared clearly in his eyes. It is the 9-letter word. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed in front of the army. There were still formations at the bottom of the deep pool, but there was definitely no way to repair them at the moment. But there was still not much of a problem in restoring the 9 characters back to life. He wanted to close his eyes, and the violet gold Dan in his dantian began to increase the amount of energy devouring the throne blood spirit to recover his spiritual energy. Wang Lu and Zhuang Chu helped Yi Xiang to protect him, and their gazes stayed on the ancient tomb below, their eyes deep. Especially Zhuang Chu could clearly perceive that below was an existence of his own kind, only that he himself had entered the devil and become a ruler, sealing all the killing intent demonic energy in his blood sword, and the other party was completely fused with the killing intent as one, becoming a corpse ancestor. Both have come out on different paths, but the winner, by far, is actually the one below. His own cultivation time was still short, and although he had transformed into a gentleman, his level was only 70, and when facing a corpse ancestor, he would need to turn 9 at the very least to deal with it. However, if one wanted to completely kill the corpse ancestor, perhaps only becoming a saint would qualify one to kill him. Soon after Yi wanted to recover his spiritual energy, without the slightest hesitation, he directly pinched up the spell of the Taoist sect's 9 characters of truth. Yi Xiang's spiritual energy instantly activated the Lin stone tablet, and a dense Tao Qi spread out, suppressing the stone tomb underneath. Yi Xiang changed the spell in his hands. Bing! The Bing character steel next to the Lin character steel also radiated light, obviously activated successfully, and the Tao Qi in the deep pool multiplied immediately. He wanted to even feel the 9 words of truth sensation left behind by his predecessors from these stone tablets. It was just like an inheritance that was reflected in his mind, deepening Yi Xiang's understanding of the 9 true words of the Tao sect. Do, the, all, formation. The moment the 6th formation character tablet was activated, a trace of an arcane formation pattern was steeply revealed around the stone tomb at the bottom of the deep pool, just for a moment. But the being in the stone tomb, as if abruptly awakened, seemed to realize that the seal was being restored. Terrifying demonic chi surged out from the sky, and the main target was clearly Yi Xiang. The demonic chi transformed into a dark red python that was ferocious and incomparable. Yi Xiang, however, had a calm face. With Team Chu and Mr. Wang Lu, there was really no need to worry. The ferocious-looking python rushed up, and in just a moment, the blood sword in Zhuang Chu's hand was sheathed. A sword pierced through the python's head, and the rushing killing intent tore through, directly slicing the python in half and dissipating away. The water of the pool became rough and muddy all of a sudden. Lin Feng, who was on the shore, saw the scene and realized that there must have been a problem down there, so he couldn't help but be a little worried. In front of the stone monument of columns, Yi Xiang's green robe was covered with water-avoiding patterns, and the spell in his hand was transformed into the columns. In the next moment, the column tablet was successfully activated, and the surrounding Tao Qi once again raised. The stone tomb at the bottom of the deep pool's floor reacted even more, and several consecutive demonic snakes surged out. However, they were all cut down by Zhuang Chu and Wan Lu, not threatening Yi Xiang in the slightest. After Yi wanted to calmly activate the remaining 2 stone tablets, the 9 characters of truth immediately emitted a dense Dao Qi. A beam of green light rushed up from the water of the pool and landed behind the dragon head incense. The dragon appeared to be transformed into a green dragon, and after circling around in the sky above Wudong Mountain, it rushed down in a hurry. Lin Feng was dumbfounded by this scene. He hadn't thought that the Dao sect from 100 years ago, before the transfer was opened, turned out to be so powerful. The door was set up at least hundreds of years ago, and it was surprising that it still had such weather. However, what Lin Feng didn't know was that if it wasn't for the heavenly change, with the earthly situation and heavenly phenomena, this green dragon would have been even more lifelike and powerful. The green dragon Dao Qi descended from the sky. The target, however, was not the bottom of the deep pool. Instead, Yi wanted to. Yi Xiang didn't even react when this green dragon Dao Qi landed on him. Even Zhuang Chu and Mr. Wang Lu froze when they saw the scene. In the next moment, Yi Xiang's long hair spread out and the purple robe on his body surged out. But just for a moment, the purple robe transformed into a deep green color. Inside Yi Xiang's body, a green dragon Dao Qi surrounded the purple gold Dan, seemingly pleading for something. After a moment of silence, the violet gold Dan shook slightly, seemingly agreeing. Qinglong Dao Qi directly rushed up without saying a word, opening his mouth and swallowing the purple gold Dan in one gulp. In an instant, Yi Xiang felt a green dragon Dao Qi enter into the main divine soul, and a pale tone resounded in his mind. Tianshi, I am a wisp of green dragon consciousness of dragon head incense. This corpse ancestor Win Hook cannot be sealed again for a long time. Borrowing the body of Tianshi, purple gold Dan as a dragon pearl. This comes to the green dragon god body a law, can be taught with the Tianshi, but this corpse ancestor Win Hook scourge cannot not be removed. Yi Xiang understood and nodded, saying in his mind, Senior, please go ahead. After saying that, he let go of his mind and let this green dragon consciousness control his body. He believed in the predecessors of the Taoist sect 100 years ago, and he also believed in this green dragon consciousness. After all, willing to suppress this corpse ancestor Win Hook and the dragon head incense for many years, without complaint and without regret. Just this consciousness is enough to admire. After receiving Yi Xiang's consent, the green dragon consciousness in the depths of the divine soul nodded in delight. His eyes glanced at the heavenly master system not far away, but his mind was in awe. The heavenly master's inheritance reappeared. But this 100 years of heavenly master's inheritance of heavenly master's change. Surprisingly, all the heavenly masters of the past generations were accommodated together. This teenager, his future is absolutely unlimited. Even if he taught him the green dragon divine body himself, nothing would happen. In the next moment, Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes. The eyes instantly turned into green vertical pupils, and a terrifying aura of vicissitude and dominance steeply swept up. A realm even soared and took off, breaking through the realm of the 9 turns in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu's face changed and he angrily shouted, What kind of demon? How dare you seize the body? He had to be shaken, not expecting this to happen on his watch at all. Wang Lu was just about to make a move when Qinglong opened his eyes, looked at him and said, Confucianism? I am the Wudong protector. Qinglong, borrow the body of the heavenly master and suppress the corpse ancestor Win Hook completely. With limited time, he didn't explain more to Wang Lu. Raising his hand, the green dragon Dao intent on his body transformed into a long green dragon blade, and his entire body suddenly rushed towards the bottom with great speed. Yi Xiang's divine soul was not suppressed. He could feel all the changes in his body. The feeling was strange. The powerful green dragon Dao intent in his body, as if moving mountains and seas was just a thought. Many green dragon inheritance techniques were reflected in his mind, but the most powerful among them was the green dragon body. The battle power is unmatched and very powerful. It was somewhat similar to Chen Wanyan's battle dragon mage path, but compared to the human immortal body, it was quite a bit worse. You wanted to touch his chin, feeling that his vision was indeed much higher. The green dragon body couldn't even look at it. With a forceful chop of the long green dragon sword in his hand, combined with the empowerment of the 9 characters of truth from above, the ancient tomb exploded with a loud bang. In the next moment, a cloaked, blood-red figure appeared in front of the crowd. Just one glance was like the source of a demon, so bloody that it was revolting and frightening. It is the corpse ancestor Winning Hook, only she was bound by chains, the 9 true words of the Tao sect overpowering her. Raising her hand, a pair of bloodshot eyes and fangs gazing at the green dragon in death, the mournful, hoarse voice taunted, You old man, you really don't deserve to die. The green dragon did not respond, only stabbing the long green dragon blade into its body, and the spells in his hands were pinched up quickly. The long knife transformed into a green dragon surging inside his body, and the dragon's claws, head, and body fixed the corpse ancestor Windhoek's great aperture points respectively. This green dragon seal is sufficient to suppress you for another 20 years. 20 years? Even if it's 100 years. So what? The human race's heavenly changes. The Dao Sex Chi is dying. Do you really think I don't know? After 20 years, who will still be able to stop me? Windhoek was incomparably mocking. 100 years ago, the moment the sky changed, she knew that everything had changed outside. You wanted to silently look at Windhoek. According to the ancient records, before Windhoek became a corpse ancestor, she was rumored to be a goddess who guarded the Yellow Springs and Underworld Sea, and for some unknown reason, she killed her body and turned into a demon, and became the corpse ancestor Windhoek. But after all, rumors are rumors, and the ancients had many exaggerated accounts. After all, where there is the so-called Yellow Springs Underworld Sea, according to the directions recorded in the Tao collection, it is actually mostly the Dead Sea. Windhoek seemed to have discovered something. His brows furrowed as he stared dead at the green dragon. You're not the green dragon. Who the hell are you? The corner of Qinglong's mouth curled up. 20 years is also enough time for the Dao sect to re-emerge. Who is standing in front of you? You still don't recognize him? After locking you up for 1,000 years, your eyes have become that bad? Along with the last spell falling from his hand, the several large stones in the surrounding pool ground all floated up, and with a loud thud, they all landed on corpse ancestor Windhoek. After doing this, Yi Xiang abruptly realized that he could control his body. In his mind, Qinglong's consciousness became incomparably weak as he spoke. Protector Qinglong, thank you Heavenly Master. I only have one wish, to ask the Heavenly Master, if I can find Birdie in the future, to tell her that I have nothing to do with White Jiao. As soon as the words fell, the green dragon consciousness transformed into a wisp of green smoke, leaving Yi Xiang's body, leaving from the deep pool, and rejoining the stone-beam dragon head on the top of the cliff. Yi wanted to look strange, as if he had heard some unbelievable gossip. Tweety? Vermilion bird? And who are the white scaly scales? The green dragon robe on Yi Xiang's body dissipated and his purple robe returned to normal, but it was still beneficial to him after experiencing a powerful power once. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Windhoek's voice abruptly came from the green dragon stone disc in front of him. Are you really a celestial master? As soon as the words fell, a blurry figure appeared on the green dragon stone disc. Clean face, Miaojian dress, bloodshot calm eyes, curiously surveying Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang was instantly like an enemy, looking at her warily. Seeing him like this, Windhoek bristled. Can't you see that I've been sealed? You're scared of a ghost. Oh yeah, I'm no different from a ghost now. Wang Lu and Zhuangqiu walked down and couldn't help but sigh in relief after seeing Yi Xiang return to normal. Then he looked at Windhoek and said, the Dao formation here is broken, but you can only use this kind of suspicious tactic to scare no one. Who said I want to scare people? Kid, you haven't answered my question. Are you a celestial master? Windhoek didn't put Wang Lu in her eyes at all. As a saint slayer, she knew the bottom line of Confucianism very well. She stared tightly at Yi Xiang and asked again. Zhuangqiu frowned and shielded himself in front of Yi Xiang. I said you two need to get annoyed. It's so annoying. Go away. I'll talk to the handsome boy. What else can I do? Windhoek did not finish in a good mood. Directly jumped down from the stone mill, looking at Yi Xiang with eyes full of curiosity. It's really a celestial master. TSK, so powerful at such a young age. No wonder that old dragon said that sealing me for 20 years would be enough. At this moment, the Windhoek in front of him was just an illusion without the slightest fighting ability. But just based on the fact that this was for the wonderful and the playful, it could be seen how powerful Windhoek's blood illusion technique really was. How about this? How about we make a deal? Windhoek looked at Yi Xiang and asked. A pair of bloodshot eyes was incomparably spiritual. Little friend, don't be compelled by her. She is a corpse ancestor, Wang Lu reminded. Yi wanted to nod his head. Of course he wasn't so stupid that he would believe the appearance of this playful woman in front of him. The scene of the blood demon filling the air earlier, but it was so clear to see that it was simply terrifying. Zhuangqiu didn't say anything. He knew Yi Xiang's character, with a stability and perseverance that didn't match his age at all. Only on the outside it looked like there was always some lazy temperament. Yi thinking quietly looked at Windhoek. His eyebrows revealed the seal of Dao intent, and his pair of eyes then transformed into divine golden pupils. Seeing these eyes, even Windhoek, who was a corpse ancestor, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This kid, he really is a Taoist heavenly master. What a surprise and delight. What deal? Yi Xiang asked with incomparable indifference. Just to be clear, I'm not going to let you go. Just put that thought to rest. At this moment, Windhoek felt that he was not facing a teenager, but a genuine heavenly master. Really, it's not as cute as it was earlier. No more deals. No more fun. Looking at those eyes, Windhoek looked a little weak and directly dissipated in place, only to reappear in the next moment. In her hand, a blood-colored jade pendant appeared and threw it to Yi Xiang. Now that the Taoist sect is broken, even if you are a heavenly master, you don't have a Taoist protector to protect you, do you? This blood pendant was refined when I was young. It has my 3 divine soul imprints and can save you 3 times. Ha, you would be so kind? Wang Lu said as he looked at Windhoek with a cold face. Which of the 4 great corpse ancestors, in the ancient texts, was not in existence that caused a sea of blood to be killed? This blood pendant. It was definitely not as simple as the other party said. You old Confucian, shut up. You think I want to be a corpse ancestor? That was all you Confucians lying to me, saying something about being able to restore me. You're all liars. Big liars. Windhoek looked at Wang Lu. In fact, he had been suppressing a breath. At this moment, it was like he couldn't hold back and cursed at Wang Lu. Wang Lu couldn't help but freeze when he heard this, so he didn't say anything back even though he was scolded. After all, the corpse ancestor Windhoek is the most mysterious existence. The predecessor was sealed as a goddess. How to become the corpse ancestor of her? There is no detailed record. But all of a sudden, Windhoek looked as if he had discovered something and looked at Yi Xiang suspiciously. Frowning slightly, you don't see anything wrong? She suddenly came in front of Yi Xiang and tapped him on the forehead. A shadow of a piston flower floated in front of her body, but it dissipated in the blink of an eye. Corpse ancestor Windhoek's eyes lit up as if he had found something fun and was interested. TSK, what kind of tactic is this? So strange. Never seen it before. It's a bit interesting. What has become of the outside? Someone actually did this kind of tactic? Yi Xiang originally did not think it was a big deal, but when he saw the other side of the flower again, he was a little creeped out. Sure enough, there must be something hiding in his own body. What is it? He asked, opening his mouth. You want to know? Not telling you. The corners of Windhoek's mouth spread into a smug smile. He wanted to glance at the jade pendant in his hand. If you tell me what this is, I can promise you this deal. After saving me for 3 times, it's to let you out from here, right? Windhoek stretched. I've changed my mind. He. Geez, the thought of the possibility of the Tao sect heavenly masters becoming puppets in general in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing those words, both Wang Lu and Zhuang Chu's faces changed at the same time. Yi Xiang's brows also couldn't help but frown. He couldn't understand. He had obviously checked his whole body with the golden light mantra. Even the pure heaven and earth divine mantra was also emitting golden light through his body, so it was reasonably impossible for there to be any filth on his body. Throne blood spirit in the Dantian are suppressed by the purple gold Dan, that phantom demon royal clan. Exactly what method? Wang Lu turned around at this time, did not hesitate to raise his hand, and used the brush to write how Renjingqi coiled around Yi Xiang's body, but again, he did not find anything. However, Yi Xiang had a calm face and directly turned around to leave. Talk about it, or don't talk about it. Seeing Yi Xiang's spontaneous nature, Wang Lu couldn't help but smile. Also, what's there to be afraid of? Hey, when Windhoek saw that the 3 of them were really planning to leave, he pouted in frustration, but a mysterious smile then spread on his face. It's really a foreign art. Then this heavenly transformation. It's those guys who messed up back then? Then wouldn't I still have to say thank you to those guys? She sat on the green dragon stone mill, looking up at the deep pool above, and through the 9 true word stone monument. Her pair of bloodshot eyes seemed to be able to see into the heavens as she softly sang an ancient sorcerer's ballad. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang had just left the deep pool when Windhoek's voice appeared in his mind. The deal continues. As for the reward, I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it then. Hearing these words, Yi wanted to glance at the blood pendant in his hand and casually threw it to the auxiliary intelligence. In any case, this Wudong mountain line is also considered to solve a hidden danger, and also learned to can directly point to the Taoist pure yang sword. Qinglong inheritance is also not bad, although the strongest Qinglong body for their own some chicken ribs, but some other Qinglong techniques carefully pondered is also good. Go back to slowly study. Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 of them appear. If placed earlier, he wouldn't believe for a second that a small deep pool could make such a big commotion. Down there, is it really corpse ancestor Windhoek? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Yi wanted the mark on his brow to dissipate and nodded. Well, it's still your favorite type. Ha, Lin Feng looked puzzled. Then we'll leave first. We need someone to watch over there in Jingzhou, Zhuang Chu said as he looked at Yi Xiang and Lin Feng. After transforming into a gentleman, Zhuang Chu's temperament became much more refined compared to before, but at least it was on the good side. After a few brief words of advice, he boarded the helicopter and left directly. Looking at the helicopter that had already flown away, Lin Feng looked back at the deep pool again and said with some doubt, did I say what type of girl I like? Then what kind do you like? Yi wanted to look back at him. This question was of great interest to many people in Holy Chime. I'm afraid. Lin Feng didn't hide anything. He raised his hand and a grey time flower pattern bloomed in his hand. Time is eternally mysterious. And you think I'd waste time wasting it on a relationship? Yi wanted to give a thumbs up. It was awesome. Yi wanted the two of them to look back at Wudong Mountain again as they descended the mountain. Eyes twitching slightly, he wondered if the same was true for the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was rumored that the Heavenly Master's mansion, 100 years ago, was located there, but then the entire Taoist temple disappeared into thin air. But it was still too early for him to think about that, and in the end, the power level was still too low. Going to the Ba County battlefield? Yi Xiang asked as he turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Why don't you go? I'm at least not a reserve member anymore. It must be because of you that I'm boxed in. Lin Feng said somewhat helplessly. Yi wanted to turn his head to look at the direction of Ningchuan, took out his cell phone and sent a message to tell Yue and Auntie to come back for the new year. When Yue saw the message, she couldn't help but be stunned, but she didn't think much about it. After all, Brother Yi is now in seclusion for 7 days and half a month. How are we going to get there? It's not going to be by car, is it? Lin Feng asked. It's not far apart, or I'll drag you and fly over, Yi Xiang said. After all, Ba County itself was not far from Yunmeng's, and only a few hundred kilometers from the front line. Lin Feng had black lines on his head. Forget it, just talk to the commander directly and find a special airplane. He was a mage, and couldn't toss it off for that long. After contacting the commander, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Jing and asked, Yi and I would like to apply to go to the front line in Ba County. Zhou Jing smiled helplessly. These two guys, they were quite a bit smarter after entering the chopping team. Alright, I'll contact Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, and I'll have a special plane come over if I agree. After hanging up the communication, it didn't take long for Zhou Jing to recontact the two. Alright, coordinates are positioned here, right? The choppers are on a mission right now, so this side will get you to the front lines before connecting the channel. Well, it's fine. Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the communicator, and sure enough, the normally lively chopper team channel hadn't moved at all in the past few days. Dare he say that he had blocked the two of them? Soon, a couple minutes later, a helicopter gunship landed in front of the two. He wanted to tug Lin Feng to rise up in the wind. After sitting steadily, the pilot did not have any nonsense, lifting off the sky and flying directly towards the front line of Ba County. You wanted to look at that deep pool in Wudong Mountain, and suddenly there was a strange pull of qi. It was the mahogany sword, as if a thought could be felt about it. Recognized? You wanted to be a little puzzled, but did not think too much about it. After all, the mahogany sword is still needed to suppress the corpse ancestor of the deep pool of the Wind Hook, despite the fact that the Green Dragon Seniors added a Green Dragon seal, but an additional mahogany sword is also a little more stable. Half an hour later, the two men arrived at the Baxian front. Landing directly, Yi Xiang and Lin Feng stepped out of the helicopter and looked at the silent horned ghost alien field in the distance. Ba County was completely different from Jingzhou, as one of the most lively cities in China at one time. Even after 100 years, many building ruins and traces can still be seen. These can be clearly seen as traces of the human race that once survived. Horned ghost alien race and pupil nightmare alien race was divided into large and small tribes living in groups. Intelligence is very high, not much worse than human beings, and even more brutal and warlike. Yunmengza and Ningchuan are the same. Outside the city gates, long closed, do not dare to easily go deep into the realm of foreign beasts, not to mention entering Ba County. The horned ghost Fei is still very distinguishable. Red skin, no clothing, covered in the same red veins as its skin color, and a red horn on its forehead. He wanted to have beheaded the horned ghost Fei, so he was not unfamiliar with it. The two men went straight into Bahan after the comms, being members of the choppers, automatically connected to the frontline channel. A bar of data appeared in front of them, all refreshed with various commands. 450 meters northwest of Area C1, a level 65 Horned Ghost King has been observed. 300 meters due south of the A2 area, on the abandoned Baida Plaza, there is an 800 number of Horned Ghost Horde groups. Southeast 200 of Area B1, there's a level 72 Horned Blood Ghost King. You wanted to click on the virtual battle map of Ba County, and just like Jingzhou in the beginning, the entire territory was divided into separate war zones. Only because of the complex terrain of Ba County, it is obvious that the division should be more detailed, and it is about the same size as Jingzhou, with a total of more than 80,000 square kilometers. The result was a surprisingly complete division of 12 war zones, each divided by A, B, C, D, E, F, with each zone meticulously divided into 3 classes. The most dangerous are Class 1 and the least threatening are Class 3. Of course, being so meticulous wasn't just because of the terrain, but also because of the Horned Ghost Fei's formidable battle power. Once the battle wasn't ended in time and they were encircled, it would result in very serious losses. As before, the choppers were now working with the Tingshui forces in mapping out the 3 battle zones of the front line, and then subsequently laying out their tactics to find the point of attack in the most optimal way. However, these were all things that the rear commanders needed to be busy with. The decimation team only needed to carry out the orders and decimate the high-level foreigners, and that would be enough. After Yi Xiang and Lin Feng joined the channel, Chopper Team's originally lively channel became quiet all of a sudden. After a long time, it was he who broke the awkwardness. Aya, 2 schoolmates. What a coincidence. You guys also came to Ba County? Well, it is indeed a coincidence. Yi Xiang nodded with a flat face. Come what may. Lin Feng, head to Area C3 and cooperate with Ning Yuan Mei to resolve the level 52 Horned Ghost King. Yi Xiang, head to Area B1 and assist in decapitating the level 70 Blood Ghost King. Imo Shou opened his mouth. Decapitation tactics were quickly set up, and he was heard firing his gun, apparently fighting while keeping an eye on the full dynamics without a single mistake. There was no doubt that with Imo Shou's ability, even if he didn't make it into the Chopper Team, he could be an excellent commander. After looking at the battle zone layout map, Yi Xiang nodded his head, and without a bit of hesitation, the moment golden light surged out from his body, he pierced with a sound, transformed into a lightning possession, and swiftly headed to the B1 battle zone. At this moment, Lin Jun, Mo Xiu, Zhang Guan and Ing Zai were all rushing towards the location of the level 70 Blood Ghost King in the B1 battle zone. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was in the sky above, looking at the figures of several people. Originally, he had planned to come on this quest, but Mo Xiu asked to try cooperating first, and although the level 70 Blood Ghost King was dangerous, he always had to face it. When he heard this application, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan readily agreed. As a member of the Ace Chopper team, it was about constantly pushing one's limits. Right at this moment, in the gaze, a piercing thunder light was flying in midair at an incomparably fast speed. Luo Zhuan had a black line on his head and shouted in a bad mood. Yi Xiang, this is mapping, not attacking. You keep a low profile, hide your figure. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lightning figure suddenly disappeared, obviously using the concealment Dao method. But the figure disappeared, and the lightning remained. Many of the Horned Ghost Fae looked blankly at the sky above, puzzled. When did lightning become thunderball shaped? With a swoosh, it disappeared from sight. He wanted to look at the mission coordinates, and when he was about to rush up directly in front of him, Mo Xiu was so scared that he hurriedly turned on the radar to show the location of a few people. Ye think, don't overcharge, we haven't gotten to yet. When Li Qin, who was in Area A3, heard Mo Xiu's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch, immediately recalling the time when he wanted to charge straight up towards the face of the level 50 spell Nightmare King. He wanted to stop, and between the disappearance of the lightning, he also saw Mo Xiu and Lin Jun in them, and his figure was directly hidden in the trees. First follow the simulation against the Bone Throne. Don't approach hastily and focus on consumption, Mo Xiu said. Soon, 4 people arrived. Even if Yi Xiang was in a stealthy state, Ing Zai could still easily sense his position. A chalice tarot card fell on his head, showering him with stellar light. Not far away, a level 70 Blood Ghost King seemed to sense something wrong and was taking a step towards their side. Prepare for battle, Mo Xiu spoke. Lin Jun and Zhang Guan both quickly separated towards the left and right. The silk threads that were nearly invisible to the naked eye, haphazardly circled in the air, like a trap, waiting for the Blood Ghost King to fall in. But after all, he was a level 70 Blood Ghost King. His vigilance and reflexes were not generally strong. Even if he was looking head-on at the afterglow of the sunset, these threads were still detected by him, slowly stopping and frowning. The Chinese race? Bang! What responded to him was a powerful spirit gun bullet pointed straight at his brow. The moment the gunshot rang out, the silk threads rustled and wrapped around the Blood Ghost King. Then 2 large and small sword chi penetrated out, respectively chopping towards the Blood Ghost King's neck and the blood horns on his head. Lin Jun looked at Yi Xiang with some surprise. This kid, really learning the sword? Something. At this moment, he wanted to hold a long sword condensed with golden light, quietly watching the changes on the battlefield. The silk threads on the Blood Ghost King's body tightened at the same time, binding it to stand in place. However, in such a moment, the 2 horns on this Blood Ghost King's head emitted blood aura at the same time. Layered energy armor grew steeply on his body, looking incomparably hideous. With this familiar armor, Chopper Team and the others blushed. Sure enough, the Horned Ghost Fae's evolved Blood Ghost technique was mimicking the Chinese human race, and could even be said to be targeting it. The information disruption on the Jingzhou battlefield, and now the similarity to the blood ghosting techniques of possessed armor and moral mechanical armor, were simply learned exactly the same way. The powerful energy armor directly deflected the two sword auras, and the psychic bullets penetrated the armored helmet. There was a poof of blood and flesh. This level 70 Blood Ghost King instantly became furious. His muscles swelled and he yanked the silk thread with force. Jiang Guan saw this and let go of his hand. The special energy threads were tough in the Blood Ghost King's hands, but they couldn't hold up to that terrifying power. Instantly ripping out all the threads, he took a step and charged straight up towards the furthest corner. That position was none other than Jiang Guan. The moment the Blood Ghost King rushed up, Jiang Guan reacted and hastily stepped back. But the Blood Ghost King raised his hand. A long blade fell into his hand. His body speed steeply soared, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiang Guan, and his blade fell down fiercely. Jiang Guan's pupils shrunk. This was not the Void Mirror realm. This knife fall would kill him. Puffing, a knife cut Jiang Guan's body and intercepted him. Broken, however, were similarly molded dolls with dull, mocking smiles on their faces. It exploded steeply, erupting into countless threads, like a hurricane churning and twisting madly around the Blood Ghost King. Between the frantic entanglements, the Blood Ghost King turned into a white chrysalis and fixed in place, while Jiang Guan's figure appeared beside Mo Xiu, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, almost not having time to change his position. The silk thread in his hand pulled hard and the white chrysalis exploded. If it was a level 50 Horned Ghost King, there was no doubt that he would be killed in seconds by this 5-turn burial kill skill, but for the level 70 Blood Ghost King, it was undoubtedly scraping the bottom of the barrel. The sharp silk threads left countless dense scratches on the Blood Ghost King's armor and froze without breaking the defense. Seeing this scene, Jiang Guan shook his head repeatedly. Can't fight. Can't fight. There's a hang. Mo Xiu nodded slightly and began to condense the second shot, his right eye radiating dark blue magical star points. The fourth turn skill, Peeping Eye, could easily see through defense breaks. Level limit, 20 levels or less. In an instant, he saw 2 breaks in this level 70 Blood Ghost King's body. In addition to the chink in the armor that had previously penetrated the eye, there was also a location on the other side. Crotch. Without a moment's hesitation, aim, gather energy, and pull the trigger. Bang! A cloud of blood burst out from underneath the Blood Ghost King. With this sudden scene, Lin Jun and Jiang Guan, including Yi Xiang, could not help but tremble. That's a tough shot by Team Mo. 2. Not slow to react, Ying Zio raised her hand and threw out a Death Tarot card, attaching the damage to the maximum. The Blood Ghost King exceeded her by a little more than 10 levels, and for a high level, it would be good to pop 2 negative auras, but I don't know if it was because Mo Xiu's shot was too hard. Surprisingly, it triggered several negative aura flashes attached directly. Bleeding non-stop, healing slowed, critical hit aura, bludgeoning aura, infection expanded. There were 5 negative auras, and even Ying Zio, who had always been quiet, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Lin Jun searched for the right opportunity. The extreme sword intent made the sunset afterglow suppress a darkness. His body followed the sword's shadow and disappeared in place. All that could be seen was a sword light passing through the Blood Ghost King's eyes and chopping off half of his head. However, the hilt of the sword had just passed halfway through when the Blood Ghost King grabbed the blade by the eye socket, his angry blood-red eyes gazing at Lin Jun in death, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth. The palpitating blood mass energy was gathering frantically. Space became distorted at this moment. Run! Seeing this Blood Ghost King exclusive skill, Mo Xiu's face changed and he immediately shouted. The next moment, the blood exploded. With a boom, a terrifying energy fluctuation enveloped Lin Jun and destroyed and shattered everything around him as well. A figure appeared from the sky above. Lin Jun's face was full of woes, spewing out a mouthful of blood, looking down at the range of the blood explosion below with some trepidation. It's worthy of being a level 70 Blood Ghost King. I almost planted it. He wanted to raise his hand, and a golden light rope yanked Lin Jun towards his side. The heavenly King Luo Zhuan in the sky watched this scene and frowned slightly, not very satisfied with the performance of a few people. Mo Xiu was level 60, Lin Jun was level 59, Jiang Guan was level 55, and Ying Zio was level 58. After losing Zhuang Chu, dealing with a level 70 Blood Ghost King was too much of a struggle than before. Ye think? Scared? This is not the Void Mirror realm. You will die. At that moment, over the communicator, came Mo Xiu's voice. Hearing this, Yi wanted to nod his head. Well, I know. Then try the tactics from before in the Void Mirror realm, Mo Xiu said softly. As soon as the words fell, with a piercing sound, brilliant thunder light surfaced on Yi Xiang's body, and the moment the purple robes of the possessed magic clothes covered the green shirt, the whole person had already transformed into thunder light and rushed towards the Blood Ghost King. Be careful. He has quick reflexes and the polearm can catch. Lin Jun sprayed a mouthful of blood from the tree and opened his mouth. He only caught half of it, and in the end, He still didn't react. Imo Shio calmly said. Yi Xiang's lightning speed was not as fast as Lin Jun's instantaneous speed using the pole sword, but it was not much slower. The Blood Ghost King's eyes watched the lightning light approach and frowned slightly. Isn't a human thunder mage at least level 50? Why is this kid only level 38? Yi Xiang rushed straight towards the Blood Ghost King at an extremely fast speed, and in his hand, the blood-colored jade pendant, which he had just gotten his hands on earlier, was already tightly gripped in his hand, intended to try the legendary corpse ancestor Winning Hook's power, but also to see if that guy was lying to himself and could really save his life. Anyway, there are 3 chances, so let's waste one first. And as he watched the thunder light approach, the twin horns on the Blood Ghost King's head once again turned red, the strange power spread, and the ground under his feet instantly became like boiling water. In the next moment, a huge blood-colored monster rushed out, like a Tibetan mastiff, opening its bloody mouth and waiting for the lightning to approach. Yi Xiang was a bit surprised. This Blood Ghost King would also control summoned beasts? Without dodging, he directly rushed into the blood bowl, and then his body was steeply exploded with lightning. The Tibetan Mastiff monster just swallowed it and spit it out with a wild flick of its tongue. What is it? Zap! Yi Thinker took the initiative to reveal his figure, and his brow emanated Taoist intent. It's exactly knowing what to do. There was no need to pinch spells or recite incantations. As soon as they were recited, the body flew up on the wind, and with the lift of the hand there were 36 sword talismans suspended around the body, then instantly transformed into a thunder sword, piercing the body of the Tibetan Mastiff Fei underneath him in unison. The Blood Ghost King raised his blood knife and had already rushed in front of Yi Xiang, the same as the previous decapitation of Jiang Wan's mannequin, a simple and swift slash without a single superfluous movement. Bang! The spirit gun bullets hit the bloody knife and it broke. Yi wanted to raise his hand and directly throw the blood jade. With a snap, the jade pendant smashed on the Blood Ghost King, but it directly broke into several petals and fell to the ground without any reaction. This sudden scene caused everyone to become quiet for a moment. What the hell? Yi thought with a twitch of the corner of his mouth. He knew that corpse ancestor Winning Hook was unreliable and was actually lying. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, he saw Win Hook appear behind him, sizing up the Blood Ghost King with interest. Oh yo! This waif looks fierce. What's his name? Win Hook looked at Yi Xiang and asked. A pair of blood eyes were incomparably calm, not looking the Blood Ghost King in the eye at all. Instead, he glanced at Luo Zhuan in the sky with interest. Ouch! 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 What a handsome uncle! You waste one chance and yell at me to deal with this kind of goods? Are you looking down on me or yourself? Corpse ancestor Win Hook was like a chatterbox. As soon as he appeared on the scene, he bounced around talking non-stop. The Blood Ghost King realized that something was wrong after seeing corpse ancestor Winning Hook and feeling the terrifying power hidden in that woman's body. Just about to turn and run, a war halberd fell straight down from above, blocking the Blood Ghost King's path. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan fell down and stood on top of the war halberd, his eyes looking deeply at corpse ancestor Win Hook. With just one glance, he probably guessed what was going on, just a little in disbelief. For a moment, instead, the Blood Ghost King became less important. What are you looking at? I know I'm pretty, but I can't look at you. Noticing that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had been staring at her, Win Hook spat out her tongue at Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and said without any good manners. As soon as the words fell, she raised her hand, and the heaven and earth vision of the Blood Sea sticks emerged, and a bloody hand reached out from the underworld sea, easily grabbing the Blood Ghost King, and with a poof, crushing it. After doing so, a level 70 blood spirit surfaced and was eaten by her in one bite. Winning Hook licked his lips, turned his head to look at Yi Xiang, and spoke. How about it? Now that you know I'm not lying to you humph, you've already wasted an opportunity. After saying that, in the eyes of the crowd, directly dissipated away, the broken blood jade, and intact healing, suspended in the air fell in the hands of Yi Want. Imo Shio pushed up his glasses. The scene that had just happened was a bit incomprehensible to him as well. Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang doubtfully. Just now that was a corpse ancestor? Yi wanted to nod. Well, Win Hook. He looked at the blood pendant in his hand, his eyes moving slightly, not realizing that it was actually a deal. Luo Zhuan frowned slightly. In his opinion, a corpse ancestor this kind of existence was no different from a foreign throne. Extremely dangerous. He didn't hope that Yi Xiang would be involved with this kind. After glancing at Yi Xiang's blood jade, he eventually did not say anything. The corpse ancestor is rumored to have been suppressed and sealed by the Taoist sect in conjunction with Confucianism, and since Yi Xiang is now a celestial master, he is not going to interfere with him in any way. No matter what, don't release the corpse ancestor without complete certainty. There are already enough enemies. Aha! Yi Xiang nodded. He was naturally clear. Corpse ancestor Winning Hook is not Zhuang Chu, although it looks normal now. But when it really cannot control the killing intent, that is the real devil. Alright, go to the next place. Emo Show spoke. New instructions had come down, and there wasn't much time for the crowd to make small talk. Although the Horned Ghost Throne had been killed, the Horned Ghost Fae's high-end combat power was not small, and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan frowned slightly. If you want to take Ba County down in a short period of time, it's still a struggle to rely solely on the king's troops. Getting general officers in the system to step up, without taking down Ba County, Jingzhou will always have some difficulties in terms of its strategic position. To the south there is the Snakesha Fae, to the southwest there is the Pupil Nightmare Fae, and above that is the Horned Ghost Fae of Ba County, so it's not easy to fight it down, and it's even harder to guard it. Resources have been depleted a lot, not to mention the fact that there are frontline fighters sacrificing their lives all the time. One of the main things is still the Horned Ghost Fae in Ba County is messing things up, and by bringing down Ba County, the pressure on Jingzhou will be a lot less. In Area B2, you wanted to attract the attention of a level 68 Horned Ghost King by turning into a Thunderbolt as before. That is, purely with his movement speed and thunder ground binding, so that he couldn't pay attention to the rest of the group. Lin Jun and Mo Xiao took the opportunity to knock off the opponent's red horns, and after losing the Blood Ghost art, this Horned Ghost King's strength was greatly reduced. Lin Jun killed him with a sword. After night had completely fallen, the rear command gave the order to retreat. The Ace Chopper team and the Ace Tingshui team simultaneously withdrew from Ba County and returned to a temporary base on the edge of Jingzhou. In the large rear command room, through the integration of today's data from the front line, all the commanders couldn't help but frown and realize that something wasn't right. Would the number of higher warriors be too much? The Horned Ghost Fae clan occupied the entire northwest, yet they had placed so many high-level Blood Ghost Kings in Ba County, and just in these few days of exploration, there were already no less than 20. Not to mention there were hidden and even uninvestigated targets. Zhou Jing's eyes flew fast as he looked at the dense data on the screen. The Horned Ghost Throne had confirmed that it had been decapitated, and as a matter of common sense, it should be the same as the Bone Fiends, retaining its core power and waiting for the throne to reappear. Yet now it's this scene, which must be wrong somewhere. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jing linked Luo Zhuan's communication and said, "Heavenly King, the only way to take Ba County down quickly is to send out the generals and their schoolmasters." In the temporary base at the border of Jingzhou next to Ba County, several people were badly injured. Although Lin Jun hadn't been hit by the blood explosion, he had still been affected. His internal organs were bleeding, and if he didn't treat it in time, even if his body's fighting chi held him up, it would be easy for him to be dragged down to serious injuries. But thankfully, this time, neither the decapitation team nor the Tingshui unit had sacrificed any personnel, and had pretty much gotten to the bottom of the previous few war zones. The next step is the decision-making of the commanders in the rear, deciding how this battle should be fought. Ying Zai let out a slight sigh of relief after she had treated several people. It's not even a big problem. You'll be back in a day or two. Yi Xiang, what happened to that terrifying woman of yours earlier? Is it really a corpse ancestor? Lin Jun raised his head and looked at Yi Xiang and asked. Aha, Yi wanted to nod his head. Hiss, so the corpse ancestor is so good looking. Lin Jun couldn't help but touch his chin. Yi wanted to look at him with a look of a fool. If he had seen the wind hook after entering the devil, that sea of blood monstrous demonic gas, surely would not think so. Simply not much worse than when Zhuang Chu. At that moment, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan walked in. With a calm demeanor, he said, "This time, it's a long-term mission to cooperate with the Green Dragon Force and the Tang Snake Force, little by little, to knock out the 12 war zones in Ba County respectively." The crowd froze, then nodded in understanding. "It looks like we won't be able to return for New Year's Eve this year." Feng Yuan sighed slightly. "My mom also said that she would give me a match at the end of the year, saying that the girl was quite good, white and clean looking, and that I was a little bit thinking about it." As soon as the words fell, an icy cold killing intent enveloped him. Li Qin looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. "Ha, I was joking." Feng Yuan hastily changed his words. He had sort of confessed his feelings once, back in the channel, but really never knew what to do next. This scene of the two, watching Lin Jun shook his head repeatedly, really deserved to be single. Late at night, everyone was ready to rest. He wanted to casually find a rest room and began to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. The progress of the third time of the third layer of this human immortal body was nearing the end, with only 2 parts left, the small intestine and the San Jiao. As soon as possible, he would break through to level 40, and after his own 4 turns of the formation Dao, his strength should be able to keep up with the normal missions of the chopping team. Nowadays, oneself was almost always relying on powerful thunder spells in support and attack, or using talismans to fight and assist. But this time, the target was not the Bone Fae or the Pupil Nightmare Fae, But the Horned Ghost, relying on Thunder Law and Golden Light alone, did not have a restraining effect. The Horned Ghost's fighting ability was very strong, and combined with the different Blood Ghost techniques, it lost its previous advantage for Yi Xian. Might as well just decapitate the opponent with a sword and chop off the red horns and head. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "I need a standardized longsword." The auxiliary intelligence spoke with a sniff. "It has been prepared for you and will be delivered tomorrow." Although you wanted to join the chopping team for a while, his needs were basically nutritional potions of herbs. Weapons are also rarely used in combat, so there is no initiative to provide him with weaponry. But after all, as a Taoist priest, the god of war Hongqing personally took out an ancient sword from his home, just for Yi Xiang. If he needs it, just give him that ancient sword. He had also given Lin Jun an ancient sword in the beginning, and after that ancient sword had broken, it hadn't been perfectly repaired until now, and it would take quite a bit of time. Lin Jun also did not want to find a new sword, so he had been using the long sword. Although today's forging method forged the standardized longsword, compared with the ancient sword, the difference is not great. But mainly the ancient sword and the kind of sword containment is the standardized longsword does not have. After using it for so many years, Lin Jun had gotten used to it, and without using that sword, it felt like he hadn't fully utilized his strength. After receiving the response from the auxiliary intelligence, Yi Xiang nodded and continued to cultivate. Little by little, time passed, and the day was just dawning, and the cold air had already swept over. But this was the south after all, nowhere near as cold as the Kyoto side. Just a little damp in the woods. The choppers have packed up and are ready to begin a new command mission. The Green Dragon unit also arrived last night, waiting for orders to be given. Mo Shou walked up to Yi Xiang at this time and said, "Yi Xiang, although you are still a reserve member, and logically you are required to follow the team members to form a team to carry out the mission, I have thought about it and decided to include you in the regular command mission. Is there a problem with that? Would it be too early?" Hearing this, Lin Jun, who was on the side, was a bit surprised. After all, the choppers proper was a level 50 threshold, although each member of the choppers couldn't be viewed purely in terms of level, but you wanted to be level 38 after all, and the mission orders that were being compiled were basically to decapitate level 50 Horned Ghost Fae either alone or in conjunction with other troops. Leaf wanted to think about it and shook his head. No problem. The rest of the king's troops, all of them were over level 40. With good cooperation, decapitating a level 50 Horned Ghost King was not much of a problem. If you couldn't beat it and run, was it? Okay. Mo Shou nodded, and adjusted the authority that you wanted to receive commands. Independent positive editor. Command decapitation level range, level 50 to level 55. After setting it up, Mo Shou reached out and patted Yi Xiang's shoulder as he turned to leave and ran to the battlefield of Ba County. Now that Jingzhou has been fought down, the whole country is now looking forward to when Ba County will be recovered. Once Ba County has a big action, it is naturally impossible to hide it. Previously it could still rely on the college competition to cover up a little. Now what else can be taken to cover up? As the vanguard, the decimation team had to clean up the high-level foreigners that could stop the army's pace. After Yi Xiang's command task authority was adjusted, it meant that he was no longer fighting as an auxiliary or assistant, completely as a member of the decapitation team proper, ready to run to support the battlefield and decapitate high-level foreigners. At this time, a fighter jet flew down, and a logistician holding a black box walked up to Yi Xiang and spoke. "Comrade Yi Xiang, this is the ancient sword prepared for you." You wanted to look at the sword box and couldn't help but stare. Just by looking at the sword box, it felt expensive. He hesitated before taking it in his hands. After all, he was kind of working for Xia now, so it was fine to ask for a sword. After opening the sword box, an ancient sword that was only an arm's length came into view, with a pitch-black hilt and a bright azure-white sword light that flashed by. There was clearly no sword pattern on the sword, but a strong evil aura was revealed along with the blade. This terrifying feeling made the logistician take a step back. Yi Xiang, however, recognized this ancient sword at a glance, which was named Shang Xie, and was indeed an ancient sword. If the sword is 1 inch longer, it will have one more point of evil, making it an uncompromising killing weapon. The blade is sharp and cuts iron like clay, and is also great for wiping necks and chopping heads. You wanted to drop the victory evil sword into his hand and frown slightly after feeling the cold evil aura. You want to influence yourself with this evil aura? Pinching up the spell, the golden light incantation directly covered the sword. In the next moment, the evil aura on the victory evil sword disappeared cleanly, perfectly mastered. If one could perfectly harness the evil aura of the victory evil sword, one could perfectly utilize the power of the victory evil sword. It was hard for the rest of the people, but for Yi Xiang, a matter of a golden light spell. After easily grasping the victory evil sword, he casually swung it a few times and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, but something is missing. You want to close his eyes. Turn the refining of some of the Dao collection records. Although there is no turn weapon Dao, but also can first understand to understand. Before are swallowed in one gulp to see the Dao collection. Full of thought is to finish reading a book is a book, to really carefully ponder. For fear of looking at a lifetime also simply cannot see the end of the 3000 Dao collection. At this point, looking back, quite a few things are much more thorough. After all, their own realm has corresponded. After carefully reading the Weapon Dao chapter, Yi Xiang slightly rubbed his eyebrows. The difficulty of this refining was not much worse than alchemy at all, and without a complete inheritance, it was difficult to refine a magic weapon out, just like alchemy, without a systematic inheritance, just the Dan Dao all the way. It would take a lifetime to figure it out. After thinking about it for a moment, he wanted to burn Samadhi flame in his hand, but did not intend to refine the victory evil sword, but only carved out the word Bing at the position of the sword's hilt. This character Bing is the character for Bing in the 9 true characters of Taoism. After engraving it out, a faint Dao intent emanated from the Shang evil sword. The aura of the victory evil sword's body steeply became both positive and evil, which was very strange. You wanted to use the pure Yang sword decree, lifting his chi and running the sword technique. Mixed one. In an instant, a light golden sword chi whistled and chopped out, stalling in the air for a long time and being very powerful. Seeing this power, you wanted to nod his head in satisfaction. This sword was enough to easily decapitate a level 40 alien. Elementary school brother can use a sword now? So cool. He Dui and Lu Yen, who had just walked out from the base, couldn't help but have their eyes light up when they saw the power of Yi Xiang's sword. Underneath the young man's green shirt, the ancient sword in his hand was glowing with cold light, combined with a body of Dao intent. It had a flavor of a sword immortal from a fictional text now. This temperament is much better than Lin Jun, who holds a Shibui photo book every day. Lu Yen also couldn't help but nod her head. He's almost 17, isn't he? 2 more years of growth? Sister Lu wouldn't be quietly moved? He Dui teased. Lu Yen casually laughed. In front of his body suddenly appeared subdimensional space fluctuations. Reached out his hand at once yanked out a small white inner. Yikes! He Dai was instantly flushed with shame and indignation. Sister Willow, you give it back. You wanted to hear the movement behind him and couldn't help but turn his head, just in time to see this scene. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In a sense, the skills that Ryu-senpai had mastered were the ones that all men aspired to, right? At that moment, a command mission came over the comms. The auxiliary intelligence also flew over, looked at him and said, Comrade Yi Xiang, please head to the C3 battle zone and cooperate with Su Li, a member of the Tang Snake Force, and Li Heng, a member of the Green Dragon Force, to kill the level 52 Horned Ghost King. Perhaps it was because of the unlocked permissions, Yi Shui could directly see the professions and levels of the 2 men. Su Li, Assassin Faculty, level 44. Li Heng, Warrior Profession, level 46. Roger. Yi Xiang responded with a nod. Calm switched to map coordinates. Distance to location, 23 kilometers in a straight line. Yi Xiang raised his hand and pinched up the spell, and after the whole person rose up with the wind, he then performed the concealment Taoist law, and finally turned into a thunderbolt and instantly flew in that direction. He Yuedi looked at Yi Xiang's back as he left, and after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, did junior brother think that after he concealed himself, the thunder law could also follow? High in the air, Yi Xiang was like a thunder arrow running through the sky, and as the realm of the human immortal body became higher and higher, the speed of the lightning method of possessing the body also became faster and faster. Over 20 kilometers and only a few minutes. Many of the members of the Ace Force in hiding stared blankly at the sky above, somewhat dumbfounded. Which big brother is so arrogant? Ba County hasn't even been fought yet. Isn't this afraid of being targeted by a high-ranking Blood Ghost King? Getting closer and closer to the target location, you wanted to open the channel and asked, have you arrived already? Yes, the target is currently not making any moves and is eating. Su Li responded, there's a tribe of horned ghosts 200 meters away to the southwest. It should be the lair of this horned ghost king. Li Heng also spoke up. Sir, what's the move? Wait until I arrive. You wanted to respond. Okay, how much longer? Li Heng was a little curious. Soon. How fast? Su Li couldn't help but tease. She had also seen Yi Xiang's information. Surprisingly, he was only 16 years old, but being able to enter the chopper team, she would not have a single doubt about Yi Xiang's strength. 3 seconds. As soon as Yi Xiang's words fell, Su Li fiercely felt something. After all, as an assassin faculty, her perception was still very sharp. As a result, a thunderbolt was seen. cutting through the early hours of the morning, instantly landing on the target horned Ghost King. A splendid and furious strike of palm thunder boomed and exploded. At this scene, Su Li and Li Hong, who were not far away, stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. A young man in a green shirt, holding an ancient sword in his right hand and thunder light in his left hand, ruthlessly pressed on the horned Ghost King's head and smashed the ground with a roar. Powerful lightning bursts hardened and blasted a large pit out of the flat ground. I don't know if there are any serious injuries, but this slam must be unbearable. Do it! Without any bragging rights, Yi Xiang struck and quickly retreated. Su Li opened her sneak and quickly rushed forward. Li Hong only reacted at this time and hurriedly entered with his long sword. The horned Ghost King was scorched and smoked by the palm thunderbolt, looking woefully injured. But in fact, he was not injured too seriously. The unique powerful body of the horned ghost, with Yi Xiang's current thunderbolt power, there was no way to manage to seriously injure him with a single strike. At this moment, the horned Ghost King was incomparably furious, and the red horn on his head flashed red. A thump, similar to the sound of a drum, passed through his head. In an instant, the three of them felt like the direction was reversed in half, and without reacting, they directly planted themselves on the ground. The whole person was in an incomparable trance. Even Yi Xiang was hit, falling down from the air and shaking his head. There was no way to react to this sudden blood ghost technique, which turned out to be similar to a blood ghost technique that affected the senses with sound waves. Yi Xiang had just raised his head when he saw that horned Ghost King charging directly towards Li Hong. However, Li Hong had just stood up, and before he could stand still, the horned Ghost King slammed his fist down towards his head. If this punch was solid, Li Hong's head would definitely be smashed. Duck! Yi think at this time also cannot help but anxious. His first time alone to carry out the command mission is going to have an accident. Not. Golden light blossomed and turned into a rope that wrapped around Li Hong's body and yanked it backward. At the same time, he drew talismans with one hand, and 16 talisman swords instantly ran out. After the horned Ghost King's punch fell short, he was incomparably furious as he approached Yi Xiang. Su Li made her move at this time, stabbing at the back of her neck with both daggers. However, there was no way she could do what Li Qin did, that she could remain free of killing intent. And the moment an ordinary assassin faculty made a move, it was tantamount to active exposure. So the moment she appeared, the horned Ghost King reacted by tilting his head to dodge the dagger. Then without looking back he turned around and threw an elbow hook. Horned Ghost King's counterattack. Su Li almost didn't react and quickly backed up, throwing the dagger in her hand out. Toxic Dragon Double Diamond. With corrosive energy coalescing in the dagger, the throw was no less powerful than the cut. One dagger stabbed into the horned Ghost King's right hand, and one went straight into his face. The horned Ghost King couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the face. The pain caused him to rage. The red horn on his head once again emitted light, and the weird sonic drumming sound suddenly resounded once again. Boo! Within 100 meters, the senses of the three were instantly confused. But this time there was preparation and they didn't fall straight to the ground. But that feeling of swaying violently down in the back of his mind became even harder. It didn't fall, but it felt like it did, and for a moment there was even a feeling of wanting to throw up. Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly, silently calculating the time difference between the other party's use of the blood ghost technique, which was almost around 15 seconds. But using it once would take at least 4 or 5 seconds to fully slow down. And during that time, it was incredibly dangerous for them. Try covering your ears. Yi wanted to open his mouth. Although he said that, he felt it wasn't that simple. This kind of sound wave was acting directly on the brain, as if it didn't pass through the ears at all, forcibly affecting the brain's perception. And as the number of times increased, so did the uncomfortable feeling. Su Li was just about to go into a sneak when she was interrupted and reappeared. The horned Ghost King had a sardonic smile on his lips and was just about to extend his hand when he wanted to forcefully pinch the spell. 16 thunder swords flew out through and through, extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning stabbing into the horned Ghost King's body. The thunder sword was not powerful, but it was fast and difficult to dodge. The unique paralyzing sensation of Lei Fa instantly caused the horned Ghost King to stiffen in place. Seeing this scene, Su Li advanced instead of retreating, and Li Hong also saw the opportunity and rushed forward as well. With a snort, the long blade penetrated the blood Ghost King's body, and instead of pulling out the dagger, Su Li directly tugged on it and unleashed a tearing cut. The blood Ghost King's head was instantly cut in half, and his heart was simultaneously churned by Li Hong. Both parts were fatal blows for the blood Ghost King. Li Hong and Su Li were just about to let out a sigh of relief when Yi Xiang snapped and noticed that the red horn was steeply radiating red aura again. His face changed and he immediately yelled, "He's not dead, go away!" Yi Xiang didn't hesitate. The Taoist intent emanated from his eyebrows, and with one hand of Samadhi fire and one hand of thunder technique, he clapped his hands together with force. A thunder dragon true flame roared out, directly slamming towards the Horned Ghost King. The two of them also realized that something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that the blood spirit had already surfaced, but there was no reaction at all. Their scalps couldn't help but tingle, and they hastily backed away. But it was still a step too slow, and the head that had been cut in half steeply burst out several hideous meat tongues that wrapped around Su Li's and Li Heng's necks in a deadly fashion. Just as he was about to attempt to strangle his neck, the Thunder Dragon True Flame slammed into the Horned Ghost King, sending him flying out. It was only then that the two Su Li were able to break free and let out a long sigh of relief. The two of them could not help but look at each other with some palpitations, so close that they almost gave up their lives here. These Horned Ghost Fae who mastered the Blood Ghost technique were simply indefensible. Yi Xiang's eyes were filled with divinity as he pinched up a talisman in his hand, and when it shattered, a doppelganger emerged, his eyebrows similarly emanating Dao intent, his eyes deep and enlightened. When facing a level 52 Horned Ghost King, one had to put forth their full strength to do so. Divinity Yi wanted to raise his hand, and 36 thunder talismans emerged, the same thunder sword, but with the heaven and earth's unforgiving Dao intent augmenting it, the power of the thunder method multiplied, regardless of spiritual energy consumption. He frantically attacked towards the Horned Ghost King. 36 thunder swords sped and flew, specializing in chopping down at the tentacled fleshy tongue. The doppelganger on the side had green dragon scales emerging all over his body. His hands became claws, and he turned into a green shadow to come in front of the Blood Ghost King, taking advantage of the thunder sword penetrating through the Horned Ghost King's body to madly explode the hammer. The Horned Ghost King's internal organs were shattered and blood flowed all over the ground. Yi wanted this hideous and furious scene. Directly stunned Su Li Li Hong two people. However, this Horned Ghost King's blood ghost art seemed to be based on the more severe the injury, the more terrifying the degree of body mutation. A tentacle flesh tongue kept growing out, wrapping all of Yi Xiang's detachment. Then in the very next moment, the azure-colored samadhi flame raged on Yi Xiang's body, the samadhi flame that can burn the souls of all things in the world. Even this mutated flesh tongue cannot touch the slightest bit. Upon being dipped, a hysterical roar went straight from the Horned Ghost King's head. Only to see that the broken brain, revealing as similar to the Horned Ghost alien shrinking like a head. The eyes cannot open. Their slippery appearance is very disgusting. After Yi Xiang's doppelganger used the samadhi flame to break free from its bonds, the last thunder sword in the sky found an opportunity to directly fall down, straight into the center of his brain. He ran the shrunken version of the Horned Ghost in that brain through his body, and with a poof, the lightning bolt erupted. Li Hong also reacted at this time, lifting his long sword to find the right opportunity to cut off that red horn with a single slash. With a click, the red horn fell to the ground. The mutated Horned Ghost's body suddenly returned to normal, and its tentacle flesh tongue withered. In the blink of an eye, a level 52 blood spirit emerged from the corpse of the Horned Ghost King. The split dissipated, and the Dao intent on Yi Xiang's brow faded, consuming a lot. But no matter what, it finally decimated this level 52 Horned Ghost King. After the auxiliary intelligence of the three judged, the right to attribute the blood spirit belonged to Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang didn't mind, and directly raised his hand to use samadhi flame to refine this blood spirit into a white spirit bead before swallowing it in one mouthful and replenishing his spiritual energy quickly. You don't want this red horn, do you? I'm keeping it as a battle merit. Su Li picked up the red horn on the ground and looked at Yi Xiang and laughed. Yi wanted to nod. It's fine. Then I'll go back first. After this mission directive is completed, the trio will move on to the next one. After rising up on the wind, he concealed his body and disappeared. Su Li and Li Han looked at Yi Xiang's back as he left. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of admiration for Yi Xiang, worthy of being rumored to be the successor of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. This teenager, who was indeed very strong, was only level 38. That potential is laid bare. With this Horned Ghost King's special blood ghost technique, at least one of the two would be planted here. Of course, it seems that if it were any other member of the Choppers, they wouldn't have fought so hard. It was basically the members of the chopping team who had solved the battle themselves, and they only assisted in detecting or acting as assistant backups, observing the situation around them. Being on a mission with the Choppers is either very idle or very menacing. You wanted to fly in the wind while reviewing the previous battle. The main body had a human immortal body, so by applying the green dragon body to the split body, along with the knowing and doing Taoist intent, the battle power exerted was surprisingly comparable to that of the main body. That is, the green dragon body's spiritual energy consumption was too horrifying. Thunder Law Palm Thunder, 36 Thunder Sword Talismans, Green Dragon Body, Samsara Fire. The short few minutes of fighting directly caused the spiritual energy to be nearly depleted. The purple gold pill had broken through to the late second turn, and it still wasn't enough. Whereas a human immortal body would not consume spiritual energy, there was still quite a gap between the two. Underscore 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 underscore. The Tomato 2023 King of Gifts contest has begun, with prizes for the top works and great rewards for participating readers. In order to thank you for your support, I will shout 666 for you during the event. Everyone up and cheer. Click on the top comment link at the end of the chapter or the top post of the book circle to enter the activity and you will be able to draw prizes. You wanted to not return to the base, found a hidden place, sat down to recover his spiritual energy. With the white spirit bead and throne blood spirit energy replenished in his body, the Zijin Dan recovered within 10 minutes. In the distance, Mo Shou glanced at Yi Xiang's command task and after realizing that he had successfully completed it, he couldn't help but nod his head, slightly relieved, and fully focused his attention on the battle zone not far away. Yi wanted to open his eyes, and after the auxiliary intelligence determined his status, a new mission order had been given. Head to a coordinate 3 kilometers away and clear out a horde of horned ghost fae around 200 in number. A level 50 horned ghost king is suspected to be present. Please be safe. He wanted to nod his head after taking a look at it. There were no members of the Ace Force this time. It was a simple mission of scout cleanup. But on the battlefield, there is no room for carelessness in any simple task. Often death appears in this very moment. 3 kilometers is a close location. Yi wanted to get up, pinched up his Dao magic, and directly flew in the wind in that direction. His speed was not too fast and not too slow, and he soon arrived at the coordinate position. What comes into view is a building crawling with greenery, full of glass and steel ruins, bearing witness to the remains of a place where mankind once survived 100 years ago. The city of Ba County is full of buildings and dangerous houses, which are extremely prone to causing collapses during battles. The reason for the booming earthquakes that have been occurring from time to time lately is because of the fighting. The building was not small, more than 10 stories high, several of them connected together, except that 2 of them had completely collapsed. One could clearly see the figures of blood-red-skinned horned ghost fae inside, but the general level was not high. They were all level 20 or 30. Yi Xiang concealed his figure and flew directly into the corridor on the 3rd floor, seemingly hearing a strange sound. The level 35 horned ghost fae not far away turned around and looked over towards Yi Xiang's side, but didn't find anything. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a cold sword light slashed across his neck, and his head fell off, spraying blood like a column on the ceiling. He wanted to raise his hand to take the blood spirit in his hand. Samadhi Flame easily refined it into a white spirit bead and put it into his pocket. The level is too low for him to use, but after refining it into a white spirit bead it can be preserved for a long time, and it can be taken back to Yue or given to Shen's father and mother to cultivate. If you can't, feed it to the pigs. Pinching up the spell, he continued to conceal his figure like an assassin, decapitating one horned ghost fae after another between the buildings. After the thick smell of blood spread out, finally a vigilant horned ghost alien realized that something was wrong and came out. Seeing the corpses in the corridor, he was so scared that he was about to shout. Yi Xian's figure, however, appeared in front of him, his eyes calm, one hand covering his mouth, one hand winning the evil sword, piercing through his neck and nailing it to the wall. A talisman appeared in front of him, transforming into a flame that set it ablaze. The hot flames instantly attracted the attention of all the horned ghost fae, who rushed out. Yi Xiang then stood on the railing and took a look at the remaining 100 or so. It was similar to what the auxiliary intelligence had observed. Indeed, there were only a total of 200 or so heads. In the next moment, he transformed into a thunderbolt and swept through the building with extreme speed. The body of the victory evil sword in his hand was also covered with lightning aura, adding a few more points of power. One by one, the heads of the heads flew up high and fell down, and when there were only a dozen or so heads left, a level 50 horned ghost king steeply rushed out from one of the sidewalls and fiercely slammed towards Yiguan. It was fast and abrupt. However, Yi Xiang also kept his guard up, suspecting that there was a horned ghost king around level 50 he hadn't forgotten about. The moment this horned ghost king rushed out, Yi Xiang had already backed up on the wind and flew towards the open field in the center of the building. Seeing this scene, that horned ghost king roared with incomparable anger, shouldered the large stone on the ground, and threw it towards Yi Xiang without saying a word. He wanted to raise his hand with a sword, and the pure young sword dipper directly sliced and burst the boulder that flew at him head-on. The horned ghost king didn't stop, throwing one boulder after another crazily towards Yi Xiang, as if he had inexhaustible power. The auxiliary intelligence transmitted the data of the scene in front of him to the rear command room, and Yuana had been among the key observation objects. Without saying a word, Zhou Jing had the closest ace member go to support him. With Yi Xiang's current strength, it was still very dangerous to deal with a level 50 horned ghost king. On the screen, you wanted to chop up all the stones with sword after sword. Bursts of stone dust filled the air, confusing the eye. The horned ghost king made an assisted run, stepped on the fence, made a lifelong leap, and easily jumped to 7 or 8 meters in the air, and rushed straight towards Yi Xiang. Although Yi wanted to not see it, he also realized the danger. With a slight movement of his eyes, Shang Xia in his hand violently blossomed a pi refinement sword chi, chopping down towards the front. The white mist of stone powder was opened by the sword chi, and he saw the Horned Ghost King right in front of him, crashing into him fiercely. He hissed and growled, his head emitting a red aura, and the skin on the surface of his body surprisingly grew tissues that looked like scales, shielding his body in front of him and hardening against the sword chi. The pilgrim sword chi chopped over a dozen bloodied scales, but the Horned Ghost King's face was flooded with an excited and cruel smile as he came in front of Yi Xiang and slammed his fist down fiercely. Yi Xiang's eyes did not show any fear, and the human immortal pattern emerged on the surface of his body. He had been fighting with the Golden Light Mantra and the Thunder Mantra Samsara, but he had practiced most diligently. It's a human immortal body. Raising his fists without any calculation, the fists covering the human immortal patterns fiercely countered each other. Boom boom! A layer of fist force waves erupted and spread in the two men's fists, and sand flew in a range of tens of meters. He wanted to fly backwards for more than 10 meters, while the Horned Ghost King just crashed down. The strength of the power was distinguished at a glance. The opponent was after all a level 50 Horned Ghost King, and his strength was here. This Horned Ghost King obviously did not intend to let Yi Xiang catch his breath. The moment he landed, both knees bent, his powerful strength once again stormed, like a tyrannical dragon rushing towards Yi Xiang's position. He wanted to raise his hand and 36 talismans floated in front of him. The heavy water talisman surged out like a waterfall, ruthlessly crashing into the Horned Ghost King. But that strong physique, it even carried the heavy water talisman against the current and forced it out. Yi wanted to narrow his eyes, finally recognizing what the scales on his body were based on to evolve the blood ghost art. Fish scales, in heavy water, can actually use the water's momentum to swim against the current. Kid, you are looking for death. The Horned Ghost King growled as he looked at Yi Xiang and said. He could already tell that the kid in front of him was only level 38, and he even dared to barge in. The scales on his arms erupted, densely sealing the positions where Yi Xiang was able to dodge. Yi Xiang did not have any fear in his eyes. Raising his hand in a stance, the Taiji void appeared in front of his body, directly converging all the scales that were splashing over in front of his body. The Horned Ghost King came to his heels with a punch, and he wanted to raise his hand and push all the scales to him. The Taiji orb exploded, like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. All the scales scraped through the Horned Ghost King's fish scale defense, displaying a blood trail. But the Horned Ghost King's fighting style is ferocious, and he doesn't care about this injury on his body at all, and his fist falls. You wanted to have to fend it off with both hands. With a thud, the whole person once again crashed out, consecutively crashing through two walls before coming to a stop, covered in a mess, his arms shaking with pain. However, he was not injured and shook off his hand. His body erupted with a golden light spell that mirrored the human immortal pattern. And without any hesitation, he took the initiative to charge towards the Horned Ghost King. The two fought from the ground floor to the third floor, and then blasted and smashed from the third floor to the first floor. The dozen or so Horned Ghost Fae that were lucky enough to survive were filled with shock as they watched the scene. What the hell was wrong with that human teenager, who was obviously only close to level 40, but managed to last that long? Debris flew, and the two figures, one gold and one red, roared without stopping. It was definitely a lie to say that it didn't hurt. And it was also true that he fought with real fire. He wanted to lift up the Shang Evil Sword. Using the pure Yang sword technique, a golden light and golden astral deity whistled out, and chopped straight down towards the Horned Ghost King. The Horned Ghost King's forehead flashed with a red aura as he raised his hand and waved his sharp claws, shattering the sword diameters. Kid, you can't get away. Did I say I was going to run? You wanted to look at him with a look of idiocy. If you want to run, you can directly cast the Royal Wind and Thunder Law Possession and escape. Even if you can't beat them, running is definitely not a problem. Hearing these words, the Horned Ghost King furrowed his brows and stared at him dead in the face. This human teenager had never been seen before. Level 38, yet he exerted such a powerful battle force. No matter what, he had to be killed. One heavenly king Luo Zhuan was already tricky enough. Another one was not allowed to appear. What's more, the newborn throne was still growing, so it was necessary to curb the development of the Chinese human race in a short period of time. This was also the purpose of why the Horned Ghost Fae had arranged so many high-grade blood ghost kings in Ba County, to contain the expansion of the Chinese domain and accumulate resources at any cost. Wise men also exist among the Horned Ghost Fae, who mimic the human commander system and utilize the blood ghost technique to enhance their intelligence and arithmetic skills. However, because of the location, they could also only unite with the pupil nightmare Fae, and as a result, both of the two great thrones had fallen, which they had not expected. and although the fallen phantom royal clan said that they would give a statement, there was no way to dispute that the thrones had died. It feels like raising your men to be strong, only to have the commander-in-chief die. The Horned Ghost King took a deep breath, the red horns on top of his head emitting a brighter red aura as the scales on his body turned from black to dark red. The scales also became thicker and larger, and his body's aura was much stronger. However, right at this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Yi Xiang's earphone. "Hey, Junior, I'm here, can I help you?" Yi Xiang could not help but raise his head when he heard this, just in time to see a wisp of a clear wind figure coming down over the building. It was He Yuqi. In terms of support speed, apart from the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, that would be her. However, with such a distraction, the Horned Ghost King in front of him thought that he had found an opportunity. His legs exploded with force and his hand coalesced with a fishbone blade to charge towards Yi Xiang. "Senior sister, it's not necessary yet. I want to improve my fighting ability." You wanted to look at the Horned Ghost King charging head-on and said with a calm face, this recent period of time had been spent cultivating, and although his level had increased quite a bit, you wanted to feel as if his fighting style was stuck in a bottleneck. It seemed like without the fourth turn, his strongest at this stage was just that, but that was certainly not true. There is never a limit to any level stage. Good blah. He Yueru hovered in the air, quietly watching the battle below. Careful as she was, she noticed that the green shirt and robe on Yi Xiang's body had quite a few more holes in it, and frowned slightly. After a flash of golden light on Yi Xiang's body, the familiar thunder light appeared. With the victory evil sword in his hand, he instantly rushed up towards the Horned Ghost King, like a thunderous cut and a flash of electricity. The Horned Ghost King was strengthened and was also clearly undaunted, only to tightly narrow his eyes at the sight of the running thunder light. Raising his hand, he violently grabbed the victory evil sword, but he was still a beat too slow, and half of the sword went through. Yi Xiang's eyes radiated divinity as he raised his hand to pinch the talisman in the palm of his hand. Rosemary's messy shadow. In the next moment, a doppelganger with the same green robes appeared on the side, and the green dragon body was directly executed as a punch ruthlessly smashed on the Horned Ghost King's stomach. There was a thud, and the long sword ran through it. You wanted to pinch up the sword technique and softly chanted, "Mixed Yuan I Chi, pure Yang initial movement." Buzz. The Shang evil sword in his hand whistled out and flew into midair. This was the real royal sword technique. The sword body condensed the pure Yang sword deity, and then aimed at the Horned Ghost King to fall down at great speed. The Horned Ghost King roared, and like the previous mutant Horned Ghost King, his body expanded and twisted steeply. Surprisingly, it turned into an obese and swollen blood-red big-head fish. He opened his hideous bloody mouth, biting and exploding the doppelganger in front of him, and then threw his tail towards Yi Xiang's main body and fanned it heavily. At that moment, with a poof, the Shang evil sword, which was fused together with the pure Yang sword dipper, viciously nailed the fish's tail, causing the Horned Ghost King to hiss and growl in pain. He wanted to quickly retreat with the wind, his body suspended in mid-air. Spiritual energy surged in both hands, raising his hands to draw the 36 talismans in the air, and the runes of the Tongtian talisman were clearly visible. A spiritual chain with a golden light spell tensed the Horned Ghost King's entire body, and in the next moment, the golden light turned into thunder. Berserk Thunder Law attempted to penetrate the Horned Ghost King's entire body through the spirit chain. The Horned Ghost King wasn't a fool either. Seeing the thunder and lightning approaching, his scales lifted up like a sharp blade, shaking his body to collapse and slash all the spirit chains. However, the tail part was cut off by the victory evil sword due to the violent shaking, and with an unsteady center of gravity, it directly tumbled sideways and fell to the ground. He wanted to look at the scene suspiciously before noticing the flickering wind elf. The Thunder Law recondensed in his left hand, and the Samsara flame appeared in his right hand. Subsequently, the hands clapped with force. A blue-colored dragon thunder true fire whistling rushed out, opened the dragon mouth a bite-hard bite on the Horned Ghost King, coiled around its whole body. Death strangulation. Yi Xiang also rushed up at this time, lifting up the Shang Xie sword, and as the Horned Ghost King opened his mouth to try to bite off the dragon thunder true flame, the Shang Xie sword cut off the red horns on top of his head with a single stroke of the Shang Xie sword. Losing the energy from the red horn, the Horned Ghost King's figure degenerated into its original form in the blink of an eye, and all of its scales disappeared. The dragon thunder true flame swallowed it in one gulp, and the thunder fire scorched it, and in the blink of an eye, it was burnt to a crisp and collapsed on the ground. But the fact that the blood spirit hadn't appeared yet meant that this Horned Ghost King wasn't dead yet. He Yueru recited an incantation at this time, and a small tornado whistled down, directly rolling up the Horned Ghost King in midair. The charged shell fell off, revealing a body that had been burned and melted into something even more hideous than its original form. This Horned Ghost King had realized that he definitely couldn't run away. opening his blood-colored eyes and staring at Yi Xiang with a deadly stare. The human race will eventually come to an end, no matter how much you struggle. This is destined to be unchangeable. He lifted his head, and instead of looking at He Yue in his eyes, he looked at the sky. When the complete heavenly change is complete, this world will completely belong to the Fae. When you wanted to hear these words, his eyes were rich in divinity and remained calm. Raising his hand to imperialize his sword, the Shang evil sword flew up at great speed and instantly decapitated his head. As the body fell down, a level 52 blood spirit floated in midair. You wanted to go forward and swallow this blood spirit in one bite after refining it into a white spirit bead. The Daoan Tanting Yi Xiang's brow dissipated. His eyes regained their normal look, lifted his head, looked at He Yue and smiled. Thank you, senior sister. He Dui gave a shallow smile. Alright, I'll go then. Take care of yourself. Well, I know. Yi wanted to nod his head. He took a look at the corpses throughout the building and let out a soft sigh of relief. Little brother felt so scary every time he turned into a divinum. He Dui cast a wind spell and turned around to fly in the other direction. Yi Xiang also did not continue to stay where he was and raised his hand to drop the victory evil sword imperial sword in his hand and put it away behind his back. It was recorded in the Dao scrolls that all Dao weapons could be retrieved within the Dantian, and could also be combined with the inner Dan spiritual energy containment to increase the power of the magic weapon. The victory evil sword could only be considered a decent weapon at the moment, and compared to a magic weapon, there was still quite a distance. We'll just use it for a while. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang couldn't help but look in the direction of Yun Mengzi. Only then did he steeply realize that the mahogany sword, as if it was a magic weapon, although its appearance was unimpressive, but he had already refined it. No wonder there had been a feeling of chi connection. If it's really a magic weapon, it's hard to. Yi wanted to think about it, but still shook his head. Pure Yang mahogany sword suppresses the corpse ancestor Wen Hook. Although Qinglong Sr. reinforced the seal, temporarily borrowed the pure Yang mahogany sword. Although the problem is not big, but it is still not risky to be good. Winning Hook seems to be a good talker, but that's only if it's subdued. After Yi wanted to leave the building, he directly concealed his figure and disappeared into the wind. Over the next few days, the Ace Decimators, the Ace Green Dragons, and the Ace Tang Snakes, little by little, cleaned up the 3 battle zones in front of them. Zhuangchu had also rushed from the Dragon Field to the Ba County War Zone, and together with Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, they were responsible for clearing out the high-level Blood Ghost Kings. Under a battle, Yi Xiang's combat power rose steadily, and that unique thunderous swaying figure gradually accustomed the Green Dragon Force and Tongue Snake Force. During the day it's fine, at night it's incredibly conspicuous. However, in the same way, Yi Xiang also began to be gradually targeted. As long as the lightning appeared, the high-level Horned Ghost King seen nearby quickly supported them. There was a time when you wanted to get caught up in being surrounded by 3 Horned Ghost Kings of level 50 or above, and as a result, he directly turned around and ran away with the wind and transformed into a thunderbolt, without any hesitation at all. Become the second top choice for the support command mission. After he's got it, both support speed is very fast. Under the full outburst, you want to be able to do even faster. Just will consume a lot of spiritual energy. Dozens of kilometers running under the spiritual energy are consumed a large portion. After another week, in the base, Yi Xiang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his body steeply emanated dense arcane patterns all over his body. The third layer of the human immortal body was finally branded all the way through for the 3rd time, and the strange powers spread through the limbs, strengthening the body. The same was true for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body. The human immortal patterns gleamed and the Dao Qi filled his body. When the realm stabilized, Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes. The human immortal lines on his body disappeared along with it. Feeling the change in his senses brought about by his comprehensive enhancement, his expression remained calm. The level finally came to level 39. A solid cultivation boost, not only solid, but also the ability to go farther in the future. Under the medicinal effects of the violet jade pill, the human immortal patterns began to brand for the 4th time, rebranding from the heart, changing the body from the most fundamental source, internally refining the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even if it is a waste material, it can be changed into a top material. But the breakthrough was closely followed by intense hunger. The auxiliary intelligence that had long been accustomed to it flew in front of him and handed over 2 nutrient potions. He wanted to take them and drink them in one tilt, and after a few moments of silence, he raised his head and looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "Take another one." The auxiliary intelligence, which hadn't been down for a long time, froze for a long time before nodding and pulling out another nutrient potion to hand over. "Comrade Yi, think, based on your body fat calculations, it is sincerely recommended that you do not overeat. And although the nutritional potion tastes good, please exercise moderation. He wanted to roll his eyes and took it and said in a bad mood, "I'm not like the others." He drank it before he felt full. Every time there was a breakthrough in the cultivation of the human immortal body, the consumption of the body would also be raised quite a bit. 3 nutrient potions in one meal, when replaced by an ordinary warrior, would be enough for 9 days of feeding needs. Luckily, after joining the chopping team, the use of nutritional potions no longer required the exchange of battle credits, or else he would really have to eat himself into poverty. He wanted to raise his head, glancing at the communicator, noting that today's date was already December 29th, and if he went over tonight, it would be the 30th, which meant that there was still 1 day left before the new year. But it's clear that he's definitely not going to make it back for New Year's this year. In Ningchuan City, Shen's father and mother, including Xin Yuwei, vaguely guessed where Yi wanted to go. The boy was a bit stuffy in nature, but there was no way he wouldn't come back for New Year's Eve. In other words, the boy was on the battlefield. Mother Shen sighed slightly, full of worry. Don't worry, he got into the chopping team. Those who can join this ace unit are undoubtedly the most outstanding elites. It will be fine, Shen Tianyan comforted. It's because of being in the chopping team that I'm worried. Others only see the honor of this kid joining the chopping team. Why don't they think about what kind of tasks they're doing every day? Mother Shen didn't have the good sense to say. Shen Tianyang realized that he had said the wrong thing and silently looked at the table full of food and fell silent, wanting to call, but afraid that the boy would be distracted on the battlefield. He could only hide his full worries in his heart. After a sumptuous dinner, Xin Yuwei simply ate a few bites and got up to go back to the house to cultivate. Yi Xiang had just broken through and instead of rushing to continue cultivating, he walked out of the lounge and headed outside. Head on just in time to see the two of them, Zhuang Chu and Mo Xiu, coming back and talking about something with a map of the war zone. After Zhuang Chu came over, the pressure on the choppers was reduced quite a bit, or at least the melee shortcomings were made up for. But after all, Zhuang Chu had retired from the team, and the team still needed combatants who could fend off the front row. After Zhuang Chu saw Yi Xiang, he opened his mouth and said, "Teacher said that you can also go to the dragon field to exchange when you have time. Although you have comprehended the true meaning, but in fact, you are only standing at the beginning. You still need to spend time to seriously specialize." He wanted to nod his head and was just about to speak when a new mission order came from the communicator. Comrade Yi Think, please proceed to Battle Zone A2. Support mission orders, target, level 59 Horned Ghost King. After Yi Xiang froze for a moment, he did not hesitate and directly left with the wind. Seeing that Yi wanted to carry out the mission alone, Zhuang Chu couldn't help but knit his brows and turned his head to Mo Xiu and asked, "Did you want to join the chopper team proper?" Mo Xiu nodded. "Well, it's been more than a week. You wanted to progress very quickly, even if he can't fight and escape. He's decapitated no less than 6 level 50 Horned Ghost Kings these days. All of them are judged to be the main force." Zhuang Chu was silent for a moment before shaking his head. This is a battlefield after all. Any enemy can be encountered. Sometimes inherent thinking is the most dangerous. Just like the last time they encountered the Horned Ghost Throne in Jingzhou. If it wasn't for Mr. Wang Lu's timely appearance, he and Lin Feng would have already died. If you have any good ideas you can come in and mention yo. Secret word, 55 Uncle 42 Eek 4 Eek 5. However, on the battlefield, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was also present in person, so as long as they didn't venture into the battlefield, they were all able to support each other in the first place, and there wasn't much of a problem. The A2 battlefield in Ba County is utterly and completely full of high-rise buildings, as is typical of mountain towns. I thought I was standing on the first level of the road, but when I looked down, I realized it was still a dozen stories high, and it was hard to imagine how on earth the city people had built it 100 years ago. After coming to the coordinate position with great difficulty, Yi Xiang looked around with some bewilderment. How come he didn't see anything? Where is it? Boom! Just then, a booming muffled sound came from below. Yi Xiang immediately reacted and flew towards the bottom with the royal wind. At a glance, he saw Jiangguan Lin Feng and a member of the Green Dragon Force fighting a level 59 Horned Ghost King, and the battle was very intense. Even though this Horned Ghost King had layers of time spells applied to his body, his powerful physical qualities were still exploding. It's so hard to slow down by half, only to explode and come back up, exceeding the consumption of the 9th level. Lin Feng's mental energy was consumed very quickly. Jiang Guan and another member of the Green Dragon were tangling, and the Horned Ghost King had quite a few injuries on his body, but they were basically minor injuries that didn't affect him very much. Just then, the red horn on the Horned Ghost King's head flashed. Jiang Guan and the members of the Green Dragon's face changed at the same time, and they hurriedly bowed their heads without saying a word. In an instant, around this Horned Ghost King, a circle of circular sharp aura erupted and spread out, and within a range of 60 meters, everything was all cut off at the waist. Boom! One of the load-bearing walls of the abandoned building to the side was caught in the wave and instantly severed. There were a few clicks, and in the next moment, the dozen-story abandoned building steeply began to collapse. Several people were not slow to react, and had long been accustomed to the buildings that collapsed from time to time in this Ba County war zone, and hastily retreated at the sight of the situation. Smoke and dust roared in all directions, obscuring all sight. It definitely didn't dissipate for a while, but the battle only stalled for a moment and resumed. The auxiliary intelligence of the crowd quickly locked onto the location of the level 59 Horned Ghost King, which was flying towards Lin Feng. He was smart enough to know that he had to get rid of this annoying human mage first. In the dust, the dark red figure flew closer. After getting a reminder from the auxiliary intelligence, Lin Feng's face changed slightly and he quickly recited an incantation. Layer after layer of time magic fluctuations appeared in front of his body, resisting his body in an attempt to slow down the Horned Ghost King. In just a few moments, the Horned Ghost King broke through the first layer of the time aura, stretched out his hand, crossed over to the second layer of the time aura, and with a roar, broke through the third layer of the time aura. When he was about to grab Lin Feng, an ancient sword came with the sword, emitting sharp pure yang sword deity to chop down at that arm. Lin Feng had already taken out his time pocket watch at this time, ready to cast forbidden techniques at any time. The moment he saw the imperial sword flying, he immediately realized that it was Yi Xiang who had arrived. Slightly relieved, then he would take a gamble. Lin Feng's eyes steeply turned gray, and the 5 revolutions of powerful time skills blossomed out in his eyes. Time turbulence. In an instant, the Horned Ghost King felt that his surroundings became blurry all of a sudden. One moment fast, one moment slow. This feeling was incomparably unbearable. Seeing this scene, Jiang Guan and the members of the Green Dragon each realized the opportunity and also used their 5-turn skills at the same time. The mannequin appeared steeply on the Horned Ghost King, with countless sharp silk threads wrapped around it. The Green Dragon member's body exploded with fighting chi, and with a furious shout, a tiger's shadow whistled out. The Victory Evil Sword also displayed the Pure Yang Sword deity, the mixed one chi, Pure Yang initial movement. A sword flew down. This Horned Ghost King realized the crisis and tried to struggle a bit, his forehead red horn emitting light. Who knew that the fastest to arrive was the Shang Evil Sword? A flash of sword light, directly cutting off the red horn. The tiger shadow slammed into it so hard that there was a thud, and the bones clicked and snapped. The Horned Ghost King viciously sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Finally feeling death approaching, he growled and struggled, staring at Lin Feng in death. Die for a different one. But all the sharp silk threads tightened steeply, and Jiang Guan's mannequin gave an expressionless yank. The silk threads tensed, and blood suddenly burst from the Horned Ghost King, splattering the mannequin with blood and flesh. Leaf wanted the comms to alert the command was complete, but needed to evacuate as soon as possible because of the commotion. After the assistive intelligence decided that this level 59 blood spirit was to be given to Lin Feng, the 4 of them looked at each other, nodded, and directly turned around to hurry up and leave. As expected, just as the front foot left, a drone captured several high-level blood ghost kings appearing on the scene. The atmosphere was hideous and horrible after they looked down at the bodies of their kind on the ground. One of them jerked his head in the direction of the drones, a cruel smile cracking the corners of his mouth. The twin horns on his head radiated light, and with a snap, completely unbeknownst to him, the drone burst and disintegrated directly in mid-air. Lost to observation, Zhou Jing looked calm after watching this scene. Pretend you're a sister. Backhanding a few Blood Ghost King coordinates to Zhuang Chu and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. All the data of the entire Ba County war zone was reflected in the eyes, and based on the data it was reasonable to send each member of the Ace Warrior to cooperate with the completion, the fit and risk ratio, etc. of this requires strict matching by the commanders, including a state of the fighters themselves, which needs to be carefully observed and projected. The amount of arithmetic involved was enormous, which of course was why the commanders leveled up fast. And those who could sit here, like the Ace Force, were the top group of data-assisted professions in the country. Resources, personnel, terrain, tactics, etc. In every battle, the sturdiest backing is not only the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, a whole day, which ended quickly during the battle. Yi Xiang's mastery of the Pure Yang sword technique became more and more pure, but there was still a long way to go before he could master the Pure Yang true meaning, and for now, he could only deepen his progress continuously. At night, in the temporary base of the choppers, everyone stood on the rooftop, watching the night and grilling a barbecue. Elementary school brother is really powerful. Today as the main force killed 2 level 50 Horned Ghost Kings, after seeing the members' battle results, he couldn't help but look up at Yi Xiang and praise him. Yi wanted to shake his head. He just tried his best. His own little battle record, for the entire chopper team, still belonged to be the least. Still, It's a big improvement to go from being an auxiliary to being able to perform decapitations on your own. But in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Xiang's progress was fast. It's almost New Year's. Aren't you going home, Teen Chu? Sister-in-law must be waiting for you, Feng Yuan said as he raised his head and looked curiously at Zhuang Chu. Zhuang Chu smiled mysteriously. She will soon arrive at the battlefield. The crowd immediately understood. Oh yo, no wonder. There was some uproar, and it looked like the Ace Jubilee troops were coming over. Yi Xiang, isn't your home in Ningxuan? 100 or 200 kilometers. It's good to go home tonight for New Year's Eve, and it's fine to come back in the morning. Mo Xiu raised his head at this time and looked at Yi Think and said. Hearing this, Yi Xiang did have some hesitation. After all, it would only take about an hour to go back and forth if the royal wind was there, but finally shook his head. It's fine, just a small year. A barbecue was quickly cleaned up in front of a group of eaters. Just in time, a white tiger fighter flew down from the sky, only to see a legal woman wearing a red vermilion bird uniform walk down, with a beautiful appearance and a domineering aura. Except for Yi wanted Linfeng, the rest of the people were no strangers to her. It was none other than the captain of the Ace Vermilion Bird Troop, Zhuang Chu's daughter-in-law, Su Rong. Zhuang Chu subconsciously stood up, without any of his previous vice squad demeanor, and said with a smile, Daughter-in-law, just waiting for you, come, sit. But soon he realized that he said the wrong thing. All eaten, what are you waiting for? Ahem, alas, I'm going to hunt. It feels inconvenient to hunt after the boar is gone. Feng Yuan sighed, shook his head, and directly jumped down from the rooftop to the base. Lin Jun picked up the photo album and quietly watched the scene, pretending to be transparent. Lu Yen, he die, and Ning Yuan Mei all got up and came to Su Rong's side, greeting each other very familiarly, obviously all very familiar with each other. Women on one side, men on the other. When Feng Yuan came back from hunting a wild boar, after the chopping team crowd was silent for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Feng Yuan, how long have you been thinking about the piggy? You eat the pig when it's not around. Feng Yuan rolled his eyes. In the jungle, wild boars are a rare breed. Can you not miss them? It wasn't long before this second barbecue began in earnest. It wasn't long before Heavenly King Luo Zhuan also walked up, and the crowd hurriedly stood up. Luo Zhuan nodded, then said, according to the data feedback in the past 2 days, the Horned Ghost Fae have been reinforcing the Ba County war zone. Don't go too deep when fighting. Pay a little attention. The crowd nodded in clarity. After saying that, the rack on Luo Zhuan then disappeared, and after walking over to take a look at the roasted pork, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you guys are really, well, at least we have a piggy teammate. The next one will not be an example, you know? Ha ha ha. On the frontline battlefield, the choppers were laughing. Yi Xiang also took the time to send a message to Shen's father and mother as well as Shen Yue. I'm fine. It's going to be a while before I get back. Mother Shen, be safe child. Shen Yue, well, I know. Yi want you to be careful. Shen Tianyang, slaughter a few more foreigners. Young people are not frivolous, to be replaced by me when, in the Ningxuan neighborhood. After the three people received Yi Xiang's message, they all replied one by one. After seeing Shen Tianyang's message, Shen's mother didn't have the good sense to directly grab the phone, intending to change the message, but Shen Tianyang was still quick on his feet and sent it out, and once in a while, he was hard-headed and also talked back. You want to be so good. What's wrong with killing a few more? Old Shen, your skin is itching after your hand is restored, isn't it? It's fine for the child to come back safely. There are so many foreigners out there. Can he kill them all by himself? Mother Shen was a bit angry. Although they were quarreling, the depression and suppression of these days gradually dissipated with the news of Yi Xiang. Outsiders only saw that their family had produced two geniuses and were envious. But in fact, only his own people will worry about Yi Xiang's safety on the battlefield. It's good to be safe, not asking for too much. You wanted to look at the message replied by Shen's father and froze slightly. Sure enough, Shen's father, Shen's mother, and they still guessed that he was on the battlefield. Shen Yue secretly sent another photo of the very scene where the two were at each other's throats, followed by another photo with bright eyes and white teeth. Not seen for half a month, Shen Yue has already broken through to level 30 and successfully turned 3. Yi think, does it look good? Yi wanted couldn't help but smile. Well, it's nice to look at, but quickly responded, a little puzzled. Why not brother again? I'll call it what I like. Yi wanted to be a bit helpless, just let her be. At that moment, the communicator popped up another message from Song Xinrui. Yi think, Happy New Year. Yi wanted to reply simply as well. Well, Happy New Year. After looking up at the wild boar meat being roasted, he directly took a picture and sent it to Song Xinrui. When Song Xinrui saw it, she couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Wait, I'll show you something fun. She switched to a video screen call, then expanded the virtual screen and turned to walk out of the room to the bedroom to show the tusked boar. At this time, the tusked boar was sleeping, and after being woken up by Song Shinrue, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the virtual screen photo, and immediately thought that he had been roasted, and scared out a mournful wailing pig squeal. After you wanted to switch the video to zoom in, the crowd was amused as they saw the tusked boar's terrified appearance. Feng Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Kill the pig to kill the pig's heart. He ran to the screen and looked at the tusked boar and said, "Piggy, don't be afraid. We're eating a wild pig." Oh, tusked boar. For the first time, it felt the gentle face on the screen, incredibly aggravated. Why even eat piggybacks? At dawn the next day, Yi Xiang, who had been practicing all night, walked out of the base on time, and rode the wind to a large tree to wait for the dawn. The next moment, the first sun rises. The radiant sun shines on the earth. Yi Xiang had already closed his eyes and absorbed the violet qi, starting to cultivate the inner elixir as strands of violet qi fell into the purple gold dan, rotating and absorbing it. The violet gold dan was now much larger, close to the size of 2 thumbs, with an abundance of spiritual energy and Taoist rhythm. The golden light and purple aura enveloped Yi Xiang's body, and the members of the decapitation team all watched his cultivation figure on time. For some reason, all of them found that every time they saw Yi wanted to cultivate, they would have a soothing feeling, as if they had invariably superimposed a layer of spiritual buff that could be maintained for the whole day. After the end of 10 minutes, Yi wanted to open his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Refreshed, his essence had reached its peak. Although the white spirit bead and also the throne blood spirit could be converted into spiritual energy to enhance the inner dan, there was absolutely no such feeling of Taoist rhythm possessing one's body, and it was only when one faced the sunrise and used the breathing method to cultivate that one felt that they were really practicing, and that one's own realm became clearer and more genuine. The inner dan cultivation is also an exploration of the Tao, invariably enhancing one's own Tao intent base. The practice was over and the mission orders came down quickly. Comrade Yi think. Please head to the E3 battle zone and explore the unknown area with the members of Tang Snake. Command decided to continue forward exploration by expanding 3 more theater areas. A portion of Jingzhou's warriors also began to step into Ba County in preparation for establishing a base station. He wanted to conceal his figure and rushed to the mission coordinates after close to 20 minutes, and after glancing at the Tang Snake members' coordinate information, his gaze fell on a crumbling brick wall not far away. In the corner, a hint of light did seem a little unnatural, almost hard to see without looking hard. Tang Snake's second-in-command, Yang Pingshan, level 52, is a very good combatant. I'm here, you wanted to say in the channel. Well, the exploration range is about 5 kilometers in a circle. You can't use auxiliary intelligence to explore. It's easy to be exposed. I'll go to the west radius. You go to the east. Is this okay? Yang Pingshan quickly designated a good plan and said. He knew that Yi Xiang, the reserve member of the decapitation team, despite his recent outstanding performance, was still subconsciously a little distrustful. After all, he was too young. So Yang Pingshan directly stated his plan, intending to act separately. Exploration quests are not better with more people. Well, it's fine. Yi Xiang nodded without comment. Seeing that Yi wanted to talk well, Yang Pingshan nodded and went over in that direction to the west. After Yi wanted to take a look at his disappearing figure, he slightly shrugged his shoulders and got used to it. After all, there had been a few instances recently where members of the Ace Force didn't trust him, basically treating him as an assistant. A little bit of age and a little bit of rank. He wanted to turn around and start exploring in the eastern direction. For unfamiliar areas, naturally, anything would appear. The entire Tang Snake Troop was an assassin-type profession that could conceal itself, so it was the best at exploring unknown areas. However, recently, he was really busy. Plus Yi Xian himself had the concealment skill, so he was assigned the exploration command mission. Yang Pingshan was a bit surprised at first when he saw that there were members of the chopping team exploring with him, but he realized it only after seeing the name Yi Xiang. He didn't think that Yi Xiang could currently act as the main force of the decimation team, and coming over for the exploration mission was mostly just to rub off on the war effort. But it would be a mistake to really think that questing missions are easy. Yang Pingshan does not intend to help Yi Xiang. After all, young people, eat a little lesson. Let's fight some of these thoughts of taking advantage of the good. Thinking of this, Yang Pingshan glanced back behind him, and after realizing that he could no longer see Yi Xiang's trail, a trace of surprise crossed his eyes. Looks like it's got some skills. As he explored toward the front, he switched to the Tingshui troop channel and asked, which one of you has been in contact with Yi Xiang? After a few moments of silence in the channel, 7 or 8 people responded that they had all been on missions with Yi Xiang. How does it feel? Yang Pingshan continued to ask. Don't care about his status as a member of the chopping team. Be honest. He was, after all, the vice-captain of the Ace Tingshui troop, and his authority was still there. Su Li, who had teamed up with Yi Xiang some time ago, opened her mouth and said, Yi Xiang's strength is very strong, definitely has the strength of the chopper team's regular staff. His character is very decisive. Just a little. A little what? Yang Pingshan was a bit puzzled. Well, just kind of makes his own judgments, moves quickly, and sometimes it's impossible to guess exactly what he's going to do. When these words were said, the Tang Snake members who had teamed up with Yi Xiang could not help but nod their heads. Their Tang Snake troop fighting style was probably all about waiting for the right time before making a move, ambushing, understanding the details of the other side, and finding the breaks, and naturally not making a move easily without 100% certainty. But Yi wanted to roar with thunder light every time, instantly landed down, regardless of it, directly started to do it. If you can beat it, do it. If you can't beat it, then run. Yi Xiang's strength, to be honest, he is stronger than most of the people in the team. Another Tang Snake member who had teamed up with Yi Xiang said. Yang Pingshan nodded as his perception of Yi Xiang turned into an extremely conceited demonic genius, but after all, he was young, and if he himself had this kind of strength when he was 17, he would probably be even madder than him. But this is a battlefield, and being strong and weak doesn't help. The only thing to do is to live all the time. After getting a general idea of what Yi wanted, Yang Pingshan shut down his communication and focused on his exploration mission. Soon, the map with a 5-kilometer radius to the west was gradually marked with detailed information by him. 200 meters southwest of the E3 battle zone, a swarm of about 100 aliens. 300 meters to the northwest, a herd of 300 horned ghost fae was found, and a level 56 horned ghost king was spotted. 600 meters to the southwest, a fallen level 50 horned ghost king was found. Yang Pingshuan's gaze became icy cold all of a sudden. Request in order to behead that level 50 horned ghost king. He was level 52, so as long as he found the right opportunity, there shouldn't be much of a problem in solving this level 50 horned ghost king in a short period of time. After receiving this message, the commander of the Great Rear thought for a few moments before agreeing to this request for orders from Yang Pingshan. You wanted to cooperate with Yang Pingshan. Beheading a level 50 horned ghost king in a short period of time shouldn't be a big problem, although entering the enemy's depths, but as long as the immediate withdrawal is not dangerous. After receiving the command to agree, Yang Pingshuan's eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of his mouth curled up. After hiding his figure to the extreme, he approached that level 50 horned ghost king step by step. He stopped when there was still 10 meters left in range. For this level of horned ghost king, even if they couldn't see it, if they approached too actively, the other party would still be able to sense that something was wrong. The next thing to do was to hide his breath and wait for the opportunity. And if possible, it would be fine for this horned ghost king to approach in person. Yang Pingshuan's choice of location to lurk was also very delicate. That is, lurking in the direction of the nearest tribal group. There was a high chance that this horned ghost king would return to the tribe. This horned ghost king was clearly searching for a fey prey, and possessing intelligence. He was even making an improvised trap. On the other side, because of the same team, seeing Yang Pingshan applying for the decapitation of the level 50 horned ghost king quest command, Yi Xiang could not help but be stunned. Isn't exploration just about marking the target out of the way? Won't this risky action be dangerous? Forget it. The other party is after all Tang Snake's vice-captain. The scout exploration experience is definitely much better than this half-assed person like himself, so it's better to continue marking the area that he is responsible for. On the other side, Yang Pingshan saw the horned ghost king get the trap in place. Then he got up and walked directly towards him. All at once, he relaxed and tried to hide his breath as little as possible. The closer the distance, the greater the chance of a kill. The horned ghost king walked straight over, completely unaware that a human assassin was not far from his face. Just as the two of them were still 2 meters away, the red horn on his forehead flashed steeply, as if it had triggered some kind of passive, and a light red aperture spread out. In the next moment, Yang Pingshan revealed his figure with a dismayed face. What kind of fucking luck is this? To meet a passive detection type of ghost art. Yang Pingshan almost didn't die of anger, and in an instant, he forced himself forward to attack, holding the wolf tooth blade with both hands, turning into a residual shadow and heading straight for the face. But the horned ghost king, who had already reacted, immediately burst back, and the slash marks revealed shallow traces of blood on his face. The horned ghost king licked the wound on his face and looked at Yang Pingshan cruelly. Human, you are looking for death. His body directly multiplied. His strong power exploded through his body, and he instantly rushed up and turned around to fling his leg. Yang Pingshan, who missed the blow, subconsciously wanted to hide his figure to avoid it, but he knew that just after he had hidden himself, the red horn of this horned ghost king flashed again. and the light red aura spread, exposing his figure again. There was no way to hide. Gritting his teeth, he could only resist the Horned Ghost King's leg, his hands resisting in front of his body. With a thud, the whole thing kicked straight out. It hit the tree hard and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Although Yang Pingshuan's level was slightly higher than this Horned Ghost King in front of him, as an assassin profession, his advantage was in his speed and stealth, as well as his one-hit kill skill. In terms of frontal combat, the Horned Ghost King's battle power yet far exceeded his. He had met the detection-type Horned Ghost King, who had completely defeated him, and he was unable to utilize all of his advantages. But it's useless to think about this now. It doesn't matter if the mission fails. The priority now is how to get out and escape. Yang Pingshan braced himself and climbed straight up the big tree. Seeing this scene, the level 50 Horned Ghost King laughed a bit and rushed up to whack the tree off with a punch. With a loud thud, the tree collapsed directly. Yang Pingshan, however, had already jumped to another tree and fled quickly. The Horned Ghost King made a jump, bursting up and rushing up, frantically chasing after it, with a powerful burst of speed that surprisingly didn't slow down much. Yang Pingshan had tried to enter stealth several times, but he was exposed by the red horn aura skill, and he simply couldn't get rid of this Horned Ghost King behind him. But this wasn't the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that if this Horned Ghost King wasn't resolved in a short period of time, the rest of the Horned Ghost Kings or even the powerful Blood Ghost Kings would soon come over, and then it would be completely impossible to walk away. At the same time, the rear commander's brows furrowed when he saw the scene of Yang Pingshan. How? He rewatched the earlier scene and reacted this time that Yang Pingshan and Yi Xiang had actually acted alone. Not being able to talk about this, the commander directly sent out 5 drones in the direction of Yang Pingshan, observing the situation around him, and at the same time reminding he wanted to support Yang Pingshan as soon as possible to solve the decapitation target. Comrade Yi Xiang, please proceed to Yang Pingshuan's coordinates and resolve the decapitation target. In the communicator, the commander's voice rang out directly. Yi wanted to raise his head, some surprise in his eyes. Did the mission fail? A level 50 Horned Ghost King wouldn't need support. Although he thought so, Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly rose up on the wind, possessed by the thunder law, and flew as a ray of lightning towards Yang Pingshuan's position. The moment the thunder light was revealed, it instantly attracted the attention of many Horned Ghost Fae, who raised their heads. Among them, a Blood Ghost King slowly opened his eyes and looked in that direction. The double horns on his forehead flashed red, and he directly turned into a blood-red residual shadow and disappeared in place. The location of a few kilometers was reached in a few moments for Yi Xiang. At a glance, he saw the level 50 Horned Ghost King chasing behind Yang Pingshan, and although he didn't understand why he was being chased, he didn't hesitate and coalesced palm thunder in his hands. The Berserk Thunder Law exuded a piercing sound, and Yang Pingshan only saw a flash of thunder, instantly brushing his shoulders with a speed that he almost didn't even react to. In that instant, he saw the appearance of a teenager wrapped in lightning, his eyes firm and calm, not even looking at him, his gaze only on the level 50 Horned Ghost King. Yang Pingshan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Boom! There was a steep roar from behind them. He turned his head to look, and saw the teenage boy pressing one hand fiercely on the Horned Ghost King's neck as the lightning method exploded and wreaked havoc. The Horned Ghost King's painful punch slammed hard on Yi Xiang's chest, and the human immortal pattern surfaced, carrying this punch hard. Still, a few ribs were hammered right off, and while the internal organs were not a big problem, the bones couldn't take it. Yi Xiang strongly endured the huge pain in his chest. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a flash of sword light from the victory evil sword in his hand, he directly slashed through the Horned Ghost King's neck. If you wanted to decapitate your opponent in a short period of time, then you could only exchange your injuries for your life. After decapitating the Horned Ghost King's head, the Samadhi flame quickly enveloped his entire body and scorched it. A level 50 blood spirit surge blinked and refined into a white spirit bead, swallowing it in one gulp. Yang Pingshan looked at this scene in a daze. A level 50 Horned Ghost King, killed by him just like this? How demonic is this kid? Please evacuate as soon as possible. It has been observed that the 6-head Horned Ghost King is coming this way. The auxiliary intelligence reminded at this time. He wanted to nod his head to show that he understood. Thank you. Yang Pingshan still spoke, somewhat ashamed that he was in his 20s and had been saved by a teenager who had just gone to war. Perhaps it was because of his age. He would always overlook Yi Xiang's status as a chopper. Hurry up and go. It's not safe here. Yi wanted to say, okay, the exploration mission has failed for the time being. Evacuate back as soon as possible. And this theater will certainly be highly valued. And it is impossible to say that it will be directly upgraded from E3 to E1. After all, the battlefield situation is changing all the time. And you can't have a fixed mindset. The two of them quickly returned the same way, heading over towards the A1 battle zone, where Heavenly King Luo Juan was sitting. However, the two of them had just hidden their figures and had not run far, when an extremely dangerous feeling surged in Yi Xiang's perception. In the next instant, a bloody shadow came directly in front of the two. The so-called concealment skill was simply useless in the eyes of the other party. Yang Pingshan also realized the danger and stopped in his tracks. But still, his reaction was a step too slow, and with a poof, a blood-red arm pierced through his chest, and his scarlet heart poofed in the Blood Ghost King's hand. Yang Pingshan opened his mouth, looked at the bloody hole in his chest, turned his head to Yi Xiang and yelled, "Run, run!" He used the last of his strength, and the black blades of his hands erupted with a brilliant silver-colored fighting aura. A silver wolf shadow killed up towards this Blood Ghost King in front of him. Wolf whistle kill. In the next moment, his body directly burst into pieces, turning into a sky of blood and flesh, and Yi Xiang was also covered in Yang Pingshuan's blood. The skill had dissipated before it fell. Yang Pingshan, sacrificed. Killing a Tang Snake vice captain was simple for the Blood Ghost King. He raised his head, his blood-red eyes gazing deeply into Yi Xiang, mocking, "Human boy, have you thought about how you're going to die? How about the same as just now?" As soon as the words fell, he turned into a blood shadow and rushed towards Yi Xiang. Yang Pingshuan's death slightly stained Yi Guan's eyes red, even though the two didn't get along well. Even strangers, they were comrades in arms after all. Yi Xiang stared dead on at this Blood Ghost King in front of him, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly pinched and crushed away the blood-colored jade pendant from his pocket. At this time, this Blood Ghost King had already arrived in front of Yi Xiang and opened his bloody mouth, intending to directly bite off his head. The Horned Ghost Fae have always had an unwritten subconscious, that is, by directly eating the human head in its entirety, the greater the chances of obtaining the other party's ability to evolve their own blood ghost arts. A level 39 human teenager, he didn't even put it in his eyes. Just then, however, a slender, white arm rested against his upper jaw. "I say you sack a matter. Give you 3 chances, this is only after a long time. You have used twice. You are treating me as a hitter." Corpse ancestor Winning Hook turned his head and helplessly looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Aya, you make your mouth stink and open it so wide. Shut the bucket up for me." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she pressed harder. The Blood Ghost King's bloody mouth directly heaved together, and with a click, the sparse sound of broken teeth could be heard. Winning Hook then landed a punch on the stomach of the Blood Ghost King in front of him. There was a bang and blood splattered. A large hole was blasted directly out of his stomach. The Blood Ghost King was filled with horror. How could this human woman in front of him be so terrifying? Yet he had never seen it before. The twin horns on his head emanated red light, and he began to mutate all over his body, growing hideous blood-colored armor. Windhook frowned slightly. "Ha, ugly." She raised her hand and a sea of blood that covered the sky erupted all over her body. This shocking sea of blood swallowed up the Blood Ghost King in front of her in the blink of an eye, leaving no dregs left. A 72 level of blood spirit floated in front of the body. Windhook measured after a while, a mouthful of swallowed, and then clapped his hands, looked at the leaf one to say, "These are small fish." Meaning, the last time, give a good play well. You wanted to not say anything, just walk to the location where young Shunping was sacrificed. The body became countless blood and flesh burst open, simply could not find an intact one. If it had been before, he might have been afraid, but now, all there was silence. From the blood and water, he picked up 2 wolf-toothed dagger blades. His robed green shirt had been thoroughly dyed red with blood and water, and his entire body was permeated with an icy cold murderous aura. When he raised his head again, a pair of divine golden eyes looked at Windhook and said flatly, "How long can you maintain this?" Looking at these eyes of his, even as a corpse ancestor, Windhook's icy heart couldn't help but jump. This little guy is obviously so weak. Why does he always startle himself? 10 minutes it. Oops, I came out for too long. This body cannot suffer. Winning Hook opened his mouth and said, "You wanted to raise his head and look deeper into Ba County." And under his divinity, his perception was also doubled, so he could clearly sense that several horned ghost kings were leaning over. "Aren't you eating blood spirits? How could you not suffer?" Yi Xiang asked rhetorically. Windhook was a bit helpless. Why was this little heavenly master not a good liar at all? In fact, when you wanted to bring out the blood jade, her plan was even successful, equivalent to the same as a doppelganger. She could appear at will, and the jade pendant was just a front. 3 chances, even more of a lie, just a random excuse to fool around. This kid doesn't take it seriously at all. Did he already guess that? Winning Hook had a delicate mind and thought of a number of things at once. In just a little bit of time, a head of Horned Ghost King appeared around and surrounded towards the two of them. Winning Hook glanced at the calm and relaxed Leaf thought, small age, the celestial master temperament has well, He wanted to look at these hideous horned ghost fae in front of him, raised his hand, and cast the Tong Tian talisman. In an instant, 36 talismans surfaced in front of his body. After merging into the golden light, a spiritual chain ran through the surface of the talisman, directly locking onto the 5 horned ghost kings in the distance and pulling them all together with a forceful pull. He wanted to cast the golden light mantra with full force again, and the source continuously wrapped around their bodies. Then he quickly pinched up the 9-character hand sign. Seeing this familiar Dao, Windhoek helplessly held his forehead. Don't use that. I want to hit people when I look at it. As soon as the words fell, her body released the blood sea demon chi, and behind her, the heaven and earth vision of the pitch-black underworld sea shook people's hearts. The waves rolled in with monstrous might, easily drowning and devouring these horned ghost kings. It was simply not too simple. As a corpse ancestor, even if it was only a divine soul split, it was still comparable to the 9 revolutions. At this time, a military robe and halberd fell down from the rear. It was none other than the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. He frowned as he looked at corpse ancestor Windhoek. On his way here, through his authority, he already knew what had happened here. Seeing that Yi Xian was fine, he slightly breathed a sigh of relief. The few blood ghost kings in the distance that were still watching turned around and fled without saying a word when they saw the human heavenly king coming. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you guys? I don't want to lose face. Just call me out. Can't you protect him? Seeing the heavenly king Luo Zhuan, Wingo was not afraid at all and even questioned in return. Luo Zhuan nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xiang and asked, "No injuries?" Yi Xiang's eyes returned to normal at this time, silently shaking his head. "He died and I didn't have time to save him." He handed the 2 wolf-toothed dagger blades to Luo Zhuan and opened his mouth. Luo Zhuan took the dagger blade and nodded. "I know. The commander also bears some responsibility for this incident," failing to observe that Yang Pingshan and Yi Xian were operating separately. Otherwise he would not have rashly agreed to the operation. But in the end, it is still Yang Pingshan was too careless, not fully grasped the action, to know into the enemy deep after. Once exposed, naturally will be other horned ghost king attention, and even attracted to the blood ghost king this kind of existence. Luo Zhuan was somewhat grateful at this point. At least Yi Xiang didn't die. Windhoek bristled, looked at the flesh and blood on the ground, and spoke. "If you guys really want him, I can make him turn into a zombie and reanimate him. The flesh and blood is still there anyway." Hearing these words, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's eyes narrowed instantly. "If you dare to do that, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. I'm trying to be nice. You're being mean." Windhoek is not afraid of him at all. It's not like he was scared, not bothering to say another word. He directly turned back into a blood jade and levitated in front of Yi Xiang. Watching this scene, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan slightly wrinkled. But in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, Yi Xiang did need to be protected, and he himself had too many things going on, and he couldn't possibly take care of him all the time. He wanted to follow Luo Zhuan back to the base. The medical aide came up and scanned the area before reminding. "Need to apply for treatment. For broken ribs." Yi wanted to nod his head. This injury, in the case of a normal person, already belongs to a serious injury. After all, broken ribs poking through the internal organs, then there is a danger to life. However, the internal organs have been branded to the 4th time. The human immortal pattern is not only completely changing the internal organs, a certain defensibility is still there, and does not worry about the broken ribs will pierce. It didn't take long for a therapy aide to walk in. It was a woman who looked very pretty and mature, a female officer of the 56th level healing department, and her rank wasn't low. After she saw Yi Xiang, she opened her mouth and said, "Hello Comrade Yi Xiang, I'm here to help you with your healing." Yi wanted to nod and lay down, and just as he was about to undo his clothes, he was slapped away by her. "You now have 4 broken ribs. Don't move around easily. It's easy to hurt your internal organs." She personally helped Yi Xiang to untie his green shirt and robe. At this time, Lin Jun also happened to come back. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. "Sorry, I didn't see anything. You guys carry on." Yi wanted to look at him with some bewilderment. What did it mean? The woman in the healing profession didn't raise her head, looking at Yi Xiang's somewhat sunken chest with some surprise. Causing such a serious bone break would surely have caused internal bleeding a long time ago, but this guy really didn't have a problem at all. "Are internal organs harder than bones?" The woman raised her hand and landed it on Yi Xiang's chest, and a rich white light penetrated the surface of her skin. She soon realized the reason why this teenager had broken 4 ribs badly, but why he didn't have any trouble at all. It was as if his internal organs had been strengthened, and their activity far exceeded that of a normal person by several times. Under the healing spell, 1 rib in Yi Xiang's body returned to its original position, rejoined and connected. After 10 minutes, Mi Yao let go of his hand, looked up at Yi Xiang and said, It's already recovered. But still pay a little attention to it this week. Freshly recovered bones are very fragile. Yi wanted to nod his head, indicating that he knew. Thanks. Lin Jun did not leave. Has been standing in the doorway watching the scene with interest. Could not help but joked, "Yo, long time no see. Level up a lot of it." However, Miao acted as if she hadn't heard him, packing up her things and submitting the healing command task before turning around and leaving directly from Lin Jun, not even glancing at him since the beginning. Lin Jun had some toothache. This woman, she wouldn't be so vindictive, would she? Yi Xiang had already gotten dressed by this time and came over, somewhat puzzled. Recognize? Sort of. Lin Jun was somewhat helpless. Have a grudge? Sort of. Oh, take your hand out and let me see it. What for? Counting in-laws. Lin Jun's eyes immediately lit up. Is it accurate? If it's accurate, I'll take you to swipe 3-horn Ghost King battle honors later. No. 5. It's okay. That's fine. Show me if there's a connection with that girl just now. You wanted to look at him with a resolute face, but still took a look at Lin Jun's palm, then reached out and pinched his fingers, shook his head, and sighed lightly. Lin Jun was really a bit flustered. The way you're sighing, I'm steeped in a feeling of being a note. Pretty much. You wanted to nod his head. Shit, I don't believe it. You can't do the math right. Lin Jun turned away with a sad face. Lu Yen, who came back from the door, looked at him with a puzzled face. What's going on here? Are you hurt? Lu Yen also saw Miao earlier and couldn't help but ask. After all, there were only 2 people in the base, Yi Xiang and Lin Jun. Yi wanted to nod. Well, a few broken ribs have been recovered. You can do it. This little injury above all, let me damsel give you personal treatment. TSK. No wonder Lin Jun is so envious. Is she very powerful? Yi Xiang was a bit puzzled, having had no contact at all before. More than awesome. Haven't you seen her rank? 2nd class captain officer, chief captain of the pre-war auxiliary profession, the dream girl of many warriors, which also includes Lin Jun. The level of healing is very impressive, Lu Yen said with a smile. Yi Xiang then realized that he couldn't help but think back to his mentor Su Mengmeng. If she was still on the battlefield, she should be very popular as well. Only the teacher's eyes hadn't recovered. Plus there was a psychological shadow, so the higher-ups definitely wouldn't let the mentor go into battle. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of young Ping Shun, and his heart was still a little hard. Turning back to the lounge, he intensified his practice. He wanted to look at the thrown blood spirit within his dantian, and finally settled down. If he completely indulged himself in devouring energy, then the foundation he had laid earlier would all be wasted. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, I need a spirit wood root, red fruit, centennial armored turtle shell, and severed gecko blood. The auxiliary intelligence submitted the materials you wanted, and quickly responded. The application has been submitted. It will take 2 hours to be delivered, and the herbs were detected to be necessary for treatment, and do not need to consume battle merit. Yi Xiang nodded. He needed these herbs to refine a 3rd-turn bone-nourishing pill. As the name suggested, it could contain bones. Even an old man with bone loss can recover, let alone repair the ribs on his chest. He's kind of on sick leave now, with 3 days off, but on the battlefield, 3 days already belonged to a very long period of time, and he planned to directly borrow the elixir to fully recover from his injuries, and then go back to the battlefield at that time. 2 hours passed quickly in meditating on branding the human immortal pattern. It didn't take long for auxiliary intelligence to leave the room and bring back the herbs needed for alchemy. Yi Xiang opened his eyes, raised his hand to receive the herbs, and directly ignited the samadhi flame with one hand. Several medicinal ingredients were quickly refined into liquid in the samadhi flame, and 10 minutes later, a light gray 3rd-turn elixir was successfully refined. Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly swallowed the elixir. The bone-nourishing pill melted in his mouth, and the strange power of the pill spread the bones of his limbs, quickly finding its way to the ribs of his chest. Although it had been connected and repaired, it still needed to heal itself slowly, but with the recovery of the elixir, the ribs soon recovered perfectly, and even with the help of the bone-nourishing elixir, the rib area was even harder than before. You wanted to rummage through the Tao collection to find that there was a record about the human immortal body, and the human immortal tattoo at the 4th level was branded on the bones of the entire body. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, Yi Xiang suddenly received a message from He Yueru and opened his mouth. Elementary school brother, just be good in the lounge and don't come out, okay? Leaf thought blankly. Why? Oops, nothing. He Dewey simply turned off the communication. At the same time, outside the chopper team's temporary base, the captain of the Tang Snake unit, Li Bing, looked at Nemo Shou questioningly with an angry tone. What happened to Yang Pingshuan's death? Why wasn't he even given a first-class war merit? He died on the battlefield and wasn't a deserter. So why not? Or did you give the war merit to that newcomer of yours? Mo Xiao frowned slightly. He had also just learned about Yi Xiang and Yang Pingshuan's failed mission, but the specifics were still unclear, known only to the captain and the rear commander, who was now baffled by the people coming to his door. It's still wartime. Can't we wait for the war to end before saying anything? Mo Xiao said as he looked at Li Bing. Both of them have the same rank. Both are third-class lieutenant rank. The department also belongs to the same different, although the decapitation team is directly subordinate to the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. But it does not mean that there are any privileges. Finish it before we talk? Is it so unimportant that I have a dead lieutenant? Hearing these words, Li Bing became more and more somewhat unable to suppress his emotions. Not far away, he died and the others were there. When they heard that Vice Squad Tang Snake was still related to Yi Xiang after his death, they could not help but be stunned. Although Yi Xiang's level was still low, it wasn't so low that he would drag Yang Pingshuan's leg. There might be some misunderstanding during this period. Yi Xiang walked out directly from the restroom at this time, and when Li Bing saw it, his eyes narrowed slightly. You are Yi Xiang? Can you tell us the specifics of Yang Pingshuan's sacrifice? As Tang Snake's vice squad, why wasn't he even given a first-class battle merit after his sacrifice? You wanted to be silent for a moment before speaking. The two of us acted separately. After he was exposed, I rushed to support him, and then the two of us were targeted by the Blood Ghost King. He didn't continue. It was normal to be targeted by a Blood Ghost King and not be able to escape in time. Li Bing, however, frowned. That's really the case. Then why is there not even a first-class battle merit? However, right at this moment, a military-robed Heavenly King Luo Zhuan flew down with the heads of the two Blood Ghost Kings and casually threw them on the ground. His murderous aura not yet collected. His aura oppressive. What's going on? What are you doing here? This is the time to take a break but also want to toss, is not it? Seeing the Heavenly King come down, Li Bing looked solemn, but still said, Heavenly King, I'm here to ask Yi Xiang about the sacrifice of his lieutenant Yang Pingshuan, and why he didn't even have a first-class battle merit after his sacrifice. Everyone present was somewhat silent. After all, no matter what, Yang Pingshuan was indeed sacrificed because of the traveling mission, and it was indeed a bit unjustifiable to not have a first-class war merit. Yi Xiang looked as if he was involved, and the choppers didn't know what to say, even though they intended to be biased. Hearing Li Bing's words, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at him quietly, then sighing helplessly, he opened his communicator and said, send him the video of Yang Pingshuan's actions. The rear command sniffed and immediately sent the data screen of the time to Li Bing. Li Bing received, immediately opened the video, silently watching the screen scene at that time. Soon, he saw that at the very beginning, Yang Pingshuan was asking for Yi Xiang's details in the channel and making a combat move to explore separately. Subsequently, when encountering the level 50 Horned Ghost King, he took the liberty of applying for the Decapitation Command quest. It did not detail that it was a solo operation rather than a two-man team, allowing the rear commander to cause a miscalculation of operational instructions. Seeing this, Li Bing had frowned. Yang Pingshuan, as a vice squad, made two consecutive operational mistakes at the start of this pre-war course of action. If cooperating with the members of the decapitation team, everything must be based on the orders of the members of the decapitation team. Although Yang Pingshuan's rank level was higher than that of Yi Xiang, but the unauthorized decapitation order without Yi Xiang's consent was itself a violation of the rules. The Tang Snake unit was only responsible for exploration, and only the decapitation team had the authority to decapitate orders. It could be said that Yang Pingshuan was borrowing the privilege of Yi Xiang's decapitation team to apply for a decapitation order, which in itself was a serious disciplinary offense. The video continued to play, and when he saw that Yang Pingshuan's chosen Horned Ghost King target could forcibly detect the hidden ghost technique, Li Bing realized that Yang Pingshuan's mission would definitely fail. The follow-up was fruitful, as Yang Pingshuan was being pursued by Wolverine, and Yi wanted urgent support. When Li Bing saw Yi wanted to forcefully decapitate this Horned Ghost King with his injuries, he couldn't help but stare at the calm-faced teenager in front of him with wide, unbelievable eyes. Is this kid so strong or even decisive? No wonder they made the choppers. Li Bing lowered his head and continued to watch the video. He knew that it was far from being over so quickly. After all, this Horned Ghost King had already been decapitated by Yi Xiang, and there was definitely a follow-up. But seeing this, he had realized why he hadn't applied for the next first-class war merit after Yang Pingshuan's sacrifice. A simple exploration command mission, and as the Ace Tingshui Vice Squad, he had already had two serious disciplinary infractions. In the video, both Yi Xiang and Yang Pingshuan apparently realized that they had been exposed and were withdrawing as quickly as possible. However, did not run far. A Blood Ghost King steeply appeared in the picture. In an instant, It pierced through Yang Pingshuan's chest, the bloody heart held in his hand. The recorded video ended here, and Li Bing had a silent look on his face. After a long time, he lowered his head and looked at Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Yi Xiang and said, "I'm sorry, it's my problem. I didn't teach Yang Pingshan well." Luo Zhuan sighed and patted Li Bing's shoulder comfortingly. "I know that Yang Pingshan was brought up by you. It is difficult to accept. Don't worry. The above will not deny Yang Pingshuan's life's merits because of this mistake. Just now is still in wartime. Some did not have time to apply down. You are overly anxious a little." Li Bing then reacted and nodded silently. He also knew that he was a bit impulsive. He is a straight man who admits when he is wrong and corrects when he is wrong. Coming in front of Yi Xiang, he saluted earnestly. "Comrade Yi Xiang, it's my fault. I apologize to you." Yi wanted to return the salute and shook his head. "It's fine. I'm also saddened by Comrade Yang's sacrifice. Alright, take an early rest. At 4:10 a.m. All gather. There is a mission." Heavenly King Luo Zhuan spoke at this time. The crowd froze, then their eyes lit up. It seemed that there was finally a decision from above. It's been a long month and a half of capturing 3 war zones, but the progress is still too slow, and the action in the early hours of tomorrow morning will surely be crucial. After receiving the order, Li Bing nodded and silently turned to leave. "Phew, scared me to death," he sighed in relief. The crowd didn't think so. They were clear about Yi Xiang's strength and how he couldn't possibly drag Yang Pingshuan's feet. But no matter what, the loss of a very good comrade is a loss to the Chinese human race. "Yi think, you haven't recovered from your injuries yet. You cannot participate in tomorrow morning's early morning operation." Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang and said. Yi wanted to shake his head. "I've recovered well enough to detect it." The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and scanned Yi Xiang's entire body before responding as well. "Comrade Yi Xiang's injuries have been fully recovered, and the strength of the bone joint union is qualified." Lin Jun was a bit surprised. "Mi Yao's treatment has risen in again, so fast?" The reason for the elixir. Yi wanted to explain. The crowd realized that Yi Xiang's elixir was indeed very miraculous, and He Yueru looked at him with great anticipation. She never doubted that she wanted to help her legs recover someday. "Alright then, rest early and gather at 4. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan nodded and did not say anything more, turning to leave to set up a detailed attack route and plan. Everyone also turned around and went back to the base to continue practicing. And on the battlefield, people were dying all the time. Yang Pingshan is not the only one. The next one, too, could be themselves. Lu Yan took out a purple and gold staff, a graduation gift given to her by Principal Chang when she first graduated, and had never been able to use it. The magic book in Ning Yuanmei's hand. The accumulated magic pages had also become very, very thick, but it was still constantly chanting incantations to increase. Lin Jun rubbed the ancient sword that had been perfectly restored. Zhan Lu. The corners of his mouth spread into a slight smile. When he was a teenager, he dreamed of becoming a swordsman who practiced chivalry as recorded in ancient books. He is now, sort of, in the room. Zhang Guan elaborately painted the expression on the face of the mannequin, his eyes calmly saying, "My soul, it belongs to you." With a wide smile on his face, the doll responded softly, "So, I am also you." He took the mechanical leg off and sat on the edge of the bed, looking out the window at the night, his eyes bright and radiant. When will it be a better place? It seems like now, it's pretty good too. Mo Shou turned on the lights, corresponding to the design of the drawings, to improve his heavy-duty psychic sniper again, to accelerate the speed of energy gathering, even if it is accelerated by 0.1 seconds, the chances of his teammates to survive, it is 1 point greater. The delicate mechanical parts were like works of art, the glittering brilliance and the light, the ripples of psychic energy conduction, the disassembled standard scope piece. On the table, a familiar album of ex-girlfriends sat quietly. "It's a group photo." Zhang Jun whispered an ancient demonic incantation in his bedroom, and the energy of the dark hell surged through his body as a body, identical to his, slowly molded itself out, except that the skin looked pale and unimaginably pale, like a dead man. 5 turns of hellish magic. Summoning your own death body. Feng Yuan was lying on his bed, happily looking at his cell phone messages, because just before, Li Qin had actually messaged him back. Chat from half a month ago. "Feng Yuan, at the end of this battle, I invited you to go to the beach to play. I secretly bought you a set of very good-looking bathing suits. In a few days the auxiliary intelligence will be sent over. Don't worry, my eyes are the ruler. Absolutely fit." 30 seconds ago. "Li Qin, get out." Feng Yuan, alright. Right across from Feng Yuan's dorm room, Li Qin, after taking a look at a sky blue lace swimsuit contained in the bag, was instantly angry and somewhat helpless. What does this guy take wartime emergency transportation for? How naive does one have to be anyway? Ying's eye flipped over several tarot cards on the table, and a bright starburst spilled over one of them. On the table, a time sand bottle slowly turned upside down. The direction of the unknown destiny never changed until you want it to appear, and the unknown destiny seemed to have many more choices and directions. She murmured something softly and finally unwrapped her veil, revealing radiant eyes that looked like a river of stars, a beauty that was astounding. But the tarot card in front of me is permanently gone. She used a portion of her powers as the price for permanently eliminating the future, one of the least desired outcomes. But Ying Ziyo also knew it well. Destiny. It's ultimately dramatic. Round and round. Back to square one. A tear of blood fell from his eye, and the tarot card, which had disappeared, reappeared in his hand. Picture. Beneath the dark scythe, the black-robed figure watched her silently. It was as if a voice whispered and murmured in her ear, admonishing her that her fate was not to be toyed with. Lin Feng was on a mat, sweating and doing push-ups. In these few months, under the handsome surface, he also refined a lot of muscles out. He has been exercising his physique, and he wanted to occasionally give him a marrow cleansing pill to enhance his physique and try to make up for his own shortcomings. Of the few people, only Zhang Shi and Yi Xiang were meditating peacefully in the cultivation room. One steady, one serious. The arcane mysteries of the human immortal patterns were mirrored in the internal organs of the body, and as day after day passed and the heart area successfully finished branding for the 4th time, the heart fire became even more exuberant, filled with even more potent origin and vitality. Yi wanted to open his eyes, and after feeling the effects of this violet jade pill, he took out another one and took it, continuing his cultivation. Within the violet mansion Dantian, the violet gold Dan never stopped devouring and absorbing energy. That bone-thrown blood spirit still hadn't changed much, and Yi Xiang didn't know exactly how much energy was contained within it. If you let go of eating, you'll either explode your body or your level will insanely skyrocket by 30 or 40 levels. But the price of that would surely be no more inches of progress, equal to cutting the cultivation path off by himself. A rare silence fell over the Bashian war zone. It was like the darkness before the dawn, and the clever horned ghost Fae had realized that the human race would completely attack next, but the loss of their thrones left them with no way to better command the rest of the Fae. The pupil nightmare alien race on the side was completely wimped out by the Chinese human race. Even the heavenly mansion didn't have many high grades, all of them huddled back into the deep southwest, preserving their strength and waiting for the throne to appear again. As long as the pupil nightmare throne's blood spirit did not dissipate, it meant that their throne had not completely fallen. For in the morning, the entire chopper team assembled to run to the front line of Ba County with the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, the Ace Vermilion Bird Troop, the Ace Green Dragon Troop, and the Ace Tang Snake Troop had all arrived as well. The 4 teams that gathered the most powerful combat elite personnel of the entire Huaxia were like a sharp spear, directly passing through the front line blocked by the horned ghost Fae. Courageous. Yes, the current decision is to chisel the entire Baxter battlefield vertically, no matter what the cost. Magic skills roared non-stop as the top melee fighters harvested a life. Ye think that originally a green shirt has long been dyed red, blood condensed a ball. The golden light was dazzling and surging, and whenever the high-level horned ghost face stared at him, he wanted to escape without hesitation by casting the Thunder Law. However, he realized that he was best suited to use the pure Yang sword technique, and use his sword to harvest ahead. Basically, they were all level 30 plus horned ghost Fae, and level 40 plus was just 2 or 3 more swords to make up for it, so it wasn't a big problem. This consumption could be much lower than when using the Tongtian talisman to cast the Thunder Sword Edict. With the Throne Blood Spirit and the rest of the White Spirit beads replenished within the Violet Mansion, Yi Xiang could play like this for a whole day without much consumption of spiritual energy. But like the Samadhi Flame, the Imperial Sword consumed spiritual chi at the same time. It just wasn't as drastic. The scene of Yi Xiang's Imperial Sword made Lin Jun look envious. This kid now really knows how to royal sword actually. He executed the Extreme Sword. The light of the Zhanlu sword in his hand was overwhelming, and a level 58 Horned Ghost King was forcibly taken away from him. Behind her, Ying Zai walked over and cast a Swordsman Tarot card to enchant the recovery status. After Lin Feng's physical quality was improved, he was already comparable to a warrior profession around level 30, and could barely keep up with the crowd. Unlike before when you had to wait for him for a bit before you could do it. The shortcoming aspect, you had to make up for it before you could do it. This was also thanks to Yi Xian's marrow cleansing pill. Or else he wouldn't be able to progress so fast just by exercising. Even if he spent another year or two, Luo Zhuan couldn't help but nod his head after seeing Lin Feng's performance. It wasn't bad. He turned his head to look at Yi Xiang again. Even he couldn't pick half a fault from Yi Xiang. With Thunder Technique and Royal Sword, powerful support running ability and speed, worrying about him was better than worrying about the others. The heavenly King Luozhuan flew high into the sky and scanned the entire Ba County battlefield as far as the eye could see. Any blood ghost king above level 70. The war halberd penetrated through the air to cut them down. The 4A's troops gazed at the heavenly king figure with eyes like fire, following in his footsteps as they continued to move forward to decimate the horned ghost fae. Everyone was drenched in blood, weapons in their hands covered in bloodstains, and the Jubilee troops sat high in the air, utilizing ranged magic and bombing in turn. Zheng Shi lifted his hand, and there was a mountain to open a hole, and a river to lay an earth bridge. Although not much hands to attack the horned ghost alien, but is the most tired. Mainly Ba County terrain is too outrageous. Mountain City to make up for the collapsed buildings, vertical and horizontal bizarre highway, simply directly paved dirt bridge through the past. Countless horned ghost fae gathered and converged around them, trying to surround them. But if it was an ordinary warrior, it might have been okay, but they were facing the strongest elites in China. Before they could close in, they were rushed through the encirclement by the leading decimators. The Green Dragon troops followed closely. The Tang Snake troops roamed around to harvest heads, and they could hide their figures at any time. So as long as they didn't meet a high level, the assassin department could easily get away under the same level. The Vermilion Bird troops were over the fighters, and as one magic bombardment went down, the horned ghost face swarms were all blown to a bloody pulp, and the denser the thousands that converged, the higher the number of deaths. This was the dreadfulness of a high-level law profession. On the battlefield, so fierce that it was hard to even keep track of the battle credits. The 4 trump card troops quickly chiseled down at a speed that the horned ghost fae couldn't even react in time, leaving behind a field of bloodied corpses. Although most of them were horned ghost fae, there were also Chinese human powerhouses who were injured and couldn't keep up with the group, falling into the horned ghost fae's encirclement. The Jubilee Force has a squad dedicated to rescuing those who can be rescued, but there are those who are too late. They knew they couldn't hold out much longer and smiled blandly, then brazenly rushed forward. The entire battlefield of Bakan, which the aces are dividing in half at a very fast pace. Heavenly King Luozhuan was still at the forefront of going to decapitate the Blood Ghost King. The rest of the Horned Ghost Kings were assigned to the decapitation teams. The Tang Snake was responsible for cooperating with the harvesting, and the Green Dragon Troop was responsible for fending off the Horned Ghost phase attacks. After all, the entire staff was of the elite warrior profession, so there was no problem in resisting for the time being. In the big rear, almost all commanders were staring at the data on the frontline battlefield. After the 4A's forces had completely attracted the attention of the entire Ba County front, the White Tiger forces were also mobilized in their entirety, transferring the majority of the entire Jingzhou military force to the Ba County battlefield as well. It was a bold strategic decision, a strategy that Zhou Jing had discussed with his commanders for close to half a month before deciding on. If it succeeds, then Ba County can be eaten up and occupied in the shortest possible time, but if it fails, the consequence is likely to be the total annihilation of the 4A's forces. The problem of Jingzhou extracting a large portion of its military power wasn't that big of a problem, after all. There was a ninth turned Mr. Confucian sitting in the middle of it. Zhou Jing knew exactly this, which was why he was so decisive. Soon, the White Tiger troops were building a railroad at a rapid pace along the earthen bridge left by Zhang Shi. Yes, that's right, the railroad. This is why Zhang Shi has been opening up every mountain and road. Directly open a battle line railroad track out. Cut the Ba County. Occupy the surface with a point. Both the support speed and resource supply can completely keep up. A railroad was built at a rapid pace, and the hands of the warriors shook as they looked at the bright red corpses of horned ghosts and foreigners all over the ground, laying down the tracks, because the blood is still hot. Led by Tenno, the fighters went on a killing spree on the front lines, running from east to west. The whole thing is close to 500 kilometers, chiseled all the way to the end. Even a full run would take a day, not to mention fighting and running at the same time. But those present were all ace elite warriors, and not a single one of them said anything. The Heavenly King is still heading there. Then even if he sheds his last drop of blood, he will charge up. As time passed, the speed of the run gradually slowed down, with an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour in front of the front, only slowing down when they encountered mountains. Finally, when they reached the once most attractive flooded cliffs, everyone couldn't help but stop and look at the entire decaying structure in the distance. All of the wooden building walls had long been abandoned, and there were countless horned ghost fae standing densely, staring at them in death. Seeing this scene, you wanted to know that this was the most difficult level on the Ba County battlefield. With only the river in between, they either had to force their way up the flooded cliffs or cross the river. The commanders quickly identified a line of attack. Strong attack on Hongyai. The track could not be built on the river, and the flooded cliffs were easy to defend and had to be taken down. If we do not shed blood now, we will only pay an even heavier price in the future. After the entire decimation team received their mission orders, They all looked up at the densely packed horned ghost fae on the flooded cliff. Hiyuerua summoned the wind elves and turned a pair of wind wings on Lin Jun and the others. Ing Zai also raised the invisible tarot card and the entire team became invisible. The heavenly king Luo Juan, still the first to attack, locked onto a level 86 blood ghost king before his halberd and body fell through. The halberd of the gods. That blood ghost king's face changed and he hurriedly tried to escape. However, in the heavenly king Luo Juan's fully locked strike, not giving him half a chance at all, instantly inserted into the whole body from head to tail, followed by the war halberd erupting with a powerful force. With a loud thud, a blood ghost king was blown up to the bone. At this time, 2 fighters carrying members of the Vermilion Bird flew over the flooded cliffs and bombarded them with countless spells in succession, using all their mana in a single breath, clearing out a vacuum and then quickly withdrawing. The entire Choppers team flew up the flooded cliffs at this point and started chopping. Yi Xiang no longer held back this time either. His eyebrows emanated Taoist intent, and his aura became filled with divinity. Raising his hand were 36 sword talismans, and the lightning method surged, instantly transforming into 36 thunder swords whistling up and bursting out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the heads of dozens of horned ghost fae in the distance fell off, and blood spirits flew out. Lin Jun carried his ancient sword, and it was obvious that his strength had risen another notch as his sword light became even faster. Zhang Jun kept summoning hellish creatures and attacking in all directions, and his entire person was shrouded under a black robe, giving him an eerie feeling. Just when Han Yao could take it down without any problems, suddenly, close to 200 high-level horned ghost kings rushed out from the other side at the same time. The levels were all 50 or 60, with not a few of them close to 70. Seeing this scene, the always calm Mo Xiu's voice also trembled a bit as he said, "It's an ambush." It was absolutely impossible for a not-so-big Ba county to have this number of high-grade horned ghost kings, and there was no doubt that the horned ghost fae clan had long ago gathered an elite force on this hung cliff, either to counterattack or to wait for an opportunity to ambush them. Faced with 100 or 200 horned ghost kings, the entire team of choppers trembled in their hearts and felt the threat of death, but a red-robed figure stood in their way at the front. As before, Zhuangchu held the blood sword of killing intent and without a word, he directly chopped forward. Lin Jun and Feng Yuan couldn't help but smile and also followed Zhuangchu's footsteps and rushed up. He wanted to raise his hands and 36 talismans were suspended in front of him. In the eyes of divinity, there was not the slightest bit of fear, and in a cold voice, he droned, "Do what is necessary." The Rain Master edicts. The surrounding area was suddenly filled with water air surging in each heavy water talisman, emitting a light blue light and increasing the power of the talisman. The next moment, it was like a flood erupting with a majestic roar. The 200 horned ghost kings had used their respective blood ghost techniques, each using their own skills to resist the flood that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Only a few dozen heads were washed out of their forms, but it was enough for Lin Jun and Zhuangchu. In an instant, 2 high-grade horned ghost kings were decimated. However, right at this moment, a blood-colored ghostly shadow madly rushed up towards Yi Xiang, who was high up in the sky, with extremely fast speed. It was a level 72 blood ghost king. Zhuangchu's face changed, and without saying a word, he directly threw the killing sword in his hand. Under Yi Xiang's divinity, he gazed at the blood-colored ghostly shadow and quickly drew a talisman in his hand. Edict. Misty messy shadow. In the next instant, 4 identical Yuans appeared in midair and scattered to escape. This blood ghost king laughed hideously. His double horns flashed with red aura, and a palpitatingly terrifying energy erupted from the clenched fist of his right hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly threw a punch at all of Yi Xiang's detachments. "Don't try to run." In the next moment, an oversized range of dimming energy covered all the range around Yi Xiang. This sneak attack was so fast that even all the members of the chopping team were simply too late to react and support. As far as the naked eye could see, not a single detachment escaped. That terrifying energy ding-dong, no one present was able to withstand it except for Zhuangchu and Heavenly King Luozhuan. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the high sky with wide eyes, staring in disbelief that Yi Xiang had died just like that. But at that moment, the dark energy that hadn't dissipated yet was steeply swallowed up by the monstrous sea of blood. Corpse ancestor Windhook didn't even know what to say. She just wanted to borrow. You wanted to come out and have some fun. But as a result, this little guy was like he could see through her thoughts. He didn't care about any number of times or no number of times at all. When things come up, you call her out, and you treat yourself as a free hitter. She couldn't leave it alone yet. Think here. Windhook cannot help but gently sighed, turned his head to look at Yuan to say, "I said small master. I have that little bit of demonic gas left. Itself is still being suppressed in the head of that well. If you do not have me, you are not dead twice. You in the end capsule a matter of hey? For the last time, there will be no more exceptions." Yi Xiang said calmly, "No need for me to tell you next time. Winning Hook had a puffed-up look on his face. The appearance of corpse ancestor Win Hook made that head of the Blood Ghost King could not help but freeze. His intuition told him that this woman that suddenly appeared in front of him was very frightening. The whole person could not stop being a little creepy, as if it was even more frightening than seeing the human heavenly King Luo Zhuan. Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at the powerful Blood Ghost King in front of him. Luo Zhuan had seen this scene at first, and the reason he didn't make a move was because he knew that there was a corpse ancestor in Yi Xiang's body. It would be a ghost if something could still happen. No matter what that corpse ancestor's purpose was, at this stage, if he could protect Yi Xiang, that would be the value of the greatest benefit. Realizing that something was wrong, the Blood Ghost King turned around and ran without any hesitation at all. Win Hook raised his hand. Invisibly, a ghostly hand of the underworld deadened the Blood Ghost King's neck. His eyes flashed blood red, and he directly pinched with force. With a poof, the Blood Ghost King's head was directly pinched and exploded. The two hideous red horns decayed and dissipated, and the blood spirit had just surfaced when it was beckoned by Win Hook to be eaten in one bite. She had just as little love for these foreigners, having fought them thousands of years ago. Looking at the densely packed horned ghost fae around him, this time, there was no need for Yi Xiang to remind him. The underworld sea blood river on the body of the Winning Hook swept out, and the 200 heads immersed in it, and it was like suffocation, incomparably difficult to bear. They struggled and screamed. At this moment, the Winning Go was like a true corpse ancestor, as she stepped on the Styx shadow, and wherever she passed, a horned ghost king turned into a skeleton and sank into it. The Sea of Styx, the Sea of Death. She used to hold down the town for many years, and after her death, she fell into the underworld. But even the entire sea couldn't hold her resentful demonic aura. She transformed into a sea of blood and corpses, and everything she saw was buried in it. The scene was bizarre and powerful. That red dress and long skirt of Win Hook shocked people. Yi Want but slightly frowned. Divine state of him, immediately perceived that Win Hook's some control and cannot kill intent, and the same as the original Zhuang Chu. Without any hesitation, his hands cupped the 9 true words of the Dao Sec spell. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed in front of the army. In an instant, the 9 characters of truth emitted pure Dao intent that spread out. It landed in the air above Winning Hook's head, attempting to suppress the rolling demonic chi. Win Hook turned his head violently, his bloodshot eyes icy cold as he looked at Yi Xiang, but in the blink of an eye, he recovered. The demonic aura on his body gradually disappeared into thin air. He put away his Stygian sea idol, and said in a bad mood, "You Taoist sect are still unreasonable. You united with Confucianism to bully people 1,000 years ago, and now you're bullying people too." With Yi Xiang's realm strength today, it was naturally impossible to suppress Winning Hook. Those 9 words of truth were actually more like a reminder. After all, Win Hook didn't like the look of being possessed either. It wasn't pretty at all. After all, there are still so many people here watching. You wanted to look at her quietly, or said, "You've helped me 3 times. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" What was once promised, he never denied. Hearing Yi Xiang's words, Win Hook's eyes lit up. "Gee, I didn't think it would go by so fast. I'll have to think about it. Put me out? No way." You wanted to reject it outright. Win Hook muttered, "What's the point of that? Anyway, my split divine soul has also come out. If there's really something to do, I'm more convenient than you, right?" Yet Yi Xiang looked at her as if she was looking at a fool. It was precisely because of this that it seemed wrong that this Winning Hook was still following him. Winning Hook quietly looked at Yi Xiang. This guy didn't know how terrifying the intimidation of his divine golden eyes was. Being stared at was strangely frightening. Win Hook skimmed his lips and said, "Oops, I haven't thought about it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." After she ate a bunch of blood spirits in one sitting, she could go back without any hurry. That blood jade was naturally her original magic weapon, which could only be brought out by borrowing the hand of this celestial master. And she was actually considered a free body now, only that her main body was still suppressed. She would like to see just how far this little Taoist, 20 years later, could grow. Winning Hook resolved a large portion of the Horned Ghost Kings at once, directly reducing the pressure by 10 times. The rest of the members of the Ace Force forced themselves to endure the doubts in their hearts and rushed forward to prepare for battle. The members of the Decimation team were doing the same. Almost all of them were going one-on-one. Even Lin Feng was holding a Horned Ghost King alone. The time spells of the 5th turn kept falling, and at the same level, it was possible to perfectly stagnate the opponent in place. Then he was taken straight away by Mo Xiu, who took the time to shoot his head off. After the blood spirit surfaced, Lin Feng directly swallowed it to restore his mana energy. When fighting, swallowing a blood spirit could quickly replenish the energy, and it was even possible to not be able to keep up with the consumption. Yi Xiang also rushed into the battlefield as a thunderous light, holding the victory evil sword. and rushed into the battlefield side by side with Lin Jun Feng Yuan. The level 56 Horned Ghost King who was tangling with Feng Yuan was covered in blood armor and held a long sword, and the two were frantically slashing at each other. Feng Yuan had long since turned on his berserk, his body's blood chi boiling, his dual sword swinging faster and heavier than one at a time. He wanted to directly execute the pure yang sword technique after rushing up. At the same time, one hand executed the Tongtian talisman to draw 18 talismans that landed on the body of the Shang Evil Sword, and in an instant, the 18 longsword silhouettes emerged. And then all the sword talismans fused with the pure yang sword technique. The power increased steeply, and in the state of divinity, many dharma techniques could also be fused together with the sword techniques. And under absolute sanity, all Dao Dharma aptitudes were at one's fingertips. The Shang Evil Sword in his hand carried the momentum of the pure yang sword deity and sword talisman, instantly penetrating through the chest of the Horned Ghost King in front of Feng Yuan. The blood armor shattered and blood and flesh splattered on Feng Yuan's face who was close by. He roared, and his two swords came together. The blade gathered powerful blood energy and stabbed into that penetrating wound, exploding out. Boom! This level 56 Blood Ghost King directly exploded into pieces and died beyond repair. The blood spirit emerged, and after Feng Yuan ate it in one bite, he directly turned around and rushed towards his next target, while Winhook walked over in Zhuang Chu's direction, seemingly recognizing Zhuang Chu's occupation and his original body as well, and asked curiously, "Whoa, little brother, you're so powerful, eh? You actually managed to change your job from a killing body to a gentleman." Zhuang Chu killed a Horned Ghost King with a sword and glanced at Winning Hook. "My wife is up there." Winhook froze and looked at him blankly. What? Just then, not far away, a bizarre spatial distortion covered a warplane. Boom thud, the fighter blew up steeply, tons of fire trying to erupt and twist and engulf. Everyone froze in place at this sudden scene. Lu Yan reached out her hand and attempted to restore that space, her powerful subdimensional abilities merging into the past, only to be instantly torn apart. It was a spatial vampiric art far beyond her level. She snapped her head up and looked toward an extremely deeply hidden Blood Ghost King in the distance, a hideous grin on his face, incomparably pleased with himself, simply because on that fighter were more than a dozen Vermilion Bird Law personnel, and in an instant, they were all gone. Zhuang Chu completely couldn't hold back his killing intent, and the Blood Sword's demonic aura and killing intent was released. The white robe on his body instantly dyed blood red, shrinking into the ground. He instantly appeared in front of that Blood Ghost King and chopped down with a sword. The Blood Ghost King's double horns emitted red aura, and bizarre spatial fluctuations surfaced once again as he directly disappeared in place. However, Lu Yan, who had been prepared for this, quickly locked onto a hidden corner tens of meters away through the connection of dimensional space. Immediately, he said over the comm channel, 45 degrees northwest, 62 meters away. Before Zhuang Chu could, a war halberd flew in sharply and it landed exactly on the position that Lu Yan had said, and as expected, in that locked position, space distorted for a split second, and the Blood Ghost King that had disappeared earlier had just appeared before he was viciously nailed to the ground by the war halberd. Zhuang Chu performed the shrinking ground, exuding a dense killing intent as he chopped off his head with a sword. No one had time to be sentimental. Su Rong wiped her tears and raised her hand. A dozen or so huge meteorites steeply floated in the sky, aiming at the direction where the Horned Ghost Fae were most densely populated and descending frantically. Sixth turn fire magic, heavenly fall and earthly stars. At this point, the White Tiger Force's combat team arrived here at this time, and they raised their mechanical boxes, open it right on the airplane. In the next moment, an exquisite and perfect piece of mechanical armor covered his entire body, flush with a piece of white mechanical armor. In front of the heart protector is a white tiger-like. All of them were level 50 or above mechanical warriors, and without the slightest hesitation, they directly jumped down from the airplane. Who says that mechanical support professions don't have a heart that wants to fight? After they landed en masse, they raised their hands and with a buzz sound, they unfolded blades of light with different color attributes. All of them were close to 2 meters long and far more powerful than ordinary standard weapons. Without a doubt, almost every time I see a White Tiger unit fight, I always see something new emerge. This group of mechanical professions are really playing any tricks to be able to fight. As Mo Shou watched this scene, he couldn't help but stroke his chin as well. Should I get a set of mechanical armor out myself? Looks like I'll have to make a trip back to Morrow's alma mater to deepen my research on mechanical armor. He had learned about the setting of the mechanical armor, and the linking and computing power was so great that it was difficult for all but those in the mechanical profession to manage. This drawback was actually quite embarrassing. If the harnessing device could be simpler and all fighters could use it, then everyone could be more than a notch stronger. All the elites of the 5 ace forces rushed up the flooded cliffs in such numbers that they killed from afternoon to night. Feng Yuan was already seriously injured. The Zhanlu ancient sword in Lin Jun's hand also broke once again. Zhang Jun summoned the Hell Evil Dragon, which hovered in the sky above and kept spewing out flames, burning quite a few horned ghost Fei to death. Ning Yuanmei kept casting spells from her magic book, and in front of her, a vacuum froze. In front of the instant spell book, 7 or 8 spells fell simultaneously in a flash. Even if 3 or 4 horned ghost kings tried to attack at the same time, they were all blasted back hard. He Dui stayed in mid-air, and like Mo Xiao, he took into account the whole field and rushed up to help whichever side couldn't hold out. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan flew over and looked at her and admonished, "Be careful." "Well, don't worry La Team Luo." He nodded. Now that all of the Blood Ghost Kings present that were over level 80 and above had been resolved by Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, the balance of victory was already tilting in their favor. Some uncertain data had also been completely stabilized, and by taking Hongyi down, then taking Ba County would be equivalent to half of the success. The battle still continues. From day to night, the fighters turned on their headlights, illuminating everything very clearly. Behind the flood cliff, there were also densely packed horned ghosts and foreigners, as if they were endless. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Jing did not expect that the horned ghost Fei would die defending Ba County without a throne. Zhou Jing stared dead at the screen and was silent for a moment before saying in a cold voice, "If they want to defend with all their might, then we'll fight with all our might." "Where is the railroad company?" "It's still more than 50 kilometers away from Hongya. It'll probably take another 3 hours. A commander raised his head and said, "Aside from the 30,000 regular troops left in each of the North and Jingzhou, the rest of the warriors, all of them, are mobilized to the battlefield of Ba County," Zhou Jing said decisively. After saying this, he couldn't bear to ask, "Count the casualties of the aces." One of the commanders raised his head and rose to say, "Ace Green Dragon Force, 23 battle casualties, 36 seriously wounded." The commander not far off to the side also rose and said, "Ace Tingshu Troop, 19 battle casualties, 28 seriously wounded. Ace Jubilee Troopers, 12 killed in action. Ace White Tiger Unit, 5 killed in action, 9 seriously wounded." The 4 Kingpin troops all suffered heavy losses. Most of them were sacrificed in the Battle of Hungcliff, and a few were dropped on the way, directly surrounded and devoured by the horned ghost Fei, so they couldn't be rescued at all. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and slightly clenched his palms. He was responsible for losing so much this time. He hadn't anticipated that the horned ghost Fei would dare to die defending Ba County. Even without a throne, they would not care about the cost. Zhou Jing quickly thought of something and narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the horned ghost Fei, there was more than likely a wise man. The more horned ghost Fei sacrificed in this war, the more time it would give the new throne to grow up. Compared to the throne, it wouldn't hurt at all if more horned ghost kings died, as long as the human race is made to suffer more losses. Then the next time they will attack more cautiously. There was no doubt that this was a young plot, for that wise man of the horned ghost Fei clan had strategically seen that Huaxia had to take Ba County. Otherwise Jingzhou is meaningless. 3 sides of the enemy, even if they hold rich resources, the personnel consumption is very large. But at present, the Ace Xuanwu troops are still guarding the Qinling, and cannot easily leave. At the very top of the flood cliff, an aged blood ghost king looked at the battlefield below with a calm expression. Beside him, a horned ghost Fei who was only level 10 had a pair of red horns. Throne. There is a very good saying among the Chinese human race that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Not to mention the human race that has gradually revealed its lion's might nowadays. The sacrifices of your kind, all just so you can grow up better. The aged blood ghost king said softly. To the side, the teenage throne looked down silently, nodding silently. Elder, on the inheritance I received, didn't it say that we are the masters of this world? Why do these human races always say that we have taken away their homes? Junior Throne said with some confusion. Hearing this question, the blood ghost king on the side couldn't help but laugh. The human race has only originated hundreds of thousands of years ago if you trace back any further. How short-sighted is that? The Yen Tu clan, born 55 million years ago. At that time, the environment was not as comfortable as it is now. The Ice Demon race was also born 40 million years ago. Even the shortest bone skeleton Fei was born 8 million years ago. Which one of us wasn't the master here when we were at our peak? Junior Throne nodded in confusion. In fact, the aged blood ghost king didn't say the last sentence, which was that in just hundreds of thousands of years, the human race had progressed to such an extent that even the imperial race couldn't compare. It was only as a last resort that he paid a huge price to make the sky change and curb the development of the human race. This is why the Fei are not united with each other. Why they are not united. After all, they were all once enemies just like the human status quo. Only the mighty, known as royalty, can control these alien races. In fact, in the eyes of the imperial race, the human race was actually no different from the other alien races. It was just that the human race's potential was too high, and without containment, it would shake their position. But the human race's shortest board is the lifespan, hastily 100 years. Even if it is long-lived, it is only 1 or 200 years. The aged Blood Ghost King looked at those elite human warriors, his eyes deep. The bone skeleton alien race had found the perfect way to evolve through the human race. Although the horned ghost fae can borrow from the human's transmutation training to evolve their own blood ghost art, and although it has improved quite a bit, it's not quite a perfect evolution. What secrets were hidden in this human race that had evolved to such an extent in just hundreds of thousands of years? As if there was no end to the horned ghosts and aliens that were still appearing. Even for the elites, the human side was close to its limit. Kill the numbness. Completely just relying on muscle memory and wielding the weapon. Even for the law system, mana could be recovered somewhat by devouring blood spirits, but mental power could only be recovered by relying on meditation and sleep. His eyes had long since been covered with bloodshot eyes, and his spirit had already reached the point of overdraft. Zheng Shi also no longer cared about spell consumption as one after another war fortress was molded out of the ground. Seriously injured warriors can rest inside, and the war fortress can kill the enemy. It just moves much slower, like a rocky giant. At this moment, the aged Blood Ghost King stood up and said blandly, "Alright, it's time to give the human race a painful lesson. Throne, don't worry if the old immortal doesn't come back. I've long since passed down the Wisdom Heart Blood Ghost technique, and she'll assist you in your growth." The teenage thrall fell silent, having realized just how much the clan had sacrificed for themselves. Thinking of this, his eyes were covered in hatred as he stared dead-on at that human heavenly king. "Luo Zhuan, Elder, if you die, I will definitely avenge you in the future." The aged Blood Ghost King laughed, his horns glowing red. "There's no need to remember me. Dying at the hands of a human heavenly king is a blessing." He walked out of the wooden building, taking off towards the night sky until he was as high as he could fly. A powerful 95-level aura steeply erupted from his body. At this moment, the originally dark night air was flooded with red aura, which was palpitating and disturbing. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan raised his head and frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Even he felt threatened. There was no hesitation, and it also lifted straight up into the sky to see what was going on. Windhoek raised his head with interest, seemed to recognize something, looked at Yi Xiang and reminded, "Wow, this is a big deal. Little Taoist, it's going to come down with a knife. Hurry up and hide." Yi wanted to be stunned, while Windhoek didn't want this wisp of divine soul imprint to be extinguished. And without much explanation, he directly transformed into a blood jade and flew in front of him. Boom! The corpses and blood of the horned ghost fae all over the ground were strangely all suspended, and countless blood pumped and coalesced, converging towards the night sky. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang ignited samadhi flame in his hand and immediately scorched all the blood in the dozen or so corpses in front of him. Seemingly feeling that it was not enough, he raised his hand and 36 scorched young talismans appeared in front of him, turning into fireballs to envelop the rest of the corpses. Seeing this action of Yi Xiang, the rest of the people reacted, and the mages of the Vermilion Bird Troop chanted spells to burn and destroy all the corpses. However, right at this moment, the horned ghost fae who had been fighting them frantically earlier did something even more bizarre. A sardonic smile spread across the corners of his mouth, and the one who could speak roamed directly to the human warrior. Then without hesitation, he directly cut off his own neck or the necks of the horned ghost fae around him. More blood erupted and floated up into the night, rising into the air. It was a scene that even the commanders at the rear of the large area were looking at with numbness and a bit of a reaction. These horned ghost fae, they were actually committing suicide against each other. This terrifying and bizarre scene had never been seen before, even by the battle-hardened ace troopers. What's going on? Are these horned ghost fae crazy? More and more blood floated up to the sky and night, and the crowd's scalps went numb as they watched. Just then, the voice of the Heavenly King appeared in everyone's communicator. "Everyone, evacuate immediately. It's a level 90 blood ghost spell." The night was deep in the sky, and Luo Zhuan had already seen that the aged Blood Ghost King was spreading his hands wide open, his body surging with surging and terrifying energies, and further up in the sky, coalescing like the energy body of a blood moon. Seeing this scene, Luo Zhuan didn't hesitate and directly threw the war halberd in his hand towards him with all his might. The halberd of the gods. The aged Blood Ghost King, however, seemed as if he was waiting for the Heavenly King to arrive, a faintly mocking smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. Human Heavenly King, nothing more than that. The war halberd pierced through the Blood Ghost King's head and exploded with a roar. However, the blood energy body in the sky looked like it was completing its last procedure, expanding wildly without being able to organize it, instantly expanding dozens of times. Invisibly, the blood-colored barrier enveloped the entire space below. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's pupils shrank. and he then realized that this level 95 Blood Ghost King was actually using its own sacrifice to complete this terrifying Blood Ghost art that was close to the strength of the throne. He looked down. All the ace elites of the Chinese human race were below, in the bloody air, under the pull of the powerful aura. It was already too late for all of them to escape. After hearing the Heavenly King's reminder, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ninth turn's Blood Ghost art skill. Although this appeared to be a ranged skill, the earlier bizarre scene of the roiling horned ghost face corpses and blood floating up as if they were sacrifices. Even a fool could realize that this 9 revolutions Blood Ghost art was not simple. Zhuangchu walked over at this time and threw Zhang Shi a level 68 blood spirit and said, "Upgrade to level 60 first." Zhang Shi understood and nodded. As an earth mage, what he was best at was boulder defense. After upgrading to level 60 with 6 turns, you will be able to get the more powerful earth law skill. Without hesitation, he immediately took the blood spirit and devoured it in one bite. This blood spirit energy exploded. Zhang Shi was originally not far from level 60. Eating level 68 blood spirit power directly skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the critical point of level 60. A rich earth-colored elemental aura emanated from his body, and the rest of the people looked envious. The chopping team was really powerful. Another 6th turn powerhouse had appeared. After mastering the 6 turns inheritance skill, Zhang Shi began to recite the incantation. A moment later, raising his hand and pointing, he said softly, "Earth Burial." As soon as the words fell, the powerful elemental energy caused the earth under his feet to steeply crack. The entire war fortress fell in obediently, dropping hundreds of meters before coming to a stop, and then closing the crack in the earth. Zhang Shi then reached out his hand again, ignoring the consumption of his mental energy, and remodeled the entire war fortress as a whole, instantly doubling its size again, and more than doubling its defense. What was originally just an ordinary stone war giant now coalesced a thick layer of stone armor out on its surface. The war fortress of the 6th turn had increased its battle power by more than half. However, as his level increased, Zhang Shi was able to perceive the terrifying power of the Blood Ghost art above him more clearly, and it still could not be blocked. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan watched the blood of countless corpses converge around him, his eyes heavy. This vampire spell had arrived at the power of the throne level. With a helpless smile, he took out the last heart-protecting pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Without any hesitation, he directly cast the forbidden technique. A terrifying aura not weaker than the throne's was steeply erupted from his body. Then he wielded his war halberd and stepped on the bagua pile under his feet. In just a few moments, a shadowy 8 trigrams graphic was suspended in midair, and if you looked closely, you could see that all of them were made up of war halberd shadows. Boom! At that moment, the ball of blood-red energy in the sky also began to boil, splitting into a long line in the center. Then it opened its eyes. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had lost its voice, and even the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan could not hear anything. Under the gaze of the blood eyes, even though it was 100 meters deep in the ground, hundreds of people were together, but they couldn't hear any sound at all. The feeling of being deaf all of a sudden. Yi Xiang frowned slightly and raised his head. His far superior perception seemed to see the evil causing, bloody and hideous eyes. Over 100,000 corpses of horned ghost fae, including a level 95 Blood Ghost King sacrifice. This Blood Ghost art spell, the Chinese human race has never seen. Such a terrible eye. Although it was the energy fluctuation of a throne, an existence with eyes like this was definitely not just at the level of a throne. Even the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, looking at this huge blood-red eye, is also a little shocked. Even the moonlight seems to be unable to compare with its splendor. The entire night turned completely scarlet, and a creepy red light shone on the earth. Wordlessly, countless bloody blades fell from that huge eye. It was as dense as fine rain. The sharp blood blades fell silently and frantically onto the bagua battle halberd. And after only a few moments of persistence, the bagua formation diagram shattered. The subterranean layers counted, and a layer of magical defense had been deployed. The 8 trigrams formation chart is broken. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan cannot block all the blood blades, can only madly swing the halberd. How many blood blades can be broken? The following people can have one more chance of survival. But because of the full force of the attack, there was almost no defense. A number of deep invisible wounds soon appeared on his body, and there was no way for his sturdy Doqi barrier to completely block this blood blade attack. It was just too sharp. So Luo Zhuan simply focused on defending the key areas. He raised his head and roared as if he were fighting against a god. However, there were still quite a few blood blades that crossed his body and flew down behind him, and they disappeared into the ground as easily as if they were cutting tofu. 100 meters deep, a bloody blade was the first to arrive in front of the war fortress giant. The sturdy stone armor was cut apart by it, and the stone wall 2 or 3 meters back was instantly penetrated. It all happened extremely fast. Sensing the dreadfulness of the blood blades, Zhang Shi yelled, "Here we go!" stand and spread out. As soon as the words fell, a blade of blood penetrated in, and all the defense magic shattered at the touch. Only the time spell array that Lin Feng had set up caused the speed of the blood blades to steeply slow down a bit. Zhuang Chu pulled up the blood sword and shrank into an inch, coming directly in front of the blood blade and chopping down with a sword. Bang! The blood blades exploded and shattered and dissipated. The crowd was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, 6 or 7 bloody blades penetrated. With a poof, a few people couldn't dodge and were instantly split into pieces, dying miserably on the spot. And among them was another member of the choppers. Jiang Jun, the black robe, along with his body, was directly chopped off, but bizarrely, no blood appeared. The few people who were familiar with Jiang Jun instantly realized that this guy was actually fighting with his hellish dead body, and his main body was still in the temporary base. However, as a hell summoner, the hell death body was instead more suitable for summoning hell fiends. Although the amount of spiritual energy consumed would become more, it could summon out hell fiends of a more powerful grade and higher level, without giving the crowd time to catch their breath. A blood blade flew through the war fortress, and that terrifyingly sharp blood blade was simply not something they could withstand. The death toll was expanding rapidly, and that was still with the heavenly king Luo Zhuan in the sky above shattering a large portion of the blood blades by chopping them to pieces and going 100 meters deeper, so that almost less than a tenth of the blood blades were able to attack them. But each bloody blade was deadly enough. Yi Xiang took a deep breath. His body erupted with thunderous light as he stared dead above. Blood blade was not as fast as Thunderbolt, and as long as he reacted quickly, he would have little problem dodging it, but what he wanted to do was to save people. Zhuang Chu's shrinking ground was also the same, and could be easily dodged, but for the rest of the 40 or 50 levels, it was simply too late to react to dodge, nor could they. The fortress base was this wide, but if you left, you would only face more attacks from the blood blades. Right at this moment, a blood blade flew straight towards He Dai, instantly cutting through the wind law barrier and flying rapidly. He Yueru was taken aback and hurriedly cast a wind spell to escape with the fastest speed possible, which knew that just as this blood blade was dodged, another blood blade crashed into it. Zhuang Chu's face changed, and shrinking ground rushed to catch up, but he saw that he was going to be one step slower. With a piercing sound, a thunderous figure blocked in front of He Dai. She couldn't help but stare at Yi Xiang with wide eyes in disbelief. Little brother. She looked at Yi Xiang's eyes. Under the white pupil that emanated the Dao heart mark, her body's berserk thunder light was like a white snake blooming crazily. The Taiji Bagua shadow emerged, and golden light surged and surged. The thunder dragon true flame coiled around his body, displaying arcane and complex human immortal patterns all over his body. Under the unity of knowledge and action, all of his body's Dao techniques were instantly exerted. The blood blade passed through the tyrannical thunder law, surging with golden light. He wanted to raise his hand, and the roiling talisman blocked in front of his body. A blade of blood could be said to have made Yi Xiang's strength to the limit in resisting it. Still piercing through the layers of restraints, it ruthlessly stabbed into the torso covered in the human immortal pattern. Through the chest. He Dai looked at this scene unbelievably and stared at Yi Xiang in a daze. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single shaky word. Yi Xiang calmly pulled the blood blade out of his chest and in turn comforted. I'm fine, senior sister. Everyone close in on me. Zhuang Chu spoke at this time. He completely released the demonic killing intent in the blood sword in his hand into his body, and the original demonic Zhuang Chu reappeared, and his level soared crazily. He was the only one who dared to play like this, knowing that every time he was possessed, there was a chance that he would never wake up. The blood-red world, expanding with him at the center. The trial is final. Although it looks scary, the crowd of choppers, without any hesitation, rushed straight into the blood-red world. The rest of the members of the Ace Force, seeing this, also hurriedly followed. Upon entering the blood-red world, everything was blood-colored and cold to the senses. It was as if he had been stripped of his 5 senses, and if it had been before, it would have been incredibly frightening. But now, there was an inexplicable sense of security. Inside the Judgment End, a blood-robed demon enchanted Zhuang Chu. His hair flared and his bloody sword was sharp. Sword after sword cut off the bloody blades. Within his domain, the power of these blood blades directly shrunk by a large amount. Yi Xiang dragged He Dai and also Lin Feng and rushed straight into the Judgment End, and then he began to recover from his injuries. The blood blade directly pierced through his lungs, but after pulling it out, the lungs were slowly healing under the effects of the human immortal patterns and Violet Jade Pill's elixir. Anyone else would have been seriously injured long ago. Within the Violet Mansion Dantian, the Violet Gold Dan crazily absorbed the energy of the White Spirit Bead, finally diffusing a sense of completion. He wanted to raise his head, although his eyes could not see anything, closing off his 5 senses. However, he could feel that Zhuang Chu's pressure wasn't small. and that each blood blade was extremely terrifying, let alone all of them being resisted by one person. After a moment of silence and determination, the violet gold Dan began to let go of devouring up the energy of the thrown blood spirit. In just a few moments, the violet gold Dan steeply shook and steeply became 1/3 larger. Surging spiritual energy spread around his body, and purple golden light reflected all over his body. The third clear purple golden Dao pattern was revealed on the purple gold Dan, and the inner Dan realm broke through to the third turn without any hindrance. He wanted to open a pair of violet gold eyes, and the Dao Yun enveloped his body, washing his entire body's spiritual energy from the inside out. The green shirt that was dyed red also gradually regained its original color under the wash of the Dao intent. This powerful Dao intention, even Yi Yueru and Lin Feng who had lost their 5 senses felt the fluctuation of the Dao intention that was like a purple and gold sun on the side. Not very powerful, but very pure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at level 40 and reaching the 4th turn of the Celestial Master. Please choose the following legacy as the 4th turn. As soon as the words fell, 3 familiar golden villains steeply appeared in front of Yi Xiang. The first villain surrounded himself with different arcane formations, sometimes large and sometimes small. Arcane and extraordinary, Taoist array road. In front of the second little man hovered a variety of magic weapons. Qian Koan mirror, immortal execution sword, celestial master's seal, binding immortal rope, etc., which were full of immortal intent and unique power. The way of the Dharma vessel. The third villain, somewhat mysterious, stood in place in the ocean, and there was nothing divine about it. Only occasionally when he opened his eyes were as bright as open starry eyes. Taoist Shinto. He wanted to look at the 3 villains in front of him. He knew that either one of them would greatly strengthen his own strength. With the Tao of formation, even if it was a heavenly change, one could create a small world by using the Earth's momentum. The Tao of weapons. The power of the magic weapon is unpredictable, and it is kept in the Violet Mansion. And as the realm rises, the stronger the magic weapon will be. Shinto. Collecting offerings of faith and molding the body of the immortal Shinto. Yi wanted to bite his teeth. It was really hard to choose but in a moment of entanglement, he finally made a choice. That's the way of the formation. The Tao of weapons required materials to be refined and then time to be nurtured. A powerful magic weapon definitely did not appear in a single breath. Shinto is even more so. This strength of their own now. Did not open a sect. Want to collect offerings faith? Cannot be so simple. The little man in the formation slowly got up and bent over to Yi Xiang, then turned into a spirit light and disappeared into the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, countless inherited knowledge about the Tao of formation surfaced in Yi Xiang's mind, as if he was born with it, and grasped all of it. In his mind, the Tao collection corresponding to the Tao of formation section flew over. Densely written words surrounded the circumference of Yi Xiang's divine soul, completing the formation inheritance even more. He wanted to close his eyes to comprehend. The array path is vast and cloudy. Completely no less than the Dan Dao, even more complex. Ding! Due to the host's choice of formation training, he will automatically comprehend the 4th turn skill. Qi Men Dun Jia. The system's voice appeared in his head again. As soon as the words fell, the arcane spells of Qi Men Dun Jia surged into his brow. Qi refers to the sun, moon and star 3 odd. The door for the 8 doors, recluse, that is, for the 6 armored recluse hidden in the 6 instruments. Hidden body, so the name recluse. Within the Qimen Bureau, the 8 gates and the 5 elements can be performed, and the formation path can also borrow the 3 Qi and 6 Yi in Qimen, which are divided into 9 palaces to change the formation and perform the power of different formations. It can be said that mastering the Qi Men Dun Jia, even without the use of heaven and earth, you can use yourself as the eye of the formation, to perform the infinite changes of the formation. This was the combined power of mastering the inheritance of the Tao of formation and the Qi Men Dun Jia, which could rapidly increase one's combat power in a short period of time, and would not conflict with one's own Tao, and could be performed at the same time. When you wanted to open his eyes again, his divine thoughts moved, with him as the center, the strange door bureau of the 3 wonders, 6 E, 9 palaces and 8 trigrams unfolded steeply. Within 10 meters, you wanted to easily isolate a small world that was like a domain, and Lin Feng, he and the rest of the people within this range all opened their eyes at the same time in amazement. Because all 5 senses had actually returned to normal. They looked at the formation text at their feet in confusion and some surprise. The change in the trial finale also caught Zhuang Chu's attention at once. After he chopped a blood blade with his sword, he took the time to look back and couldn't help but smile when he saw the 10-meter range of the Qi Men Bureau. This kid had obviously gotten stronger again, and this judgment end of his own actually couldn't bind him at all. In the next moment, Yi wanted to rise steeply, and the Qi Men Bureau under his feet steeply expanded by more than 10 times. instantly enveloping the entire Judgment Final Domain and War Fortress. Yi wanted to pinch up the spell and recite it softly. The method of the recluse. The recluse XINE. The Chi-Men Bureau covered everyone and began to change and rotate. And the spiritual energy in Yi Xiang's body surged madly into the central palace, driving all the power of the spell formations. And the consumption of spiritual energy was extremely terrifying. At this time they are deep in the ground. In line with the shape of the transported XINE, the entire large formation was directly and perfectly integrated into the ground, without any sense of abruptness, and the chi was even completely shielded. A falling blood blade completely failed to find its target, and then it slowly disappeared. Sensing this miraculous scene outside, Zhuang Chu couldn't help but be shocked. After the blood blade lost its target, it disappeared into deeper depths until it vanished. Occasionally, a few blood blades would penetrate in, and the Chi-Men Bureau's directions would be alerted, and the crowd would be able to react at once, and Zhuang Chu was even able to chop it up with a single sword, so the pressure was simply countless times smaller. He wanted to close his eyes and run the Chi-Men Bureau with all his might, slowly rotating, and after expanding a dozen times, his spiritual power also multiplied. After the third turn, the spiritual energy doubled, but it was still decreasing with the naked eye, and the violet gold Dan couldn't replenish the energy of the thrown blood spirit for a moment with all its efforts to devour it. When the crowd saw this scene, they didn't hastily disturb Yi Think, just silently looking at him. All the ace members present did not expect that at this last moment, it was this teenager in front of them who saved them. Is this the Taoist profession? They looked at the 8 gates, 9 palaces and 8 trigrams that were constantly rotating on the ground, and felt that their eyes were going to be dazzled, completely unable to understand what kind of skill this was, and felt that standing in this game was like standing in a realm that was under the complete control of Yi Xiang. The chi was completely pulled, and there was a feeling of being in the wrong place. But no one would resist now. A fool could see that this formation Chi-Men Bureau was saving lives. The earth goes upward, and the night is deep in the sky. That divine eye was surrounded by roiling blood blades, and after losing its target below, it naturally focused all of its attention on Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. After the Heavenly King Luo Zhenjuan performed the forbidden art, this moment climbed to the throne strength of him, but also half of this god's eye in front of him, covered with hideous wounds. His eyes are still cold and will not retreat half a step. He also felt the changes below him, an esoteric feeling that tugged at his 8 trigrams war halberd. Here, in addition to the fact that he would be standing in Bagua, there was only Yi Xiang, and there was no doubt that something must have happened down there, escaping the skill lock of this god's eye all of a sudden. While the sky was covered with bloody blades in the night sky, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was relieved to be at ease and in full battle power, holding a war halberd, short hair slightly moving, the wounds all over the body but cannot feel half of the pain, just said softly, cultivating for more than 30 years, I've killed demon kings, beheaded thrones, and fought with the imperial ghost cultivator. So today, even if you're a god, I'll be able to behead you. As soon as the words fell, his body erupted with a majestic and dense silver-colored fighting chi, and on the blade of his war halberd, a cold light was shining. The figure directly skyrocketed and instantly disappeared in place. Countless blood blades surrounded him in an attempt to stop him, and the god's eyes were furious and covered in blood. Boom! Countless blood blades shattered. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's face was covered with bloodstains. Only those eyes were bright and resolute. Behind it, the mighty and vast heaven and earth visions unfolded. The Heavenly King's Faustus is the only one in the world. This is the heaven and earth vision of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. And when a king is angry, there are more than 1 million floating corpses. Terrifying fighting energy erupted from the halberd, and countless blades shattered and coalesced. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan growled and roared. Punisher's halberd, man and halberd, like a comet, a silver light, through the eye of God. Then as if it had lost all its power, it fell towards the bottom with a calm face, and the eyes of that god's eye became dull and lost all their vigor, and a moment later, it directly exploded, bursting out countless amounts of blood. It was like a downpour of blood that splashed down across the entire flooded cliff. Zhuang Chu raised his head and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "It's over." Su Rong walked over and slapped him on the head without any good reason. "You don't change back when it's over. You're addicted, aren't you?" As soon as the words fell, Zhuang Chu easily suppressed his killing intent and demonic aura, recondensing into a killing sword and returning it to its scabbard. A bloody robe was transformed into a plain shirt, and his eyes were vast with justice. "Got it, wife." Yi Xiang also retrieved the Chi-Men Bureau at this time, and with a long sigh of relief, he sat down on the ground and began to recover his spiritual energy. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, chanted an incantation and controlled the war giant, charging towards the top. Within moments, it crawled out of the ground with a rumble. the behemoth causing a massive earthquake. When his sight was restored, he saw a rain of blood pouring down from the sky in a clattering rain, and the ground was all dyed red and soaked. And in the distance, Luo Zhuan, dressed in a solemn robe, slowly walked up with his war halberd. That stern and murderous aura instantly made everyone stand in awe and be filled with admiration. The top pillar of the Chinese human race was still invincible. This battle, they won. All the horned ghost fae in the entire Hungcliff war zone, all dead. That scene of sacrifice, summoning a divine eye at the throne level. It had to be said that the hand left by that blood ghost king almost left all of China's trump card troops here. If it wasn't for Yi wanting to hide, so that the blood blades couldn't find them, there wouldn't have been many ace troopers who could have survived. The crowd was just about to celebrate when Heavenly King Luo Zhuan suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. That upright body, unexpectedly, slowly collapsed. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but stare in disbelief, and Zhuangqiu even shrunk down and rushed straight up to catch Luo Zhuan. Feeling the captain's aura that was still weak, Zhuangqiu could not help but be stunned. The aura, fainter than someone who was about to die, is even fainter, the feeling of hanging on completely by a breath. The people of Team Chopper also rushed over and could also see that Team Luo's breath was weak, and they were suddenly filled with panic. What's going on? Yi Xiang, however, understood at once and reached out his hand to land on Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's chest. The hand couldn't help but tremble slightly when it felt the heart almost completely black. He recalled the previous battle, which had long exceeded 30 minutes, and the heart-protecting pill's medicinal effect had obviously expired. But Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had not stopped using the forbidden techniques. The whole group fell silent for a moment. Team Law's heart fire is going out. Hearing these words, the crowd of the chopping team only felt like the sky was about to fall. Yui couldn't help but shed tears at once. Boss, don't die. Oh, Yi, think of something. Where are the pills? There's no elixir. Feng Yuan also growled and shouted somewhat out of control. Yi Xiang stood in place, countless Dao Zhangs turning pages in his mind to find them, but he also couldn't think of a way to rekindle his heart fire. Perhaps only the 9 turns golden pill could do it, not to mention not having the herbs. With his current realm, there was no way to refine this kind of pill at all. One must do something, but what can one do? He wanted to raise his hand, and could only use the air of his own heart fire to degree into Luo Zhuan's body, trying to ignite the heart that was like a black stone. At this time, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. His hair all became snow white, obviously only in his 50s, but in an instant, he looked like a 70 or 80-year-old white Wong old man. Once the heart fire is depleted and loses its origin, all organs will also fail in a very short period of time. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, "This is my choice. Above the throne, there might be gods, that I definitely exceeds the level of the throne royalty." Yi Xiang nodded his head in silence, continuously surging into the fire air to hang on to that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's breath. At this time, Luo Zhuan was a bit emotional. The corner of his mouth flooded with smiles. Then I'm actually considered to have chopped and blown out the eyes of a god. This life is enough. However, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Team Luo, don't die in a hurry. I have a method. Yi wanted to say this sentence. The crowd cannot help but stare. Luo Zhuan also almost a breath directly did not raise. His own situation he is very clear. Unless there is a miracle. However, Yi Xiang nodded seriously. Before he couldn't, but now after practicing internal refining, he also had an intuitive feeling for the 5 viscera. Since the fire of the heart is to be extinguished, the fire of the heart is to be urged by the wood of the liver, and if the liver urges the birth of immobility, the wood of the liver is to be nourished by the water of the kidneys, and the path of internal refining of the 5 elements is to be followed. Violet Gold Dan Luo Zhuan definitely didn't have the method to learn it, but there were ways to go for internal refining. You wanted to look up at the blood rain that was still falling. Zhang Shi understood at once and raised his hand in a hurry. A stone house surrounded from all around to cover the blood rain. After Yi wanted to take a deep breath, his eyebrows steeply emanated the Tao intent heart realm. His eyes were deep. He raised his hands, one hand heart fire air, one hand wood air, surging into the internal organs of the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's body. The liver would recovered from exhaustion all of a sudden, and after the wood gave birth to fire, the fire air could be stopped, and the all-black heart began to beat faintly. Seeing this scene, Yi wanted to immediately confirm that this method was really feasible, but naturally, it couldn't end like this. He couldn't keep casting wood air. Raising his hand, he urged the water air to fall on the kidneys of the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. The failing kidneys also began to recover under the urging of the spiritual air, nourishing the wood air. Seemingly feeling that this was too much trouble, Yi wanted to raise his hand. The 5 elements of air flowed into his palm and swirled around, slapping his palm on Luo Zhuan's chest. Internal organs almost dominate a person's old age and disease. Even if Yi wanted to never learn medicine, mastering this pure 5 elements of the air, has been able to cure more than 80% of the world's diseases. Gold begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets gold. After the air of the 5 viscera forcefully renewed his life and his internal organs were restored, Yi wanted to touch his chin, but this definitely wouldn't work either. However, if you just barely renew your life, you can use the 5 elements stand in this case now and hang on with the elixir. However, the 5 elements pill was a 5-turn elixir. He was not sure that he could refine it successfully. At least he had to be in the late 4th turn to be able to refine it successfully. Even if he used the Tao intentional mind realm, he would still need to be in the late 3rd turn to have enough spiritual power to refine it. Moreover, this method is only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Once the elixir is broken, the life is gone. And the problem ultimately arises from the heart problem, which is nearly extinguished by the heart fire. Using the liver wood to catalyze the heart fire can slowly restore the heart, but it doesn't always take decades to do so. He wanted to be silent for a moment before lifting his head. Then there was only one law. He wasn't sure if this method would work, but he could only take a gamble. If he won the bet, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan could definitely regain his life. But if he lost, with Luo Zhuan's current physical condition, he would most likely die. Team Luo, I need an operation, but the success rate is not high. Yi thinks said truthfully, how sure is that? Luo Zhuan couldn't help but smile and asked with a slight nod. He could feel his body recovering a lot, but there was no way to address the root cause after all. And in the end, it was just a lingering existence. But as he said, this life is enough. Just under 30%. When the crowd heard these words, their hearts trembled. They still couldn't believe that the Heavenly King, who had been standing on top of the heavens, had fallen down just like that. 30%. Ah, in fact, it's already a lot. Then come on, if it fails, Yi think, you should not feel too guilty. People have a death, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than MT. Tai, with your potential, sooner or later you'll be able to grow to my level or even surpass me. Yi Xiang nodded, then directly reached out his hand and pointed an acupoint. Luo Zhuan instantly fainted, and now he was no different from an ordinary person. The crowd couldn't help but stare. Where is this coming from? Yi Xiang touched his nose. Talking consumes yuan qi, allowing the captain to save some strength. I need 2 or 3 excellent healing faculty, and I need them now, and then a full set of surgical tools. Emoshio sniffed and immediately notified down. In fact, as early as earlier, he had already notified the healing staff to come over. Just then, on Emoshio's communication, a familiar phone number popped up. It's the chief calling. Emoshio was a little hesitant. After all, the chief was very old. If he knew that something had happened to the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, he would definitely be very sad. But there was no way to not answer it, and with a helpless sigh, he still picked it up. And on the virtual screen, Chief Zhouan's face appeared in front of him. I'm relieved to see that you're alright. Bashian front. Hard work. Mozio saluted and nodded. It's what we do. After Zhouan was silent for a moment, he finally asked, what happened to your Captain Luo? Emoshio glanced down at the unconscious Luo Zhuan and said after gritting his teeth, Team Luo is seriously injured. It's the price of overusing forbidden techniques. Comrade Yi is trying to find a way to save him. Zhouan had actually guessed it. After all, Xiao Luo had not been responding to his messages, and when he heard these words, his heart suddenly trembled. Where's the healing team? Zhouan couldn't help but ask anxiously. Coming right over. Emoshio responded. Zhouan wanted to say something else, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only nod his head and sit down disheveled in his chair. Good. If Luo Zhuan has any situation, make sure to inform me, Zhouan said with a somewhat hoarse voice. Wasia owed him so much. After hanging up the communication, Zhouan raised his head and stared blankly at the Ba County war zone, old tears streaming down his face. Was he in too much of a hurry? Jingzhou Ba County can make the Huaxia human race renewed new life, but the cost if Xiao Luo, how can he not heartache? 10 minutes later, the Miao healing team stepped off the airplane and looked at the shocking rain of blood that filled the sky on the battlefield, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble a little. The smell of blood was thick, and the rain of blood was cold and piercing. The rest of you, do your best to treat the seriously injured. Little Li and Little Lotus, you two come with me. On the way down, the general situation was already known through the instructions. After walking into a stone house, in the house, only the unconscious Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Yi Xiang were seen. The rest of the group had long since left, leaving space for them to prepare for surgery. After Mi Yao walked in, she looked at Yi Xiang and said, how do we need to cooperate with you? The 2 outstanding therapy girls behind her couldn't help but stare slightly at the words. What did they mean? Is it possible that Team Rice is playing for the teenager in front of them? Yi Xiang nodded and spoke. I need you to open up Team Luo's chest. Just leave the follow-up to me. Hearing this, Miao nodded in understanding. She walked up to the heavenly king Luo Xuan, knowing that next, the life of this top pillar of the human race was in their hands. She took out a scalpel that had already been sterilized, and the two assistants on the side also took out various instruments, as well as a blood bag that had already been prepared to match the blood type of the heavenly king Luo Xuan. When they unclothed their clothes, revealing their chests full of blood-stained wounds, several women couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. From which part? Miao asked as she kept her cool and looked at Yi Xiang. Liver. Yi wanted to open his mouth. Good. Miao nodded, and after a few shots of anesthesia, waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, she put on gloves and a mask, picked up a sharp scalpel and started to go straight down. Even though this one in front of him was the top pillar of the human race, Heavenly King Luo Xuan, but she knew that the best thing she could do right now was to forget who he was. In front of herself, just a patient, and she was a doctor. Below the ribs is the liver, where a sharp scalpel makes a diagonal cut. Blood gushed out, and the two assistants on the sideline saw this and directly cast spells to clamp a few of the main blood vessels and clean up the blood. I have to say that the incision was accurate and clear, with the liver showing through. Like this? Miao raised her head to look at Yi Xiang to confirm. Leaf wanted to nod. Yeah. The wound was not too long and not too short, just enough to show the entire liver area, which was a great way to make an incision. He then walked up and took out one of his own purple jade pills for Luo Xuan to take. The elixir melted in his mouth, and the medicinal power covered all of his organs and bowels, also including the liver in front of him. Then he pinched up his sword finger and used it as a pen. Gushing golden light. This strange scene made all three of Miao a bit puzzled. It didn't look like they were healing at all. He thought that the idea was very simple. In fact, it was the intention to use the golden light mantra as a pattern on Luo Xuan's internal organs, branding the human immortal patterns. Using this method to make the 5 organs practice the method of internal refining. How heaven-defying the human immortal body was. Yi Xiang himself knew very well that even if he only branded the human immortal pattern once, as long as it had an effect, then it would definitely be able to cure Luo Xuan's heart. Without any hesitation, having already branded the human immortal pattern on the visceral parts 4 times, Yi Xiang simply couldn't be more familiar with it. Directly branding the human immortal pattern on Luo Xuan's liver with a golden light incantation was very fast, and there was no rawness at all. Looking at the human immortal tattoo on the liver, Miao and the two assistants were at a loss as to what it was. Although he couldn't read it, he could feel a strange power in the tattoo. After 10 minutes, Yi Xiang took a long sigh of relief and directly corresponded to his own liver human immortal pattern perfectly copied once. After all, it wasn't really cultivation, but rather a way to draw. And branding was fast. One could clearly feel the human immortal patterns at work, and the strange power was transforming the liver, automatically giving rise to the wood air out of it. This showed that it was completely feasible to use this method to help Luo Xuan internalize his cultivation. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang's eyes flashed with essence and raised his head to look at Miao. It can be treated and stitched up, but the next part is the heart. Yes, Miao was also a little excited. As a physician, although she didn't understand what the human immortal patterns you wanted to draw were, she could clearly feel the strange power that was changing the liver. It wasn't a means of treatment at all, yet it was more useful than treatment. After first stitching up the wound with thread, he would then directly cast a healing spell to recover. Once halfway through recovery, the stitches are removed and recovery continues. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, put his hand to the side and used his spiritual energy to perceive the changes in the liver. The breath was similar to the internal organs of his own body, only it was very thin, but it was still playing the role of internal refining and cultivation, constantly nourishing the wood air and transforming the liver. Miao cut open the heart area at this time, and after quickly clamping the blood vessels, he could clearly see under the ribs, the black heart that had almost stopped beating, with only one piece being dark red. When they saw this heart, even though they had prepared for it, the several women couldn't help but be a little shocked. How much of the cost of the forbidden arts had the heavenly king endured to make his heart look like this? Rib cut. Yi think, however, frowned. The ribs would definitely be in the way. After all, there couldn't be a single mistake or pause when drawing the human immortal tattoo, so the ribs would have to be severed. And anyway, when the time came to reuse a healing spell to heal, and then finally refine a bone-nourishing elixir to fortify the recovery, the scalpel blade flashed with more speed and accuracy than the average warrior, and the ribs covering the heart area were perfectly severed. Without hesitation, Yi Xiang directly pinched up his sword finger and cast the golden light mantra to start branding the human immortal pattern. This time the branding took a full 20 minutes or so, with extreme care and precision in every stroke. After all, Luo Xuan's problem was in his heart, and if the human immortal pattern had any effect, it could restore his heart. When it was over, the black heart was like a pitch-black stone covered in golden veins, and the strange power, from the outside in, began to work. The next moment, a magical scene happened. The moment the fire air was automatically catalyzed, the heart steeply aggravated the power to beat a little, the dark as if a poisonous fog of gas. In the fire air a little bit of burning disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it really succeeded. There was no rush to recover, and all four of them watched with incomparable excitement as the black heart turned red in a little bit. This showed that the human immortal ripple had played its role perfectly. 10 minutes had passed, and the originally black heart, at least on the surface, had regained its red color, only that there was still black on the inside, and the overall appearance of the layer showed a dark red color. It still looks unhealthy, but at least it's no longer as scary as it was before. He wanted to observe for a moment, and after making sure there were no problems, he nodded and said, "You can sew it up." He breathed a small sigh of relief, knowing he had made the right bet. The hand didn't shake when he opened the knife, and Miao's hand trembled slightly as he healed the ribs and stitched up the wound. Tears couldn't help but drip down. This top pillar of the human race could finally confirm that it was alright. But the surgery didn't end there. The next step was to brand all three parts of the spleen, lungs, and kidneys one by one with the golden light mantra once more with the human immortal pattern. After healing all the wounds well, Yi Xiang breathed a long sigh of relief and glanced at the time, realizing that more than 2 hours had already passed. Outside the stone house, the bloody rain had long since stopped, and dawn was imminent. Without having to deliberately feel it, one could clearly feel the internal refining of the 5 elements of the small circumference in Luo Zhuan's body. The 5 viscera for the 5 elements, the endless life, the fire air emitted from the heart, in a little bit of black poison burned out, probably only need a month or so, Luo Zhuan's heart can be perfectly restored, to play the peak strength. Even further, in the future, even if they used forbidden techniques again, their hearts would be completely loadable, and they would no longer need any heart protection pills. After submitting the bone-nourishing pill herbs, Yi Xian walked out of the stone house. As soon as he entered his eyes, he saw the crowd of choppers all waiting in silence not far away. Yi Xian's appearance, the crowd instantly raised their heads and watched him closely. Luo Zhuan for the crowd. It is not too much to say that it is the backbone and faith of the chopping team. Yi Thing's face of silence made their hearts thump, but just then, the early dawn sun rose. Yi wanted to stop pretending and spread a smile. Showing his cards, Team Luo's surgery was successful. It's already fine. After the crowd froze for a moment, they were all surprised and excited. Crap, you're so awesome. Feng Yuan let out a wild cry. Without saying a word, he was just about to rush in, when he was blocked by Niao, who walked out right after him, and she said with a flat expression, "The Heavenly King still needs a bit of time to rest, so it's best not to go in and disturb him right now." He wanted to take a deep breath. He also just had a sudden thought of branding the human immortal pattern on his internal organs in the form of a drawing. Although the effect is far less than one's own internal cultivation, but it can also produce the 5 elements of the air, invariably can change the qualifications, although the process is 10 years, or even decades, but the benefits, is still unimaginable. Watching the dawn, he wanted to get up for the morning class to practice. Hastily closing his eyes, he utilized the ancient breathing method and took a deep breath after his abdominal cavity resonated. Countless purple chi was absorbed over and crashed into the violet mansion dantian, being rapidly absorbed by the violet gold dan. After the violet gold dan broke through the third turn, only the 3 golden lines on it were clearly visible, and the speed of absorbing violet chi and devouring blood spirit energy were both much faster than before. To be honest, he wanted to find out that inner dan cultivation was actually somewhat similar to alchemy, only that it took longer to refine. And when the purple gold dan was cultivated to 9 revolutions, and when the 3 flowers were gathered together, it was the time for Fei Hua to become an immortal. You wanted to quietly feel the cultivation, absorbing the purple chi one bite at a time, and the human immortal patterns in his lungs flickered with patterns, thus absorbing more purple chi. After 10 minutes or so, the cultivation ended, and the spiritual energy consumed from the previous use of the 5 elements air and the golden light mantra had been fully restored. After a great battle, the 4th time the human immortal pattern had branded the end of the lungs on its own. Comrade Ye thought, there's an important communication. Assistive intelligence reminded. You wanted to react to this, earlier in the cultivation, to prevent disturbance, the habit of this point in time to block all the news. He lifted his communicator, only to realize that it was the chief who had called in the communication. Not daring to hesitate, he rushed to connect. In the screen, Chief Zhouen's face appeared, and it was obvious that he had already learned that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's situation had stabilized, and he couldn't help but feel some emotion. Boy, hard work. Yi Xiang shook his head. Chief is overstating things. I just did what I had to do. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. If all the Chinese teenagers were like Yi Xiang, then he really didn't need to worry about the future. That's still not the same. What you've done has been outstanding, and it's truly an honor to have the Dao sect in China. At your age, you should have been practicing on campus. Zhou got a little emotional again. In his opinion, the shoulders of a teenager should be the grass growing and harboring dreams. Instead, they were on the battlefield, fighting desperately for the future of the Chinese human race. After hanging up the communication, he wanted to raise his head and glanced at the distance. A railroad track was being laid from afar and defense facilities were being built. A train loaded with 100,000 fighters got off and began to build a crazy infrastructure. Because of the sacrifice, although not half of the horned ghost phase corpses could be seen on the flooded cliffs, the blood all over the ground and the deep cuts sliced into by the bloody blades were shocking to the eyes. In a 10-mile radius, not a single tree or building was intact, all cut into dozens of pieces and shattered all over the place. With this battle alone, there were no more high-grade horned ghost fae in the Ba County war zone. However, it should not be taken lightly, and what needs to be done now is to immediately build military bases and barriers on the border between Ba County and Tianfu. Then little by little, we'll clean up all the foreigners in the entire Ba County. This was the plan from the beginning, and the command was even prepared for major losses. But it was also unexpected that the one who was almost sacrificed this time was the Heavenly King. 2 hours later, Luo Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. In just an instant, he felt a heavenly change within his body. His condition was too good to be true, even better than before the battle. One could clearly feel a strange force in one's internal organs, subconsciously changing one's internal organs, and then even the whole body would be changed. Heart position. The previous feeling of sinking qi and blood almost disappeared. Seeing Luo Zhuan waking up, the auxiliary intelligence immediately flew over and scanned the body. Then said, the heart area has recovered 62%, and the rest of the organ parts are excellent. Luo Zhuan wasn't excited. He was just silent for a moment before calmly nodding his head, standing up from the bed and walking out of the stone house. The crowd of the chopping team couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when they saw the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, who had already returned to normal. Boss, Team Law. Luo Zhuan nodded his head one by one, and his gaze fell on Yi Xiang. He wanted to fold his sleeves with both hands. His long hair scattered lazily. After fighting for so long, the hairpin had long since been thrown somewhere. The whole thing looks as lazy and sappy and bland as ever. This kid is always working miracles. Luo Zhuan looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. Alright, I'm fine. The battle isn't completely over yet. Line up the entire Ba County war zone. The decapitation mission continues. Any level 50 or higher alien and foreign beasts can't be spared. Yes, everyone responded loudly. In this battle, Mo Shou was level 61. Zheng Shi and Lin Jun upgraded to level 60. Lu Yan and Ning Zio upgraded to level 59. Lin Feng upgraded to level 51. Zhang Jun's level didn't change because of his hellish dead body and remained at level 56. Feng Yuan upgraded to level 55. He Yui upgraded to level 53. Ning Yuanmei upgraded to level 54. Zhang Guan was at level 57. And Yi Xian was at level 40. Despite Zhuang Chu's absence, the strength of the choppers was steadily increasing. Mo Shou Zhang Shi Lin Jun 3 people can also apply for retirement to enter the system if they have accumulated enough war merits. And unsurprisingly, the battle merit accumulated by the Baxian Warzone Decimation team this time would be enough to raise their rank. In the past, it was all about defense, but in the last half a year, from Jingzhou to Rihua Island land to Ba County, there were successive great battles, and the cumulative number of level 50 or higher foreigners beheaded by the decapitation team was simply countless. A dozen or so choppers completely topped the rest of the Ace 100 troops in battle. Only the next thing you know, the chopping team was completely idle, occasionally spotting a level 50 plus Fei to grab. After all, the war credit is also money. The next is about to celebrate the new year. The expenses must be not low. As for Hongyi, as an important strategic center, this place was definitely going to be rebuilt, and the intention was to use the terrain to build out a top-notch base center, big enough to hold tens of thousands of warrior resources at the same time. Getting a hold of Bucks County will be a lot less stressful in the future, both on defense and offense. A little bit of time passed, and Luo Zhuan also found that his body was getting better day by day. Even what had been a head of gray hair was growing back against the grain and growing out black hair. The god of war Hong Qing couldn't help but be curious when he learned of this news. How in the world did Ji Xiang manage to make a blackened heart that had nearly stopped, actually rejuvenate itself, which was something that even the top physicians were unable to do? Half a month later, the Ba County war zone was completely taken, and the borders, whether it was the pupil nightmare Fei or the horned ghost Fei, didn't have the slightest movement of harassment, and seemed to have completely given up. The choppers then retreated in full force. The rest of the king's troops had suffered considerable losses and would need to recuperate for a month or so, picking up men from the reserves and moving them into full strength. Chopper Reserve 2 has welcomed a new member. Pure Defense Law Hidden Profession, Rosenberg 8 by Yao Yao, 20 years old, level 45. At the temporary base in Kyoto, when the people of the Chopper team came back, they saw Jiang Jun listening to a song and drinking coffee in a cafe with a leisurely face. The crowd looked at him with speechless faces. You're such an old six. Every time there's a dangerous mission, you summon the hellish dead body out to perform the mission in place of the main body. Feng Yuan said with envy and jealousy. Even though Hell's death body is a fifth turn skill, it comes with a price. Jiang Jun said somewhat helplessly. What price? Feng Yuan was a bit curious. This guy looks like a nothing every time. It can cost a shitload. That's right, there's clearly nothing going on. Boss, I suspect him of being lazy. Lin Jun coaxed. Jiang Jun had a black line on his head. There was indeed a price for summoning the hellish dead body, but this price, he was really embarrassed to say it. There is a price, but I can't tell. What price can't you say? I wouldn't have heard of it. Feng Yuan had a disbelieving look on his face. He wanted to also be a little curious up. Indeed, what is the price that cannot be said? Luo Zhuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Jiang Jun, talk about the cost. After all, every time you fight with your dead body, it's actually a feeling of distrust towards your teammates, and after a long period of time, things will go wrong in the future. Hearing these words, Emo Shou instantly felt something familiar. How this feels a bit like the last time he made himself tell about his ex-girlfriend. Hearing the Heavenly King all say that, Jiang Jun looked sad and angry. No, Captain. I really can't talk about this. It's about my very important privacy. Luo Zhuan frowned slightly. This is about the life and death relationship between teammates. What privacy is there to hide? Don't think too seriously. Jiang Jun had a tangled face. Yi Xiang, however, seemed to see something. Now that his human immortal body perception could already sense the problems of another person's five viscera at a close distance. Like an inner vision, he could see that Jiang Jun's kidney water air was very weak, as if it had been excessive for many years. Is it hard to believe that the cost is false? As expected, Jiang Jun gritted his teeth and still said, after every time I use Hell's Death, I will have kidney weakness for a month. I'm not deliberately hiding it, mainly because, before he could say anything, he saw the crowd looking at him with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Crap, what a lot of planning. I didn't realize it would be at this cost. Feng Yuan almost didn't hold back, but it wasn't just him, the rest of them were holding it in. Lin Jun forced himself to hold back his already twisted face and walked over to Jiang Jun, patting him on the shoulder comfortingly. I'm sorry, it's our problem. This does sound like a very serious aftermath. Emo Shou also nodded and calmly said, during this New Year's period, take a good rest. Eat more oysters and goji berries or something to replenish. It's fine. We already understand this problem. A few women couldn't help themselves. No wonder Jiang Jun's face usually looked pale and powerless. So it was because of this reason. Ahem. Luo Zhuan coughed lightly, turned his head to Yi Xiang and asked, can you solve his problem? Yi wanted to nod. Yes, but it still needs to be inspected just a bit. Hearing these words, the always icy Jiang Jun immediately came to Yi Xiang and said excitedly, Yi Xiang, can you solve this problem? Well, I can feel it's your kidneys. You wanted to also did not polite. Stretch out his hand on the location of his kidneys. The details of the situation all of a sudden figured out. Looking up at the auxiliary intelligence, he said, I need 3 parts of wolfberry, yin and yang zi, wooden waste, wind flow fruit, silver goatweed, cistankia, schizandra, cow's knee, and eukamia. The auxiliary intelligence nodded. Application instructions submitted. Delivery in 20 minutes. Jiang Jun looked at the scene with some confusion. Are these herbs? Well, refining a few pills can solve the problem of insufficient kidney energy. It's not troublesome. Yi Xiang nodded his head and said. Just then, a girl in the doorway wearing the Holy Chime School uniform walked in somewhat hesitantly, just in time to hear these words. Hello you, guys. I'm Bai Yao Yao. I'm here to report. The crowd turned their heads, and what met their eyes was a quiet-looking girl with thick bangs and a lowered head so that her face could not be seen. Luo Zhuan nodded and spoke. Well, you are welcome to join the reserve team, but you will need to take a test. Follow me. A few people arrived backstage and opened the door to reveal the portal of the base. The crowd walked in together. Bai Yao Yao was a bit scared to follow behind this group of bigwigs. The only ones familiar with them were the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and Lin Feng Yu wanting to be 3 people. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled. Don't be too nervous, just play your strength well. Well, thank you, President. Bai Yao Yao gently nodded her head. After walking into the base, Luo Zhuan scanned the crowd for a while before looking at Zhang Jun and saying, "You come for this examination. The test is necessary for every newcomer to join the choppers." After freezing for a moment, Zhang Jun nodded and stepped into the ring. Bai Yao Yao also understood and walked up to the ring together. "You're a pure defense magic system. Do you need to wait for you to use your skills before you start?" Zhang Jun looked at her and asked. Bai Yao Yao shook her head back and forth. "No, thank you. You also need to be more careful. The Loxian Gate actually absorbs some energy when it faces an attack. Earlier you wanted to replenish her kidney chi." That sentence. She just came just in time to hear it. Zhang Jun suddenly had a black line. Finished. The mystery he had kept for so long. It was all gone. Mind you, I'm a summoner by profession. I just summon things that are a bit different from others. As soon as the words fell, he raised his hand, and two thin, bony, sharp-toothed, long-billed demonic birds rushed over toward Bai Yao Yao in a hurry. It was fast. A bit of a sneak attack, but in a battlefield, this kind of situation abounded, and the Fae wouldn't say hello to you before making a move. The moment the two demon birds appeared, Bai Yao Yao immediately raised her hand and cast two turn 1 defense skills, 2 red mirrors, then recite the mantra while stepping back. In the next moment, the ring shook, and a Rashomon that was even more expansive than the ring was steeply erected in the center. A dark red glow shone, and the moment the mirrors shattered, the Rashomon opened, revealing a pitch-black hole. The two demonic birds rushed straight in, and then disappeared. Zhang Jun frowned slightly. The two demonic summoned beasts, the moment they went in, they lost contact. This is the Rashomon that swallowed them? And the ring is that big. This one Rashomon takes up the whole ring. Zhang Jun was a bit helpless. So let's simply try the strength of this Rashomon. Raising his hand, he directly bit his finger, and a few drops of blood floated in front of him before a huge blood-colored summoning array emerged. The familiar demonic dragon whistled out, spewing dragon flame directly at the Rashomon. On Bai Yao Yao's side, she could clearly see the situation on the other side through the Rashomon, and after seeing the level 56 demon dragon, her small mouth couldn't help but open. So it's that hard to get into Chopper Reserve? The hot dragon's breath fell on the Rashomon, but all of it was swallowed up by the hollow inside the door. Yi Xiang noticed at this time that at the top of the doorpost on the right side of the Rashomon gate, there was a black gemstone that was gradually turning red. When the red color reached its peak, with a bang, the gem exploded and the Rashomon abruptly disappeared into thin air. But in that instant, Bai Yao Yao, who had already recited the incantation, raised her hands. Boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. 3 consecutive triple Rashomon gates rose steeply, one after the other blocking in front of his body. Seeing this scene, even Zhang Jun could not help but freeze. The crowd, however, couldn't help but nod their heads, and it had to be said that the defense of Bai Yao Yao's Rasengan spell was very demonic, and it could devour energy to reinforce and repair it, and it wouldn't disappear unless it exceeded the critical point. But one is not enough. Then 3 Rashomon, reaction-wise, and defense-wise, it's perfectly passable. But then comes the realization of the actual battle. Naturally, Zhang Jun would not be foolish enough to keep attacking the Rashomon. The defense was strong and sturdy, but it also had a fatal drawback, and that was the Rashomon, which seemed to be immovable. He got up and jumped onto the demonic dragon, which unfurled its feathered wings and flew steeply and high, easily bypassing the threefold Loha's gate and coming over by Yao Yao. The terrifying and hideous demonic dragon gazed at her and without any hesitation, directly spewed out dragon flame while Zhang Jun was also using summoning magic. It was only remotely summoned and appeared steeply by Bai Yao Yao's side. Vines as black as withered hands quickly crawled out and grabbed at her with great speed. Clawed Ghost Devil Vine. In an instant, they were in a crisis situation, and the crowd was gripped in concentration, ready to rescue them at any time, but that also meant that Bai Yao Yao had failed the test. Right at this moment of crisis, Bai Yao Yao did a jumping backflip and directly dodged the binding attack of the magic vines. Then he whispered and recited, Luo Demon Transformation. As soon as the words fell, the threefold Loha's gate abruptly disappeared, and a black and red mist enveloped her surroundings. The moment the dragon's breath whistled down, Bai Yao Yao's body was covered in blood-red long skirts, and her entire aura changed at the same time, from quiet girl to demonic blood-red. In his hand was a blood-colored staff that looked like moonlight, and on the handle of the staff was the seal of the Rashomon. Raising his hand, a Rashomon shadow materialized directly, like a huge slab slapping towards Zhang Jun. Crap, it still works like that? Feng Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply an eye-opener. Zhang Jun also didn't react, and with a bang, he was directly slapped out. But fortunately, the demonic dragon stabilized its body, huffed and puffed and shook its head, obviously being beaten out of the real fire. Its eyes instantly became blood red, and its body ignited the fire of hell. just about to explode. Right after Jiang Jun stomped his foot hard, the head of the demonic dragon sank, and all the hellfire on his body was extinguished at once. After all, it was just an examination, not a real battle, and there was no doubt that Bai Yao Yao had the potential to enter the chopping team. Although it is a purely defensive law system, the ability to defend itself after switching forms is not a concern at all. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan also couldn't help but nod his head, quite satisfied with Bai Yao Yao's performance. Alright, you passed the test. Congratulations on becoming a member of the chopping reserve team. Mo Shou walked over and looked at Bai Yao Yao and smiled. The magic in Bai Yao Yao's body dissipated, and all of a sudden, she returned to her quiet and introverted side, nodding her head somewhat woodenly. Thanks. Sure enough, it's false. This is all slapped. Lin Jun looked at Jiang Jun and couldn't help but tease. Jiang Jun rolled his eyes, but it was true that he was careless and didn't say anything. With a new member joining us, naturally, it's the usual rule. Jerking off. Feng Yuan walked in from outside carrying a barbecue grill and a large bag of barbecued meat, and said with a happy face, Coming, hurry up and get it. Right at this moment, a drone flew in front of Yi Xiang with a package, which was exactly the medicinal herbs that had been applied for earlier. After Yi wanted to receive it, he opened the package, raised his hand and rolled it, winding all the medicinal herbs together. The azure-colored samadhi flame surfaced in his hand, and these few medicinal herbs were quickly refined into the essence liquid form. When the fire was right, he directly pinched the Dan condensation technique, and the Dan was formed in the blink of an eye. This scene of Yi Xiang's flowing alchemy was very eye-catching. 3-second turn kidney tonic pills fell into his hands, and the rich fragrance of the pills filled the air at once. Ever since the violet gold pill had broken through the third turn, he could not feel any pressure at all now that he was refining pills of the second turn. It could be refined in a few minutes, and not only was it fast, the appearance of the elixir was near perfect. You wanted to hand these 3 pills to Jiang Jun and spoke, 1 pill a day. The kidney energy will be adjusted in 3 days. Jiang Jun sniffed and immediately grasped the elixir tightly, nodding his head earnestly to say thank you. Lin Jun glanced at the 3 pills with some gluttony, not realizing that Yi Xiang would also refine kidney tonic pills. After hesitating for a moment, he sneaked up to Yi Xiang and whispered, give me a few to refine as well? Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled. Do you have kidney problems too? Lin Jun rolled his eyes and beat a dead horse. How come? It's like this. Well, I have a friend. Yes, that friend of mine kidney is a bit. Oops, just one will do. Yi Xiang, however, had a look on his face that saw through it, but he still nodded. Okay, I'll refine some more later. Hearing this, Lin Jun excitedly patted Yi Xiang's shoulder. Good brother, don't worry, I must. That friend of mine will definitely repay you well. Yi wanted to roll his eyes. He was only 17 years old and didn't understand the troubles of a 25-year-old man. Yi think, lend me a light. Feng Yuan forgot to bring the alcohol lamp over at this time and said helplessly. Yi Xiang sniffed and raised his finger. A flame fell on the coals, and the flame suddenly burned slowly. Everyone was also somewhat used to it, although Ning Yuanmei also knew fire magic, but there was no such weak fire magic at all. The fire air that Yi wanted to master was simply not too convenient. Bai Yao Yao looked at Yi Xiang curiously. She was very impressed with her schoolmate. Only a freshman, she participated in the college competition and helped Holy Chime take the first place in this year's college competition. He then even joined the Decimation Reserve, and the battle achievements he made in the Jingzhou War Zone alone shocked and overwhelmed many people. But any of the choppers are very well known in the outside world, especially recently, after Mo Shou became the vice team of the chopping team. Many people only noticed that this one was actually so good. It was the only one who didn't come from a top college, but graduated from Morrow High School. The scene where he looks handsome and high-strung and calmly commands the battlefield with his glasses on is just too cool. Unfortunately, the choppers were too mysterious and almost rarely showed up. That's why when the chopper team showed solidarity with Yi Xiang on the campus network last time, it caused that kind of sensation, and no one questioned Yi Xiang's identity as a member of the chopper reserve team anymore. Yi Xiang, you're level 40 now. Do you still want to go back to the college? Feng Yuan asked as he ate the barbecue. Hearing this question, everyone turned their eyes toward Yi Xiang. Indeed, he was now level 40, which was catching up with the average level of a senior student, and all of his senior phase next semester was starting to intern around the world, such as hunter units, inspectorates, trials, mercenary groups, or joining the Legion and so on. With Yi Xiang's current rank, it was already a bit of a waste of time to go back to school. Either that or another 6 months of school? It's okay to graduate early then, Lu Yan proposed. After all, school is still a great time, too short to have many memories in the future. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang could not help but think of Feng Miaochuan. Chan Wanyan, Wang Jun and his mentor Su Mengmeng as well as the class in his mind. He rarely went to class, but the atmosphere of the class and his classmates, he still enjoyed it very much. But as Feng Yuan said, he continued to stay in school and delayed his cultivation. But the next time we see each other will probably be years from now. It's a simple question. What's the point of making it so complicated? It's just a matter of switching the order back. In the past, the school was the main focus and the chopping team was the supplement. When the time comes, the chopping team will be the main focus and the school will be the supplement. If there's no mission, just go back to school, Lin Jun said helplessly. The eyes of the crowd lit up. And it was true. After all, when there was no mission, everyone was still relatively idle. Luo Zhuan, who hadn't said anything, also nodded and spoke. At least for the next 6 months, there won't be many more missions, except that the front line still needs to be kept in the loop. After this barbecue was finished, the crowd laughed and said, well, there are still 3 days to go before New Year's Eve, so go back to your own homes and look for your own moms. See you next year, elementary school brother. He waved his hand and said goodbye to Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang nodded. His home was the farthest away, in Ningchuan City, close to 1,000 kilometers, and he needed to take a special plane back. The plane had just taken off when the goose-down snow came drifting down. The drivers both froze and couldn't help but laugh. I thought it wouldn't snow this year, coming so late. Well, first time I've seen heavy snow. You wanted to nod slightly, except for seeing heavy snow in the northern desert city when he was manipulating the mechanical puppet. Right now is the first time to see with their own eyes under so much snow. Never seen in Ningchuan, and never had the opportunity to come to the capital before. Without chatting for a few more sentences, Yi Xiang closed his eyes and began to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern without wasting a single moment. More than 2 hours later, he wanted to walk off the airplane. His original green shirt was already too worn to wear, so he changed into the solemn black uniform of the choppers. On his shoulders, the rank of first lieutenant glittered in the sunlight. In the neighborhood, a military fighter jet was seen landing in a high profile. The roaring propellers were so loud that many of the neighbors poked their heads out when they heard the commotion. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the ace chopper uniform that symbolized the heroes of the human race, but quickly guessed who it was. Yi Xiang slightly raised his head, and that clear and handsome face was instantly recognized by many of his neighbors. Only half a year gone, the teenager temperament simply changed a lot. I don't know if it's because I'm not wearing a green shirt, and my long hair is covered by a hat, but the whole person looks a lot more refreshed. The talented young man who was once a sensation in the city is now back as a sensational ace chopper. How long has it been? Yi Xiang lifted his backpack and walked into the neighborhood. The festive ribbons have long been posted, and this year's big year is destined to be incredibly lively. In this year, Jingzhou was recovered, Ba County was recovered, 2 places were recovered in one breath, and the country celebrated. But when the names of the fallen soldiers appeared on the big screen for all to remember them, they could not help but be filled with grief. They have families and children too. But there are always people who are carrying the weight for the sake of Huaxia, and they charge to the forefront with the strongest faith. For some reason, on every balcony of every house, they heard the commotion and poked their heads out, their gazes falling on the single teenage figure at the entrance of the neighborhood. Although still young, that black solemn uniform made it clear that he had just returned from the front. All those alien enemies that looked so terrifying on screen, this teenager was already dealing with them. One man couldn't hold back his emotions and yelled, "Choppers, bull!" The next moment, the dense clapping resounded throughout the neighborhood. He wanted to put down his backpack after freezing for a moment. Clean stand at attention and salute. This compliment and honor didn't belong to him alone. It belonged to the choppers, to all the warriors on the front line who were still stationed in fighting. In the distance, Shin father and mother Shin Yue, who had already walked down to welcome Yi Xiang home, saw this scene and could not help but stop their steps. Mother Shin couldn't help but fall into tears. This child has really grown up. It turns out that without realizing it, he has become so good. If Yi Xiang's real parents could see this scene, they would only be happier. When we got home, a full, hearty table was already prepared. When you wanted to come back, he probably said when he would be back. 2 or 3 hours. Shin Tianyan looked at the military rank on Yi Xiang's uniform and got a little misty-eyed. Shin mother couldn't read it. Shin Yue didn't care, only he knew that the rank, but it was a first-class captain officer. The battle merit Yi wanted to establish was definitely more than the published point. Otherwise it would be at most a third-class special officer. And the battle merit of a captain officer would have to be multiplied several times at least. When he was once young, he naturally aspired to the ace choppers the most. And if that was not possible, the ace white tiger unit would be fine. Unfortunately, even with his right hand restored today, he's not old enough to join the force. Thinking of this, Shin Tianyang glanced at the ancient sword at Yi Xiang's waist and suddenly said, Don't rush to eat first, I've made something good for you. Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled, and Shin mother said in a bad mood, what's more important than eating? This thing is definitely more important than dinner. Shin's father rarely barred back, but his head didn't dare to get up in a hurry and walked into a single room that had recently been organized. The room that used to be a pile of miscellaneous things. Since the right hand was restored, it was immediately upgraded to a research lab. Or so the sign said. Mother Shin explained somewhat helplessly. Ever since that elixir of yours restored his right hand, he's been tinkering with something every day, and sometimes he doesn't even eat his meals. As soon as the words fell, he saw Shen Tianyang take out a silver ring, a black locket-like object, and 2 small silver swords. Yi Xiang, give me your sword and I'll show you how it works. Aha! Yi Xiang sniffed and handed the victory evil sword to Shen Tianyang without hesitation. Shen Tianyang took it and directly rushed the scabbard and drew out the Shang evil sword. A breath that was also positive and evil swept and impacted. The body of the sword was covered with silver light and ancient charm, and the sharpness of the sword was a very good ancient sword at first glance. After Shen Tianyang looked at it for a moment, a trace of shock crossed his eyes. The sword of victory over evil? Well, it's from Elder Hong, the god of war. Yi Xiang nodded his head. Shen Tianyang instantly understood that Yi Xiang was talking about that god of war, Hong Cheng, and completely didn't expect that Yi Xiang had already excelled to the point that he had received the appreciation of this top human powerhouse. Cherish this ancient sword. There are very few legacies left in Huaxia. Shen Tianyang urged. Yi wanted to nod his head. Then his face looked a little strange. Lin Jun's Zhanlu sword is no worse than his own. Both broke twice. To say that he cherished it, Lin Jun definitely cherished it more than himself, but there was no way around it. After all, it was only an ancient sword, not a magic weapon, and once it was overloaded, it would still break easily. Shen Tianyang attached that small silver sword icon to the hilt, then clasped it to that ring lock and placed it behind his back. Then put on that ring. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering what he was doing. The corner of Shen Tianyang's mouth, however, curled slightly as he raised his hand, mimicking the movement you wanted to make when he pinched up his sword finger in the college competition, and opened his mouth to say, sword to come. As soon as the words fell, the long sword behind his back was abruptly sheathed, and then landed in Shen Tianyang's ring-wearing hand. It was a handsome scene that did wow the trio. Dad is awesome. Shin Yue applauded cooperatively. Shin mother also could not help but slightly dumbfounded for a moment, as if she saw Shen Tianyang's middle-aged appearance when he was young. Yi Xiang also nodded and gave a thumbs up. Uncle is so handsome. Hearing these two children's compliments, Shen's father was faintly a little pleased. What does Yi want? Isn't it easy to draw your sword when it matters like this? After thinking seriously for a moment, Yi Xiang nodded. Well, it's very practical. He wasn't being perfunctory. This invention of uncle's was, indeed, convenient. Don't be anxious, there's more. The corner of Shen Tianyang's mouth curled slightly, throwing the sword violently, directly from this end to the other end of the living room. About to fly out of the balcony, Shen Tianyang raised his hand, and the silver ring in his hand flickered with a hint of light. On the corresponding victory evil sword, the small silver-colored sword also flickered a bit. In a swoosh moment, the ancient sword violently flew back from the balcony and was accurately held by Shen Tianyang. Seeing this scene, even Yuano eyes cannot help but also essence of a flash. If the previous can quickly pull out the sword, has done very good words, then this is like the pure sun imperial sword means. That is definitely the real highlight. There is no doubt that this would certainly be very practical on the battlefield. Yi Xiang, try it? Shen Tianyang said as he took off his equipment and handed it to him, his gaze full of anticipation. This equipment idea, naturally, had existed a long time ago, only that there was no hands-on ability to make it before, let alone some sophisticated settings. Yi wanted to nod his head. He did not say that he could defend the sword. After all, what Shen's father wanted was just to be able to help him. If he could defend the sword, he would definitely be a bit lost, thinking that his carefully crafted equipment did not help him. But Yi wanted to see farther. This equipment would be comprehensively upgraded if it was loaded to the warriors as a war preparation. Yi wanted to put on the ring, but even the device had a neural link, and quickly understood. This ring is a command output. With the consciousness it can control the silver small sword bound to the sword. Thinking of this, Yi wanted to look at the auxiliary intelligence and said, shoot the record. Assistive intelligence sniffed and started recording straight away. Yi Xiang nodded and turned around, his back facing the auxiliary intelligence, raised his hand, and the victory evil sword instantly flew into the scabbard behind his back from the side, accurate and fast. With another lift of his hand, the ancient sword came out of its sheath and flew into his hand. The sword body slowly flooded with pure young sword deity, and sharp and vast aura erupted from Yi wanted to burst out. and under the solemn uniform, his eyes were cold. At this moment, all three of them seemed to see what Yi Xiang looked like on the battlefield. Shen Tianyang couldn't help but pull out a beard. At this moment, Yi thought exactly what he thought when he was young and on the battlefield. The ancient sword transformed into sword light and instantly flew out without using any sword writing techniques. After the sword light flew out, just a dozen or so meters away, another sword light swung back into his hand, almost at the same speed. After doing so, Yi wanted to look up to the auxiliary intelligence and said, "Send the video to Team MO." "Sent," the auxiliary intelligence responded. Yi Xiang nodded and raised his head to look at Shen Tianyang and asked, "Uncle, this set of equipment is very practical. Can you make a set for each member of the chopping team? This role can be used not only by combat professions, but also by legal professions, because it is not only binding systematic weapons, some shields and so on, can also be bound." A thought. Just like instantaneous magic, the shield is blocked in front of the body. With the magic defense, that is completely equal to more than one layer of protection. This is simply too good for the law professions. Shen Tianyang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Yi Xiang's words. He hadn't thought about this at all when he made this set of equipment. He only thought that it would be good to help Yi Xiang. You wanted to directly confuse him with this sentence. Giving the choppers a set each? Can they help too? Well, it can be. Uncle, this outfit is very good in my opinion. Yi Xiang nodded and said seriously. At that moment, just as the words fell out of his mouth, Mo Xiu's communication called. After Yi wanted to pick it up, Mo Xiu directly opened the door and said, "I watched the video. This equipment is very good. You can see that the cost is not high. The main thing is that the setup is exquisite. And there are many variations. Where did you buy the equipment?" Yi wanted to move the camera in front of Shen Tianyang and explained. Team MO. This equipment was made by my uncle. I tried it out and felt that it would be very helpful to everyone. So I wanted to equip everyone with one to try. Facing the camera, Shen Tianyang couldn't help but get a little nervous. He heard Yi wanted to address the other party as Team MO, and instantly realized that the young man in front of him was none other than the vice team of the chopping team. Mo Xiu couldn't help but relax with a smile when he heard that it was Yi Xiang's family. "Hello uncle, what's your name?" Shen Tianyang. Shen's father had a straight face, yet Mo Xiu frowned slightly and, the name? It sounded familiar, like I'd heard it somewhere before. Soon, Mo Xiu recalled it all at once, then looked at Shen Tianyang with a shocked face and couldn't help but ask, "Did you graduate from Morrow High School?" "Well, it's been almost 20 years since I graduated. Time flies." Shen Tianyang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Mo Xiu couldn't help but stand up. "Senior Shen, when I was in college, I read the 2 books you wrote that had information about the way spiritual energy fits perfectly with machinery, and it's always been a great inspiration to me." Shen Tianyang couldn't help but sniff. "I didn't think that book was still there. I'm not afraid of you laughing when I say it. In the beginning it was all written blindly by myself and then secretly put it in the library." Ha ha. Hearing Shen Tianyang's admission, Mo Xiu was thrilled. "Elder Shen, it's true. I'll show you something." He directly took out the spiritual energy sniper rifle that he had built over the years from his gun space, a weapon that he had researched after being inspired through Shen Tianyang's book. It was also with this psychic weapon that he had taken a step forward to where he was now. Shen Tianyang glanced at the spiritual energy heavy sniper in his hand, and at a glance, he could see the main structure of the gun, which was spiritual energy and mechanical, and perfectly combined with the kinetic energy of the gun. "Senior Shen, I'm sure you can tell, right?" Mo Xiu couldn't help but laugh. He never thought he would have opened the door in the first place if he hadn't found that book in the library. Shen Tianyang looked at the spiritual energy heavy sniper in his hand in a daze, and after looking at it carefully, he suddenly couldn't help but ask, "Why do you still need to conduct the spiritual energy from the butt of the rifle to the past? Isn't the spiritual energy controlled by you? It's entirely possible to skip this step." Mo Xiu shook his head. "I've thought about this before, but if I directly condense my spiritual energy, it will be very unstable, and accuracy will be hard to judge. After all, the priority of heavy sniping is accuracy. If the hit rate isn't enough, it's useless no matter how powerful it is." Shen Tianyang nodded his head slightly, probably understanding, but only after pondering for a moment. A trace of essence glowed in his eyes. If psychic bullets can be guided to hit, isn't there no need to consider the instability of psychic energy? Hearing Shen Tianyang's words, Mo Xiu first laughed, but heavy snipers aren't the missiles of old, so how can they still be guided? However, just as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly froze violently in place. He thoroughly understood Shen Tianyang's meaning. Although the appearance was a heavy sniper design, why did he have to follow the limitations of a heavy sniper? In an instant, it was as if some sort of thought process had been opened up to the entire population. Shen Tianyang nodded. Although it's a bit difficult, I think it's still feasible. Only if it's guided. Although the hit rate will be negligible, the speed of the psychic bullets will definitely be lowered. And this needs to be attacked. Actually, I have an idea. That is to change the attributes of psychic energy, such as wind spells like, if through the psychic energy template, simulate the wind system. Shin Mother Yi wanted Shin Yue to just stare blankly at the two of them, Shin Father and Mo Xiao, saying something completely unintelligible. It felt like Shin Tianyang's entire person was glowing at this time, a scene that was usually almost invisible, but at this time, it was like a different person. No matter what Mo Xiao said, Shin Tianyang was able to respond to all of them easily and still keep up with the other party's thoughts. It was important to realize that Mo Xiao was the vice team of the chopping team, and at the same level, psychic energy and mechanical theory, was among the top levels in the country. But Shin Tianyang was able to answer all of them, and between the two exchanges, it felt like countless inspirations were colliding. 20 years ago, the top genius of Moro, in 20 years, had become the vice team of the chopping team, Mo Xiao. In this moment, completely collide. The call, which went on for a full half hour, showed no sign of ending. Mother Shin didn't bother to wait for him, and the three of them started dinner directly. After eating for an hour, Shin Tianyang, but the more they talked, the more excited they became. And they also went into the small laboratory and flipped through the books to verify the accuracy of the thoughts between the two. Human technology, naturally, wasn't completely obsolete. It just needed to be combined with psychic energy to bring out unexpected surprises. There was always a need to take a step out, and if the more spiritual energy was combined with technology, then in the future, whether it was a support profession or a combat profession, it could get a straight rise. You wanted to listen quietly and probably understood some of it. It felt like psychic energy was combined with technology. How was this idea a bit similar to spells? After all, according to what was recorded in the Tao collection, one's own refined artifacts could be taken and used by anyone else as long as they were suitable. And of course oneself, the refiner, could certainly stay back as long as one wished. Shaking his head slightly, he shuffled out of his uniform and into casual clothes. The family sat on the sofa and watched the TV, and it was a rare occasion that Yi Xiang did not rush to cultivate. Mother Shin sat in the middle of the sofa, Yi Xiang sat on the left, and Shin Yue sat on the right. It was as if all of a sudden the family was back to the way it was most of the year ago, when it was a happy family. Mother Shin glanced at Yi Xiang, then at Yue, and sighed slightly with some helplessness. These two are also silly children. 2 days later, the nation celebrated New Year's Eve. Families are joyful, with no hint of the decadence of previous years. The recovery of Jingzhou and Ba County greatly boosted the fighting spirit of the whole nation. However, just at night, a delicate figure appeared in the paradise that had been completely reduced to a foreign beast. She spread her 4 wings of black feathers, her seductive figure sinking even the beasts at her feet. Several powerful foreign beasts slowly prostrated themselves on the ground with her at the center. Not far away, a tiger-headed humanoid demon king slowly walked over, his eyes filled with wildness and aggression. The foreign beasts in the whole world may seem to be one step below the foreign races, but in the Qinling generation, they belonged to their heavenly world. Countless powerful foreign beasts had survived here for 100 years, and their underpinnings were completely no weaker than any lineage of foreign races. There was no need to give face to any foreign race at all, and even if a blood beast wanted to borrow the road, it wouldn't be that easy. Fei, the tiger-head demon king, stared at Nefer dead in the face, feeling a faint threat, but more than that, it was temptation. Looking at the beasts that were prostrate all around her, he stopped and did not approach hastily. Seeing this scene of the tiger-head demon king, the corners of Nefer's mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. It's really interesting. You can be said to be an ancestor of the human race, but it's a completely different way of evolution. Beasts and humans, so it seems. In fact, there is not much difference. The tiger-head demon king was also considered to have seen the world, but although the woman in front of him appeared to be similar to a human in appearance, the pair of feathered wings behind her clearly could not be a human. Soon, the tiger-head demon king gradually had an answer in his heart that shocked him a little. The royal family. Geez, it seems that the beast race still has some brains. Nefer couldn't help but tease. Tiger Wrecker stared at her dead in the face, but as a beast demon king, his pride and self-esteem did not allow him to back down, let alone run away. And he was not a wild boar clan, a bunch of life-hungry trash. You Fei, like the human race, rely on your own evolution, but the way you evolve is by devouring your own kind. But I can give you an opinion. How about devouring a blood spirit? Nefer said as she took out the thrown blood spirit of the pupil nightmare Fei. Tiger skimmed his lips. Would you be so kind as to just give it up to me like that? Really think I'm a fool, do you? Geez, don't say that. Nefer walked towards him a little bit. and Tiger Rek couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, his body exploding with hair, and his tiger's eyes alerted. If you take another step forward, then don't blame me. The Beast Clan will not cooperate with any foreign race, including your royal family. Nefer really stopped, but the corners of her mouth spread into a seductive smile, and she raised her head to point at a purple moon in the sky. Look at that, all that care, and you're still hit? Hearing these words, Tiger Rek's heart thumped. Regardless, he directly intended to do it. However, Nuffield would not give him a chance to resist at all. A purple beam of light, from the purple moon in the sky violently penetrated down, fiercely bombarded on Tiger Rek. Boom boom, the terrifyingly majestic energy blasted down, and Tiger Rek was directly blasted on the ground, his body bursting with tiny wounds, and all the energy from the purple moon beam entered his body through these wounds. Tiger Reker is the fourth in line. 100 years ago, he was just a small tiger. The family has 4 siblings. He was the smallest one, and after the outbreak of the Fey invasion, he also noticed a change in his body, and every time he devoured his prey, it was as if a force was strengthening him. Without realizing it, he had become a demon king. He shelters a party of beasts from humans and foreigners, but parents and siblings, all dead. They died at the hands of the blood beast Fey on the other side of the Chin Ridge, so he naturally hated the Fey beyond measure. Feeling that his body was becoming more and more powerless, Tiger Rek roared, and the tiger roared into the mountains. He gave this cry, not only to explode his potential, but also to seek help. Tiger Rek knew that just a few dozen kilometers away, there was a very powerful old human Taoist priest that he had seen once 100 years ago, once a few decades ago, and once a few days ago. Like himself, they all seem to get stronger as time passes. The last time he saw that old Taoist man, Tiger Rek couldn't even feel the presence of the other party, and there was no doubt that even if he had become a generation of Demon King, he couldn't possibly beat that guy. That's why Tiger Rek has not dared to bother that old Taoist, and even sheltered that old Taoist's habitat together, with the purpose of not allowing any beasts to come close to it, so as to save them from losing their lives. After Tiger Reker roared up to the sky, his body's demonic power surged and raged, but in just a moment, it was covered and enveloped in purple light. Tiger Rekage's eyes gradually lost their gleam as he slowly got up and walked over to Nefer, kneeling down on one knee and saying numbly, "Master." Nefer smiled slightly, pleased to get such a nice pet, and was just about to say something. A figure flew directly over in the distance, very fast, and only perceived for a split second. The figure steeply disappeared into thin air. Even Nefer was unable to perceive Qin Yunzi, who had executed the Tao of nature, blending into all things and returning to nature as a human being. Without actively revealing himself, he would not be discovered at all. When Nefer was at the Holy Chime High School, she had faced off with Qin Yunzi and knew his terrifying nature, and without hesitation, she directly crushed a black ball, which resembled a black hole, enveloping her and the tiger-wrecking Demon King, and instantly disappeared into thin air. A moment later, Chang Yunzi emerged and looked around, his brows furrowed. He knew that this area had always been the Tiger Demon King's territory, and the sound of the tiger's whistle that had been emitted earlier clearly carried a signal for help. Yet when I came here, I saw nothing. Qin Yunzi performed the Tao of nature, and with the help of a flower, a tree, and a blade of grass, his senses spread rapidly, as wide as the thoughts were. The perceptions were vast, covering hundreds of kilometers in a radius in the blink of an eye, but there was no Tiger Demon King found, to be able to take care of an 8th Order Demon King so quickly. Could it be the throne? Qin Yunzi frowned slightly. On the other side of the Qin Ridge, was the territory of the Blood Beast Fey. The only thing that can threaten the Tiger Demon King is the Blood Beast throne, or the royal family? Qin Yunzi narrowed his eyes and quickly pinched up his trigrams to start divining, but then he jerked his head up and looked towards a bright moon in the sky. The trigrams are clueless, so it's safe to assume that only a royal family that can use the power of heaven and earth can do this. But what was this royal family doing taking the Tiger Demon King away? An 8th Order Demon King is equivalent to a level 80 foreigner, and this level of combat power is not scarce in the foreigner abundance. However, the special thing about the Tiger Demon King was the awakening of the returning ancestor bloodline, and the 8th ranked Demon King was not his limit. Qin Yunzi had also planned to have time to teach this Tiger Demon King. In the future for you want to rebuild the Taoist sect, acting as a mountain guardian. After all, as a celestial master, always with a pig around is not so much of a thing. As for the beasts, in fact, change 1,000 years ago, can also be called demonic beasts. After all, there have always been examples of beasts into the essence, just that they were born do not know how to cultivate just, need to be human beings to inherit the teachings, so even if it becomes a sperm, it won't be strong enough. It's only now, after times have changed, that Fae can evolve themselves by devouring each other. But this kind of path will only make oneself more and more violent and cruel, and ultimately turn into a ferocious beast for the scourge of the four directions. In the realm of the fallen phantom royal family, Nail sat in the majestic black palace, staring blankly at the pupil nightmare alien blood spirit in her hands, but her mind was not on how to mold a new pupil nightmare throne. The thought of leaf thinking was always on his mind. Just then, a black hole slowly appeared behind her, and in the next moment, Nuffield and Tiger Rek walked out at the same time. Nail, who heard the commotion, turned her head to look, and at a glance, she saw the Tiger Rek behind Nafel, and said with some confusion, "Sister, what are you doing catching a foreign beast?" "Of course it's for fun. Give me your Hitomi Nightmare Throne blood spirit." Nafer spoke up. Nail didn't hesitate to choose no. "I'm not. I'm saving it for my little brother." Nafer frowned slightly. "How long will you keep him? Do you want the Tao inheritance that badly? Or else, I've checked a lot of Taoist information. They can really cultivate immortality. Hey, before I didn't believe it, but now, I want to follow that method to cultivate immortality," Nail said with conviction. What she was thinking was simple. When Yi Xiang turned 18, it was considered to be raised and ripe, so it must be delicious then. "I'm sure I'll be immortal by then, right?" Nafer couldn't help but roll her eyes. Does anyone from the human race become immortal? Yes, there were so many ancient books burned in the past, didn't they all have records on them? If the human race really had strong people at that level, would they still have come to this point today? It's only been hundreds of thousands of years since their origin, and an existence like immortal, that's just a concept. Nafer scoffed. Nail didn't want to talk to her anymore, lying on the edge of the window and looking at the silent black night outside, silent for a moment before saying, "Sister, I know you're trying to find a way to revive Father and the others, but the backlash of the heavenly change is unavoidable." Nafer didn't say anything, just held out her hand. "Give me the Hitomi Nightmare Throne blood spirit. I can promise you that thing you begged me for earlier, but I can't guarantee the success rate." Hearing her sister finally agree, Nail was filled with joy. "Wow, you're so nice, sis." She took the Hitomi Nightmare Throne blood spirit out and handed it to her without saying a word, as if the power of this piece, which represented the level of the throne, was completely incomparable to the one that had been promised. After receiving the blood spirit of the pupil nightmare throne, Nafer turned around and left directly with Tiger Wreckage. Just as she was about to leave, Nafer turned back and said, "The purple moon demon heart will need a month to contain itself, so I'll give it to you then." "Aha, I know. Thanks sis." Nail was full of happiness. With her sister's purple moon magic heart, then there was definitely no problem. At the same time, after the Tiger Demon King was taken away, the entire Qinling Fey beast steeply began to experience chaos. In the entire Qinling, there were only 2 Demon Kings in plain sight. After sensing the disappearance of the Tiger Demon King's aura, the Demon King on the other side without saying a word led a group of minions and directly rushed over to fight for the territory field. In the world of the beast race, the weak were the strongest, and it was even more so after being able to evolve, which belonged to the natural evolutionary rules of the beast race. Qin Yunzi told Zhouan about the news that the Imperial clan had appeared in the Qin Ridge and had taken away a Demon King, and after Zhouan learned about it, he was unable to figure out what the Imperial clan's move was. There was no good defense method, after all, having already had an ace unit, almost permanently stationed along the Qinling border, and a magnificent pass was built, named Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. After all, the Qinling was a paradise for foreign beasts, and there would always be beast tides from time to time. However, in the past few years, with Tiger Wrecker becoming the Demon King and fixating on the other half of the Qinling domain, Jin Demon Pass has also stabilized quite a bit over the years. The demonic beasts managed by Tiger Wreck were more like peacefully developing packs. On the other hand, the other side, naturally, was bloody and violent, and the overall strength was more than the Tiger Wreck side, except that the Python Demon King, who couldn't beat the Tiger Demon King and was more cunning and insidious, wasn't willing to fight the Tiger Demon King head-on. The Python Demon King was eager to take down Tiger Wreck's territory and then command the entire Qinling before attacking the human race. The evolutionary ability brought about by devouring humanoids could be far better than devouring their own kind. At the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass, 2 members wearing Xuanwu uniforms were out on patrol duty according to the usual routine, responsible for monitoring the movements of the demonic beasts in the Qinling Mountains. Zhou Li Xin lit a cigarette, looked up at the quiet Qinling Mountains, and sighed slightly. "Alas, the rest of the ace troops' battle honors have taken hemp. We have stayed here for 3 years, or a third-class lieutenant rank." Zhou Li Xin took a deep breath after, helplessly sighed. "There's no war credit mixing at all." "Okay, don't chatter." Ba County sacrificed more than 80 ace members, almost equivalent to an entire ace-positive editorial knocked out. Really think that the war credit is good to get it. Stay in the Xuanwuzhen Demon Pass is also good, although there is no war credit, but full 2 years can also automatically rise 1 level. Wang Zicheng didn't have the good sense to rip the cigarette off Zhou Xian's mouth. Be careful of being photographed by the auxiliary intelligence, and you'll be lectured by the captain again. The 2 Ace Basilisk members had a nattering chat, but they didn't forget about their patrol duties. Turn on reconnaissance mode. Wang Zicheng spoke up. The auxiliary intelligence of the 2 men rose into the air at once, and the detecting light spread out in a circle. When the image was presented in front of the 2, their pupils instantly shrunk, only to see that on the image terrain, it was densely filled with red dots, with 1 head of red dots reacting quite heavily. You have to know that this place belongs to the border of the Demon Suppression Pass and is not in the Qinling Mountains. Where are there so many demonic beasts? Zhou Xian's hand couldn't help but tremble. Did I start violently? Did you see a blurred vision? Wang Zicheng looked at the screen counting hundreds of thousands of red dots, also could not help but take a deep breath, and then turned around without saying a word. Shit, wait for me. Zhou Lisan also reacted and hurriedly followed, which knew that the next moment, a tens of meters long red python that looked like a small mountain appeared behind the 2 of them, blocking the way back. Wang Zicheng's pupils shrunk violently. 8 turns Python Demon King. How did it get here? The auxiliary intelligence had long since automatically informed that hundreds of thousands of foreign beasts were found to have arrived in front of the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Hiss! The red python surged towards the 2, opening its horrifyingly hideous bloody mouth. Wang Zicheng drew his sword to fight against it, but in the next moment, his fangs chipped the standardized weapon, and his entire body was swallowed by the Python Demon King in 1 gulp. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian also knew that he couldn't run away. With a roar, he stimulated the Xuanwu Douqi. A Xuanwu shadow emerged from behind him, and as a Python Demon King, it was as if he was suppressed by his bloodline, but he didn't dare to approach easily. As an aquatic divine beast, the Xuanwu was naturally very restrained against demonic beasts like pythons, but the next moment, dozens of 6th Revolution's demonic beasts rushed up together. In just a few moments, Zhou Lisan's mournful screams resounded through the jungle as his entire body was shredded into countless pieces by the demonic beasts, leaving behind only a trail of blood. This scene, naturally, was filmed by the auxiliary intelligence, and immediately uploaded to the command headquarters within the Xuanwu Demon Suppressing Pass with Kyoto's great rear location. With hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, there was no doubt that a beast tide that had never been encountered before was about to break out. The news delivered back at the cost of the lives of 2 members of the Zhenbu, who were in full formation, was heartbreaking and shocking to all. Soon, at the Jin Demon Pass, hundreds of regular Xuanwu troops with 200 reservists stood on it, and at the head of them was a veteran general in his 40s, 2nd grade General Colonel Yuan Wu. It's also one of the only veterans who can enter the system but remains reluctant to retire. Beside him, the woman whose appearance somewhat resembled his stood by. Father, how long will it take for support to arrive? With hundreds of thousands of beast waves, can we really defend the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass? Yuan Tianyi couldn't help but say. Yuan Wu did not give an answer as quickly as in the past. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts appeared. Then there is no doubt that the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass could not be defended. Usually at most tens of thousands of heads, and most of them are thousands or even hundreds of small beast tide scale. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts appeared this time, and although most of them were very low-level demonic beasts, this number was still frightening. Has the entire Qinling been unified by the Demon King? Otherwise it couldn't have been that horrific in number. At that moment, a communication came in from Zhou Jing. Yuan Wu picked up this youngest commander-in-chief ever in Kyoto with a calm face. In fact, at the moment of picking up, he had already guessed what the other party would say. Zhou Jing's face appeared on the screen and opened his mouth. I have sent you the demonic beast data. There are a total of 320,000 demonic beasts. 300,000 of them are all below level 20. 15,000 have an average number between level 20 and 30, of which there are 600 in number between level 30 to 40. 300 heads are above level 40. There are a total of 28 heads at level 60, and the Python Demon King is level 80. I see. Give the mission orders. Yuan Wu nodded calmly and waited for the following. Knowing that Zhou Jing had not finished, Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he finally spoke the command order. General Yuan, the order is to defend the Jin Demon Pass to the death. The rest of the 4 Kingpin forces will arrive in half an hour, with 8,000 warriors among their peers. Troops will arrive later. Half an hour. 300 people against hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, including a level 80 Python Demon King. Yuan Wu also knew that the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass could not be lost no matter what the cost. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. If the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass is lost, then Yunmeng's and Zhengzhou will bear the brunt of the beast tide, causing countless deaths. It is possible that even Jingzhou and Ba County will be lost again, so Yuanwu could understand why it was a death order. Can't lose. But at this time, Xuanwu Jin Demon Pass, only 100 Xuanwu positive formation troops, even if the addition of 200 reserve members, a total of only 300 people, facing 320,000 demonic beasts, even if the other party stands still for them to kill, but also to kill to the soft hands, can only rely on the topography of Xuanwu Jin Demon Pass to defend. After receiving the order, Yuanwu nodded his head, signaling that he knew. Then all he had to do now was how to stall the half hour. After contemplating for a moment, he said everyone enter the extraordinary combat state, turn on all the traps laid out in the front area of the demon suppression pass, take out all the blood crystals, and recharge all the spirit source cannons in the pass. Yes, a captain nodded heavily. Next, they would face the most terrifying wave of beasts ever. It's even more terrifying than that beast wave from 60 years ago. 60 years ago, the Xuanwu demon subduing pass was not built here. The Chinese human race had focused all their attention on the Fey, but had neglected the evolution of the Fey. Unprepared and unanticipated, the Qinling erupted into a terrifying wave of beasts. Although there were only 80,000 of them at the time, however, there was simply no spare troops to fend off the beast tide in time, and in the end, these 80,000 beast tides caused the fall of Yunmengzhe and Zhengzhou, and the number of deaths was uncountable. But at that time, after roughly counting, the number of deaths had already exceeded 10 million people. Those demonic beasts were incomparably terrifying, which is why countless resources and manpower were later spent to build a Xuanwu demon suppression pass. This is also the source of the Xuanwu troops. They are all the descendants of the warriors who fought against the non-stop resistance of the demonic beasts in the Cloud Dream Zephyr Sea Central State at the beginning of the fight against the foreigners. Maybe not too good, but for the understanding of the demonic beasts, it is to eat this bowl of rice. The Xuanwu battle technique, which was even more divine, defense and heavy pressure, together, as long as they did not exceed their own level 5 demonic beasts, it was impossible to beat them. At the Demon Jin Pass, all the warriors were carrying baskets of rare blood crystal energy, charging a spirit source cannon all the way up. Blood crystal energy, which was made using blood spirits, could not be preserved for a long time, and would dissipate if not absorbed for a short period of time. However, when made into blood crystal energy, the energy can be preserved in the form of crystals for a long period of time, which can be used as an energy source for mechanical puppets or to develop various powerful psychic weapons, and is also the main energy resource of the fortress base. It's common on the alien defense. However, demonic beasts could not have blood spirits, and there was no energy in killing them, so in this Xuanwu demon subduing pass, blood crystals were actually more precious. At the Qinling forest, the demonic beasts seemed to have realized that they were exposed, and they no longer hid their shapes, rushing out of the forest in great numbers, so dense that they covered the entire frontline battle zone of the Jin Demon Pass. Yuanwu stood at the pass. His gaze instantly fell on a distant sky-high tree, only to see a red python wrapped around the canopy of that tree, the scorching sun falling on its body. The snake's scales were neatly layered and emitted a reddish glow. The huge snake's head lifted up hideously, a pair of blood-red eyes looking straight at Yuanwu at the demon suppression pass. As a demon king, its intelligence was naturally not low, and it clearly knew that human was the strongest person in the pass. Hisses. The red python opened its mouth and spat out long snake letters, being as provocative as it wanted to be, as if it didn't even put the hundreds of people in the demon suppression pass in its eyes. Yuanwu raised the standardized long stick in his hand, made of alloy all over. The stick was very heavy, even if he didn't use his fighting chi, just using his strength. For him, he could easily smash a 40 or 50 level demonic beast to death. Silently, more than 300,000 demonic beasts, letting out roars, collectively rushed up towards the demon suppression pass, their aura terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. A demonic beast ran on, its rear end curling up thick smoke and dust, but it simply couldn't catch up with them. At a distance of only 300 meters, the foremost batch of demonic beasts violently fell into the traps that had been prepared long ago. It was a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, ambushed countless iron thorns. A head of demonic beasts fell down. Poof! Dozens of iron thorns through the body. Before they could struggle, more demonic beasts fell down together and pressed against them. Just one trap pit in the first line of defense alone had killed thousands of demonic beasts. But it was only a moment's time, and the pit, which was close to 10 meters deep, was hardened and filled with the demonic beast's body. Brutal war. Starting now. When demonic beasts rushed their red eyes, the threat of death was actually very low. On the contrary, Blood sometimes with could stimulate them to go crazy. It's simple and straightforward to show that there are just a dozen layers of traps in front of you, but these demonic beasts didn't have the slightest intention of stopping at all. Rushing up, when one in front of them fell, the back followed closely behind, and after the deep pit was filled with corpses in the blink of an eye, they continued to move forward. Just at the beginning, with this distance of 200 meters, the demonic beast side had lost 50,000 to 60,000 of their number. Incredibly gruesome, because the demonic beasts were all filled with blood. The smell of blood permeating the corpses of the demonic beasts was so thick that it could be clearly smelled even from the high Xuanwu demon subduing pass. But the more this happens, the more it weighs on the mind. These demonic beasts, they were completely determined to break into the Xuanwu demon suppression pass. Just when these demonic beasts were still 100 meters away from the Xuanwu demon suppression pass, a rack of spirit source cannons began to condense blood-red energy clusters. Boom! The piercing red beam of light is like the wrath of God, ruthlessly bombarded in the group of demonic beasts. In an instant there are dozens of hundreds of demonic beasts were bombarded and killed. Unnoticeable, ignoring the level. Even a little bit of rubbing on it. The lack of arms and legs are very normal. However, the number of demonic beasts was simply too great, and even against the powerful human weapons, they still rushed up towards the Xuanwu demon subduing pass. For the human race, the Haitian demon pass was basically impossible to climb up as long as one did not know how to fly. However, there were quite a few demonic beasts that were naturally very good at climbing, and with a height close to hundreds of meters, they quickly climbed up. Yuan Wu yelled, "Put down the oil and light the fire." Warriors heard immediately will have long been prepared oil barrels, splashed down along the walls, a bucket after a bucket. Many demonic beasts' hands slip, suddenly fell down. Unlucky just climbed up to be knocked down. The flames roared down the oil road, and smoke rolled out, obscuring the view. But the mournful screams of the demonic beasts could also be heard. After all, it was in the nature of demonic beasts to be more afraid of flames. This was innate and would not change no matter how many times they evolved. The sight of the roaring flames finally caused some trepidation. However, the python demon king hissed up to the sky, and a strange power invisible to the naked eye spread out from its mouth. In this instant, it was as if all the demonic beasts had been enchanted with some sort of state, and once again became unafraid. Even though his body was entangled with fire snakes, he still climbed upwards again, without any fear in his eyes. Soon, a demonic beast climbed up. Their skin was burned and festered all over, and they were horribly bloodied. "Fight!" Yuan Wu yelled. Lifting the black stick, he smashed down hard on the head of one of the demonic beasts. Boom! With a bang, the demonic beast's head directly exploded, its brain flower and eyeballs bursting with blood everywhere. Yuan Wu was worthy of being a veteran of the general colonel level, and in front of him, even the most terrifying demonic beasts were knocked down with a single stick. And the stick is deadly. Either they directly whacked the head, or the lance went through the demonic beast's heart area and pierced through the heart. The black stick was soon covered in blood and guts. Yuan Wu ran his fighting chi and shook it, and the viscera scum on the stick became quite clean all of a sudden. The rest of the members of the Xuanwu troops also began to pick up their weapons and began to kill in a frenzy. With the advantage of the terrain, a demonic beast was knocked down before it could come up. The members of the Xuanwu reserve team controlled the spirit source cannons to continue blasting the demonic beasts below the demon suppression pass, each one killing and roaring, dying for half an hour, as if it was already destined. They would throw their blood on this Xuanwu demon subduing pass, to let the world know that their ace Xuanwu troops were not weaker than any of the aces. Their feats are modest, and they do usually have a clean slate. They are, however, warriors who have inherited the will of their forefathers from decades ago. This gate, once inch by inch, was stained with blood and cast up, and now those of them, even if they were in a mountain of corpses and blood, would not take a step back. The battle was fought so suddenly and so quickly that no one could react in time. A few minutes ago, all the members of the ace force were notified of the directive to immediately head to the Xuanwu demon suppression pass for support. Yi Xiang had similarly received mission orders, and at the coordinates, a special Ningchuan inspection plane had flown over specifically to pick him up. A moment before he had followed Shen's parents to visit relatives and ate at the running water table. After learning of the mission instructions, Yi wanted to look suddenly changed. Extraordinary support directive. It was the first time he had seen it, indicating an unprecedented urgency and crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly got up from the dining table, walked towards Shen's father, and whispered something in his ear. After Shen Tianyang froze for a moment, his whole body became serious all of a sudden, nodded his head, and said softly, "Go, be careful. Did you bring all the things I prepared for you?" You wanted to point to the auxiliary intelligence. "It's all brought." Shen Tianyang opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. In the end he just nodded silently. You wanted to not have time to wear the chopper uniform, just very homely casual clothes, no matter how you look at it. It looks like just a neighborhood lazy teenager. Soon, a special airplane of the inspectorate flew down from the sky. Yi wanted to get up, touched Young Wei's head, and said softly, I won't go to the beginning of the school year, so cultivate well. I know. Yi Xiang, don't have an accident. Shen Yue raised her head and looked at him seriously and said. Yi wanted to raise his head and flick her forehead, but this time he didn't say anything, which was a sort of recognition of her change of words. Indeed, grown up. Always call brother Yi like before. He will also feel a little awkward. On the special airplane, Chinya's gaze was complicated as she looked at this once talented young man. It had only been half a year. Took the first place in the National College entrance examination. Entered the Holy Chime. And then it was even on the military training. A step up in general. Joined the Chopper's reserve team. Participated in the Jingzhou and Ba County war zones and made real war achievements. It felt that compared to him, these 20 years of her life were like living in vain. She didn't even know how many years she had to stay up if she wanted to be promoted. This teenager was only 17 years old this year. Right. And he was already at the rank of lieutenant. Exactly the same as herself. Comrade Yi think. This trip is a special support order. I will send you to Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Xinya walked down and looked at Yi Xiang and saluted. Many people in Ningchuan knew this Ningchuan Inspection Bureau's beautiful and straightforward female officer, and they completely did not expect that they would be so respectful to Yi Xiang. Well, I already know. Do you need anything prepared? Zhenya inquired. No need. Just head directly to Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Yi Xiang shook his head. He was used to keeping everything on his body or at the auxiliary intelligence. There was nothing to pack. After Yi wanted to get on the helicopter, the airplane lifted up directly. Relatives are enviously watching the airplane leave. Really envious of the Shen family raised such a good son. Of course the daughter is also very good. Only Shen's mother, who had just come out with the dishes, saw this scene and was filled with worry. This child is still so young and goes to war. How can people let go of their hearts? Shen Tianyan walked up, took the dishes in her hand, and spoke. Well, every time you visit relatives for dinner you have to hitch a ride and help out. Can't you sit down at ease? I just suddenly think that it's not a good thing for kids to be too good. Shen Tianyang sighed slightly. Also, Mother Shen's gaze was a bit complicated as she looked at Young Wei. Yi Xiang grew up too fast, as if it was really as rumored. Would Yi Xiang really be the next top pillar of the human race after the war god Heavenly King? If that was the case, she actually still hoped that Yi Xiang would be able to read books and go to school every day as carefree as before. If the future of the human race really fell on Yi Xiang, ordinary people would only see the superficial glory and splendor of the god of war, Hong Cheng, and the Heavenly King, Luo Zhuan. Only those who truly know them realize the magnitude of the responsibility that rests on their shoulders. In fact, Yi Xiang had long carried the duty of revitalizing the Taoist sect on his back. As a celestial master, he will also surely become the top pillar of Huaxia. If it was 100 years ago, being a celestial teacher is a teacher in accordance with the natural way. And now that the heavens have changed, no one can predict what kind of path Yi Xiang, who is a celestial master, will actually take. On the helicopter, he wanted to obtain the battle data of the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass on a priority basis through the chopper team's permissions than this inspectorate captain beside him. However, when he saw the 320,000 demonic beasts, his heart sank. The Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass. There were only 300 Xuanwu troops. The fastest support will take half an hour. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was in Kyoto, and the god of war Hong Chang was sitting on the land of Sunflower Island. However, he wanted to look at the map and notice something at once. His brows slowly loosening and unfolding. The location of the Jin Demon Pass was not very far from the old Taoist master Qin Yunzi Sr., only about 100 kilometers, and it would only take 10 minutes at most to arrive. Despite the creepy number of demonic beasts, the strongest was only a level 80 Python Demon King, and when Senior Qin Yunzi arrived and killed this Demon King, the beast tide should be over. Thinking of this, he wanted to stretch his back and closed his eyes to meditate at ease. Xinya looked at this teenager in front of her, and couldn't help but admire him more and more. About to go to war, but his heart still remained so good. In her place, there was definitely no way to do it. At the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass, bloody battles were wildly staged. Any Xuanwu warrior was facing dozens or hundreds of demonic beasts attacking at the same time. And if it wasn't for the Xuanwu battle technique being very good at defense, it would be impossible to stand firm. None of them flinched, killing red-eyed, with the corpses of demonic beasts lying all around them. But around them, there was also a teammate who fell down, pounced on by the demonic beasts and torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Yuan Wu topped the front of the pass. No matter how many demonic beasts rushed up, A sweeping army, directly smashed down all of them. But Yuanwu was only one person after all, and he couldn't protect the rest of the pass. Right at this moment, several high-grade cunning demonic beasts rushed out at the same time. Level 68 I Thirsty Blood Monkey. Level 65 Golden Fierce Leopard. Class 67 Cold Stinger Mosquito. 3 vicious demonic beasts simultaneously attacked Yuanwu, the smallest of which, the Cold Thorn Mosquito, was the fastest, covered in blue, the size of a millstone, and flapped its transparent wings as it hurriedly flew in. The long, sharp, pointed spikes on his mouth still glistened with light in the sunlight. This Cold Thorn Mosquito obviously had a certain level of intelligence, sneaking in from behind Yuanwu. However, Yuanwu had guarded this Xuanwu demon suppression pass for nearly a lifetime. What demonic beasts were unfamiliar to him, and just by hearing the sound of wings flapping behind him, he reacted at first, without looking back. A wisp of Xin Huang Doqi emerged on the black stick in his hand, coalescing the tip of the stick. Then without looking back, he directly struck a horseback shot. The gun comes out like a dragon. Before the body turns, the gun is already out. The Cold Thorn Mosquito didn't even have time to react before it was directly pierced through its body by the black stick and fixed to the body of the stick. Shenhuang Doqi surged into the Cold Thorn Mosquito's body through the stick's body, and the blue body became cloudy all of a sudden. With a bang, the entire body of the Cold Thorn Mosquito directly exploded into pieces. Yuanwu didn't stop, drawing his stick and directly sweeping it across the room towards that thirsty blood monkey. The level 65 Golden Fierce Leopard had also pounced in front of him, opening its bloody mouth and biting down on Yuanwu's neck. In this perilous moment, Yuanwu remained calm. His body steeply erupted with the Xuanwu battle technique. The Xuanwu shadow surfaced on his body, and a powerful load-bearing defense unfolded. The Golden Fierce Leopard bit down on the Xuanwu shell's shadow, and the terrifying hardness directly chipped off a fong. The entire panther was completely dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Instead of being smashed away by the black stick, the thirsty blood monkey climbed onto the black stick and quickly climbed in front of him, his body exploding with hair and his appearance was fierce. But Yuanwu just threw the black stick towards the sky with a forceful fling. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the Golden Fierce Leopard, gently lifting it upwards before swinging the black stick and ruthlessly knocking it out. Snap! The two demonic beasts thumped and collided miserably, their bones clicking. As long as he was on this level, Yuanwu was near invincible, and not a single demonic beast could easily get close. With just such a gap, he turned his head to look at the rest of the Xuanwu troops, and what he found was not promising, with casualties gradually expanding. On the screen, of the 300 Xuanwu members, more than 20 of them had already turned off the screen, showing lifelessness. Yuanwu's heart ached slightly as he looked down at the city wall, densely packed with demonic beasts frantically climbing up. When the time was right, Yuanwu spoke. Activate the Demon Slayer knife. Roger that. Not far behind the Jin Demon Pass, there was a heavy chain switch. The ancient and simple mechanism set up decades ago appeared to be old-fashioned, but it was important to know that the Xuanwu Demon Suppressing Pass wouldn't use this mechanism at all unless it was in the most dangerous time. That represented the entire Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass, to the point of near defense. A Xuanwu warrior erupted his entire body and pulled hard on the heavy chains. Ah! Click, 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 click. Under the Jin Demon Pass, the internal organs began to operate, vibrating with motives that could be felt by all people and demonic beasts throughout the entire Jin Demon Pass. Today's generation of Xuanwu warriors had never seen the Demon Slayer knife in use, only during regular maintenance. The blades, sharp and smooth and heavy, were of far better quality than today's standardized weapons. That was a batch of demon-slaying swords that had been created 60 years ago by using up almost all of the rare Xian iron in Yunmeng and the central continent. In the next moment, a sharp demon-slaughtering blade stuck out from the wall of the Demon Suppression Pass. As the chain pulls, the gears inside roll. That one Demon Slayer blade suddenly began to slide up and down the wall at an extremely fast speed. Extremely sharp blades flipped and fluttered. Thousands of demon-slaughtering knives crazily harvested the life of a demonic beast, and a large number of demonic beast corpses were halved and fell down quickly. In a few moments, the number of demonic beasts at the Demon Subduing Pass became much smaller all of a sudden. The thousands of demonic beasts that rushed up quickly cleared all of them. The ace Xuanwu warriors who were still alive raised their heads, covered in blood, and looked around. The eyes looked appallingly straight down. Just a bunch of animals. Yuanwu spoke. Recover from your injuries as soon as possible. This battle is far from over. Yes, the crowd yelled. On the walls of the Jin Demon Pass, thousands of demon-slaying swords swam rapidly, fast and orderly, not leaving a single dead corner on the entire wall. Under the city wall, the remaining 200,000 demonic beasts raised their heads and looked at the demon-slaughtering sword of the Demon Jin Pass. all of them couldn't help but look fearful and didn't dare to charge up at all. At this time, the Python Demon King climbed down from the tree canopy, and with the aura of being a Demon King, a group of juniors stepped aside. It held its head up, 12 meters tall and massive. The blood-red body was like scales that would be bloodthirsty, and the terrifying aura of a Demon King was horrifying. Yuan Wu's brows were furrowed. This Python Demon King, he wasn't sure he could beat it either. After all, there was a 10-level difference in level, but there still wasn't much of a problem in delaying the other party for half an hour. The Python Demon King directly met the Demon Slaughtering Knife and began to climb up, and the Demon Slaughtering Knife, which decimated the rest of the demonic beasts like ants, landed on it, and with a click, it even collapsed directly. A slice of demon slaying blade fell down, and it couldn't stop the Python Demon King's body at all. Seeing this scene, the demonic beasts went crazy, and without saying a word they followed the Python Demon King and rushed up together. With 200,000 demonic beasts, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a demonic aura. Yuan Wu lifted the black stick and turned his head slightly to look at his daughter in the distance. Yuan Shoyo also instantly understood what his father was trying to do, tightly squeezing the shield sword in his hand, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. She was proud to have a father like that. Never had been. After the two of them looked at each other, Yuan Wu directly leapt and jumped down from the Xuanwu demon suppressing passes. In mid-air, Yuan Wu cast his most powerful 7th turn skill. The sun shines on blood. The black stick erupted into a dense Shenhuang fog aura. In an instant, countless stick shadows fluttered, covering the entirety of the Python Demon King. Humans! The Python Demon King spat out human words, seemingly realizing the horror of this move. Curling his body together, all his scales unfurled. As a stick shadow fell crazily, the blood-red snake scales on the Python Demon King's body suddenly exploded all over, dripping with blood. Between the fluttering of the snake scales, Yuan Wu was already standing on its head, and the black stick fell heavily. This stick, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, broke mountains and split rivers. The 1,000-pound stick, which knew that before he could fall, the Python Demon King violently threw his head and threw Yuan Wu down to the side. Yuan Wu, after all, could not fly yet, and after adjusting his position in the air, he directly stepped heavily on a piece of the Demon Slayer's sword and rushed up. Facing a Python Demon King that was 10 levels above himself, there was not the slightest fear in his eyes. The crumbling scales on the Python Demon King's body were recovering rapidly as he raised his head and looked at Yuan Wu, who was charging straight at him, from on high. Suddenly opening his mouth, he sprayed out blood-red poisonous mist, not caring about the demonic beasts in front of him. The poisonous mist covered them indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in putrid, rotten rot and shedding flesh and blood. Seeing this, Yuan Wu directly rotated the black stick with one hand, and the powerful wind scraped away all the blood-red poisonous mist. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Python Demon King and lifted his stick to fall hard. Disdain flared up in the eyes of the Python Demon King as he violently turned around and flung his tail, and with a snap, the terrifying snake tail directly smashed onto Yuan Wu. The heavy black stick bent up, and the powerful force erupting from the snake's tail slapped him down. To be able to become a Demon King, which one is not fighting since childhood? Fighting instincts, not inferior to Yuan Wu at all. Yuan Wu was only level 70 after all, and facing the Python Demon King, it was difficult to resist head-on. With a loud thud, Yuan Wu ruthlessly landed below the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass. The surrounding demonic beasts subconsciously retreated a few steps back, not daring to approach easily, but at the Python Demon King's command, the demonic beasts rushed up at once, wanting to tear Yuan Wu to pieces. Yuan Wu sprayed out a mouthful of blood and had long since stood up, waving the already bent black stick in his hand, smashing all the surrounding demonic beasts into a bloody mist. However, the number of demonic beasts charging up was increasing, and it was simply impossible to kill them all. The Python Demon King's eyes glowed with a cunning luster after glancing below. As the human powerhouse was being held back, it naturally wouldn't wait around foolishly, and without turning its head back, it directly rushed up towards the Jin Demon Pass. Yuan Wu's face changed when he saw this scene, and just as he was about to get up, he was attacked by a dozen or so high-grade surprise attacks, and in his haste, he almost didn't fend them off. The back and shoulders were scratched with bloody marks, revealing creepy bones. The beast is coming up. A Xuanwu captain saw the Python Demon King charging straight up and growled and roared. All spirit source cannons blast at it. As soon as the words fell, all of the spirit source cannons, which had adjusted their angles, aimed at it and directly opened their cannons to bombard it without hesitation. A blood-red beam of light impacted down at the Python Demon King, but it was known that the Python Demon King sprayed blood mist furiously, and the beam of light fell into it, seemingly missing completely. All the beams of light penetrated through the blood through the bottom and almost bombarded Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, while settling the demonic beasts rushing up from the periphery, yelled into the communicator without any good humor. "Who are you fighting?" He lifted his head to look at the blood mist and realized abruptly that something was wrong. The blood mist was just a smokescreen, and that Python Demon King wasn't in there at all. Right at this moment, at the Demon Suppression Pass, a red python steeply revealed itself and swallowed a Xuanwu member in one gulp before everyone could react. And then the blood mist filled the air and disappeared once more. Everyone's faces changed in incomparable fear. This Python Demon King would even be able to conceal his form. How else can this be fought? Just then, Yuan Yuyao felt the shadow of the sunlight under her feet darken a little, and a chill ran down her back. The sunlight became distorted and blurred, and when she turned her head to look behind her, she instantly saw the massive head of a snake, facing the Python Demon King's terrifying aura. Yuan Nuoyuan felt that his entire body was chilling, incomparably stiff, wanting to run, but his body couldn't move in any way. Just when everyone thought she was about to be buried under the snake's mouth, a plain-robed old Taoist stepped in front of her, amiably pale and immortal in appearance. "Don't be afraid, child." He raised his hand, and the Taiji Bagua shadow emerged in his hand, instantly expanding the blast. With a bang, the Python Demon King was directly and viciously smashed out, his face full of blood. It looked at the old Taoist priest in front of it in disbelief with a face of shock and anger. How could it be that strong? It was simply impossible to fight. And after the Python Demon King realized this, he turned around and ran without saying a word. Qin Yunzi's expression was cold. Naturally he would not show any mercy when facing such a brutal demonic beast. Raising his hand, the sky filled with talismans and eventually transformed into a large hand. In one fell swoop, he ruthlessly pressed down on the Python Demon King, and with a bang, half of the snake's body was directly crushed into flesh and blood. Voodoo palm! The Python Demon King hissed madly in pain and tried to struggle. However, in front of that big hand, it didn't give a chance to struggle at all. Directly grabbing it, pinching the snake's head and grabbing it in front of Qin Yunzi, the Python Demon King looked at Qin Yunzi in fear and trembled. Devoid of his previous might, Qin Yunzi looked at it with a flat face and said, "Either die or retreat from the beast tide." He's been sitting on the Qinling for decades, and the beast tide dares to cause trouble. Looking for death? The Python Demon King also finally understood at this time why the Tiger Demon King had not dared to unleash a beast tide against the human race. And at this time, it was simply too late to regret it. It nodded its head repeatedly in despair, and without saying a word, it hissed up to the sky, and strange sound waves spread out. At the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass, all the demonic beasts stopped at once and hastily retreated. "My lord, spare my life," said the Python Demon King, spitting out human words. "Who guided you to attack the human demon suppression pass?" Qin Yunzi asked, looking at it with an extremely serious expression. "I don't know. I just had a brainstorm after I unified all the demon clans in Qinling." The Python Demon King trembled timidly. This human in front of him was actually a 9 revolutions powerhouse. Qin Yunzi naturally didn't believe what it said, and with just a wave of his hand, Nefer's fallen phantom imperial figure appeared before him. The Python Demon King's pupils shrunk, lowered his head, and trembled for a moment before saying, saw it once." Qin Yunzi wasn't surprised, sensing a trace of strange power the moment he saw this Python Demon King. It was also this strange power that was able to influence the rest of the demonic beasts. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to trigger hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts beast tide so easily. When? Yesterday. Last night. After the demonic beasts withdrew from the demon suppressing pass, Yuan Wu also rushed up from below, and when he saw that it was old Taoist Master Qin Yunzi who had made the move, he was immediately in awe. Thanks to the old-timer for his help. He had been sitting in the demon suppression pass for many years, and still knew of the existence of this Taoist old-timer, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. A demon king of 8 revolutions was like a small chicken in his hands, at his mercy. This is not so easy even if the king of heaven is here, right? Qin Yunzi shook his head. The recent matter of the Qinling demonic beasts is related to the fallen phantom imperial clan. Grow more mindful and don't go in rashly. Got it, senior. Yuan Wu nodded seriously. He looked over at Yuan Suyu, his heart palpitating. Qin Yunzi landed his gaze on the Python Demon King, and with a flash of Dao intent on his brows, the true martial intent surfaced in his eyes, and with a single glance, he could tell that the Python Demon King had a murderous streak in his body. Without the slightest hesitation, the talisman composed of the true martial hand pressed it onto the ground of the demon suppression pass with a palm. Flesh grinding. At this time, a warplane that had come to urgently support the Xuanwu demon suppression pass flew down. The captains of the 4 ace forces came out of the war machine separately, with different uniforms but with a unified aura of solemnity. Mo Xiu, the deputy of the Ace Decimator team, Li Bing, the captain of the Ace Tang Snake Unit, Su Rong, the captain of the Ace Vermilion Bird Unit, and Liang Wen, the captain of the Ace Green Dragon Unit. Yi thought at this time also rushed to Xuanwuzhen Demon Pass, looking at the scene below Xuanwuzhen Demon Pass, could not help but stare, as if the fight is over. Soon, he noticed the old Taoist priest, Qing Yunzi, and realized at once, he hadn't guessed wrong. With seniors around, the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, judging from the fact that the surrounding area was filled with the corpses of demonic beasts, it was obvious that there had still been a terrifying fight earlier. Yi Xiang walked over and looked at Qing Yunzi and shouted, "Senior!" Qing Yunzi couldn't help but turn his head when he heard Yi Xiang's voice and couldn't help but nod his head when he saw his Dao intent that had been refined again. To have turned 4 so quickly, it seems to have made a lot of progress. The 4 ace captains were understanding the details of the previous situation with Xuanwu Captain Yuan Wu, while the rest of them were cleaning up the battlefield, organizing and piling up all the demonic beast corpses, and then burning them all in a single fire. After understanding clearly, everyone was more or less helpless. After all, they all came here with the intention of killing a big battle, but the battle was already over before they even arrived. Although the positions were the same, Yuan Wu's strength and rank were higher than Mo Xiu's and theirs, so naturally everyone was very respectful. After all, obviously can be retired into the system at ease cultivation, but still want to run on the front line, is indeed very admirable. Yi Xiang, you can enter the inner scenery now, right? Qing Yunzi looked at Yi Xiang and asked. After Yi wanted to freeze for a moment, he nodded. Well, that's fine. After he had mastered the Tao of Formation and Qi Men Dun Jia, he could easily lock onto the exact star after the heavenly change without the help of Ing Zai's astrological sign. Qing Yunzi pondered for a moment before explaining. I have a problem right now that involves the royal family, and once it involves the royal family it is impossible to project, and even the cause and effect is so great that fortune-telling can't be done. Can't seniors go into the inner view? You wanted to understand at once and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing these words, Qing Yunzi looked up at Yi Xiang and couldn't help but smile, pointing to the sky. After the heavenly change, I can enter the inner view, but the heavenly chance is shielded, the circumference is broken, and the cause and effect is not revealed, so naturally I can't ask for anything, but you're not the same. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang understood at once, and his eyes flooded with a trace of dawning realization. Because the Qi of the heaven and earth Tao formation once left behind by his predecessors in the Tao sect tugged at him, he was not burdened by the slightest bit of karma in his case. It's okay. He wanted to pinch up the Taoist knuckles, and the Guoxiang Taoist formation immediately surfaced around him. The 3 Qi, 6 Yi, 8 trigrams and 9 palaces exhibit a strong dojo, and within the Qimen Bureau, a domain of its own. Many people were a bit surprised to see the scene. What was this teenager doing? Yi Xiang was not wearing a uniform, and the Xuanwu members did not know his identity yet, but it looked like he was close to this very powerful old Taoist elder senior. Yuan Wu seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes moved slightly. It's hard to believe that it's that Thunder Law teenager from the chopping team. Qing Yunzi, on the other hand, was focusing all his attention on the Qi Men Bureau around Yi Xiang's body, because it was inclusive. Although he did not feel the threat of this Qi Men Bureau, he could also feel the thousands of variations contained in it. This is the way of formation? A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. This kid, it seems that he has inherited another unparalleled Tao lineage. Yi Xiang stood at the center palace seat, looked up at Qing Yunzi and said, Senior, I'm ready to pull you into the inner landscape. Aha! Qing Yunzi nodded. As soon as the words fell, the circumference of the sky covered, and the Qi Men Bureau seemed to merge into the two men's own spiritual world. It was only a matter of moments before the two were in the inner landscape. Qing Yunzi opened his eyes and looked around, his eyes moving slightly, worthy of being a last-generation heavenly master. Although Yi Xiang's rank was not as good as his, the degree to which this inner scene was condensed and real was far several times that of his old senior. It's okay, Yi wanted to say. After all, Qing Yunzi was also at the realm of the 9th turn of the Tao sect now, and since he himself knew about the inner landscape, he naturally knew exactly how to use it. Qing Yunzi nodded, and after a moment of silent recitation, the next moment, a golden red orb 6 meters in diameter appeared in front of the two. Yi thought couldn't help but be a bit shocked. So big? Qing Yunzi raised his head and explained. There were originally 2 demon kings in the Qinling Mountains, a red python and a tiger king, of which the tiger king suddenly disappeared, and it can be confirmed that there is a fallen phantom imperial clan behind it. But immediately after that was the python demon king organizing a beast tide to attack the Xuanwu Demonjin Pass. So the question is about the whereabouts of the tiger demon king? Yi wanted to ask. If you asked the royal family, Then the ball in front of you must be more than a little bit bigger, although 6 meters was already an exaggeration. Anyway, you wanted to think that it would be impossible for him to break it, at least he would need a strength of more than 6 revolutions. Qin Yunzi nodded as he raised his hands, and his spiritual energy surged out and began to impact the golden red ball in front of him. Soon, the golden red ball began to wobble irregularly under the impact of the powerful spiritual energy. A moment later, with a bang, the golden red ball exploded steeply. 2 auras, which immediately emerged, fell into the center of Qin Yunzi's and Yi Xiang's eyebrows. In his mind, some unfamiliar scenes and images immediately surfaced, and a strong tiger demon king was reflected in his mind. Only this tiger demon king was clearly in an incorrect state, emanating a pitch-black cursed aura all over his body. Sanity still struggled, but as time went on, it grew weaker and weaker until it was completely taken over by the Hitomi Nightmare Throne. With a poof, the tiger demon king's chest cracked open abruptly, revealing a lurid eye bead. He eerily looked straight at Yi Xiang as if he was seen. The next moment, the image disappeared. Yi Xiang and Qin Yunzi both opened their eyes at the same time, their brows frowning unanimously. The scene we saw earlier turned out to be the pupil nightmare throne resurrected once again. Moreover, it was borrowing the tiger demon king's body, completely making up for the shortcoming of his own strength after the Hitomi nightmare throne couldn't use the curse. One must know that after the tiger demon king was elevated to 100 levels, his combat power would undoubtedly be very terrifying, and that would be a truly powerful demon king. That environment just now, it's hard to tell where it is. The surroundings are blurry, but it's definitely not in Qinling. Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at Qin Yunzi and said. Qin Yunzi shook his head. The fallen phantom imperial clan grasps the ability to traverse long distances. They'll be back anytime. However, as the pupil nightmare throne, even if he is controlled, he still has the ability to master the pupil nightmare fey. That aspect of Jingzhou needs to be taken care of. Qin Yunzi reminded. Yi wanted to nod. He would talk to Mo Xiu about it later. Is there anything else to ask? Yi wanted to ask. He knew that no matter what the problem was, he wouldn't bear any heavenly karma. A privilege that was entirely earned by the former Dao sect seniors who had once fought for it. Qin Yunzi was still a bit hesitant, but after seriously thinking about it, he eventually shook his head. No need. Even if you don't take on cause and effect, the answer you get from the interview is not always right. Just because you see the answer, you think what is right. In fact, this is not beneficial to monasticism. You wanted to be at a loss, to consider so much? After unlocking the chimera, the 2 men automatically exited the inner landscape. Yi Xiang turned his head to look at Ing Zio. The interview could see the details, but the general direction could not be determined yet. School sister Ying's divination could easily determine the general direction. Ing Zio also noticed Yi Xiang's line of sight and couldn't help but turn her head. The eye veil obscures the eyes, but perception is not normally sharp. Yi Xiang waved his hand at her. Elder sister Ing, I need your help. Qin Yunzi looked at Ing Zai with some curiosity and nodded slightly. The top youths of the Chinese human race were indeed all very outstanding. Not much worse than the Dao sect in its heyday at all anymore. Ing Zio walked over at this time, her voice as gentle and flat as ever, and asked softly, Senior, Yi think, is there anything I can help with? I want to divine the approximate location of the Tiger Demon King, whether it will appear in the Qinling area or the Pupil Nightmare Fey realm. Yi wanted to say directly, Tiger Demon King? Ing Zio was a bit surprised. Is it possible that there is another Demon King? Its name is Tiger Rek. Qin Yunzi said. I see. Ing Zio gently nodded her head as she raised her hand and 12 tarot cards floated up from her hand and appeared in front of her. After reciting an ancient and mysterious incantation, one of the tarot cards was slowly turned over. Fools in reverse position. When she saw this answer, Ing Zai frowned slightly, but still explained. Tiger Rek is covered in mysterious high-level power that cannot be displayed. And this tarot card implies that our next situation is one of stagnation and cluelessness. Is that so? Yi Xiang stroked his chin. He didn't think that would be the case. Raising his hand and pinching up his Dao magic, the Qi Men Bureau unfolded once again, easily pulling both Ing Zio and Qin Yunzi into the inner landscape together. Of course this was only so easy because the two subconsciously made no move to resist. After Zhou Tian was finalized, Yi Xiang raised his head, looked at Ing Zio and said, Sister Ing, can we do the divination again? Here, it shouldn't be shielded from divination. Ing Zio looked around and nodded, knowing that she was in Yi Xiang's spiritual inner scene world. Raising his hand, he resumed his divination. Qin Yunzi watched this scene with interest. In the past, there were only 3 Rushi Dao legacies, but as professions awakened, more and more strange legacies appeared. Although the heavens had changed, the heavenly Dao had once been considered to have given the human race a ray of hope. This time, Ing Zai chanted an incantation to use the 6 manifold ascendant formation. and the 16 tarot cards floated in the air, emitting the same white light. A moment later, one of the tarot cards was slowly turned over. Heck, it's a very rare demonic reversal. Ying Zio's eyes moved slightly, seeing many messages from this tarot card at once. The chain around the neck of the reversed demon, with both the torch and the top of the pentagram pointing upwards, comes off, in the general direction. It's in the Qinling Mountains. Thinking of this, she raised her head and looked at Yi Xiang and Qing Yunzi and said softly, "He will return to the Qinling and turn into a demon, bringing calamity. But there is still a chance. If the chains are unchained and normalcy is restored." Yi thought that he probably understood something. The two did not say the details of Tiger Rex's situation. He was controlled by the Hitomi Nightmare Throne blood spirit to control his body. But the meaning of this chain shackle was already obvious. Qing Yunzi couldn't help but nod his head. It seemed that this divination was still somewhat useful, although it wasn't very detailed. Being able to see a general direction of development was already very rare. Yi think, then let's go into the Qinling together to break into the world? Qing Yunzi said as he looked at Yi Xiang. After such a long time had passed, he also wanted to see just how far Yi Xiang's strength had progressed nowadays. Okay. Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. Qing Yunzi Old Senior is a 9-turn Taoist priest, placed 100 years ago, can be completely considered a high-merit Taoist master, even if really meet the throne also do not have to be false at all, to stay by his side if it is not safe. Where else can it be safe? Go! Qing Yunzi directly rose up into the air, not utilizing the 9 revolutions realm to fly, but using the royal wind Dao, his figure dashing and floating. Seeing this, Yi Xiang also hurriedly followed with the wind and flew down from the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. However, both the height and speed were much slower compared to Qing Yunzi. Just as he was about to cast Thunder Law Possession, he suddenly remembered the pure Yang sword technique. Without saying a word, he directly pinched up his sword technique, and behind him, the Victory Evil sword emanated pure Yang sword light and instantly came out of its sheath. After circling the circumference, it falls directly to your feet. Yi Xiang's entire speed steeply increased by several times, catching up with Qing Yunzi in a flash. After stabilizing his body with the royal wind, he was able to perfectly realize the flight of the royal sword. Qing Yunzi sensed the movement behind him and couldn't help but turn his head to look over. A long-haired, lazy teenager was seen, pinching a sword technique while stepping on an ancient sword, flying to the front. That familiar sword light. Qing Yunzi instantly recognized it, and his eyes couldn't help but move slightly. Pure Yang sword technique. Good boy. Pure Yang Imperial Sword? Qing Yunzi still couldn't help but inquire. You wanted to know not much of the Tao, but mastered all the top-level inheritance, which was placed on the Heavenly Master during the heyday of the Tao sect 100 years ago. It was impossible to learn so many inheritances. Golden Light Spell, Thunder Technique, Dan Dao, Formation Dao, Qimen Dun Jia, Pure Yang Sword Technique, Purple Gold Dan, and Talisman. Any one of these would be enough for the average person to delve into for a lifetime. Yes, senior. You wanted to say. Long hair on the forehead, bright eyes, the so-called young man spirited. Exactly. Then let me see. How fast can a royal sword fly? Qing Yunzi said as he looked at Yi Xiang. Okay. You wanted to take a deep breath. His body bloomed with bright sword light. At this moment, even did as if the human sword unity, a sword rainbow whistling up. The speed is even faster than you wanted to master the Thunder Law Possession more than double. It was the consumption of spiritual energy that was terrifying. The 3 turns Violet Gold Dan was spinning rapidly to devour the throne blood spirit energy, but it was completely unable to keep up with the Imperial Sword's consumption. Qing Yunzi raised an eyebrow, and then he also exerted his full power to use the royal wind. His figure all showing wind rings, his flying speed skyrocketing. Right at this moment, a level 16 fox demon coiled around the tree canopy locked onto the sword rainbow from afar, and immediately jumped up high when it came to its heels. This little fox demon thought it was something good. After all, it was shiny and pretty, which knew that in the next moment, the sword rainbow directly scraped across the top of its head, taking away a poke of hair. The fox demon froze as she thought back to the scene she had just witnessed. It seemed to see a human, stepping on a sword and flying over its head. Suddenly feeling some coldness in her head, the fox demon subconsciously touched her bare little head. Bald. The little fox demon sat on the tree canopy with a resigned face, watching the sword rainbow fly away. In the next moment, a plain-robed old Taoist priest came to its side and couldn't help but let out a light eep. This little demon, surprisingly, relied on its own cultivation to raise its level, and did not devour other foreign beasts, which meant that this little fox demon itself came with an inheritance. However, all demonic beasts with inheritance have extremely long roots, at least going back more than 1,000 years. Qing Yunzi reached out his hand and touched its small, bare brain. Throwing out a spirit elixir from his bosom and tossing it to it, he chased after it in the direction of the sword rainbow. Little fox demon. This kind of, strictly speaking, is not considered a demonic beast, but a spiritual beast, born to open the spirit, set the essence of heaven and earth. Slow cultivation. The tiger demon king had once cultivated like this. Only because of hatred in survival did he have to devour to raise his rank strength. The little fox demon stared blankly at the elixir in her hand, a dull little face full of disbelief. The two little hands held the elixir dully, just smelling the fragrance of the elixir. There was also an attraction. It couldn't wait to take a bite and want to eat the spirit elixir, but in the end it held back. Something like this must be very precious to bring back to mother. With that thought, Green Fox turned around and climbed back under the tree, quickly disappearing. Seeing that Qin Yunzi did not follow, Yi Xiang stopped and turned around to look behind him. In a moment, Qin Yunzi flew over and exclaimed in admiration, "The speed of the imperial sword is indeed extraordinary. This pure yang sword technique, senior can learn it," Yi Xiang said. Qin Yunzi was still a bit hesitant, but then shook his head. "Greed is not good enough. The Tongtian talisman alone is enough, and I have the true martial swinging demon sword technique. This pure yang sword technique specializes in the method of sword control, and it's also a unique one." Yi wanted to understand. After all, he was directly obtaining the inheritance of the pure yang peachwood sword, the heart and sword skills directly through and learned. But for the seniors, it was to learn from scratch. The sword skill aspect wasn't senior's shortcoming. The Dao was, but the Tongtian talisman and the earthly 72 Dao had completely made up for Qin Yunzi's shortcomings in this area. The strength of a 9-turn rank that could kill a throne, even if it was placed in 100 years before the Dao sect, it was not much worse than the average high-merit Dao master. "Then senior, can you teach me the true martial demon-slaying sword technique?" Yi Xiang was very greedy and said. He had seen the power of that sword skill with his own eyes. Qin Yunzi looked at Yi Xiang with amusement. "The prerequisite is that you have to upgrade to level 50. And only after I teach you the true martial state of mind can you learn the true martial demon swinging sword technique." Okay. Yi wanted to understand. Level 50. He himself didn't know how much longer it would take. However, the third layer of the fourth time the human immortal patterns were almost all branded, and it wouldn't be long before they could be upgraded. Right now, in his internal organs, the 5 elements air was like the turnover of a bright fire, strengthening the body's fundamentals with every breath. He wanted to be able to feel his current body physique, and if he went back to the gravity room to practice, 5 times gravity shouldn't be too much of a strain. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yunzi suddenly raised his head, and with the natural perception ability of the Dao, he instantly detected a hidden fluctuation 100 kilometers away. His eyes narrowed slightly and his plain robe shook. Coming. As soon as the words fell, 100 kilometers away, a black light burst forth, and that black light went straight up to the sky to penetrate through and spread the clouds. In an instant, the terrifying Demon King aura swept across the entire Qinling. The trees are leaning and the grass is prostrate. However, whenever they felt this Demon King's pressure, all the demonic beasts could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. This feeling was as if their demonic beast clan, too, possessed a throne presence. This familiar yet unfamiliar Demon King aura was also felt by Qin Yunzi, and his face sank as his mind couldn't help but recall the scene he had seen earlier in the inner landscape. There was no doubt that Tiger Rek had finally been occupied by the pupil nightmare throne. Roar! A majestic tiger whistle resounded through the Qinling mountains. Even the people far away in the Xuanwu demon subduing pass could hear it clearly. All of them couldn't help but change their faces. This is a terrible tiger sound. Qin Yunzi frowned slightly, turned his head to Yi Xiang and said, "You go back to Jin Demon Pass. That tiger demon has already metamorphosed. It's not that easy to deal with." After a moment of silence, Yi Xiang nodded his head. In a battle of this level, he would only be dragging his feet in the past and would not be able to help at all. Yi Xiang pinched up his sword technique and directly left with his sword. Qin Yunzi also hurriedly headed towards that skyrocketing black light. The depths of the Qinling, eyes deep and calm. On the way there, pinch your fingers, but the trigrams show evil. He turned his head to look at Yi Xiang's back as he left. This calamity of the human race seemed to be doomed. However, the Dao sect Heavenly Master inheritance had already appeared, and he didn't have to worry about the Dao sect inheritance being completely cut off. Both sleeves are clear and straight up. Qin Yunzi's figure steeply disappeared in place, and after using the Dao of nature, the speed of his windy flight was once again multiplied. It was truly borrowing the wind. Only the wind was a bit strong, and the countless tilted trees, where Qin Yunzi passed, were again scraped and tilted in the opposite direction. And Yi Xiang, who had just not flown far with his imperial sword, lazily flew over again. It was important to realize that it wasn't just Qin Yunzi who knew how to tell fortunes. He knew a little bit as well. 3 times in a row. The calculation was all evil. And it is obvious that this trip of the senior is extremely dangerous. The Taoist sect can only have this one senior now. He doesn't want to be qualified to become a generation of heavenly master in the future. And there is no elder above him to cover him. A distance of 100 kilometers was not too short. And if one were to use all of the imperial swords to fly, then even if one arrived, one's spiritual energy would surely be exhausted. You wanted to use the Tong Tian talisman and drew a divine walking talisman to land on his body, allowing the royal wind speed to increase by a lot again. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, the black light gradually converged, and the eyes on Tiger Rex's chest slowly opened. Full of resentment and coldness, he took a step in front of a woman who was all sexy and seductive, kneeling on one knee and saying, "Greetings to the imperial daughter." Nuffield looked at the performance of the Tiger Ravage, cannot help but nod, or very good well. Now he was unexpectedly powerful, far more so than before. In the end, the core of the pupil nightmare Fey was that cursed eye. And after compensating for the weakness of the body, it was naturally much stronger than before. Seemingly sensing something, she turned her head to look at the distant sky, the corners of her mouth spreading into a nice arc as she said, "Your old acquaintance is here. You won't still be unable to fight this time, right?" When the pupil nightmare throne was first killed, it was by Qing Yunzi. Upon hearing these words, the terrifying eyes in Tiger Rex's chest snapped open, blood filaments covering the entire eyeball. "I'll make sure he has a life to live and no life to return." Qing Yunzi's Dao was naturally very good, but he was simply trying to catch up with the road, and his Dao intent and whereabouts were not intentionally hidden. The pupil nightmare throne that had already taken over Tiger Rex's body had likewise eroded the divine soul, and the two fused as one, far surpassing their previous selves. "Then I'm looking forward to your performance," Nafer said in a seductive tone. "It's her gift. It's not deliberate." The pupil nightmare throne slowly grinned and stood up, feeling the powerful strength that had never filled his body before, and confidently said, "I won't let the imperial daughter down." As soon as the words left his mouth, his legs slightly bent at the knees, and there was a loud thud. Mountains crumbled and earth and rocks erupted. The pupil nightmare throne charged directly towards Qing Yunzi's direction, his figure swift and fierce. Qing Yunzi took the initiative to reveal his figure, raising his hand as the Taiji 8 trigrams floated in front of his body. With a bang, like a mirror shattering, it was instantly shattered by the Hitomi nightmare throne's punch. He stretched out his hand with a fierce smile and looked at the old Taoist master in front of him and drank coldly. "Die." Qing Yunzi's expression remained unchanged as he performed Taiji Fist, the cloud energy easily wrapping around this punch, flicking the pupil nightmare throne backward, his left hand transforming into a palm and pressing heavily on his chest pupil. Even though the pupil nightmare throne had been decimated by Qing Yunzi once, it was still lightly defeated. After all, last time it was a siege, while this time it was only Qing Yunzi. As the cursed eye pupil was about to be pressed and exploded, a terrifying cursed aura bloomed out, rapidly covering Qing Yunzi's body. The aura of death was visible to the naked eye, but anyone who got a trace of it would be extremely uncomfortable. Although Qing Yunzi didn't have the golden light curse, there were ways to face this curse. The true martial mind realm emerged from his brow, and a true martial divine eye opened from his brow. A brilliant immortal light burst out from the divine eye, directly breaking and dissipating the cursed aura. However, this move seemed to consume the origin very much, and the aura on Qing Yunzi's body weakened quite a bit. The corners of the pupil nightmare throne's mouth spread into a sardonic smile. "Old man, I have more than enough curses. How many times can you resist? Is that so? Then how many swords can you take?" Qing Yunzi was very flat in both his expression and tone. It was as if they weren't fighting now, but rather catching up with an old friend. As soon as the words fell, Qing Yunzi exerted the Tongtian talisman with all his might, and tens of thousands of talismans appeared in front of him out of nowhere. In conjunction with the true martial state of mind and the heaven and earth visions, tens of thousands of talismans transformed into a true martial emperor. Immortal pupils were majestic, and talismans tumbled across the sky. Qing Yunzi raised the swinging demon heavenly sword and dropped it without hesitation. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. The group of demons approaching this way all stopped in fear and trembled, looking at the talisman turned true martial emperor from afar, their hearts and bodies trembling. Yi Thought also could not help but be shocked. Every time he saw Senior Qing Yunzi's true martial emperor, his heart and soul shook, and he really felt like a true martial emperor had descended to earth. With this sword, 10 cursed auras were chopped up at once, and one layer collapsed and dissipated. The pupil nightmare throne finally panicked and turned around without saying a word. It was impossible to block this demon swinging sword. Nafer watched the scene from a distance in silence, her brow furrowed. This term's pupil nightmare throne was really a waste of time. They couldn't move without running away. Even if they were given the Tiger Demon King's body, that beast's fearless nature had been worn down. Sighing slightly, It looks like it failed again then. Nafer began whispering incantations, countless purple mystical spells streaking about. The sun in the sky, buzzing and spreading its light, dimmed steeply. At this moment, all the demonic beasts and people who looked at the sun in a 100-mile radius were hit, including Yi Xiang. It's a mental field of illusion, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings change. The purple moon was in the sky and the forest was silent. The true martial emperor was still there in the distance, only to become devoid of any aura or voice. With a sword slash, hundreds of meters of gullies were cut out and the mountain was cut in half. However, the Hitomi Nightmare Throne strangely disappeared in place, as if there was a time error, and he then reappeared in the gully with nothing at all happening to him. He was confused himself for a moment, but quickly realized that it was the royal daughter who was helping him. Qing Yunzi frowned slightly. No wonder the trigrams showed a great evil. He didn't understand at first why a resurrected pupil nightmare throne would show such trigrams, so it turned out that there was another royal family here. He raised his head, and under the purple moon, the enchanting figure flapping its four wings was in mid-air, silently watching him. Old Taoist, hello again. Nafer looked at Qing Yunzi and opened her mouth to greet him, not wanting to waste words with her. Qing Yunzi raised his hand and once again pinched his sword technique. True martial emperor's talismans dissipated over time, and he would use 2 more swords at most before all the Tong Tian talismans dissipated. A sword fell once again, and the entire illusion field erupted with terrifying energy. There was purple light disorienting space. There were curses festering everything, and the swinging demon sword chopped down without fear. At this moment, all of the trees in a radius of more than 10 miles uprooted and broke off, their leaves rotting. Trees were chopped off and mountain peaks collapsed under the raging sword chi, tens of kilometers away from the Yiwantu, but also by this energy aftermath of the waves. Forced wind are blown to a stop. The wind are blowing back. Simply cannot royal. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xiang directly pinched the pure yang sword technique. The victory evil sword flew down to his feet, and his sword chi pulled his body and whistled. The heart grew a little more anxious and worried. With all his strength, the sword rainbow ran through the turbulent windstorm, layer after layer. This means that Elder has already fucked with the pupil nightmare throne, and this weird purple moon illusion. You wanted to be sure at the first moment that there were still royals appearing. No wonder the trigrams showed that it was evil. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang's eyebrows emanated the Dao Xian intent. Absolute divinity filled the eyes, and heaven and earth were unkind to the Taoist intent that was added to it. The speed of the pure yang imperial sword once again skyrocketed by a factor of 2. At this moment, even a level 60 demonic beast could be killed with a single sword strike. Dozens of kilometers froze and arrived in about a minute. Looking at this familiar sword rainbow, Qing Yunzi's expression changed slightly. This kid, the land had long been devastated, all the trees and mountains destroyed. At this moment, the pupil nightmare throne was covered in blood and severely injured. Because of the help of the imperial daughter, he was not killed by Qing Yunzi's sword, but it was not easy to bear. The sword chi entered the body and was crazily shattering the flesh and blood in the body. If it wasn't for the Tiger Demon King's strong body, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. In his old life, he would now have no choice but to run away. Under the surge of demonic power, the sword chi was soon forced all the way out of his body. But before the pupil nightmare throne could breathe a sigh of relief, a pure yang sword rainbow ran straight down towards him. The speed was so swift that he almost didn't react as a terrifying cursed aura erupted and flew away from his chest pupil. Facing this cursed aura of the pupil nightmare throne, Yi Xiang did not have any fear in his eyes. The scene in front of her was surprisingly the same as the one that school sister Ring had seen in the interior. Under the rush of the imperial sword, he was still able to draw a talisman. Edict. Misty messy shadow. As soon as the words fell, the talisman steeply separated into 5 identical pure yang sword rainbows. The pupil nightmare throne saw this and instantly sent out 4 more cursed auras. The curses just came close. The 4 detachments broke. One of them erupted with a bright golden light. The sword of victory and evil pierced through the cursed aura with a pft sound, directly penetrating the neck of the pupil nightmare throne. This sword was naturally the pure yang royal sword technique. And when the doppelganger appeared, Yi Xiang had long since flown over in the direction of Qing Yunzi's royal wind, because that terrifying cursed aura was still locked in pursuit behind him. Seeing this, Qing Yunzi's brow divine eye emitted immortal light, instantly blasting away the cursed aura behind Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang instantly breathed a long sigh of relief. The power of this throne-level curse. With his current power of the 4 revolutions golden light spell, there was still no way to completely resist it. After the pupil nightmare throne's neck was painfully pierced through, blood kept flowing as the pure young sword deity and golden light were constantly destroying the fleshly body tissues. But in just a few moments, the pupil nightmare throne's sword mark through the wound on that neck was restored as before. Yi Xiang's royal sword was just about to retrieve the victory evil sword. When the pupil nightmare throne violently grabbed the victory evil sword with lightning speed, his eyes staring at the teenager in front of him in death. With a forceful break of both claws, the victory evil sword directly crumbled into 3 pieces, which he casually flung onto the ground. Yi Xiang frowned slightly, still a little heartbroken, not expecting his first sword to break just like that. Nafer looked at Yi Xian from above and frowned slightly. My sister has placed a lot of heavy bets on this human teenager, and it's really troublesome that she can't be killed. Nail, would you mind? Nafer asked mentally. Geez, sis, be considerate. Thanks. Nail's voice appeared in Nafer's heart. The 2 sisters were born from the same mother and could communicate directly in their hearts. Qin Yunzi, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown. A pupil nightmare throne and a fallen phantom royalty. To say that there wasn't any pressure was definitely a lie. Yi Xiang, the future of the Dao sect is on you. I'll buy you time to leave. Qin Yunzi turned his head to look at Yi Xiang and said. He raised his hand and exerted the last of his spiritual power, and thousands of talismans appeared once again, wanting to condense the true martial emperor's phantom once again. Yi Xiang didn't say anything, just silently took out a blood jade from his pocket. It's okay, I can rock people too. Qin Yunzi frowned as he looked at the blood jade in his hand. The terrifying demonic aura contained therein was something he could clearly feel. Corpse ancestor? Well, Win Hook. Yi wanted to nod his head. At first, Winning Hook even lied to him that he could only use it 3 times. Of course he wasn't that stupid, and such a limitation as the number of times was just a way to fool a small child. In the blood jade, Winhook's divine soul imprint had long since felt the surrounding situation clearly. Without hesitation, he said, I'm not going to help you. Say 3 times is 3 times. Humph. Qin Yunzi frowned slightly. No need. Such a scourge must not be easily released. Before Yi Xiang could say anything, Win Hook directly exploded. You old Nubizi Taoist, you're the scourge. All of you Taoist sects are scourges. Piss me off. As soon as the words fell, the blood jade unexpectedly shattered on its own. Win Hook revealed himself and was just about to point at Qin Yunzi Tao frame when he suddenly raised his head and gazed into the sky. Fallen charm, or a royal daughter? TSK, TSK, no way. Nafer stared at Win Hook dead in the face. Thousands of years ago, the immortal throne of the human race? Ah shucks. It's hard to hear. Others call me corpse ancestor. What kind of name do you make up in a mess? Shouting like those skeletons. Win Hook rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. Nafer frowned more and more tightly, but soon saw that Win Hook's state was not right, and was not the original body here, but only a divine soul imprint state, with at most the strength of a 9th turn. The pupil nightmare throne was a bit tense at this time. The royal daughter could always run away, but he didn't want to die again. He was just about to threaten with a couple of words when Yi Xiang suddenly made his move. Yes, it was a total big brother fight for him, but he just wanted to do it. He had never forgotten the scene when he saw himself snapping the eyes of the Hitomi nightmare throne in the interview. That means it's okay to fight. The center of the brow emanated the Taoist state of mind of unity of knowledge and action, and with a single thought, the thunder law possessed his body, turning into a ray of thunder. He directly rushed towards the pupil nightmare throne. The victory evil sword, which was broken into 3 pieces on the ground, trembled steeply before instantly reorganizing itself, emitting pure yang golden light. The Shang evil sword penetrated from behind, and Yi wanted to go straight to the face. The pupil nightmare throne was half afraid of Yi Xiang. Despite the speed of the lightning, the fuchsia eye pupil on the chest instantly sent out several cursed aura, and when it was visible to the naked eye that it was about to pass through the lightning, he wanted to rise with a single thought. The chi-men spread out around the circumference and softly recited, transportation of the 100 years instrument. As soon as the words fell, Yi wanted to disappear into place. On the transported chi-men bureau, the 100th ritual position turns and comes behind the Hitomi nightmare throne. Coincidentally, the sword of victory over evil fell into Yi Xiang's hands. This skillful transported armor shift. Even the pupil nightmare throne didn't react for a moment. The Shang evil sword pierced through the body of the Hitomi nightmare throne, breaking into 3 pieces. The pure young sword deity and the golden light mantra as well as the thunder technique erupted throughout the body respectively. Under the state of mind of knowing and doing, all the Tao is only in a single thought, and there is absolutely no need to cooperate with the recitation of incantations and hand techniques. The cursed aura rotated around the Chi-men bureau in a circle before locking onto Yi Xiang once again and flying over. He wanted his gaze to fall on the pool water not far away. His mind moved, and the Chi-men bureau under his feet turned at the same time. Transportation of the gung-ho instrument. The gung-yi corresponds to the air star and can be hidden in ponds and mines. When Yi wanted to reappear, he had already fallen into the water, and the water avoidance skill had already been prepared, and the faint water curtain ripples covered his body. His gaze fell firmly on those cursed auras. and a smile could not help but spread at the corners of his mouth after seeing them spinning around haphazardly within the Chi-Men's bureau. Sure enough, as long as he didn't actively expose himself after hiding, these locking-type curses directly couldn't find him. When Qin Yunzi saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile, worthy of having obtained the Heavenly Master's inheritance. After the integration of Chi-Men Duanjia, it becomes a small world of its own, hiding itself, almost a small invincible state. Even if he has mastered the Daofei nature, in a short time, he simply cannot find where you want to be now. Just do not know how long this Chi-Men bureau can be maintained. You have to know that the consumption of Chi-Men Dunjia is far more than the Taoist techniques such as the Thunder Technique and the Golden Light Mantra. Yi Xiang was only at the 4th turn realm now, and despite his steady and solid accumulation, he definitely couldn't last for an hour. Thinking of this, Qin Yunzi had no more scruples, and his eyebrows flickered with the true martial mind realm. Thousands of talismans once again reorganized a true martial emperor. Angry eyes open hair, holding a great sword to suppress the demon. Feet on the Xuanwu shadow, far more than the previous true image. Obviously going all out to try to kill the Hitomi Nightmare Throne. 60 years ago, the original Xuanwu battle technique of the original Xuanwu unit was naturally taught by him to the Xuanwu captain at the time. After all, the Taoist sect was gone, and the Xuanwu battle method was not complete, so as long as he could help the Chinese human race, Qin Yunzi would naturally not be stingy. It's just that at that time he hadn't been enlightened and had been diving into cultivation. With only a trace of his inheritance left, he relied entirely on himself to figure out his cultivation until he was level 50. After level 50, he comprehended the true martial state of mind before realizing the inheritance of the true martial emperor, and most of the inheritance of the true martial view was retrieved by him one by one. Qin Yunzi's robes shook and flew, and his figure quickly merged with the true martial emperor. Powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy spread out in a circle. Seeing this scene, Nefer whispered an incantation, and the purple moon over the night split into 3 at once. The purple moon had just been reflected in the pond when Nefer's face suddenly turned strange and her eyes looked into the water. This kid, he's hiding here? There is one more chapter in overtime. Update tomorrow morning. Send some gifts as a reward. Stay up all night and cry. This kid had enough to be annoying, and even though he couldn't be killed, he had to be taught a lesson to do so. The purple moon's reflection was reflected in the water, emitting a lingering light that blended with the current. At this time, Yi Xiang's attention was on Senior Qin Yunzi, and as if he was watching the show from the sidelines, Winning Hook looked at the purple moon and the sky and sighed in admiration. Oops, it's quite nice to look at. If the drought demon was here, I guess he would want to lie down and look at the moon. Just then, seemingly sensing something, he turned his head to look at the pond not far away. The purple moon reflected in the water exuded a strange energy. Winning Hook understood at once and kindly reminded him, "That little Taoist, you will not really hide in the pool, right? Hurry up and come out. Be careful to be caught." Upon hearing these words from Winning Hook, Yi Xiang immediately reacted. The transported cynic, Chi-Men Duanjia, itself is a Duanjia, that is, to hide. The 6 Eree, Hex E, Ge, Xine, Non-E and Dec E, and the 6 symbolism can correspond to different astronomy and geography. The method of recluse is to use the 6 instruments of the earth to hide themselves, as long as they are within the range of the Chi-Men Bureau. Any locking skills and projecting skills are shielded from being able to project. Therefore, Yi Xiang also completely did not expect that he would be exposed so quickly, and purple snakes had sprung up around him, like a long rope trying to bind and grab him. Just when he was about to touch him, the Chi-Men Bureau Xine and Gung-E transformed, and Yi Xiang's figure disappeared into thin air. Within the Chi-Men Bureau, the 6 and earth signs meant that they were individual spaces, so when transferring the range, the whole person was just like an instantaneous movement. But for Yi Xiang, it was just a move of a step. All the long snakes wrapped around an empty space. Once again losing track of Yi Xiang, Nefer frowned slightly. This kid was so capable of running. Could her own sister, who looked shrewd but was actually dumb as hell, really control this kid? No longer caring about this brat, Nefer focused all her attention on Qin Yunzi as 3 purple moons fell different levels of beams of light enveloping the true martial vision, like 3 layers of curses, washing away the majestic aura of the true martial emperor. The first purple moonlight directly washed away all the talismans on the surface. Instantly thousands of talismans dissipated. The second and third purple moonlight fell one after another, bombarding the true martial emperor layer by layer, and the true martial demon swinging long sword was weakened by more than several times before it even fell. It was visible to the naked eye that the true martial emperor's power was weakening rapidly. The pupil Nightmare Throne, who was still a bit panicked, saw hope all of a sudden, and the eyes on his chest emitted horrifying fluctuations. This time it was no longer a cursed aura, but was birthing some kind of terrifying vapors. Behind the pupil nightmare throne, a terrifying silhouette similar to the true martial emperor emerged. Devour the plague. Qin Yunzi's eyes were calm, without the slightest bit of fear. He had known for a long time that there was a higher level of existence behind these alien thrones, and with the true martial state of mind weakened, he still had the Tao of nature. The eyes of the Tao intent changed, and his body merged into everything. The grass, trees, soil, heaven and earth, the stars, everything that contained natural energy all converged over and surged into the true martial great emperor Dharma phase. The weakened true martial emperor once again regained his prime. Even the golden lock armor, the turtle and snake two generals emerged as shadows. Unafraid of the devouring plague god behind the Hitomi nightmare throne, Qin Yunzi softly droned. Golden K incarnation. End of the tribulation relief bitterness heavenly father. Behead. The three eyes of the true martial emperor's Dharma emanated radiant golden light, descending from top to bottom, through and through. The devouring plague god behind the pupil nightmare throne also opened his mouth to spew out the most terrifying curse skill. At this moment, the sky was filled with divine light and black light shining, and the purple moon was endlessly rushing. Even if it was Win Hook, he couldn't help but be shocked by this old Taoist priest in front of him. It was really good and strong. Only 9 revolutions, but even hard against the throne and the royal family. This strength can be more powerful than those previous high-achieving Taoist priests, even if it was once a celestial master. It is not too much to ask. The true martial inheritance itself was the strongest offensive Tao method in the Tao sect, second only to the heavenly master lineage. This is the case with the demon swinging heavenly father. In just a moment, the three-eyed divine light directly blasted away the devouring plague god vision of the pupil nightmare throne. The pupil nightmare throne immediately sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously, screaming miserably as the divine light bombarded his body. Qin Yunzi then raised his hand, and the swinging demon longsword directly chopped towards the fallen phantom imperial clan in the sky. 1 against 2. Seeing this sword chop, Nefer didn't even intend to dodge, and knew that she couldn't, so she just stood still. The longsword chopped through her body, and above the night, a purple moon clicked and shattered apart. Nefer disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived behind Qin Yunzi. At this moment, the true martial emperor dissolved into countless talismans, and with an icy face, Nefer flung away his long thorn whip and bound Qin Yunzi's neck with one hand. Qin Yunzi's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted at this point, but it didn't mean that he had lost his battle power. A body of Taiji strength had long exceeded the realm of a Zongshi, and with a shock of Yun Ro's power, the thorny long whip instantly collapsed. With a pop and a flap of his robes, he raised his hand and landed a heavy palm on Nefer's shoulder. This imperial daughter didn't actually have the strength of a throne. It was only because she had mastered a very mysterious and arcane divine ability, coupled with the power of the heavenly transformation, that she was barely able to reach the level of a throne. Nefer spewed out a mouthful of blood, but didn't back away. She could still withstand such damage. The 4 wings unfolded, and countless black feathers flew out, each feather sharp to the extreme. Qin Yunzi frowned, but with his spiritual power exhausted, he had no choice but to perform Taijiquan. Most of the black feathers intercepted it, but some of them still penetrated the Taiji strength, instantly cutting Qin Yunzi's clothes and bleeding from the wound. Winning Hook finally struck at this time, coming up to cast the underworld sea vision. However, the sea of blood enveloped the Hitomi nightmare throne, and at this point, the Hitomi nightmare throne was already seriously injured, so she no longer cared. The battlefield was divided into 2 parts, with Nefer wielding a long whip, the black whip emitting a deep purple sheen. Painful whipping. Just by taking a little bit of it, one could feel the intense pain on the soul, which was very torturous. Qin Yunzi frowned slightly as he pulled away with the royal wind, then returned the Taiji strength that wrapped the black feather in his hand. Back. Nefer looked calm and waved her whip frantically, blasting away the Taiji energy, all the black feathers floating in the sky. He then recited an incantation in a low voice, and in the night sky above, the second purple moon transformed into a night demon scythe and chopped straight down towards Qin Yunzi at an extremely fast speed. Go to hell, old Taoist. Nefer's eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't wait to immediately cut down this old Taoist priest. Just then, the Chi-Men bureau not far away changed again, and the 6 instruments rotated. The transported decimeter. Yi Xiang's figure appeared in the sea of blood, which suddenly startled Winhook. What are you trying to do? Suddenly Yi Xiang couldn't respond in time. His gaze was firmly fixed on the pupil nightmare throne. He knew that he couldn't help his seniors, and all he could do was to deal with the pupil nightmare throne first. The breath tugged at the cliffs above the slant of the dilapidated corridor on Wudong Mountain, thousands of miles away. The magical mahogany sword, which had long since recognized its owner, trembled slightly before. Swoosh! Instantly cutting through the sky. The sword comes. The long sword cut through the sky, so fast that it could even cut through space. This is a true Dharma weapon. A single thought. Losing the suppression of the pure yang peachwood sword. The corner of Windhoek's mouth slowly curled up, with a trace of less pressure. He couldn't help but stretch out, feeling that the entire divine soul imprint had become a lot more relaxed. Gee, what a shoo-hoo. The pupil nightmare throne was still floating in the sea of blood, with a calm face, completely resisting by relying on the Tiger Demon King's body, and in the end, he even cast a curse field to unfold and isolate the underworld sea. Seeing this scene, Windhoek raised an eyebrow. Mo means, little Taoist, you help me to unseal the capsule like, I will help you to slaughter this head of the throne. However, right at this moment, an ancient mahogany sword floated soundlessly in front of Yi Xiang. Windhoek's pair of bloodshot eyes moved slightly. This sword had suppressed her for so many years, so she naturally knew it very well. This sword, it hides a sword intent inside. It was that sword intent that suppressed her for thousands of years. If not for this sword intent, she would have come out. That broken seal almost no effect. I'm just afraid of being cut by a sword as soon as I come out. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of pain. And this sword chi is a special restrain her in pure yang sword chi left behind by Lu Zhu back then. The power is naturally much stronger than the pure yang sword technique that Yi wanted to perform. After Yi wanted to get the peachwood sword to recognize the owner, also perceived this pure yang sword chi inside, only to know that this peachwood sword is to suppress the corpse ancestor Windhoek. And this time, he didn't hesitate. Back then, when this pure yang sword chi left behind by Ancestor Lu was used to decapitate the alien thralls, I don't think Ancestor Lu would be angry. Yi Xiang took a deep breath, and his body surged with the pure yang sword technique as a means of invoking that pure yang sword chi within the mahogany sword. One moment, the mahogany sword in his hand blossomed with a radiant pure yang light, and under this light, the ancient and simple mahogany sword looked like it had transformed into a real immortal sword. The true pure yang sword intent rushed up to the sky, and in an instant, the purple moon illusion field washed away the canopy. The last purple moon over the night sky directly shattered, and Nafer's face changed as she looked at the long sword in Yi Xiang's hand with disbelief. At this moment, even she felt the threat of death. The sunlight shone down, making the purple hazy world of the realm far too clear. That pure young sword intent left behind by Lu Zhu, carrying the peachwood sword, directly chopped towards the pupil nightmare throne. Windhoek couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, deeply afraid that this pure yang sword intent would turn its head and slash towards her. Then this divine soul imprint of her own would definitely be finished. The pupil nightmare throne roared and hissed, erupting with a dozen cursed auras. But even Senior Qin Yunzi's true martial one sword couldn't carry it, let alone him who was already seriously injured. The cursed aura was all but decimated, instantly slicing through the neck. Wordlessly, the Hitomi nightmare throne's head flew high. This pure young sword intent left behind by Ancestor Lu was extremely terrifying in terms of both power and intent. If he kept it and didn't use it, Yi Xiang could completely use this pure young sword intent to comprehend the pure young sword Dao in a short period of time, just like Lin Jun's extreme Dao sword intent. However, this was not an unusual time, and Yi Xiang did not regret using this pure yang sword intent. He was confident enough that sooner or later he would be able to comprehend the pure yang sword Dao. It was just a matter of time. Yi Xiang's body was possessed by lightning, and he quickly rushed towards the body of the pupil nightmare throne. Just by chopping off the head, the pupil nightmare throne wouldn't die at all. The eye on that chest had to be snapped off. Thunder light flashed, and Yi Xiang instantly arrived in front of the pupil nightmare throne. Those violet red eyes stared at him in death, as if they were roaring silently. However, because he had directly cast all the curses in one breath earlier, he could only cast normal instantaneous curses. A light gray curse enveloped Yi Xiang's body, and the aura of corrosive death swept over his entire body. But what immediately followed was a brilliant outburst of golden light that was even more blinding than the sunlight in the sky. Even if it was an ordinary instantaneous curse, but after all, it was cast by the throne. It was far superior to facing that level 72 prison pupil king in the first place. The golden light divine curse was directly suppressed, and the gray hazy curse covered Yi Xian's entire body, attempting to pierce into the skin and surging into the entire body. The golden light was rapidly dissolving, not the curse disappearing. In just that instant of time, Yi Xiang stabbed his hands directly into the eyes of the pupil nightmare throne's chest. There was a pff, and the eyeball burst into a bloody hole. The pure curse power collapsed and evaporated, also corroding Yi Xian's arm. The human immortal tattoo surfaced at this time. Arcane strange power covering the arm as a powerful force surged forth. He wanted to calmly take this eye bead in front of him as soon as he could, and snapped it right off. This pupil nightmare throne eyeball was full of blood. The eyes were hideous. If the eyes were also a curse, then Yi Xiang was already wearing 100 holes at this time. However, Yi Xiang was undaunted. just as he had seen with school sistering in the inner landscape half a year ago. He had, surprisingly, actually snapped off the pupil nightmare throne's eye beads, but it was too late to be happy. The golden light on his body was completely extinguished by the gray haze curse, which immediately invaded his body. Yi Xiang furiously sprayed a mouthful of blood, braced himself with the last ounce of strength, performed the pure yang sword technique, imperialized the peachwood sword, and completely chopped this eyeball into two halves. Too late for two more cuts. The mahogany sword crashed soundlessly to the ground. Yi Xiang couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. The human immortal ripple in his body was still resisting the curse of the pupil nightmare throne, but even the most ordinary curse was extremely overbearing, and it was simply not something that Yi Xiang could resist at the moment. The human immortal tattoo soon lost its effect, and the internal organs were eroded by the curse, in spreading throughout the body. In the distance, when Qing Yunzi saw that Yi Xiang was in trouble, he could no longer care about Nafer and immediately rushed over, slapping his palm heavily on Yi Xiang's chest. The Taiji 8 trigrams penetrated into Yi Xiang's body and began to provide first aid. Nafer looked at the corpse of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne and hated it. This term's Hitomi Nightmare Throne was really useless trash. It was such a struggle to deal with an ungrown Taoist celestial master, but she was just about to snatch the eye of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne away. Corpse ancestor Win Hook's movements were even faster than hers, quickly arriving in front of the eyeball as the sea of blood submerged it. A thrown blood spirit was eaten in one bite by Winhook while he had the chance, then burped hard, hiccup so full. Winhook looked at Nafer with amusement. Goo missy, sorry, I ate it and can't spit it out. Nafer stared at her dead in the face, puzzled. As the immortal throne that the human race has turned its back on, why would you still be on the side of the human race? I'm not that stupid, big, naive person that Shogun is, listening to your nonsense. Even though I'm a corpse ancestor, I'm not a human being in my sack? Are you mocking me? The Winningo who ate a thrown blood spirit, his own divine soul had already begun to surge in a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through from the 8th turn to the 9th turn, and the Stygian Sea's visage behind him had become astonishingly deeper. Nafer didn't bother to say anything else to Winhook, but she was never going to be willing to fail like that either. His eyes were deep, and his gaze was directed towards all the prostrate Qinling demonic beasts in the distance. Well, how about a truly horrific beast wave? The Xuanwu demon subduing pass of the human race, whether it can be defended or not. The Qinling beast tide was also just a pavement, and her real purpose was on the other side of the Qinling, where the blood beast Fae had completed their perfect evolution. The evolutionary program researched by the pawn she had left behind in the human race at the beginning could not only be suitable for the bone skeleton human race, but also equally suitable for the blood beast Fae race. Unfortunately, the blood beast alien race is too bloodthirsty and crazy because the number of captive human races is really limited. The number of those who have completed the perfect evolution is not much, but the overall high-end combat power is also much higher than before. The most important thing was the blood beast throne, which completed its perfect evolution. It broke through the throne 100 level tipping point and reached level 120 in a short period of time. It could be said to be the most powerful alien throne of all the current alien races. Even those guys from the Imperial Ghost Shura would be in awe when faced with this perfectly evolved blood beast throne. The potential of the human race had to be curbed, especially the Chinese human race, and Nafer never forgot her father's advice. Either they are completely captive or they are exterminated and cannot be treated as if they were with the rest of the Fae. Thinking of this, Nafer no longer hesitated, and without even looking at the Tiger Demon King's corpse, she unfurled her feathered wings and flew directly into the sky. The Tiger Demon King's head had been decapitated and his blood spirit had been eaten, so it had lost all value. As for that hateful little Taoist, by the throne curse to erode the body, the next time, even if saved by that old Taoist not to die, but enough to leave behind the root of the scourge, but also counted for the sister in the future to plant the foundation of the devil's heart. This term's pupil nightmare throne wasn't good, but after all, it was considered to be an upper-class throne among the foreign races. That cursed aura was extremely scary even for her to deal with. Nafer flew high and whispered the ancient language of the fallen charm. These ancient words were indiscriminately spread throughout the Qinling Mountains, and when all the demonic beasts heard them, the desires in their hearts were instantly magnified infinitely. The thoughts in the hearts of these demonic beasts were all very simple: to survive and devour. Nafer, as a fallen phantom royalty, couldn't have made it any easier to do this. Soon, the remaining 200,000 or so demonic beasts completely fell into losing their minds. This time they had no sense, no fear, and roared and hissed hysterically. Incongruously, their eyes, all of them, were guided by a touch of violet rhythmic magic influencing them, and at the center of their brows, the dim violet moon mark floated faintly. On a large tree, the little fox demon looked down at the scene below in fear. As a spirit beast, it quickly snapped out of its confusion. Because he doesn't have many desires, the only desire he has is to have an endless supply of bird eggs. He's barely affected. The little fox demon looked down in disbelief, wondering what was wrong with these big guys. It felt so scary all of a sudden. Scared, he almost dropped the bird's egg in his hand. All the demonic beasts went crazy, all of them rushing towards the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass once again. The roar of the beast resounded throughout the Qinling Mountains. No restraint, no fear. At the Xuanwu demon subduing pass, all the troop members turned their heads to look at the Qinling forest. That roar was heard by all. Yuan Wu, who had fought a lifetime of battles at the Xuanwu demon subduing pass, immediately reacted and roared. On guard, it's a beast tide. Shit, didn't you withdraw? Feng Yuan couldn't help but stare. Mo Xiu frowned slightly and spoke. Prepare for battle. Li Qin, go and probe what's going on. Li Qin sniffed and directly jumped down from the Xuanwu demon suppressor pass, hiding his figure and disappearing. Soon, the real situation of the Qinling was explored. Auxiliary intelligence captured the footage and transmitted it to his teammates, only to see a large tree roaring and collapsing, and 200,000 demonic beasts going crazy, frantically rattling around and slobbering. When Mo Xiu saw this scene, he immediately realized that these demonic beasts were not right. After locking onto one of the level 46 demonic beasts, enlarging the icons really made him notice the purple moon marks on the brows of these demonic beasts. He reacted instantly, his brow furrowing. Li Qin, come back first, these demonic beasts are not right. They don't look like an ordinary beast tide. Li Qin sniffed in response to understand. Feng Yuan's eyes were blearily looking down from the close, worried even though he knew he couldn't see Li Qin. And far away in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, with the help of Qin Yunzi, the curse on Yi Xiang's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. But in the end, he was still being eroded by the curse. And if it wasn't for the protection of the human immortal patterns, he would have already died the moment the curse eroded his body. But it was bad now, with his internal organs failing and his body filthy with blood. It's so hard that you want to die, almost on the verge of death. Qin Yunzi's brows were all furrowed, in trying his best to clean the curse out of Yi Xiang's body, but there was no way he could recover from the injury in a short period of time. Windhoek walked over at this time, saw this scene, stretched out his hand and dragged his chin, couldn't help but say, good Sin-O, the little Taoist is dead well. Of course she knew that Yi Xiang didn't die, she was just intentionally angry at Qin Yunzi, who made her look at this old Taoist monk in a bad light, always reminding her of the scene when she suppressed herself 1,000 years ago. Qin Yunzi didn't pay any attention to her, and after all the curses were exhaled from Yi Xiang's mouth along with a mouthful of turbid breath, he began to carefully inspect his physical condition. Soon, Qin Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yi Xiang's current condition looked bad, there were strange patterns on his internal organs, which seemed to be recovering from his internal injuries little by little. Through the heart, the body's blood is returning to normal a little bit. It was just that the process was destined to be slow and take a long time, at least a year, if not several years to fully recover. But that's an absolutely unimaginable blow for a teenager to be delayed that long and potentially fall ill. Thinking of this, Qin Yunzi was silent for a moment before raising his hand, his fingertips emitting spiritual light to lightly tap on Yi Xiang's brow. In the next moment, Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes, which were covered with blood and exhaustion. Seeing that Qin Yunzi's heart trembled slightly, if the last heavenly master was truly wasted because of this battle, he would never forgive himself until the day he died. Senior, I am fine. Yi wanted to say breathlessly. He now felt like he couldn't use a single ounce of strength in his body. Even talking was a struggle. And he was even more fragile and vulnerable than he was in middle school. Yi wanted to subconsciously look inside his body through meditation and realized that the physical condition was really not that bad. Even if the human immortal patterns on the internal organs were cultivated to the fourth layer, they had declined to a level comparable to the internal organs of an 80-year-old man. Breathing was a bit of a struggle. Fortunately, however, the violet gold dan in the violet mansion was still dripping and spinning. Perhaps because of that one throne blood spirit, the throne curse subconsciously did not erode the violet mansion. Otherwise, with the third transformation violet gold pill, it would be impossible to resist the throne curse, and even if it wasn't nullified, it would still 100% fall in rank. But although the physical situation was bad, Yi Xie did not have the slightest regret. Even if he had to do it again, he wouldn't have any hesitation and still chose to personally snap the eyes of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne. After Yi wanted to understand the situation of his body clearly, he weakly raised his hand and looked at Qin Yunzi. Senior, no need. I'm fine. I can't die yet. Qin Yunzi's frown didn't loosen. You inherited the Dan Dao. You should know which pills are needed. Give me the formula and I'll help you refine it. You want to cry and laugh. Seniors were all good. Only alchemy this aspect. He really cannot rest assured. Senior, you go help Xuanwu subdue the demon pass. I have Win Hook on my side. She won't do anything to me. Oh, you know I won't kill you, little Taoist? Win Hook poked his head through and flirted. However, Qing Yunzi's expression was icy cold. He indeed could not rest assured that this corpse ancestor Winning Hook. In his eyes, there was no difference between her and that fallen phantom imperial daughter from earlier. Each corpse ancestor had once caused the killing. That was millions. The sea of blood. One Hook, before being suppressed, into the devil went crazy, alive to drown an entire city. He wanted to look at her calmly and spoke. The seal of the 9-character truth. Now only I can unlock it. And although that green dragon seal can only suppress you for 20 years, as the Taoist sect recovers its weather, the Wudong Mountain will be able to suppress you for another 1,000 years. Are you sure you want to kill me? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Win Hook suddenly beamed. You men, really more than one fine, while protecting you, but also help you to fight monsters. Just do not get a little gratitude. Help me, then spit out the thrown blood spirit you just ate and give it back to me. You wanted to see through Win Hook's intention long ago, which was to come out to kill the foreigners, obtain the blood spirit to restore his divine soul, and accelerate the speed of breaking through the seal. Win Hook also did not expect this little Taoist original would all know. Slightly sigh, hands clasped arms. Yeah. No, you're smart. I'm using you all the time. Okay. When she finished speaking, she turned straight away and kicked hard at a large tree to vent her anger. She's a demonic killer. Sometimes she can't control herself. There's a way to do it. With a loud thud, the large tree fell down with a bang, and both Yi Xiang and Qing Yunzi looked at her speechlessly. To be honest, sometimes it was hard to tell that she was a corpse ancestor who had lived for thousands of years. However, Qing Yunzi was relieved. He could tell that Win Hook's natures was indeed not bad, and after a moment of silence, he nodded his head. Alright, then I'll go to the demon suppression pass first. He also saw the scene of the demonic beasts going crazy and rushing towards the Demonjin Pass earlier. The trap mechanism has not been repaired yet, and if you want to hold on to the Demonjin Pass, you will definitely have to die a lot of people. Thinking of this, Qing Yunzi turned his head to look at Tiger Rex's corpse and couldn't help but sigh as he got up and directly left on the wind. Unfortunately, the girl's tarot cards were not allowed, and it turned out that they referred not to the unshackling of the shackles, but to the decapitation of the head. At the Jin Demon Pass, the countless demonic beasts that had gone mad were far more ferocious than the previous attack, but fortunately, several kingpin troops were already in place, and the decapitation team was still in charge of the high-level demonic beasts. The Ace Vermilion Bird team was responsible for aerial spell suppression, and the Xuanwu troops were at the forefront of the defense line, putting the Xuanwu battle method to good use. The Green Dragon troop and the Tang Snake troop appeared on both sides of the demonic beasts below, impacting a wave and then withdrawing, disrupting the rhythm of the demonic beasts' attack. But the demonic beasts were simply too many, and even though all of the cutting-edge Chinese troops were gathered here, there were no extra troops here at the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. After Jingzhou and Ba County were taken, naturally a large number of troops were needed to garrison the area. But these 2 years the troops were completely insufficient. The resources gained by Jingzhou Ba County had also not yet begun to be realized, and the Chinese human race needed to nurse a few years before their overall strength could climb back upwards. Whereas right now, it was as if it was just a spring that was being pulled tighter and tighter. The large rear command, even Zhou Jing, was caught in a dilemma. With such a large number of demonic beasts, it would definitely not be enough if they send 10, 000 to 20, 000 warriors. At least 50, 000 to 80, 000 would be needed. But now the rest of the frontier defenses simply can't pump out so many generals. However, the Ace troop belonged to the cutting edge of Chinese troops and could not afford to lose too much. Zhou Jing pondered for a moment before finally finalizing the instruction and said, "Give the instruction to support the Jin Demon Pass to the hunter organizations or mercenary organizations, and use the level of the hunted demonic beasts as a battle merit to exchange for money." Ku Ting was stunned when he heard this. But if we do that, won't our years of curbing the hunter and mercenary organizations be wasted? Zhou Jing shook his head. His eyes were cold. Blocking is better than dredging. Both the hunter organization and the mercenary organization have been curbed for so many years. There hasn't been too much effect. They are ultimately selling their lives for money as well as for life. The pros and cons are a double-edged sword. It would be better to rewrite the rules for them, and also through this directive to see if they are in fact tumors, or sharp swords. After Ku Ting understood, he nodded and sent down the instructions Zhou Jing had said. Nowadays, the Chinese human race's regular military personnel are currently only more than 200,000 people, but the number of hunter organizations and mercenary organizations registered reaches more than 150,000 people. and they're all level 30 and up, and there are all kinds of professions, all kinds of things, as long as they make money. Most of them retired down because of age, high-ranking hunters or top mercenaries. These people are also very respected in the social system. After all, military personnel are not allowed to take private jobs, but as long as there are people, there are jungles and interests, and some backstabbing darkness always exists. This is why the nation has placed the Bureau of Inspection, and the number of standing inspectors in the country alone is 70,000, which is dedicated to the maintenance of law and order in the ordinary course of events. If hunter organizations and mercenary organizations are not curbed and allowed to develop, if they are used well, they are sharp swords, but if they are not used well, they are likely to become malignant tumors. Even now, unknowingly, the energy these two organizations held was already large enough to influence the system of the Chinese human race, with Kuting posting the directive mission to support the Jin Demon Pass on the task list of all the major mercenaries and hunters, and there was still no limit to the number of people until the end of the Beast Tide. Battle credits earned on the battlefield can be exchanged for all the resources you normally wouldn't have access to. The hunters and mercenaries couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and when they reacted, they immediately logged in without saying a word and took up the Beast Tide Purge mission. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely an opportunity to get rich overnight. The hunters' senior staff, however, were all silent. The fact that the country even needed to rely on them for support was, to put it nicely, an indication of their successful development, but to put it bluntly, it was that they were, utterly, being watched. The top of the mercenaries are all former military retirees. Although there has been some selfishness, but in the big right and wrong, most people are very decisive. As long as the country needs, that will return. But most of the top people in the hunter organization frown tightly. Is the Beast Tide Engine Demon Pass very serious? The mission directive is surprisingly that all resources can be exchanged. Are the above really so willing? After a few moments of silence, at the round table, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie couldn't help but ask, is it the intention of the above to use the resources to sap the power of our hunter organization? The other man couldn't help but say, after all, when it came to their position, resources, money and status, there was no shortage. So forget for a moment that they are using resources, money, and status to entice people to sign up for hunter. The hunters worked their asses off to accomplish their mission, and a portion of each sum went into their pockets. The more hunters that register, then the more they get. Who knows? Do you have a way to keep the hunters from taking this command mission? One mocked. There were only 7 people at a round table, with different looks. The above had been curbing the development of the hunter organization, and they were naturally well aware of it. So every time the above made a move, they would think deeply about it. After discussing for a half day, they finally confirmed one thing, that is, Huaxia currently, the military power is not enough. Why else would such a directive mission be enacted down here? And frankly, help is needed. If it looks like that, then shouldn't we do it? The oldest of them, the oldest old man, slowly raised his head and looked at the crowd and said. Upon hearing these words, the crowd at the round table became quiet for a moment. If we really do it, there will be no turning back. And how many of the few here have shed their current accomplishments? Let's just forget about it. I suspect that this time it's likely to be a trap thrown down from above. One of them shook his head. You know that last time. Fortunately we reacted quickly and cleaned up all the clues. And after the Heavenly King personally took action to decapitate Chen Xin, the matter of the bone alien's evolution was considered to have come to an end. There is only one chance. Is it hard to believe that you guys are really satisfied with the current situation? Huaxia has now taken Jingzhou and Ba County, and once those resources are utilized, I'm afraid there will be no more opportunities left for us in the future. The old man, who was a man of age, said calmly. That light voice was like it captured the psyche of everyone in the room, and not willing to take the risk of losing the current situation, and not willing to settle for the status quo. To gamble or not to gamble? Gamble my ass. There's been hidden reserves up there. Do you know how many level 60 plus powerhouses there are? The youngest youth in the seat gave a mocking smile, poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it. We've built up a lot of power over the years, haven't we? The old man looked straight at him and said. The youth got up directly and said without hesitation, then I'll wait quietly for the good news from the old man, and I don't know if I know that my days are numbered, so I'm planning on dragging a few of them along with me to their deaths, right? After saying this, the youth mockingly smiled and directly turned around to walk away. Song Yen pushed open the door to his room, his eyes full of disdain. A bunch of top brass from this hunter organization and they're still thinking about being the emperor? How many years has it been since the Qing dynasty died when they still think about this kind of thing when they stopped playing hundreds of years ago? Also the bottom, not even a 9 turn, really want to make trouble, not to mention the Heavenly King God of War, just the latest information in a new upstart. It is enough to put the hunter organization in a pot. That was none other than the former vice squad of the Ace Choppers, Chuang Chu, the guy who's personally decapitated the throne. This news, although many people still don't know, but for some people of high status, they have long understood and even been shocked. Not to mention the fact that in the decimation team, there was also a suspected genius youth who was even more demonic than the Heavenly King War God when he was young. Leafy thought, wouldn't it be nice to just play a little bit of organized hunter game? Have to think of something unrealistic. Song Yan shook his head helplessly. Speaking of Yi Xiang, he suddenly remembered something. That is, I heard that my sister's summoned beast-tusked boar has entered the ace chopping team. It can be really interesting. It's a pity I am a poisoner profession. I am not qualified to join the chopping team. It's really enviable. My sister is still always trying to outdo herself, and she's envious of her pigs. Really, how can I still be a little angry when I mention this? Is he not even worse than a pig? Song Yan opened the hunter quest list and after pondering for a moment, he simply picked it up as well. Anyway, it's good to go to Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass to have some fun. Qinling. He wanted to struggle to slowly stand up from the ground, and as his long hair fell down, he noticed that his hair had turned white. He walked towards the pond and looked at his reflection in the lake. With a head full of white hair, looking at himself, he wanted to be slightly stunned. It seemed that the injuries he had received were indeed very serious. A little Taoist, moi de matter. I think white hair is very handsome. Same look as Ho Chung. Win Hook consoled from the side. She also didn't forget to help pick up that pure yang peachwood sword that she was very afraid of before. And she was naturally very happy with this harvest. The pure yang sword Dao that was suppressing his head was gone. And he had also eaten a thrown blood spirit. Could he not be happy? However, at this time, Yi Xiang not only didn't have the strength to respond to Win Hook, but also really didn't want to take care of her. But after a moment's silence, he said, take me to this place on the map. He asked the auxiliary intelligence to unfold the map, and the coordinates were exactly where he had met Senior Qin Yunzi before. That place had a very abundant spiritual qi and belonged to a good place for cultivation, so he decided to go there first to heal his wounds. How can I take you there? Should I carry you? Or hold you? Or drag you? Winning Hook teased. Yi Xiang, however, just looked at her calmly, his gaze creepy to the extreme. Win Hook heart also cannot help but tremble. This little Taoist, the sack one is getting scary. I'll take you over the gram is all. You don't use divinity Gua scary Lu. I'm not using the divine mind realm, and I'm not consulting with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Win Hook frowned slightly. Not divinity? Then you are. She suddenly reacted and reached out her hand to tap Yi Xiang's brow, and instantly saw a scene of flowers blossoming on the other side of the shore. The power of the curse of the throne became its sustenance under the flower of the other side, and it bloomed very brightly and brilliantly. Oh, I don't know. I blossomed and planted roots. TSK, what a big game of chess you've played. Win Hook said to himself, then suddenly came closer. A pair of bloody eyes looked at Yi Xiang and said, little Taoist, I have to remind you the devil root is completely planted. It is really the Taoist heart devil seed. Hey, I tell you shiver. This kind but terrible. Magic and divinity are often just a thought away. That's why she didn't react at first. Hearing these words from Win Hook, he wanted to immediately meditate and look inside his heart area. But as before, he still saw nothing. You are not able to see Lu. The realm is not enough. And also only a devil like me can see. No, not. When you really see, that means you are also a devil. Win Hook laughed. But I can still help you as long as you release my main body. This level of Dao Xin demon seed right now, it's still a good solution Lu. However, Yi Xiang's face remained unchanged. He had personally seen Team Chu become demonic. As long as it could be restrained, it was a double-edged sword. Whether it is killing the body and becoming a demon, or the demonic seed of the Taoist heart, as long as one keeps the original heart intact, what does he have to fear? Well, as expected of a Taoist heavenly master, it's just awesome. Corpse ancestor Win Hook complimented. In the next moment, she directly picked up Yi Xiang and stepped on the canopy of the tree to walk fast. You wanted to be helpless. Being used by a woman in a princess hug was something he refused to do. After delivering me, you can return to Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass, Yi Xiang said. No gram. Win Hook refused directly without thinking. I'm a weak little woman. Without the blessing of the heavenly master, what if I'm bullied? You wanted to silently look at her. A corpse ancestor to still be a soft little woman. How thick this cheek has to be to say that. You're thinking that demonic beasts don't have blood spirits and you're afraid of aggravating your own killings. So you're not willing to help, are you? Win Hook pretended to be unaware and looked at the sky. I don't know what you're talking about. Ha, The location of Senior Qin Yunzi's monasticism is on the edge of the Qinling Mountain, dozens of kilometers away, and with the help of Win Hook, he arrived very quickly. The absolutely beautiful mountain scenery with the familiar thatched cottage, and the cracked stone table. It was obvious that Senior Qin Yunzi had taken great care to glue the broken stone table together. Winhook was a bit surprised when he recognized something at once after looking around. I didn't expect this place to be a blessed place. Not bad. Indeed a good place to retreat and heal. Yi Xiang didn't bother with her anymore, but dragged his heavy body into the thatched hut and sat cross-legged on a grass ball. After taking the last violet jade pill, he began to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. After this battle, the fourth time the internal organs were branded with the human immortal patterns had reached the end, and if he could break through, the human immortal patterns driven by the 5 elements of air could undoubtedly restore the internal organs from failing. The heavenly king Luo Zhuan's heartfire was almost extinguished can be saved. He is only the failure of the 5 organs. You want to do not think that the problem is very big. The real problem, as Win Hook said, was that he was planted with a demonic seed? With one's realm, one couldn't even detect it. You wanted to not think too much. Soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. Think of these as not much use. Win Hook could not help but feel a little bored when he saw that Yi Xiang had started to close the door to heal his wounds. She stepped out of the thatched hut and sat down at the stone table, propping her chin up and looking at the distant landscape. Ha! This location. Something looks familiar to you? Win Hook couldn't help but wipe his eyes, and then he violently ascended into the air, gazing at the surrounding mountains and lakes and ponds from above. Look no further. The mountains correspond to the Yang Circle, and the waterhole corresponds to the Yin Moon. The sun, moon, Yin and Yang converge. Is this the immortal ascension platform? Win Hook looked around carefully. Before she became a corpse ancestor, she had heard of the immortal ascension platform. She had just never seen it. No wonder that old Taoist priest was guarding this place. So he was the heir to the Taoist lineage that guarded the immortal ascension platform. Win Hook's eyes were blood red and transparent like amber, as if he could see through the essence, and soon locked onto an ancient cave and flew down directly without saying a word. The immortal ascension platform, but it was rumored to be a passageway to be able to truly become immortal, although she didn't really believe in it. But now that she had found it, the sachems didn't go to take a look at it. Hey, soon, she stepped into that cave, and after surveying her surroundings, she realized that there was nothing magical about it. Taking one step into the depths, he soon found the center of what resembled an ancient formation, in which a pattern completely different from ordinary writing was carved all over. But Winning Hook recognized them all at once. These were immortal texts, but after a long, careful look, her mouth quirked up in mockery. Ah, it really is a fake. Wherein there is any ascension platform, it turns out it's really a lie. She had once been a goddess who was also in the divine now, guarding the underworld sea, and the so-called immortal script was actually the script that the human race had created tens of thousands of years ago that was closest to the original intent of the heavenly Tao. So how could she not be able to read the immortal text? 9 out of 10 immortal texts on here were wrong, and they were still unreadable. The so-called immortal ascension platform turned out to be just something that a certain psychopathic big brother blindly figured out to fool people tens of thousands of years ago. After looking at it for a moment, he skimmed it and turned away. Winning Hook felt proud that he had solved a mystery that had been going on for tens of thousands of years. Sure enough, honest cultivation is the real thing. The daydream of becoming an immortal in one step, or less. If that old Taoist priest knew that the immortal ascension platform he had guarded for so many years was simply a fake, would he be furious? Thinking like this, Winhook walked out of the ancient cave entrance, but completely failed to notice that on that immortal ascension platform, there was another layer underneath the immortal text on the surface. He wanted to sit cross-legged on the grass bed, closing his eyes and meditating on branding the human immortal pattern on his internal organs. Maybe it's the internal organs failing. It's obviously so close, but it's more of a struggle than ever. Even with the medicinal effects of the purple jade pill, the progress was still slow. The internal organs of the body's human immortal patterns flickered with a faint light, and the strange energy restored the function of the declining internal organs little by little. The 5 elements of air were flowing into each other along with the human immortal patterns, and the injuries in his body were gradually recovering. At the Jin Demon Pass, the battle entered white heat. More than 200,000 demonic beasts broke through the barrier like crazy, no matter who the enemy in front of them was. Even if the Kingpin troops were, no matter how elite they were, the casualties were expanding. Feng Yuan and Lin Jun were caught in an encirclement. If it wasn't for Zhang Shi and Mo Xiu's quick reaction to cover a piece of the demonic beasts through earth spells and psychic burst bullets, the two just folded here. This time, Lin Jun's injuries were even more serious than Feng Yuan's, and his face, which was originally still considered handsome, was also scratched by a rank 68 wolf demon with 3 deep wounds that were visible to the bone. Now that the healing team hadn't caught up with Jin Demon Pass, even if Ingzi instantly healed Lin Jun by stitching up his wounds, the scarring was certain. Her healing aura could only do so much to stop the bleeding and restore the wound. Thanks, Lin Jun said as he looked at Ingzio. Feng Yuan was on the sidelines covered in blood, like a bloody man, and was still very hyper. Damn, the knives are blunted for me. Wait for me to catch my breath. Lin Jun looked at him with the look of an idiot, and when the guy's adrenaline came down, he would scream hysterically. Just then, at the demon suppression pass, Qin Yunzi came with the wind. All the warriors couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This Taoist master had finally returned. Did that mean that the previously shocking tiger demon kings had been resolved? Although Qin Yunzi had very little spiritual power left, when he struck, the Taiji disc alone fell, and all the demonic beasts within a radius of tens of meters exploded into a bloody mist. Hundreds of demonic beasts died in the blink of an eye. Powerful strength reveals itself. Worthy of being a big brother level Daomaster. Simply invincible. Qin Yunzi's appearance instantly climbed the morale of all the warriors to the top. The killing sounds were even more tragic. The entire Xuanwu demon subduing pass was densely covered with demonic beast corpses lying all over the place. The seriously injured members were handed over to Ingzai and a few of the vermilion bird troopers who were able to cast recovery spells to heal them, losing a certain amount of support capacity, but it was impossible to just watch them die. The demonic beasts were still attacking fearlessly, the power of the fallen Phantom Imperial clan completely grasping their sanity. Nafer looked down with cold eyes. This kind of cohesion of the Chinese human race was something she had never seen from any other human race. But fortunately, as long as they held out for a while longer, when the heavenly Tao belonging to the human race would be thoroughly integrated into the heavenly transformation, then no matter how much the Huaxia human race struggled, the end was already set. Nafer didn't continue to look on. She knew that relying on these demonic beasts alone, it was impossible to overpower this human demon suppressor pass. Her aim was only to consume the human elite troops as much as possible. By the way, the Qinling was emptied of demonic beasts, so that the blood beast Fei on the other side could take over the place. Spreading his 4 wings, his figure disappeared in a strange manner, but the amount of depraved charisma she had left behind did not dissipate, and the demonic beasts hissed with grim fangs and exploding fur, drooling furiously. One pounced after the other, and as long as they could bite, they wouldn't let go of their mouths in death, especially the snakes and canine demonic beasts. Their necks were chopped off, and their heads were still viciously biting and not letting go. Almost every one of the warriors carried injuries. As long as they were bitten by the demonic beasts, the lightest were all bones being bitten and broken, and the serious ones were muscles and bones being torn, with all the nerves and blood vessels being broken, which seriously increased the chances of being crippled. After all, as long as the injuries involved nerves, there was no way for ordinary healing spells to recover, and after the time dragged on, then even the top-level healer professions would have a hard time healing. For example, Shen Tianyang's right hand. In the beginning, it was nerve damage, dragged too long, resulting in permanent right-hand nerve disorder. There is no way to recover back, whether it's a support profession or a combat profession. A problem with nerves can be very fatal. The battle lasted a full 3 hours. Dozens of SUVs and even privately modified helicopters came from all over the country to support the Xuanwuzhen Demon Pass. All of these people had a bandit and murderous aura, and there were quite a few who looked more upstanding. Most of the former were hunters, and the latter were basically retired military personnel who had come down from the military and just chose to become mercenaries in order to make money. They all couldn't help but lick their lips as they watched the tragic battle at the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. TSK, it's surprising that all of them are from the Ace Troop. Usually one is rare to see. When did these demonic beasts get so fierce? Crap, that level 18 monkey is jumping like that? Don't dawdle. Organize your equipment and go up to Jin Demon Pass to make money. The first batch only had hundreds of hunters and hundreds of mercenaries rushing to support them. But soon, more and more hunters and mercenaries rushed over in a dense mass, almost all of them close to level 30 or above. Not weaker than the regular army's level. It's just that the professions are all very varied, but as long as you can kill demonic beasts, it's a good profession. The Ace Troopers froze when they saw that it was these hunters and mercenaries who had rushed to support them. But then it became clear that it should be an order from the commanding officer for the Hunters and Mercenaries organization to come over for support. Go for it, for the good life. Shit, that crocodile horned fish is mine. Don't you grab it. Damn. Killing a level 30 demonic beast can be exchanged for $3,000. TSK, laborers are going to get rich overnight. With more and more support, the members of the Ace Force all breathed a long sigh of relief, and it was naturally a lie to say that they were not under pressure. They could barely hold their heads above water. When Qin Yunzi saw this scene, He couldn't help but nod slightly as well. Mikado returned to the shutdown, closed his eyes and began to regulate his spiritual energy, fighting back to back. Even the 9 revolutions were a bit unable to hold on, completely relying on Taiji strength to fight, but ultimately, they were old, and it was impossible not to get tired. Yuan Wu had also long since noticed that this Tao elder had consumed a lot and had not used his spiritual energy from start to finish, so something was obviously wrong. Years old, Goen Guard Sr., Yuan Wu spoke. On the other side, like the rest of the Xuanwu warriors, Yuan Tuoyue, who was at the forefront, nodded his head when he heard his father's order and withdrew to walk in front of Qin Yunzi. Perhaps it was because she had been learning the Xuanwu battle technique from a young age with the help of her father, so when she awakened at the age of 12, the profession she awakened was the Cold Ice Xuanwu profession. It was a hidden profession with a dual system of magic and martial arts, and in terms of defense or attack, it was considerably more powerful than the Xuanwu force warriors of the same rank. Yuan Nuoyuan glanced at Qin Yunzi with some curiosity, still a little nervous about getting up close and personal with this Taoist master. However, he quickly calmed down and eyed the battlefield ahead, not hesitating to attack whenever a demonic beast approached. The basilisk shook. A powerful water wave fighting chi surge unfolded, forcibly shaking away the demonic beasts within range. Subsequently, the water wave fighting chi transformed into water bombs and fired them remotely towards the target. Even if they couldn't be smashed to death, they could still be smashed and stunned to the ground. Feeling the pure Xuanwu Do Qi, Qin Yunzi couldn't help but open his eyes, his gaze falling on Yuan Tuoyu, his eyes somewhat surprised. For so many years, he was the first time he wanted to accept the intention of the apprentice. The girl in front of him, surprisingly to be the root of the Xuanwu, simply born to be the children of the Taoist sect. He quietly toned down his spiritual energy and continued to observe Yuan Zizou's fighting style. It had to be said that Yuan Nuoyu, who had grown up in the Xuanwu Demongen Pass, had not been admitted to any top-tier colleges and universities, but she had joined the Ace Xuanwu troop at the age of 18, and it wasn't because of Yuan Wu's reasons for going through the back door. Instead, they actually passed the test to join. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yunzi couldn't help but nod his head. It was indeed a good seedling, a rare sight. If he could comprehend the true martial state of mind, he might be able to complement the Xuanwu inheritance and his battle power would be even more extraordinary. However, looking at the root bone, it was already 22 years old, and it was already a little late to enter the Taoist practice now. Half an hour later, after the tempering was almost done, Qin Yunzi rose up on the wind and said in a kind tone as he flew past Yuan Nuoyu, "Watch this hand of mine. Try to watch it carefully." Yuan Nuoyu was slightly stunned, and by the time he reacted, Senior Taoist had already flown over the front line of demonic beasts. Thousands of demonic beasts looked up at him, and in the next moment, a Xuanwu shadow appeared underneath Qin Yunzi. It was the spirit turtle at the feet of the true martial emperor, with a terrifying power, like 1,000 pounds of heavenly pressure, falling straight to the ground. Boom boom boom, the earthquake cracked and collapsed, and the entire Xuanwu demon subduing pass roared and shook. An abyss several meters wide was cracked open, extending upwards for a full 100 meters. In an instant, several thousand demonic beasts were shocked and crashed into the cracks in the earth, not even having the chance to react. Yuan Shoyo looked at this scene with great shock. For some reason, the scene where she saw the old Taoist master stepping on Xuanwu made her a little unhappy. How was it? Have you comprehended anything? I can also teach you if you want to learn. Qin Yunzi looked at Yuan Nuoyu and asked in a voice transmission. This belongs to the true martial secret technique now, and can only be learned by entering his true martial Dao system, which is not the same as the Xuanwu battle technique. However, Yuan Shoyo didn't even think about it and directly shook his head to reject it. Don't. Why would Senior want to step on Xuanwu, her favorite critter, a turtle, and she has raised several of them herself? Yuan Nuoyuan's words almost didn't cause Qin Yunzi to flash his back. This move, the true martial secret technique, was that it needed to condense spiritual energy underneath the feet to conjure up the Xuanwu formation, not the so-called stepping on Xuanwu. 100 kilometers away, in a thatched hut, Yi Xiang's body steeply blossomed with arcane human immortal patterns, and the air of the 5 elements of his internal organs surged and flowed. The human immortal body finally broke through again and leveled up to level 41. After the breakthrough of the human immortal body, the declining internal organs in Yi Xiang's body were restored and revitalized in a short period of time. The human immortal patterns all over his body emanated a zephyr glow, and his strong physique emanated a metamorphic aura. Outside the thatched hut, the still-dazed Windhoek noticed the change in the aura inside and couldn't help but turn his head, only to see a white-haired teenager in casual attire slowly walk out from the thatched hut. His breath was calm and steady, and his eyes were deep and calm. On its body, The richness of the Tao rhythm and the misty immortal aura became more and more obvious. Seeing such a celestial master teenager, Windhoek also had to believe what Qinglong said. As expected, he had gathered the entire depths of the Tao sect in one place, and even the throne-level curse hadn't killed him. This life, it was almost catching up with the hard life of her, the corpse ancestor. After the human immortal body made another breakthrough, not only did Yi Xiang's aura change, his appearance also vaguely changed. Under that head of long white hair, the youthfulness had completely disappeared without realizing it, and his head had grown 2 centimeters taller once again. The whole person's temperament was bland but resolute, and the laziness that used to be everywhere was not common anymore, although it hadn't disappeared. Seeing Yi Xiang's current appearance, Windhoek also couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Whoa, little Taoist, you've become a bit better looking again. You've almost caught up with Ho Qing. You wanted to ignore her and just looked at the auxiliary intelligence and asked, "Send me the battle data of the demon suppression pass." Comrade Yi think, this is Commander Ku Ting, over here advising you to continue healing. Ku Ting, the commander of the large rear, directly connected the auxiliary intelligence with Yi Xiang and suggested. Yi Xiang frowned slightly and refused. I've recovered from my injuries, even the serious injuries that can't be counted. I'm perfectly capable of going into battle. Send me the data. He repeated the application again, especially when he said the last paragraph, with a tone that brooked no refusal. As a member of the Ace Chopper team, all judgment is based on oneself, because they are the most elite personnel. Even if they are commanders, they are only there as supporting advice. Ku Ting didn't say anything else. She had already realized that Yi Xiang was no longer that holy chime freshman. Without any hesitation, the data from the front line of the Jin Demon Pass was transmitted in connection with Yi Xiang's communicator. After Yi wanted to read the data, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Jun, Feng Yuan, and Jiang Guan were seriously injured, and the newcomer Bai Yao Yao, who was also dying from a serious injury. Although she was a newcomer, that small body blocked in front of Zheng Shi, Ning Yuan Mei, and Lin Feng's several law professions, and didn't take half a step back. Compared to his own injuries, it had been a light one. He wanted to raise his hand, and the pure young peachwood sword levitated from the stone table and fell into his hand. Without any hesitation, his body directly transformed into a long rainbow, and his sword went straight to the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Meanwhile, the news of the battle at Xuanwu Jin Demon Pass, because of the hunter organization and mercenary personnel joining in, instantly swept across the country. Everyone in the country knew at this time that a terrifying beast tide had broken out in the Qinling Mountains, and that hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts were attacking the Xuanwu Demonjin Pass like crazy. Some hunters were killing demonic beasts while not forgetting to take out their cell phones to broadcast live. In a humorous way, it shows a bloody scene at the Jin Demon Pass, because 1 second, they were talking and laughing, and the next second, blood covered the screen, and the body of that hunter had been torn apart physically by a terrifying demonic beast. But nowadays it was long past the peace of 100 years ago, and seeing this scene, the Chinese human race would not feel fear, only anger. At this time, everyone in Jin Demon Pass, except for the auxiliary intelligence and communicators, the rest of the electronic devices were all shielded. The commander said through the auxiliary intelligence, "Concentrate on killing the enemy and don't cause unnecessary deaths because of the live broadcast." At least the mercenaries didn't do that and wouldn't be stupid enough to play around with their lives. And that's the difference between a soldier and a hunter. The live feeds were all turned off, but there was an extra channel on every TV in every house. The name is simple and straightforward. It's called the Jin Demon Pass channel. 3 drone lenses, showing the entire battle of Jin Demon Pass, to the crowd. This was naturally Zhou Jing's decision. After all, the battle had been exposed. Rather than letting people speculate wildly, it would be better to display it directly, so that the crowd could take a good look at the bloodshed of the warriors in front of them. The roaring and hideous demonic beasts, the Xuanwu warriors who were covered in blood but didn't take a step back, completely shook people's hearts. But what was even more noticeable was the old Taoist priest in green robes, prancing in mid-air. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly at once. 9 revolutions? When did Huaxia have another 9 revolutions powerhouse in addition to Heavenly King Luo Zhuan and God of War Hongqing? Looking at the robes and clothing, it seems to be a Taoist profession that keeps showing new faces. The notion of the cockamamie waste of a dowser's profession was, until a year ago, deeply rooted. It wasn't until a few months ago that the Taoist profession was confirmed by command to not be the case, rediscovering quite a bit of the Taoist heritage that only the Taoist profession could learn. The Taoist profession, all of a sudden, morphed from a sewer into one of the top 10 professions. Most of the reason why the progress was so fast was also due to Yi Xiang. Rumor has it that he was recognized by both the God of War and the Heavenly King as the top pillar of the next generation. and personally cultivated him to take the great higher education competition, join the chopping reserve, and participate in the frontline battles in Ba County, Jingzhou. That row of battle honors completely blocked out the countless voices of doubt. However, right now, there was actually a ninth-turn Taoist powerhouse. With his feet on the Xuanwu, he subdues the Qiankuan earth. Thousands of demonic beasts were instantly buried in the earth's abyss. This scene made all the spectators couldn't help but be shaken. Some of the professions that had awakened to the Taoist-related professions were even more incomparably excited. So it turns out that they, the Tao sect, actually had a big brother powerhouse as well. Far away in the back mountain temple of the Songshan Mountain High School, several senior monks silently watched the battle at the Demon Suppression Pass, especially since the appearance of Qin Yunzi's figure made the atmosphere become silent and awkward for a while. The Tao sect has unbroken qi, and it is the lineage of the true martial Taoist system. An old monk with hollow eyes and a skeleton-like figure, but who looked as if he had seen it all, said softly, Amitabha Buddha, presiding, what is it that the Buddhist sect has been seeking for 100 years in seclusion? A young monk said bluntly. In the great hall, the crowd fell into silence for a moment. This young monk is none other than the present-day Buddhist son of Buddha, and he is the only one who dares to question the presiding officer to his face. The old monk, whose figure was like a skeleton, didn't get angry and calmly said, it's a fight to survive the earthly calamity. Who has been ferried? The young monk inquired again. This time, the old monk was silent for a long time. After a long time, he said, to cross oneself is to cross the world. The young monk understood. He slowly took off the monk's robe on his body and spoke. Presiding officer, I feel that the Buddhist sect shouldn't be like this. After saying that, he left the temple without looking back. The Buddha's son has finally come down from his own enlightenment. Is it the arrival of my Buddhist sect's chance? It was only after the young monk had left for a long time that a puzzled voice resounded in the great hall. The old monk responded softly. Mahayana Buddhism, Buddha's son plus, is a ray of heaven seen during the heavenly change 100 years ago. The young monk walked down the temple, but being a son of Buddha, the monks passing by looked at him with immense respect and bowed with their hands together. The Buddha's son wasn't always there. This was the only Buddha's son in 100 years, and the realm was also very high. At only 22 years of age, he was already approaching the sixth turning, born with the Bodhi-Buddha mind and mastering the Bodhi-Buddha intent. If he had chosen to participate in the college competition, there was no doubt that he would have helped Songshan College take first place in one fell swoop. But Su Zong didn't do so. In his opinion, participating in this kind of meaningless college competition didn't mean much to the Buddhist sect. Outside the temple, a few young monks who had been a part of the Lohan profession as the MT High School in the beginning had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Void Bamboo walked up and looked at Void Zhang with a serious face. Senior brother, Master has asked us to accompany you down the mountain. Void Hidden frowned slightly and was just about to refuse. Void Bamboo apologized. Senior brother, I also know that it's a bit difficult for you, but Master said that if you refuse, we, a few senior brothers, will have to go into the Kukui wall and cultivate bitterly, and wait for you to come back before we can get out. After a moment of silence, Voidzo nodded. Fine. Several senior brothers couldn't help but be happy at the sound of their voices. Finally, they didn't need to cultivate hard. They could also go down the mountain. This kind of good thing. Naturally, some of them couldn't hold back their emotions. However, only Void Bamboo and Void Zhang looked calm and silent. This time, they came down from the mountain and would represent the Buddhist sect out of the world. Senior brother, where to first? Void Bamboo couldn't help but ask, as if he had already had the answer. Voidzo raised his head to face the direction of the Qinling. The Voider's heart was in the right place, and he was not at all surprised. The Buddhist teachings practiced by Brother Su Zong were never the same as theirs, and since he chose to go to the Xuanwu Demon Suppressing Pass, it would be good for him to go. Luckily, we're not far from the Demonjin Pass here, or else by the time we arrive, we'd definitely be too late. Void Bamboo couldn't help but laugh. The rest of the people didn't ask more questions even though they had some doubts in their hearts. In this way, more than 10 young monks descended together from the temple of Mt. Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Fending off round after round of demonic beasts lasted for an entire day, and come late at night, this battle was not yet over. In the Qinling, a steady stream of other demonic beasts rushed into the battlefield, and their numbers had long exceeded hundreds of thousands. Within the Qinling Mountains, all demonic beasts were nearly involved, and the strong smell of blood of everyone was covered in sticky blood with the hair of various demonic beasts. You could say it was a total killjoy. The demonic beasts went crazy, and the human warrior side was also close to killing crazy. Had it not been for the support of the hunters and mercenaries, the number of members of the Ace Force sacrificed would have only increased. However, there was Qin Yunzi sitting on the pass, always decisively striking at critical moments to suppress the gap on one side. However, the number was simply too much, and it still appeared to be a bit stretched. These demonic beasts were clearly out of sorts, and under madness, their fighting strength was far more than double the usual. Just then, a sword rainbow came through from the night sky. Yi Xiang did not venture forward, locking onto a level 50 demonic beast that had just climbed up from below. The pure young sword dipper condensed the sword body, and his hands gathered thunder mantle and samadhi fire. Roar! The thunder dragon true flame roared up, wrapping around the pure yang sword dipper with a majestic momentum, just like a true dragon with a sharp sword descending from the sky. Although Yi Xiang's internal organs had not fully recovered, the speed of him who had broken through the human immortal body had once again accelerated a lot. That level 50 demonic beast sensed the terrifying might and just raised its head when it was blasted by the thunder dragon true flame and the pure young sword dipper on its body at the same time, its flesh and blood instantly bursting apart, and the dragon thunder true flame burned all the blood and fur to the ground, vaporizing it on the spot. He wanted to ride the wind in mid-air, with a clear face and a head of white hair flowing out. Underneath the casual clothes full of holes, a purple-robed enchanted garment slowly covered his entire body. For a while, at the Demon Jin Pass, Yi Xiang's outstanding performance attracted more attention than Cheng Yunzi. On the TV, the attention of many viewers fell on him, their eyes tinged with shock. This teenager, it seemed to be the genius Taoist who had participated in the college competition before. Surprisingly, he had blasted a level 50 demonic beast hard, or killed it in seconds. This teenager, has he turned out to be that powerful already? However, in front of the TV, the relatives and friends who were familiar with Yi Xiang couldn't help but feel a heart-wrenching pain when they saw that head of white hair. You were fine when you left. How come your hair is gray after only one day? Shen's mother, in particular, looked at Yi Xiang in the screen and was filled with worry. This time, even Shen Tianyang silently lit a cigarette and did not speak. Elementary school brother is finally back. He performed his wind technique and came to Yi Xiang's side in a flash, saying softly. She noticed Yi Xiang's conspicuous white hair and couldn't help but ask, "Is everything alright?" Yi wanted to shake his head. "It's fine. Previously there was a problem with the internal organs and the hair turned white. Now the internal organs have recovered. Wait for some time and the black hair will grow out." He Yuaru instantly breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's good that it's okay." At this moment, Mo Xiu said through the two's communicator, "He Yuaru, Yi Xiang, you two combine a group and team up to deal with demonic beasts above level 50, but try to do it in a supportive manner. The Ace Xuanwu troops are almost at their limit." Mo Xiu held a spiritual energy heavy sniper and sniped at high-level demonic beasts while looking at the entire battle situation in Jin Demon Pass. The Ace Basilisk troopers had been carrying the front line, taking a lot of casualties, and almost every one of them was at the end of their tether. Yuan Wu, like Qing Yunzi, being the second highest ranked person in the Demon Suppression Pass, stood at the very front of the Demon Suppression Pass, smashing to death many demonic beasts with his black stick in one hand. In its position below the Jin Demon Pass, has been piled up as high as a small mountain of corpses. Yuan Wu feet under the blood is able to converge into a stream flowing in all directions. However, Mo Xiu, as an observer, could still clearly feel Yuan Wu's state slipping. As in the case of striking the stick, it had slowed down by a tenth of its speed, although it didn't seem to be much slower. For a person who practiced martial arts for years, each movement was very strict, and once the movement slowed down by a fraction of a second, it was actually on the verge of being extreme. Thinking of this, he focused most of his attention on Yuan Wu, and kept pulling the trigger to reduce the pressure for him. Just then, a nest of densely packed poisonous bees rushed over to the distant sky, extremely fast. These poisonous bees were not high-leveled. Most of them were only level 1 or 20, but there were many of them, and after evolving, their toxicity far exceeded that of before. Even a single sting would result in nerve paralysis, swelling, and risk of stroke and epilepsy, and being stung by this swarm of poisonous bees would only result in being stung to death alive. Seeing these hundreds of thousands of poisonous wasp swarms flying over, all the people couldn't help but change their faces, and to say that they weren't scared would definitely be a lie. Su Rong, the captain of the Ace Vermilion Bird Troop, immediately commanded, "Everyone, use fire magic." As soon as the words fell, hundreds of instantaneous flame magic covered the sky, nearly all fireballs. He wanted to see the scene and did not hesitate, lifting his hands to cast the Tong Tian talisman. His hands surged with spiritual energy and drew the talisman quickly. In an instant, 72 scorched young talismans were neatly laid out in front of his body. Edicts, splendor of the heavens. Yi Feng's eyebrows emanated the unforgiving Tao meaning of heaven and earth, and his eyes were filled with divinity. With a command, the surrounding fire spirits climbed onto the talisman in front of him, emitting a red aura. All of the scorched sun talismans fused together, and the fireball transformed into a tens of meters long fire dragon that roared up. However, the time was short, and the Samadhi True Flame was not integrated into the scorched sun talisman, or else the power of the fire dragon would have to be increased by several times. In the face of heavy flame spells and raging fire dragons, these poisonous bees, like the rest of the demonic beasts, wouldn't even shy away from dodging and charged in headlong. The black feathers tumbled in the flames, and in the blink of an eye, they were burned to a crisp, falling from the upper air in droves. The fire dragons followed suit, devouring them one after another. However, there were simply too many poisonous bees, and there were always leaky poisonous bees that passed through the heavy flames and came in front of the members of the Xuanwu troops, stinging down hard. Right at this critical moment, the Peachwood sword rose up with the Imperial sword, and between the flashes of pure young sword light, it instantly decapitated those basketball-sized poisonous bees. Hiyue also finally finished her incantation at this time, and the violent wind whistles converged in front of her. The green-colored dragon scroll raged. Yi Xiang's scorched sun talisman fire dragon was still burning in the air, and the difference with ordinary fire magic was that as long as the talisman hadn't run out, then the flames could be maintained a little longer. Wind from the fire. The green-colored dragon scroll accompanied the fire dragon, and its power was steeply multiplied. With a push from both hands, the wind force generated by the fire dragon scroll sucked all the poisonous bees into it in the blink of an eye, tearing their bodies apart under the pulling force of the dragon scroll. This wave of poisonous wasp crisis is finally solved. These things were not of a high grade, but they were much more deadly, and poisonous demonic beasts were not in the minority. Some high-grade venomous snakes are so slightly bitten that there is no time to rescue them before they are poisoned and die. Even though the Vermilion Bird Troop and Yi Xiang had struck in time, a dozen Xuanwu members were stung and their bodies quickly swelled up. At this point, the healing team was already too busy, and these warriors could only endure the pain all over their bodies. Still holding on, Yi Xiang frowned slightly and quickly raised his head to look at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "I need ginseng, silver flowers to understand alum, calamus, andrographus, iced chips, tulip, raw licorice, borax, talc, the more the better." This Dan formula was to refine a second-turn antidote Dan, which could completely cure these ordinary snake venoms, bee venoms, and so on. The post-war commander immediately agreed to Ye's application for wanting medicinal herbs. Command request approved. Express fighter delivery in 10 minutes. The auxiliary intelligence responded. It takes 10 minutes? He wanted to look at the poison warriors still fighting in the front line and shook his head, that they could no longer fight, even if the poisonous bee's toxicity ahead was not fatal enough. But the toxicity, if it enters the heart or the brain, then it will cause serious consequences. Just then, a young man in a suit and tie, breezily walked over, with a Class A hunter ID hanging around his neck, looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Let me try. I'm kind of a doctor." Yi Xiang sniffed and subconsciously glanced at the other party's hunter's ID, which clearly stated his name and occupation. Song Yen, A-class hunter, professional poisoner. Poisoner? Yi Think couldn't help but look at him with a skeptical face. "You're really good at this profession? My family's ancestry is all in the physician profession. Don't look at my profession as a poisoner. But in fact, poison and medicine are only between my thoughts," Song Yen said easily. He walked up behind a Xuanwu warrior who had been poisoned by a bee, which was obviously very serious, having been stung by a poisonous bee in 2 large bags and having his skin swollen to a purple-black color. Song Yen raised his hand and did not recite an incantation. He just took out 2 silver needles and stabbed them from the warrior's back into the liver and lymphatic area. The basilisk warrior was unconscious and not in much pain. Song Yen ascertained the situation before he began to recite the incantation, and soon, strands of poisonous blood burst out along the silver needle. He raised his hand and pulled out the 2 silver needles in one go, then got up in a hurry to dodge them. More poisonous blood erupted out quickly, and the naked eye could see the swelling of this Xuanwu warrior subsiding and his skin returning to normal. Yi Xiang silently watched the scene with some surprise in his eyes. "It's really a traditional acupuncture technique. Wait, Song Yen, that name sounds a bit familiar." It was only then that Yi Xiang remembered. Wasn't Song Xinrui's brother named Song Yen? Joined the hunter organization at a young age, supposedly still in the executive class, and was in the news at the time, as he was. Song Yan's treatment methods were clean and clear, greatly easing the state of each poison warrior, except that the method of acupuncture combined with spells did not completely eradicate the problem. The body is ultimately damaged by the venom, and detoxification alone certainly won't do it. Yi Xiang retrieved his mind and rose up on the wind, supporting the rest of the passes together with Hiyue. With the convenience of the imperial sword, often the pure young sword dipper would cut the demonic beasts to the ground before he even arrived. Yi Xiang was wearing a white hair and purple robe, and he was riding the wind and the sword. Many teenagers within China who watched the TV couldn't help but feel hot blood when they saw Yi Xiang's performance. So this is the real Taoist profession. An old Taoist master Qing Yunzi, and a talented young man from S.A. Chimes High School, Yi Xiang. The battle continued in the dead of night. Because killing demonic beasts didn't have blood spirits, there was no way to devour them to recover their status. And when fighting with demonic beasts, although it wasn't as menacing as fighting with foreigners, the energy was consumed very quickly. The Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass was divided into 9 passes stationed according to the terrain. Under the attack of the nearly endless climb of demonic beasts, the Xuanwu troops soon couldn't support themselves, and the casualties expanded once again. Just as suddenly, several powerful demonic beasts appeared together, tearing apart several pass defenses in one breath. A swarm of demonic beasts rushed in, running closer towards those mage professions behind them. The Xuanwu troops roared and growled in anger, using the last of their energy to rush up and hug the demonic beast, pressing it down hard, fighting with it at close range and even tearing each other apart. The Xuanwu troopers' warriors thought very simply, if these beasts wanted to rush behind them, then they would have to step over their corpses. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiu immediately said, "Everyone, patch up all the lost passes." Yes, the crowd of choppers charged towards the lost pass separately. The White Tiger troops that had been responsible for the transportation of supplies also used their mechanical armor without saying a word, popping out their sharp alloy blades and topping them all off. Yi Xiang and He Yuade were only 200 meters away from the nearest pass, but they still did not hesitate to cast Thunder Law Possession and fell down as a ray of thunder. He Yuaru hurriedly caught up, but in terms of explosive speed, he was naturally far behind Yi Xiang. After the pass was lost, a dozen or so warriors from the Xuanwu troops on this side used their lives to hold back close to 100 of the demonic beasts that were charging up. The bodies were all torn to shreds and bloody. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's 2 eyes were ice cold as his hands gathered tyrannical thunderlight and locked onto a ferocious level 56 wind chaser jackal. A roar erupted. However, this head of wind-chasing jackal reacted very quickly, sensing the moment of danger. Immediately a jump into the wind shadow swept away. The thunder spell fell short, and he wanted to slap the ground with a smooth slap. Thunderbolt, earthbound, with a piercing sound. The powerful thunder law was like a spider's web spreading rapidly around Yi Xiang's center. Dozens of demonic beasts in the surroundings, all of them were paralyzed in place and unable to move. The next moment, the strange door is present. Yi wanted to pinch up the Dao, his eyes glowing with purple thunder, and he coldly shouted, the word Jin, thunder sky refining. As soon as the words fell, nearly a large portion of the spiritual energy within the violet gold Dan surged madly into the middle palace position. In an instant, the formation erupted with densely packed purple thunder light, and before the sound exploded, the purple thunder light had already covered all the demonic beasts due to the gaze. Rumble 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 dash. Inside the Chi Men Dunya, purple thunder and the demonic beast burst into charcoal together, thumping into ash. After the purple thunder slowly dissipated, the Chi Men Bureau slowly rotated around Yi Xiang. 3 odd, 6 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. None of the demonic beasts can still survive, including the previous wind-chasing jackal. This scene shook everyone. This teenager was so strong and such a lightning method had never been seen before. And what's that strange bureau around it? Qing Yunzi looked at the Chi Men Bureau under Yi Xiang's feet from afar and nodded slightly. The formation path in Chi Men Dunjia, together with its own lightning method, such power. It was really not bad. Otherwise, the thunder spell cast by Chi Men Jinsun alone could not be that powerful. Lei Shaolian? It seems to be a self-invented Chi Men Taoist method, and it is indeed a good name. Thunder naturally refines all things. Otherwise how could thunder and fire be the same? He Yuya was stunned in the sky above, watching this scene of Yi Xiang, that entire Chi Men Bureau, which just happened to block the entire pass. Like Yuan Wu, one person guards a gate, but unlike Yuan Wu's bold and hot-bloodedness, Yi Xiang's eyes were as cold as the heavenly Tao, and his every move carried an inexplicable majesty and coldness. Facing the demonic beasts that were still rushing up the barrier, the Chi Men Bureau turned once again, leaving the word, red training, the word Jin, white augur. The Nikaya position surges with spiritual energy, and the corresponding departure engine position shift to the front of the pass. The Samsara fire and the piercing white lightning bloomed steeply. The azure-colored fire snakes and piercing white augurs charged towards those demonic beasts in a whistling manner, densely sweeping a piece of the demonic beasts that were impacted let out mournful screams as the Samadhi flame burned the divine souls, surprisingly burning away the fallen phantom seal in their eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's gaze moved slightly. It seems that the fallen phantom imperial clan is using the divine soul imprint to control these demonic beasts to have a beast tide, and the Samadhi flame can burn the divine soul. but it just happens to burn this fallen phantom imprint off. In an instant, after this piece of demonic beasts in front of them regained their senses, they saw that they were actually in the terrifying demon suppression pass. They were so scared that their bodies trembled, and without saying anything, they were going to run towards the back, which knew that before he could run towards the bottom, the demonic beasts behind him rushed up, not caring in the slightest, devouring and tearing apart. If you don't rush to the top, you'll be eaten. Seeing more and more demonic beasts charging up again, He Dai was a little worried that Yi Xiang couldn't withstand it and quickly said, "Yi Xiang, don't hold on." However, Yi Xiang raised his head at this time and looked at Hiyuchi and said, "Senior sister, hang in there. I have a way to wake up these compelled demonic beasts." Hiyueru froze at his words. Then without any hesitation, he flew to Yi Xiang's body. Good. While the red train and white Jiao hadn't dissipated yet, Hiyueru quickly began to recite a wind spell, not conserving mental energy at all. In front of her, 2 tens of meters high cyan tornadoes quickly coalesced. The 2 tornadoes didn't run around. They were fixed right in front of the pass, and the demonic beasts that rushed in were directly swept up and whirled around and around. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang was relieved. Sister He Dai is as reliable as ever. Both hands surged with spiritual energy and began to draw talismans in the air, but this time it was all about using the Samadhi fire as the talismanic bones. To draw 72 talismans, it would take a few minutes. Without distraction, his eyes were focused on a talisman in front of him. After each talisman was drawn, it would automatically rotate around the orientation of the Chi-Men Bureau at his feet, and in the blink of an eye, 72 talismans were spread out in the form of a formation. Without the need for heaven and earth, the Chi-Men Bureau was used as the center of the formation, and the talisman is the bone. 9 Palace 8 Trigrams Fire Scorch Formation. Up. Ignoring the depletion of his spiritual energy, Yi Xiang rapidly expanded the Chi-Men Bureau under his feet, and the talismanic grand formation around him spread. Sister, it's done. He wanted to look up and shouted at Hiyued. At this time, the spirit power of the violet gold Dan in his body was also nearly exhausted, and the throne blood spirit couldn't resist being devoured, and it finally shrunk by a circle. Hiyueru nodded at the words. Having been strongly supporting the 2 dragon scrolls, her pretty face was already pale, and her spiritual power and mana were nearly depleted, so she could barely stand. Hastily withdrawing and retreating, he saw Yi Xiang carrying a roiling blue talisman flying towards the pass, obviously in the pattern of a Dao formation, spreading hundreds of meters in a circle. All the demonic beasts in the 4 passes were all enveloped underneath. There were all demonic beasts underneath the demon suppression pass, so there was no need to worry about accidental injuries. The 9 Palace 8 Trigrams Fire Scorch formation in the sky corresponded remotely with the Chi-Men Bureau under his feet, and you wanted to look down at the densely packed demonic beasts under the barrier. Without hesitation, he pinched up the Dao and started the formation. The 72 talismans transformed into pure Samadhi fire fireballs, which were then guided through the formation pattern. A true fire palace grand formation covering hundreds of meters. On the TV, everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but be shocked once again. What kind of skill is this? Only people who actually have something to say about the Taoist profession, or those who have inherited the profession, can recognize it. It's not a skill, it's a formation. The power of the formation can be large or small, thousands of variations. Small changes in feng shui terrain, large burial of thousands of troops and horses. No exaggeration. Yi Xiang stood in midair with the wind, his expression calm, chanting softly, "Fire palace raindrops, God's mighty king's grace, Vulcan by order." A nearly inaudible voice from the underworld responded, but only Yi Xiang could hear it. In an instant, everyone felt the dry heat in the air, and an inexplicable kind of creepiness, feeling that the pores of their body were flooded by a hot gas, and then straight to the sky. In the next moment, all the ACE members saw a scene that they would never forget. The white-haired teenager stood in mid-air, and the flames in the sky transformed into an ancient palace. Yi wanted to rise up, being in the middle of the fire palace. After the Chi-Men Bureau under his feet dissipated, hundreds of meters actually rained azure-colored fire. This scene had been seen once before by the White Tiger Force and the Chopper team, the very same time when it had rained gold on the land of Sunflower Island. But the scene and the sense of shock were far from what this one could compare to. The rain of fire in the sky covered a range of hundreds of meters in a circle. Not too big, not too small, but all of them were rains of fire from the Samadhi true fire. Fire rained down on countless demonic beasts, soaking into their flesh and burning their souls. Except for those very weak demonic beasts that couldn't withstand a single drop of fire rain. Normal demonic beasts, 1 or 2 drops could still carry it, and the samsara fire quickly burned away the fallen phantom imprint in their divine souls. After regaining their sanity and looking at the corpses and blood of their fellow clansmen everywhere, These demonic beasts turned around and ran without saying a word. More and more demonic beasts came to their senses, but more frenzied demonic beasts rushed up again and thousands of demonic beasts quickly recovered. And the pressure from the 4 gates of the Demon Pass steeply disappeared. The warriors looked up at the white-haired boy in midair. Only the purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind, and the Divine Flame Palace sheltered him. This kid, he's out in the limelight again. Feng Yuan said somewhat sourly. When will he ever be this handsome? Lin Jun couldn't help but laugh. Just be glad that he's a Taoist priest, otherwise you'd only be more envious. The rain of fire covered hundreds of meters in a radius, and all the demonic beasts recovered their sanity one after another after a burst of intense pain that burned their souls, scattering in all directions in terror. The rest of the demonic beasts lost their senses, still rushing up regardless, back and forth again. This let you wanted to directly let off. Close to half of the warriors were able to breathe a sigh of relief, but the naked eye could see that the Divine Flame Palace that sheltered Yi Wanted was gradually dissipating. After all, it was a Divine Flame Palace spell formation that utilized talismans, and after the talisman's Samadhi flame was exhausted, then the Divine Flame Palace would also disappear. However, in just the time it took to burn incense, there were already close to 50,000 to 60,000 demonic beasts recovering and fleeing in haste despite everything. When the Divine Flame Palace completely dissipated, Yi Xiang was also near exhaustion. His body's spiritual energy was empty, and the purple gold dam was spinning rapidly to devour the throne blood spirit, but it was still far from enough to consume. Dao array power is great. The range is also wide, with Qi Men Dun Jia, but also has an unexpected effect. However, precisely because of this, the spiritual power consumption is also very horrible. The level of consumption far exceeded that of the Dragon Thunder True Flame of the Thunder method combined with the Samadhi True Flame, and even the spiritual power to catch the wind was gone, and Yi Xiang's figure fell straight down to the bottom of the Jin Demon Pass. Seeing this, He Wadao hurriedly flew up and performed the wind method to softly roll up Yi Xiang's body, just like a maple leaf swaying and floating up. However, right at this moment, dozens of high-grade phantom scent spiders violently threw their tails and spewed out poisonous silk towards Yi Xiang. The speed was extremely fast. Yi wanted to be in mid-air, and couldn't dodge. His spiritual power was exhausted, and he couldn't even do the royal sword talisman. However, he remained calm, and the human immortal patterns quickly surged out of his body, covering his entire body. The human immortal body cooperated with the Taiji fist, and the Yunro avalanche strength was entangled in two, and all the poisonous threads that flew over were fused into a ball by him, and directly flung towards them. The phantom scent spiders couldn't escape in time and were instantly wrapped in their own poisonous silk. Seeing this, the members of the Vermilion Bird Troop hurriedly cast spells that pressed the need to lock on, and the powerful ranged damage extinguished these illusory scent spiders. But with that delay, Yi wanted to crash down the pass anyway. Even how outstanding he had performed earlier, that was actually due to the fact that he could fly. However, once he crashed into the tide of beasts, even Yuan Wu wouldn't be able to carry it for long. Yi Xiang's brow emanated the seal of Dao Yi, and with absolute divinity, there was not the slightest bit of fear. The mahogany sword fell into his hand and he performed the clear wind sword technique. The pure yang sword technique focuses on sword control and prowess, while the clear wind sword technique focuses on swordplay and stance. In conjunction with the human immortal body, the sword steps like a blade, killing a demon with one sword. No mercy at all. The fighters on the pass were once again confused when they saw Yi Xiang's performance at this moment. What a powerful close combat. They took a look at it because they had seen Yi wanted to perform various Dao techniques in shocking formations, and thought that he was the same as a mage, focusing on long range. But now that Yi Xiang was showing melee strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary fifth-turn warrior, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this teenager still in the Taoist profession? In the latest appearance of the Inheritance Dao Law of the Taoist Priest, it does not say that there is such a powerful sword law, otherwise the Taoist priest profession must be more than the top 10. It's almost comparable to the hidden profession's magic and martial arts duel system. Yi wanted a hand of Qingfeng sword technique, coupled with the Bagua cloud traveling steps. His body shape was ever-changing, even if more demonic beasts pounced on him. As long as there was a hint of body position, he could easily get out of the encirclement. The pure yang peachwood sword didn't look sharp at all, but it easily slashed through the back of an iron badger demonic beast, blossoming with blood and flesh. To know that this type of demonic beast, back spike skin thick, even the standard longsword, it is difficult to pierce the back defense of this type of demonic beast. It can only be attacked through the weakness from the abdomen. But the peachwood sword was different, as it was a Taoist magic weapon in its own right. It's not a matter of cutting down the demons. Although his spiritual power was exhausted, His powerful human immortal body physique allowed Yi Xiang to still have a strong killing power even when he was caught in the encirclement of demonic beasts. Demonic beast corpses soon lay all over the ground around him, but more demonic beasts rushed up. While Chang Yunzi was fighting, he was also watching Yi Xiang's every move. Although he was Yi Xiang's protector, he would only step in when he was in the most critical situation. If he helped him as soon as he was in danger, he would be doing him a disservice. On Yi Xiang's side, only Jiang Guan and He Yueru were the two closest to him, and neither of them had the slightest hesitation. One flew directly down the demon suppression pass and came over Yi Xiang. Jiang Guan, on the other hand, maneuvered the puppet to leap down, the sharp silk threads and the two scalpels in the puppet's hands, strangling a ground of demonic beasts before supporting Yi Xiang's side as well. A change of position followed, and the puppet and Jiang Guan shifted their figures. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Don't drag it out. Find a way to get back to Sekagun." Yi wanted to nod. In fact, as long as the violet gold Dan devoured the throne blood spirit during this period when the human immortal body couldn't support it anymore, it could also recover some spiritual power, enough for him to get out of the beast tied by the wind. The three of them were just about to withdraw, when two level 60 plus demonic beasts, one in front of the other, surrounded them. These two demonic beasts were very ferocious at first glance, and the surrounding low-grade demonic beasts subconsciously didn't dare to approach even if they were caught up in madness, and bypassed from both sides. In front of him was a level 65 Urgel demon, and behind him was a level 62 Grayskin Lynx. The Uggy demon has a ghost-like face, with a very long face, a bright red nose, a goatee on the lower jaw, and a monkey-like body with sharp claws. The lynx looks like nothing much has changed, except that it is very large, far more than the size of a normal tiger or leopard. The two powerful demonic beasts were one in front of the other, their eyes bloodthirsty as they looked at the three of them, and the fallen phantom seal on their eyebrows was obvious. The three of them, Jiang Guan and Yi Xiang Yi Dai Dai, all realized the danger, and Jiang Guan immediately said, "I'll hold off this two-headed demonic beast, and He Dai Dai Dai, you take Yi Xiang and leave first." Now that Jiang Guan's level had come to level 56, as a hidden profession, he could still barely cope with a level 60 plus demonic beast, but facing two demonic beasts at the same time was definitely dangerous, especially since his puppets were still on the Demon Jin Pass, long transparent threads connecting them to each other. While he can get out of it at any time, it also means that most of his skills can't be used. Mo Xiu also noticed that the three were in danger, but Lin Jun and Feng Yuan had both been seriously injured and had no way to go down to the pass to help. Right at this moment, Liang Wen, the captain of the Green Dragon unit, saw the scene and immediately spoke. "Everyone get ready, get off the level." The demonic beasts at the four passes had already been cleared, and as an ace troop, it was natural that they couldn't just watch the people of the Ace Chopper team fall into danger. Without any hesitation, the warriors of the Green Dragon Force jumped down from the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. The Vermilion Bird troops supported the sweep overhead to suppress the demonic beast's onslaught, while the Green Dragon troops quickly descended the pass to support the trio. And in the tide of beasts, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The Urgel demon was the first to attack. His body was like a ghost, instantly arriving in front of Jiang Guan, his sharp claws attempting to slice through his neck. Jiang Guan reacted quickly and quickly retreated, sharp silk threads filling his body at the same time. The ugly demon's own intelligence was not low, and it was in the top category amongst demonic beasts. In an instant, he realized that these seemingly easily ignored threads were sharp, and hastily stepped back to avoid them. On the other hand, the Grayskin Lynx on the other side had already launched an attack on Yi Xiang, with hideous fangs, directly lunging towards the neck. It still maintains the most primitive instincts of fighting and killing, and can be subdued and killed by biting the neck. He Yui instantly sent out several wind blades to try to stop the Grayskin Lynx's attack, but they were all dodged nimbly by it, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Xiang. He wanted to raise his mahogany sword to block the bloody mouth, and his powerful body, to hold up the lynx demonic beast's charge, and then his left hand executed the Bagua palm to land heavily on its stomach. Boo! Chi burst out, and this palm was completely hammered. The Grayskin Lynx's body arched in pain, and the tears went wild. "It hurts." He Yueru finished reciting the incantation at this time, casting wind ropes with both hands, wrapping them around the arms of the Grayskin Lynx respectively, and pulling them with force. The Grayskin Lynx was suddenly yanked uncontrollably toward the sky above, but quickly reacted with a snarl, his body clawing at the ground. The powerful force, instead, caused He Dai Dai to be pulled down, but she didn't panic, and in her haste, she decisively loosened the wind rope and continued to recite the spell incantation. The wind rope wrapped and twisted wildly around the Grayskin Lynx's arms, trying to waste both of its forearms. The Grayskin Lynx's eyes moved slightly, and gray demonic power surged from his body. directly disintegrating the wind rope. With a faster speed, he once again rushed towards Yi Xiang, his target always clear. The fallen phantom seal in the center of its brow flickered dimly. Back on the other side of the Qin Ridge, Nefer, who had arrived in the blood beast's domain, had a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. This demonic beast was enough to teach this annoying brat a lesson. Through the seal, she was able to see everything in the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. The elite of the 5 trump card troops of the Chinese human race were all here. And their losses were not small. In any case, her purpose had been achieved. Nefer naturally didn't expect the beast tide that had lost the Demon King to be able to break through the Xuanwu Demon Suppressor Pass. As long as it wore down their strength, it would be enough. The real big head is on the blood beast Fei. The battle continued. He wanted to perform the swimming dragon 8 trigrams palm, dodging several grayskin lynx pouncing attacks. Even if it was too late to dodge, it was still half-hearted. One hand grabbed the lynx demonic beast's front paw, and the sharp claws scratched through his palm, and he didn't let go. The human immortal patterns bloomed with light, and strange power swept through his entire body, as he flung the lynx demonic beast up fiercely and then slapped it heavily on the ground. At this scene, even Jiangguan could not help but freeze for a moment, not to mention he die. He wanted to rarely utilize his melee strength, but this physique, it was too powerful, completely above 50 levels of warrior professional power. That body of the human immortal pattern, they have also seen a few times. Know that you want to have no shortcomings in melee combat, just completely did not expect to be so fierce. However, the lynx demonic beast that was level 62 was not injured by the fall, and with its thick skin, it was only slightly in pain, and quickly got up from the ground, shaking its head slightly. Then that pair of angry eyes stared deathly at Yi Xiang. The gray demonic power on his body erupted again, and behind him, an even more terrifying ferocious beast silhouette slowly emerged. Its shape is cat-like, but with 1 eye and 3 tails. The ferocious beast roared and whistled long and loud, momentarily drowning out the hissing of the surrounding demonic beasts. He wanted to see the appearance of this imaginary cat beast, and the Dao collection in his mind quickly found information about this ferocious beast. In the mountains of Winged Hope, there is a beast whose shape is like a beaver, with 1 eye and 3 tails, whose name is Clamor, and whose voice is like the sound of 100 voices being taken away. It is able to protect against evil, and the service has been expunged. Obviously, this grayskin lynx had actually obtained the evolutionary inheritance of some ancient divine beast hubbub. The aura on the grayskin lynx increased steeply, and for a moment it surpassed the Urgel demon in front of Jiangguan. In the next moment, it disappeared in place. He wanted to realize the danger and had just regained some of his spiritual power. Just take it all out and use it, transforming it into surging golden light to shelter the surrounding body. Rip! The golden light was shattered and torn apart by the 2 sharp claws in an instant, and the golden light spell dissipated, subconsciously raising his mahogany sword to block his body. With a bang, his body flew backwards. Along the way, he crashed through a dozen or so demonic beasts, tens of meters away. Before slowing down and stopping, the bones in his arms cracked slightly, and even with a human immortal body, his muscles swelled up. At this time, the grayskin lynx was more than twice as strong in battle. Its demonic aura filled the air, and behind it was a ferocious beast silhouette with 3 tails fluttering, creeping to the ground. He didn't even intend to give Yi Xiang a chance to struggle and charged up again. He summoned the wind elf at this time and quickly hopped to Yi Xiang's side, too late to turn into wind wings, and tugged him towards the sky. The grayskin lynx made a jump, leaping more than 10 meters high and biting towards Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang raised his hand and chopped down with a sword, erupting a faint pure young sword dipper, which knew that the lynx flicked its tail. The tail of the shadowy ferocious beast accurately fanned the peachwood sword in the wind elf, and the last tail was even heavily smashed on Yi Xiang's chest. With a bang, the whole thing fell straight down to hit the ground. In the face of a level 62 grayskin lynx that had awakened the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, Yi Xiang's level was still too low to be able to fight. The internal organs, which had not fully recovered, fell down hard, and Yi Xiang immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood. With great difficulty, he rose from the ground and stared dead at the grayskin lynx that rushed down again. Golden light reflected the golden eyes, and with absolute divinity, he decisively stopped letting the violet gold Dan suppress the throne blood spirit, causing it to explode before completely devouring the energy of the throne. Within the violet mansion Dantian, the violet gold Dan no longer suppressed the throne blood spirit. In an instant, powerful and terrifying throne energy emanated from Yi Xian's body. That throne blood spirit could finally be unleashed to its fullest, no longer being suppressed by that bead. A terrifying throne aura immediately swept across the entire Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass. Even the warriors of the Green Dragon Force couldn't help but stop and stare at the teenager dead in his tracks, not knowing what was going on and thinking that the throne of the Fae had appeared. Even the grayskin lynx was hard scared to stop. incomparably alert looking at Yi Xiang. The energy fluctuation of that throne, even if controlled by the fallen phantom seal, the first time to feel the threat of death, however, which knew that the next moment, the throne aura on Yi Xiang's body was gone, converging cleanly. The ultimate reason, surprisingly, was that the throne blood spirit in the body guessed that even if it exploded, it would be unlikely to harm this kid, so it would still explode my ass. It would be better to let that bead devour his energy little by little. It was still a long time, and there might be a ray of hope in the future. And once it explodes, there's nothing left. Thinking about this, the throne blood spirit became more open. I won't explode. What can you do to me? At this time, even in the state of divinity, Yi Xiang completely did not expect this throne blood spirit in his body to not explode. He's all ready to die, and it doesn't explode. The violet gold Dan was also a bit angry. If it didn't have no spiritual power, it would have exploded the violet thunder to properly clean up the throne blood spirit. Within a few moments of this battlefield being quiet, Qinglong Captain Liangwen was the first to react and quickly came to Yi Xiang's body. Not enough mana, are you? Go up first and leave this place to our green dragon force. Liangwen spoke. The grayskin lynx also reacted at this time. The previous terrifying aura was thought to have been tricked by Yi Xiang, and his anger suddenly took over his entire sanity. Without saying a word he opened his mouth wide and a deafening shriek covered the room once again. Liangwen's expression was certain as he raised the crescent moon blade in his hand and slashed down. Roar! A lifelike green dragon fighting aura accompanied the blade as it chopped out. Green dragon chop. When you wanted to see this scene, he also remembered that he had mastered the green dragon body and some about the green dragon Dao, which were not small in power, but all of them consumed spiritual energy and were like chicken ribs to him. But giving them to the ace green dragon troop seemed quite appropriate. With a slash, the grayskin lynx was not at all intimidated and rushed up carrying a ferocious beast's shadow. The rest of the green dragon force members saw this and drew their swords to surround them. Even if the grayskin lynx was ferocious, it was hacked to death in a few moments. Jiang Guan, after seeing that Yi Xiang had gotten out of the trap, had long since stopped playing with the Ogway elf and directly switched places with the puppet to return to the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass. Only the puppet was instantly torn to pieces by the Uggy demon, but for some reason, it abruptly came to its senses, raised its head, and stared at the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass with a deadly stare. The Ogway elf didn't understand why he was here. At the same time, it noticed the old Taoist master in the distance, who was staring at it, and its heart shook. Cultivated to level 65, the ugly demon elf, awake, comparable to a human spirit, turned around and ran without saying a word. Qin Yunzi was a little surprised as he looked at the fleeing Urgel demon. I didn't expect to grow a elf essence out of it. This kind of primate demonic beast that grows in the Qinling mountains, the growth is very fast. You wanted the 3 crisis to be considered out of danger with the support of the green dragon forces, under the divine fire palace formation. The pressure on the Jin demon pass was reduced by a factor of 2, allowing many warriors to breathe a long sigh of relief, and the seriously injured began to be rescued and treated. He wanted to return to the shutdown and immediately sat down on the ground, scrambling to recover his spiritual energy. However, the other side of the Jin demon pass was still fighting fiercely, but with the 2 great experts, Qin Yunzi and Yuan Wu. Despite guarding 5 passes, the pressure was not as great as the 4 passes on the other side. Tally the data. Mo Shou spoke. The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and immediately said, there are still a total of 120,000 demonic beasts under the Demonjin Pass. 5,000 level 20 to 30 demonic beasts. 1,000 level 30 to 40 demonic beasts. And 100 demonic beasts of level 40 or above, of which 9 level 60 demonic beasts are still left. Mo Shou nodded. With the help of the hunters and mercenaries, the Xuanwu demon suppression pass should be able to hold. This base number of demonic beasts had made it nearly impossible to attack the demon suppression pass. Zhou Jing also counted out the data at this time, and his voice was transmitted to everyone through the auxiliary intelligence as he said in a cold voice, take turns adjusting in batches for 10 minutes, and after 20 minutes, collectively go down to the barrier and behead the demons. Yes, in an instant, the ace unit that had been instructed to start resting and adjusting, while the other half continued to fight. As for the hunters and mercenaries, after all, they weren't regular troops, as long as they followed and were able to kill demonic beasts. To them, battle merit was money. After 15 minutes, Yi Xiang's spiritual energy was almost recovered, and all the injuries sustained from the previous battle were basically restored. Only within the Violet Mansion, there seemed to be some unhappiness between the Violet Golden Dan and the Throne Blood Spirit. The purple thunder inside the Dantian was dense, and the Throne Blood Spirit was in the corner, trembling. Yi Xiang shook his head. It seemed that he was still a bit naive to consider the Throne Blood Spirit as a bottom card. The blood spirit of a foreign race's throne would only give birth to a new throne after it had completely disappeared, which in itself showed that the throne blood spirit was not simple. If it wasn't for the suppression of the violet gold Dan, he had clearly taken a risk by rashly swallowing the throne blood spirit in the first place. You wanted to just get up and saw a dozen young monks not far away ascending the Xuanwu demon suppression pass. Many people were stunned upon seeing them. Nice guy. Monk? That's pretty rare these days. Yi Xian was not unfamiliar with a few of the young monks, having met them half a year ago at the college competition. Yi Xiang's white hair was also very appealing to the eye, and Void Bamboo and the others saw him on the off at once. When Yi wanted to beat them so badly by himself, it was hard to forget. After Yi wanted to take a look at them, his gaze fell on a young monk in the center of them. It was as if there was an inexplicable sense of suppression when he first saw Zhuang Chu. Void Zhang's gaze also looked at Yi Xiang, the heavenly master of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect's Buddhist son. Just met for the first time. There was no such thing as catching up, and no one inquired as to what brought these young monks up to the pass all of a sudden. There are only 3 minutes left before Shimonoseki launches a general attack. Everyone was doing their best to regain their condition, and the hunters and mercenaries were excited. Usually they had to venture out of the city for days to kill a beast, but here they were everywhere. Getting rich and crisis always go hand in hand, but as hunters, they naturally weren't stupid, and they definitely wouldn't rush to the front. And the smartest thing to do would be to follow the people of the ace troop and pick up the pieces. Mercenaries are not so thick-skinned, after all, as a retired soldier, but also all with the ace troopers to carry in the forefront, frontal with the demonic beasts. At this time a drone flew in front of Yi Xiang, and packages filled with a large bag of medicinal herbs fell. He wanted to directly open the package, looking at the hundreds of medicinal herbs inside, slightly stunned, did not expect so many. After organizing the herbs, the samadhi flame rose in his hands and he began to refine the pills. All of these herbs were used to refine the second turning antidote pill, and with his current realm, it would be a matter of minutes. Soon, all the herbs were refined into essence liquid form and suspended in the samadhi flame. In just a minute's time, hundreds of pills became pills at the same time, and that pill's fragrance spread out quickly, filling the entire Xuanwu demon suppression pass. Many people felt a bit more relaxed after smelling the fragrance of the Dan. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Refining this kind of elixir should still be better with a Dan furnace, directly using the samadhi true flame, although it saved time, but because of refining the herbs too pure. As a result, one serving of the herbs could only be refined into one elixir. If it was refined in a Dan furnace, it would not be a big problem to refine 3 to 5 pieces of a single herb, only that the character would definitely not be as perfect. After all, the medicinal power was dispersed. Alone, it was definitely better to refine directly with the samadhi flame. The time was fast, and the Dan phase was perfect, but if you need a lot of it, it's better to use a Dan furnace. Although the time is slower, at least there is a lot of it. As long as it can detoxify the poison, the character is not very important. You wanted to have the refined elixir for the auxiliary intelligence to bring into the treatment team in the medical room. The antidote elixir, although mainly targeting venom, also had a certain effect of treating injuries and reducing inflammation. Just then, the adjustment time ended. The calms of all the fighters alerted. All fighters, counterattack at the lower pass. All the fighters got up when they heard the mission orders. Even Lin Jun and Feng Yuan walked out of the treatment room, and the two of them smiled at each other after glancing at each other. As an ace chopper team, it would be a disgrace if the final counterattack was still lying in a hospital bed. Chi-ner, Hu Han-san, am back again. Feng Yuan wailed and shouted. Frightened, Lin Jun hurriedly walked away, pretending not to recognize him. This guy always had to do something embarrassing to the point of disgrace. So loudly, hearing Feng Yuan's voice, Li Qin turned her head, glared fiercely at him, and directly disappeared in stealth. You wanted to pinch up the royal Wind Taoist law, holding a peachwood sword, and descended the barrier with the decimation team. No matter what, the ace choppers, always at the forefront, except for Moxie. He stayed at the Xuanwu demon subduing pass, setting up a psychic energy heavy sniper, convergence energy, guidance, and trigger pull. With a bang, a roar of spiritual energy erupted, but it was the first to launch an attack. A level 63 demonic beast was directly shot through the heart of its chest, killing it with a single shot. For Mo Xiu, killing the enemy was so simple. Within 1,000 meters, not more than 5 levels above his own level, then there was a chance to instantly kill him. Ma Xiu was never much of an attention grabber on the choppers, either before he became a lieutenant, or after, but he was always so dependable. Handsome, Feng Yuan wailed once more. As soon as the words fell, another high-level demonic beast head was blasted and killed by Mo Xiu, and before the crowd could even get close to the demonic beast, he had already harvested 2 lives. Qing Yunzi was also looking at Mo Xiu curiously. A completely different way of fighting. A cold machine, yet filled with the ways of humanity. Is this child, in place of the Chinese human race, stepping out on a whole new path? Qing Yunzi did not go down the pass, but stood at the pass, watching Yi Xian's back, looking at the purple-robed enchanted garment. He couldn't help but laugh dumbly. I don't know if this guy knows that this purple robe, really only a celestial master can wear it. He has been practicing monasticism all his life, and he doesn't dare to wear the Hai Gong Taoist robe. Of course, what he hopes more is to see the master come back and give him the ordination. Even though Qing Yunzi himself knew that it was impossible, raising the heaven and earth Tao formation, isolating cause and effect, and forcibly robbing down the originally vanished Tao inheritance, the price paid for this, even if he had already cultivated to the 9 revolutions realm, Qing Yunzi still couldn't imagine it either. But soon, Qing Yunzi's gaze fell back on the dozen or so young monks who had followed the army down the pass. Eyes flat. 100 years ago did not make a move. And now there is not much time left before the complete heavenly change. It seems that the Buddha sect cannot afford to sit down. Actually, even the Buddha's son is willing to release it. There were only 12 of the 18 Luohan, and it seemed that there were still 6 9-turn Luohan who were practicing hard to find opportunities. Diving for 100 years. The Buddhists are really going back more and more. The Buddha's light was not visible on that Buddhist sun, but the Buddhist rhythm was vast, and it was obvious that he had already comprehended his own unique Buddhist teachings. 100 years ago the Buddhist sect had the so-called 100 years after the Mahayana Buddha Dharma appeared in the world. The relief of the living being's prophecy. Is this the same Buddhist sun? It was such a moment that the group of chopping team rushed directly into the group of demonic beasts without any fear, just like a sharp knife, quickly cutting open the gap. In the face of the terrifying impact, Bai Yao Yao had long since recited an incantation, and 3 consecutive Rashomon roars unfolded. Lin Jun had changed to a standardized longsword. His injuries hadn't perfectly and fully recovered yet. His speed slowed down quite a bit, but his sword light became even more powerful. Once Feng Yuan's blood chi opened up, he sheathed his twin swords and wailed as he rushed up to slash indiscriminately. Mo Xiu adjusted the distance of the mirror, locked onto the level 60 demonic beasts around Feng Yuan, and continued harvesting. Yingzai attaches a tarot card positive aura to all of them. He Yueruo, Ning Yuan Mei, and Luyan cast their 5-turn spells at the same time, clearing a wide area. The low-level demonic beasts were directly killed in seconds, and the 40 to 50 level demonic beasts only barely survived. However, it seemed that because the marks on their eyebrows were getting dimmer and dimmer, after being seriously injured, these demonic beasts unexpectedly came to their senses and hurriedly fled in a hurry. The scene of Huaxia's humans frantically killing each other instantly awakened in their genes the time when the human race was at the top of the predators. Just then, a dozen young monks unexpectedly followed the pace of the decimation team, and in an instant, the Buddha's light flourished. After half a year of not seeing each other, the strength of these monks had also risen quite a bit. Dragon subduing Lohan, Tiger subduing Lohan, Laughing Lion Lohan, Bull lifting Lohan, Long eyebrow Lohan, Contemplative Lohan, Elephant riding Lohan, Crossing the river Lohan, Pooch Lohan, Happy Lohan, Sitting in meditation Lohan, and ear digging Lohan. The 12 Lohan venerable Buddha's intentions are all unfolded, void hidden. However, said softly at this time, demonic beasts are different from foreigners. Do not kill them, a lesson to bring them to their senses will suffice. Yes, senior brother. The many senior brothers earnestly kept in mind. One by one, the Rohan inheritance skills were all very powerful indeed, and they all had the qualifications to stand alone. Pieces and pieces of demonic beasts were blown away by them. Indeed, they all retained their strength. Surprisingly, not a single demonic beast died. Void Zong nodded slightly and raised his head, his gaze falling on the young man from the Dao Gate not far away. Then he folded his hands, closed his eyes and whispered, "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" As soon as the words fell, behind him, a majestic heaven and earth vision emerged, grasping the heaven and earth visions at level 60. Even Qing Yunzi was somewhat shocked by this scene. This Buddha's son, when he was really a demon, he was too much. One must know that he had mastered the true martial vision and was also at the 8th turn, approaching the 9th turn. However, the Buddhist legacy has never been broken, and there is a complete lineage, then carefully cultivated and taught by those who came before. It seemed justifiable for the 6th turn to master the heaven and earth visions. This vision of the earth is indeed shocking, but it is also a way of exposing the roots of the Dharma. Jaizo Bodhisattva, who vows not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. With Yi wanting to comprehend the Taoyi at the beginning, all of a sudden choose to comprehend the heaven and earth is not benevolent. All things are ruminants Taoyi state of mind. In a way, the two people are also somewhat corresponding. The vastness of the heaven and earth's visions was indeed very shocking, and those who didn't know thought that another big brother had appeared. After all, Qin Yunzi was a Taoist monk at first glance, while these young monks were Buddhist. The earthbound visionary folded his hands and sat in the void. The sound of the Buddha was vast, passing through the hearts of the people and awakening the demonic beasts. This is Brahmaji. With the decimation team and the 13 young monks making their move, the warriors at the forefront could not feel the pressure or the excitement of charging at all, so they had to fight on both sides. You wanted to look back at the geomantic vision and his eyes moved slightly. I really have to admit that the depth of this Buddhist sect is really powerful. You wanted to raise his hands, and his hand's spiritual energy surged to cast the Tong Tian talisman, drawing 72 talismans in the blink of an eye. The Qi Men Bureau also unfolded with the circumference, and after the talisman flew into the sky, it set its orientation with Yi Xiang's Qi Men Bagua, forming the 9-palace Bagua water element formation. However, you wanted to not use the Taoist intent, but just simply formed a formation with the help of the Qi Men Bureau to increase the power of the talisman. In the next moment, the 72 heavy water talismans shattered at the same time, and with a rumbling sound, heavy water like a waterfall gasped down sharply from the air. The heavy water was like a celestial waterfall, rushing down to the sky, instantly dispersing all the group of demonic beasts in front of them. The demonic beasts at the very bottom directly became bursts of flesh and collapsed away. The heavy water itself was heavy, and the higher it fell, the stronger the impact. The height at which the talisman fell, even a level 60 demonic beast would not be able to withstand the force of the impact, and could only be overwhelmed by the heavy water. The heavy water talisman was something that would become more powerful as his spiritual energy became more pure. When he was in his 20s, the stone table could be washed down, let alone now. The sound of bones breaking crackled, and wherever it passed, none of the demonic beasts were not rolled into a dog and fell to the ground with serious injuries, and it was difficult to even climb up. Most of all, the heavy water talisman doesn't consume much spiritual energy. It's not much different from casting the Tong Tian talisman, together with the Qi Men Bureau to form the 9-palace and 8 trigrams water elemental formation. The talisman, as long as it doesn't completely dissipate, then this heavy waterfall is just the same as the fire rain before. All the way down. It's not the stronger the Tao that's better. It's using the most appropriate Tao in the right place that's called good. Save your spirit and energy, and open the way with the 9-palace and 8 trigrams water elemental formation. When you wanted to step on the Qi Men Bureau, the water yuan formation heavy waterfalls in the sky would follow along and rush forward. A few high-grade demonic beasts even attempted to struggle and force their way through the heavy waterfalls, attacking towards him, but before they could get close, they were pulled aside with spells by the several women who guarded Yi Xiang's side, Lu Yen, and directly decimated them, which was very simple and violent. With the chopping team and the Buddhist monk opening the way, the warriors at the back had decided to fight in blood, but as a result, it felt like they were picking up the pieces. There were not many demonic beasts rushing over at all, but instead, they were rushing faster and faster. The hunters are getting anxious about how this counterattack won't rake in any money. There was no choice but to spread out towards the two flanks and surround the demonic beasts. Although the number of demonic beasts still exceeded them, most of them were low-level demonic beasts and were no longer much of a threat. Even the level 60 and above demonic beasts were no longer visible, and the level 50 demonic beasts could still occasionally see a few heads before they were cleared away by the trump card troops with lightning speed. Leaving level 40 or so demonic beasts for 6 or 7 hunters to surround one was completely insufficient. This counterattack didn't last long, and more demonic beasts, even if they weren't seriously injured, recovered their sanity after a slight pain and looked around in panic. They saw a group of vicious humans, staring at them, chopping them down indiscriminately. Voidzang silently watched the scene, wanting to stop it, but eventually stopped and softly chanted, Amit Ba Buddha. In the earth-hidden shadow behind him, the figures of some demonic beasts slowly appeared, like souls floating around. Half an hour later, in front of the Xuanwu Demonjin Pass, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, only the corpses of demonic beasts were left all over the ground. Those that ran, died, and not a head was left. Some hunters kill on the head and actively enter the Qinling in pursuit. Yuan Wu frowned. The reasoning that a poor enemy should not be pursued was also useful when applied to the demonic beasts of the Qinling Mountains, because this place belongs to the home ground of the Chinese human race. With the Xuanwu demon suppressing pass in place, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts would be difficult to break through, but the Qinling then belonged to the home ground of the demonic beasts. Even as a warrior of the A Xuanwu force, entering the Qinling, one had to be doubly careful, not to mention these hunters with quite a bit lower strength. The reason for this was because in the Qinling, it wasn't just demonic beasts. Some of the trees and plants that had become fertilized were the real threat. They couldn't move, but once they were captured, It was truly miserable. As expected, soon enough, miserable screams came from the Qinling, the same hunters who were the first to rush in earlier. A whole 400 or 500 people rushed in, but only a dozen or so ran out in disarray, their faces full of horror. The crowd of the chopper team stopped at the border of the Qinling Mountains and quietly looked at the pristine forest in front of them. Even 100 years ago, there were countless rumors of danger in the Qinling Mountains, let alone now. Demonic beasts needed to be vigilant to survive within the Qinling Mountains, so one could imagine the horrors of it. Let's go. Go back. This battle, it's finally over. Feng Yuan wailed in a loud voice. Li Qin appeared not far from him and looked at him with eyes of an idiot. You're seriously injured and you're still in the front line. You don't want to die fast enough, do you? After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiang raised his head to look at the auxiliary intelligence and took out a few sheets of talisman paper and vermilion pens from it. After drawing a few talismans, he affixed them to a few ordinary trees, and carried a few other talismans with him, as long as the talismans reacted. Then the corresponding talismans in his hands would also react. Soon, the Xuanwu demon Jingguan's victory over the hundreds of thousands of beast tides. Through the live broadcast of drones, the whole of Huaxia knew about it, and there was wild excitement, as well as for the ace warriors who fought on the front line. Feeling proud, this is the caliber of the top 5 Chinese ace troops: Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Tong Snake, Xian Wu, and the Chopper team. The most surprising, not the Chopper team, but the Ace White Tiger unit. That flush of mechanical battle armor simply shocked the eyeballs. Then at the time in the college competition to dazzle not know how many times, but also to show not bad strength. It was important to realize that in the past, the Ace White Tiger unit had always been the image of being responsible for logistics and rapid support in the eyes of the crowd. But this time, 100 mechanical battle armor. Indeed very shocking, of which directly replaced the Xuanwu troops set in the forefront. Knowing that the White Tiger troops could all be auxiliary mechanical professions, that scene simply invigorated those who were auxiliary professions throughout the country. The second thing was Yi Xiang's performance. Although the record of battle achievements had been announced before, it was only a record after all. But after seeing the scene of his battlefield with his own eyes, even his fellow classmates were shocked. It turned out that Yi Xiang's strength was already fully capable of keeping up with the members of the Ace Chopper team, and it was not at all what the rest of the people had thought, that they could only barely be trained as a reserve team, especially those from the middle school days. Most of the year has passed and they have long since started a different college life. But now, they all sit united in front of the screen, watching how the teenager who once hit rock bottom blossoms. That ferocious and terrifying demonic beast would send shivers down one's spine just by looking at it. However, without blinking his eyes, Yi Xiang directly decimated, and in the end, he even topped the front line of the battlefield with the decimation team, Lei Xiaolian. While bursting to kill hundreds of demonic beasts, there were no shortage of high-grade terrifying demonic beasts. Divine Flame Palace, Heavenly Flames Scorched, tens of thousands of demonic beasts fled sober. Water Yuan Formation, Tianshui Waterfall to flush out the demonic beast tide. This scene was cut down by quite a few people and watched it again and again, and every time they watched it, they felt extremely shocked. Such a juvenile genius was simply like the heavenly king Luo Zhuan back then, coming out of nowhere with unparalleled battle prowess. At this point, the live broadcast of the Jin Demon Pass channel ended here, indicating that the crisis at the Xuanwu Jin Demon Pass also ended here. However, a transport also carried a group of healing mages with a large amount of supplies to Jin Demon Pass. This time, there were a lot of seriously injured personnel, many of whom still needed to be rescued, and the loss of an ace troop warrior was incomparably heartbreaking. All of this was entirely because of the group of young geniuses that were sacrificed 10 years ago, leaving a whole generation missing on the top warring forces of China. They were all hidden professions, but anyone who survived one of them possessed enough natural talent to enter the system. A few days later, the bulk of the force began to withdraw. However, the Ace Xuanwu troops had lost nearly half of their personnel, including members of the reserve team, so for the time being, they needed the decimation team to be stationed together at the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass, and were in no hurry to withdraw. Surprisingly, the dozen or so young monks, after the battle was over, did not leave the Demon Suppression Pass either. There were also some hunters who hadn't earned enough money and would still venture into the Qinling Mountains to hunt demonic beasts, and despite the fact that the directive mission had ended, there were still quite a few hunters who came to Jin Demon Pass. After all, you can't enter the Qinling during the weekdays, compared to the other foreign beasts in the other outer city areas, which are as many as the Qinling's demonic beasts. In other times, Yuanwu would naturally not allow these people who were not part of the regular organization to stay on the pass at will, but now was an extraordinary time after all, so he let these people be. Soon, Major colleges and universities begin a new semester. However, you wanted to remain in the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass, cultivating the inner elixir in the morning, followed by the thunderous meditation branding of the human immortal pattern. At this time, the third layer of the human immortal body had already been branded for the 5th time, and the problems with the internal organs were slowly recovering, and after rebranding the heart, the decline in the heart area completely disappeared, and the blood, which was still a bit cloudy, was completely flushed clean. This indicated that the aftermath of the throne curse would disappear after it was thoroughly branded this 5th time. He wanted to open his eyes and glanced at his gray hair. He didn't know if this hair could be changed back after complete recovery. Even he himself felt that it showed too much age. After the previous battle, Qin Yunzi returned to the old site of Jinwu Guan. He just gave 2 simple explanations to Yi Xiang, both of which were about winning the hook, and did not say anything about the rest. In his eyes, Yi Xiang had already progressed very quickly. After all, it was still the kind of steady fight. As for the few Buddhist monks, Qin Yunzi didn't care about them at all, even if they were just Buddhists. If the Dao sect's legacy was still alive, any Dao lineage would be able to cultivate a Dao Z out of it, and it wouldn't be much worse than a Buddha Z. After today's cultivation was over for the time being, Yi Xiang got up and walked out of the lounge. The original casual clothes had been changed into the solemn uniform of the choppers, perhaps because of the gray hair, plus the change of uniform. Even the members of the chopping team felt that they had changed a lot when they saw Yi Xiang. He Yuadai watched Yi Xiang walk out to drink water, stroked his chin, and after surveying for a moment, he looked at Lu Yan and asked softly, "It feels like elementary school brother still looks better in a shirt. Now he feels like a little adult." Lu Yan couldn't help but nod her head as well. "Well, it is a bit. It feels too serious. And I told you that Team Luo didn't design a good uniform." Not many of the choppers crowd had really worn uniforms. After pondering for a moment, Hidui secretly whispered something in Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan was a bit helpless. "So far away. You want to tire me out? Oops. Only this is the fastest By the time the shipment from there gets here, it will take at least 3 or 4 days." Okay, really?" Lu Yan closed her eyes and recited an incantation, and after a long time, a purple color-like formation spatial teleportation array appeared on the ground. Hiyueru looked at her with some skepticism. "Does it really work? Have you ever used it before?" Lu Yan blankly glanced at her without a good mood. "You don't trust me, so why are you asking for my help?" After Lu Yan advanced to the 6th turn, she obtained the ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation skill, which allowed her to teleport across thousands of kilometers just by leaving a spatial coordinate imprint. After Dai walked to the spatial teleportation array, the purple light flashed and disappeared in an instant. She had noticed before that Yi Xiang's original green shirt was already too torn to wear, so she found that store to reorder another set. Before it was ready, the Qinling side went to war. Yi Xiang looked at the scene with some confusion and asked curiously, "Where is Sister He?" Lu Yan looked at Yi Xiang and said, "I'm a bit envious of you, having such a good schoolmate to take care of you." You wanted to be at a loss. But soon, Hiyue's figure reappeared on the teleportation magic array, and in her hands was a familiar bag of clothes. Dai brought in his hand to Yi Xiang with a big smile. "Nah, try it quickly. See if it fits. Don't wear it if it's a uniform. It doesn't look good at all." You wanted to subconsciously take the bag and open it. Fruity is a garment. Taking it out, I realized it was another vintage-style dress. In Hiyu's opinion, Yi Xiang was perfect for this type of clothing, both the temperament and his own long hair. The top has a white closed collar, though the cuffs and collar are black and have elaborate dragon gold trim and cuffs. The lower garment is solid black, sort of like a skirt, but it's actually pants. Apparently a complete set. "Does it look good?" Hidui asked as he looked at Yi Xiang expectantly. "Well, it's very nice to look at." Yi wanted to nod his head. It wasn't a perfunctory thing to say to the schoolmates. This set of clothes was indeed designed very nicely, but unlike the previous green shirt, this set of clothes looked plain, but the brocade embroidered golden dragon pattern on the black collar and sleeves added mystery and temperament, and it's white on top and black on the bottom, a bit of Tai Chi. Lu Yan couldn't help but nod her head from the side. This set of clothes was indeed designed with intention. "Then hurry up and change," he said. Yi Xiang didn't hesitate and took off his uniform to change into it, putting the whole set of clothes on well. Both women couldn't help but nod their heads. It did look good. After Yi wanted to tie up her white hair, with this ancient costume, her face value was still online, and even though she had white hair, that feeling of purity was back. TCH, if you go back to Holy Chime now, you'll definitely be more popular. Elementary brother, Hidui teased. Yi wanted to cry and laugh, but he didn't have these thoughts. At that moment, a video window popped up on the trio's comms and Mo Shio looked at them and said, Everyone come down to the hall and hand out a nice piece of equipment. At the end of a simple sentence, Mo show hung up. The rest of the group walked out of the lounge with blank faces, wondering what Team Mo was tossing around. After arriving at the hall, everyone noticed that Yi Xiang had changed his attire and couldn't help but brighten up. After stroking his chin, Lin Jun instantly guessed that it was given to Yi Xiang by He Dai, and couldn't help but say, "Why don't you give me a set as well? I'll pay for it." "No more. It's customized." He Uus shook his head. "How biased." Lin Jun teased. Soon, the entire chopper team was there, and Mo Shou walked out of the room with some small parts in his hands. You wanted to recognize at once that this thing was designed by Shen's father before, and it even had a name. Imperial Spirit Weapon. Mo Shou had one for each person, and after briefly explaining how to use it, everyone was instantly interested. "That's a nice thing. Did you design it, Team Mo?" After the crowd tried a few times, their eyes couldn't help but light up. It was indeed very convenient. Mo Shou smiled, looked at Yi Xiang and said, "A coincidence. Met a senior that I greatly aspire to. It was he who researched this. This royal spirit weapon well adapted, not only in terms of combat, defense also has a great advantage." Everyone nodded in understanding. It is also because of this opportunity that Mo Shou helped Shen Tianyang apply for the State Supervision Machinery Department. Only you wanted to not know about this matter yet. Team Mo, when are we going back? Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask. Around the end of February, until the Xuanwu troops are full. Mo Shou said. "I'll go. It's been almost over a month. There aren't many demonic beasts left now. What's the point of the command department asking us to keep stationing at the Demonjin Pass?" Feng Yuan wondered. Mo Shou shook his head. "The crisis at the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass most likely hasn't been resolved." Saying that, he directly unfolded the virtual map and pointed above the Qinling and explained. On the other side of the Qinling, it belongs to the territory of the Blood Beast Fae. Although the environment within the Qin Ridge is complicated and full of dangers, there are still a few ancient paths left, and there will always be Blood Beast Fae invading through these ancient paths, although the number is not large. But now that the demonic beasts within the Qin Ridge have greatly decreased, the Blood Beast Fae are likely to make a move. In terms of strategy, Mo Shou saw through very well, and the crowd understood at once. The most important point, that is, this beast tide. You all can feel the demonic beasts out of place. And Senior Qin Yunzi also reminded that the root cause of the beast tide is the fallen Phantom Imperial clan's figure manipulating it, which means that there is a high probability that the matter in Qinling is not over. The brows of the Chopper's congregation tightened all of a sudden. Lin Jun's gaze revealed a hint of coldness, meaning that the Blood Beast Fae will most likely make a move? Mo Shou nodded. After the beast tide battle, the command headquarters has dispatched drones to go over the Qin Ridge, but they couldn't go over it, and lost the signal a few times in a row. But for the time being, no Blood Beasts Fae have been found, so everything is still just speculation. So, next, we're going to go through the Qinling and personally detect the Blood Beast Fae. Once Mo Shou's words fell, the crowd understood and nodded. For strategy and whatnot, the Chopper team wasn't too clear about it. As long as the mission order came down, then it would be executed. And so did Yi Xiaoyu. "Is the boss coming?" he asked curiously. Mo Shou shook his head. "Team Luo needs to guard Kyoto, but there are 2 seniors in the system accompanying us out of the gate. Counting the time, they should be arriving soon." The crowd was a bit surprised at what they heard. The seniors in the system, they were also in contact for the first time. Once the rank and age in war service have met certain requirements, you can retire into the system. With all the resources piled up to dive into the system, they would serve as the powerful underbelly of China, the number of which was unknown. But each of them, at one time, was a very talented and outstanding being. Most of them were retired from former ace units. All pure combat professions, powerful and mysterious. System powerhouses don't appear until the country's survival is at stake, with one exception. That is, when the potential is exhausted, or the life expectancy is near. The system powerhouse will rejoin the battle line and end his life as a hero late in life. But when they came out, they had their own unique missions that ordinary warriors basically had no access to. The decimation team could not help but be a bit moved. 2 system powerhouses came out at once. It seemed that the command was indeed very concerned about the situation of the Blood Beast Fae. Everyone just waited in the lobby and went about their business. Zhang Guan was still restoring his puppet, crafting it. As usual, Mo Shou drew drawings, but this time, it was no longer a spirit gun. It was actually a whole set of mechanical battle armor. However, there was only a frame structure at the moment, but under Mo Shou's sensitive hands, piles of data, psychic energy conduction lines, battle blades, psychic light cannons, and other equipment floated aside the illusory drawings. After Lin Jun looked at it for a while, He also came to be interested. Shibuya photo albums are not looking at it, and came up to look at Imo show design. After all, it's someone's ex-girlfriend, so there's no point in reading more. You wanted to sit on the sofa. Rarely did he cultivate. His eyes fell on the peachwood sword inside the purple mansion. The pure young sword Dao and the mahogany sword had already been used by him, and likewise he lost the ability to suppress the corpse ancestor winning hook, and even if he put it back on Wudong Mountain, it wouldn't be of much use. It would simply remain within the Dantian and slowly contain it with the spiritual energy of the violet gold Dan. The pure yang peachwood sword was after all a magic weapon, and by harboring it through spiritual energy, it could also enhance its power, and it was also considered to be learning the Tao of weapons in advance. The violet gold Dan contained the pure young peachwood sword while spinning and devouring the throne blood spirit. It had all been devoured for so many days. This throne blood spirit had finally shrunk, but at first glance, it wasn't much smaller. According to this speed, this throne blood spirit would be able to be devoured for at least a year's time or more. After a battle, Bai Yao Yao also thoroughly integrated into the group and gained everyone's trust. A small body, blocking in front of the crowd, and not retreating even when seriously injured. Such vigor has done very well. Are those monks really not going to leave? Feng Yuan glanced out the window and found the dozen or so young monks, as usual, sitting off chanting. Nominally, it was to overpower the warriors who died on the battlefield, and it also included those demonic beasts, which Feng Yuan really didn't understand. It was clearly a beast tide unleashed by demonic beasts, and there was still a superciliousness. Now that the Xuanwu demon subduing pass is short of people, these monks are not low in strength. If they are willing to contribute, they will do so. The Xuanwu troops are quite happy to do so. After all, there is still a sixth revolutions, and there are a few others who are quite powerful. Lin Jun opened his mouth. Yi Xiang didn't say anything and his gaze glanced at one of the young monks. When the college competition was held, it was that monk who wanted to spiritualize senior sister Zilin, so he didn't feel good about these monks at all. At that moment, a helicopter gunship landed at the Jin Demon Pass. System Elder is here. Imo Shou put away the drawings and got up to walk out of the hall. Seeing this, the crowd also stopped what they were doing and got up to walk out together to greet them. The system powerhouses that were the underpinnings, although they had retired from the regular formation of the army, each one of them had a general colonel rank and were undoubtedly the hottest of the hot-blooded because of their depleted potentials or depleted lifespans that had come out of the woodwork. Not only did the decimation team walk out, Yuan Wu, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, also walked out with Yuan Nuyo's support. He has long been able to join the system, but he can't afford to give up the Xuanwu Demon Pass, so he has never retired. Most of the batch of people who had once joined the Xuanwu troops with him had already died in battle, and the rest had no choice but to retire due to various injuries, and over the past decade or so, only a very small number of them had entered the system. There are also many people who advise him to retire into the system at an early date, always on the front line. Sooner or later his body cannot withstand, completely dragged down. Yuan Wu did not respond. The war god Hang Old Man did not retire. The heavenly king Luo Zhuan also did not retire. He grew up in the Jin Demon Pass, naturally the last glance, but also to look at the Jin Demon Pass to die again. After the helicopter gunship landed steadily, two old men with white hair, dressed in dark green military robes stepped off the aircraft. That old military robe coat is the same model as the god of war, evergreen. It means that it is a strong veteran base from the same era. Imo Shio instantly recognized these two. Decades ago, they were also powerful men who reigned supreme on the battlefield, and then retired into the system after accumulating enough battle merit and rank. The old man at the head of the group with the angry and majestic eyes and the imposing presence. Name Lu Yunzhang. Third-class general lieutenant rank. Ancient inheritance. Military profession. Whether it is military strategy, or melee combat strength. Extremely powerful. Once led 3,000 people to slaughter tens of thousands of horned ghosts alien race with military formation. At that time, China was still in an era of chaos. Following Elder Hong Qing to kill the majesty and blood of the Chinese human race, the old man, slightly half a step slower behind him, had a kind and affable smile. Mo Qian, the same as the rank of third-class general lieutenant, the ancient inheritance, the Mo family occupation, the biggest contribution, is 60 years ago, vomit and blood to create such a the Xuanwu Demon Pass. That wall full of demon-slaying knives was his handiwork. I didn't expect that after many years. I'm standing here again. Mo Qian stood at the Xuanwu Demon Subduing Pass. Things were different, and he couldn't help but feel some emotion. Ha! We are also no good. After so many years, we haven't broken through to the 9th turn. The two old men walked step by step. Although they were old, their aura was very strong, and their strong aura was undisguised. At the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass, Both the White Tiger Troop and the Decimation Troop did not hesitate to pay attention and salute. Lu Yunjiang couldn't help but nod slightly as he looked at the group of young warriors in front of him. Especially this group of kids from the chopping team. They were really better than one another. Several 60 levels at a young age. That Luo kid really raised some good kids. Yuan Wu and Mo Xiu walked up and took charge of the handover. And Yi Xiang quietly looked at the two old men. On the communicator, through the authority of the chopper team, he had already learned the information about the two old men. And he could not help but stand in awe. Elder Lu, Elder Mo, I didn't expect to see you again, Yuan Wu said with some emotion. When he was still young, he had seen two of them in this Dimension Pass. Ha, you brat, I have some impression. At that time, the Xuanwu Demon Suppression Pass had just been established, and you stood at the pass and urinated on the demonic beasts underneath the pass every day. Lu Yunjiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. A sentence that directly caused Yuan Wu to break his defense and fill his head with black lines. Behind them, Yuan Guin and the members of the White Tiger Force all forced themselves to hold back their laughter, completely not expecting that the stern Yuan team, as a child, had such a side. That's a big melon to eat. Mo Xiu also almost didn't hold his breath at the side, forcing himself to recall all the sad things in his life. Okay, don't tease him. At least now he is a general. Give some face, can't be treated as a junior, Mo Qian said. He turned his head to look at Mo Xiu without the slightest bit of bravado and calmly said, next, the two of us will cooperate with the Ace Decimator team to break into the Qinling Mountains and detect the Blood Beast's alien race. Ma Xiu sighed in relief and nodded seriously. I'm looking forward to your guidance, sir. The handover ended in such a simple manner. The two system powerhouses, without the slightest shelf, quickly integrated into the warrior collective. Aboard, all the vigor of an old soldier. Ha, and monks? It's a bit interesting. Lu Yunjiang noticed a group of young monks not far away at this time, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Buddhists are out? Mo Qian was obviously a bit surprised as well, but quickly realized it. 100 years ago, when China was in such a mess, the Buddhist sect sealed off the mountains and didn't come out, and now they know they're running out of chances and popped out. Anyone who comprehended the true essence could vaguely feel the rejection of heaven and earth, and after the complete heavenly change, the human race lost all chances. Ha, those vultures. Lu Yunjiang seemed to recall some old memories and had a displeased look on his face. When Ba County and Jingzhou lost their defense, they were beaten back to Yunmeng's, and I don't know how many people died at that time. Yet the Buddha's door was close at hand. Yet not a single monk figure could be seen. Whenever he thought of these things, Lu Yunjiang was somewhat unable to restrain this bit of his violent temper and walked directly towards those young monks. Seeing this, Mo Qian hurriedly pulled him back. Don't spill your guts. These kids came to Jin Demon Pass. They must have come to help as well. I know. I'm just asking about something. I'm not so bad as to get into a fight with some kids, Lu Yunjiang said in a cold tone. When the crowd of the chopping team and Yuan Wu saw the scene, they didn't know what to say. After all, they were two old generals. Who could stop them? Fearing that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was here, he probably wouldn't be able to stop it. When the young monks saw Lu Yunzhuang all coming over, they all stood up as well, a little nervous. After all, the aura on this old general was too strong. It was hard to not care. Only the three of them, Void Bamboo, Void Ju, Void Zhang, were still calm and waited for Lu Yunzhuang to come forward. Amit Ba. A dozen young monks folded their hands and softly chanted the Buddha's name. What's all this talk about Buddha? Isn't it good to keep hiding in the mountains? What's the point of running out again? Lu Yunjiang looked at the group of young monks and opened the door. A fierce aura practiced on the battlefield enveloped them all. It was as if these young monks were in the middle of the bloody sands, with countless ferocious foreign demonic beasts surrounding them. In just an instant, the bodies of several young monks couldn't stop trembling with fear. Void Zhang raised his head at this time, looked at Lu Yunjiang and said, Senior, this trip is for the enlightenment of the Buddha's heart. If there is any disturbance, we will leave immediately. Lu Yunjiang frowned slightly. He couldn't help but look at the young monk in front of him with a high regard. Surprisingly, he was completely unaffected by his soldier's aura. He really did have two brushes. How's that for clarity? Watashi. Ha! What a transmigration. I really almost believe this sentence coming out of your monks' mouths. So don't just say it without doing it. Follow me into the realm of the blood beasts and fae. Do you little monks dare to do so? Hearing these words, there were a few young monks behind Void Hidden whose pupils couldn't help but shrink. Into the blood beast fae realm? Just as he was about to refuse, Voidzo nodded his head in agreement. Precisely. Elder Xia is willing to carry the late generation. Seeing Su Zhang's performance, Lu Yunjiang was really a bit surprised. No matter whether it was true or not, since he promised, he could not afford to back out. When did this Buddhist monk become so uptight? Alright, we'll leave tonight. but don't run away from anyone. After Lu Yunzhang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Only after Lu Yunzhang left did the several young monks let out a long sigh of relief. Their heads had long been filled with cold sweat and their legs were a bit weak. It felt even more intimidating than when facing the elders. Void Zhang turned his head to look at these brothers and sisters of his and spoke. Those who don't want to go can go back to the temple. There is no need to force them. After a few young monks looked at each other, they all shook their heads. They all grew up in the temple and hardly ever came out. There was never any knowledge of the dreaded Fae, nor was it taught by the elders of the temple. Although there is some fear, but it is not easy to come out. Naturally do not want to go back so quickly. And now go back. Surely go to the back of the mountain confinement. Who is stupid to go back? Then Void Hidden's expression turned serious. You must understand one thing. We are entering the realm of the Fae. Not being prepared is a death sentence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Void Bamboo raised his head and looked directly at Buddha Z. Senior brother, our duty is to protect you. Wherever you go, senior brothers will go. The words are like a fixation. The many masters and brothers awoke at once, their gazes becoming resolute. Although they had inherited the Lohan profession, they had been told at the age of 7 that they would be the protectors of the Buddha's son for the rest of their lives. After a moment of silence, Void Hidden nodded. Then without further ado, prepare yourself. The Choppers crowd was also told to move tonight, surprisingly quickly. However, it was also true that not probing the dynamics of the Blood Beast Fae was equivalent to having a time bomb beside you that could explode at any time, making it difficult to feel at ease. The fundamental reason why he cared so much was still on that human traitor Chen Xin. At that time, he had said that the genetic evolution of the human race was applicable to the Bone Fae and Blood Beast Fae. Later verifying that the Bone Fae had begun perfect evolution indicated that the Imperial race had long ago learned of the way of perfect evolution through Chen Xin and had passed it on to the Bone Fae and Blood Beast Fae. The Bone Fae didn't have a throne at the time and stopped it instantly. And the high-level White Jedi Bone Kings were all decimated. So even if they got their way to perfect evolution, they didn't tumble up. But the Blood Beast Fae were different. The Blood Beast throne was alive. That was why it was necessary to investigate the movements of the Blood Beast Fae as soon as possible. If they really started to evolve perfectly, then Qinling could no longer stop them. Instead of cultivating, Yi Xiang refined some pills. The purple jade pill had now been used up, and there was still a need to prepare a few fourth-turning rejuvenation pills. The rejuvenation elixir was a healing elixir, and only Yingzai had some healing spells in the group, which was clearly not enough. The rejuvenation elixir has the ability to stop bleeding, restore qi, and heal internal injuries, with one elixir seeing results. After all, this trip was going to cross the entire Qinling Mountains to reach the domain of the Blood Beast Fae. This trip was destined to be several times more dangerous than the Bone Fae. After all, on the bright side, if the Blood Beast throne really evolved perfectly, that definitely broke through the critical point of level 100. Even if it didn't reach the royal level, it was still a lot more powerful than before. He thought that he intended to refine the rejuvenation pill first. The difficulty of the rejuvenation pill and the violet jade pill was a bit more difficult. Slowly refining in the samadhi flame, the difficulty was no less than that of the 9-yan rejuvenation pill. 9-yang Huidan belonged to the broken and then established. The medicinal effect was very fierce, mainly targeting dark wounds, meridians and such. The rejuvenation pill focused more on internal injury conditioning, with a mild and long-lasting effect. So when refining this kind of pill, the samadhi flame must also be controlled very mildly and steadily. A weak hint of inadequacy, a strong hint of Dan waste. The difficulty of refining this spring return pill was extremely high, but you wanted to obtain the Dan Dao inheritance. Even more difficult pills, in his opinion, are pure and inexhaustible, as if he has been refining a lifetime of Dan, one hand to throw herbs, one hand to control the fire, and then condense the Dan, a whole set of clouds in flowing water, all in one go. There is not a single flaw, even in the rejuvenation pill. Soon, as a herb melted into its essence in the gentle samadhi flame, emitting a medicinal fragrance, the time for the congealing of the Dan arrived. Yi Xiang pinched the Dan concentration technique, and a 4 turns rejuvenation pill was refined. On the light green potion, there were 4 Dan lines left on it, and the fragrance filled the air. The chime incense smelled so good that a slight sniff of it was soothing to the body. Even through the door of the lounge room, the few people in the hall who were already ready could smell the fragrance of the Dan. Lin Jun turned his head to look at the door of Yi Xiang's room and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Yi Xiang is refining Dan. I haven't smelled this Dan scent, so I guess it's another unseen Dan. Yi wants to know so much. Alchemy, talisman drawing, sword techniques, lightning techniques, formation techniques. Is the Taoist profession so all-round? Ning Yuan Mei said with some curiosity. Mo Qian sat in front of a table. not knowing where he took out a very ancient and old map. Hearing Ning Yuanmei's words, he raised his head and looked at her and explained, "There are many Taoist legacies. 100 years ago the Taoist sect, a single person decapitated the nine-headed throne. Even though the Taoist sect was defeated, they also fought for more than 30 years of breathing time for the human race of Huaxia." Ning Yuanmei nodded silently. This information, only the chopping squad could find out some of it. Still, it was impossible to imagine just how powerful the Taoist sect had been 100 years ago, and how it had become the situation it was in today with no shadow of the Taoist sect. "Alright, it's been almost a day of research. It's almost dark. Did you find the ancient road from this shitty map?" Lu Yunjiang did not have the good sense to say. He's acutely used to it, and if he says he'll act tonight then he'll act tonight. Mo Qian has also long been accustomed to Lu Yunjiang's acute temperament, and said flatly, "The Qinling is even more treacherous. The ancients have come out with 6 ancient paths. Trying to find these ancient paths is not the most difficult. The most difficult thing is to find out an ancient path with the least risk. Don't talk about calves. Hurry up. The day is almost dark." The whole of these grumbling, but also find what the ancient road directly break through is not finished it before and not never went in. Lu Yun wore from the auxiliary intelligence their whole bottle of erguotu. Turn on the crunch dry a big mouth. Looked at the Lin Jun Mo show foam yuan. Several people are a bit dumbfounded. This wider hole so fierce? What are you boys looking at? Want a sip too? After Lu Yunjiang took a bite, he looked up at the chopper teams, just a few little dolls, and asked. Lin Jun's few people shook their heads in a hurry. Although the choppers were slightly more lenient in terms of discipline compared to the other ace troops, but they were about to enter the Qinling Mountains. Drinking would definitely affect their combat effectiveness, not to mention that it was still white. Mo Qian didn't listen to old Lu's words at all, still concentrating on the old map on the table. The scent of Dan that he smelled from time to time also made his mind coalesce. There are 6 ancient roads in the Qinling Mountains, which are divided into Chensong Road, Baoshi Road, Suiluo Road, Ziwu Road, Kugu Road and Wuguan Road. At the same time, a dozen or so drones have been exploring the approximate location and status of each of the 6 ancient paths over the Qinling Mountains. The rough topographical map was soon transmitted over, and after Mo Qian corresponded to it, he directly scratched the Commendation Road and unexpected Luo Road. The topography of these 2 ancient paths has obviously changed, and they amount to unknown ancient paths and are not considered. But soon, Merkian had a decision. Found it. Where? Lu Yunjiang walked over with the smell of alcohol. From the West Country through the Western capital, the Meridian Road, Mo Qian said. He put away the old map, opened the virtual map and drew a line out. The Meridian Road is close to 700 kilometers in order to run through the entire Qinling Mountains, and its name is also due to the Meridian Valley to get its name. The road is treacherous with mountains and water along the way, and some of the old paths must have broken down long ago, but those who traveled to the Qinling were not ordinary people, and as long as the route was right, then they wouldn't be unable to get there. After getting the map data, all the drones on the Qinling Mountains focused on flying towards the Meridian Road pathway to make the virtual map clearer. After Mo Xiu got the map data sent over by Elder Mo, he nodded, glanced at the time, and said over the communicator, 9 p.m. sharp. It's still a little under 2 hours before 9, but it's perfectly adequate to get ready. The congregation responded one by one with no questions. Only Yi Xiang was at the critical juncture of alchemy and did not respond for a while. Beside him, 3 violet jade pills, along with 5 rejuvenation pills rested quietly, and the last pill gradually took shape in the still burning samadhi flame in his hand. The Dan condensation technique was pinched up, and the samadhi true flame slowly converged and disappeared in his hands. Another 4-turn rejuvenation pill was successfully refined and fell into the palm of his hand. After refining 10 4th-turn pills in one breath, the spiritual energy and essence in his body was quite depleted. Yi Xiang took a deep breath and prepared to adjust his state, but without forgetting to reply to Mo Xiu, he began to tune in. In the lounge, Yi Xiang was wrapped in the natural aura of heaven and earth, emitting a faint aura all over his body. The purple gold Dan in his body was also rotating gently, driving the mahogany sword. Half an hour later, Yi Xiang, who had recovered his state, opened his eyes, although his soul was still a little tired. It was not too much of a hindrance. Glancing at the time, there was still an hour left. Without wasting it, he took a purple jade pill and began to meditate on branding the visceral human immortal pattern. With these days of hard work, the 5th lung human immortal pattern had been branded, and the branding of the spleen had begun. The lungs are also fully restored, emanating a golden air that blends with the heart fire. Human immortal body, this 3rd layer of internal organs chapter. You wanted to realize long ago that this layer is the top priority. The 1st layer of skin, the 2nd layer of eyes, palms and soles, this 3rd layer of internal organs all of a sudden completely different. How high one's own Taoist achievements will be in the future depends on one's own internal organs. Of course, the most intuitive feeling was that he couldn't feel full even if he drank 3 bottles of nutrient potion now. During the last 10 minutes, he wanted to walk out of the lounge just in time to hear Feng Yuan get a little emotional. It's a pity that we didn't bring the tusked boar with us this time out, or else we would probably be able to save a lot of trouble if we went into the Qinling this time. Right-o. He got to remember as well, as a decapitation team is edited Pig. This time actually went home for New Year's Eve. Damn. Not afraid because of the New Year's Eve was killed to eat it. He wanted to walk over and hear this. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that this pig is indeed quite important sometimes. Then should we have someone send that pig over on a special airplane? Lin Jun suggested. Mo Xiu also came out of the room at this time, and after glancing at the time, he said, "What are we talking about? Is everything ready? Team Mo, we're talking about that piggy. If we go into the Qinling, the piggy is a handful in attracting demonic beasts." Feng Yuan laughed. A flicker of mirror light crossed Mo Xiu's glasses, and he really had almost forgotten about that pig. He shook his head and said, "Even if a special plane sends it here, it's too late. It'll take at least half an hour." Mo Qian and Lu Yunzhuan listened in confusion. What kind of pig was so important to the choppers? It's fine to wait another half hour if it's important. Lu Yunjiang spoke. Anyway, we can just leave tonight. Since the 2 generals had said so, Mo Xiu nodded and didn't hesitate, directly contacting the command headquarters and speaking. The Qinling mission is about to be carried out, but it's still missing one member. The one in charge of Mo Xiu, who had been on the Zhoujing special line, immediately understood. The pig with the establishment, right? Okay, I'll have someone bring it here. Fighter shuttle, 20 minutes time. The phone hangs up in the trial cadet's bacchanal. The tusked boar who had returned to the good life was sleeping soundly. Only a piggy who has been out to work will know how precious the time spent sleeping in the nest is. It's just horrible out there with all the big horrors that either want to eat piggy or torture piggy. However, right at this moment, the tusked boar, who was sleeping soundly, sneezed violently and woke up, looking around in panic. Luckily, is still in the bacchanal. Turns out it was a nightmare. Piggy ni ah, I actually dreamt that I was on the battlefield again, and was still surrounded by all the demonic beasts and foreigners that wanted to tear it apart. It's just horrible. False alarm. After 2 twitches, the tusked boar chose to go back to sleep. Who knew that at that moment, there was a roar and a fighter jet whizzed into the trial cadets. A mysterious phone call that dials Song Xinrue's communication. Student Song Xinrue, because of a directive mission, your summoned beast tuskboar needs to be conscripted for the mission. Song Xinrue opened her eyes in her sleep and quickly came to her senses. Is it another war? Yes, it can. It's right there in the Garden of the Beasts. Song Xinrue agreed without hesitation. Good. Don't worry. The battle merit of the summoned beasts will all be accumulated for you as well. Zhou Jing laughed. Who would have thought that a pig could be the establishment of the ace choppers? If this news was released, it would definitely be even more sensational than when Yi Xiang became a chopper reserve. Soon, 2 soldiers walked into the Garden of the 100 Beasts. Many of the summoned beasts woke up and looked at them blankly. The 2 soldiers quickly locked onto the tusked boar. The snoring, near 1-ton bulk was hard not to see. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance before approaching the tusked boar with a grim smile. The tusked boar's vigilance was already much higher than before, but the 2 soldiers were too thieving to take off their shoes and hold their breath, and the tusked boar snapped to attention as they walked up to them. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 evil human faces. The next moment, mournful pig squeals resounded through dormitory after dormitory. No, it doesn't. It doesn't want to go to war. Master, save the piggy. Boom. The 2 soldiers wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to carry the tusked boar into the airplane, and the fighter jet lifted straight up into the air, erupted with a roar, and quickly disappeared over the trial high school. Since the hog squeals were so loud, from that night on, a saying circulated in the trial colleges. Is it the moral degeneration or the darkness of human nature? Why are there such miserable wild boars squealing in the middle of the night? Song Xinrue stood by the window, looking at the fighter disappearing into the sky, helplessly holding her forehead. You haven't even graduated yourself yet, and your own summoned beasts are junior officers. 20 minutes, no more, no less, and the fighter jet landed at the main gateway to Genghis Khan's town. Before the tusked boar could even get off the plane, it smelled a strong odor of blood, most of which was still the blood of demonic beasts. He could not help but tremble with fear. And where did it go? So soon? Mo Xiu was also a bit surprised. The crowd stepped out into the hall to see the teething boar hysterically unwilling to disembark, and finally froze and was thrown out by 2 soldiers. The tusked boar's skin was so thick that it wasn't injured at all, but it just couldn't help but shake a little more as it looked at the dark red stone tiles all over the ground. It raised its head and caught a glimpse of the chopper's crowd. When it saw Yi Xiang, it almost didn't recognize it. That white hair and the aura on its body were much different compared to before, but it also realizes what happens next. Life on the battlefield without pig rights. Again. Inuyasha, long time no see. Hiyui flew to the front of the tusked boar and stroked its head soothingly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Don't be afraid. You see that you have fun every time, don't you?" Hidai's words were like magic, and the tusked boar's emotions quickly stabilized. "Alright, since we're all together, let's set off now," Emo spoke. The crowd nodded, and in the distance, Void Bamboo and the others came this way, and Lu Yunjiang looked at these young monks who were planning to set off, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. Have the Buddhists changed their minds? Hiyueru recited an incantation and summoned the wind elf to conjure a pair of wind wings for those who could not fly, including the tusked boar as well. As for those monks, naturally they were completely ignored. Windwing strained his wings and dragged the tusked boar up, but in the end it was too heavy. Windwing steeply transformed back into a wind elf and fell down from the tens of meters Haijin demon pass together with the tusked boar. Yikes! Startled, Hiyueru hurriedly chased after him, chanting an incantation as he did so. A gust of green wind wrapped around the tusked boar, only to avoid being crippled by the fall. All of the people in the beheading team flew down from the demon suppression pass without any problems, and Feng Yuan had a strange look on his face. What the hell? It just went back for a year and gained nearly twice as much weight, Hidaiyu said as he helplessly held his forehead. The wind elves actually can't even drag it anymore. Who knows how much heavier it is? It was important to know that the tusked boar had worked out a lean physique when it was on land in Nikana Island, and although it was a pig, it was still somewhat imposing in its customized chopper uniform, and as a result, it was now fat again. It's only been a month. How can you eat so much? Instead, the tusked boar felt a little aggrieved that the good times were gone again, and the only pity was that there were no sows in the 100 Beasts garden. Alright, get up and go. You wanted to kick it and said flatly. One foot goes up and it's all fat and wobbly. The young monks behind them looked stunned. So the choppers had to bring a pig with them on their mission? What is this custom? Soon, 20 or so people walked in one after the other towards the Qinling, precisely along the Ziwu road. After going deeper into the Qinling, the feeling became different all of a sudden. In the dark and silent primitive forest, not the slightest sound could be heard, and only the movement of them stepping on the leaves and dead branches of the trees became incomparably clear in this silent night. For a moment, the green light of fireflies flickered on the trees and in the grass, but somewhat larger, as if an eye, watching them. Lu Yunjiang and Lin Jun walked at the front. Mo Qian and a few girls were in the middle of the group. Although Mo Lao was a supporting profession, his strength was not low. It was only in this position in the middle that he could play perfectly. Yi Xiang and Mo Shou were in the middle of the group, and Li Qin had cast concealment to vanish into thin air the moment she entered the Qinling, improvising. After all, as a shadow assassin, blending into the darkness actually made it easier to see what was wrong. The 13 young monks were at the very back, still really acting as protectors, all surrounding Void Zhang's circumference. Looking around with incomparable vigilance, the auxiliary intelligence of the crowd scanned the surroundings in a regular and uninterrupted manner, and any demonic beast that appeared would be revealed in time. But after all, in the Qinling, the most dangerous thing was not the demonic beasts, but the existence of such things as tree spirits, which were not easy to detect even by the auxiliary intelligence. Be careful, don't easily approach any of the surrounding plants, Mo Shou spoke. The crowd nodded in understanding. However, at this time he wanted to suddenly remember and took out a large pile of talismans from the auxiliary intelligence. These purification talismans can react to those elves and monsters. If you're not quite sure, you can throw a talisman on it to try. Yi wanted to explain. That's what he did when he was a senior. After distributing the talismans to everyone, Feng Yuan subconsciously flung out one to try. Not far from his right-hand side, there happened to be a somewhat crooked-looking tree. Bent-neck trees with crowns that grow to the ground. After the purification talisman was flung onto this tree, the crowd couldn't help but look over. In the next moment, the pure talisman slowly burned up. Feng Yuan subconsciously stopped and looked at Yi Xiang and asked, "Is this normal or abnormal?" Before Yi Xiang could respond to him, the dirt under the feet of the crowd shook steeply. "Duck!" Lu Yunjiang was the first to react and shouted. At the same time, he unfolded his military robe with one hand and drew a brightly shining plain sword into his eyes. With a slash, the majestic saber deities directly cut into the ground. Boom boom, the ground cracked open, and countless dark red tree branches and vines came into view, like spider webs, sweeping towards them. Madaka! With another slash, countless vines burst into pieces. Lin Jun was a bit staggered by this scene. This old man reacted so quickly. Ning Yuanmei also flipped open his magic book at this time. instantly sending a spell barrier in front of him. The crooked neck tree was also detected by the auxiliary intelligence when it lifted its camouflage, and the information was quickly transmitted on everyone's communicators. Cannibal Crown Tree. Level 62. The bent neck is what makes them so unobtrusive. Feng Yuan threw a talisman out casually purely because his hand was cheap, but he didn't know that it was such a coincidence that the first one hit. The head of the cannibalistic crown tree was pulled out of the ground, open and terrifying. In the moonlight, shadows covered the crowd. However, Lu Yunzhang skimmed his lips, took back the park sword, looked at Lin Jun and said, "I'm not interested in this thing. Just keep it for you guys to add to your battle merit." Imo Xiu had already opened his weapon space by now and took out his spiritual energy heavy sniper, channeling psychic energy, increasing it, gathering it, and finally pulling the trigger. Powerful psychic energy bullets erupted, and with a bang, the cannibalistic crown tree was blown off. Lin Jun lifted the Zhanlu sword that had been repaired once again and executed a powerful swordlight, easily slicing the entire cannibal crown tree into several pieces. Ning Yuanmei flung out a magic page, instantly sending out a flame blast that burned all the wooden blocks. Under the three of them joining hands, this level 62 cannibal crown tree didn't even have any room to struggle, and cooperated in a very tacit and decisive manner. The few people that you wanted to Lu Yen Linfeng didn't put up a fight. All of them had a flat face and weren't half as nervous. On the contrary, a few monks behind him were so excited that they almost performed the Lohan Golden Body. The crowd didn't stop. Following the route of the ancient road drawn out by the virtual map, the crowd accelerated their steps and flew through. In this Qinling, although the demonic beasts survive among them, the strongest ones, without a doubt, are definitely not those so-called demon kings, but those trees that had become essence of an unknown number of levels. Some of the tree demons and wood spirits had begun their cultivation before the heavenly change, especially in the Qinling Mountains, but there were countless of them. The group was incredibly vigilant and basically didn't go near any trees, grasses or flowers, especially exotic flowers and plants with large body sizes. It was also the first time he wanted to step into the Qinling Mountains, and he was soon shocked by the primitive forest. It was like entering another world in the dead of night, with light radiating from everywhere. Fireflies are all the size of a fist, though not all bugs are very hostile to the creatures. These fireflies fluttered around the crowd and looked very friendly. In the distance, some fungus mushrooms, mossy plants, were emitting a faint light. There were also some azure-colored trees that were not right at first glance. So naturally, the crowd would not be foolish enough to actively approach them. The tusked boar hid beside He Dai Ai, trembling and trembling all over, because of fear. Instead, they are more afraid to approach easily. The ancient road was broken and vaguely invisible, but one could still sense the existence of a road, split into two sides. Along the way, there were demonic beasts from time to time, but perhaps because there were too many of them, they didn't dare to approach. As Mo Xiu advanced, he recorded the Qinling map in more detail. After all, this was the first time in 100 years that the Chinese human race had crossed the Qinling Mountains. Meridian Road, reproducing the record. On a tree, the little fox looked at this group of people suspiciously, not knowing what they were doing, curiously following from afar, definitely not craving the smell of the elixir on Yi Xian's body. Time passed little by little. 2 hours passed quickly. The journey was also considered safe and sound. There were only some demonic beasts harassing. For the crowd, it was easily solved. But no one really didn't take the Qinling seriously. It was rumored that it was dangerous enough before the heavenly change, let alone after it. 2 hours had passed, only about 100 kilometers, and when they came out of a lush forested area, the environment changed abruptly. What came into view was a Jedi. Just see a few mountains in the distance. The mountains are full of dead trees, cannot see the slightest flowers and plants, into the eyes of the bleak and incomparable. The crowd couldn't help but stop and look ahead warily. Any fool realizes there must be danger ahead. We're not going the wrong way, are we? Can we really walk down here? Feng Yuan twitched and couldn't help but ask, can we go around? Even Lin Jun frowned slightly. It's impossible to go around. This is the way to go. It's easy to get lost if you go around. Mo Xiu shook his head. I can fly up and help you guys guide your way. I'll help you guys go check it out first. He Uus spoke up. After saying that, she was about to cast a wind spell intending to fly over to see what was going on with those mountains in front of her. Don't fly. Yi Xiang and Mo Xiu hurriedly stopped it. From the moment they entered the Qin Ridge, they noticed one thing, and that was that throughout the Qin Ridge, not a single flying bird could be seen. What that meant was that there was definitely a very scary presence in the air. And even though we didn't know exactly what it was at the moment, we couldn't take that risk. There was no way for the crowd to rescue them if something happened in the air. Yi Xiang had some headaches. He should have known to talk to Qin Yunzi when he set off, but he also didn't know if Senior Qin Yunzi had come over. After all, Elder Chang Yunzi's Tao can perfectly blend into nature, so it was estimated that even if he walked up to those tree spirits, they wouldn't be able to detect it. When he thought of this, Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly. Then wouldn't it be good if he also mastered the Tao-E state of mind of Taoism and nature? In his mind, countless Tao collection volumes flew through the pages, and soon, there were Tao volumes about all the Tao laws of nature appearing in front of him. However, these Tao in 10 words, he wanted to read them without any feeling. Obviously, there was no halfway clue about this aspect of the Tao of nature. Not even enlightenment could be triggered. As a matter of fact, as a Taoist priest, comprehending the Tao of nature is the easiest thing to do. But in the end, Yi Xiang's time in cultivation was still too short, and the 3,000 Tao collections, as the base, also needed time to comprehend and ponder them one by one. Realizing this, Yi Xiang snapped out of it. It seems that this 3,000 Tao collection is not just a matter of memorizing it. It also needs to be understood by heart. Go straight through. I want to see what demons and devils are up here, Lu Yunzhang said in a cold voice. Mo Shou sniffed and agreed. After all, it would only be more dangerous if he lost his way around the road. If there's any danger up there, let's let the auxiliary intelligence try it first, Feng Yuan suggested. Yes. Mo Shou nodded his head after a moment of contemplation. Feng Yuan's auxiliary intelligence quickly ascended into the air, using technological means to refract light and achieve a level of invisibility that made it impossible to capture the auxiliary intelligence, at least with the eyes. Feng Yuan's auxiliary intelligence shooting screen soon appeared in front of the crowd, quickly flying towards the mountains in front of them. He wanted to be able to roughly pinpoint the location of the auxiliary intelligence through this viewpoint, his starry eyes brightening. However, just a moment after approaching the dead mountain, there was a stabbing sound, and the auxiliary intelligence abruptly lost its signal, and the screen then went black. You wanted to also catch a black shadow in that moment, just darting through the night, and saw nothing. Feng Yuan's face darkened. It's over. Labors 3,000 battle points, damaging auxiliary intelligence, but it requires 3,000 battle points to apply. Scrapping is scrapping. Did you see anything clearly? Lin Jun asked suspiciously. Lu Yunzhang, however, looked at Mo Qian and hesitated for a moment before saying, is it that kind of thing? Mo Qian shook his head. I'm not sure, but if it's that kind of thing, it's normal for these mountains to become like this. Elder Mo. What is it? Mo Shou raised his head and inquired. Life-swallowing ghost. I met it once when I entered the Qinling Mountains when I was young. It can eat anything that has life. A real ghost? A few people were shocked. No kidding. Mo Qian shook his head and explained. It's not a ghost. It belongs to the elf monster. A kind of elf spirit. So it looks like a ghost, plus it devours anger. So it's called the life-swallowing ghost. It belongs to a very old breed of elf monster. Before the heavenly change, there were several records in the ancient books. They would deceive and confuse pedestrians. Then they would eat them up. After the heavenly change, their strength must have increased quite a bit as well. It's fine. We have Taoist priests and monks. Even if there really are ghosts, we're not afraid, aren't we, Brother Yi? Feng Yuan looked at Yi Xiang and flirted. Okay, let's go. Mo Shou spoke. A group of people walked towards the Jedi Death Mountain in front of them, their eyes all naturally fearless, except for a few young monks in the back, who inexplicably began to recite the scriptures. The crowd had just gone in with their front feet, and the little fox demon followed after smelling the scent of the Dan, subconsciously stopping her footsteps as she entered the edge of the range of the Jedi Death Mountain. As a spirit beast, it similarly sensed the terrifying and dangerous nature of this place. But this Dan's scent is just too good. The little fox demon spun around in place several times before her eyes landed on the pig in the middle of the group. Heck, a pig dared to go in there. So what did he have to fear? No longer hesitating, the little fox demon directly followed. What the little fox demon didn't know was that not far behind it, an old man in a plain shirt and Taoist robe slowly followed. In the middle of the Qinling Mountains, it could be said to be very familiar to Qin Yunzi. After Yi Xiang and the others walked into the Jedi Dead Mountain, looking at everything around them, it was not an exaggeration to say that this was a dead mountain. A whole mountain. Not the slightest bit of life could be seen. Not a trace of emerald green. Filled with the smell of death. If it weren't for the number of people around him, the tusked boar would already be trembling and unable to walk, feeling like he would burp the next moment. At least there are no tree spirits or anything like that here. He comforted himself. Also, Lin Jun nodded. Mo Shou's eyes emitted a faint shimmering light, and he had obviously used some sort of observation technique, but didn't find anything wrong. But it's so desolate here. It's only really wrong if you don't find anything wrong. The earlier auxiliary intelligence that had been lost was proof of that. After Eng Zio was silent for a moment, she turned her head, faced Yi Xiang, and asked in a soft voice, Yi Xiang, count it? The veil on his face obscured his vision, but it was precisely because he couldn't see that he could feel more. Ing Ziyo was certain that they had been targeted. Yi wanted to understand and nodded. Into the inner view, yes? He had subconsciously counted a hexagram earlier, and the hexagram was not too good, but it was just an ordinary small hexagram, so naturally it was not as clear as the inner view. Aha! Ing Ziyo nodded. Good. Yi Xiang didn't dawdle. The Chi-Men bureau surfaced under his feet and the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces appeared, then raised his hand, signaling Ing Ziyo to grab him. The crowd, on the other hand, separated from the bureau and quietly watched the scene without interrupting. Although Ing Ziyo couldn't see, she could clearly sense Yi Xiang's movements, and at the same time, she extended her hand. The moment their palms tried to touch, it was as if the Chi-Men bureau had flipped over, and their divine souls had entered the inner landscape. After Ing Zai entered the inner landscape again, she felt a different feeling than before. The stars above her head were densely packed in whole columns. The sky was round, and there was no sense of emptiness. I thought you needed my help to do that. Ing Ziyo couldn't help but say. Now you can pull anyone in, can't you? Yi wanted to shake his head. After all, this is my inner landscape. It's still troublesome for problems to arise, so naturally the fewer people the better. Ing Zai understood. She slowly took off the cloth veil. The pair of stunningly beautiful eyes that looked like starry eyes were once again displayed in front of her. Even Yi Xiang couldn't help but lose some of his concentration whenever he saw them once. Those eyes, they're just so clueless. Ing Ziyo looked at Yi Xiang and asked in a soft voice, is it you who is asking? Or is it me? You ask. After all, you're the one who's good at projecting and asking more precise questions. Senior sister. Okay. Ing Ziyo closed her eyes at the words and asked the question in her heart. In the next moment, a dark red rolling ball of light slowly appeared in front of the two. Yi wanted to be a little surprised. This volume, it was almost catching up with the last question asked by Senior Qin Yunzi. But the last time I asked was the Demon King, but also involved the fallen Phantom royal family. So it is so big. The immediate this. Ing Ziyo also opened her eyes at this time, and after seeing the dark red fireball in front of her, she couldn't help but froze for a moment, turning her head to look at Yi Xiang, somewhat dumbfounded. Is this so big? Yi wanted to sigh. It's huge. Try to break it. If you can't, forget it. Aha. The two raised their hands and pressed them against the fireball. Ing Ziyo's body radiated a hazy starlight, while Yi Xiang's body was surrounded by surging golden light. In the real world, the crowd watched the scene curiously, feeling amazing. It was as if the two were fighting as if they had entered another world. All perception of their surroundings was lost, but their energy surged and surged, getting more and more intense. Void Hidden seemed to see something, and a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. The Taoist method of projection. Inside view. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist method of Sumeru. Time passed little by little. The little fox demon had already followed. Still far away. Did not dare to approach hastily. However, those present, who were basically all level 50 or 60, could feel the presence of countless creatures in the primitive forest earlier, but in this dead land, it was still very easy to detect the sudden presence of an additional breath of life. The crowd unanimously looked towards the back, yet they saw nothing, and Lu Yunjiang was also a bit surprised. Kind of. The little fox demon cautiously peeked out of the tree and let out a long sigh of relief. Whoops, that was close. Almost got these guys. However, it didn't know that above it, Qin Yunzi had already shielded its aura together. Otherwise how could it have escaped the aura lock of Lu Yunjiang and Mo Qian? The two of them were at least experts of the 8th turn. In the inner scene, both Yi Xiang and Ing Ziyo were already sweating, and their mana and spiritual power were over half depleted. However, the large dark red ball in front of him remained motionless, not even shaking. Ing Zai's free hand unfolded a few tarot cards. The 4 tarot card shadows of the chalice, the scepter, the sun, and the wise man emerged behind the two. Mana restoration, mental stacking, status increase, and empathic thought. Yi Xiang also did not hesitate for a second as the Dao heart seal appeared on his brow. The eyes were filled with divinity in this moment. In an instant, the two were in full form. In the real world, the surging golden light on Yi Xiang's body completely exploded. The originally dark Jedi Death Mountain was actually illuminated with penetrating light. Crap, bright and blind. Feng Yuan reacted a beat slower and his eyes couldn't see anything. Ing Zai, who was in front of Yi Xiang, was also emanating a hazy starlight, which was even more brilliant when illuminated by the golden light. But it was also because of this golden illumination that a pitch-black piece of leather paper surfaced on the night sky. The surging golden light dissolved the camouflage little by little, and all of a sudden, a head of life-devouring ghosts with their camouflage exposed came into view. They opened their arms and surprisingly just wandered and flew through the air. Shin Yunzi was naturally the first to discover them, his eyes calm. These elf essence. It turned out that they had already reproduced in such large numbers. Next was Lu Yunjiang and Mo Qian, both of whom raised their heads at nearly the same time. The crowd couldn't help but raise their heads to the sky when they saw this, with shock in their eyes. So many? And it's amazing that they didn't even notice it at all. The life-swallowing ghost also realized that he was exposed at this time, and a sharp voice rang out, as if these life-devouring ghosts had been given an order. They all rushed downwards, their hairy and ugly faces all greedy and hideous. There was nowhere to hide under Yi Xiang's golden light.